Just after transmigrating into the role of the true young master of the Dragon King, you were immediately beaten by your own sister. Without hesitation, you transformed into a farm owner and directly whipped her into the hospital. All because, according to the system's introduction, you learned that the original host was a chosen one blessed by the heavens, yet he ended up with two conflicting scripts. On one hand, he was the true young master of a wealthy family with 7 sisters. On the other, he was the exceptionally talented junior brother of the Dragon King with 7 senior sisters. As a result, the intertwining of these two storylines led to a chaotic plot and the collapse of heavenly order. First, he was swapped at birth by the family's nanny in a cuckoo's egg scheme. At the age of 6, he did indeed join the immortal sect, but gained a junior brother first. Under the manipulations of this green tea junior brother, he was driven down the mountain. Later, while rummaging through trash bins, he was recognized by his family due to his resemblance to Madame Tang, only to be framed once again by the green tea fake young master. The original protagonist, who should have been the child of fortune, had everything taken from him and became a universally despised figure whom anyone could bully and humiliate. Yet, the original protagonist, craving familial affection, kept gaslighting himself into becoming a ninja turtle. Meanwhile, you were originally the head of a top-tier family in a high martial world. This world will exhausted its power to forcibly summon and transmigrate you here in order to combat the consciousnesses of 2 other worlds. Just moments ago, you finally slapped this so-called elder sister unconscious before beginning to interrogate the system. All right, system, explain what functions do you have, and how can I return? The system replied. Host, as long as you collect regret points from characters related to the original owner, every 1,000 points will allow you to draw a lottery prize through me. The more the host collects, the more the system can convert into power to transmit to this world's heavenly laws, until the heavenly laws defeat the other 2 world consciousnesses. Once that is done, the host can be sent back, and as compensation, the heavenly laws will also grant martial arts manuals suitable for the host's cultivation. Moreover, when you return, 2 wishes will be granted. As long as the host masters any one of the manuals, an additional 3 lottery draws will be awarded. During cultivation, the system will open a training space for you, where time outside remains still while you practice. However, as you look at the list of skills before you, your brows involuntarily furrow tightly. Aren't these all abilities you already possessed before crossing over? Forget it, just treat it as starting a new character. You turn back to your room, gather some essential items, and prepare to head out. Before leaving, you notice a sticky note pasted on the cabinet, detailing the preferences and precautions regarding the Tang family. In the original plot, after the protagonist severs ties with the Tang family, the 3rd eldest sister would one day come to this place. While being shocked that his own younger brother lived in the storage room, he saw these notes and then fell into deep regret. What a disgusting plot. You immediately tore off all the sticky notes and set them on fire. Seeing this, the system exclaimed in alarm. Ah, host, what are you doing? These are important tools for collecting regret points, you said with great disdain. Just thinking about those hypocritical scenes of regret makes me sick. Late affection is cheaper than grass. Where was it earlier? But that's how the plot unfolds. Otherwise, how would you collect regret points, host? Hearing this, you replied disdainfully. Don't worry, mere regret is nothing. There are plenty of ways. System, give me the city map. Right away. The next second, a detailed city layout appeared in your mind. Then, the system asked curiously. Host, what are you planning to? Tonight, I'll be meeting my dear family. Of course, I need to prepare well and give them a big surprise. After speaking, you raised your arm, looking at the bruises formed from the beatings, and curled your lips into a cold smile. Afterward, you went to an electronics store to buy some gadgets, then to the hospital to get a detailed injury report. After completing everything, you took a taxi back to the Tang family villa. At this moment, the system asked in confusion. Host, why are you gathering so many things? Hearing this, you opened your eyes. You said you wanted to collect regret points, didn't you? I'm isolated and helpless in the Tang family, so I need to be fully prepared. System, do you know what wealthy families value most besides money? I don't know. Hearing this, you chuckled lightly and fastened the small gadget bought from the electronics store onto your collar. Of course, its face. Soon, upon returning to the entrance of the Tang family estate, the butler Tang De spoke sternly. Young Master Qingma, what you did today was terribly wrong. You crossed your arms and smiled back. Oh? Then tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? This time, it was Tang De's turn to be stunned. When he heard that you had beaten the 4th young lady into unconsciousness, He hadn't believed it at first after all. The real young master had always been meek and timid as a mouse. But now it seemed something had changed. Watching his dumbfounded reaction, you simply sneered before ignoring him and walking toward the door. Yet the next second you were stopped. Young Master Qingma, you've beaten the fourth young lady to this state. The master and madam are furious right now. They want you to sober up outside and only go in after they've calmed down. Hearing this, you sneered and spoke. So as my biological parents, they turned a blind eye to the insults and beatings I've endured over these 3 months. I'm going to be kicked out today just because I couldn't resist fighting back a little? What's going on? Tang De didn't expect Tang Qingma to be defending himself. And the look in his eyes and the gesture, the timid Tang Qingma was gone. And at this time he was as oppressive as a superior. How is this possible? It was clear that Tang Qingma had been like a rat in an underground canal for the past 3 months. He couldn't possibly have eyes like that. In short, master and madam forbid you to go in. So please don't make things difficult for me, young master. Tund looked down and propped up his glasses. If he had been normal, his attitude would have been full of condescension and contempt. But at this moment, facing Tang Qingma, Tang De couldn't help but tighten his attitude. Tang Qingma sneered. He had already practiced basic physical arts, and his strength had increased quite a bit from when he first wore in. Speaking of Butler Tang, you've bullied me quite a bit during this period, haven't you? What? With a snap, Tang Qingma focused the breath from her cultivation on her calf, then kicked viciously towards Tang De's leg. Ah! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and Tang De wanted to break into a scream in pain. But his mouth was caught by Tang Qingma all of a sudden, and all the sound was forced to be swallowed back into his stomach. Tang Qingma revealed bloodthirsty eyes and stared at him icily. Do you feel happy watching your bullied master? What's going on? The next thing Tang De couldn't even react. His face was smacked twice by Tang Qingma. What? He actually smacked him in the face. The pain is pretty painful and the insults are huge. If he could, Tang De would rather have Tang Qingma give a big one than insult him like this. Then Tang Qingma immediately fulfilled his wish and kicked him again in the knee of his other foot. Ah! The bone crack in his knee caused Donder to black out in pain and cold sweat. Was the person in front of me really Tang Qingma? You're fired. SH. Tang Qingma no longer gave him a chance to speak and think, his fist beating hard on the other's abdomen. The pounding caused Dowd's eyes to roll up in surprise and he fainted. Tang Qingma casually tossed Tang De aside and looked at the gold-rimmed wooden door of the Tang family. Ping! The current Tang Qingma had already learned basic physical arts and possessed some strength, so she didn't hesitate to kick the door away. Aha! A female voice screamed from inside, obviously startled by the door that flew in. Tang Qingma smiled as she walked inside the villa, and as soon as she stepped into the hall, she heard a serious and cold voice. Adverse son, kneel down for me. Here we go. The must-say words of a real or fake young master family biology father. Tang Qingma coldly swept the hall. Seeing sitting on the sofa, the original owner's biological father, Tang Genren, a middle-aged woman who looked elegant and noble and was frightened. The original owner's biological mother, by Hualien, and 3 sisters. They are the second sister, Ellie Tang, the third sister, Mei Hsin Tang, and the fifth sister, Shuirong Tang. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. The Qing dynasty died long ago. The Tang family is the one with the throne to inherit? Telling someone to kneel down without asking the reason. The style of the Tang family head really makes people worry about the future of the family. Chapter 5. What's the point of scrapping his feet? Adverse son. How dare you talk back? Tang Genren first froze for a few seconds, but soon broke out into curses at Tang Qingma. He had already heard from the servants that this rebellious son had suddenly changed his temperament and assaulted his own sister. At the time, he himself thought the servants were talking nonsense. But now that he was rebutted by the other party's sarcastic words, it made him realize that this rebellious son was really different, and at the same time he was also very angry. Is it because we are usually too good to you that you would do such a heartless thing as poisonously beating your own sister? Second sister, Tang Ali, stood back and said indifferently. Worthy of being raised in the countryside. Fifth sister Tang Shuilong pointed straight at Tang Qingma and cursed. Even the fourth sister dared to hit you. You're not my brother. Third sister Tang Meishin also revealed a disappointed look. Qing Moa, how could you hit your fourth sister for no reason? As for the original owner's mother, Bai Hualien revealed a mournful expression inside. I know that your fourth sister usually treats you badly, but she's your sister anyways. She scolded you for your own good. Tang Qingma clasped her hands in front of her chest and watched them with a smile on her face as they spoke one word at a time. The current staffing of the Tang family is the same as in many of the true or false young master episodes. The father, Tang Jianren, who manages the Tang group. The mother, Bai Hualien, who was originally a daughter of the Bai family and gave birth to 7 daughters and a son after marrying Tang Jianren their 8 children. Separately, the president of the Tang group, the eldest sister, Tang Ruoling. The youngest surgical sage in history, the second sister, Ellie Tang. Little-known martial arts instructor, third sister Tang Meishin. Famous fashion designer, fourth sister Fei Tang. Popular traffic star, fifth sister Tang Shuilong. College twins, sixth and seventh sisters Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. Last but not least, of course, is the fake young master Tang Qinshi, who is a senior in high school. The entire Tang family was a typical powerful family, except for Tang Meishin, who was associated with the industry of martial arts. In the current era of aura recovery, Tang Jianren naturally wanted his children to cultivate more martial arts skills and break through as martial artists. However, other than Tang Meishin, the rest of them had no talent for cultivation. Thus, the Tang family was unable to become a top martial arts family. But that's not unusual to see. In the original plot, the Tang family's role was to provide wealth and resources to the original owner. The reason why Tang Meishin was a martial arts instructor was also so that she could travel to the academy, see the original owner of the Heaven's Pride, and bring him back to the Tang family. But now that the heavenly Dao has been invaded, the whole plot has changed. The family that she thought would love her speaks hurtful and cold-blooded words for the fake young master who has dominated her life for 18 years. If it was the original owner, it would have been grief-stricken long ago. But Tang Qingma only found it funny. He hadn't seen these accusations and insults for a long time. It felt like watching a lot of clown shows. Tang Jianren naturally detected the other party's scornful gaze, and his attitude towards Tang Qingma reached the peak of his dissatisfaction. I'm going to teach you a good lesson tonight, you rebellious son. Duh. Give me the family law, he called out to Dowd, but there was no response. Ade, come here yet. Donder's non-appearance also puzzled the White Flower Lotus and the 3 sisters present. You have to know that the other party has been the butler of the Tang family for more than 20 years, and is loyal to the Tang family, usually arriving at the drop of a hat. Ah, you're talking about Butler Tang. But at that moment, Tang Qingma waved her hand and said with a light smile, he's lying outside. What do you mean? Before Tang Jianren knew the situation, he heard the panicked voices of servants from outside. Oh no! The head butler fainted outside. What? Tang Jianren immediately looked at Tang Qingma, and the other party returned him a smiley look. Isn't it normal to teach a lesson to a servant who disrespects his master? You took him. I'll waste his legs and see when he's well enough to get out of bed. Tang Qingma waved her hand up and snorted. But I've been bullied by servants every day for the past 3 months, and it hurts like hell. Now it's just a matter of scrapping one of his feet. What's that? What's going on? Being bullied by servants? Hearing Tang Qingma's words, Bai Hualien covered her mouth in surprise. Bullying? Qingma, you're saying the servants in the house bullied you? Tang Qingma glanced at White Flower Lotus. Her behavior as the mother of the original owner was just like her name, a sanctimonious white lotus who only makes peace. Tang Qingma sneered. Yes, my dear mother. Don't you know that your son has been living a life worse than a dog's for the past 3 months since he came back? Tang Qingma dryly removed his sleeves, showing off his scar-filled arms and abdomen. You asked me why I hit your good daughter. It's because if I didn't fight back, I would have been killed by her. It could be seen that Tang Qingma's arms and abdomen were covered in dense purple-red bruises, and although he had just practiced basic physical skills, they were after all basic skills that couldn't heal those wounds. How could? White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Looking at those wounds, Bai Hualien took several steps back in disbelief, her heart breaking. Wouldn't you be able to see it by casually adjusting the surveillance? Tang Qingma pulled her sleeve back and snorted, looking at the Tang sisters who were bowing their heads out of weakness. By the way, Ellie Tang and Sherry Tang standing next to you did a number on me too. Indiscretion. We are your sister. How dare you call us by our full names so rudely? Tang Ali said through gritted teeth. Tang Shuilong also clenched her fists and said, Indeed, they are uncultivated wild children. I can't learn your literacy, the literacy of treating your own brother like a dog and beating him half to death. Tang Qingma twisted her wrists filled with strangulation marks and smiled coldly. I wonder what people outside will think of you when they realize you're good breeding? You! Tang Shuilong wanted to say something, but Bai Hualien was already shocked beyond belief. You guys hit Kiyomo? Even if there had been no affection over the years, how could she say that Tang Qingma was her child that she had worked so hard to give birth to in October? As his sister, how could you beat him up like that? Mom! Because Tang Qingma, this bullied Xiao Shi. Seeing her mother start to turn toward Tang Qingma, Tang Shuilong hurriedly said excitedly. As the oldest five, she was unusually close to Tang Yinxi. When she first saw her third sister say that she wanted to bring Tang Qingma back, Xiao Shi cried a lot. So Tang Shuilong had always been very antagonistic towards Tang Qingma. But no matter what, it is also his own brother. The Tang family is not unable to afford to support, thinking that if he is at peace with himself, it is not impossible to accommodate him. But I didn't expect that this actually dared to bully Xiao Shi. How could he let him go? Yeah. Hoshi was so sad when we first picked him up. And I even saw him push Hoshi down the stairs before. He deserved to be beaten. Second sister Tang Ali also said coldly. Tang Meishin didn't say anything, but her brows were furrowed. She was the one who recognized Tang Qingma when she found him. But she didn't expect this brother of hers to be so vicious, and couldn't help but wonder if recognizing the other party was a mistake. And Tang Qingma glanced at the three sisters. Tang Shuilong, due to the popularity of the star, from the debut of the netizens satirized by no acting skills and no strength, all rely on capital to get to the top. After that, his temper became more and more violent, and he would somehow palm scrape and humiliate the original owner when he saw her. Tang Ali is a doctor, often stay in the hospital, but one day when she came home she saw the original master push Tang Chuanxi down the stairs, when she often took the time to go home, take a syringe to stab the original master. She knew as a doctor which places to zap were non-lethal, and just got the original owner in a state where she was all bloody but couldn't die. As for Tang Meishin, she didn't care after she brought the original owner back, pretending not to see even if the original owner was bullied, just as cold-blooded. Qingma, are you really bullying Xiaoxi? White Flower Lotus was worthy of being the virgin White Lotus, and as soon as she heard her daughter's words, she immediately turned around and questioned herself. Tang Qingma grunted and laughed as he asked back, You all say I bullied Tang Yinxi? Where's the proof? Chapter 6 Living in a Utility Room. Only $500 a month. Can what Hoshi said still be false? Seeing that Tang Qingma was still denying it, Tang Shuilong broke into a rage. That's right. Hoshi is different from you. A vicious person. He's very kind and could never lie. Tang Ali also said sternly. Hey! What are you laughing at? Tang Jianren felt uncomfortable inside when he saw Tang Qingma laughing. His disgraced son did become different than usual, but like something was out of control. It's very uncomfortable. So you guys are saying all this with no real evidence at all, right? The Tang family. Tang Qingma looked at Bai Hualien. Because of the words of an unrelated person, everyone puts the fault on me. Even the butlers and servants can bully me recklessly. The Tang family is my hell. White Flower Lotus. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Wow, not bad for a hypocritical White Lotus. What a nice way to cut the wool. It's not. It's not like that. White Flower Lotus immediately shed teardrops and fell to her knees in agony. Mom! All three Tang sisters panicked and helped her up. Adverse son, are you trying to piss off your mother? Seeing his wife sad, Tang Jianren wanted to go forward and raise his hand to hit Tang Qingma. However, when his hand was about to land on Tang Qingma, it was caught by the other party with one hand. You! Before he could react, Tang Qingma threw Tang Jianren to the ground with force. Tang Jianren was always older and was not an ordinary person who had practiced martial arts. Being dropped like that, the whole thing hit the ground. How dare you lay hands on your father? Ungrateful! Tang Jianren immediately pointed at him and cursed. If I had known this, I shouldn't have recognized you back. Let you starve to death out there. White Flower Lotus and the three Tang sisters were also startled. How dare Tang Qingma? He knew that usually when he was reprimanded by his father, he didn't even dare to raise his eyes. Now actually do it. Tang Qingma just looked at Tang Jianren coldly. That's strange. So I have parents. What are you saying? Don Ellie gritted her teeth. Instead of looking at her own brother, she looked at him as if he were an enemy. I grew up outside these 18 years, and was only recognized back 3 months ago. Tang Qingma waved her hand, her tone sighing, and this so-called home is randomly being actively used by the Tang family to use family law, being severely beaten and bullied by my own sister and servants, being ignored by Mrs. Tang, and not being able to have enough for 1 meal for 3 months, as if it were hell. No way. Bai Hualien interrupted him excitedly. Qing Mo, I'm your mother. How could I not care about you? And does Mrs. Tang know that I haven't had a room of my own until now, and have been living in a utility room with a dripping ceiling? Huh? White Flower Lotus eyes widened. Of course she knows that, because when the original master was first recognized, Tang Yinchi had said that she didn't want him to be indulged in an affluent life that he couldn't extricate himself from. So she had first arranged for him to sleep in the utility room. But now 3 months have passed and it's still living there. As the true young master of the Tang family, I don't even have a room of my own, and this is called caring about me? Doesn't Mrs. Tang feel ridiculous when she says these things? Tang Qingma's mocking eyes pierced by Hualien's pain. She doesn't know. She thought it was just a week in a utility room and that her husband and housekeeper would arrange the room. Who knew? White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Host, the remorse value has reached 1400. You can draw the lottery once, the system said excitedly. Oh, wait a minute. Bai Hualien looked at Tang Jianren incredulously and saw that the other party was showing the same surprised expression. Apparently, they also didn't know about Tang Qingma still living in the utility room, and Tang Shuilong was first vain for a few seconds, but then pointed at him and scolded. Isn't that because you grew up outside and brought back the bad character from outside? We're all doing this for your own good, giving you the utility room for exercise. Donnelly nodded approvingly. As for Tang Meixin, she was also shocked at first by the fact that Tang Qingma was living in the utility room, but when she heard Tang Shuilong's words that seemed to make some sense, she slowly nodded her head as well. Tang Qingma laughed breathlessly at their cheekiness. Oh, exercising character? So it's an exercise to starve me to death, ah. When are we going to starve you to death? Tang Shuilong couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go up and palm scrape Tang Qingma as well. But when she moved forward, Tang Qingma broke the joints of his hand, making a bone-rattling sound. She looked at Tang Qingma's cold-down eyes, then at Tang Jianren, who had been thrown to the ground, and backed away again. Tang Qingma mocked. Just look it up and realize that as the young master of the Tang family, I only have $500 a month to live on. And every time we eat, you guys don't let me on the table so that Tang Hongxi won't be sad. And I can only eat the leftovers you guys have, so that's still not trying to starve me to death? $500? White Flower Lotus was surprised again. Tang Qingma had been living in a utility room for the past 3 months, with only $500 a month for living expenses. The Tang family was a powerful family located in the Magic City. Magic City is the first-tier city of China. Prices are high. Only give Tang Qingma $500 a month. This is not to kill him. She looked at Tang Jianren and her daughters again and found them equally surprised. Master, didn't you give Qingma an allowance? Ugh, I thought you gave it said Tang Jianren, his voice suddenly heartfelt when he was asked this question. Ellie, Mei Xian, Shuiyong. She looked at the 3 sisters once more and felt a bolt from the blue when she saw that they looked equally bad. Could it be that what Qingma said was true? The Tang family, as a powerful family, actually gave their son only $500 a month for living expenses. Chapter 7. Now that I've said it, are you going to give me a new room and an allowance? Seeing the surprised look on the Tang family's face, Tang Qingma felt amused. The original owner actually poured her heart out for these guys and was a teenage mutant ninja turtle for so long. Now, as soon as he wore it, he blurted out the original owner's experience early on to see how this group of loved ones would handle it. And the first one to be targeted was the White Flower Lotus. As the real young master of the Tang family, your own son and brother, I don't deserve to eat at the table, live in the darkest utility room, and have only $500 a month. Usually you guys beat and scold me when you're in a bad mood, and the servants in the house can bully me at will. And that fake young master who took over 18 years of my life, living in the biggest and brightest room, spending at least $500,000 a month in pocket money, and being loved by you all. This is the treatment I get from your Tang clan, a treatment that's worse than that of a dog. My dear mother, how will you care for me now that you know? I. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Bai Hualian was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and the remorse in her heart continued to soar. Host, you're too good. The system was very excited. I didn't expect you to collect so much remorse value just by saying 2 sentences. In that case, it will go well for the others too. No. Tang Qingma, however, shook her head. This can only be directed at white flower lotus. Other people won't regret it just because you said a couple of words. The white flower lotus is a hypocritical and unaware black-hearted lotus, and all it takes is words to make her feel guilty to collect a steady stream of remorse values. But not the others. They don't even give false kindness to the original owner. Only evil. That's all because you didn't say anything. Tang Jianren, who had been thrown to the ground, saw that his wife was sad and endured the pain to get up from the ground, wanting to hit Tang Qingma again. Tang Qingma slightly retreated 2 steps back, and at the same time stretched out his toes, managing to make Tang Jianren trip and make intimate contact with the ground once again. Oh! Even if you don't care about your son as a father, Tang family master, you're still blaming others for not talking to you, right? Well then, now that I've said it, shouldn't you have to prepare a new room for me, as well as pocket money? For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Tang Qingma snorted, "Haha, why don't you say anything? You're the one who blamed me for not bringing it up, so now that I've brought it up, you have no intention of compensating me." The system couldn't help but be a little alarmed at the sight of the host forcing himself. After all, the original owner didn't ask for a new room or pocket money until she left home, and even ended up severing her relationship without a penny. But now the host is actually asking Tang Jianren to give supplies. Can you really get the remorse value this way? Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 100. Huh? Why? The system doesn't understand. It was clear that Tang Jianren looked at Tang Qingma as if his eyes were coated with poison, as if he wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts. How can regret arise? Because there are many kinds of regret. Tang Qingma sneered. There are those who genuinely regret doing something wrong, those who deceive themselves like Bai Hualian, and those who lose out because of their own self-interests like Tang Jianren. Because Tang Jianren's own mouth drifted. When he was pressed by himself, he felt the remorse of, if he had known that he wouldn't have said anything. Tang Jianren certainly didn't want to prepare any rooms or pocket money. He had always been disgusted with the biological son, who had grown up outside and was like a rat. Nothing about him wanted to be heeded. Tang Qingma was bullied by her family? So what? He himself let him, who would starve to death at any time, return to the rich Tang family. What does he not know enough? But now, because the white flower lotus was still around, Tang Jianren had no way to immediately refuse Tang Qingma's request. He can't let this trivial thing destroy the relationship between the couple. But Tang Qingma wasn't going to let him off the hook. Walking slowly to Tang Jianren's body and saying condescendingly, "What? Tang family master wouldn't just say it? Wouldn't be so hypocritical? You? What an abomination. This is just a gutter rat. And now it dares to be aggressive." Tang Shuilong saw that her father had been forced to speak out, and also looked at Tang Qingma with bitter hatred. "You unfilial! Are you trying to force Dad to die? Forced to die? Good sister trying to pin the fault on me again." Tang Qingma squinted at Tang Jianren. "It was your father who said I didn't mention it in the beginning, right? And now that I've told him about my predicament, I'm saying that I forced him to die. Since you don't want to help your own son, you can just say so. What's the point of going around in circles? Hee. I just wonder how your business partners will feel when they see you so devoid of integrity." Abomination. Tang Jianren felt humiliated by Tang Qingma's words. He wanted to teach Tang Qingma a lesson and whip him like he usually did, but he had already fallen on the ground twice and his whole body hurt. "It's not because you're aggressive. How could I have a brother as vicious as you?" Tang Ali usually spoke coldly, but now she was also infuriated by Tang Qingma's behavior. "I also don't have a sister as black-hearted and cold-blooded as you, because my fake brother said I pushed him down the stairs and convicted me without even investigating, and after that, I've been looking for an opportunity to stab me with a syringe." Tang Qingma immediately complained with cold eyes. Ellie Tang froze. Tang Qingma actually said this in front of everyone. "What did you say?" Bai Hualian looked at Tang Ali in surprise again. "Ali, is what Qing Mo said true? You used a syringe." "Yes, Mrs. Tang. I have a lot of needles on my hands in addition to the beating wounds," obviously talking about horrible things, but Tang Qingma still had a big smile on her face. making Bai Hua Lian a little faint from the stimulation. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. You! It's not enough that you're mad at Dad. Do you want to force Mom to die? Tang Meishin finally couldn't help but say. Don't get the wrong person. The person who forced your mom to die wasn't me. It was your good second sister. Tang Qingma hooked her lips. If it wasn't for her doing this to me, how could Mrs. Tang be sad? Ellie Tang. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. She's always been the calm and reliable surgical sage to her parents and sisters. But now that it's been revealed that she's been stabbing her own brother with a syringe, the persona she's been maintaining is crumbling. Sure enough, it's when it comes to self-interest that these shameless people feel remorse. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was very stiff, a voice rang out from afar. Brother, how could you possibly talk to Mom and Dad and your sisters like that? A young man in designer clothes slowly walked out of the house. The fake young Master Tang Qingma had been waiting for. Tang Hongxi had finally appeared. Chapter 8. Your sister wants to pseudo-orthopedics with her fake brother. Tang Xingshi finally showed up. From the moment Tang Qingmo returned to the Tang family home, he had sensed a gaze watching him. Since this body had practiced basic physical arts, its senses were much sharper than before. As soon as he entered the door of Tang's house, he realized that Tang Chuanxi was also in the house. Only that he hid inside and didn't show up. It should be wanting the Tang family to teach the original owner a good lesson, while they themselves watched and fought for favor in the background. In the original owner's memories, Tang Qingma had fully understood that Tang Yinxi was a typical green tea man. Now there was a good chance that his reason for coming out was also to brush up his favor in front of the Tang family. As expected, Tang Yinxi immediately rushed to Tang Jianren's front and helped him up. Then he looked at Tang Qingma mournfully and said loudly, Brother, you've already put fourth sister in the hospital. How can you push Dad again? Your dad's own son. Aren't you afraid that you'll be retaliated against for doing this? I know you've always disliked me. Big deal. I'll just leave the Tang family. Please don't make Mom, Dad, and my sisters angry again. Tang Qingma wow. Subway elderly cell phone.jpg. He had seen a lot of women with green tea, but it was quite rare to see a man with green tea like this. He couldn't help but remember that there was once a subordinate who had a sudden bad taste and posted a video of eat a peachy peach in the work group one night, and then he was brutally beaten the next day. This Tang Yinxi was a bit like that peach-eating anchor that gave him goosebumps. He wanted to ask if anyone really liked this type, but on the contrary, none of the Don's family is normal. Xiao Shi, what are you talking about? Tang Shuilong immediately stepped forward and hugged Tang Xianxi. You're our brother. How can you leave? Tang Ali and Tang Meishin also immediately stepped forward to stop it. Yeah, and you're not the one who's leaving. Tang Jianren looked at Tang Qingma in disgust, feeling enamored with Tang Yinxi's thoughtfulness. As expected, the one I raised is different, and I don't know how much better it is than that white-eyed wolf Tang Qingma. And White Flower Lotus was a bit hesitant. On one side is Tang Qingma, whom she carried in October and tried desperately to give birth to. On the other side is Tang Yinxi, whom she raised and accompanied for 18 years, hand on heart. But when she saw her husband and daughters speaking up for Tang Chuanxi, she couldn't help but walk up to him herself. Hoshi, you were raised by us. You can't say anything about leaving in the future. Mom! Tang Qingxi was immediately moved to hug Tang Jianren and Bai Hualian, looking at Tang Qingma triumphantly. Watch it. So what if you're pro-life? Everything in the Don family, Mom and Dad and the 7 sisters belonged to him. He wanted to see Tang Qingma go crazy when he couldn't get what he wanted. But at this moment, Tang Qingma just silently raised his hand and asked suspiciously, Excuse me, could it be that Tang Chuanxi is the illegitimate son of the Tang family lord or Mrs. Tang? Crowd. I see that you guys are so nice to the fake son who took over the life of your real son for 18 years. If you're not kicked by a donkey, it's Tang Stringy, who is also related to me by blood, right? Tang Qingma was asking the question sincerely, but these words simultaneously ignited Tang Jianren's anger. What are you babbling about, you rebellious son? I haven't done anything to wrong Hualin. Tang Jianren shouted hysterically. Yeah, I haven't done anything to apologize to Master and you guys either. Bai Hualien also said with tears in her eyes. The system's voice also sounded. Host, according to the intelligence, Tang Yinxi is indeed not related to the Tang family by blood. Is that so? That's such a shame. Tang Qingma felt regret. It would be fun if Tang Yinxi was really a bastard. Tang Qingma continued to ask suspiciously. Then I can't figure it out. Tang Inchi's mother is a proper abductor. You guys actually put her son around to disgust your own son. Your brains really haven't been kicked by a donkey? You! That's enough of you, Tang Qingma. Tang Shuilong gritted her teeth. At that time, Xiaoxi was still a baby, and it wasn't his fault for taking over your life. Why are you biting your tongue? Not his fault, but Anji wrong right. Tang Qingma immediately stared at her sternly. So did you call the police to make an arrest? The answer, of course, is no. How about the fact that the Don's family also bought a house in the center of town and thanked that nanny for a wonderful son brother? We. The white flower lotus didn't dare to say anything, just trembling silently. Tang Jianren and the three sisters also looked away sheepishly. Seeing that the situation was not right, Tang Jinshi immediately let go of by Hualien, and the others embraced and ran to kneel in front of Tang Qingma. Brother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken over your life. If you don't like it, I'll immediately now. Tang Qingma yawned. Here we go again. From the time I came back until now you've said you're leaving 68 times. On average once every day and a half. So are you leaving or not? Tang Inchi was momentarily speechless, suddenly unsure if she should continue. Did he say it as many as 68 times? Host, is there 68 times? I don't know, as many times as you want. It's just as annoying anyway. Tang Qingma, you really want to drive Xiaoxi away. But Tang Shuirong immediately shielded Tang Chunxi behind her. Xiaoxi isn't like the evil you. He'll be considerate of all of us and give us care. Fifth sister, don't talk about brother like that. Tang Qingxi tried to utilize his green tea skills again, but Tang Qingma suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, you say he cares about you guys? Who wouldn't just move their lips? You guys are his gold masters. He is the false young master, and if he doesn't please you won't you be thrown out. Tang Stringy. In this instant, Tang Qingma's words ruthlessly pierced Tang Inchi's heart. Tang Stringy. You think you've caught the hearts of these people? Tang Qingma looked at Tang Inchi with a smile. They can even abuse me, their own, at will. So what do you think will happen to you? A fake when you have no value? Tang Inchi hesitated. It was indeed his fear of being abandoned by the Tang family that caused him to do many things to defame Tang Qingma in order to keep his position. But Tang Qingma was right. Tang family members, but even the biological, can be arbitrary bullying. Then their own this fake when there is no value. At this point, the system couldn't help but sigh. The host is so awesome. A short sentence had provoked the relationship between Tang Chuanxi and the Tang family. Tang Qingma, what the hell are you talking about? Tang Shuilong was very excited. Xiaoxi is different from you. Even if there is no blood relationship, we will treat him better than you. Tang Qingma sneered. You're still proud of it? You care so much about Tang Chuanxi, wantonly beating and humiliating me for him. Is it hard to believe that you're interested in him and want him to be your love brother? Tang Shuiyong Tang Qianxi. Of course Tang Qingma said this just to disgust them, who knew that the next second he would hear the system say, Alas host, you actually know. What did you say? Tang Shuilong. And it's not just her. Tang Fei also wants to engage in pseudo-orthopedics with Tang Chuanxio. Chapter 9. Live broadcast in the dark. Publicizing the evil deeds of the Tang family in public. Speaking of Tang Shuilong and Tang Fei, it could be said that they were the most vicious and cruel to the original owner in the entire Tang family. Beatings and verbal humiliation were commonplace, as was more mental and physical abuse. Letting the original owner be a dog crawling on the ground, eating, barking, slandering the original owner for stealing, encouraging Tang Jianren to go to the family law, driving the original owner out of the garden in the middle of the night in the pouring rain to get soaked in the rain, causing him to have a 3-day high fever and so on. All those inhuman treatments Tang Qingma could seek out from the original owner's memories. But after all, it's the original owner's perspective. So there's no mention at all of Tang Shuirong and Tang Fei going beyond sibling love for Tang Stringxi, and so on. System, if they want to engage in orthopedics with Tang Inchi, then according to the fact that the heavenly Tao wasn't invaded by the world consciousness in the beginning, and that the original owner is still the favored young master of the Tang family, then wouldn't these two sisters be interested in the original owner? In a flash, Tang Qingma felt a rare creepiness, a feeling of revulsion surging through her heart. I originally thought that the Tang sisters were just version T0 extreme fairies, but I didn't expect them to. So disgusting. As an older sister, I can't believe I'm treating my younger brother. Host, it's not like that. Seeing that Tang Qingma had a huge misunderstanding, the system immediately clarified. This is because Tang Hongxi has been engaging in intimate contact with his sisters since he was a child, and that's what caused Tang Shuilong and Tang Feifei's distorted view of relationships. From childhood, Tang Qingma frowned as he held back his revulsion and asked, "Are you saying that Tang Hongxi has been engaging in intimate contact with the Tang sisters since he was a child?" "Yeah. Among his closest ones are Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong, who usually hug and hold hands secretly at home, etc." The system was summoned by Tendo and has been observing what happens when the plot is twisted. Tang Qingma unconsciously hooked her lips after hearing its words. "Looks like this fake young master has secrets too. What are you babbling about?" Tang Shuilong's voice brought Tang Qingma back to his senses. "Tang Qingma, even if you say Xiao Shi is a bastard, you actually slandered Mai and Xiao Shi's pure sibling love. You're really incorrigible." Her tone sounded a bit flustered, making Tang Qingma recoil. If he had treated the Tang family members as disease-free clowns just a moment ago, he was overwhelmed with disgust and loathing after realizing the filth inside Tang Shuilong and the others. Tang Qingma's tone was as cold as ice. "All right, after saying so much you guys aren't going to apologize and compensate me?" He made a point of glancing at White Flower Lotus when he finished speaking. White Flower Lotus. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. She was stung by Tang Qingma's glare, but she didn't dare say anything, silently not looking at him. "Who are you to ask for compensation? If it wasn't for us picking you up, you'd still be on the side of the road snatching food from dogs," Tang Shuilong said with a scowl on her face. "That's right, on the contrary. It's you, the white-eyed wolf, who has to thank us." Tang Jianren also clenched his teeth and said firmly. Tang Ali and Tang Meishin didn't say anything, but the disgust and the loss on their faces showed the attitude. "Haha. Very good." Tang Qingma couldn't help but laugh out loud. The reaction of the Tang family was all but expected. It's hard to stop laughing at the thought of what will happen next. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Jianren was a bit stunned. Ever since he saw the change in Tang Qingma's character, his heart felt uneasy. And now the unease is even more magnified. Only Tang Qingma slowly opened her arms, revealing an icy smile. "Since you guys don't apologize to me and still think you're right, then let the folks on the internet do me justice." "What did you say?" As soon as these words came out, the Tang family watched in amazement as Tang Qingma pulled out a cell phone from his pants pocket. "I just happened to buy a new cell phone today, and since I've always used old people's phones that I've picked up from the garbage before, it was the first time I'd used something so advanced. So the clerk was kind enough to teach me how to use the different features, and then I realized. So live streaming is profitable." Live? The Tang family members and Tang Qingma were separated by a distance, but they could see that in the cell phone screen, images of the villa's interior were being broadcast. Seeing that something was wrong, Tang Yinshi quickly pulled out her cell phone and logged on, and there was a loud scream. "Aha! Mom and Dad, our house is being broadcast live on the internet." Tang Meishin also shouted loudly, Our Tang family has been on many hot searches." "What?" Tang Jianren and Bai Hualian immediately jerked away the two men's cell phones. "Immediately, I saw a live video with tens of millions of views, still titled, Mansion Secret, taking you straight to the truth about the Tang family's real and fake young masters." Countless pop-ups fluttered in the video, all abusing and attacking the Tang family. "The novel I read about the real and fake young masters has come true. It's horrible. You're bringing your own son home for domestic violence. This is not domestic violence, it's abuse and willful wounding. Where are the police? Don't you work at Peaceful Police? That's disgusting. Everyone in the Tang family has no brains. That fake young master looks like he's in trouble. What kind of innocent persona does Tang Shuilong still have? She beats up and insults her own brother. Won't she teach the kids a lesson? Hurry up and shut it down. I know that Ellie Tang. She seems to be a specialist in some hospital, and she's quite famous, but I don't dare to go to that hospital anymore. If I accidentally mess with her, is she going to stick me with a syringe? And that Tang Mei Xian, isn't she my son's martial arts instructor? I have to transfer my son to another class tomorrow. It's terrible that someone like that is a teacher." Looking at the many scolding messages, the Tang family's faces darkened. It's you." Tang Jianren's chest ached with anger at those messages. And in terms of the picture, the direction of the shot was facing them. "That's right. I just happened to see a nice product when I was buying a cell phone today, so I bought it by hand. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, pointing to the collar without hiding it. If you look closely, you can see a small black flashing object. It's the camera that the live stream is captured on. I've been filming since I entered the house, and I've been very successful in telling everyone what I've been through and what you guys have been talking about. Originally, Tang Qingma wanted to shoot the stinky faces of the Tang family for a little longer. But when he heard the system talk about the pseudo-orthopedics, he was so disgusted that he couldn't help but make it public early. You rebellious son. Tang Jianren trembled as he pointed at Tang Qingma, the flames of anger rushing to his brain, making him a little dizzy. He hadn't expected the other party to secretly broadcast live at all. Now the reputation of the Tang family has been ruined by this rebellious son. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. You actually secretly filmed us? Although Tang Shuilong knew it was still live, she had subconsciously uttered expletives to scold Tang Qingma. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingma rationalized. Yes, don't you guys think you're right? Then show everyone. Since you don't want to apologize? You don't want to make amends? Then don't say goodbye to the patch. Chapter 10 sets out 5 requirements. Tang Qingma's live broadcast surpassed tens of millions of dollars in just half an hour, and the bounty exceeded the newbie anchor's huge number. Meanwhile, the hot search has exploded with many headlines about the Don's family. Hashtag shocked. Fictional plots really do derive from real life. Hashtag the Tang family, the real and the fake young master. True master, you're worse than a dog. Tang Shuilong, the truth behind the innocent persona of the gentry. Hashtag Tang Shuilong, get out of show business. Hashtag the hashtag medicine saint god stabbing his own brother with a syringe in his hand. What the hell is this about human nature? Oh. Tang Jianren immediately called Tang Group and found that the stock price was also falling following the live broadcast. Tang Ali and Tang Meishin also regretted that what they said to Tang Qingma was too desperate. Their hard-earned persona collapsed after years of hard work. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Meishin's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. Tang Meishin's remorse value plus 200. Host. The Tang family's remorse value keeps alternately rising. The system looked at the wildly soaring remorse values, and in addition to being excited, it was also very respectful. Sure enough, it didn't pick the wrong person. This session's hosts are so good at fighting. Humph, besides money, what the gentry value most is face. Tang Qingma sneered. He was the head of a top family before he crossed over, and he knew exactly what ways to use to combat rival families. In his eyes, a powerful family like the Tang family only had one martial artist, Tang Meishin, but it was just the difficulty of a novice village. You turn off the live stream for me. Tang Jianren tried to grab Tang Qingma's cell phone. Tang Qingma deliberately let him strike, turning off the live broadcast when his palm was about to approach him, in addition to leaving the audience in suspense while an unrelenting slap on the wrist. Snap. Ha! Tang Jianren was shocked, and so were the rest of the Tang family. Slap? Tang Qingma slapped Tang Jianren, the most powerful man in the family, but before he had time to react, Tang Qingma kicked at his stomach again. Ah! Tang Qingma made enough strength to kick Tang Jianren into the distance. Dad! The 3 Tang sisters and Bai Hualien didn't expect Tang Qingma to come down so hard this time, so they rushed forward to help him up. Tang Qingma, you actually did this to Dad. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Tang Shuilong shouted at the top of her lungs. Tang Yinshi was still kneeling and said, Brother, if you're angry, come at me. Don't hurt. Ah! Before he could finish speaking, Tang Qingma swung his fist, sending Tang Hongshi's face along with his body flying to the ground. Lean. He is just talking. Tang Qingma, this real fight. Tang Qingma flung his hand down and said rightfully, Of course I'm not afraid. The Tang family lord has never done what a father should do to me. What am I afraid of? On the contrary, it is you guys, usually where the body is not comfortable to want me to cure, work what forgot to ask me to bring, dislike me to send gifts but see the expensive still received. But I change back, what is it? Who's the white wolf and who deserves to be struck by lightning? Tang Qingma darkened his eyes, and his voice was also very gloomy. He stopped hiding his emotions after he felt disgusted by the Tang family members, and at the same time, He also pressed the qi and blood power from his cultivation towards the Tang family members. Although she only practiced basic physical arts, Tang Qingma knew how to use the power of qi and blood in her body. Therefore, other than Tang Meixin, everyone else in the Tang family was ruthlessly oppressed by Tang Qingma's qi and blood power. Aha! Isn't this a waste? Why did he know how to use the power of qi and blood? Tang Ali endured the pressure and said through clenched teeth, You're not Tang Qingma at all. In these 3 months, she knew very well that Tang Qingma was a waste of space who couldn't do anything. How is it possible to use martial arts power? Tang Qingma laughed and said, Dear second sister, you seem to have forgotten that before I returned to the Tang clan, I came out of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. What's going on? The Magic City Martial Arts Academy is the finest academy in China for training top martial artists. Previously, Tang Qingma seemed to have said that he had stayed inside for many years, but since he hadn't activated his qi and blood for the past 3 months, everyone thought he was lying. But now feeling the power emanating from the other party, did he really stay in the academy before? Even so, but how can you use your power on your family? Tang Meixin put her body against the Tang family. Now only she, a martial artist of the 3rd grade realm, could withstand Tang Qingma's power, because the old Tang Qingma died. Tang Qingma hooked a smile. Killed by your cruelty and cold blood. Dan's family, killed by them. If it wasn't for their usual behavior towards Tang Qingma, today's events wouldn't have happened. The Tang family and their reputation would not be ruined. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. The remorse value rose wildly once again. Tang Jianren because of the reputation of the Tang family, Bai Hualien because of the false grief, the 3 Tang sisters because their own jobs were jeopardized, and Tang Strinxie because she regretted why she didn't get Tang Qingma killed before it was too late. Those present displayed all kinds of remorse, as diverse as the human race exists. Finally, Tang Jianren bit down hard on his lower lip before slowly releasing it. As the head of the Tang family, he was well aware that the golden PR time was only 72 hours. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the crisis for the Tang family. The only one who could help the Tang family now was the culprit, Tang Qingma. Rebellious son, what exactly do you want? Tang Jianren looked at Tang Qingma with stern eyes. Tang Qingma smiled. The Tang family master reacted quite quickly. I have 5 requests. First, prepare my room immediately within the hour, or I don't mind putting the utility room I'm currently living in online for all to see. Secondly, I once heard that fake Tang Hongxi say that he had $500,000 a month in pocket money since he was 15 years old, and since he replaced my life, I'll trouble the Tang family head to give me the same amount of money. $500,000 a month pocket money for 3 years. A total of $18 million. Discount a fraction, just give me $20 million. Brother, how could you? Third, Tang Qingma interrupted Tang Hongxi. In the 3 months since I came back, Tang Hongxi threw me 10 old clothes that I couldn't wear. Within 3 days, I'm gonna pick out my own new clothes and accessories, and I'll set the number. Of course, whatever Tang Hongxi gets from the Tang family in the future, I want a double share. You! Tang Shuilong wanted to curse when she saw that Tang Qingma had gotten the better of her. But then I was afraid that he would suddenly turn on the live stream, so I held back. Fourth, fire all the servants who have bullied me over the past 3 months, as well as that Tang Da. Then send out an announcement that they will never be hired. Fifth, call the police to deal with the prisoner who kidnapped me back then, along with her accomplices. Chapter 11. By posting this recording, how many hot topics can the Tang family be on? The first 3 of the 5 points Tang Qingma requested would cost a lot of money. Although Tang Jianren would be heartbroken, he could still give Tang Qingma whatever money could solve. However, with regard to the 4th and 5th points of the request, if one were to say how many servants of the Tang family had bullied Tang Qingma during these 3 months, all but one maid named Wang Ma, so to speak, all have bullied him. Butler Tang has been in the family for more than 10 years. How can you fire him? Tang Shuilong naturally didn't want to agree. She thought of the great inconvenience she would have to live with when the servants were all dismissed. But Tang Qingma casually waved his hand. Then you guys can just recruit a bunch of new ones. He didn't want to see Tang Shuilong's face right now for fear that he would be disgusted. Might as well say that you are the ones who created this situation. If it wasn't for your connivance, they wouldn't have been masters and servants, and would have dared to bully even me as their master. then I wouldn't have made this request. So it's all your fault. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingma looked at Tang Jianren with a sneer and whispered, "You only have 1 hour. I don't care if you don't dismiss. The big deal is that the reputation of the Tang family has become even worse." With that, he made a point of picking up his cell phone. Tang Jianren froze. That's a clear threat to him. As the head of the Tang family, he was actually threatened by a junior or his own son. What an asshole. But now, for the sake of saving the reputation of the Tang family, any request must be granted to Tang Qingma. When things settled down, he'd pay a few experts to tie up Tang Qingma and send her to a mental institution. Ah yes. Tang Qingma flatly interrupted his thoughts. I've just seen a kind internet friend telling me to report my daily schedule and match the code words, lest some shady person sends me to strange places on the pretext of being sick yet. Tang Jianren. But I'm sure the Tang family master wouldn't do this to me, his own son. Right? Tang Qingma smiled brightly, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Before crossing over, he had gone through a lot of bloodshed in order to become the head of the family. Therefore, just by seeing Tang Jianren moving his eyes, he could guess what kind of medicine he was selling. "Qingma, what did you say? You're my son. How could I possibly do this to you?" Tang Jianren pulled out a far-fetched smile and responded sheepishly. "Hey." Tang Qingma stopped talking nonsense to him and walked slowly into the hall. Every step he took made the Tang family inside feel alarmed. Finally, he walked over to a cabinet that was where Tang Jianren usually collected expensive wines. Tang Qingma directly used his hand knife to split the lock on top and took out a bottle of expensive red wine and glasses, walking over to the sofa and sitting down to pour himself some wine. You're... Tang Jianren almost wanted to go up and violently beat him. These are the expensive red wines that he has collected for a long time. Usually he does not want to drink, and this actually picks the most expensive ones. But reason told him never to be impulsive. The current Tang Qingma was no longer the usual trash. If we upset him again, the Tang family will be finished. "So Master Tang, you have 45 minutes left. What's the decision on my room and the dismissal of the servants except for Wang Ma and $20 million, huh?" Tang Qingma took a sip of the red wine and felt that it tasted good. Tang Jianren. He wanted to spit blood. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. In the end, after struggling in his heart for a few seconds, Tang Jianren let go. "I'll agree to all your conditions." Crowd. "Dad, how can you agree to this? Tang Qingma is going to catch Xiao Shi's mom." It was about Tang Qingxi's mother. Tang Shuilong immediately refused. Then he was immediately thrown over by Tang Jianren with a slap. "That's the abductor criminal who kidnapped your brother." "Ah!" Tang Shuilong was jerked to the ground. She had been the little princess of the family since she was a child, and it was the first time she had been slapped in the face like this. "Dad, you hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Who told you to be so stupid?" The power of speech was now in Tang Qingma's hands anyway, and if he refused to make a clarification in a short period of time, the Tang family would be ruined. But Tang Shuilong, this stupid, still kept provoking, fearing that the Tang family would not hurry up with their deaths. How could he have such a stupid daughter? "Dad, fifth sister is doing this for me. Don't hit her." At this time, Tang Xianqi defended herself in front of Tang Shuilong and said pleadingly, "Fifth sister, I'm fine. After all, my mom did something wrong. As long as I can make my brother feel better and keep you from getting hurt. Fifth sister, whatever I have to do is fine." Tang Shuilong looked at him with emotion. "Xiao Shi, so disgusting." Tang Qingma looked at the image of these two and felt like she was going to spit out the red wine she just drank. "You're actually protecting the kidnapper. It seems like Tang Yinxi is really your love brother, right?" "What do you mean?" I know Qingma." Tang Jianren immediately interrupted with excitement when he saw Tang Shuilong committing another stupid offense. "Qingmo, I'll agree to all 5 of your demands, but you have to help the Tang family clarify." Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 300. Now that it's come to this, everything is promised first. Tang Qingma was also very quick. "Fine. You only have 40 minutes left. Because of the pull just now, there is now less time again. Flower Lotus, quickly ask someone to prepare Qing Mo's room." Tang Jianren didn't say anything, first preparing the most basic room, then withdrawing $5 million from his private account. Even though he was the chairman of the Tang Group, he couldn't get $20 million at once, so he could only give $5 million first. But at that moment, Bai Hualien blushed in embarrassment. Room. Yes. We have so many rooms on the 3rd floor. Quickly prepare them for Qingma. Bai Hualien looked away sheepishly. But master, there's no more spare room up there. What's going on? Tang Jianren was stunned. Their couple and the oldest 3 were living on the 2nd floor. The rest of the people were living on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor, but there were 10 rooms. Even if they put aside the 4 sisters and Tang Yinxi, there should still be 5 more rooms. Did you forget? The other 5 rooms have Hoshi's study and check room, the boss's office, the 2nd's lab, and the 3rd's practice room, all of which are occupied. What's going on? Tang Jianren sensed an extremely bad premonition, and his body stiffened as he turned his head to look at Tang Qingma. Only Tang Qingma took another sip of red wine and gently tapped his cell phone. There's no more room up there. The voice of White Flower Lotus came over the cell phone, causing the crowd to jump. Did you forget? The other 5 rooms are Hoshi's study and the boss's office room, the 2nd's lab. It's amazing. A fake young master actually occupies 3 rooms, while I, as the real young master, can only sleep inside the dark and damp utility room every day. Tang Qingma looked at Bai Hualien and smiled. Tisk, tsk. This is the good mother who cares about me and doesn't even prepare my room. White Flower Lotus cried. It's not like that, Qing Mo. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. After generating remorse, White Flower Lotus wanted to fall down and cry again. It doesn't matter if it's already. Tang Qingma continued to look at Tang Jianren. Tang family master, how many hot searches do you think the Tang family can get if I post this recording? Chapter 12. 3 Sisters Suspended Hidden. The real hell is just beginning. If this recording is released online, it will definitely add to the bad situation that is happening to the Tang family today. Tang Qingma, the rebellious son. Flower Lotus, you immediately pack up Hiroshi's room for Qingma now. Tang Yinxi's dorm room was by far the largest and brightest in the villa. As long as they took his room to Tang Qingma, they would surely be able to calm his anger. Dad, how could you take Xiaoxi's room? Although Tang Shuirong had been slapped, she would lose her mind whenever Tang Hongxi was involved. You shut up. But Tang Jianren didn't care about her feelings right now. We've raised him for so many years, so what if we tell him to give up his room? He's taking up 3 rooms all by himself. Tang Jianren gritted his teeth as he naturally saw Tang Yinxi's lost and sad expression. If it was usual, he might have felt pity, but now the reputation of the Tang family was at stake. It was annoying for a moment to watch Tang Yinxi show a fragile and pitiful expression. Hiroshi, you're taking up 3 rooms? What's your complaint about being told to let one out now? For the first time, Tang Jianren was disappointed in Tang Hongxi. The entire Tang family is at stake now. It's just a matter of asking him to give up a room. Crying is annoying to watch. Tang Jianren's remorse value plus 200. I don't have a disgruntled father. As long as brother can get over his anger, I'll live anywhere. Seeing that Tang Hongxi had become disgruntled with Tang Jianren, he hastened to remedy the situation and said, Don't talk big. Then I'll ask you to live in my current utility room. Will you be willing? Tang Qingmo raised his wine glass to Tang Hongxi. Brother, what are you? Without the need for Tang Hongxi to make a sound, the 3 Tang family sisters had already shielded him behind them. Tang Qingma, you've already taken Xiaoxi's room and identity. Why do you still want to force him? Isn't that what he said? Said to live anywhere. Tang Qingma's eyes didn't look at the Tang family anymore, and he continued to pour himself a second glass of red wine. Also, it was Tang Yinxi who took over 18 years of my life. His room and identity were originally mine. There was no room for me to snatch it away. That's something that even elementary school students understand. The Tang family. They were furious and wanted to press Tang Qingma to the ground and beat him up like they usually did. But now they couldn't do that. They had to keep standing and holding Redwing. Brother, it's all my fault. As long as you can get over it, I'm all. Stop disgusting me. Tang Qingma directly dialed a red wine. Tang Yinxi couldn't dodge and was rattled all over in defense, sticky and slimy. Hoshi? The 3 sisters and White Flower Lotus all rushed forward. Tang Shuilong was just about to break into another rant when Tang Qingma interrupted again. Even I don't mind where you've slept. What do you have to be sad about? But wait, please have Wang Ma spray more disinfectant. I'm afraid of getting infected with those green tea germs and becoming a man who just cries and hides behind women all day and asks others to stand up for him. Tang Stringy. Damn it. Tang Qingma this. How dare you be so sarcastic? He must be left to die in the future. Because of Tang Jianren's anger, Bai Hualien had to instruct Wang Ma to pack up Tang Hongshi's sleeping quarters and to count the servants in the house for dismissal. The three Tang sisters on the side no longer dared to say anything more. Because the Tang family's live broadcast incident had caused a serious PR crisis, the girls began to receive calls from their assistants and agents. What? Dean, you're suspending me? Nothing that was said on the live stream was true. Manager, you said the company was going to snow me first? Wait. Boss, I didn't bully my brother. Please don't suspend me yet. Now the hospital where they are, the martial arts training studio and the agency have all given orders to suspend and snowball them. How did this happen? A live broadcast only, just a short 2 hours. They went from the adored 1,000-year-old girl to the 10,000 people who were shouted at by everyone. It was only at this instant that the three Tang sisters finally felt that there was a huge loss in their interests. Intense regret filled their hearts. If they hadn't mouthed off to Tang Qingma just now, wouldn't they have been suspended and snowed in? Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. The system was on the verge of flying with excitement as the remorse value beeps alternated once again. That's great. Host, I've received a lot of remorse. From the time Tang Qingmo returned to the Tang family in the evening, it was clear that he did not use love to sensitize or directly rant about severing the relationship, but it made the Tang family constantly regret it. Even getting treatment that the original owner didn't even get. This host is really awesome. Because they're all version T0 fairies, they didn't realize the severity of the problem at first. Tang Qingma took a slight sip of wine. It is only now, when faced with being blocked and abused by the industry, that one feels one's interests have been seriously harmed. It's not just them, it's all the Don family. Are they really sorry and aware of their mistakes? No, they just knew they were going to die. Of course, since he had taken the place of the original owner, the real hell of the Tang family had just begun. Wang Ma utilized half an hour to clean out Tang Yinshi's dorm room and then simply add new linens and furniture. Due to time constraints, other things will need to be prepared tomorrow. Then Tang Jianren also took out the list of servants in the villa from his study and quickly printed their dismissal letters. He also changed his initial contemptuous attitude and smiled broadly at Tang Qingma. Qingmo, your room and the letter of dismissal for the servants needed are ready. I also put $5 million in your account. The other $15 million I will make up in these 2 days. As for the remaining 2 requests, I'll arrange for them immediately tomorrow as well. So can you go ahead and clarify them now? Tang Qingma closed his eyes and drank. I still like your untamed look. You recover. Tang Jianren. But since you can do both of my demands within an hour, I naturally won't break my promise. Tang Qingma didn't say anything else and directly took out his cell phone. Host, are you really sending out a clarification statement? The system was a bit surprised. According to its understanding of the host today, he shouldn't have agreed to Tang Jianren so readily. It's just a statement, the netizens won't believe it anyway, and he will soon give the Tang family numerous surprises, which will work even better with this clarification statement. Chapter 13. I'll take revenge for you as you wish. Tang Qingma's speed was fast. Within 2 hours of the live broadcast, he registered a new account to Weibo and posted a clarification statement, which immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens and media. The statement is very concise. It's nothing more than the Tang family treats the real and fake young masters equally. The Tang family doesn't treat Tang Qingma harshly, and the live streaming video is because he came home late and was chastised by his family, etc. Subsequently, the live video about the online circulation was also quickly cleaned up by the public relations department of Tang Group. But the netizens are not vegetarians. How can a video not have a backup once it's been circulated? And this clarification statement released by Tang Qingma is too fast, and the content is even more laughable. Obviously, in the video, the Tang family also admitted that the real young master had been sleeping in the utility room since he was retrieved, that his monthly allowance was only $500, and that his parents and sisters had wantonly abused and humiliated him. But now it says it wasn't harsh on him. Not to mention that the last moment of the video was framed in the moment when the Tang family head tried to hit the true young master. Isn't this being threatened by the Tang family and being forced to clarify with no other option? For a while, another large group of netizens sympathized with Tang Qingma's ordeal and felt disgusted with the Tang family once again, going to the Tang Group's official website, as well as the Seven Sisters account to leave messages of abuse. Seeing that the clarification statement had no effect at all, Tang Jianren wanted Tang Qingma to think of another way. But Tang Qingma had gone back to his room long ago. It also left a comment. I've already posted the clarification you asked for. What can I do if the netizens don't buy it? Tang family master, don't give an inch as a human being. Said also put a foot on the stone floor tiles outside the room door and closed and locked the door after threatening Tang Jianren. There is no way. Tang Jianren had to let the people of the Tang group stay up all night public relations by a large number of water army to cooperate with the whitewashing. The dorm room that was originally Tang Yinshi's had been packed out by Wang Ma to place new sheets and desk cabinets. Because of the rush of time, the inside is very simple for the time being, and will add new ones tomorrow. Tang Qingma didn't say much. He stopped by to bring in the bottle of red wine and wine glass before going back to his room and poured himself another glass of wine. He shook his glass several times after lifting it up and leaned against the window looking out at the wonderful view, hooking his lips in a sneer. See, original lord. I crossed over in less than half a day, and I got the most for myself and even hit the Tang family hard. So what if Tendo is invaded by the world's consciousness and turns into an abusive hero? It was very simple to deal with these shameless people of the Tang family. Today is just an appetizer. Never mind, since I feel hatred from your body. I'll take revenge for you as you wish. Tang Qingma made a toast to the window and then drank the red wine in his glass. System, how many times can I draw a prize now? Here you go, host. The system heard the host's call and immediately opened the lottery screen. Host, you have now collected a total of 12,000 points of remorse. You can have 12 draws. In order to save time and convenience, this side can draw 12 times for you at once. It spoke with a tone of curtness and respect. Anyway, it hadn't seen any new host who could collect so many points on the first day. One is so lucky, then just 12 in a row. Tang Qingma had always felt that her luck came and went, mainlining a random. But now that he was possessed by the original son of luck, he wondered if luck had been swallowed. This was followed by a steady stream of electronic sound effects from the system in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the powerful Dabo pill X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the mute pill X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing honest bean paste buns X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the dagger X1. Oh yeah? That's not bad luck for a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew the thermos pot X1. What's the draw? Ding! Congratulations to the host who drew charming eyeshadow X1. No, what the hell is a seductive eyeshadow? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing sweet tofu brain X1. Tang Qingma, I'm a salty party. After drawing 12 consecutive times, Tang Qingma simply categorized the prizes he got. At the moment, the ones he could use for cultivation were the Debao pill and the Qi and blood pill, and the ones he could use for others were the mute voice pill and the honest bean paste bun, while the other items were put to the side to be ignored for the time being. And he himself had only practiced basic physical arts, although it was more than enough to cope with the Tang family. But if Tang Jianren spent a high price on hiring a high-level martial artist afterward, this waste of a body wouldn't be able to cope at all. That's why it's important to cultivate and improve immediately. System, help me open the cultivation space. All right, the cultivation space provided by the system was a special place. As long as you cultivate inside, you aren't affected by the flow of time outside. It's a powerful gold finger. But the condition for opening it must be in a safe place. Host, as long as you learn a secret book, you will be able to draw 3 times for free. Lines. Raffle draws aside for now, Tang Qingma just wanted to hurry up and get his body in shape, and directly clicked on all 10 books of basic skills of martial arts. This body is weak and has no foundation to consolidate it, so you have to practice from scratch. Host, do you want to cultivate 10 books in one sitting? The system was shocked. Although it was said that time wouldn't flow in space, it was too voluminous to fix 10 books at once. Tang Qingma nodded. It's just the most basic martial arts, you'll be able to learn it soon. The lists given by the system were all things he knew before he crossed over, and now he was just learning them again. If it wasn't for this body being too useless, Tang Qingma would have wanted to cross over and cultivate skills with special effects. The system said weakly. But the original owner used to be in the martial arts academy for many years, and was not successful in cultivation. Tang Qingma. That's because no one taught him. Even though the original main character became an abusive male protagonist in terms of treatment, he was once a son of Qi who was sheltered by the heavenly Tao, and must have possessed an exceptionally gifted cultivation physique. This is proven in the episode where the system says that when the heavenly Tao wasn't invaded, the original owner became the heavenly pride of the martial arts world. But now the original owner has become a millionaire who is abused by everyone, and he himself is a teenage mutant ninja turtle. He was lucky to survive alone. How could anyone teach him to cultivate? But Tang Qingma was different. He was a martial arts wizard before he crossed over, knowing how to cultivate quickly and still be able to penetrate all the contents inside the secret book. So he quickly flipped through those 10 basic martial arts books, took the wash oval pill given in the newbie gift bag to meditate, and ran the chi and blood power in his body. Tang Qingma could feel his body slowly becoming hot, and his blood flow gradually accelerated, as if a trace amount of electricity had slipped through. The display of martial arts stunts constantly appeared in his mind, and his hands couldn't help but imitate them. Snap! Fierce, powerful palms gestured in the air and fists swung forward to break the flow of air. In less than an hour's time, Tang Qingma opened her eyes, blazing warmth filling her body with relief. He had learned 10 basic martial arts, and although he hadn't broken through into a martial artist yet, based on the years of combat experience he possessed, the current Tang Qingma could rival martial artists of the second rank of the realm. Hate to think of taking the Don's family, but before that, Tang Qingma smelled a foul odor coming from his body. Because he had taken the oval wash pill before practicing, a lot of fishy black dirt gushed out of his pores. Go take a shower first. This dormitory has a separate bathroom, so there is no need to go to the public bathroom to wash up like the original owner used to do. After taking a shower, Tang Qingma heard a commotion coming from below. It seems that Tang Fei, who he pumped into the hospital in the morning, is back. Chapter 14. Tang Fei wants to take revenge and sneaks into Tang Qingma's room. It was completely within Tang Qingma's expectations that Tang Fei would return. Her body was still fragile when she first crossed over. It just jerked her around, and although her face was badly swollen, there was no internal damage at all, so she could wake up after lying down for a while. But the servants made a big deal out of it and called an ambulance to take her to the hospital for emergency treatment. But because of this, Tang Fei didn't know what had just happened in the Tang family, and as soon as she returned, she screamed that she wanted to kill Tang Qingma. Where is this Tang Qingma? Quickly call him out. I'm going to kill him. Tang Fei's cheeks were swollen at this time, and even after the blood was released it was still bruised, and it would take half a month for the marks to dissipate. Like her since childhood. The pampered young lady, how could possibly suffer such a blow? How can she go out to meet people in this half-month? Not to mention that her piggy face was caused by her own brother, whom she despised the most. Where the hell is Tang Qingma? Quickly let him out. When Tang Jianren saw the furious Tang Fei, he didn't know what to say for a moment, and only felt his chest infarcted again. For her part, Bai Hualien cried out again, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Fei, you need to stop looking for Qingmo. He's still angry. She told Tang Fei what had just happened in the hall, including Tang Qingma secretly broadcasting live on the internet, causing Tang Group to fall into a PR crisis. What? How dare this little how dare? Tang Fei angrily stomped her feet in place. She originally did not believe that that waste dared to kick and beat her father, and also plunged the entire Tang family into an unjust crisis. But when she saw Bai Hualien's and her own sister's mournful expressions, and after Tang Strinxie showed her the hot search, Tang Fei had to believe it. I want to find that little. He actually dared to do this to us. He can't just let it go. Ping. Just then, the door to the room on the third floor was opened with force by Tang Qingma. Everyone watched in amazement as Tang Qingma shouted upstairs, Wang Ma, make me a bowl of vegetable noodles later. I don't want to eat with a certain piggy. It'll turn my stomach. He also gave Tang Fei a special mocking glance before going back to his room and closing the door. Okay, young master. Wang Ma's voice floated in the air, causing the Tang family to become silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Tang Fei reacted and directly exploded. Aha! He dares to humiliate me. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now. Don't fourth sister. Tang Inchi immediately stopped. Don't go to your brother. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Although her mouth said so, she was inwardly cursing her for being so. He himself had been knocked into the hospital, and still couldn't see that today's Tang Qingma was no longer the waste of space that had been left to be rubbed by others before. Now even Tang Jianren is helpless against him. What can you do to him as a young lady who can only design a few pieces of clothing? But Tang Fei only saw Tang Qingxi's concern for herself and was instantly moved. Xiao, she don't worry. Tang Qingma this dares to rob your room. Fourth sister will definitely help you take revenge. It's all right, fourth sister. It's just a room. Brother likes to give it to him, all right. Please just don't give me a hard time in the name of being there for me. You're just too kind to be bullied. Don't worry. Fourth sister, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Tang Fei Fei was still convinced and confident. Tang Stringy. Smile on your face and MMP in your heart. I'm sick of it. You don't understand human language, do you? He doesn't care. At 2 o'clock in the morning, with all the people in the Tang family asleep, Tang Fei Fei really went to the action. When she thought of her face being slapped into a pig's head by Tang Qingma, and how she dared to rob Tang Qingxi's room, new and old grudges added up, and she decided to sneak into the room in the middle of the night and cripple Tang Qingma. Think of it as a little lesson in disobedience. Tang Fei Fei hid her love for Tang Qing, she inside just like Tang Xuerong, and it wasn't even close to Tang Xuerong's paranoia. She would occasionally sneak up to the tree in the villa's garden in the middle of the night, peeking through the window to see how Tang Xuanxi slept, and sometimes even stealing away the other woman's underwear for her collection. Therefore, she was very familiar with the location of the room and knew exactly where she could sneak inside the dormitory without being detected by the surveillance. Tang Qingma, this little, actually dares to rob Xiaoxi. Must not let him go. Tang Fei Fei didn't have any martial arts talent, but in order to be able to easily eavesdrop on Tang Stringy, she spent a lot of money to learn the two-step jump. This is a light step skill that allows her to quickly jump towards to the trunk of a tree. Similarly, for her to sneak into the room from the outside, she would need to perform a two-step jump on the outer wall of the villa. She strapped a thick, solid stick to her back first, then aimed a quick jump at the window, straddling the wall with both feet, and soon reached the sill of the window. It was very fortunate that Tang Qingma actually didn't close the windows, allowing her to come and go freely. So Tang Fei Fei excitedly stepped on the windowsill and pushed the window open, noiselessly burrowing into the room. She saw that Tang Qingma was lying on the bed asleep at this time, so she pulled out her wooden stick and hit it hard without hesitation. Hoshi and I have a vendetta against you, so suffer. However, as the wooden stick swung down, the stick was suddenly gripped tightly by an outstretched hand. Ugh! The hand holding the wooden stick was thrown to the side with force, causing Tang Fei Fei to fall to the ground without being able to react. Tang Fei Fei realized that Tang Qingma wasn't sleeping at all, and instantly tried to scream, but the other party caught her mouth with her palm. Fourth sister doesn't sleep at night to sneak into her brother's room. What kind of bad things are you trying to do? Tang Qingma's eyes were filled with coldness. The wooden stick was rolling on the ground. Looks like she wanted to take it out on him for the morning slap as well as Tang Xuanxi. Aha! Tang Fei Fei wanted to struggle, but she didn't realize that the strength of Tang Qingma, who used to fall down with a push, had become so great that she couldn't struggle at all. System, how long is the statute of limitations on that mute pill? For 3 months. Whoever eats it won't be able to make a sound for 3 months. 3 months, that's enough. Tang Qingma directly took out the mute pills and stuffed them into Tang Fei Fei's mouth. Well, you don't. Tang Fei Fei wanted to scream for help, but she couldn't make a sound from her throat after being fed something by Tang Qingma, and Tang Qingma let out a voice like that of an evil spirit. Fourth sister, since you attacked me with a wooden stick, it means you're prepared to be killed back, right? Tang Fei Fei. Before she could react, Tang Qingma had kicked Tang Fei Fei's calf. Snap. Chapter 15. Tang Fei Fei falls down the stairs. Tang Fei Fei wanted to escape. Using her palms to brace herself on the ground, she kept wriggling and crawling like an earthworm. At the same time, Tang Qingma's mocking and contemptuous voice sounded from above. You know what? You're now. It's ugly. Yes. After the original owner was recognized back to the Tang family, Tang Fei Fei humiliated and poisoned the original owner many times in order to prevent Tang Stringxi from being sad. And among other things, it is to get the original owner on all fours. If the original owner hesitated, she would strike the original owner's legs with something. This will be followed by a big laugh. How can a like you compare to Hoshi? Now, Tang Qingma was going to return all the shame that the original owner had suffered to Tang Fei Fei. 10-fold, 100-fold. Tang Fei Fei's remorse value plus 200. Tang Fei Fei's remorse value plus 200. Tang Fei Fei's remorse value plus 200. Tang Fei Fei was very regretful. Although he himself was pumped into the hospital, although he had already heard about the Tang family's mess in by Hua Lian's mouth, but she still didn't believe the fact that Tang Qingma had changed. It wasn't until it became the fiasco it is today that she finally accepted the reality. Tang Qingma was no longer someone he could bully at will, but it's already too late. You snuck into my room in the middle of the night with the intention of crippling me, right? Tang Qingma's icy voice rang out. What's going on? Tang Fei was inwardly shocked. Her plans and ideas were all discovered. She panicked and braced herself against the ground with her palms, constantly trying to make her escape. But Tang Qingma didn't give her another chance, running the power of her qi and blood through the center of her feet. Tang Fei's eyes went black, and she wanted to faint. She was tempted to ask for help and to beg for mercy. He's his own brother. As long as she begged him for forgiveness, the other party would surely let her go, right? But all she welcomed was the agony of despair. She couldn't make a sound, and she couldn't move her hands or legs. Whether she wanted to beg for mercy or apologize, she couldn't make a sound. The original high and proud Tang family's daughter could only become lying flat on the ground, unable to speak. Do you want to apologize to me? Tang Qingma came in front of her, grabbing her hair with one hand and pulling it up with force. Aha! Tang Fei's face could be seen all teary, and her hair was scattered in a very ugly way. I say, fourth sister, didn't you think you'd become like this before you got me? Tang Fei's remorse value plus 300. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 300. Tang Fei tried to beg for mercy as teardrops continued to fall from the corners of her eyes. But now she couldn't say anything more than keep whimpering. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 300. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 300. Tang Qingma secretly smiled as he listened to the system's prompts, then headed for the window. Tang Fei was still conscious and could feel her face being blown by the cool breeze, and could see that it was the height of the third floor under the window. Tang Qingma was trying to throw her down. Does he want to kill himself? Tang Fei tried to shake her head, but even the back of her neck was grabbed by Tang Qingma's large hand. The system was also startled when it saw Tang Qingma's actions, and hurriedly asked, Host, do you want to kill Tang Fei? Sort of, I'd like to just kill her if I could, but doing it in the room would leave a trail. So just throwing her out the window was the most effective way. Not the host. You'll lose a person's remorse value if you do that. Not to mention the fact that right now Tang Fei's remorse value was pouring out like a flood drain. That depends on how lucky she is. Tang Qingma shrugged his shoulders indifferently. After saying that, Tang Qingma let go of his hand. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 500. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 500. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 500. Tang Fei just fell under the window, and of course a large amount of remorse value was generated again before hitting the ground. Host, are you just going to leave Tang Fei alone? Looking at Tang Fei, who had fallen to the ground and was unable to move, the system was very reluctant. Having harvested thousands of points of remorse value from her just now, it would be a shame to discard her just like that. The host should have had to woolgather a bit more before throwing it down. Because I don't want to see her again. This kind of fairy who is in love with her brother's love brain feels sick to be in the same space as her. Tang Qingma wiped the floor of his dorm room. After putting everything in order, he pretended that Tang Fei hadn't come in at all, and directly collapsed on the bed to sleep. Today was just the beginning, and thinking that tomorrow she would have to face a bunch of extremes again, Tang Qingma decided to raise her spirits. The next morning, Tang Qingma got up early. Since the original owner was still 18 years old, she was sent to the same school as Tang Stringy after being recognized back to the Tang family. In order to be able to control and bully the original owner at all times, Tang Yinshi even made the other party ascend to read at the same level as herself. In his mind, the original owner was a loser who couldn't study, so it would set him off nicely. God's gold. Tang Qingma didn't realize that he had passed puberty, and now he had to experience the student years one more time. Blue, thin, mushrooms, and a desire to curse. Still, he put on the new school uniform prepared by Wang Ma, which he had ordered to be prepared last night. The one worn by the original owner had been crippled and tattered by Tang Yanxi, and would only be humiliating to wear out. Upon coming out of the dormitory, Tang Qingma saw the hall filled with a happy atmosphere, as well as a new face. Chapter 16. You've always said I'm vicious, so I'll show you. When Tang Qingma stepped into the hall, the originally joyful atmosphere was broken. All of the Tang family members showed various looks, among which the new face stared at him very coldly and authoritatively. The other party was Tang Ruoling, the eldest sister of the Seven Sisters and the current president of the Tang Group. She also despises the original character and thinks he's beneath her, often engaging in verbal violence. Of course, such an iceberg president would only show a warm side to Tang Xingxi. She would believe whatever Tang Xingxi said, constantly rejecting the original owner as her own brother. Tang Qingma ignored her and just swept a glance at the others, realizing that there was no Tang Fei. Looks like they haven't realized that Tang Fei collapsed outside. Tang Jianren and Bai Hualien, on the other hand, had intense dark circles under their eyelids. They should have slept badly last night. After all, the controversy of the Tang Group has not been completely lifted. Tang Jianren must have been on the phone with the company staff all night, and Bai Hualien should be repeatedly jumping sideways on the thought of thinking about whether or not the original owner has done anything wrong. Brother, you're awake. Tang Xinxi had been robbed of his room last night, and at this time he was filled with hatred towards Tang Qingma, but still maintained the persona of a well-behaved younger brother. Of course I'm awake. I'm not as blessed as my brother. I don't have anyone to wake me up. I'll be late if I don't wake up myself. Tang Stringy. Is this sarcasm? Tang Qingma looked at Tang Yinxi with a smile and asked without even asking to sit on a chair several positions away from the Tang family. If the original owner had normally just gone to the table like that, someone would have taught him a lesson. But after what happened last night, even Tang Jianren didn't dare to say anything, and the rest of them didn't say anything at all. Except for one, of course. It's uneducated not to greet anyone when you see them. At this time, Tang Ruoling, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Opening his mouth, he reprimanded Tang Qingma as usual. But Tang Qingma directly ignored it and turned her head to speak to Wang Ma, who was in the kitchen. Wang Ma, please help me bring breakfast over. Yes, young master. The Tang family villa originally had a total of 5 servants, and last night 4 had already been dismissed by Tang Qingma, including the housekeeper Tang De. Although those servants had objections, in order to stabilize Tang Qingma's emotions, Tang Jianren drew a big picture of letting them take a vacation for a while, and then letting them come back again soon. As for Dowd, both legs are ruined anyway. Let him retire well. Today's breakfast duties were all taken care of by Wang Ma. In reality, although Wang Ma was old in terms of address, she was only in her 30s, and she was only referred to as Ma because of her work as a nanny. So she looks pretty sassy too. Wang Ma was also the only person who hadn't framed the original owner and even often secretly helped her. Unfortunately, she was just a servant, and even if she had advised Tang Jianren and Bai Hualien to treat the original owner well, no one would even listen to her. Today's breakfast was simple, just plain old soy milk, fries and fried eggs and bacon. Yet it was luxurious enough for the original owner. Whether it was the academy or the Dan family, he had been starving. Tang Qingma certainly wouldn't condescend, dotting the fritter in the soy milk before taking a big bite out of it. So crispy. Yummy. Are you unable to hear me, Tang Qingma? It's true that you grew up outside. You have no manners at all. Seeing the other party's disregard, Tang Ruoling was instantly annoyed, her voice as cold as silk. Oh? So you called me. Tang Qingma took another sip of soybean milk and looked at Tang Ruoling head-on. Calling me rude would be funny. Since I came over here, which one of you has called me? Except for Tang Yinxi, who would make a show of calling me? According to you, all of you are being rude. Pa! Tang Ruoling slapped her hands onto the desktop and looked at Tang Qingma as if she were looking at trash. And you talk back? Do you know that your behavior last night has seriously affected Tang? Are you still a human being? Then just influence it. It's all telling the truth anyway. Tang Qingma sneered. If you guys hadn't treated me like this before, wouldn't nothing have happened? Our Tang family brought you back as a beggar, and now you're framing the Tang family for injustice. What a blank stare. Stop. These words have already been said by the Tang family lord and your good sister last night. Can you have some new words and stop being annoying like a repeater? Tang Qingma said in disgust. Since you think you're right, then go dislike people online. Why don't you go? You don't want to go. You. Tang Ruoling was just so disliked that she was speechless. She did hear Tang Jianren say that Tang Qingma had changed quite a bit before she came home, but she didn't care. But I didn't expect that Tang Qingma was really like a new core. It was like a different person, both in speech and temperament. Could it be that they usually abused Tang Qingma at home and went too far to cause him to do the live broadcast incident? If they were usually willing to do a little bit of work, wouldn't there be a crisis in the Tang family this time? Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 100. Ruoling, you stop. Qingmo, you don't mind. Your big sister is also doing this for your own good. Immediately Tang Jianren opened his mouth to round up the situation. He was very concerned about Tang Qingmo's actions at this time, afraid that he would do something again in a bad mood. Tang Qingmo squinted and laughed. Don't make peace with me. The 2 demands I made last night and $15 million. Please realize them in the next 2 days or else I wouldn't mind being on the internet again. Pop. The desktop was once again slapped by Tang Ruoling's gravity. Are you threatening us? How vicious. Of course. Tang Qingmo laughed lightly. Since you all keep saying that I'm vicious, then I'll be vicious to you. The reason is all on you guys. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 100. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 100. Donnelly's remorse plus 100. Once again, the atmosphere of the scene stiffened. Tang Inchi immediately changed the topic. Right. Why don't we see fourth sister? Is she not up yet? It was only after he said this that the Tang family members realized that Tang Fei Fei wasn't present. Usually she screamed the most when Tang Qingmo was on the table, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Ah! Fourth miss! At the same time, Wang Ma's shout came from outside the villa. Chapter 17. Don't let him on the bus? Then everyone don't get on. When the crowd arrived at the back of the villa based on Wang Ma's voice, they saw Tang Fei Fei lying unconscious on the grass. How could this happen? Who the hell did this? Tang Jianren was agitated and angry. This is the Tang family. Although his face was pretty much lost last night, if he didn't even realize that his home was being invaded, what was left of the Tang family's face would be gone. And Tang Chuanchi said like she was shocked, Dad, the place where my sister fell down, it looks like my room. No, it's my brother's room up there. With these words, he's making it clear that his dorm room was snatched by Tang Qingmo last night. And he's also implying that there's a high chance that Tang Fei Fei's fall was the work of Tang Qingmo. However, Tang Qingmo ignored the green tea fake young master's words and just silently asked the system, Tuzi, did Tang Fei Fei fall to her death? If you fall from the 3rd floor with all your injuries, you won't be able to survive. However, the system silently said, not dead. Although she's paralyzed, she's still hanging on to her breath. What? You're still alive after all this? Truly worthy of being the son of Qi's own sister. The original owner had been as tenacious as the life force of a small strong man for the past 18 years, no matter how much she was abused and beaten, no matter how much she was tossed around. And Tang Fei Fei has the bloodline of the original owner. As long as the head is not broken, it can be resurrected indefinitely, and then borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Kiyomo, what the hell is going on here? Why did your 4th sister collapse under your room? When Tang Jianren saw that Tang Qingmo didn't say anything, he was even more enraged. Tang family master is asking the wrong person about this. Tang Qingmo pointed at the footprints on the villa's outer wall without any good humor. These are obviously shoe prints that someone has stepped on, so it's not clear if you compare it to 4th sister's shoes. I also know that she was very close to her dear fake brother and threatened to kill me as soon as she got back from the hospital last night. Could it be that she tried to sneak into my room in the middle of the night and who knows, she had an accident and fell down? As the murderer, Tang Qingmo's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. His words were in a state of half-truth. Tang Fei Fei did sneak into the room last night, but was thrown down by herself. Tang Jianren's face instantly darkened, immediately instructing Wang Ma to compare Tang Fei Fei's shoes with the shoe prints on the wall. Now that all the Tang family's servants have been dismissed, it's up to Wang Ma to do the work herself. Upon comparison, the size and shape of the shoe does match the shoe print. The Don family crowd. So did Tang Fei Fei really cause herself to fall down because she couldn't steal the chicken? Tang Qingmo yawned. I'll go to class if there's nothing else. Let's talk about it when I get back. Your 4th sister is dying, and you're still in the mood to go to school. Tang Shuilong felt even more disappointed in this cold-blooded brother. Tang Qingmo waved her hand. Or else, I'm not like 2nd sister who has the reputation of being a surgical sage, so what am I staying for? Cheer her on. You! On the side, Tang Inchi stepped forward at the right time and said with a sad surface, Brother, no matter what, 4th sister is still you. Then he was interrupted by Tang Qingmo. If you're so concerned about her, then please stay. I'll leave first. Tang Qingmo didn't bother to pay any more attention to the gloomy faces of the Tang family's crowd and left directly. Tang Stringy. Rebel son. Retrograde son. Tang Jianren was so angry that his chest hurt when he saw that the other party had really left. Master, what should we do now? Bai Hua Lian asked worriedly as she looked at her daughter who had fallen to the ground. Ugh. What else can we do? We've called an ambulance. Let's see what the doctor says. Tang Fei Fei fell to the ground at this moment, and if it wasn't for the fact that she could see that there was still some heaving in her chest, she would have thought she was dead. But no one dared to go up and touch her except for Ellie Tang, the doctor, and now they could only wait for the ambulance to come. Xiao Shi, you go to school first. We'll take care of fourth sister's side. Tang Shuilong felt heartbroken seeing Tang Stringxie's lost appearance. She was temporarily snowed in by the company because of last night's live broadcast, and the work she had taken over had stopped, so she could only stay at home. But Tang Jinshi wanted to put it off, but she was met with Tang Ruoling saying, "Yes, Xiao Shi. Dad, and I also have to go back to the company to deal with PR matters, so I'll take you back to school first." Last night she and Tang Jianren worked together internally and externally to cover up the live broadcast for the time being, but they still had to go back to Tang Group to clean up the mess and give an explanation to the shareholders. Tang Yinchi didn't refuse this time. Okay, then I'll rub big sister and dad's car. At this moment, Tang Qingma walked to the gate outside the villa, intending to take the limousine Tang Qingxi usually took to school. But as he approached, he was stopped by the driver. Young Master Qing Mo, this car is for young Master Xiao Shi. Please go to the other car. The driver had received a lot of favors from Tang Hongxi on weekdays, so he often acted condescendingly towards the original owner. Tang Qingma forgot. He was so preoccupied with managing the servants at the villa last night that he forgot there was a chauffeur. As a famous family, the Tang family certainly had more than one luxury car and several drivers. However, the original owner is a 10,000 people, and those drivers have received benefits from Tang Hongxi and often do not fulfill their work. It had become commonplace to leave the original owner at Tang's house and school when going to and from school, only to send Tang Stringy away. Of course, the original owner had told the Tang family about the difficulty, but it was all over. Ended up having to walk 2 hours to and from school every day and then be late. God's gold. Young Master Qing Mo, please, do you understand? Please leave if you understand. That driver saw that Tang Qingma didn't say anything and said as condescendingly as he usually did. He got off work and had fun at 7 last night, so he didn't know about the incident at Don's house. Tang Qingma flatly inserted his hands into his pants pockets and said, "I'm the young master of the Tang family no matter what. Your master's own son? Are you not going to send me to school?" Humph. The driver immediately revealed a contemptuous smirk. "You really take it seriously when I call you young master. You're not favored at all in the Tang family. And young Master Xiao, she said that he doesn't want to ride in the same car with a street rat like you. Don String Hill said that? Get the hell out if you know." Ah! Tang Qingma clenched his fists and punched that driver in the face with force as he spat out fenugreek. Oh! At the moment, Tang Qingma had already cultivated 10 basic martial arts, and beating an ordinary driver to the ground was as easy as a slap in the face. "Host, you used your fists?" The system expressed surprise. Based on yesterday's understanding of the host, Tang Qingma mostly used smack on people who bullied the original host. But today I actually used beat. That's right. I've upgraded from smack to punch. Tang Qingma looked at the joints of his hands. Now even when he punched someone there wasn't a bit of pain or damage. It seemed that the 10 basic martial arts cultivated last night had allowed this body to enhance its strength quite a bit. And the driver was knocked to the ground, his face a little crooked from the punch. "Young Master Qing Mo, how dare you? Hit me? By the way, you just said you wouldn't let me get in the car, didn't you?" Tang Qingma pulled out the dagger he had drawn last night from the system space. Eyes widened and plunged directly into the wheels of the limo. The originally hard wheels immediately went soft from the air leak and there was no way to continue traveling. "Since we won't let him on the bus, everyone stays off." Chapter 18. I don't mind letting your efforts last night go to waste. "Tang Qingma, what are you doing?" When Tang Ruoling and the others were all attracted by the sound of the driver's voice, they saw that all the cars in the house had broken tires, and the person who caused everything was Tang Qingma. "Tang family master, didn't I say last night that I would fire everyone who had bullied me?" But Tang Qingma ignored Tang Ruoling and Tang Yinchi and looked straight at Tang Jianren. "Haven't I already fired everything? What else do you retrograde son want to do?" Tang Jianren was furious and agitated. This actually cut the tire wheel of all the cars in the family. How can he go back to the company? "Tang Qingma, and the driver? What? All the chauffeurs employed by your Tang family don't fulfill their duties and only transport Tang Chuanxi, the fake young master, while I, the real young master, will need to walk 2 hours a day to and from school. Is this considered bullying? What did you say? Tang Ruoling and Tang Jianren frowned tightly. Tang Jinshi, however, was shocked for a moment, and when she saw Tang Ruoling and the others put their eyes on her, she hurriedly said, "Brother, isn't this all because you usually leave early? I have waited for you every day." Tang Ruoling only sighed in relief when she heard Tang Yinshi's words, her eyes blazing as she looked at Tang Qingma. "You heard me. Xiao Shi was kindly waiting for you. How dare you? Young Master Qingma, this car is for young Master Xiao Shi. Please go to the other car." Tang Qingma didn't want to talk nonsense with them and directly opened the recording on her cell phone. "I am no longer the young master of the Tang family, your master's own son. Are you not going to send me to school? Humph. I called you young master, and you really took it seriously. You're not favored at all in the Tang family. And Mr. Xiao, she said, he doesn't want to ride in the same car with a street rat like you." Not only the driver who was knocked down, Tang Ruoling and Tang Jianren were also very surprised. And Tang Xianxi's face had long since turned pale and colorless. This actually recorded again. And why is that driver so stupid? I can't believe I'm saying everything. So Tang family master, do you think these drivers and your adored fake son count as bullying me? Tang Qingma turned his head to look at the ugly-faced Tang Jianren. However, before the other party could respond, Tang Yinshi had already run up and knelt down to Tang Qingma. "Brother, it's all my fault. Tang Qingma interrupted Tang Yinshi's words with a kick, mercilessly kicking his little white handsome face askew. "All you do is go back and forth about how it's your fault and you want to leave, so go away. I'm tired of you not bothering me." Tang Qingma sked lightly, his eyes icy cold. "Xiao Shi." Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward to observe Tang Stringxi's face. The handsome face that was so white that he didn't know how much powder he had applied was kicked crookedly, and his mouth was pinned to one side, rather like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Big sister, brother he. Tang Ruoling naturally didn't believe that recording. "Tang Qingma, I believe it's all because this driver is unreasonable. Xiao Shi is so kind, he would never." Tang Qingma cracked his knuckles. "Push it again and I'll whip you." Tang Ruoling. "Tang family master, if you investigate, you'll be able to find out how the family's driver treated me." Tang Qingma looked at Tang Jianren with cold eyes. "My demands were made last night, and I don't want to see those drivers again when I come back. And the rest of the $15 million trouble to get it into my account today, or else," said Tang Qingma with a brilliant yet evil smile. "I don't mind letting your efforts last night go to waste." After saying that, Tang Qingma left without looking back, leaving Tang Jianren and his siblings to stay where they were. Tang Jianren had been dumbfounded by Tang Qingma's words. Last night's effort is to deal with Don's group PR. Although Tang Qingma issued a timely clarification statement, there were many netizens who did not buy it. He then worked hard with Tang Ruoling all night last night. If a new negative rumor comes out about the Tang family now, then this time it's really bad. Tang Jianren instantly looked at the driver on the ground and angrily kicked over. "Waste! Want you to bully Tang Qingma! Want you to bully Tang Qingma!" Tang Jianren was agitated. Whether it was because he was worried about another crisis in the Tang family, or because of Tang Qingma's rude attitude towards him, both combined to make him resist punching and kicking that driver. "Even if I hate him, he's still my son. If you dare to bully, you are not putting me in your eyes. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been stupid, would I have needed to be despised by that brat? Get lost. Get thee outta here." He kept kicking the driver in a fit of rage, making Tang Chuanxi look shocked. "If you are worthless, will you be like that driver?" Thinking so, Tang Hongxi's heart became even more scared. Tang Qingma, who had stabbed all of the Tang family's cars through their tire wheels, walked to the gates of the neighborhood. He certainly couldn't walk solo for 2 hours like the original owner. Tang Qingma opened the new cell phone she bought yesterday and opened the Yes program to call a taxi. The reason why you need to walk for 2 hours is because this rich neighborhood is located on a mountainside somewhere. The original owner's fragile and scarred body was why it took so long to get back to school. If you take the bus, you arrive at the school in almost 45 minutes. The original owner attends a private school where rich kids gather. He was able to keep up with Tang Chuanxi's level since he had been receiving a general education in the Budo Academy before. However, in order to make the original owner his control group, Tang Stringy often finds classmates to bully him. What with being locked in the bathroom, tables being littered with garbage, and being called out for beatings being commonplace. Even though the homeroom teacher found out, they all took an attitude of ignorance because they knew the status of Tang Qingxi and Tang Qingma in the Tang family. As long as no one gets killed anyway. And when Tang Qingma arrived at the school gates, he attracted the attention of many students. The current Tang Qingma wasn't wearing a tattered school uniform like the original owner, and his face wasn't gloomy. His looks were just a little less clean and handsome than the readers, and he was full of confidence. And as he walked to class 3 from memory, the otherwise noisy students in the classroom quieted down. It was like they were surprised at the change in Tang Qingma, but it was quickly taken over by embarrassment. Tang Qingma squinted up her eyes and saw that her seat was covered in trash and graffiti. Chapter 19. Striking the school bully hard. When Tang Qingma appeared at the door of the classroom, the students were very surprised. You should know that he usually wears a tattered school uniform and looks dirty, only to hear that he's a relative of Tang Chuanxi. Today, however, he had changed into a new school uniform, and his hair and appearance had been cleaned up to look clean and fresh. Confident, charming, and only a little less handsome than the readers, the women in the class became enamored. However, when Tang Qingma walked to her seat, she saw that the desktop and drawers were full of graffiti and trash, and there were many different swear words such as "go to hell" and "trash" written on them. It's been more than 2 months since the original owner transferred over to the school, and she's in the same class as Tang Yinxi. Tang Chuanxi had gained a bunch of little brothers in school due to being the favorite child of the Tang family and being generous. He often implies that he was bullied by the original owner at Tang's house, so that the minions, with their inflated sense of justice, rationalize coming to bully the original owner. In response, the original owner again endured. Tang Qingma naturally wouldn't hold back. He took out his cell phone and directly shot at the table. The students were surprised to see this. Hasn't Tang Qingma always used that old man's cell phone that's about to break down? And what is he doing? Before the crowd could react, Tang Qingma's cold voice rang out. Who did this? The crowd was silent. You should know that the usual Tang Qingma was silent in this dirty seat. But why is it so unusual today? Seeing the crowd looking at each other in disbelief, Tang Qingma asked again. I said, who did it? I did. A cocky voice rang out as 3 boys came through the door of the classroom with a 6-packed stride. I, Zhang Ling, did it. Are you not convinced? The leader, Zhang Ling, pointed his thumb at himself and said arrogantly. The other students all looked at Tang Qingma with sympathetic and snickering gazes. Zhang Ling's family is the real estate started the past 2 years made a lot of money, is a typical second generation of the boomers. But because of his tall size and menacing appearance, not many people in the school dared to mess with him. But no matter what, he was the son of a thug, and to gain a foothold in the circle of rich kids he had to have a backer. Therefore, Zhang Ling found a few rich kids from very good families in the school and volunteered to be their little brother, which included Tang Yinxi. Tang Qingxi could utilize anyone as long as he could suppress Tang Qingma, and as long as he gave some sweeteners, Zhang Ling would not hesitate to take action against Tang Qingma. Facing this person who usually caused the original owner so much pain, Tang Qingma just revealed a sarcastic smile. So it was Tang Qingxi's dog that did this? No wonder it looks so stupid. All the students were very surprised that today's Tang Qingma actually retorted. You piece of. Zhang Ling's nature was impulsive, and as soon as he heard Tang Qingma's mockery, he swung his fists as he usually did. Oh! The class was stunned. Who would have thought that Zhang Ling would be so bold as to do it directly in the class? However, for Tang Qingma, who had cultivated 10 books of basic martial arts, his fists were as slow as if they were standing still. So you started it and I counted it as self-defense? Ping! In a flash, while Zhang Ling's fist was still in the air, Tang Qingma had swiftly and thunderously swung his arm. The crowd didn't even get a good look as Zhang Ling's tall body was already flung into the distance. Ping dong! Several tables and chairs were subjected to the force of Zhang Ling's impulse and collapsed with him on their sides, making a loud noise. Zhang Ling also twisted his back under the impact and couldn't get up in pain, and the crowd was dumbfounded. Are they dreaming? Tang Qingma's small body actually sent the tall Zhang Ling flying with one punch. But what was even more surprising was that Tang Qingma suddenly dragged up his dirty table, his hand grabbing out the trash in the drawer. Zhang Ling tried to escape, but his back was twisted when he hit the ground and it was very painful. Tang Qingma, you're… Shut up, it's noisy. Huh? Ouch. Is he beaten up? Don't you like to throw garbage and stuff it in the table? I'll help you now. Aha! TSK. Why is your head so big? It doesn't even fit. Rubbish. No. The class all looked at Tang Qingma timidly. The usual Tang Qingma simply couldn't have acted so horribly. But today it was like a different person. Hey, what now? Zhang Ling's two follower boys couldn't help but ask worriedly when they saw Tang Qingma's behavior getting crazier and crazier. Let's save young Zhang first. Those two followers usually followed Zhang Ling and bullied the original owner, even if the other party was doing this bold behavior now. In their hearts, Tang Qingma was just a momentary outburst. With favorable numbers, he can be stopped. Asshole! You stop it! Let go of young Zhang. Tang Qingma turned his head away coldly, and while pressing Zhang Ling to the ground with one hand, the other clenched his fist and struck straight at the abdomen of one of them. Ah! The junior instantly felt like his internal organs were twisted into a ball, and his whole body contracted in pain as he fell to his knees. The other person didn't react to the situation and was kicked in the chest by Tang Qingma, who suddenly got up, sending his entire body flying into the distance. Ah! The rest of the students looked at the three Zhang Ling people in shock. The person in question, Tang Qingma, took out a handkerchief from his pants pocket and slowly wiped his hands as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom became stiff. Tang Qingma was abnormal today, but Zhang Ling's three actually couldn't beat him. This made some of the students who had bullied Tang Qingma also tremble in fear, if Tang Qingma sought revenge on them to settle the score. At this time, one of the students in the class said excitedly, "Young Tang, you're finally back." The crowd's eyes were drawn over to see Tang Stringy walking into the classroom with a somewhat haggard look on her face. And as soon as he saw the fallen trio, he immediately called out to Tang Qingma, "Brother, how could you go so far?" Chapter 20, Battering the Snobbish Teacher Who Doesn't Know Right from Wrong. Tang Xianqi felt unlucky. First, Tang Qingma broke all the cars at home, forcing him to take an online car back to school. But he didn't want to be found out by his classmates, so he had to ask the driver to park 2 intersections away and then jog back to school. And as soon as he returned to the classroom and saw the miserable state of Zhang Ling's trio on the ground, his brows furrowed. "Brother, even if you don't like Zhang Ling's classmates, you can't beat them up like this." Tang Qingxi's words were like portraying Tang Qingma as a violent maniac. Tang Qingma asked bluntly, "They're the ones who usually bully me. Are you speaking up for them now on behalf of your support for school bullying?" One sentence silenced Tang Yinxi. School bullying was not allowed in any school, but usually Tang Qingma would just suffer in silence even if she was bullied. Tang Qingma continued, "It's normal for you to speak for them. After all, they often follow you around and listen to what you say. What's going on?" The class gave a skeptical look at this statement. It wasn't uncommon for Zhang Ling's trio to recognize their big brother in school, and they could usually be seen close to Tang Qingshi. But since Tang Qingshi usually treated his classmates equally and was amicable and friendly, he wouldn't implicate Tang Qingma in the bullying. But now that Tang Qingma mentioned it like this, one would realize that it was indeed quite strange for Tang Qingxi and Zhang Ling to be so close. So Zhang Ling would bully Tang Qingma at Tang Yinxi's behest? "Brother, what are you babbling about?" Tang Yinxi denied it, of course. He couldn't let the persona he was running in school crumble. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 100. "We're just classmates saying a few words. We don't know each other well at all." Tang Qingma sneered. "You say that as if everyone is a cutie, as if you're the only one who's sober. Wasn't last night's Weibo headline clear? This fake young master of yours has been bullying this real young master of mine at home. I didn't even know Zhang Ling when I first transferred to the school, but suddenly I was bullied by him. Do you dare to say that it wasn't your handiwork?" The class looked at each other in surprise. The Tang family's affairs have exploded not only on Weibo, but also in their rich and powerful community. The Tang family couple and the 7 sisters actually bullied and abused the real young master for the sake of the fake young master, which would have blown up in any time and place. So Tang Qingma is the real young master of the Tang family. And when you think about it this way, if Tang Stringy can coax the Tang family around so as to target his own son brother, then he can also instruct others to bully Tang Qingma at school. People, you're misunderstanding me. Tang Xianqi sensed that the students in her class were giving her a wary and detached look, and in a flash, she showed her hatred. Abominable. The persona he worked so hard on in school was actually destroyed. It's all Tang Qingma's fault. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood up for Zhang Ling and pretended to be dead. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. At this time, Zhang Ling, who had regained his senses, looked at Tang Qingma with a grimace. Tang Qingma, you! He covered his back as he struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. Do you think you can count this much after what you did to me? My father is Zhang Teng. I'll make you regret the consequences of confronting me. Tang Qingma was speechless. That's as classic as my dad is Gang Li. Tang Qingma asked, I said you didn't look at Weibo last night? What? You don't know the real or fake young master of the Tang family? So what if I know? Zhongling grunted and laughed. Even if you're the real young master of your Tang family, do you have any status in the Tang family? Is that why you bullied me for Tang Yinchi? Tang Qingma asked, following his words. Young Master Chungi has more money and status than you. How can you, a piece of trash, compare to him? What's going on? The class was shocked. Tang Xianqi's face went even whiter. Zhang Ling, the stupid bastard. Wasn't his statement tantamount to asking him to teach Tang Qingma a lesson himself? Will you shut up? Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 200. Humph, stupid. Tang Qingma sneered. Until now, Zhang Ling still can't figure out the situation. Tang Qingma asked the system breathlessly. Xiaotong, are all the rich second-generation people in this world this stupid? The system said weakly. Maybe because Zhang Ling belongs to the mob and can't figure out the situation. Also, what did you say, Tang Qingma? Zhang Ling really couldn't figure out the situation. He clenched his fists after hearing Tang Qingma's words. If it wasn't for the fact that his waist was twisted, he would have definitely knocked Tang Qingma to the ground on the spot. Hey, what are you guys doing here? At this moment, a stern and serious voice rang out. It's their teacher, Wondertong. Tang Qingma, what are you up to again? He reprimanded Tang Qingma in front of the whole class as soon as he entered the classroom. It's a daily move for him. The original owner had no status in the Tang family, and in order to flatter Tang Qingxi, no matter what happened, Wu Dedong would take him first. But the current Tang Qingma was not the original owner, and it was impossible to go against the grain. Mr. Wu indiscriminately accused me right off the bat, so I guess there must be something wrong with his head? What? Wu Dedong was also shocked by Tang Qingma's retort. I've been bullied by Zhang Ling and the others from the time I transferred to the school until now. During this period of time, you as the homeroom teacher did not hear or care at all, and you even made accusations against me without questioning right and wrong. You'd better go back to your mother's womb to learn what it means to be a teacher's role model. Tang Qingma, you're being disrespectful. Tang Qingma's words stabbed at Wu Dedong's hypocrisy like a sharp sword, slapping the teacher's podium in irritation. Of course, a good teacher should be respected, but a snob like you who worships at the sight of heights and steps on the sight of lows. I'd be afraid of you tainting my three senses if I were to even look at you more than once. Tang Qingma, you go to the teaching office immediately. I'm going to call your parents over, Wu Dedong said furiously. Haha, okay then please hurry up and call the Tang family head here. Tang Qingma burst out laughing when he saw that Wu Dedong was as stupid as Zhang Ling. Wu Dedong clenched his teeth, thinking that as long as the Tang family had arrived, this Tang Qingma would be in deep trouble. After last night's hot search, he also knew about the real and fake young masters. But so what if Tang Qingma was the real young master? He had no place in the Tang family at all. This time, he must teach Tang Qingma a good lesson and let him know what the consequences of talking back to him were. Chapter 21 Principal backs up Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma and Zhang Ling were brought to the principal's office by Wu Dedong. Zhang Ling had already finished bandaging the wound on his head at this time, because of the several circles of gauze wrapped around it, causing the originally radiant image to look a bit lousy. And due to Tang Qingma's use of violence against his classmates and his rudeness to the teacher, the parents of both parties need to be called in. With the Tang and Zhang families at stake, it would be most appropriate for the principal to step in. On the Zhang family's side, Zhang Ling's father rushed over as soon as he heard that his son had been beaten up at school, but he couldn't get in touch with the Tang family side and only contacted by Hualien. For her part, Pei Hualien replied that she would have to discuss with her daughter before counting. Wu Dedong looked at Tang Qingma with a triumphant look. With such a major event, the Tang family head didn't even come over personally, so it seemed that Tang Qingma was still out of favor. But Tang Qingma didn't care if Tang Jianren came or not. As soon as she entered the principal's office, Tang Qingma said to the system, "System, help me with the lottery. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure it's a good idea." The host now collects 6,700 points of remorse value, plus yesterday's cultivation of 10 basic martial arts. A total of 36 times can draw O. Then first help me with 212 companies. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing KidneyBot X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing KidneyBot X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing KidneyBot X1. Smoked 8 kidney pills in a row. Tang Chingma. My kidneys are fine. Can't you give something practical? System. It's very difficult. It all depends on the host's luck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing Notebook X1. Oh, notebook. Finally something practical. The original master returned to the Tang family. A computer are not prepared. Sometimes need to use the computer to complete the homework, but also his own to go to the internet cafe to spend money. Host, this laptop is a system product, so it is installed with functions that only the host can decrypt. Others cannot use it. The system saw that the host was satisfied with the computer and introduced the functions inside. You can usually put it in space and take it out when you need it. Tang Chingma nodded his head in satisfaction. This is very convenient, not bad for a tutelary son. Hehehe. The system hums proudly. Tang Chingma continued to draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the powerful Dabo Pill X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host who drew refreshing Udon X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing $50,000 in cash. It's been deposited into the system account for the host. System account? Tang Chingma was puzzled. Isn't it the same as system space? Yes, if the money is obtained from the lottery, this system will help the host to deposit it into the system account, and only the host can use it. And our source of funds is completely legal and compliant. Hosts do not have to worry about criminal liability will run afoul of the law. The money you earn in the future can also be deposited into the system account. That's good. It's convenient. Tang Chingma was very satisfied. In reality, Tang Chingma wasn't worried about the source of funding. After all, the system was the golden finger given to him by the heavenly Tao, and it would take care of this small matter. After Tang Chingma finished drawing the prizes, Principal Lin also anxiously rushed over. Mr. Wu, what's going on? He had just finished the meeting when he received a notification from the head teacher that Wu Dedong had requested that the parents of the Zhang and Tang families be called in. The Zhang family is not to mention, but the Tang family is a powerful family in the Magic City. Coupled with the scandal that kept breaking last night about the real and fake young masters, and now one of the main protagonists, Tang Chingma, had been brought here by Wu Dedong. What the hell is going on here? Wu Dedong said sternly. Headmaster, Tang Chingma openly assaulted Zhang Ling and a bunch of other students in the classroom, and afterwards he didn't know how to repent and spoke ill of me. So he must call his parents over and then be disciplined. Assault. Principal Lin looked at the thin-bodied Tang Chingma, then at the tall-bodied Zhang Ling. Who's bullying who here? Are you sure Zhang Ling didn't fall on his head? Headmaster, my waist and my head were all injured by Tang Chingma. He refused to let me go and forced me to kowtow in front of the whole class. Zhang Ling blurted out what had just happened in the classroom. Of course he didn't say that he often bullied Tang Chingma. Headmaster, you've got to do right by me. Zhang Lingi put his nose in the air and hoped that he could get the principal to back him up. But Principal Lin wouldn't convict just because a student cried. He frowned at Tang Chingma. Mr. Tang, is what Mr. Zhang said true? After drawing the prize, Tang Chingma was still in a good mood, so she nodded her head. If the principal is just asking to talk about what happened in the classroom today, then I'll say that the person who beat up Zhang Ling was indeed me. Headmaster, you heard it too. Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong were very joyful. I didn't expect Tang Chingma, the idiot, to recognize it on his own. But the next second, Tang Chingma said coldly, but I fought back in self-defense. Because I saw Zhang Ling make a move on me like he usually does, and in self-defense I had to preempt him and knock him out earlier. Making a move on you on a weekday? Student Zhang. What did Tang's words mean? Principal Lin was a human being, and as soon as he heard Tang Chingma's words, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Wu Dedong immediately jumped ahead and said, Headmaster, those are just small fights on weekdays. They're not worth paying attention to. That's a ridiculous thing to say, Mr. Wu. Tang Chingma spoke in a bland tone. I was beaten and abused by Zhang Ling and his followers, stuffing garbage all over my desk, throwing away my stationery and textbooks, as well as putting me in the toilet and beating me severely. So all of this is just a small fight in Mr. Wu's eyes. No wonder you pretended not to see it when I approached you for help in the past. What? Principal Lin was stunned. There was school violence at his school? And the homeroom teacher knew and didn't inform him. Tang Chingma, you. Wu Dedong didn't expect that Tang Chingma, who would only go against the grain on weekdays, would poke through this window of heaven, and for a moment, it was too late to stop him. Tang Qingma pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Principal Lin. Principal Lin, this is the table I saw when I went back to class today. Hot? He handed over a photo where you could see the drawer was stuffed with junk, and the desktop was written with a plethora of abusive words about parents and going to hell, which was very unpleasant. This? Principal Lin's hands were trembling as he looked at the pictures in his phone. These cursed and vicious words are written like only an uneducated punk would write them. Principal Lin, just now in the classroom, Zhang Ling and his followers have already admitted that they did it, and everyone in the class can testify. Tang Qingma immediately took back his cell phone. He was worried that Principal Lin would drop his phone on the ground in a moment of shaky hands, then also nonchalantly sat down on the sofa in the principal's office, smiled and said, "There are also quite a few surveillance heads installed in the school, so if you pull them out and take a look, you'll know that I'm not lying." Is he telling the truth? Principal Lin immediately turned his head to look at the faint-hearted Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong. We. Just by looking at their reactions, one could guess that it was all true. Wu Dedong, as a classroom teacher, you don't care when your students are bullied, and you even aid in the abuse. How did our school produce scum like you? Wondertong jumped in shock, his whole body trembling timidly. Headmaster, it's not like what Tang Qingma said. When he looked at Tang Qingma, who stayed to the side and leisurely watched the show, his heart was even more furious. It was all because of Tang Qingma. How would the principal have found out if he hadn't blabbed about the bullying? What Wondertong didn't expect even more was that if it was usual, then chances are Principal Lin would want to put things to rest. But after last night's hotly debated true or false young master incident, the video of the Tang family mistreating the true young master was secretly filmed by Tang Qingma, and combined with his laid-back attitude at this point, Principal Lin felt that the Tang Qingma in front of him was by no means simple, and that he couldn't offend the other party because of a teacher without moral integrity. So he made a snap decision. Wu Dedong, our school can't afford to support a big Buddha like you. You go pack your things today and don't come tomorrow. Headmaster, it's not like that. Please give me a chance. Wondertong was so scared that he fell to his knees and begged for mercy, hugging Principal Lin's thighs tightly. He couldn't figure it out. Isn't Tang Qingma the outcast of the Tang family? Principal Lin directly ignored him and looked at Zhang Ling, who was in cowardice. As for you, taking the lead in bullying your classmates, you deserve to be expelled from school and punished. I'll see who dares. Chapter 22. Then let your son bully me for more than 2 months as well. The door to the principal's office was violently kicked open, and Zhang Teng rushed in with 2 tall men in tow. Dad! Like seeing a savior, Zhang Ling immediately ran to Zhang Teng's body with excitement. Zhang Teng first smiled lightly at Zhang Ling, but when he saw the gauze on his head, he instantly looked sternly at the crowd. Which student hit my son? Although he started out in real estate, he was a gangster in his early years and to this day will use threats and other tactics to get the most out of the situation. Mr. Zhang, you've misunderstood. It was your son who bullied people first. Principal Lin frowned and said. He had a headache with this type of thug, but after all, he had been a principal for many years and had quite a bit of power and connections in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of Zhang Teng causing trouble here. You bullied someone? Zhang Teng naturally did not want to start a conflict with Principal Lin and turned his head to look at Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong. Wu Dedong, the homeroom teacher. Before the start of the school year, he sent a gift to take good care of Zhang Ling. Dad, it's just a small fight. That person is fine. Zhang Ling was emboldened due to seeing his father's arrival. He looked toward Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the sofa. Am I right, young Master Tang? Young Master Tang? Zhang Teng looked at Tang Qingma in confusion. The matter of the Tang family's real and fake young masters was all over the internet last night, and he had heard about it from his subordinates. But his own son actually bullied him? Zhang Ling, student, is so funny. You have been used as a gun for the past 2 months or so, and you have been violent and bullying me every day at school, but you call it a petty fight, so you let me try a petty fight for 2 months or so. Even when Zhang Teng arrived, Tang Qingma still didn't put them in her eyes, and her tone was even more contemptuous. Zhang Teng, kid, even though you are the true young master of the Tang family, as far as I know, there is no place for you in the Tang family. He actually appreciated Tang Qingma's courage, but it was about his son, so he could only drag the pressure on Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma squinted his eyes and asked, does whether or not I have a place have anything to do with this? Zhang Teng opened the door. Give me a face. This time the matter is private. I will fight to give you whatever compensation you want. Dad, how could you cheapen him? Zhang Ling didn't expect Zhang Tang to be willing to peacefully and privately settle with Tang Qingma. Isn't Tang Qingma the outcast of the Tang family? Do you need to please him like this? Idiot! Shut up. Zhang Tang looked at Zhang Ling with a bit of red warmth. This son of his has been raised so well by himself that he can't see the situation clearly. If it was before, Zhang Tang would of course directly pressure Tang Qingma to cover this up. But now the situation has changed. The real and fake young masters of the Tang family were exposed, and the shares of the Tang group followed suit. In order to save those losses, the Tang family can't afford to treat young Master Zhen with indifference any longer in any way. If Tang Qingma pursued the matter, the Tang family would definitely ask the Zhang family to give an explanation. So the best solution was to deal directly with Tang Qingma and settle this matter privately. Tang Qingma fiddled with her fingertips, not even looking at Zhang Tang squarely. You want me to just let it go? That's right, as long as young Tang is willing to refrain from handing over the prosecution. I'll do my best to satisfy you with whatever compensation you want. As for Mr. Wu Detong, Zhang Tang glanced at him and said with a light smile, you guys will be doing the quiz soon now. Changing teachers at this time will have an impact on your studies. I can guarantee that he won't do anything to harm Tang Xiao in the future, so why don't we just leave it at that? Wu Detong had provided a lot of help to Zhang Ling after taking his favors, so Zhang Tang did not want to replace him. That's good. Tang Qingma sneered, pointing at the stunned Zhang Ling. If you want me to settle this privately, you can let your son bully me for more than 2 months as well, plus compensate me for the mental damage, and I'll agree to just let it go. Tang Qingma, how dare you? Zhang Ling exploded upon hearing the other party's request. Bullying him for over 2 months? How did he come up with that? Tang Qingma smiled. What wouldn't I dare? I'm just returning an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It's normal, right? As for Wu Detong, being a teacher trash like this, you must get out. Wunderkind. Young man, you can't be too greedy. Hearing the other party's reply, Zhang Tang was naturally dissatisfied. He himself had given Tang Qingma steps and compensation, but the other party had actually gotten the better of him. Then don't blame him. Since you don't want to talk to me, let's do it another way. Zhang Tang waved his hand, and the 2 tall men behind him stepped forward slowly. Mr. Zhang, what do you want to do? Principal Lin was also startled to see Zhang Tang being so bold. Please don't worry, Principal. I'll naturally give you face inside the school. Zhang Tang said triumphantly. But as soon as Tang Xiao leaves the school, I can't guarantee what will happen. Any way you look at it, it's bullying Tang Qingma into submission. If it were an ordinary student, he or she would probably have been too scared to speak. But Tang Qingma just grunted and laughed. It's true that like father, like son, Mr. Zhang also likes to use force to solve problems. Zhang Tang, young Master Tang, I gave you a choice. You should know that even if the Tang family is willing to step in for you because of yesterday's hot search, I'll still do you harm. And the big deal is that afterward, the Zhang family and the Tang family will both lose. In reality, Zhang Tang was also trying to scare Tang Qingma. The 2 men he brought with him were both martial artists. Although they were only of the first rank, but they were still existences that ordinary people couldn't cope with. Tang Qingma was also well aware that with his position in the Tang family, it was impossible for the Tang family head to fully help him. So going private is definitely the best way to go. Zhang Ling pointed at Tang Qingma and laughed arrogantly. Haha, Tang Qingma, my father just gave you a step and you couldn't get off. Now you don't have a chance. Pop, snap. Tang Qingma clapped his hands at this and hooked his lips. Very well said. In that case, I'll give Mr. Zhang a surprise as well. What? I wonder if Mr. Zhang has compensated the families of the victims for the collapse of the ancient mountainous building in Magic City 5 years ago. Chapter 23. True to form, father and son. Let's go to jail together. The collapsed building in the ancient mountainous area of Magic City. Zhang Tang's originally triumphant face instantly turned white, as shocked as a bolt from the blue. He had long since eliminated all evidence of his involvement in that incident, and for that reason he had even changed his name. Why would Tang Qingma know? That building that collapsed 5 years ago crushed over a dozen construction workers to death, but the owner happened to be overseas at the time and managed to escape. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Mr. Zhang, do you have any clue? Although his tone was calm, his vision was as sharp as a thorn needle, as if he wanted to see through Zhang Tang. Principal Lin on the side was also very surprised. The building collapse in Magic City 5 years ago rocked the nation when it crushed several construction workers to death. The police investigated that the building was embezzled more than 50% of the amount by the contractor, and inferior building materials were used in the construction. This led to rusting of the steel pipes inside during construction, which could not support it and collapsed. But it so happened that the contractor's boss was overseas on business 2 days before the collapse, thus avoiding the pursuit. But now listening to Tang Qingma's words, it was hard to believe that Zhang Teng was the contractor's boss back then. Tang Qingma looked at the pale Zhang Ting and snorted as she wrapped her legs around him. "How is it, Mr. Zhang? Do you like this surprise I gave you?" I don't know what you're talking about." At this moment, Zhang Teng was trembling and even stuttered. Any way you look at it, you can tell he's in a state of weakness. "No? Never mind." Tang Qingma directly picked up her cell phone and tapped towards the buttons for communication. "I'll call my police uncle and you'll find out." "No!" Zhang Teng immediately screamed, immediately causing Principal Lin and Zhang Ling at the scene to jump. The fact that he would react so strongly could only mean that the story was connected to him. But the crowd couldn't even guess where exactly Tang Qingma had learned about this. Tang Qingma just hooked up the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew that from the system. Although the system mainly provides sweepstake services, it is also the know-it-all of this world. Any questions or information you want to know, just ask the system. This was the biggest golden finger intelligence for Tang Qingma. Intelligence is the most important treasure in any era or country. And now he learned of the dirty things Zhang Teng had done and that he was not named Zhang Ting 5 years ago. After the storm of that collapse faded, Zhang Teng spent some money abroad to convert his identity, returned to China to continue to start with real estate, just 2 years and once again made a lot of money. It's ironic. Dad, what exactly is Tang Qingma talking about? Zhang Ling, who was on the side, felt puzzled. That said, he did suddenly get taken overseas by his parents 5 years ago and lived there for over 2 years before returning. And then Mom and Dad suddenly changed his name. He was only 13 years old back then. He didn't know the details, he did whatever his parents said. But now Tang Qingma was saying something about a building collapse accident. What the hell? Tang Qingma looked at Zhang Ling, revealing a look at a retard and laughed. Of course I'm talking about how young Zhang is the son of an old scoundrel and a criminal. One of you harvests the people's hard-earned money and becomes a fugitive after an accident. One of you bullies and commits evils in the school. You are really worthy of being father and son. Go to jail together. With that, Tang Qingma picked up her cell phone and tried to dial the number. Quickly stop him. Zhang Teng was shocked. He saw Tang Qingma trying to call the police and reflexively called the 2 martial artists behind him to stop him. "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing?" Principal Lin couldn't react as well when he saw the 2 martial artists suddenly rush in front of Tang Qingma. However, just as one of the martial artists reached out to try and catch Tang Qingma suddenly held that martial artist's wrist in turn. The power of qi and blood focused on his palm. His fingertips pinched hard and tight, instantly breaking the martial artist's wrist, the bones instantly shattering under the snapping sound. That martial artist didn't even have time to react. As his wrist was broken, his calf was violently kicked away by Tang Qingma again, and his entire body lost balance and fell to the ground. Tang Qingma didn't stop moving, and the moment the martial artist in front of him collapsed to the ground, his palm still focused all of his blood qi to whip towards the face of the second martial artist who came forward. This slap Tang Qingma could be said to have made enough strength. The violent impact sent the tall man flying through the air, spinning twice before falling to the ground. What the hell is this? The entire principal's office became silent as Principal Lin, the Zhang family's father and son, and Wu Dedong all looked at Tang Qingma in shock. Zhang Teng was the first to return to his senses and was even more incredulous. How is that possible? The 2 people he brought here are martial artists. Although the realm was only 1 grade, they had all broken through It was simply impossible for students who could defeat a martial artist to exist in a school like this where rich kids gathered. Could it be that Tang Qingma was also a martial artist? But it can't be. Principal Lin was also very shocked. Tang Qingma, he actually defeated martial artists or 2. Then how come he was bullied by Zhang Ling? That's something Zhang Ling didn't know either. He had bullied Tang Qingma for more than 2 months, and the other party had never fought back. How did you become so powerful today? Had he known this, he wouldn't have messed with Tang Qingma even if Tang Yinshi had given him more benefits. Seeing the fall of the 2 martial artists, Zhang Teng immediately fled towards the door. Tang Qingma quickly ran behind him and kicked him, sending him sprawling to the ground in a wide open position. "Dad! Zhang Ling watched in amazement as Tang Qingma stepped on her father's back, rubbing the suit with tons of creases. Tang Qingma directly flipped Zhang Teng's body over and swung his fist at his face. Ah! Trying to escape? In addition to being an old scoundrel and a fugitive, Mr. Zhang is now attempting to intentionally injure someone. How can I let you escape? Another swing to the other side of the face made a pinging sound. No! Don't! Young Tang, spare me. At this moment, Zhang Teng no longer had the scenery he had earlier. His hair was scattered. His face was red and swollen, and he looked frightened and wretched as he begged for mercy from a junior. Mr. Zhang, didn't you say you'd give me a choice? Why are you pulling so much now? Tang Qingma slapped Zhang Teng's red and swollen cheeks in humiliation before punching up harder. Ah, I'm sorry, Xiao Tang. I shouldn't have done this to you just now. But you've already done it, so for the sake of a good and harmonious society, you might as well go to jail. Tang Qingma stood up with a smile, dialed the police number, and in the process stomped on Zhang Teng's abdomen again. Ah! Zhang Teng felt uncomfortable, painful, and the yellow water in his stomach was about to be vomited out. Zhang Ling and Wu Dedong had long since knelt on the ground, their entire bodies shaking in fear. Wondertong left it at that, and Zhang Ling fell into deep remorse. Why did it turn out this way? Was it because he had listened to Tang Qingxi and provoked Tang Qingma? If he hadn't done that in the beginning, at this time, Principal Lin couldn't help but step forward and ask, Student Tang, are you a martial artist? Principal Lin, I'm not a martial artist for now. Tang Qingmo replied with a smile. Oh, so? Not yet, which means it will be in the future. Principal Lin was full of appreciation and admiration for Tang Qingma. Not only did he boldly expose Zhang Ling and Wu Ditong's bullying, even though he was intimidated by Zhang Teng, he was able to counterattack with the knowledge of the other party's secrets, and he also knocked down the two martial artists he brought with him. He himself didn't even know that the Tang family's true young master had these skills. Luckily, I didn't offend him just now. Suddenly, though, there was a scream from the door. Ah! Qing Mo, what are you doing? They see Bai Hualin, Tang Shuirong and Tang Chunxi who came. Chapter 24. Headmaster Lin. Bumpy bitch ah. After Bai Hualien received the call from her homeroom teacher, the first thing she worried about was whether Tang Qingma had gotten into trouble at school again. At that time, Wu Detong was calling into Tang's house. But Tang Jianyun and Tang Ruoling went back to Tang Group, and Bai Hualien and Tang Ali and the others headed to the hospital because of Tang Feifei. Finally, it was Wang Ma who got through and then relayed the matter to Bai Hualin. Since Tang Feifei was still in the hospital for emergency treatment, Bai Hualien initially thought that Tang Qingmo would understand her and not plan to travel to the school. However, Tang Shuilong wanted to see Tang Qingma make a fool of herself, so she coaxed Bai Hualien to go over with her. As soon as they stepped through the school gates, they saw the waiting Tang Qingxi, and the three of them chatted for a while about how unpleasant Tang Qingma was before finally heading to the principal's office. Who knew that as soon as they reached the doorway they would see Tang Qingma stomping on people with his feet and his expression displaying evil, scaring Bai Hualien to the point of screaming. Qing Mo, how can you step on others? Tisk, just coming over now. The yellow flowers have gotten cold. Tang Qingma loosened his feet and once again walked to the sofa in the principal's office and sat down. He felt nothing but impatience at the coming of these two women. Where is the Tang family master? Didn't Wu Detong inform him? How come it's you guys coming over? Tang Qingma's cold attitude stung Bai Hualien's heart. After last night, her son and her centrifuged. It wasn't supposed to be like this. White flower lotus remorse value plus 100. Tang Shuilong was not happy with Tang Qingma's attitude and huffed. How could we possibly bother Dad with all your crap? If your homeroom teacher hadn't called, we wouldn't have come over. What the hell have you gotten yourself into again? She blamed Tang Qingma as soon as she came up and didn't even ask about the principal of the incident. Mr. Wu, why are you kneeling on the ground? And as soon as Tang Chuanxi came in, she saw Zhang Ling and Wu Detong kneeling on the ground, as well as three unfamiliar men being beaten down, and, hello, Principal Lin. Tang Xianxi immediately nodded her head in greeting to Principal Lin, hoping that she could give him a good impression. Hello, Don. However, Principal Lin was nonchalant towards Tang Chuanxi and walked directly to Bai Hualien. Mrs. Tang, it was hard for you to come. Bai Hualien looked at Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the sofa and ignoring them, and mourned a little. No hard feelings, Principal. May I ask my son he? Tang Shuilong, who was on the side, immediately jumped ahead and said, Principal, If that brother of mine has done anything wrong, please don't need to be concerned about the Tang family. Just give him a disciplinary action. Fifth sister, don't say that. As long as brother is willing to repent, the punishment of disciplinary action is too heavy. Tang Inchi also persuaded at the right time. However, these words of his only provoked Tang Shuilong to resist Tang Qingma. Her eyes filled with disgust. Xiao Shi, you're just too kind. He's bullying you like this and you're still thinking about him. Principal Lin, please discipline Tang Qingma. That way he can get a lesson and behave properly in the future. Tang Shuilong's words caused Principal Lin to frown. Although Tang Shuilong was a traffic star, he didn't follow the entertainment industry and only knew that the other party was Tang Qingma's sister. How can she judge him to be in the wrong without even asking why, when he is clearly her own brother? And then there's that white flower lotus. All she does is look sad from start to finish, and she doesn't ask her son how he's doing at school. Alas, it seems that this Tang family is the same as the rumors, loving a fake and bullying the biological one instead. Brains are eaten by dogs. At this point, Principal Lin no longer had any good feelings towards Tang's family, but still truthfully explained this incident. Ms. Tang, the one who called you over this time is indeed his homeroom teacher, Wu Dedong. But after my verification, I found that there was a misunderstanding in there. The victim this time was your brother Tang Qingma, who over the past 2 months or so. Headmaster, you don't have to speak for Tang Qingma because you're concerned about the Tang family. Tang Shuilong interrupted Principal Lin. Principal Lin? Our family received a call from Mr. Wu before, saying that this bastard Tang Qingmo refuses to study in school and bullies his classmates. We all know very well what kind of person he is. Principal Lin froze after hearing Tang Shuilong's words. Is this a real sister? He looked at Tang Qingma sitting on the sofa in shock, only to see the other party shrugging his shoulders with a cold, breathless smile. It looks like it's a habit. So Principal Lin turned his gaze to the still mourning Bai Hualien. Mrs. Tang, Student Tang is really a victim. I've made an investigation and found that he's been bullied by Zhang Ling during this period. And the class teacher, Wu Dedong, is the accomplice. Tang Shuilong's gaze was stern, and her tone was impatient. Headmaster, did you receive favors from Tang Qingma? So keep speaking up for him, ah. Principal Lin was confused. Huh? Xiao Shi and Mr. Wu have been saying that Tang Qingma has no one in school and doesn't respect his teachers. Hoshi? Tang Chunshi? Principal Lin immediately shifted his eyes on Tang Stringy. It seems that this Tang Chuanxi is the reason why the Tang family loathes Tang Qingma so much. Huh? Seeing Principal Lin's gaze on herself grow colder and colder, and then looking at Tang Qingma, who had been sneering since a moment ago, Tang Qingma developed a bad feeling in her heart. Someone as vicious as Tang Qingma must be inside the school. Fifth sister. I think these are all misunderstandings. He immediately stopped Tang Shuilong, who wanted to continue gushing. Principal Lin is fair to everyone, so he must not be speaking for his brother. Tang Shuilong's eyes showed care. Alas, Xiaoshi, you're speaking for Tang Qingma again. Principal Lin. Bumpy woman. At this time, Bai Hualien finally reacted. She walked to Tang Qingma's front and said mournfully, Qingma, you can say what you're suffering from. Mom will help you. Principal Lin. So I just said it all for nothing? Tang Qingmo revealed a deep smile and looked at the terrified Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, tell everyone here why you're bullying me? White Flower Lotus was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. Bully! Bully? Her son is being bullied at school. Tang Qingma, it's too early to be surprised. Zhang Ling, tell me who instructed you. If I'm in a good mood, I can consider letting you live. Zhang Ling Tang String Shi. Like a ray of hope surfaced in Zhang Ling's mind. He immediately pointed at Tang Inchi and said loudly, it was Tang Stringy. He was the one who instructed me. Chapter 25. Today's look. The internet really hasn't wronged the Tang family. It was Tang Stringy. It's him who instructed me. Zhang Ling shouted with all his strength. Now that he's an adult, his father is finished. If Tang Qingmo really went deeper, he himself would only end up in jail. As long as he reveals the person behind the curtain, there may still be a ray of life. Who the hell are you? Why are you slandering Xiaoshi? Tang Shuilong naturally wouldn't believe it, and immediately stepped forward to slap Zhang Ling. What I said is true. You're the only one who's stupid enough to give someone a gun and still help count the money. Zhang Ling felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do at this point but argue excitedly. You're lying. You're in league with Tang Qingma. When Tang Shuilong heard this, she got angry and tried to slap him again. But how could Zhang Ling be hit again? He pushed Tang Shuilong away with force. Ah! Tang Shuilong just got a load of falls, and Tang Yinshi and Bai Hualien rushed to help her up. Fifth sister. Tang Yinshi looked at Zhang Ling mournfully. Classmate Zhang Ling, even if you've wronged me, how can you hurt my sister? Bai Hualien also pointed angrily at Zhang Ling. It's you. You're the one who bullies Qing Mo in school on weekdays. I won't let you off the hook. I want you to have no place in Magic City in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ling only felt amused at the sight of the blinded Bai Hualien and Tang Shuilong. Anyway, the Zhang family was gone. So what were their threats worth? But I have proof. Zhang Ling immediately flipped open his cell phone. He handed Principal Lin all the records of all the money, concert tickets, and hotel buffet gift certificates given by Tang Yinshi. These are all the things Tang Qingxi has given me over the past 2 months or so, and he even said he'd give me a sports car as long as he drove Tang Qingma crazy. Principal Lin's fingertips slid quickly, growing more and more surprised the more he looked. Finally, he looked at Tang Stringy with unbelievable eyes. Tang Xingxi's face bristled white as hatred surfaced within her. Damn Zhang Ling. Obviously, when I dealt with him, I emphasized again and again that I wanted him to delete the chat logs. But I didn't realize that I was actually being bitten back. Principal Lin shook his head breathlessly and handed his phone directly to Bai Hualien. Mrs. Tang, see for yourself. What? Bai Hualien took it in shock, looking at the records and chats on it only to feel a bolt from the blue. How can that be? Little Hoshiyu. She couldn't imagine that the well-behaved son she had raised these past 18 years would actually engage in the behavior of bribing his classmates and bullying others. And the bully was his own son. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Zhang Ling snorted coldly. It's not just me. There's also the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher also received a lot of favors from Tang Qingxi. That's why he kept ignoring me when I bullied Tang Qingma. Named Wondertong was startled for a moment, then lowered his head in loss. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Shuilong grabbed the cell phone at once. However, no matter how she slid, she could see the money and supplies Tang Yinshi had given to Zhang Ling, as well as the harsh statements. These are all from your pics. None of them are real. Even though the evidence was overwhelming, Tang Shuilong still didn't believe that her kind and well-behaved Xiao she would do these things. For his part, Tang Jinshi turned his head quickly, knowing that what was in his cell phone proved everything. Then he'd have to change his tactics. Mom, fifth sister, it's me who's sorry. He immediately squeezed out several teardrops with a mournful expression. Hoshi, why are you doing this? Hakana Lotus was beginning to get frustrated with her adopted son. That's because I love you guys so much, Tang Jinshi said sadly. Because my brother came back, I was afraid that you guys would hate me, and I was scared every day. That's why I couldn't think of anything else for a while. I'm sorry for you guys. I'm sorry, brother. Hoshi, how can you think like that? Tang Shuilong had always liked Tang Yinshi, and simply couldn't see the other party's aggrieved appearance, so she rushed forward to hug. Whether Tang Qingma comes back or not, you're still my brother. Bai Hualien saw the other side of the tear stains also feel heartbroken. After all, is his own support for 18 years of his son, also went up to embrace him. Yes, Hoshi, how could you doubt us? You'll always be a mommy's boy. Obviously looking at a very cozy picture, but the others in the principal's office felt embarrassed beyond words. Principal Lin Zhongling Wu Detong. What are they playing at? Then Bai Hualien even went to Tang Qingmo's front and said sadly, Qingmoa, Xiaoxi would do this to you also because he was too scared. So, will you forgive him once, for mommy's sake? Principal Lin Zhongling Wu Detong. No, she's sick. The three of them looked at Tang Qingma together, and although Tang Qingma was playing with her phone without expression, they all couldn't help but feel sympathy for Tang Qingma. Qingmo? Seeing that her son ignored her, Bai Hualien shed even more teardrops. Tang Qingma, are you dead now? Xiaoxi is in a bad mood because of you. Why are you still putting up a front? Tang Shuilong continued to play steadily, and didn't even want brains for Tang Stringy. He was in a bad mood, and I was bullied because of him. Tang Qingmo retrieved his cell phone, his eyes cold. I wonder how long the abetting charge will be sentenced? The 3 Don family members. Abetting? Tang Shuilong shouted. What do you mean? Do you still want to call the police? It's only a small fight. Aren't you okay? Principal Lin frowned. He had listened to Tang Shuilong's bad language for so long. He finally couldn't help but say, Mrs. Tang, I didn't expect your family's upbringing to be so vulgar. Does Miss Tang even care about her own brother's life in order to speak for her fake brother? Bai Hualien was shocked. Not like this principal. Humph. At today's glance, the internet really hasn't wronged the Tang family. You! Tang Shuilong wanted to yell at even Principal Lin, but the other party was after all the principal of Tang Stringy School. She endured it for his future. But at this moment, Tang Qingmo revealed a bright smile. Tang Shuilong, you're wrong. It's not that I still want to call the police, but I've already called the police. What? Tang Shuilong and Bai Hualien were stunned. It's about time, almost there. At the end of the speech, the alarm bells chimed from outside. In less than a few minutes, a number of police officers have rushed into the principal's office. Chapter 26. Tang Chuanxi and Tang Shuilong were arrested. We have received a report that the culprit of the building collapse 5 years ago has been found. May I ask who the informant is? The police officer who led the way was aggressive and was a martial artist, exuding chi and blood power to threaten as soon as he came up. Everyone was shocked by the power. Only Tang Qingmo calmly pointed at the 3 people lying on the ground. I was the one who reported it. It's the 3 of them. That prisoner nowadays goes by the alias Zhangtang. You guys investigate. Thanks for your cooperation. The constable was a bit surprised that he would habitually exude power in order to deter the prisoner, often making it hard to resist. But he didn't expect the student in front of him to be able to resist his power. Tang Qingmo stood up from the sofa and said with a smile, By the way, Mr. Policeman, I have a case of school violence that I need you to handle right now. The 3 Tang family members. Only Tang Qingmo pointed at Tang Yanxi and Zhang Ling. These 2. One of them has been bullying me for more than 2 months, and the other is the instigator. What? That police officer has often seen many cases of children killing themselves and suffering from depression after being subjected to school or domestic violence, and therefore hates violent cases most in his life. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take Zhang Ling and Tang Yanxi away. Tang Xiao. Zhang Ling looked at Tang Qingmo pleadingly. He had just followed the other party's instructions to point out Tang Yanxi, only hoping that Tang Qingmo would let him live. Tang Qingmo icily scratched him, revealing a deeply meaningful smile. Mr. Policeman, I've just reached an agreement with this classmate for a temporary settlement. So why don't you take away the instigator one first? Zhang Ling suddenly felt something was wrong. Was Tang Qingmo really willing to let herself go? But after all, there was no need to travel to the police station. So the uneasiness was quickly replaced by excitement. But Tang Chuanxi has a lot more to think about. He couldn't believe that Tang Qingmo had spared Zhang Ling and asked the police to take him away. Qing Mo. Bai Hualien tried to stop it. However, when she saw Tang Qingmo giving himself a desperate, icy look, she stopped moving for a split second, and a large amount of tears fell from the corners of her eyes once again. Of course Tang Shuilong wouldn't compromise on this. She immediately shielded Tang Yanxi behind her. What are you guys going to do? Hoshi didn't instigate this. He's innocent. Tang Qingmo pointed at the cell phone. The evidence is inside the cell phone in her hand. This isn't evidence at all. Tang Shuilong was shocked and hurriedly slammed Zhang Ling's cell phone towards the ground. There was a ping and the phone fell apart. Crowd. Tang Shuilong unconsciously revealed a triumphant smile. As long as there was no such evidence, she would not be. Then the next second, her hands were clasped by the officers. Commit the crime of destroying evidence in front of your face and take them away together. Tang Shuilong. What? You guys let go of me. Do you guys know who I am? My dad is Tang Jianren. Great, the famous quote about my dad being Li Gang has been confirmed once again. The 2 officers just picked up Tang Shuilong and took her away along with Tang Yanxi. Calm was also restored to the principal's office. On the side, Principal Lin didn't know what to say anymore. He had encountered too many shocking events today. He needed to be quiet. Qing Mo. How did you become like this? And White Flower Lotus felt pained. Her own son actually put his own sister and brother in the police station. Tang Qingmo sneered. Mrs. Tang's words are really funny. Tang Yanxi can instigate others to bully me. Tang Shuilong can be so protective of an instigator. And I'm being reprimanded by you for just fighting for my rights. So in your mind I should be bullied to death? No, I didn't mean that. So what do you mean? Say it. I just... White Flower Lotus couldn't say it. In her heart, She only wants her two sons to live together in harmony and have a happy family reunion. But why? Why did it turn out this way? White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Principal Lin, who was on the side, only felt speechless as he looked at the hurt-looking White Flower Lotus. This mother is also confused. Her own son is being bullied over the head by her adopted son, and she's still thinking about defending him, not taking her own son into account in the slightest. No wonder Tang Qingma was so desperate, and after the police left, Zhang Ling was visibly relieved. He wasn't caught at the police station. He doesn't have to go to jail. That young Tang. Zhang Ling was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning and was careful with Tang Qingma. If there's nothing else, I'll... Tang Qingma's cold eyes drifted down, causing Zhang Ling to bounce in fear and immediately flee with his ass in the air. Host, do you really intend to let Zhang Ling go? The system was puzzled. According to its host's character, it shouldn't be so kind. Tang Qingma hooked his lips. I only said I would give him a way out. As for how the path was, it depended on Zhang Ling's luck. In a short period of time, the news of the arrest of the Zhang family head hit the hot searches. Tang Jianren, who was in the Tang clan group, felt his right eyelid constantly throbbing, and a bad premonition came from within. When he saw that Zhang Tang was arrested at his own son's school, this bad feeling was even more amplified. He then heard Tang Ruoling's surprised voice. What, Mom? You said Tang Qingma sent Xiao Shi and Shui Rong to the police station? Tang Jianren. What's going on here? The two rushed to the police station and saw that Bai Hualien was already crying nonstop inside, and Tang Meixin and Tang Ali were also beside her comforting her. Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward and asked, Mom, what the hell is going on here? Bai Hualien told Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling what she had just seen in the principal's office. Tang Ruoling thundered from the clear sky. Impossible! How could Xiao Shi abet someone to bully Tang Qingma? I don't believe it either. But the police have already captured Xiao Shi. Bai Hualien shed tears, her heart aching even at the thought of Tang Yin, she's suffering in the police station. Although Tang Jianren was also worried about Tang Qingxi and Tang Shuilong, he was more concerned about Zhang Tang's arrest because of Tang Qingma. How did Tang Qingma know that Zhang Tang was the boss who escaped 5 years ago? Was all the cowardice he'd shown in the 3 months since he'd been recognized faked? At this moment, Tang Ali's voice interrupted Tang Jianren's thoughts. Dad, you must save Xiao Shi and Shui Rong. Also, this time Tang Qingma that actually dared to send Xiao Shi to the police station, he must not be spared. Tang Jianren frowned. You said you can't spare him, so what are you going to do? Ugh. Don Avery was dumbfounded for a moment, then slowly said, just put him in a mental institution and lock him up, or sever the relationship. Bai Hualien immediately stopped it. No way, AI Li. Even if Qing Mo is at fault, you can't do this to him. Now that Tang Qingma was already centrifuged from herself, if she made things worse, they would never be able to reconcile mother and son. Tang Jianren, on the other hand, laughed at Tang Ali's suggestion. Sent to a mental hospital? Severing the relationship? How dare you think of that? Now that the Tang family is being crusaded over the matter of the real and fake young master, how many eyes are watching for us to make another mistake? You're sending Tang Qingma to a mental hospital and severing ties at this time. Do you think the Tang family isn't dying fast enough? Chapter 27 in the world of fame is a white, simple, and stupid. In the past 2 days, when Tang Qingma was making such a mess, it wasn't that Tang Jianren didn't think of sending him to a mental hospital or severing his relationship. But he was, after all, the head of the Tang family, and was well aware of the sordid goings-on in the prestigious business world. Now that the Tang family was in trouble, how many clans were out there gloating? Tang Jianren had already been set up by Tang Qingma, so there was absolutely no room for error. But Ellie Tang doesn't understand the complexities of the mansion and remains in a state of confusion after being reprimanded by Tang Jianren. All right, back off a bit. Tang Jianren waved his hand. It can't be helped that although this second daughter of his has the reputation of being a saint of surgery, she has no idea about the mansion and the business world because she was raised well by her family. Simply put, she is a white, simple, and stupid in the world of fame. Forget it. Anyway, in her own mind, her daughter will marry for the Tang family in the future. It doesn't matter if she understands this or not. After that, Tang Jianren then fished out Tang Qingxi and Tang Shuilong from the police station. As soon as Tang Shuilong came out, she made a big fuss, saying that she would never let Tang Qingma go and so on, before being scolded severely by Tang Jianren. Make it or break it, stupid. Do you want to get locked up again? But Tang Shuilong had been pampered for so long. Her temper was still very strong. And in the end, it was Tang Inchi who did the dissuading. Fifth sister, you're fine as long as you're fine. You mustn't blame your brother. Speaking of this time, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me not being able to think straight. No, Hoshi. You're just doing something wrong because you're insecure. You wouldn't have done it if fifth sister had found out in time. On the side, by Hualien, Tang Ali and Tang Meishin also went to comfort Tang Stringxi. But Tang Jianren's tone was a bit impatient. All right, come out and go to the hospital together to see your fourth sister. If it were usual, Tang Jianren might have comforted Tang Inchi a couple of times even as he watched such a cozy and amicable picture. But now that he had only just finished dealing with the fiasco of the real and fake young masters, he couldn't help but feel annoyed when he learned that Tang Chuanxi had been called to the police and caught in the police station for abetting his classmates to bully Tang Qingma instead. If it wasn't for Tang Chuanxi doing these things, would he, as the head of the family, need to go to the police station to fish for someone? And how does he, a grown man, need so many people to take turns comforting him? Tang Jianren's expectations of Tang Chuanxi slowly dropped again. On the other hand, after leaving the principal's office a few hours ago, Tang Qingma didn't head to the police station with Bai Hualien and the others, but prepared for the next round of action. But as he passed through the corridor, he happened to hear Zhang Ling's pleading voice. Please, young Song. Please help me. Mr. Song? Tang Qingma walked to the corner position and borrowed the wall to peek ahead. Only Zhang Ling was seen kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, begging bitterly to the youth in front of him. The youth had a wild look, his eyes were unbeatable. He looked like some kind of playboy, and behind the youth stood an expressionless boy with a clean look but unexpectedly little presence. System, who is the person Zhang Ling is begging for? Tang Qingmo recalled the original owner's memories and only knew that the other person was the man of the hour in the next class too. Who knows that the system suddenly got excited? Host! He's Song Junqian. Song Junqian? What man? It should be an important person who can make the system excited like this, right? Song Junqian is the young master of the Song family, possessing a very powerful talent in martial arts, and after losing to the original owner in a certain competition, the two became good brothers of, kind of like a second male role, but I didn't sense that he was a martial artist at all. Tang Qingma said silently, even if one did not break through as a martial artist, as long as one undertook martial cultivation, there would be a clear difference in breadth from ordinary people. But the Song Junqian in front of me is a spoiled rich kid. Instead, the boy standing behind him, the system hurriedly said, that's because the heavenly Tao has been invaded. Not only the original owner's experience, Song Junqian's experience has been altered as well. According to the original direction, Song Junqian, whose mother died of illness when he was 6 years old and was raised by the Song family head alone, will show his amazing martial arts talent when he is 8 years old, befriend the original owner in the competition in the future, become a good brother to the original owner, and lead the Song family to new heights. Tang Qingma asked, oh, then what has become of it? Now it becomes Song Junqian's mother suddenly has an additional adopted sister. After her death, that adopted sister is pregnant with someone else's seed. In order not to be found out and jealous of her excellent sister, she secretly drugged and climbed into bed when the Song family head was grieving, and the Song family head thought that he had betrayed his late wife and closed himself off. Tang Qingma. What's the storyline? And then what? Then that foster sister managed to rise to the top and gave birth to who knows whose son, and after becoming Song Junqian's foster mother, she nullified him. And the next step was to try and seize the Song family's property. That's why Song Junqian, who is full of talent, is in a place where only rich kids are enrolled. And since both the original owners and Song Junqian's experiences had been greatly rewritten, there became no crossover between them. Young Song, please help me. On the other side, Zhang Ling still pleaded for help from Song Junqian. Zhang Ling has recognized several big brothers in the school in order to take advantage of the benefits. In addition to Tang Chuanxi, Song Junqian is also one of them. Now the Zhang family is gone, and so is his father. With the power of the Song family, there might still be a chance to get Zhang Ting out. However, looking at Zhang Ling's bitter appearance, Song Junqian only revealed a disgusted expression. I've already heard that you brat are bullying your classmates in school, right? Alas, I'm... Zhang Ling didn't expect his deeds to spread so quickly. Then before he could react, a shock suddenly struck him in the face. Ping! It's Song Junqian's fist. Ah! The punch was made with enough force to add insult to injury to Zhang Ling's still swollen cheeks. What I hate most in life is collective bullying. You're doing this on my watch and you want me to help you? Piss off. Song Junqian kicked again, directly sending Zhang Ling to the ground. Young Song. Xiao Song. I know I'm wrong. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Rubbish. Song Qianjun didn't look at Zhang Ling again and crossed over to him in disgust to leave. He just happened to walk to the corner of the wall where Tang Qingma was, and couldn't help but look up and down when he saw Tang Qingma. You're the true young master of the Tang family? Tang Qingma didn't respond. TSK. Even a loser like Zhang Ling can bully you. It seems like you're really weak. Song Junqian looked helpless and disgusted, then also crossed over to Tang Qingma and left. The boy following him similarly glanced at Tang Qingma and nodded before walking off as well. Host. Song Junqian is a character with an important connection to the original host, so you can get the remorse value from him. However, Tang Qingma wasn't interested in Song Qianjun. System? Who's the person following Song Junqian? Although he looked like he didn't have much presence, Tang Qingma could detect that he was hiding a powerful force. If we're talking about realms, there are at least 3 classes. It was a rarity to have a student of the 3rd rank of martial artist appear in a school where rich 2nd-generation children gathered. Chapter 28. Zhang Ling died in a car accident. Compared to Song Junqian, Tang Qingma was a bit more interested in the boy following him. Are you asking about Su Jingchen? He's a child adopted by Song Junqian's birth mother, grew up with Song Junqian, and is his personal bodyguard. According to the original direction, Song Junqian would have become a martial artist together with Su Jingchen, becoming a martial artist of the 3rd rank at this age, and Su Jingchen would have been a very strong right-hand man, handling a lot of things for Song Junqian. But now that Song Junqian has had a change, only Su Jingchen has become a martial artist. The system said with a bit of regret. So it is. Tang Qingma listened to the system's words and thought. The corners of his lips unconsciously hooked up. At this time, Song Junqian, who had crossed over Tang Qingma, was still walking down the corridor, only to suddenly stop when he moved away from Tang Qingma. Jing Chun. Yes, young master. Why again? Song Junqian's eyes suddenly widened and his hands covered his head. I obviously don't know the young master of the Tang clan, and I know that he's being bullied by Zhang Ling, so why would I even take the initiative to provoke him? Su Jingchen. My head hurts a little bit again. After Zhang Ling is rejected by Song Junqian, she can only leave the school disheartened. He immediately called to tell his mother about Zhang Tang's arrest. After today, it will come to light that my father was the culprit in the collapse 5 years ago, and the family's property will be investigated by law enforcement. That's why he and his mother had to escape to a foreign country as soon as possible. Zhang Ling is usually driven to and from school by the family's only driver, but it just so happens that that driver came to school with Zhang Tang this morning. So when Zhang Tang was apprehended by the police, he was also taken away with him. To avoid causing a commotion, Zhang Ling could only take a cab and stayed at the intersection of the neighborhood, intending to sneak home. He needed to get home and pack as soon as possible, and his mother needed to move her possessions and get over to the airport quickly so they could escape overseas for a while to get out of the storm. Thinking this way, after getting off the car, Zhang Ling ran quickly in the direction of the neighborhood, wanting to return home as soon as possible. The moment he crossed the road, however, there was a sudden blinding flash of light from behind. Ugh! Zhang Ling reflexively stayed in place and saw an abandoned vehicle rapidly rushing in his direction. At that instant, Zhang Ling, who knew he had to avoid it, felt his body being pressed by something invisible, making him unable to move at all. Ping! As a loud sound rang out, Zhang Ling just watched himself being hit by the front end of the car, his entire body suspended in the air and flying, being knocked into the distance tens of meters away. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times in a row, breaking bones all over his body and spitting large amounts of blood from his body and throat. Cough, cough. Why? Obviously, once he got to the airport, he could wait for this fiasco to pass and start all over again. Why? Is there suddenly an abandoned car? Zhang Ling felt his consciousness getting fuzzy and his head felt faint. Seconds later, he heard the door of that car open and a familiar figure appeared in front of him, looking down at him. A familiar voice also sounded from above. I obviously wanted to give you a way out, but I didn't expect you to have such bad luck that you couldn't catch it. Your cough. Large mouthfuls of blood spat out from Zhang Ling's mouth, his eyes filled with shock. You're wondering why me? You've had so much fun bullying me all this time. Didn't it ever occur to you that I would retaliate? It doesn't matter if you thought about it or not, because you're saying goodbye to the world. Zhang Ling breathed heavily for several mouthfuls, and in the end, his body couldn't hold on any longer, and his entire body lost its breath of life, yet his eyes didn't close, like he was dying. Tang Qingma just sneered and turned to leave. Zhang Ling is not Tang Fei Fei. It is easy to die, and it is also considered to be the original owner's revenge for one of them. Too bad. At this time, the system suddenly let out an exclamation. Why isn't this order an important person associated with the original owner? In that case, we could have gleaned his remorse value before letting him die. Tang Qingma was speechless. Tongzi, you also quite make the best use of what you have. He walked back to the wagon and drove it out in his cloth gloves. That said, you're really good, host. You're actually able to fix an abandoned, unlicensed car. The system's tone was full of admiration. The car was actually abandoned in a parking lot as a derelict. Tang Qingma utilized the system to observe and saw that most of the mechanisms inside only needed repairs to function. So he went to the hardware store and bought some tools and mechanisms to quickly repair the car to the point where it could move. Tang Qingma said flatly, "After all, I have a special identity, so it's not unusual for me to have more skills." He had often had to physically interact with the Fae before crossing over, and sometimes some of the vehicles that had been regrettably left on the side of the road became tools for life-saving escapes. So he needs to learn how to make quick repairs and electronic manipulation skills. The tech tree in this world was similar to his world, and it was easy to get started. The surveillance along the way, Tang Qingma had already successfully hacked into the interior with her laptop through the road dart given by the system, deleting all the images of the car knocking down Zhang Ling and the scenes it drove through. So no one will ever find out that this accident was his handiwork. Only after taking care of the car did Tang Qingma walk back to the Tang home. At this time it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he entered the villa he heard Tang Ruoling's reprimanding voice. "Why are you back so late? Where did you go to fool around?" What had been a pretty good mood was instantly ruined. "Don't you come home every night after 10? Too? And where did you go to fool around?" Tang Qingma asked back with a cold smile. When Tang Ruoling saw that Tang Qingma dared to compare herself to him, she was instantly enraged. "I'm working. It's different from you, brat. I also study at my classmate's house, unlike you with a heart of gold. You." Tang Ruoling was tempted to continue her rebuttal, but seeing how late it was already, she stopped arguing. "You're coming with me to the hospital to see your fourth sister." The rest of the Tang family had been in the hospital for a long time, and the only reason Tang Ruoling was still at home was to pick up Tang Qingma over, because they knew that if they didn't pick him up in person, Tang Qingma would never go to the hospital with his current nature. As expected, Tang Ruoling heard the other party say, "No, I haven't had dinner yet. Now that your fourth sister is lying in the hospital, you're still in the mood to eat. She can't die lying inside the hospital, but I'll starve to death if I don't eat." Smile. Tang Qingma walked into the hall and asked Wang Ma to cook a bowl of chicken wing noodles. Chapter 29, Letting the Fake Brother Marry Tang Fei Fei. Nowadays, the original owner's physical strength had increased quite a bit under the cultivation of the basic secret, and she was able to eat a large bowl of chicken wing noodles. When he breaks through into a martial artist later plus regular daily training, his food intake will also increase dramatically. However, Tang Ruoling, who was watching Tang Qingma eat noodles, was very anxious. To know that usually only Tang Qingma waits for himself. When is it her turn to wait for this? If it wasn't for the sake of saving the reputation of the Tang family, so that others could see that the true young master had voluntarily gone out with them, how could Tang Ruoling have come over to pick him up in person? "Tang Qingma, you, Tang Ruoling wanted to curse, but before she could say anything she was met by Tang Qingma picking up the water cup on the desktop and splashing it on her. Most of the glass of water splashed onto her face and down her body, soaking the shirt she was wearing all over. Some of it even splashed on the floor. "Wang Ma, Shinjin wants me to mop the floor again." Tang Qingma. Tang Ruoling saw the close-fitting undergarments gradually emerge, and immediately clasped her arms to her chest in humiliation. Her face and hair were dripping, and with that blushing, aggrieved face, there was a broken beauty of an elite femme fatale that could stir up a man's desire for protection. But naturally, Tang Qingma wouldn't be protective of her, and scoffed at this. "Why are you yelling so loudly? I've been beaten and scolded by your 7 sisters before, and I didn't even say anything when the dog barked." You think you're in a position to yell at me? You! Tang Ruoling didn't know what to say when she was disliked so much, and could only tremble with anger, until finally, all she could muster was the far-fetched, "How did you get to be like this?" The classic line. Miss Tang is worthy of being produced by the Tang family. She's abused people like this and still asks why she's resisting. Tang Qingma slowly took a sip of the soup. Why don't you just use your worse than a goldfish brain to recall how you guys usually treat me, and it won't be clear. Oh! Tang Ruoling felt a headache at this point, because she disliked her own brother so much. She had condoned her younger sisters to bully and abuse Tang Qingma. Sometimes he himself, in order to make Hoshi happy, purposely asked him to wait for several hours in the company before letting his subordinates carry out the humiliation. As for Tang Fei, it could be said that she and Tang Xuerong were the two people in the entire Tang family who had gone the most overboard with Tang Qingmo. Thinking about it this way, it was quite reasonable for Tang Qingma not to visit Tang Fei in the hospital. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. But just as Tang Ruoling was thinking this way, a letter from Tang Chuanxi came through on her cell phone. It's just some blah 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 green tea statements. But looking at the words, Tang Ruoling's head thumped again. Yeah. No matter what, Tang Qingma was their brother. It's a must for a pro-sister in the hospital. Tang Ruoling immediately said, "Anyway, you eat quickly, and come with me to the hospital when you're done." Before Tang Qingma could respond, she ran away to her room to change her clothes as if she were running away. Tang Qingma cursed lightly and continued to eat the chicken wings. Today's soup base is a thick chicken broth that Wang Ma has boiled for 10 hours, which is flavorful and full of nutrients. In the future, when he brought down the Tang family, he would recruit her as a chef as well. "Host, will you go to the hospital later?" the system asked in his head at this time. "Go. How can I see Tang Fei's half-dead face if I don't go?" Going to see his enemy paralyzed, unable to live on his own in the future, knowing that he was the murderer but unable to express his humiliation. Tang Qingma's mood was very joyful, and after Tang Ruoling changed into a set of clothes and came down, she saw Tang Qingma getting everything ready and standing at the door. She froze involuntarily. Is Tang Qingma really willing to go over there? What? Doesn't dear big sister want me to go to the hospital? Why don't you drive over here quickly? Tang Ruoling was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she was afraid that Tang Qingma would backtrack. So not daring to say anything else, he silently drove his motorhome over. 9 o'clock in the evening, the first private hospital in Mordor. This was the hospital where Tang Ailey had joined, and although she had been suspended by the dean because of last night's heat, the other party was, after all, the Tang family's daughter, so she still allowed Tang Fei to stay in a deluxe one-room ward and allowed Tang Ailey to receive medical treatment. But it could only heal Tang Fei alone. At this time, all the people of the Tang family gathered in the hospital room, looking at Tang Fei, whose whole body and limbs had been wrapped up as mummy-in. She was paralyzed from the fall, unable to move or speak, and could only lie in her hospital bed, convulsing. Listening to Ellie Tang and other expert doctors, Fei Tang became like this in her next life. Watching their daughters and sisters become like this, Bai Hualien and Tang Mei Xian and the others were very sad. Why did the heavens do this to me? Bai Hualien wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said painfully, Fei is still so young. She's only in her 20s. How can this make her live? Mom, don't be like this. You and fourth sister are so good. There will definitely be a miracle. Tang Yinshi held Bai Hualien's hand, and Ellie Tang, Mei Hsian Tang and Xuerong Tang also showed sad expressions. Only Tang Jianren, when he heard that Tang Fei had been wasted, his heart was unusually complicated in addition to a hint of hurt. The fact that the fourth daughter was now crippled meant that no powerful family would even be willing to marry her in the future. I've raised this daughter for over 20 years, and now I'm being told that she's lost her whole life, and that I'll even have to spend money on therapy to raise her later. It's just annoying. And seeing Tang Jianren's ugly face, Tang Yinshi immediately said, Dad, you don't have to worry. I'll definitely take good care of fourth sister in the future. Although Tang Fei was paralyzed, she was still conscious. As soon as she heard that her adored Hoshi would be taking care of her in the future, her haggard mood due to her paralysis was swept away and her heart blossomed with joy. When you say take care, do you mean take care for 2 days or take care for the rest of your life? At that moment, however, a mocking voice came into the ward. Tang Qingma followed Tang Ruoling, his gloating expression seeming out of place in the room. Ah, ah. Lying on the bed, Tang Fei was reminded of last night's scene as soon as she saw Tang Qingma's silhouette. She wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. Dear fourth sister, how are you? Tang Qingma took a big step forward and walked over to Tang Fei's bedside with a bright smile. Did you miss me so much that you're so excited? Only after being told by Tang Qingma did the Tang family realize that Tang Fei's eyes were wide and staring at Tang Qingma with her mouth constantly open. Tang Qingma continued to snicker. I know that last night you tried to sneak into my room for Tang Chuanxi but accidentally lost your footing. But it's fine. I won't blame you. No. Tang Fei was about to explode inside. She wanted to immediately jump up and tear Tang Qingma, the culprit, to pieces. All because of him. How could he be paralyzed if it wasn't for him himself? Tang Fei's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingma laughed darkly and looked at Tang Fei and said softly, Don't look at me like that either. I'm your good brother, thinking of you. What? Only Tang Qingma turned his head and looked at Tang Jianren, whose face was gray. Tang family master, since fourth sister is now paralyzed, what about her future marriages? Tang Jianren became angry when he heard about Tang Fei's future. What else can be done? Do you think there will be another man to marry her? And Tang Qingma suddenly laughed loudly and said, There is. Isn't there a ready-made one at home? Crowd, ugh, ready? Tang Qingma raised his arm and pointed at the frozen Tang Inchi. Just let Tang Chuanxi marry Tang Fei and join the Tang family. Chapter 30 Separation. Sisters turn against each other. What are you babbling about? After Tang Qingma spoke his shocking words, the Tang family froze in fear. But Tang Fei, who was lying on the bed, flickered her eyes. She has always been in love with Tang Inchi, but because of the identity of both parties and Tang Inchi's existing marriage contract has been hidden. Tang Fei was overjoyed when she learned that she and Tang String, she were not related by blood. How could Hoshi marry fourth sister? But in contrast was the extremely angry Tang Shuilong, who immediately pointed at Tang Qingma and said angrily, I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense. She was equally in love with Tang Inchi as she was with Tang Fei. Not to mention that in the past when Tang Fei was still able-bodied, she didn't want Tang Chuanxi to be overly intimate with her. And now Tang Fei was even more paralyzed and couldn't even take care of herself. How was she worthy of the kind and gentle Hoshi even if she was her own sister? Absolutely not. Tang Qingma naturally saw Tang Shuilong's inner thoughts. What is a paralyzed sister in front of her true love? So he continued, Good fifth sister, for 18 years Tang Chuanxi took over my identity as the false young master. Which piece of food and drink didn't appear at the hands of the Tang family master? Now is but his turn to repay the favor. And haven't you all been saying that Tang Chuanxi has been upset all day because of my return? Now let him marry Tang Fei and join the Tang family, and he'll officially become part of the family. Saying that, Tang Qingma even looked at Tang Jianren. He doesn't have to be restless anymore after becoming the son-in-law of the Tang family, and fourth sister's marriage has been settled. Kill two birds with one stone. Wouldn't that be nice? Don't say. After listening to Tang Qingma's words, Tang Jianren seemed to be genuinely moved. Yeah. He had raised Tang Inchi for 18 years. It was because of these 18 years of sunk costs that he didn't want to give up on Tang Inchi just because he didn't have blood. Anyway, now that his fourth daughter is wasted, it would be better for the fake son to marry his fourth daughter. That way his training wouldn't be wasted and he wouldn't have to worry about his fourth daughter's marriage. It's really a good idea, Dad. No way. Seeing Tang Jianren's hesitation, as well as Tang Inchi's pale face, Tang Ruoling also immediately retorted. Xiao Shi is married to the Lu family's daughter. How can we let him marry the fourth sister? And Tang Chun 11 is his younger brother, with whom he has had a relationship for 18 years. And he is asked to marry his fourth sister, who is already unable to take care of herself. It's too much for him. Tang Qingma couldn't help but frown when he heard the word marriage contract. System, the marriage contract Tang Ruoling spoke of. Is it hard to believe? The system immediately responded, Yes, host. It's the marriage contract with the Lu family's daughter, Lu Ruyan. As a former cool male lead, the original owner naturally had a marriage partner. The Tang family and the Lu family have been acquainted with each other since the previous generation, and the two families, in order to mutually benefit and help each other, set up a marriage contract with the Lu family's daughter before the original owner was born, so that they could get married as soon as they graduated from university. It's just that for the past 18 years it's been Tang Chuanxi taking over the original owner's identity. So it's up to him to become Lu Ruyan's betrothed. Of course, according to the original owner's memories, in the 3 months since she was recognized back into the Tang family, the original owner had been so obedient to Lu Ruyan that she had been transformed into a dog-licking existence. But the original owner, as a 10,000 people, is only disliked no matter how hard she tries. That's why Lu Ruyan was very unfavorable to the original owner, thinking that he couldn't compare to Tang Hongxi at all, and often humiliated the original owner. In response, the original owner, of course, chose to forgive and endure her. Tang Qingma was not looking at that Lu Ruyan at all, and planned to find a time afterward to break the engagement. But now, Tang Qingma asked with a cold smile, "Big sister is really generous, giving her own brother's marriage contract to her fake brother. I wonder what the people of other clans will think when it's said?" Tang Ruoling saw that Tang Qingma had to snatch things from Tang Yinxi and said excitedly, "Why are you trying to snatch Xiao Shi's marriage contract again? The person who has accompanied Ruyan for all these years is Xiao Shi. The person she likes is also Xiao Shi." Tang Qingma directly rebuked coldly. "Who she likes is none of my business. What do you mean by the marriage of two families? How many marriages in big families are about mutual liking? What they look for is nothing more than the reproduction of the bloodline. Do you think the Lu family would agree to let Tang Chuanxi take my place?" Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. "Of course, if you want to hand over the Tang family to an outsider like Tang Chuanxi to inherit, just pretend I didn't say anything."
Tang Jianren Tang Jingxi.
Ellie Tang frowned. "Hoshi is not an outsider. Just an outsider." Tang Qingma interrupted her. "He doesn't have any blood ties to the Tang family, and only gained 18 years of honor and wealth because he had a criminal mom. Tang clan master, even if we agree to hand over the Tang clan to Tang Chuanxi for succession, will the entire Tang clan agree?"
Tang Jianren.
The Tang family is a big family. Tang Jianren had an older brother up top and a younger brother down below. Only because he was married to the Bai family's daughter and had a decent talent for business, he was allowed to manage the Tang group. But if he said that he wanted to hand over the Tang family to Tang Chuanxi, a person with no blood, to inherit, even if he agreed, his elder brother and other relatives would never allow it. Tang Qingma walked over to Tang Jianren and patted him on the shoulder. "That's why. As long as Tang Chuanxi joins the Tang family, he's not an outsider." Tang Jianren. "No way." Tang Shuilong saw Tang Jianren's heartbeat, then looked at the light in Tang Fei Fei's eyes and kept shaking her head. "Hoshi can't marry fourth sister. He can't. Fifth sister. What's wrong with you?" Tang Meixi noticed that Tang Shuilong was a bit off. "He can't marry fourth sister. No way." She had liked Tang Yinxi from before, and if the other party was the daughter of the Lu family, then she could still put up with it herself. But now for the paralyzed fourth sister, that would be totally unacceptable. If it's just a matter of joining the Tang family, wouldn't it be the same to let Hoshi marry herself? Tang Qingma looked at Tang Shuilong, who had gone crazy, and hooked her lips in a dark smile. It begins sisters against. The system in his head had been dumbfounded. The host's disassociation is too strong. After proposing that Tang Yinxi and Tang Fei Fei get married, in addition to being able to disgust Tang Yinxi, it would also turn Tang Shuilong's sisters against each other. This scene is so exciting. Chapter 31. The current fourth sister doesn't deserve Xiao Shi. If it was usual, Tang Qingma would definitely have shied away from Tang Shuilong for a few moments, causing her to tighten up a bit. But this time, he didn't do so, and instead inspired Tang Shuilong's inner jealousy towards Tang Fei Fei. "Anyway, I heard Tang Yinxi say just now that he would take good care of fourth sister. So isn't that just as he wanted?" Tang Qingma smiled brightly, looking like a good older brother who cared for his younger brother. At the same time, it also made Tang Stringy pale, not daring to speak at all. In his eyes, Tang Qingma at this moment was like an evil spirit from hell, one step at a time trying to push him into the abyss. Tang Shuilong naturally exploded with anger. "That's just something Xiao Shi said out of the goodness of his heart. How can he be allowed to take care of his paralyzed fourth sister for the rest of his life? Isn't this ruining Xiao Shi?" As sisters of similar age, Tang Shuirong had also vaguely noticed from before that Tang Fei Fei also liked Tang Stringxi. But since neither of them had the chance, so she had always pretended not to know. But now, because of Tang Fei Fei's own accidental fall from the building, it provided an opportunity instead. She would never approve of this marriage. Lying on the bed, Tang Fei Fei was finally chilled. Just because she can't move doesn't mean she's unconscious. Hearing her own sister say 3 times that she was paralyzed made her chest feel as hard as if it was blocked. However, the rest of the Tang family members didn't notice Tang Fei Fei's emotions and instead felt that Tang Shuilong was right. Shuirong has a point. Tang Ali nodded her head and said, even if Xiao Shi doesn't marry Ms. Lu's family in the future, it's not fair to Xiao Shi to tie him up for life just because Fei Fei is crippled. Tang Meixin, I'm sure Fifi doesn't want to tie Hoshi down for the rest of her life because of her own physical reasons, so she'll feel guilty too. Tang Ruoling, she's very close to Xiao Shi. She must not want to ruin Xiao Shi's happiness. Even the grieving white flower lotus said, yes, Hoshi is a kind-hearted child, and Fifi wouldn't want her favorite brother to marry her. Would she?
Philip Tang.
Tang Qingma held back her laughter, and even though Tang Fei Fei couldn't make any expression, it felt like she was about to break. So with all this talk, you guys aren't even going to ask your Hoshi what she decided? Named Tang Stringy. You just said you were willing to take care of your fourth sister, and now that you've been given that chance, what are you going to do? Tang Qingma's triumphant words caused Tang Inchi to clench her teeth. Of course, he didn't want to marry Tang Fei Fei. Although his status was that of a fake young master, he was able to share a lot of property with the help of the Tang family's love for him over the years. And of course his goal was to marry Rui Ryu. As long as he became the son-in-law of the Lu family, he would have a share of both the Tang and Lu family's properties. But now this Tang Qingma actually asked himself to marry Tang Fei Fei. This was to ruin him. Tang Fei Fei had been paralyzed and was of no use to the Tang family. And in the future, Tang Jianren would only give her a lump sum for treatment to get her through the rest of her life. So what good would it do to marry her? Not to mention she's paralyzed. Do you want him to keep his body after marriage? He himself used to keep a close distance from Tang Fei Fei, but it was only because he sensed that Tang Fei Fei had something else in mind for him, and he wanted to make good use of that and gain different benefits. Especially after Tang Qingmo returned to the Tang family, he had repeatedly created the illusion of being bullied at Tang Fei Fei and Tang Shuirong, and then he didn't have to say anything himself, and those 2 idiots would help him get Tang Qingmo half dead. But now Tang Qingma looked like she was turning into another person, constantly digging a hole to push herself down. What's the matter, Tang Inchi? So you don't want to take care of fourth sister? Seeing Tang Inchi's silence, Tang Qingma was coaxing even more fire. No brother. How could I not want to take care of fourth sister? Tang Inchi immediately pulled out a far-fetched smile in reply. But isn't marriage? We have to consider fourth sister's feelings too. No matter what, he should not join the Tang family. And Tang Shuirong didn't want to hear about Tang Qingxi and Tang Fei Fei from Tang Qingmo's mouth anymore, pointing at Tang Qingmo and yelling, no matter what, Xiao Shi won't marry fourth sister. I'll kill you if you talk any more nonsense. Tang Qingma saw Tang Shuilong gasping for air because she was overly angry, wanting to tear her mouth off as if she was. But he wasn't flustered at all. He just patted the silent Tang Jianren once again. I'm just giving the Tang family master a nice suggestion now. The final decision is of course made by the Tang family master, who has provided for Tang Qingxi for 18 years. Tang Qingma once again hinted at Tang Jianren. Tang Jianren's body stuttered, his face becoming heavier. The purpose of provoking the Tang family had been accomplished, and Tang Qingma didn't want to stay in the same space with them anymore. The original provocative tone also became icy. All right, I'll go out first if there's nothing else. I want to vomit just by staying in the same place as you guys. Tang Qingma. Tang Ruoling didn't expect Tang Qingma to suddenly stab them again. But Tang Qingma didn't even look at her and directly left the ward. After Tang Qingma left, all the people in the Tang family except Tang Shuilong began to think differently. Bai Hualien was pained as she watched her own son not even look at her from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that they were so close to each other, but their hearts were far apart. And the 3 Tang sisters looked at each other. Of course, they all disagreed with Tang Qingma's suggestion just now, believing that the current fourth sister was no longer worthy of the outstanding Tang Yinxi. Tang Jinxi is their younger brother. How can you ruin his happiness? But Tang Jianren was quite heartened. Just need the name of the marriage anyway. Tang Jinxi was the son he had spent a lot of cost to raise. How can you give up what you've been working on for years just because he's a fake? Wouldn't the best thing to do be for Tang Stringy to stay in the Tang family and repay and serve the Tang family for the rest of his life? All the people in the hospital room have different thoughts. Only Tang Inchi can't help but want to leave as the atmosphere in the hospital room becomes very strange and suffocating. I'm going out to the restroom. Ugh, Xiao Shi, there's one here. Tang Meishin just wanted to point out that the luxurious ward here had a separate restroom, but Tang Stringxi had already left.
Tang King Mo.
Stop right there. As soon as Tang Jinshi exited the doorway, she saw Tang Qingma's back and angrily ran up to stop Tang Qingma from moving on. You stop it. What? Not disgustingly calling me brother now. Tang Qingma sneered. It was to be expected that he would be called out by Tang Yinshi. Just now in the hospital room deliberately let him and Tang Fei Fei married. Think must be in a bad mood and come over to him. As expected, Tang Yinshi's little white face became twisted hideous. The ward Tang Fei Fei was in was located in the VIP area of the hospital, and when family members came the medical staff would all leave the room temporarily, so now only the two of them were left in the corridor. Tang Yinshi didn't need to keep playing the good boy. You! How dare you want me to marry this cripple? Tang Fei Fei, do you think that's enough to blow me off? Tang Qingma snickered. You don't call fourth sister anymore? If Tang Fei Fei heard her beloved brother call herself that, her heart would be broken. You shut the up. Tang Jinshi revealed a twisted smile and looked at Tang Qingma triumphantly. You're just taking revenge by asking me to marry Tang Fei Fei because you saw that mom, dad, and my sisters like me. But it's a pity. The other sisters would never allow it. You're wrong to think that way. I'm helping you. Tang Qingma stuck his hands in his pants pockets, his eyes like looking at a clown. You don't think that you, the son of a sinner, can really inherit the Tang family or marry the Lu family, do you? It's nice to call you a fake young master, but in reality, you're just an imposter. Whether it's the Tang family's fortune or the marriage contract with the Lu family, it's impossible for you to have a share. You unloved, shut up. I get love from my mom and dad and my sisters and Ruma. Drain rats like you who aren't loved by them are the ones who have nothing. Tang Qingshi jumped up at Tang Qingma's words, unable to control his emotions as he clenched his fist and swung it over. Chapter 32. You can hold the sky down, you're thick-skinned enough. Tang Qingma sidestepped Tang Chuanshi's punch and then, ping. Ah. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Love? What's the age of love? Are you microcephalic? Snap. After Tang Qingma finished hitting one side of his face, he backhanded his hand and slapped over the other side of Tang Yinshi's face. Ah. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Then begin a repeating cycle of punches and slaps, constantly rotating left and right. Ping. Pa. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. If love worked, then there would be no need for marriages between the great families. It wouldn't matter to whom the property was inherited. What would they have children for? Idle desolation. Ping pong pop pop. Ah. No. Tang Qingmu. Ah. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Don't worry, not as cheap as you. Punches and slaps were alternately punched and slapped, and a great deal of thumping continued to resonate through the corridor. This, coupled with the system's electronic sounds that kept appearing in his mind, resulted in a bizarre zhang music being formed within Tang Qingma's ears. Knowing that you are a fake and still rely on not leaving, in the future the sky collapses, have you on the top of the line, thick-skinned enough. Snap. Ah. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Ping. Oh. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Snap. A large amount of remorse value was generated, and the system's excited voice sounded in his head. Oh, host, you're fantastic. Every time you hit him and slap him you collect remorse. Quickly. Don't stop. Come on. Come on. Come on. Tang Qingma. It's hard for me when you're so crazy. Ping. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. After another punch, Tang Stringy's remorse value went up again. By now his face was swollen and bruised, and he was about to be unrecognizable. Tang Qingshi also endured the pain, her voice stuttering as she glared at Tang Qingma. You think you're doing this to me? Sister and the others will let you go? So resistant. Tang Qingmo raised her calf and kicked it straight at Tang Yinshi's stomach. Ah. Tang Jinshi's entire body was kicked to the ground and rolled twice, followed by her back being stomped on viciously by Tang Qingma again. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. So what if they don't leave me alone? Beat me and humiliate me like they used to? But can they do that now? Tang Qingma looked at him from a downward position. You. Tang Yinshi turned her head, saw the other party's triumphant eyes, and gritted her teeth as she tried to retaliate. But he couldn't fight. Damn it. Why did he suddenly have the brainwave to mess with Tang Qingma? Got myself beaten up now. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 300. Ah! Tang Qingma, what are you doing? And located in the back also came the screams of Tang Shuilong. She was worried that Tang Qin she might have met with some accident and gone out to watch because he had been out for 5 minutes and hadn't come back. Who knew that as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Inchi collapsed on the floor, and Tang Qingma was still stomping on him with his foot.
Tang Qingma.
How dare you do this to Xiaoxi? Tang Shuilong naturally lost control of her emotions and quickly ran forward wanting to reach out and hit Tang Qingma. Then her slap swung empty due to Tang Qingma's backing up, and Tang Qingma raised her hand again to whip down hard. Pa! Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. System. Cool. You hit me, said Tang Shuilong, looking at Tang Qingma incredulously. Someone rushed up to me and smoked it. So I smoked it. Tang Qingma waved her hand and snorted. Ha! Hoshi! What's going on? Because of Tang Shuilong's screams, everyone in the Tang family came out. Then all saw the scene of Tang Qingmo stomping Tang Qing, she under his feet. Bai Hualien cried once again. Qingmo, how could you do this to Xiaoxi? He is also your brother. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Because you're biased, my dear mother. White flower lotus. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Tang Qingma, you're too vicious. Tang Ali gritted her teeth once again. Tang Ruoling also wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Qingma. Please stop repeating yourselves. I'm sick of you guys not being sick of it. Tang Qingma kicked Tang Stringy's waist side again. Ah. Crowd. Hoshi. And Master Tang, it's 9:30 now, and there's still 2.5 hours until tomorrow. If you don't give me that $15 million, I'll do something even more vicious to bring your Tang family to an end. Smile. Tang Jianren was stunned. You? Tang Qingma waved her hand and turned around to move on. Then I'll leave first. You guys continue to love each other. Also no longer paying attention to the reaction of the Tang family's crowd. Tang Qingma left this hospital. Although it seemed like a lot of things were happening, it was actually only the second day that Tang Qingma had crossed over. Tomorrow is the weekend. School is out and he has other things to do. Host, where are you going? The system saw that the direction Tang Qingma was going was not the Tang family. Tomorrow Zhang Ling's death and Zhang Ting's arrest will make headlines. So now I'm stopping by to address the other classmates who have bullied the original owner. So give me the address where they live. Although Zhang Ling has been resolved, according to the original owner's memories, there are still 7 or 8 classmates in the school who bullied him. Some of them had gotten the benefit of Tang Yinchi, and some of them were following the trend and thought it was funny. Even if these people were not as damaging as Zhang Ling, they still caused a lot of physical and mental harm to the original owner. So it's still okay to remove 1 or 2 of their arms or thighs at damage cost stacking. Chapter 33 Retaliation Against a Former Classroom Teacher. Night, 11 o'clock. Located in a certain dark alley in the Magic City, Wondertong was walking with a finished beer bottle, swaying from side to side. Hiccup! Damn it! It's all because of Tang Qingma that... If it wasn't for him, hiccup, how could I get fired? In the morning, W.U. Taktong has been fired and reported to the Education Bureau by Principal Lam after he was exposed for openly accepting gifts from parents, ostracizing and suppressing students, and indulging in bullying in school. Although the disciplinary actions of the Education Bureau are not known for the time being, they generally result in the revocation of teaching staff licenses and the prohibition of continued employment as a staff member for the next several years. For Ing Taktong, being a classroom teacher in a private school is a lucrative job. He receives numerous gifts from parents every year. Now it's gone because of Tang Qingma, and he can only go to some tavern to drink away his sorrows, and is impotent enough to take it out on the other side. Rubbish. Hiccup. Don't fall into my hands. I will not let you go. Hiccup. Wondertong once again poured the bottle into his mouth, and when he realized it was empty, he angrily slammed the bottle to the ground. There was a ping and the whole glass bottle was broken into pieces. Damn. Finish drinking again. Burp. Go drink again. Wondertong was already so drunk that he couldn't even see the path in front of him clearly, and his walking posture was staggering.
Tang Qingmo hi cúp. Tang Qingmo.
Thunk. Suddenly, it was as if he heard the sound of metal clanking from the depths of a dark alley.
Yang.
Ugh? It was thought to be an illusion, but the sound of crashing was getting closer and a dark figure slowly walked out. Huh? Who are you? Hiccup. Wondertong vaguely saw a figure holding what looked like an iron rod, knocking on the wall while walking towards himself. Dang. Dang. Ugh. You? Thunk. Knock knock. When he saw the iron rod in the black shadow's hand getting closer and closer to his eyes, Wu Dedong only woke up from his whine at that moment. But, ping, it's already too late. This time, he completely woke up and his eyes were horrified. You? Who are you? Just see the other party dressed in black, wearing a black mask and duck hat, can only be judged by the shape of the other party quite young look. The man didn't say anything. He just continued to pick up the iron rod and swung it in Wondertong's direction. Oh! Wondertong, who was already unable to stand due to his drunkenness, fell to the ground in pain. It was then that the dark figure tossed the iron bar in his hand aside and turned to leave the scene. Only after walking out of that dark alley did the man take off the cloth gloves and black mask he was wearing, revealing Tang Qingma's face. He sucked in the outside air. System, there are 4 others. Give me the addresses of where they are. Anyway, he had tomorrow off and he was going to get his revenge on those who had bullied the original owner at school before sunrise. Okay, the system is quick to mobilize. For it, all it has to do is follow its host's orders. Just, too bad. Why aren't those students related to the original owner in an important way? In that case, it can collect their remorse value. What? Who the hell made the collection feature? Why is it so useless? System. Huh? Think it's me? Then it's okay. It was already 1 a.m. after the bullies were done, in a continuous dark manner. Tang Qingma opened her cell phone and saw that Tang Jianren had already transferred that remaining $15 million, and the time just stepped on 11:58, as if she was making a final argument. Returning to the entrance of the Tang family's villa, Tang Qingma put her hand on the doorknob, preparing her heart to be locked out. He inwardly pleasured himself with the thought of how he was going to kick the newly installed wooden door off if he got locked out again, and the wooden door opens quite normally. Tisk! What a shame. Tang Qingmo returned to her dorm room, but instead of immediately taking off her clothes, she sat potty on the floor. System, help me open the cultivation space. Host, you've just come back from a busy day and you want to cultivate again? It's also too curly. The system was a bit shocked. It's nothing. Didn't time stand still outside when I was practicing? It doesn't matter if it rolls a bit. Okay. Anyway, tomorrow is a vacation, so the big deal is to sleep in a little later and get up again. And based on his daily workload before he wore in, those retaliatory actions just now weren't much of a workout at all. The system opened the cultivation space, and a series of high martial arts skills arranged themselves before Tang Qingma's eyes. The current him had already finished cultivating all the basic martial arts and could start learning some skills with special effects. However, based on the consideration of this body's tolerance, in the end, Tang Qingma chose the F-ranked Shining Thunder. Flash Thunder is one of the easiest skills to learn in high martial. Even if you haven't broken through to martial artist yet, you can still cultivate it, and even though it only has a rank of F, it is able to enhance its attack power based on the amount of chi and blood the user possesses. The most important thing is that Tang Qingma likes to help people with electrotherapy. Thinking so, he ticked the skill of Flashing Thunder and began to practice with his eyes closed. A golden yellow light flickered out on Tang Qingma's body in real time, and a large amount of hot air hovered outside of it. Lots of lines of golden light kept slipping through the mind. After some time, Tang Qingma slowly opened his eyes, and several faint thunderbolts emanated from his body, emitting beeping sounds. Slightly opening his palms, he gathered the chi and blood in his body and released a yellow ball of thunder upwards. He succeeded in learning the Flash of Thunder skill. Turning off the cultivation space, Tang Qingma took a simple bath and changed into pajamas before finally falling asleep. One night without a dream. Weekend. Tang Qingma didn't get up until almost 9:30, and as soon as he did, he heard the sound of the remorse value ringing out. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. Oh, it's because of the medicinal soup, I think. On a normal day, the original owner would wake up at 4 in the morning every day to cook medicinal soup for Tang Ruoling and Bai Hualien, so that they could spend the day afterward full of energy. Tang Ruoling, as a dominatrix, would have problems with her stomach practice, while Bai Hualien would have a headache. After drinking the original owner's carefully prepared medicinal soup, they were already much better than usual. But now that Tang Qingma wasn't the original owner, she naturally wouldn't dedicate herself to the Tang family. So Tang Ruoling and Bai Hualien regretted because they couldn't drink the delicious soup. What a crime. Tang Qingma casually freshened up and changed into a new set of clothes, freshly heading to the hall. Wang Ma, are you there? Yes, young master. I'll prepare breakfast and bring it to you now. Yeah, thanks. Wang's mom is only working a half-day shift today, and all-day Sunday is a day off. And for breakfast prepared hot corn syrup, white bread with sesame syrup, and a cutlet. Tang Qingma noticed that there were none of those annoying noises in the villa while she was eating and asked curiously, Wang Ma, where are the others? Young master said that today is the weekend, so he went out early in the morning with the ladies and young master Chuanqi. Wang Ma reported truthfully, and her tone was still a bit regretful. Oh, they have such big hearts, said Tang Qingma, just laughing as she picked up the sesame paste and spread it on the white bread. The heat of the Tang family's real and fake young masters had only just cooled down when these people ostracized him without even hiding it. That's right, after all, they beat Tang Chuanqi to the ground in the hospital last night, so that's why they came up with such childish tactics, thinking they'd be sad? Maybe if it was the original owner, but he was physically and mentally joyful because there were no annoying guys in the house. He gleaned $20 million from Tang Genrin, and taking advantage of his free weekend, he planned to go out and buy a house. Chapter 34, I'll split the extra $1 million with you 37%. Tang Qingma arrived at a large real estate center in the city. In order to help the original owner avenge his death, he needed to have a new residence outside to facilitate his future actions. Upon entering the center, a young lady in a suit and black silk immediately came forward with enthusiasm. Hello, sir. What type of house do you need? The young lady's eyes were poisonous. Even though the person in front of her looked young, she could feel a unique aura from him. Of course, she will not be like some novels in which she feels that the other party cannot afford to buy a house, and then go to carry on the cynicism like an evil. Tang Qingma smiled and asked, May I ask if there's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom? It's best to be inside the city, with convenient transportation. Of course there is. Please follow me. Since he was the only one living there, the house didn't need to be too big, and he was only going back once or twice a week. The suit and black silk young lady took Tang Qingma to a comfortable location and served tea and fruits. Sir, I recommend you this 2-bedroom and 1-bathroom apartment in Langyueju Community Apartment. There is a supermarket and various breakfast stores downstairs, and you can reach the bus station and subway within 5 minutes. And because it's a new type of apartment, so it has an elegant environment and security in place. And we guarantee it's not a fine home. It's only $4.5 million right now. Tang Qingma flipped through the flyer given by the young lady and looked at the pictures, which were quite good. And while he was thinking about it, the system had already said, Host, the environment of this neighborhood is quite good. There's plenty of aura for cultivation in the neighborhood, and there's no trouble in the future with fires or anything like that. Like this. Tang Qingma, who had originally wanted to look at a few more, stopped hesitating after hearing the system's words. He pulled a card from his person. I'll take this one. Please pay for me in full. Okay, if spread out over a 15-year mortgage can provide excellent. Eek. Full payment? The young lady thought she heard wrong. I can't believe it's full payment. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go get the manager right away. She immediately went to call for the manager. It's her god of fortune for the month. In less than 5 minutes, the property manager had printed the contract, and the young lady had come over with a tray of keys. The manager was a balding man approaching middle age. He respectfully ground his palms at this point and said, This gentleman, please give me your ID card, and as long as you sign the contract, you can take you to see the house now. Pretty fast efficiency. Tang Qingma laughed lightly. It was ironic to say that the original owner had returned to the Tang family for 3 months without even entering the Tang family's household. And since the Tang family never cared for the original owner was the one who held all the ID cards. But also because of this, it allows him to buy property as an independent. Then take the contract. Ugh, who did I say it was? Isn't this the famous Tang family's true young master? Tang Qingma, who was planning to read the contract, suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned her head in confusion. Then they saw Song Qianjun and Su Jingshan's figures. You're Song Xiao. Never thought I'd see him in a real estate center. Song Qianjun walked with a 6-parent stride and arrogantly approached. If I'm not mistaken, young Tang is trying to buy a house? Yeah.
Tang Qingma responde.
Song Qianjun looked at the real estate manager and the young lady again, and the frightened manager immediately responded, Young Master Song. This Mr. Tang intends to purchase the Langyueju Apartments house in full payment. Humph. You, a young master with no status in the Tang family, actually have the ability to buy a house with full payment? What a joke. Song Qianjun grunted and laughed, his tone full of mockery. Tang Qingma manager miss. Their eyes are like, look, there's a little cutie here. Ah. Then Song Qianjun suddenly grabbed the key on the young lady's plate and arrogantly asked, how much does this house cost? Ugh, $4.5 million. The young lady was also taken aback. Song Qianjun, I'll add an extra million, $5.5 million to buy it. Sign the contract for me now. Manager Missy. This. The manager and the young lady looked at Tang Qingma in distress. After all, it was the other party who came to buy first. But the young Song in front of them was not to be messed with. Then the next second Tang Qingma grabbed the real estate manager's tie and pulled him in front of him, whispering into his ear, promise him that I'll split the extra million with you 37. 7 for me and 3 for you. Manager. He instantly looked serious and said in the same soft voice, Mr. Tang, we can't be so ungenerous as human beings. 50-50. Tang Qingma frowned. I'm 6 and you're 4. If you don't agree, then forget it. The housing and finance manager agonized hard for 3 seconds before finally nodding. Okay, it's decided. Young Song. This way, please. Then he resumed his bright smile and went to receive Song Qianjun. Song Qianjun saw that the possession of that house was his, and gave Tang Qingma a look of triumph. See? The only way to get what you want at any given time is to have more money. Tang Qingma raised his thumb. You're right. Humph. I hope that this time, Tang Xiao will learn well. Then Song Qianjun left, and Su Jingchen wordlessly followed behind. System, is Song Qianjun's character this naive? You said he started the trouble and he's giving you money. It's embarrassing to punch him in the face. Actually, it's not. Song Qianjun's original character was quite cold and ruthless, but now he's like this because he's been raised to be wasted. The system silently explained, although it was also speechless at its behavior just now. Anyway, thanks for the $600,000. Injustice. Ah no. Gold leak. System. Neither of these are good words, right? Tang Qingma looked at the young lady once again. Sorry. Please introduce me to another house. Okay, Mr. Tang. I'll introduce you to a better one. The young lady's heart had fallen open. What a lucky day for her. 2 houses sold. Chapter 35. You don't have a job now. Even if your face gets hurt, it doesn't matter. Although the house at Langyu residence was bought by Song Qianjun, Tang Qingmo smoothly purchased the Star Hao residence next door. Because it was in the same place, the aura for cultivation, and the environment such as transportation were the same. It's the fact that Star House has a gym and a bar and other club services. So it's slightly more expensive than the Langyu residence by $300,000. But the $300,000 had already been gotten from Song Qianjun, that ingrate. No, it was a golden leak, so it wasn't bad. After sightseeing the house, Tang Qingma stopped by the hospital to pick up the injury report. That's the proof of the report he just wore 2 days ago and spent thousands on. With it, a lot of trouble can be solved afterward. Tang Qingma looked at the sky after coming out of the hospital. It was still early. System. Help me look at the banks that will be open on Saturday. Okay, but what are you doing at the bank, host? Investment. If we want to destroy the Tang family, it's not enough to publicize the negative news about the Tang family. The Tang family was a large family that had always held a position in the business world. So in order to bring down the Tang family, you have to use the same tactics of the business world. And the other point is to create backing for yourself. A powerful presence is one that others dare not mess with. In this world, besides the Tang family, there were many other powerful and martial arts families. They will think that they are worthless, backgroundless outcasts apart from the Tang family. Therefore, only when you become a powerful and unrivaled being yourself will others not dare to mess with you. Now that Tang Qingma had bought the house, she still had $15 million on hand, enough to set up a small company as well as invest in the stock market. And, of course, he has the biggest golden handshake of all. System, you start by telling me the stocks that are likely to go up in the next year, and also the world events that will happen in the next few years. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. Feels like you know a lot of things, host. What are you talking about? As the head of the family, shouldn't you be able to invest and see the future situation clearly? Although his family before he crossed over was a martial arts family, he was also involved in several business dealings, such as the elixir and exotic beast material and secret book business and so on. A chain of commerce is formed between all the big families. And in order to better participate in the buying and selling of investments, Observing the future situation of the world and the country is a must. If it is known which small countries have destabilized regimes and have civil wars, or if there are new breakthroughs in emerging industries in certain countries, the corresponding stock markets will be greatly affected. Only by grasping the business opportunities and the future situation, the company can grow bigger and bigger. There's just one problem. Tang Qingma didn't know who would be the best person to manage this company. He couldn't help but sigh. Alas, if only I had a multi-talented martial artist who was good at management, who could do whatever he was told to do perfectly, and a strong martial artist to help me manage the company. System. I don't know if it's just its delusion, but it always feels like the host is hinting at someone. It's supposed to be an illusion of it. After getting everything done, Tang Qingma went to an outside restaurant to enjoy a delicious afternoon tea before returning to the Tang home. As soon as he entered, he heard those joyous laughs of the Don's family. Great, the annoying thing is back. Ah, brother, you're back. As usual, Tang Qingxi pretended to be a well-behaved child as soon as she saw Tang Qingma's figure. The originally joyful Tang family crowd stopped laughing as soon as they saw Tang Qingma's return, then replaced it with an expression of caution and disgust. Tang Qingma just scanned and realized that there was no figure of Tang Jianren, who might have returned to the company. Brother, you won't be mad if we go out today but leave you home alone because I saw you sleeping well, will you? Tang Jinshi still played steadily, clearly having been knocked to the ground by himself only last night. He continued to provoke himself today as if nothing had happened, and also said so many tea-scented words. Tang Qingma quite admired his persistence and talent. Tang Ali said in disgust, Hoshi, you don't have to be so concerned about him. He just hit you last night. Tang Shuilong was exasperated. Yeah, what qualifications does a loser like him have to go out with us? Tang Meixin and Tang Ruoling frowned, while Bai Hualien looked nervously at Tang Qingma. Turning to them, Tang Qingma just snickered and waved her hand. How could I possibly be angry? I'm too busy to hang out, unlike some suspended loafers.
Eo li tang mei hin tang su rong tang.
They were all put to death, and you really don't know how to teach a lesson. Tang Qingma silently looked at Tang Yinxi. You've already been beaten so badly by me last night, but you still insist on coming to mess with me today. You're pretty powerful too. What is brother saying? We're all family.
Tang Yanxi húp phét.
He naturally heard the other party's mockery, but still continued to ask as if nothing had happened. What were you busy with just now? Why are you only coming back now? Tang Qingma said in a cold voice. I'm going to study how I have to beat people up so I don't get caught. Tang Stringy. What did he say? Tang Qingma smiled and patted his shoulder with a deep smile. Dear brother, are you going to help me with the experiment? Tang Jinshi immediately bounced away in shock, her entire body in a cold sweat. You stay away from Xiaoxi. Tang Shuirong sensed that Tang Jinshi was in danger and immediately rushed up to try to slap Tang Qingma. Snap. Then she was smoked by Tang Qingma again. Ah! Tang Shuilong almost fell to the ground, half of her face swollen. Tang Qingma scoffed, Don't worry, you don't have a job now anyway, so it doesn't matter even if your face gets hurt, right? As soon as she heard that she had lost her job because of Tang Qingma and was hurt in her most important face, Tang Shuilong lost control and rushed up once again. Tang Qingma didn't say anything this time, just slightly raised her arm, gathering a force of qi and blood in the palm of her hand. Shuirong! Tang Meixin was stunned as she immediately unleashed her qi and blood power to quickly stop Tang Shuilong. Let go of me, third sister. You calm down. Don't mess with Qingma again. Tang Meixin gritted her teeth hard to stop it. Now that Tang Qingma had refined her martial arts body techniques, although she hadn't yet broken through to become a martial artist, she could sense that the qi and blood in her opponent's body was unusually powerful. If this gathered qi and blood slap really went up, Tang Shuilong's face would be ruined, and she might even end up in the hospital with her fourth sister. Worthy of being a former martial arts instructor, knowing exactly what I want to do. Tang Qingma shook his hand and dissipated the qi and blood power in his hand. Tang Meixin gritted her teeth and asked, We're all family. Is it necessary to go this far? Would you let your family lie on the ground and learn to bark at a dog? Tang Qingma asked rhetorically with a smile. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. What a crime. He laughed, intending to turn around and leave. Qing Mo. At this moment, Bai Hualien and Tang Ruoling, who had been silent all this time, lightly ran forward. He didn't come up to stop him when he had an argument with Tang Shuilong just now. and he only came to call out to him now, so it must not be good. But Tang Qingma still smiled brightly and asked, "Mother who says she cares about me but throws me out to play. What's the matter with you?" White flower lotus. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Sure enough, this sanctimonious has an easy brush with remorse. Tang Qingma, we just saw you sleeping so well, that's why we didn't come to call you. You don't have to be shady to mom. Tang Ruoling didn't feel guilty at all. Of course, as long as you. Tang Qingma immediately interrupted. You misunderstood. I don't want to hang out with disgusting people at all. So none of you need to call me that from now on. Seeing the other party's silence, Tang Qingma once again wanted to turn around and leave. But this time, Tang Ruoling called out to him, "Tang Qingma, that soup you usually make for me and mom. Why didn't you make it for us today?" Chapter 36. Lu Ruyan appeared on the scene. "The two of you should go together. Did I hear you right?" Even though Tang Qingma knew that the Tang family was hypocritical and selfish, he was still shocked by Tang Ruoling's cheeky words. He immediately revealed an unusually surprised expression. "There is actually such a brazen person in this world. You don't ask your gentle and kind brother Hoshi to do it, but you ask me, a wicked person, to do it? Aren't you slapping yourself in the face?" "Qingma, don't say that." Bai Hualien wanted to cry once again as she listened to Tang Qingma's cold and icy words. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. "Don't be like that, brother. I can't do it because I don't know how to do it," said Tang Stringy, also displaying a tone of pity. Tang Qingma snorted. "Then go and learn. You are their beloved brother. Brother, how can you not go and learn how to make soup for your sister?" And he turned his head to look at the cold and sweaty Tang Ruoling. "Once again, I've seen the shamelessness of your Tang family. It's a good thing I didn't grow up in the Tang family." "Tang Qingma, what do you mean by that?" Tang Ruoling knew that she was unjustified, but she couldn't accept being satirized by her despised blood brother. Unfortunately, she couldn't hit anyone if she wanted to, so she had to stay where she was. "You all mean, and even I will become if I stay with you any longer." Tang Qingma felt that confronting this group of people was getting boring, and this time, she really wanted to go back to her room to continue her cultivation. "Haven't seen you for a while, still so vulgar." But at that moment, another unfamiliar female voice sounded from the direction of the doorway. Tang Qingma turned his head to see a woman who was haughty and beautiful, but with an icy expression and eyes that looked at her with scorn. Behind the woman were two other men in black wearing sunglasses and strong builds, and it could be detected that they were martial artists. "Kisaragi." Tang Qingma hadn't responded yet, but Tang Inchi had already run over very excitedly. "This woman is the original owner's fiancée, Tang Inchi's childhood friend Lu Ruyan. It seems that Tang Jinshi was irritated a lot by herself in the hospital last night, so she looked for Lu Ruyan to come over and back her up today." "Stringy, are you okay?" As soon as she saw Tang Qingshi, Lu Ruyan's iceberg face melted down. "I'm Fine Ruyan." Topping her face, which was still a bit red and swollen on both sides, Tang Inchi smiled at Lu Ruyan like nothing had happened, causing her heart to ache. She had already heard from Tang Shuilong last night that in the past 2 days, Tang Qingma had acted like a different person, sneering at their family and berating them to their faces. They even went so far as to openly broadcast it live, giving netizens and the public the wrong impression that they were engaging in abuse, which led to a drop in the shares of Tang's group and the suspension of all 3 of their sisters. What was even more frightening was that last night Tang Qingma had actually beaten up Tang Qingshi in the hospital, causing his entire face to be bruised and distorted. If it wasn't right inside the hospital that could be treated in time, Tang Inchi would have been disfigured in minutes. "Stringy, I know everything. You don't have to defend Tang Qingma anymore." Lu Ruyan looked at Tang Qingma sternly, those eyes like they were coated in poison. "He actually dared to lay such a heavy hand on me last night. That's going against me. I'll let him know what happens when he goes against me." With that, she waved her arm up and the 2 men in black behind her stepped forward in slow motion. Leaving aside whether or not these 2 were martial artists, just from their body shape and aura alone, they made people feel oppressed. "Ruyan, I'm really fine. It's too serious for you to find them to deal with, brother." Tang Jinshi pretended to stop it, but in actuality, she was excited inside. "Quick, hurry up and beat Tang Qingma that to death." "Stringy, you can't be so kind. It'll only fuel other people's anger." Lu Ruyan glared at Tang Qingma through clenched teeth. "Ruyan, what are you?" Bai Hualien looked at the 2 strong men coming at her aggressively, and couldn't help but feel alarmed as she tried to stop them. "Auntie, please don't worry. I just want to educate Tang Qingma. Now that he dares to make a move on his family, then what if he doesn't educate himself in the future if he accidentally bumps into a powerful person? It's..." Bai Hualian was a bit hesitant, but after hearing these somewhat reasonable words from Lu Ruxiang, she no longer blocked them. And Tang Qingma didn't say a word from start to finish, didn't even look at Lu Ruyan for a second, just staring silently at the two tall men in front of him. Judging from the level of qi and blood they released, they were at best only first grade in the realm. "TSK, it's boring. Can't we get some stronger ones over here?" Seeing that Tang Qingma hadn't debated or struggled for herself at all, Lu Ruyan frowned and asked, "Tang Qingma, what else do you want to say?" Tang Qingma snickered. "Haven't you already convicted me? Then what are you still talking about? Get on with it. You." Lu Ruyan did not expect him to respond like this. As expected, just like what Tang Shuilong said, the originally timid Tang Qingma's entire person had changed quite a bit. "In that case, don't blame me for not being polite." Lu Ruyan waved his hand, deciding to let the two men in black teach Tang Qingma a lesson. She wanted him to know that even though Tang Yinshi was the fake young master of the Tang family, he was still someone she defended. The two black-clad men each clenched their fists and got into fighting positions. One of them stepped forward and waved his arm at Tang Qingma. Although they all detected that Tang Qingma had vaguely practiced martial arts, after all, he was only a young master of a wealthy family, and it was impossible for him to match up against a true martial artist, so he didn't utilize his qi and blood power at all. However, in the next second, Tang Qingma coldly laughed and raised her leg, her toes kicking the man's arm away with force. The man instantly lost his balance and his body tipped backwards. Tang Qingma used this moment to punch the man's face hard with both left and right punches. Two pings followed by another leg lift, this time kicking him straight in the stomach. Ping! The man in black was just kicked into the distance, and the whole thing fell to the ground with a loud thud, shocking the entire room. What just happened? Tang Qingma kicked such a tall man flying. Not only the Tang family members and Lu Ruyan, the two men in black were also shocked. Didn't Miss Lu tell them that the Tang family's true young master is a waste? Now then, it's boring. Tang Qingma said silently. "What's going on? Both of you together." Chapter 37. "Let me help you with your electrotherapy. You two go together." Tang Qingma very easily kicked the black-clothed man who was taller than him over to the ground, and extended a provocative gesture over to them, instantly infuriating them with red warmth. Just now, he had only missed because of carelessness, and actually dared to provoke them like this. What an ungrateful man. The two black-clothed men quickly set up their fighting stance. This time they were not as light-hearted as they were a moment ago, but exuded intense qi and blood power all over their bodies. As martial artists, the qi and blood they possessed alone was more powerful than ordinary people. As the power of the two men filled the entire hall, crushing the Tang family members and Lu Ruyan, except for Tang Meixin, to the point where they could hardly breathe. Aha! Lu Ruyan also felt suffocated, although she wanted to yell at them. But right now she needed to teach that trash Tang Qingma a good lesson first. One of the black-clothed men saw Tang Qingma standing frozen in place and thought that he was being shocked by his own aura. So with a winning smile, he said, "Young Master Tang, we're on. Don't blame us if you get hurt." They quickly ran in Tang Qingma's direction, releasing their fists filled with qi and blood power and swinging forward. "Doesn't matter." Tang Qingma looked at the two tall men in front of him and lightly spat out the statement. "I'm not the one who's going to get hurt anyway." He took small steps back, easily sidestepping one of the man's punches, then quickly grabbed the man's arm with both hands and yanked it upward. "Oh!" The bones in the man's arm made a sound. Tang Qingma kicked at his lower limbs again. "You're..." The other man, surprised to see his companion fall, also swung forward. However, Tang Qingma moved her head back and avoided that fist before kicking her elbow towards his face. Aha! The man hadn't even expected Tang Qingma's strength to be this strong, and the elbow attack alone had already felt like his nose had been crooked. He lost his balance and took a few steps backward, but Tang Qingma had already quickly arrived in front of him and punched him again, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ah! Two tall men were just knocked to the ground in iterative fashion, one of them unable to move his hands and feet in pain, and the other feeling like his face was about to be knocked out of alignment. At that moment, they saw a figure appear in front of them, and when they raised their heads in confusion, they saw Tang Qingma looking down at them from above. with a yellow light emerging from the palm of his hand. Speaking of which, I just learned a skill last night and was looking for someone to try it out. Tang Qingmo revealed a deeply meaningful smile as several flashes of lightning emanated from his palms at the same time and made beeping sounds. He had just cultivated the shining thunder last night, and now he could use it. This is? Tang Qingmo's eyes widened, revealing a twinkling light of anticipation. Let me help you guys with your electrotherapy. Beep. KIR.
Dunta.
Strong flashes of lightning emanated throughout the hall, the light shining so brightly that the Tang family and Lu Ruyan were unable to open their eyes. But at the same time, the screams continued until after the light had dissipated. The two men had fallen. What a? Tang Qingmo's disinterested voice rang out. Saying that you're a martial artist, you can't even hold on to such a simple one. What a useless thing. He kicked at the two bodies again, his face showing contempt. If this level is put on the alien beast battlefield, it will be eaten in less than 10 seconds, right? The system silently said, no, the host can't compare them to you. Originally, the original owner's body was gifted, plus Tang Qingmo was curly. How does this make other people live? Tang Qingmo hummed lightly and walked to the hall's wine cabinet under the shock of the crowd. Since Tang Qingmo had taken the most expensive red wine inside last time, Tang Jianren had specially used several large locks to lock the cabinet door. But then he swung his hand blade once more, and all those iron locks snapped off again. So, what does Ms. Lu want now? Tang Qingmo took the second most expensive red wine and wine glass from inside, opened the bottle and poured it into the glass and shook it. The provocative eyes fell on Lu Ruyan, who was half kneeling on the ground due to shock. It was the first time that Lu Ruyan had been so humiliated, or from the trashy fiancé she despised the most. So excitedly, she screamed, Tang Qingmo, you bastard! How dare you do this to the bodyguard Dad left me? I won't let you go? Facing Lu Ruyan's exasperation, Tang Qingmo slowly savored a mouthful of red wine. And how do you plan to not leave me alone? He asked with a sneer. How can someone as rude and violent as you compare to Cordy? You and Cordy are worlds apart. You're just mud on the ground. Lu Ruyan instantly blurted out all the disparaging words about Tang Qingmo in excitement. The Tang sisters present listened with some bad feelings inside, although they all disliked Tang Qingmo. But how to say that the other party was their own brother? Is Lu Ruyan humiliating Tang Qingmo like this? Is she looking down on them and the Tang family? Bai Hualian had also burst into tears long ago when she heard Lu Rulin's insults. But because the other party was the one Tang Qing she had her heart set on, it was not good for her to reprimand herself. Only Tang Inchi showed hard feelings on the outside, but was very joyful on the inside. Haha, this Tang Qingmo is really stupid. If he rebelled against Ryu Ruyan like he did, wouldn't he make the other party hate him even more? It was true that a gutter rat like Tang Qingmo didn't deserve Lu Ruyan at all. Only he could be the Ryu family's son-in-law. But just as Tang Inchi was gloating, he suddenly heard Tang Qingmo say coldly, in that case, let's break off the engagement. Huh? It wasn't just Lu Ruyan. The Tang sisters and Bai Hualian were all shocked. Tang Xianxi also felt strange. Hadn't this Tang Qingmo been licking Lu Ruyan before, accommodating her no matter what? Why did you suddenly decide to break off the engagement? What did you say? Lu Ruyan also froze. She didn't expect Tang Qingmo, who usually responded to her requests, would take the initiative to break off the engagement. However, Tang Qingmo ignored the other party's thoughts and continued, we're not wasting any time, so go inform your father and have our engagement cancelled. Tang Qingmo, how much longer are you going to humiliate me? Lu Ruyan stood up. At this time, because she was too angry, her hair had become messy, and her gloomy face and scattered hair caused the originally beautiful and haughty Lu Ruyan to vaguely step in the direction of a female ghost. Wasn't it you who belittled me first? Tang Qingmo said in amusement. Now I'm the one giving you the opportunity to propose breaking off the engagement first, as a way to give you face as a girl. If you don't mind if I'm the one who brings it up first, I can call Lord Ryu immediately. Lu Ruyan looked at Tang Qingmo's icy cold eyes and couldn't help but feel flustered. Although she had long heard that the other party had changed, when she actually felt the change in the fall, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic in her heart. But she couldn't show weakness to this asshole Tang Qingmo. Tang Qingmo, that marriage contract of yours originally belonged to Qingxi. It was you who robbed Qingxi of her engagement. It was you who forcibly took me from Chun Shi's hands. As soon as Tang Jinshi heard Lu Ruyan's words, She revealed a touched gaze. Ruyan. Only Tang Qingma was speechless. Have you been reading too many hegemony novels? And I forcefully took you away from Tang Yinchi. I wouldn't want a version of a little fairy like you given away for free. Tang Qingma. How can he say that? How dare he? Tang Qingmo revealed a look of disgust to the extreme and backhandedly splashed the rest of the red wine in the glass onto Lu Ruyan's face. Chapter 38, directly contacting the Lu family head by phone to break off the engagement. The sour aroma of red wine wafted through the air. Worthy of being the second most expensive wine Tang Genren had collected for years, the aroma of grapes coming out is very strong. Ruin. However, all of the Tang family were startled by Tang Qingma's action of splashing wine, and Tang Yinchi even ran to Lu Ruyan's side to observe her.
Tang Qingmo.
How dare you? How dare you do this to me? But Lu Ruyan was no longer able to care about Tang Qingxi's presence. She was so furious by Tang Qingma's behavior that her face and hair were dripping with red wine, and her entire face became horrible and terrifying. And on the side, Tang Ruoling was also stunned by the sight before her. She remembered that she had also been splashed last night when she picked up Tang Qingma from the hospital. But on second thought, when Tang Qingma dialed her yesterday, he used water instead of wine. So it looks like one's status is higher than Ryu Ruyan's. Tang Qingma looked at Lu Ruyan like a female ghost and just snorted. But I saw that Ms. Lu was dreaming in broad daylight, so I was just kind enough to splash you to wake you up. What did you say? He didn't pay any more attention to the other party and just pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number. Is it Lord Ryu? Huh? Ryu was shocked. Tang Qingma is calling her father? But why does he have Dad's number? This was naturally what the system had informed him of, and Tang Qingma had also pressed the loudest volume free question after dialing, so that everyone present could hear the voice coming out of the microphone. Who are you? A middle-aged male voice came from the microphone, and Ruyan heard that it was her father. Tang Qingma, I've met with you before, your original future son-in-law. Tang Qingma explained with a cold smile. Kiyomo? The man's voice was full of doubt, like he didn't expect the other man to call. The original owner had once met with the Lu family head after being recognized back in the Tang family. At that time, the Lu family master saw the original owner with a timid character also look down on him a little bit, but after all, it was the bloodline of the Tang family, and only by marrying with the real Tang family, the Lu family would be able to join forces with the Tang family and consolidate their position in the Magic City. So after that, he had Lu Ruyan give up Tang Yinchi and instead develop a relationship with Tang Qingma. But how could the rebellious Lu Ruyan obey? Kiyomo? How did you get my number? What's the matter? After knowing that the other party was his future son-in-law, even though he couldn't see it in his heart, the tone on the surface was still amiable. Lu family master. Naturally, I have many ways to know your number, and I'm calling you today because I have something important to inform you of. Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but the eyes he looked at Lu Ruyan with were cold as silk, giving Lu Ruyan a bad feeling inside. What's so important? Tang Qingma didn't talk nonsense to the Lu family lord and said right to the point. That's right. It's the matter of your daughter and I breaking off our engagement. Huh? I don't know what to do. Lu Ruyan was stunned, while the Lu family head in the microphone was similarly silent. How could they possibly have thought that Tang Qingma, who had been accommodating to Lu Ruyan in every way for the past 3 months, would take the initiative to break off the engagement? That Qingma, what's going on? Haven't you been getting along with Ruyan for a while? Why did you break off the engagement? I'm getting along quite well with Ms. Lu. It seems like you don't care about your daughter and future son-in-law at all. Family Lord Lu.
Tang Qingmo snot.
Anyone who pays a little attention should know how your daughter insulted her fiancé. Only just now she sent 2 martial artists with the intention of teaching me a lesson. What? The Lu family lord was aware of those 2 martial artists. Weren't they the 2 bodyguards he had dispatched to Lu Ruyan? But how could Ruyan tell them to teach Tang Qingma a lesson? Qing-mo. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, the Lu family head said immediately. There's no misunderstanding, you can ask them. Tang Qingma walked over to the 2 black-clothed men who had fainted from the scorching due to the lightning and kicked directly into the abdomen of one of them. Get thee up. Aha! One of the men woke up in pain, but still pretended to pass out. What a joke. Did he wake up at this time to be beaten by Tang Qingma? But the next second, a familiar beeping sound came from above. If you guys don't wake up again, I don't mind doing another electrotherapy for you. Saying that, Tang Qingmo raised her palm that was flashing with yellow lightning. The beeping up there is still going on.
Ah, I'm awake.
The man in black immediately jumped to his feet, and in the process shook his other companion awake with all his might. It was just that that companion's knee had been shattered by Tang Qingma, so he remained on the ground. Very well. Then please help me to tell the Ryu family master how your young lady asked you to educate me properly. Tang Qingma handed up her cell phone and reached directly in front of the two men. The two of them instantly looked awkwardly at Lu Ruyan's figure and saw her entire body glaring at them angrily. What's going on? If they tell the truth, are they going to be beaten by the grumpy lady later? But they looked at Tang Qingma and saw that the other party was smiling brightly, and the flashing thunder in his hand suddenly became huge before, boom, a loud rumbling sound was emitted. Kiki. Lu Ruyan beat them up for at most 2 days unable to get out of bed. But Tang Qingma was really trying to kill them. Housemaster. Miss wants us to teach young Master Qingma a good lesson because young Master Qingxi was bullied last night. She also said that young Master Qingma is a piece of mud on the ground and can't even be compared to young Master Qingxi. She also wanted us to break one of his hands so that he can't even think about eating swan meat. She said that young Master Qingmo is not qualified to snatch away young Master Stringy's things. And she also said that the person she likes is young Master Stringy, and that she will never look at young Master Qingmo. The two black-clothed men just said what Lu Ruyan had said to them without hiding it. And every time they said it, it made Lu Ruyan's face turn white. Chapter 39. The Lu family master doesn't recognize the false young master, only recognizes Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. The two men in black kept revealing Lu Ruyan's true colors to the public, making her feel extremely humiliated and weak with every word. She was disgusted that Tang Qingma had also been dissatisfied with the engagement, but she would still make a show of it in front of her father. After all, as a rich family's daughter herself, she understood that the marriage between the Lu family and the Tang family would allow the Lu family's status to be raised even higher in the Magic City, and she would be able to become a more prominent celebrity. Even though she felt that Tang Qingma couldn't rise to the occasion, the other party was also the true young master of the Tang family, and it wasn't bad to think of him, who was at the mercy of the world, as a dog at her side. The big deal was to continue to hang on to Tang Qingma after the wedding and tangle with Tang Yinxi behind his back. But now it was the act of her loathing, and even denigrating Tang Qingma, that was out in the open in front of everyone, including her father. A large amount of remorse continued to pour out from within, turning into remorse values. This. And when the Lu family master in the microphone heard what the two bodyguards said, he stuttered for a moment. As a father, he naturally knew that his daughter disliked the true young master who had been living in exile for those 18 years. But for her to actually put words in such a harsh way was a bit much. Qingma, these are all lies from those two bodyguards. Don't believe them. The Lu family lord was very vain, but as things stood, he could only play sloppy and wipe his daughter's ass. However, Tang Qingma snorted coldly, not giving face in the slightest. What a pity, Lu family master. These words were not faked by your bodyguard. It was me and the others who heard it with our own ears. Your good daughter says I'm a scrap, a piece of slime, a dog, saying that I'm not good enough for this fake Tang Stringy. Even said that I stole the engagement. In that case, I won't cut anyone any slack and give this marriage to Tang Yinxi. Tang Qingma's tone was cold and calm, and it was with the word send, revealing in his words that it was now him who disliked Lu Ruyan. Qingma, what kind of nonsense are you talking? Upon hearing this, the Lu family master's originally amiable voice suddenly became harsh and agitated. Qingma, Ruyan is just playing around with Tang Yinxi. You are the real young master of the Tang family. How can that fake of his be qualified to compare with you? The Lu family lord's words instantly caused Tang Yinxi's face to turn pale. This meant, did the Lu family lord not recognize himself as the Lu family's future son-in-law? Obviously he wasn't in this attitude before Tang Qingma came back. But now, Tang Shuilong, who was on the side, also lost control and went up to shout loudly when she heard that the Lu family master was belittling Tang Chuanxi. Lu family master, I'm not happy that you're talking about Xiao Shi like this. Although Xiao Shi doesn't have blood ties with the Tang family, he's still the young master we've nurtured for 18 years. How can he not compare to Tang Qingma's stupid ass who came back from the countryside? Regardless of whether or not he was the head of the Lu family, in any case, if someone said something bad about Tang Qingxi, Tang Shuilong, the love brain, would dislike him. However, the Lu family lord was an elder, and the Lu family's assets were not inferior to the Tang family's, so the other party disliked him nonchalantly. Which one of the Tang family's juniors is this? He said his own brother is no match for a fake, his brain is clogged, right? If you like Tang Chuanxi so much, please lock him up properly and don't let him pester my daughter anymore. And please tell Tang Inchi that I will never recognize him. Tell him to give up. Although the Lu family master looked down on the original owner, but the other party was the real young master of the Tang family anyways, manners and knowledge could be slowly recultivated. But a fake would always be a fake. Bloodlines are too important to big families. What qualifications did a fake thing that couldn't inherit the Tang family have to be married to his Lu family? You old fart, said H.M. Shueyong. You shut up. Tang Shuilong was tempted to break out into curses again, but was quickly stopped by Tang Ruoling covering her mouth. What a joke. If there was a rupture with the Lu family because of this argument, it would not be worth it. Dad. When Lu Ruyan heard her father resisting Tang Inchi so much and dismissing her words on the spot, it was like a big invisible hand was smacking her in the face. She had just sworn that Tang Qingma was mud on the ground and couldn't even compare to the heavenly Tang Inchi, but now Lord Willow broke her words. Ruyan, don't get angry with Qingma again. It's your fault this time. Apologize to Qingma and get along again. Dad? You want me to apologize to Tang Qingma? Lu Ruyan was stunned. Dad actually wanted her to admit her mistake. Actually wanted her to apologize to that punk Tang Qingma. It's your fault this time. You've never said anything so outrageous to anyone before. Did that asshole Tang Chuanxi teach you that? I told you not to interact with him anymore. Seeing that his own daughter was still confused, the Lu family head couldn't help but feel helpless. Even with all the disliking, there's still a need for superficiality between families. How could the other person keep putting up with it when she moved to humiliate people like she did? Dad, Chinky didn't teach me anything. It was all me. In short, you'll make a good relationship with Qingma, and you keep this engagement going. If Qingma complains to me next time, don't blame me for cutting off all your cards. The Lu family head hung up without waiting for Lu Ruyan's response after he finished speaking. He knew that his own daughter's temperament must not be able to say anything good, so he might as well not let her say anything. Dad? Ryu was confused. Dad said to cut off all the cards? Then how can she buy designer bags and clothes and show off in front of the other family's millennials? Tang Qingma let out a cold snort and slowly withdrew her cell phone. Eyes lonely and high, he looked at the hard-faced Lu Ruyan and the Tang Inchi beside him. You heard me loud and clear, Ms. Willow. It's not that I don't want to break off the engagement. It's that the Lord of the Willow family is forcing it to continue. Lu Ruyan's hair was disheveled and her face was grim as she pointed at Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma, you bastard! Who are you to call dad? Who are you to humiliate me like that? More than the matter of the marriage contract, Lu Ruyan was more angry at Tang Qingma for taking the initiative to call her father and exposing what she had done on the spot. Humiliation? Compared to your usual verbal violence, what kind of humiliation is this? Tang Qingma waved his hand up in amusement. But now you're clear, even if I don't want this marriage contract, I didn't snatch it from the hands of that fake Tang Inchi. Tang Qingma turned his head to look at Tang Inchi. He bowed his head in silence at this point, his face green and purple, like he was going to pass out the next second. So what if that's the case? How do you deserve to be compared to Stringy? Lu Ruyan stomped her feet in self-loathing. Ha ha ha, you like the kidnapper's son so much, so tell it to the Lu family master. Tang Qingma's eyes widened as she stepped forward with a wide smile. Why didn't you go ahead and say the 4 simple words of breaking off the engagement? Is it because you don't want to? Or are you worried that the Lu family master will kick you out? Tang Qingma. With every step Tang Qingma took forward, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but retreat timidly. The current Tang Qingma had changed so much that even she felt an invisible sense of oppression. Tang Qingma laughed out loud. Haha, didn't you say that Tang Inchi is the one who deserves the noble you? Then you should give up everything in the Lu family and elope with Tang Inchi for love. Why don't you go? Finally, he walked over to Tang Inchi's body and reached out to pat his face. It seems that Lu Ruyan doesn't have much love for you either.
Tang Yinxi.
You asshole. You asshole. Seeing Tang Qingmo right beside her picking on her and Tang Inchi's feelings, Lu Ruyan emotionally raised her hand, wanting to palm scrape it down. But when she swung down, it was dodged sideways by the other party, and Tang Qingma then drew her backhand up. Pa! Ah! Lu Ruyan was directly jerked away from her face. A loud slap rang through the air, the force of it nearly knocking her entire body to the floor. What's going on? The Tang sisters were stunned. I originally thought that Tang Qingma had already been very surprised by his actions against them in the past 2 days. But I didn't expect that even his fiancée, who had been on her knees all along, would be equally unable to escape his clutches. Wait, it seems Ms. Willow is still not quite awake. That's okay. I'll help you. In the next second, Tang Qingmo raised his hand holding the red wine, and a large amount of red wine poured down from the mouth of the bottle, raining down on Lu Ruyan's head. Ah! Chapter 40. Wasn't it arrogant just now? Why have you become like a quail now? A large amount of red wine was poured by Tang Qingma, drenching Lu Ruyan from head to tail. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her face was still radiating heat and pain from the spanking, and the sticky liquor stained her beautiful face and the clothes on her body a purplish-red color. The red face and disheveled hair had turned Lu Ruyan into a terrifyingly severe ghost-like. However, in contrast to the impotent rage just now, at this moment, Lu Ruyan desperately suppressed the anger in her heart, but she did not dare to say anything else. It's finally quiet. Seeing the Lu Ruyan who had become well-behaved, Tang Qingma put away the wine bottle and snorted. Come on, apologize to me properly like your father said. Huh? Lu Ruyan looked up in real-time surprise, looking at Tang Qingma incredulously. Apologize? I won't say it a third time. Smiling, he picked up his cell phone once more and shook it. It was obvious that if he didn't apologize, he would call his father again. Then, when the time comes, all her cards will be cut off. No way. Lu Ruyan could only bite her lower lip hard and say softly, Yes, I'm sorry. Louder.
I'm sorry.
I was wrong. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Everyone present was very shocked that the usually high and mighty Lu Ruyan really apologized, and a large number of teardrops continued to fall from the corners of her eyes, mixing with the red wine on her face, instantly making it look very funny. This is still some kind of condescending and beautiful daughter of the Lu family. The whole thing was dirty and disheveled, and it would not be too much to say that it was a beggar from somewhere. That's right. Miss Lu who doesn't want to be cut off from her money. Tang Qingma snorted, but then his eyes flickered and landed on the terrified-looking Tang Inchi. As for you, you see what the difference is between true and false. No matter how much effort you spend on Ruyan Lu, there's no way the Lu family will approve of you. Tang Jinchi raised her eyes in shock, and her voice stuttered a bit. Brother? TSK, weren't you arrogant just now? How come you've become like a quail now? So wasted. Snap. Tang Qingma slapped Tang Chuanxi's face once again, but Tang Chuanxi didn't dare to resist or speak in the slightest, her body standing stiffly. Because of you guys, I only have half the wine left in my hand. Never mind. It's not like it's my money anyway. Tang Qingma shook the bottle of red wine that was still half left in his hand, then picked up the glass that was placed on the tabletop. But after picking it up, he threw it with force in front of the Tang sisters and White Flower Lotus. There was a snap and the glass made a sound of falling apart. Ah! Bai Hualien and Tang Shui-rong both screamed in terror. Wang Ma is off from this afternoon to tomorrow, so you guys clean up the floor so you don't embarrass yourselves. Tang Qingma then took out new high female glasses from the wine cabinet and flashed them a bright smile. It was not known who this sentence was insinuating, but it also caused the Tang sisters to collectively fall silent, and White Flower Lotus's eyes were even falling teardrops like faucets again. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. And when Tang Qingma was planning to go back to his dorm room and cross over to Tang Inchi, he suddenly stopped. In a volume of sound that only 2 people could hear, he said, You said that now that the Lu family refuses to recognize you as their son-in-law, what value do you think you still have in the Tang family? Tang Stringy. Worthless, you will soon be ousted by Tang Jianren, and the only way you can continue to maintain a wealthy life is... It's clear, isn't it? Tang Xianqi's eyes widened as she stood frozen in place. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He had been enjoying the life of a young master for 18 years, and now he was going to be beaten all the way back to his original form. How could he possibly accept it? He originally thought that as long as Lu Ruyan worked with him to suppress Tang Qingma, he would be able to fight to become the son-in-law of the Lu family. but he didn't expect that the Lu family master would actually reject him so completely. Tang Jinshi couldn't help but turn her head to look at Lu Ruyan. She had already lowered her head gloomily under the double blows of Tang Qingma and the Lu family lord, not daring to make any movements at all. What a loser! Saying something about Tang Qingma not being able to compare to herself. Saying that the only person she loves is always him, so why not go and get him a chance? What a hateful thing to do! Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingmo returned to her dorm room with the red wine in her hand. Under Wang Ma's efforts, the originally empty and simple room added a lot of furniture, especially with a closet and bookshelf, as well as a full body mirror, which was convenient for Tang Qingma to place things in the future. The system also said excitedly at this time, "Host, you've gotten a lot of remorse value this time. According to the present speed of the host's collection, the power of the heavenly Tao can become stronger and stronger, and can make your lucky value become higher. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good." Tang Qingma sat on a comfortable reclining chair, poured himself a small glass of red wine and slowly savored it. By the way, host, the 5 requests you made to Tang Genren before, now he's only done the first 4 for you. There's still the last one left to do. Chapter 41. Kill her. On the day Tang Qingma showed his cards to the Tang family crowd and broadcasted it live in public, he had made 5 requests to Tang Genren. Rooms, money, clothes, firing the maid. Tang Genren did all 4, but there was only one last point, and that was to send Tang Yinshi's birth mother, the culprit who had switched the original owner when he was still a baby and robbed him of 18 years of his life, as well as his accomplices, all to prison. However, since it involved Tang Qingshi's loved ones, her sisters, led by Tang Fei and Tang Shuirong, were strongly against it. Previously, even in order to repay each other for giving birth to an excellent son, they had bought a house in the city center for her to live in, and Tang Shuilong and Tang Fei often went over to visit. It's really something you can't do without a 10-year brain clot. Host, Tang Yinshi's birth mother has always been a pain in the original host's heart. But Tang Genren doesn't look like he has any intention of letting her go to jail. The system said silently. He's dragging his feet. Tang Qingma took a sip of red wine. Tang Genren is a very face-saving. If that nanny is caught and jailed, it would be tantamount to saying to the public that the Tang family has been toyed with by a tiny nanny for 18 years, and that they can't even tell their son's authenticity from his own. Now that the real and fake young masters have been made public, the Tang family is still able to manipulate the direction of public opinion for the time being. How can Tang Genren let the scandal of the Tang family grow bigger and bigger at this point in time? In the past, in order to shut up Tang Yinshi's birth mother, he would have preferred to spend more money to let her live in the city. And with Tang Fei and Tang Shuirong visiting her regularly in order to brush up on Tang Stringshi's favor, the nanny, who had already tasted tons of sweetness, was unlikely to leave and talk too much. It's just a matter of commiserating with the original owner. But according to me, Tang Genren is also a cutie. There were many ways to gag that nanny, but he chose the stupid method that would most upset the original owner, and the one that would make it easiest to catch him in the act.
Tang Qingmo snơ.
The system is puzzled. Then what would the host do if he did? Killed her. Tang Qingma's cold, emotionless voice rang out. He shook his glass, the fuchsia liquid forming a dark red color in the sunlight, kind of like blood. Immediately after recognizing the original owner, he secretly killed both the nanny and her accomplice, and then privately sealed Tang Yinshi's mouth. Tang Qingma. Tang Yanshi is a lover of money. There's no way he'd expose this and break his young master's path. And the original owner doesn't have to be aggrieved because his own father helped him avenge his death. But all over the Tang Genren is a fool if I am a rival family of the Tang family. When seeing the matter of the real and fake young masters will immediately investigate the birth mother of the fake young masters. This is simply good news sent up. Is that so? The system couldn't help but tremble in timid voice even after hearing what Tang Qingma said. Sure enough, its host is a tough one. A normal person can make a mess even killing a flying cockroach, not to mention killing anything. But the host said those things without blinking an eye, as if he were used to it. The system shuddered and asked, "Then, host, do you want to disclose Tang Yinshi's birth mother now?" Tang Qingma, however, shook his head. "It will be made public, but now is not the best time. And if we make it public now, how can I go over there and thank her for giving birth to such a wonderful brother?"
System surprised.
Thank you? That thank you feels like it includes a lot of meanings. Seeing the system's confused look, Tang Qingma frowned. "What are you surprised about?" That nanny was responsible for messing up the original owner's life. The original owner, however, for the sake of the so-called kinship, has not been looking for her to take revenge. In addition to Tang Qingma does not know what words to use to describe it. But since the Tang family treats her so kindly, how can she lose to them? System, help me open the cultivation space. This time, it's all about cultivating the right skills. Good host. After talking with Tang Qingma, the system now carried out the other party's instructions without saying a word. Tang Qingma gestured at the screen and quickly found the skill he wanted to learn, repair. Repair is a semi-healing skill practiced by many martial artists. By utilizing the power of qi and blood in the body, injured bones and muscles can be repaired. Of course, the skill wasn't really in the healing department. The more serious the wound, the more powerful chakra needed to be applied and the price of pain needed to be paid in the repair process. Tang Qingma hadn't chosen to cultivate this skill just for herself. Rather, it's because the skill can be used to help others who are injured, in addition to the caster being able to use it. How can you not share something so good with that babysitter? On the other hand, the Tang family hall. After Tang Qingmo returned to her dorm room, the atmosphere of the entire hall became very awkward. If it was before, the Tang sisters and Tang Yanxi would have entertained Lu Ruyan and would have forced Tang Qingma to apologize to her until they were satisfied. But after what had just happened, how could they still receive Lu Ruyan kindly? Lu Ruyan just stood there in a sorry state. She awkwardly tried to call out to Tang Xingxi, but Tang Xingxi avoided her for the first time, saying that he wasn't feeling well and hid in his room. Seeing this, Tang Ruoling also told Lu Ruyan to go back first. Her tone not as kind as before, but stern and cold. Lu Ruyan's heart was resentful, because Tang Qingma's actions made her ugly. It led to a gap in her relationship with Tang's family as well. But now that she couldn't beat Tang Qingma, she could only take out her anger on the two black-clad bodyguards she had brought with her. She scraped a slap from each before leaving Don's house in a huff. After Lu Ruyan left, only the Tang sisters and Bai Hualien were left in the hall. Since Wang Ma was on vacation in the afternoon and the other servants had been dismissed, it was up to them to take care of the broken glass and red wine stains on the floor. Bai Hualien is still crying until now. Tang Ruoling and Tang Ali can only handle business and hospital work. They don't know anything about cleaning. Tang Shuirong is now so furious that she can explode at any time. Letting her sweep the floor will only result in a few more cups of corpses. So in the end, it had to be cleaned up by the need for Tang Meixin, who had been required to organize the classroom on a regular basis when she was a martial arts instructor, and thus knew how to use a broom and floor mop. It was only on the way to cleaning up that she suddenly said, "Are we being too harsh on Qingma?" Tang Meixin's words immediately stunned the other sisters and White Flower Lotus. But Tang Shuilong came back to her senses in real time and frowned. "Third sister, how did we treat him? If we hadn't brought him back, he'd still be on the side of the road snatching food from the dogs. And he robbed Hoshi as soon as he arrived. And we lost our jobs because of him." Tang Meixin looked at Tang Shuilong, who had a hideous expression and felt marvelous for a moment. Is Shuiyong too obsessed with she? But she still said, "Didn't you hear what Family Master Lu said just now? Qing Mo is the one who is our real brother. Everything that Xiaoxi has originally belongs to him. He deserves a wonderful life. There is no need to rob him at all." Tang Shuilong interrupted loudly. "Third sister, are you going to speak for Tang Qingma that betrayed Xiaoxi?" Her words startled both the Tang sisters and White Flower Lotus. Tang Meixin frowned in real time. "Shuirong, what do you mean?" Chapter 42. Their conversation was strange. "Shuiyong, what do you mean?" Tang Meixin's attitude cooled down after hearing Tang Shuilong's unbridled words, and an invisible sense of oppression emanated throughout the hall. As the family's only martial arts talent is good Tang Meixin, although the strength is not as good as those geniuses, but also in the hard work under less than 30 to reach the realm of the 3rd grade, able to go outside to serve as a high martial arts teacher. It's just that she usually treats people gently, so everyone forgets that she's a martial artist. Tang Shuilong naturally felt the terrifying oppression and reflexively felt fear. However, in the face of Tang Qingxi's question, Tang Shuilong still bit her lower lip tightly, forcing her to use the pain to lift this sense of fear. "I'm not wrong. Xiaoxi is our brother. Tang Qingma is the destroyer of our family. If it wasn't for Tang Qingma, how would Xiaoxi need to give up all her stuff? How could Xiaoxi be so sad?" Tang Shuilong's reaction also made Tang Ruoling feel strange. "Shuirong, of course Hoshi is our brother, yes? But aren't you getting too excited?" Thinking about whenever Tang Yinxi was suspected of being bullied outside, Tang Shuilong would lose her mind and go to settle the score. Just now, too, the Lu family master had merely said that Tang Yanxi was a fake and couldn't compare to Tang Qingma, and she was so angry that she went straight to dislike the Lu family master. As long as it was about Hoshi, Shui Rong could easily lose her mind. That's so weird. What's going on? Tang Ruoling's words brought Tang Shuilong back to her senses. Yeah, if she gets too excited, it's going to rub people the wrong way. It's also easy for the sisters to find out that they adore Hoshi. Cherub. Tang Ruoling stepped forward suspiciously, but the next second Tang Shuilong turned around and turned her back to the crowd. Anyway, I've said what I need to say. I will never recognize Tang Qingma as my brother. I only have one brother, Xiao Shi, and I won't let go of anyone who dares to bully him. After saying that, Tang Shuilong fled the scene in seeming panic. She didn't dare to stay any longer, in case she was really seen by Tang Meixin and the girls to be something. Then it would be troublesome. And looking at Tang Shuilong's back, Tang Meixin had a bad premonition inside her for a while. However, she immediately shook her head. No, must be overthinking it. It must be. After Tang Shuilong left, the atmosphere became stiff once again. But this time, White Flower Lotus stepped forward slowly and asked with her head bowed, Mei Xan, do you think I'm wrong? Because I didn't bother to care for Qingma. That's why he became like this. Mom. If it wasn't for Qingma's temper tantrums over the past 2 days, I wouldn't have known that he was living in a utility room for the 3 months he was back, with only $500 a month. If I had cared for him a little more during this period. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Bai Hualien said as she once again reddened her eyes. But this time Tang Meixin didn't step forward to appease the other party, because she didn't know what the right thing to say was, whether it's a utility room or just $500 a month. These are too much. She couldn't stand it for a day. But Tang Qingma endured it for 3 months. Obviously Tang Qingma was his own brother. He was the one who found him and brought him back. Why would one not be able to spot his predicament? Why had he ignored him during this period and allowed him to suffer so much? Why? Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. Mom Meixin, you guys shouldn't be blaming yourselves. Seeing how Bai Hualien and Tang Mei Xan looked, Tang Ruoling went up and patted their shoulders. How can we say that we are all family? Qing Mo is only temporarily angry with us right now. When he has lost his anger, we will definitely return to being like we were before. Bai Hualien and Tang Meixin listened and nodded as well, relaxing slightly inside. Tang Meixin clenched her fists. Yeah, as long as we wait a little longer, he definitely won't be mad at us anymore. White Flower Lotus wiped her tears as well. Yes, it must be. A sidebar to Ellie Tang. She felt weird about these conversations, but since she saw her mother and Tang Meixin regaining their emotions, she also kept silent. And she also recalled the scene where she used to stab Tang Qingma with a fine needle. Why did she become so brutal? Even if Tang Qingma had done wrong, she shouldn't have laid such a heavy hand on her own brother? Don Ellie rubbed her hair painfully, feeling distracted and a bit of a headache. This heavy atmosphere lingered until dinner time. Straight after Tang Jianren comes back from the company. As soon as he enters the door, he also notices that something is wrong with the crowd. Since Wang Ma was resting and all the other servants had left, Tang Meixin ordered takeout for today's dinner. Now the takeaway platform is very convenient, as long as you give a little more memories of the tip, even if the mountain wild collar also have a deliverman to send, not to mention the rich and powerful people live in the neighborhood. The Tang sisters silently placed the takeout meals on the dining table, while Tang Qingma came to the hall on time after practicing her skills and sat on a chair without speaking. Not a word was spoken on either side, and it was obvious that the atmosphere between the crowd was awkward. However, as Tang Jianren sat down as well, he realized that he was missing Tang Yinxi. He frowned. Mahoshi. Why haven't we seen Hoshi? Although Tang Meixin was a martial arts instructor, she still possessed subconscious timidity within her heart when facing the head of the family who had educated her since childhood. She said carefully, Daddy, I just want to get Hoshi, and he said he didn't have an appetite.
No appetite?
Is he sick? He, snorted Tang Qingma conspiratorially. Is the reason he has no appetite because of me again? As soon as he gets any emotional wind in his sails, you guys immediately put the fault on me. Tang Jianren was still frowning while Tang Meixin immediately said, Qingma, how can you think like that? Tang Shuilong was also a bit agitated. Are you saying that Xiao Shi is wrong about you? You don't think about what you did in the afternoon. Shui Rong. Tang Ruoling didn't want to give Tang Jianren the knowledge of what happened in the afternoon, but unfortunately it was too late. Tang Jianren immediately asked, "What happened this afternoon?" Remembering that this morning, in order to be angry at Tang Qingma for beating up Tang Qingxi in the hospital last night, he decided to take the whole family out and only leave Tang Qingma at home. But after playing for a while, he went back to work and didn't realize what followed. And now that he saw the pale faces of Tang Ali and Bai Hua Lian and the girls, vaguely as if they were hiding something, he slapped the tabletop hard. What the hell happened? Tell me. Chapter 43. Even if you don't serve him with the family law, you actually want to reward him. Mahoshi, you tell me. What the hell is going on? Tang Jianren's majesty and sternness made Tang Meixin feel alarmed, and she hurriedly told all the things that happened in the afternoon without hiding, including Lu Ruyan's arrival, being completely humiliated by Tang Qingma and calling the Lu family head, say everything. And the more Tang Jianren listened to the course of events, the veins on his forehead grew and his face reddened with anger. What the hell have you done? Tang Jianren slapped the desktop with vigor and looked angrily at Tang Ruoling and the girls. Although Lu Ruyan has a marriage contract with our Tang family, you guys are just going to watch her humiliate Qingma? Dad. The Tang sisters were very surprised. If put before, Tang Jianren would have directly reprimanded Tang Qingma, but now that Tang Qingma had made a big deal out of it and sued the Lu family lord, Tang Jianren turned around and scolded them. He then looked at Bai Hua Lian. Hua Lian, when Lu Ruyan humiliated Qing Mo, why didn't you go and stop it? White flower lotus. E. The white flower girl stiffened in her seat. At that time, after she listened to Lu Ruyan keep saying those unpleasant words, she just kept crying and didn't even react to stop it. Flower lotus, you're really… Seeing her in such a surprised state, Tang Jianren didn't know what to say for the best. She would verbally say that she cared about Tang Qingma, so why don't you actually do something about it? Who wouldn't be able to move his mouth? Dad. Tang Qingma, however, injured all of the Lu family's bodyguards, and he was as evil to Ruyan as he was to Ruyan and threw red wine. Don't you blame him for that? Seeing that she was being scolded, but Tang Qingma could sit calmly as if nothing had happened, Tang Shuilong felt unbalanced inside for a moment and made sure to drag him down. Tang Jianren also frowned at Tang Qingma after hearing Tang Shuilong's words. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes looked like they were saying something along the lines of, "Isn't it overdoing it?" But Tang Qingma just leaned his back against the back of the chair, smiling and squinting. Tang family master. The reason why the Tang family would join forces with the Lu family was for the sake of a strong alliance and consolidation of their position, not for the sake of being aggravated. If Lu Ruyan had already married, that would be another story, but now that it's only at the stage of the marriage contract, and she already dares to shame her future husband so much, doesn't that prove that she doesn't care about the Tang family at all? Even if it's just a golden girl who was pushed out for marriage, her existence also represents the Lu family, and for the sake of the relationship between the two families, I naturally have to call the Lu family's master to ask if his daughter's intentions are the Lu family's. And by the way, I'll be able to see clearly what kind of attitude the Lu family actually holds towards the Tang family. Tang Qingmo wrapped her legs around her legs, her palms resting on the tops of her knees, her index fingers tapping rhythmically. The final result seems to be that all of Rian Lu's actions were her bent, and that the Lu family master only recognized the relationship between me and her, meaning, she hooked up with other males under the premise of having a marriage contract to humiliate me and the Tang family. That's why I taught Lu Ruyan a lesson today, letting her know what will happen if she goes against the Tang family. Tang Qingma's eyes shifted to Tang Jianren and asked with a deep smile, "So may I ask, Tang family master, do you think I've done wrong? What's going on?" Tang Qingma's words were clearly logical as well as organized. He explains that the afternoon's behavior was all for the reputation of the Tang family, and names Lu Ruyan's infidelity, making it impossible to find a break. Even Tang Shuilong desperately clenched her teeth and clenched her hands into fists, holding back her inner rage. She knew that if she spoke up for Tang Qingxi at this point, her father would only blame him even more. She could only stare at Tang Qingma with unwillingness and hatred, itching to stare him to death. And when Tang Jianren heard Tang Qingma's response, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. You did a good job this time. Our Tang family and the Lu family are equal in strength, and the marriage is also meant to be a win-win situation. And although you went a bit overboard today, it's also a way of saying to the Lu family that our Tang family isn't one to be bullied. Since they don't manage their daughter's words and actions, we'll help manage them. Tang Jianren is very much attached to family face. If the family closed their doors and said that they disparaged Tang Qingma, then he could still accept it. But he didn't realize that it turned out that even the girls from the Lu family kept humiliating Tang Qingma, and the reason was still because of Tang Stringy. Lord Lu was right. No matter what, Tang Qingma was still the young master who had inherited the bloodline of the Tang family. Lu Ruyan hadn't even been officially married yet, and humiliating Tang Qingma in public. Wasn't that tantamount to stepping on the Tang family and his face? What Tang Qingma did was to let the Lu family know that their Tang family is not afraid of you at all. Therefore, Tang Jianren was very satisfied. Qingma, although you did go a bit overboard, you have saved the face of my Tang family. Is there anything you want? The Tang sisters were once again stunned. Tang Qingma did all those things, and even if Dad didn't punish him, he actually wanted to reward him. Tang Shuilong, who had been holding back, finally exploded. Dad, where are you putting Xiaoxi's face when you praise Tang Qingma like that? Tang Qingma had made the Lu family's master say to his face that Tang Yanxi was a fake, saying that he wasn't qualified to join forces with the Lu family. But now that Tang Jianren acknowledged what Tang Qingma had done, wasn't it tantamount to holding Tang Yanxi over the fire? Xiaoxi, your Xiaoxi has lost all the face of the Tang family this time. It was fine not to mention Tang Chuanxi. But the moment he was mentioned, Tang Jianren became angry. Why did Lu Ruyan suddenly come over to the Tang family? Are you sure he didn't call her? As soon as she came over, she brought her martial artist bodyguards to try and teach Qing Mo a lesson. Who gave her the burden? Even though the two families had already been joined in marriage, as etiquette between the families, the heirs needed to be notified in advance when they came and went, and today Lu Ruyan could be said to have come without asking, and brought two tall martial artists with him. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Qingma had previously come out of the martial arts academy, he would have been crippled by now. Tang Jianren wasn't concerned about Tang Qingma's physical condition, but was worried because of the face of the Tang family. Since the Lu family master has already opened up his mouth, let him stop looking for Lu Ruyan, Tang Jianren said angrily. It was really disappointing to see how Tang Yanxi had behaved to him in the past 2 days. Even if it was fake, he had invested 18 years of resources and effort, and Tang Jianren still hoped that he could play a better role. Dad, don't be mad. And at this time, Tang Yanxi suddenly came to the hall. Xiaoxi. Tang Shuilong looked at him in surprise. However, in the next second, she saw Tang Yanxi nervously walk up to Tang Jianren and weakly say, Dad, I'm willing to marry fourth sister. Chapter 44. Isn't it better to marry me than the already paralyzed fourth sister? What? Tang Shuilong was confused. Tang Chuanxi actually took the initiative to say he wanted to marry Tang Fei. No, Hoshi, I won't allow it. She immediately got up from her seat and ran to Tang Chuanxi, so excited that she grabbed his arm. Xiaoxi, you say, is it Tang Qingma that forced you? Tang Qingma sneered. That's funny. It's not throwing the pot on my back again. You shut up, Tang Shuilong said excitedly. If you hadn't first mentioned that you wanted Xiaoxi to marry fourth sister, how could someone as simple as him think of this? It's all because of you. I will never let Xiaoxi marry fourth sister. Tang Shuilong's shouts spread throughout the hall, causing Tang Jianren to slap the desktop in annoyance as well. You're the one who shut up. Now that your sister is already lying there simply won't be anyone from another family marrying her in the future. Now that your brother is willing to marry her and contribute to our Tang family, who are you to refuse? In Tang Jianren's heart, his 7 daughters, in addition to Tang Ruoling, the president of the family, can find someone to join the family. The other 6 daughters will be married to other families in the future, so that the Tang family's power and property even more soaring to the sky, to reach the status of the first-class families in China. But now one of the 7 daughters has been wasted, so naturally, Tang Yanxi should be allowed to take the top. He had spent 18 years of resources to raise him, and now it was his turn to contribute to the family. And Tang Xianxi also revealed a bitter smile to Tang Shuilong. Yes, fifth sister. I voluntarily wanted to take fourth sister as my wife. Fourth sister is usually very good to me, and now that she's already having a hard time lying in bed because of her paralysis, it's only fair that I, as a younger brother, take care of her. Tang Chuanxi spoke with deep emotion, making it seem as if it was an irresistible reason to marry Tang Fei. But Tang Qingma watched the big drama in front of him with amusement, saying something about being a brother who has to take care of his paralyzed sister. In reality, it's just a matter of not wanting to leave the Don's quality life. Anyway, it's just a formality. Tang Chuanxi can't possibly touch the paralyzed Tang Fei after the marriage. Then no one will know what he does out and about. It's okay to spend the Don's money after the consummation of the marriage and continue to have fun. However, Tang Shuirong, who had always adored Tang Yinshi, naturally refused to allow her fourth sister to taint her beloved brother. Even formal marriages are not allowed. So she immediately rushed to Tang Chuanxi and shouted at Tang Jianren. Fourth sister deserved it for falling off a building and becoming paralyzed. Why should she have to make up for it? Her words were like a complete tearing apart of sisterly love, leaving the Tang family in shock. Shuirong, how can you say that about Fei Fei? As a mother, Bai Hua Lian immediately reddened her eyes. She deserved to fall and become paralyzed. Is this something one would say? Both of them were daughters that they were proud of. But how could White Flower Lotus not expect such excessive words to come out of her fifth daughter's mouth? Shuirong, what the hell is wrong with you? Tang Meixin, who was on the side, also asked angrily. From the afternoon she had felt that Tang Shuilong was out of sorts, becoming out of control when it came to Xi's affairs. But no matter what, Tang Fei Fei was her own sister. How could she say that the other person deserved to become paralyzed? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. And at that moment, a joyful laughter came out, seemingly out of place in the heavy atmosphere. Seeing that it was Tang Qingma who was laughing, Tang Ali gritted her teeth and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how your brains are all clogged up. Tang Shuilong is acting so obviously. And you so-called upper-class quality people actually haven't realized it yet?" After Tang Qingma finished speaking, he glanced at Tang Shuilong with a faint smile. The eyes that were as if they were looking through her heart made Tang Shuilong unconsciously shocked for a moment. But Tang Ruoling still frowned in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? Love?" Tang Qingma sneered. "Didn't I say that before? As long as it involves anything about Tang Qingxi, Tang Shuilong's emotions will go out of control for no reason. What is this not love?" His words instantly caused everyone in the room to have an epiphany. Tang Shuilong. Does she really love Tang Chuanxi? It wasn't really that hard to guess out. But after all, they had grown up together as siblings. And as family, how could they possibly think of another layer to their relationship? But now that Tang Qingma himself had pointed it out, all of the Tang family members began to think in that direction. Then it was realized that from before, Tang Shuilong had already had many traces of holding special feelings for Tang Chuanxi. Tang Qingma continued to sneer. "It's because she wanted to get into orthopedics that she tortured and humiliated me. Who is my true brother? Because I took her favorite brother's position." Being told this, the crowd remembered. When Tang Qingma was first recognized back in the Tang family, the ones with the most descent were Tang Shuilong and Tang Fei Fei. So nowadays it seems, the people present all looked at Tang Shuilong, their eyes filled with doubt and horror. Especially Don String He showed a stunned look, like he couldn't imagine that his sister at home would hold special feelings for him. What's going on? Tang Shuilong was deeply pierced by this look and hurriedly denied it excitedly. "No. Tang Qingma, what are you talking about? I don't like Xiaoxi at all. I just treat him as my own brother." "Since that's the case, then what's your objection to Tang Yinshi voluntarily marrying Tang Fei Fei?" Tang Qingma asked rhetorically. Tang Shuilong froze up. If Tang Yinshi had been forced, then he could still find an excuse to refute it. But now Tang Yinshi was saying that he was willing. She immediately turned her brain quickly, her voice stuttering. "I just think it's a pity for Hoshi, because the fourth sister is crippled. So, the more she spoke, the lower her voice got, and the words that came out were no longer at all convincing. Just as Tang Qingma had said, Tang Shuilong looked embarrassed at Tang Yinshi's stunned face, and finally parted in pain. But the next second, without saying a word, Tang Jianren went up to her and scraped her palm, beat Tang Shuilong's face red and swollen, with red marks from her fingers on it. "Ah!" White Flower Lotus immediately screamed in terror. The three Tang family sisters were similarly startled by the slap, but none of them dared to act rashly at this time, and could only stand silently and watch. Rebel girl, Tang Jianren, who had finished that slap, still wasn't relieved, his chest gasping for air, his fingertips pointing at Tang Shuilong with a bit of trembling. "Stringy is your brother. How dare you? How dare you treat your brother?" Even though Tang Yinshi was not related by blood, it was only 3 months ago that he found out that for the first 18 years Tang Yinshi had been the identity of Tang Shuilong's real brother. In the face of her own brother, how could Tang Shuilong generate thoughts that went against moral common sense? And Tang Shuilong, who had swollen one side of her face, clenched her teeth. Since the secret of her adoration for Tang Inchi was exposed, it would be better to just break it. Xiao Shi is so nice. What's so strange about me liking him? He's going to join our family anyway. Then wouldn't it be better to marry me than fourth sister, who is already paralyzed? Chapter 45. He'll end up kicked out and living with his criminal mom. Tang Shuilong's words spread throughout the entire hall, and at the same time hammered the hearts of the Tang family. Everyone was shocked beyond belief by her thoughts. Being from a famous family, Tang Shuilong actually developed a long-time love for her brother. This if it gets out. You rebellious daughter. Pa! Tang Jianren couldn't help but slap Tang Shuilong again. This time he exerted his whole body's strength and directly threw her whole body to the ground. Tang Shuilong instantly felt dizzy, and a rumbling tinnitus came from her ears, and blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. How could I have given birth to a bastard like you? Family law. Give me the family law. Tang Jianren followed and lost control. If the old Daud was still around, the whip would have been ready by now. But since all the servants in the house are gone and the only Wang Ma is not there, Tang Jianren becomes even more irritable and even kicks over the chair next to him directly. Dad, you spare fifth sister. Tang Inchi saw the opportunity and said pleadingly, Fifth sister is a girl. The family law is too severe for her. Yes, Dad. Shuirong is a star, although temporarily snowed in. It'll be troublesome if she leaves a scar. Tang Ali also stepped forward to plead for mercy. Dad, please spare Shuirong this time. Tang Meishin also pleaded. Master, please spare Shuirong for once. Bai Hualien also shed tears. And looking at this scene of harmonious family members, Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the side, just laughed coldly. See the original owner. What a double standard those family members of yours are. Tang Shuilong made such a serious moral mistake, and there were actually so many people pleading for her when she was being used the family law, and you? You're just coming home late, being wronged, insulted, and being served with the family law at the drop of a hat. When I went to the hospital for a checkup at the time, those old and new scars on my back shocked even the doctors when they looked at them. Only a masochist would treasure a family member like that. TSK. Tang Qingma couldn't help but think of some unfavorable memories from his childhood, and sked lightly with a bit of annoyance. And with the pleas of White Flower Lotus and the Tang sisters, Tang Jianren calmed down. It's true that Tang Shuilong is a star though temporarily snowed in. It's not good to leave scars on her body, and even if she doesn't become a star, she's still the Tang family's daughter, and will need to be married to another family in the future. So he pointed at Tang Shuilong, who was still on the floor, and shouted angrily, Get your ass to the room. No one comes out without my order. Put in ancient times, it meant grounding. This Qing dynasty in the Tang family is still really not dead, although there is no throne to inherit. Tang Shuilong was naturally reluctant. What was the difference between this and house arrest for her? But Tang Ruoling immediately stepped forward to cover her mouth and ripped her up from the floor. Obedient Shuiong. Go back to your room and stay there. If he didn't follow Tang Jianren's orders, the house would turn upside down. So Tang Shuilong desperately struggled, and Tang Ruoling desperately pulled, creating a strange picture. In the end, due to Tang Shuilong's injuries, she was first exhausted and was pulled away by Tang Ruoling just like that. Humph, let's eat. After dealing with Tang Shuilong, Tang Jianren was all pissed off and hungry. None of the crowd said anything more, just silently opened the wrapping tin. I have to say that Don Maxine can be enjoyable when it comes to food. Since Don's family is usually very nutritious about their cooking, it's all about less salt, less sugar, and less chicken extract. Takeout isn't healthy, but it's delicious. Everyone enjoyed savoring the delicacies in front of them, and gradually forgot about what happened to Tang Shuilong just now. But just in such a harmonious time, Tang Qingma suddenly broke the atmosphere. By the way, Tang family master, didn't you just say you were going to give me a reward? Tang Jianren's veins popped out, but it was not good to get angry in the face of Tang Qingma. So he awkwardly asked, What do you want? Speaking of which, the last of the 5 requirements Tang Qingma had asked him to implement earlier had yet to be realized. But once Tang Inchi's birth mother is arrested and taken to the police station, the Tang family will be caught in a new round of public controversy. Tang Jianren couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If this was the reward Tang Qingma was asking for, then he would have to think of other excuses to stall for time. I want the Tang family lord to help me pay for me to recruit bodyguards. What's going on? I didn't realize that Tang Qingma actually wanted bodyguards. Tang Qingma said coldly. You all know that Lu Rian brought 2 martial artists to teach me a lesson today without saying a word. So I need someone to protect me before I can do that. The Tang family. No, we don't think you need to be protected at all. But Tang Jianren still agreed. Okay. Then I'll have my secretary. No need. Tang Qingma interrupted. I'll find it myself. You'll just be responsible for paying for it when the time comes.
Tang Jianren.
Is he treating himself like an ATM? In the evening, the crowd casually wrapped up their trash after dinner and threw it in the kitchen, then quickly went to their rooms as if they were taking refuge. It was only due to Tang Chuanxi's promise that he would marry Tang Fei that Tang Jianren was in a good mood and let him go to his study for a chat. Tang Shuilong, who was trapped in her room, was not in the mood to eat the dinner that Tang Ruoling had brought over, and was studying the window and the bedsheets. She wondered what she could do to escape, but just as she was researching around 10 p.m., the room suddenly opened up from the outside. Who? Looks like you're having a good time? Tang Qingma's unexpected appearance in front of the room door surprised Tang Shuilong. You're a… She wanted to break out in curses, but Tang Qingma quickly ran in front of her and grabbed her mouth with one hand to keep it from making a sound. He sneered. You could have called everyone over and gotten backlocked again. Tang Shuilong turned pale and immediately shook her head. Only then did Tang Qingma let go of her mouth and close the door to the room. How did you get in? Tang Shuilong frowned. Obviously the room had been locked by Tang Ruoling. How did he open it? It's just a room lock in the district. Is it hard to open? Tang Qingma asked rhetorically, waving his hand. Tang Shuilong's curiosity instantly exploded, but she didn't dare to ask any further, and could only grit her teeth and look at Tang Qingma. What exactly do you want? Why are you condoning Xiao Shi's marriage to fourth sister? This was also Tang Shuilong's inner pain. Why did Tang Qingma do this? He knew full well that he loved Hoshi, and when Tang Qingma saw the other party's hatred, she just asked mockingly, Dear fifth sister, do you think the current Tang Qingxi can still remain in the Tang family? What? Even if you have every intention of keeping him, the authority in this family is the father. And what do you think the future holds for Tang Chuanxi since he's been confirmed as the false young master? He's going to end up thrown out, living with his criminal mom, never able to return to the upper-class circles, separated from you forever. Chapter 46. Is cheap big baby only in novels? It won't. I won't allow it. Tang Qingma's words made Tang Shuilong unable to stop herself from shouting. Her eyes were red and she looked pained as she bit her lower lip. Tang Qingma sneered and asked back, You're nothing but a golden girl in the 5th row. You don't have the strength to be a star but can only be the lowest of the low-traffic stars. And now you're even being snowed in. What right do you have to decide where Tang Qingxi is going? Tang Shuilong was about to break down. Tang Qingma wasn't wrong at all. She simply didn't have the power or strength to decide Tang Inchi's future. That's why I was kind enough to let him marry Tang Fei. Now the only value Tang Chuanxi has is that he's wasted 18 years of the Tang family's resources. Only by joining the Tang family will he be able to give it full play. Tang Qingma's tone was light, but Tang Shuilong was so agitated that she clenched her fists. Even if that's the case, then why is it fourth sister? Fourth sister is paralyzed now. She doesn't deserve Hoshi at all. But she's lucky. Tang Qingma snorted and interrupted. Originally, all 7 of your sisters would have been sent out for marriage as the Tang family's daughter. But who knew that Tang Fei was lucky enough to accidentally fall and become paralyzed that would have to be left to Tang Qingxi? Am I right? Tang Shuilong clenched her teeth. Yeah. If Tang Xingshi didn't want to be kicked out of the Tang family, he could only join the family. And it just so happened that Tang Fei lost her value as a $1,000 lady, which is why she exploited this gap. Damn it. But you don't have to be so discouraged. Seeing Tang Shuilong's unwilling expression, Tang Qingma walked slowly to her side and said softly, Now you won't even be able to be the lowest-end traffic star, becoming the Tang family's most worthless young lady besides Tang Fei. What if this time, Tang Fei is gone? Tang Shuilong instantly stared at Tang Qingma with wide eyes in surprise. She couldn't think for a moment, only feeling that Tang Qingma's words were like activating a certain switch inside her, and a buzzing sound kept coming out of her head. What if Tang Fei is gone? Then, as one of the 7 sisters who can only be a star and is still snowed under because her abilities are not outstanding, she Isn't it a chance to marry your favorite Hoshi? Tang Qingma sneered mockingly. It was obvious that her words were demeaning, but the love-struck Tang Shuilong didn't even comprehend the sarcasm. He walked slowly to the desk in the room and set up something with a light hand before looking at Tang Shuilong with a smile. Fifth sister, opportunities are all about striving for yourself. You want Tang Chuanxi, you don't want him to be taken away by fourth sister. Tang Shuilong lowered her head. I'm going to head out and come back for you in a couple days. After saying that, Tang Qingma left the room and backhandedly locked the door. Tang Shuilong still had her head lowered. The words Tang Qingma had just said constantly appearing in her mind. If Fei Tang hadn't been paralyzed, At that moment, the light of the moon shone through the window, illuminating something on the desk with a twinkle that also happened to reflect on Tang Shuilong's eyes. She turned her head in confusion. It was the item Tang Qingma had just placed on it. What she saw laying on top was a sharp knife. The next morning, Tang Qingma enjoyed the sweet tofu brain and clear savory meat dumplings that came from the system lottery. Since time doesn't move in system space, it was still warm when he took it out. The system produces must be good. Even the food tasted pretty good. It's just that Tang Qingma still prefers savory tofu brain. After enjoying breakfast, he ignored the rest of the Tang family and left the villa without even greeting them. Sunday, no school. Tang Qingma headed to the shopping street in the center of downtown. He had seen the commercial street from the map given by the system a few days ago, so he took advantage of his free time on the weekend to go sightseeing and buy some suitable things on the way. That commercial street is now the longest street with the largest variety of stores in the city of Mordor. Even though it was in the morning, a number of stores were already open. The system's voice suddenly sounded, "Host, you can take a look at the ground stall area next to it first. People come out to set up stalls very early over there." Tang Qingma asked back in confusion, "Ground floor stall area? You mean the kind of ground stall area where you can find cheap treasures just by casually strolling around?" "Sort of. You seem to know it well. Isn't that how novels are written?" After all, Tang Qingma had been rendered many different kinds of novels by her subordinates and was familiar with these sets. But he was also quite curious, wondering if he could buy the power potion and the antidote little yellow bean. When he came to the area where the ground stalls were trading, it was true that there were already many vendors out setting up stalls, just as the system had said. This little brother. 10 mosquitoes and 3 pairs of pants. Don't miss it. Big brother. Interested in seeing a watermelon that increases blood chi? Keep it ripe. This is a dragon slayer's sword handed down from a certain dynasty for $300, and a red jade pendant that was once possessed by a mysterious old grandpa. It's gone after this street. The merchants who set up stalls were both young and old, and they all loudly publicized their goods when they saw Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma also casually looked at the stalls several times as he walked past them, taking in those things. To summarize, it's all money scamming crap. Is it true that cheap big babies only appear in novels?
Tang Qingma silenti spat.
System. However, as he walked to a certain ground stall, Tang Qingma was suddenly absorbed by a stone that absorbed his attention. "Oh, you fancy this thing?" The owner of the ground stall was an old man wearing a straw hat and a gray waistcoat, sitting cross-legged holding a sword. "It's like imitating an unfathomable old grandpa." Tang Qingma asked, "Old man, how do you sell this stone?" After all, he had collected a large amount of remorse values for the heavenly Tao, so his luck shouldn't be bad. 401 byte. The old man laughed and said, "If you think it's expensive." Tang Qingma directly handed out his cell phone. "Oh, are you using the QR code or giving cash? Elderly? Don't you haggle? Strange, don't people who come to the ground floor area usually call in their prices?" Tang Qingma, "I thought you said one price? Can it be cheaper?" Old man, "No, you heard wrong." Seeing this, the middle-aged man from the nearby ground stall came and said, "Kid, don't let him fool you. 400 for a piece of broken stone. Not a good deal." The old man said in disgust, "Roll on. This is a gambling stone. Don't get in the way of my business if you can't sell your stuff." Tang Qingma, since it's gambling on stones, it's just taking $400 for fun. In fact, he thought that $400 of gambling was quite cheap. And anyway, there was no shortage of money in his hands now. Middle-aged men, old people? $400 for fun? You know they spent less than $10 on breakfast today. Poverty limits my imagination. Huh? After Tang Qingma swept up 400 pieces, he used the power of his chi and blood to split the stones. Who knew that in a flash? A red light broke through the valley. Middle-aged man. This is? The intense glow attracted people from all over the street, and off the street. An RV was parked on the side of the road. Chapter 47. The big man really showed up. The intense red light attracted the merchants and passersby throughout the ground stall area, who all looked surprised. But Tang Qingma was the only one who was expressionless, and even separated the stones to the sides with his bare hands. A blood-red jewel, the size of a fist, was displayed. This is. The middle-aged man who set up a stall next to him was shocked. Is this a blood-red stone? Blood-red stone. A kind of spirit stone naturally formed by absorbing aura. It would normally be used by martial artists as a way to replenish their blood and stamina, hidden inside ordinary stones. And the old man in the straw hat touched the non-existent whiskers and said as if in a puzzled manner, "This isn't just any blood-red stone. It's the highest grade of blood moon stone. What do you speak?" I don't know which person exploded into a southern dialect. The blood moon, that sucked in the blood of foreign beasts, in addition to absorbing the rich aura, was the highest ranked and rarest existence among the blood-red stones. Normally, just inhaling a mouthful of it would be enough to be able to restore all the physical strength and chi and blood of a martial artist of the third-grade realm. If utilized during cultivation, it is even more protected by the power contained within, making it easier for the martial artist to successfully break through to a new realm. In short, a small piece of blood moonstone could sell for more than 100,000 dragon coins at the market price, and the black market and auctions were even more impossible to evaluate. And now Tang Qingma was holding one that was the size of an adult male's fist. The crowd in the room was stunned. I didn't expect that it really gave you the right bet. The old man gripped the straw hat on his head in a seemingly calm tone. But if you look closely, you can notice the fingertips holding the hat are trembling. Damn it! I should have known to sell it more expensive. No, I should have let him go. For $100 is a loss and he's down to his pants. Tang Qingma exhaled lightly and held the shining red stone in the palm of her hand. System, it seems like groundlings can really find big treasures. Do you think a certain big shot will appear later and let's sell this blood moonstone of mine to him? That host. Although I couldn't see the system, it looked like I was sweating coldly from the tone. What's wrong? The big man you said has come over. What? Get out of the way, get out of the way. When all was said and done, 2 bodyguards dressed in black with sunglasses suddenly appeared and drove the crowd blocking the front of the ground floor stalls to the sides. That said, do bodyguards in this world like to dress so black and super? The 2 bodyguards made a smooth road, and then an old man, neither tall nor short, with an aged appearance and wrinkles on his forehead, but exuding an invisible sense of oppression, walked down the road. The old man was followed by a man and a woman who looked to be about 20 years old. The woman looked haughty and frowned a little in resistance as she took in her surroundings, while the man was expressionless. The old man walked slowly to Tang Qingma with his walking stick and asked with a smiling face, "Kid, did you win the blood moonstone in your hand by lottery?" System, who is he? In the original owner's memory, there was no appearance of this old man. Host, he is Lu Rongxing, the current president of the Magic City Martial Arts Society. Those 2 people behind him are his daughter, Lu Zhaozhao, and his adopted son, Lu Tanren. The system explained. Lu Rongxing, if we follow the original plot, after the original owner's strength shown, the other party would recruit him to become a member of the Martial Arts Society and promise to give a large amount of cultivation resources. Eventually, the honest original owner agreed, and then a series of errand-busting missions began. What with having to go to a certain forest to look for high-level herbs, being responsible for protecting whoever, being sent to defeat powerful alien beasts, and so on. In short, it's the tool man who has the answer. Of course, there are losses and gains. The original owner then gained Lu Rongxing's patronage and significantly increased his status in the martial arts world, gaining good resources and connections. His daughter, Lu Zhaozhao, also looks down on the original owner at first, but is gradually attracted by his honest character and becomes one of the harem. His adopted son, Lu Tianren, becomes the original owner's best friend. However, after the invasion of the Heavenly Dao, the original owner didn't shine in the martial arts world, couldn't get Lu Rongxing's appreciation, and didn't have any subsequent opportunities to deal with Lu Tianren and Lu Zhaozhao. After Tang Qingma heard the system's explanation, he sighed that the Magic City was really small. No host, Lu Rongxing has been searching for the blood moon stone, the system said. Is it? Listening, Tang Qingma then showed a naive and innocent look and said, "Elderly man, I'm in luck. I spent $400 to draw this red stone. So it's called the Blood Moon Stone. He looked like he didn't even know what a blood moon stone was. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was located at the back, couldn't help but laugh at Tang Qingma's silly appearance. The other merchants and passers-by were startled by Tang Qingma's good fortune. And then their eyes began to glare at the other stones on that old man's straw hat stall. Kid, are you interested in selling it to old Xiao? Lu Rongxing asked, still smiling. Then how much is the old man willing to pay? Tang Qingma's eyes flickered. Heh. Lu Rongxing saw this and revealed an amiable smile. In that case, I'm willing to pay $1 million for it. 1 million? The ground vendors and passers-by in the room were stunned at these words. $1 million. How many years and how many things do they have to 996 and sell to have that? It's just one time you gamble on a stone and you're off to a flying start. Once again, the rocks on the carpet were subjected to tons of blazing stares. Tang Qingma also reacted with surprise after hearing $1 million. What, old man? You really gave $1 million to buy this stone? The system saw that Tang Qingma looked like she was willing to sell it and hastened to stop it. Ugh, wait host. This 1 million is a bit. Lu Rongxing smiled and nodded. That's right. As long as you nod your head, $1 million will be in your hands immediately. He waved his hand and one of the bodyguards immediately took out a briefcase. It was full of red bells and whistles of dragon coins. So much money! Tang Qingma walked over to Lu Rongxing in surprise. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly became sharp. But old man, don't you think it's unkind to lie to a young man like this? Huh? The sudden change of face made Lu Rongxing freeze. In a flash, the originally joyful atmosphere became oppressive and heavy. Tang Qingma was still smiling brightly, but his eyes and the aura he exuded were very sharp. You! Foster son Lu Tianren instantly rushed forward, shielding Lu Rongxing and Lu Xiaoxiao behind him. What's going on? Didn't this guy start out grinning like a fool at that $1 million? How suddenly? It became dangerous. Tang Qingma shook his wrist, holding the Blood Moon Stone with a sneer. Blood Moon Stone, the highest variety in blood red stone. Just applying a small piece of it during cultivation can increase the success rate of raising your realm and cultivating your skills. So the higher the realm, the more martial artists will pay sky-high prices to buy it. His voice was flat, but his demeanor and aura were very different from the naive innocence of a moment ago. Usually only the size of a thumb can be sold for more than $100,000, and one as big as the one I'm holding would be at least $10 million if taken to an auction. Afterward, Tang Qingma's sharp eyes looked at Lu Rongxing, whose expression became serious. Elder Master, as the president of the city's martial arts society, it wouldn't be good if word got out that you cheated the youngsters out of something that would affect your high and clean reputation. Chapter 48, $9 million. Plus a small request. The moment Tang Qingma's words came out, everyone present was shocked beyond belief. The old man in front of me was actually the president of the Martial Arts Society. When it comes to the Martial Arts Society of Magic City, it is the place where 60% of the city's cultivation resources and the latest information are gathered. Although the ground floor would usually be opened for ordinary martial artists to do tests or purchase resources, if one wanted to join as a member of the society, one needed to be a first-class martial artist to qualify. The crowd didn't expect such a big shot to show up in a ground stall area cluttered with merchandise. More surprised than that, though, was the man in front of him. He knew that the other party was the president, but he still said something similar to a threat. Is it a newborn calf? It's too big a burden. You know me? Lu Rongxing frowned. President Lu is such a famous big shot. How could I not recognize him? Tang Qingma laughed and said, I just didn't expect that you would look for this little man of mine to trade and bid so low. So this man knew who he was from early on, but kept pretending to be innocent. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was located next to Lu Rongxing, immediately said excitedly, Who are you? Dad kindly wanted to buy your Blood Moon Stone, and you actually dared to be sarcastic. Lu Xiaoxiao, as the president's daughter, had grown up living a life of smooth sailing and being flattered, and in her mind someone like Tang Qingma who would come to the ground floor stall area to buy things must be a poor, wild boy. She wouldn't have come over to a place like this if she hadn't been worried about her elderly father being embarrassed by unruly people in there. Tang Qingma glanced coldly at Lu Xiaoxiao and grunted, President Lu, it seems like there's a lot of room for improvement in your daughter's upbringing. High EQ. There is a lot of room for improvement. Low emotional intelligence. No quality. Lu Xiaoxiao immediately exploded. What did you say? You actually dare to in-yang me like this? Having already seen the power of the Tang family's 5 sisters, and now having encountered a spoiled young lady, Tang Qingmo rubbed his ears breathlessly. System, are all the women in this world so grumpy? The system said awkwardly. No host, don't you see that the harem of the hero of the cool article often appears to be this type of little princess? Lu Xiaoxiao was originally one of the original host's harem as well, so princess, are you sure it's not a little fairy? Lu Xiaoxiao's voice was so overly loud that even Lu Rongxing's ears were made to ache, and he said seriously, Xiaoxiao, shut up first. Dad. Lu Xiaoxiao shrank his body a little timidly when he saw his father, who had always loved him, being so harsh with himself. Kid, my daughter has been spoiled by me. I apologize for her. Lu Rongxing nodded politely. Tang Qingma laughed and said, since President Lu personally apologized to me, of course I'll give you face. But when Lu Rongxing raised his head, he exuded an invisible sense of intimidation. Kid, I'm in great need of blood moonstones right now. If I say that the blood moonstones you have on hand are worth $8 million by market value, would you be willing to sell them to me? $8 million. The people in the room were even more surprised than they were just now. The red stone is worth too much. Let me tell you first, even if you want to take it to the auction, we don't have auctions here where just anyone can sell something. And the fact that I don't recognize you as the president of the Martial Arts Society proves that you're not a top martial artist. Lu Rongxing gripped his cane tightly and said, so, I hope you think it over. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. He naturally understood what the other party meant. It's just a threat. Aren't auctions where anyone can sell anything? What a joke. According to the routine, auction is the easiest place for the hero of the novel to make money. But Lu Rongxing said this just to scare him, or secretly do something to keep his stuff from being auctioned. After all, the president has the power to do so. But from the somewhat anxious tone, it seemed that he did need the blood moon stone. At this time, the system said in a timely and pragmatic manner, host, Lu Rongxing's friend is currently in the realm of the 7th grade, but due to the fact that he had injured his foundation during his previous battle with a foreign beast, he is suffering from long-term after effects and will only recover if he successfully breaks through the 8th grade, so that's how it is, for the sake of a good friend. Tang Qingma came to a realization. He hadn't broken through to martial artist yet, so he didn't need blood moonstones for cultivation for the time being, and even if he needed them in the future, he could buy them again. If we sell it to Lu Rongxing today, there is indeed a chance that we can befriend this great man. But Tang Qingma didn't want to sell him the blood moonstone so easily. He gave a deep smile, his tone a little light. $9 million, plus one small request. Not only the crowd at the scene, even Lu Rongxing was surprised by Tang Qingma's words. It was clearly a great opportunity to make friends with the powerful, and a normal person would be willing to take the deal no matter what. Yet the man in front of me actually raised the price by $1 million, with additional conditions attached. You! Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but try to step forward, but he was stopped by Lu Tianrun. Lu Rongxing frowned and asked, what do you want? Tang Qingma, I'll only say it if I promise. Brother, I can't bear it. You let me hit him. Lu Xiaoxiao waved his arms and calves, his hands busy trying to punch and kick Tang Qingma. Xiaoxiao, calm down. Lu Tianren desperately stopped her. Lu Rongxing looked at the large blood moon stone in Tang Qingma's hand and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Since his best friend's injury, he has needed to take tons of tonics every day. The doctor judged that the only way to repair the damage in the body was to break through the 8th grade realm as soon as possible, or else the body would experience even more damage in the long run. Although he had already heavily purchased a large number of blood moon stones for his best friend to break through, they were all too small to be used continuously. Only the piece in front of me is perfect. But this man, is he mindful of his dire need, and that's why he's thinking of maximizing his benefits? Obviously looking so young, but possessing such a heart. Okay, I promise. In the end, for the sake of his best friend's health, Lu Rongxing agreed. He waved his hand and the bodyguard beside him immediately handed over a blank check. Put on your glasses and sign the check for $9 million on it. That's okay, right? Tang Qingma hooked up the corners of her mouth and handed over the blood moon stone in her hand. Of course, as expected of President Lu, Junior admires it. Humph. Tell me, what are your demands? Dad. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to stop, but when she saw the other party's firm eyes, she couldn't help but turn her head to glare up at Tang Qingma. If he made any excessive demands, he would not let him go himself. Chapter 49. If you accidentally stab me, I will pull you down with me and pulverize you. Both the Lu family and the passers-by looked at Tang Qingma seriously and nervously. Lu Xiaoxiao was even more ready. If this asshole made any excessive and unreasonable demands to her father, she would immediately go up and teach him a lesson. A large number of sights pierced Tang Qingma's body like sharp needles, but his attitude remained very casual. You guys don't have to be so nervous. My request is really small. How can you not be nervous when you're so sold out? If he wants Chairman Lu to do something illegal, I just want President Lu to give me a bodyguard. Huh? Everyone in the room was confused. Lu Tianren, who was originally on guard, was also dumbfounded. Just that simple? No other excessive demands? It's that simple. Tang Qingma asked suspiciously, "What did you think it was?"
No.
We didn't think of anything. Lu Tianren immediately shook his head. What the? That's it? There's nothing to see anymore. So pull out. I'm going to work to beat the out of you. What's the name of your company? Are you still short of people? Keep the stalls going. Those passers-by and ground stall merchants who were watching the show left feeling helpless and disappointed when they saw how simple Tang Qingma's request was. No, I'm not selling. My stones? My money. Of course, sweep up all of Old Man Straw Hat's rocks before you leave. More and more stalls started to open for business, and Tang Qingma also came to the side path with the 3 Lu family members to continue the topic from earlier. You just need a bodyguard? Lu Rongxing was also surprised by this bit of Tang Qingma's request, but his expression remained calm. Of course, I hope that this bodyguard is not ordinary. At least the realm to the 3rd grade of martial artists can protect me in critical times, also know how to read the eyes to know when to take action. Of course, if you can help me to deal with the paperwork to organize, as well as to help me to receive outsiders would be the best. It's still a bodyguard in the front, but the back is already part of a secretary's job, right? If you ask an ordinary leading company, you might not be able to find someone in a while, but if it's Chairman Lu, it should be easy to find someone. For future operations, he needed a strong assistant who wouldn't be bribed by the Tang family. The person found by Lu Rongxing is the most suitable. I don't need much time. Just follow me for a year, of course. Tang Qingma suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Xiaoxiao, who was slating her black face. Trouble, don't be impulsive and grumpy in temper. What do you mean you're looking at me and saying that? Lu Xiaoxiao instantly wanted to rush up and beat up Tang Qingma, but was stopped by Lu Tianren. Tang Qingma ignored her. And the salary for this period? Lu Rongxing immediately interrupted. It's fine if the money comes out of my pocket. After all, it's my promise to you. Perhaps because he saw that the request was simple, Lu Rongxing's attitude was much better than before. Speaking of which, kid, I didn't even know your name until now. Initially, Lu Rongxing felt that as long as he successfully traded the Blood Moon Stone, he wouldn't cross paths with the kid in front of him again, so he didn't intend to ask the other party's name. But now, Tang Qingma didn't hide it and smiled. My name is Tang Qingma. I'm considered a son of the Tang family.
Tang Qingma.
Lu Rongxing hadn't reacted yet, but Lu Xiaoxiao on the side was very surprised. You're that true young master of the Tang clan? Lu Rongxing asked. True young master? Xiaoxiao, what's going on? He was only interested in martial arts, and was unaware of the news and furor that had been spreading all over the internet in the past 2 days. Lu Tianren briefly explained the matter of the Tang family to Lu Rongxing, which also caused him to reveal a stunned expression. Huh? That there could be such strange, heartless parents in this world, ignoring the suffering of their own son and turning to love their fake son, and those sisters of yours. I really don't know what words can be used to describe it. Tang Qingma shrugged his shoulders and grunted. Humans also exist in multiple categories. I know why you want to recruit bodyguards, said Lu Rongxing, who was also very impressed after hearing about Tang Qingma's experience in the Tang family. Just, would he really be bullied in a non-martial arts family like the Tang clan with the heart that he had just shown when facing himself? And the name, Tang Qingma, always felt like I'd heard it somewhere, not because of the Dan family, but somewhere in the President Lu. If you're interested, just go and investigate it yourself. Just as Lu Rongxing was thinking, he suddenly heard Tang Qingma call him to investigate. You told me to investigate you? The Lu family was stunned. How in the world would anyone personally tell someone to investigate themselves? Tang Qingma, however, snickered. You're the president of the Martial Arts Society. Wouldn't it be more detailed for you to personally investigate rather than listening to my dictation? The original owner's experience is meaningless when told by him. It's better to investigate in person to be shocked. But please don't backstab me. Tang Qingma suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Lu Rongxing with a bright smile. And with her head stretched forward, she said softly in a volume of voice that only the two of them could hear. Even if you're a president with a disparate status, if you accidentally stab me, I'll fight with all my strength and pull you down with me to the ground. Huh? The sudden and intense pressure caused Lu Rongxing to be shocked and break out in a cold sweat. This kid. He was clearly not a martial artist yet he was able to exude such a terrifying sense of oppression. He's definitely not generalized. At least, never make an enemy of him. Lu Rongxing shed a cold sweat and looked at Tang Qingma with wary eyes. Just now, he said that he wanted a bodyguard of the third rank of the realm who could also handle paperwork. Tenrin. Yes, father. Lu Tianren stepped forward. You go be a bodyguard for the Tang family boy. Lu Tianren Lu Zhaozhao. Dad. What are you talking about? Lu Zhaozhao immediately rushed to her own father's face, pointing at Tang Qingma with a disgusted expression. How could you let your brother go and work for this asshole? Lu Rongxing just responded flatly. It's just being a bodyguard for a year. In addition to gaining work experience as an escort, you can also learn more about the backgrounds of the different mansions. I think it's quite good. Although their Lu family belonged to a strong martial arts family in the Magic City, but after all, their own identity was the society president. If you need to receive VIPs from different places in the future, you need to provide security for them. It was not bad to let Lu Tianren accumulate these experiences now. Plus the fact that the Tang family was a powerful family in the Magic City. It would also allow him to learn more about and get in touch with the circles of the powerful family world. Although Lu Tianren was an adopted son, Lu Rongxing had really invested a lot of resources in raising him as if he were his own son. Tenrin, what do you think? Brother, you can't say yes. Lu Tianren pondered for a while and finally nodded. Father must have his considerations in arranging this. I'm willing to be young Master Tang's bodyguard. What? Lu Zhaozhao froze. I didn't realize her dad and her brother had gone crazy. In the end, she then took out all her anger on Tang Qingma, her eyes snobbishly glaring at him. But even Tang Qingma was a bit surprised. Did I hear you right, Chairman Lu? You're asking young Master Lu to be my bodyguard? Yeah. Lu Rongxing said with a smiling face. Although my son is only 21 years old, his realm has already reached the third rank, and he usually helps me, the president, with paperwork and guests. Plus he has a calm and quiet personality, which perfectly fits the requirements you've put forth. But being my bodyguard is going to see blood. Oh, that's okay? Tang Qingma asked jokingly. He. Protecting clients will of course see blood. My son is not one of those people who haven't seen the world. You can use him without worry. Lu Tianren on the side? What see blood? Seeing that Lu Rongxing was bent on pushing his son to himself, Tang Qingma shifted his eyes to Lu Tianren and slightly sized him up. Well, let's test the abilities first. Lu Tianren? In the next second, Tang Qingma's figure disappeared. What then came before Lu Tianren's eyes was a fist. Chapter 50. How can you be bullied with a body like this? The sudden attack rushed in front of Lu Tianren's face, causing him to widen his eyes. Because he almost couldn't react. He couldn't help but turn his body with all the strength of his body, and only then did he manage to dodge Tang Qingma's fist. However, Tang Qingma didn't give him time to regain his senses. As his fist was flicked away, his calf quickly lifted up and kicked straight at Lu Tianren's chest. Lu Tianren reflexively set up his hands, arm and body against Tang Qingma's kicks, but his entire body took several steps backward. Tang Qingma, you could have fought back. There's no need to be merciful. Huh? How could Lu Tianren say that he had grown up cultivating under Lu Rongxing's side and had obtained the third-grade realm at a young age? Now that he was being provoked by Tang Qingma like this, he was also a little fired up. Tang Qingma, you dare to take a shot at your brother? Lu Zhaozhao on the side was very angry. She wanted to go forward to help Lu Tianren, but was rebuked by Lu Rongxing. What are you doing over there? Don't get in Tenren's way. The two men are testing each other's strength. Why is she running over there? Only Lu Tianren clenched his fists, and after parrying Tang Qingma's kick, he immediately gathered the qi and blood in his body into his fists, and swung his fist at Tang Qingma's rear. He was in the third-grade realm, and this punch could pulverize someone. But after all, it was Tang Qingma herself who said that she didn't need to show mercy. So Lu Tianren didn't hold back. However, when the fist swung down, Tang Qingma suddenly turned sideways, avoiding Lu Tianren's attack with a tiny corner, and even stepped on the floor in the process, moving her body towards the back. As for Lu Tianren, due to the fact that he swung a punch with all his strength, his body was unable to collect and hit straight towards the ground. Boom! The ground was punched out of a crater under Lu Tianren's attack, and a large amount of stones splashed into the air. Being able to punch the hard dirt floor in pieces shows that the power of the fist is very strong. But even so, Tang Qingma had already come behind him and tapped Lu Tianren's shoulder. "That's fine, the test is done." Tang Qingma's voice came out from the back, also releasing his hand. "Worthy of being young Master Lu, very impressive." Lu Tianren. According to the situation just now, if they were really duking it out, Tang Qingma would only have to launch an attack at his rear to knock him out. What a great body! But how could he be bullied by the Tang family when he clearly had such a body? "Kid, you don't look like a beginner. Where did you learn your fighting skills from?" Lu Rongxing also asked with new curiosity. "In the book." Tang Qingma smiled. "How can anyone teach a poor little bullied man like me? I taught myself from a book." Technically, he wasn't lying. After traveling through this world, wasn't this body art and skill learned from the secret book given by the system? It was just that Lu Rongxing and Lu Tianren both looked speechless. Obviously doesn't believe him. Tang Qingma also saw their expressions and laughed. "There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. Anyway, you should be able to tell that I haven't broken through to martial artist yet. That's something I find strange as well." Lu Rongxing squinted his eyes. From the first moment he saw Tang Qingma, he himself realized that the other party was not a martial artist. If we look at the quiz with Lu Tianren just now, it was true that he was not as good as Lu Tianren in terms of qi and blood, but the problem was that his fighting skills were very calm and mature. Even without using chakra, one could feel that he was a battle-hardened warrior. Just very evil. Tang Qingma ignored Lu Rongxing's stern eyes that wanted to study himself over and over again and just looked at Lu Tianren. "Young Master Lu, if it's not a problem, can the bodyguard job start in the afternoon?" Lu Tianren nodded his head. "Yes, you can, young Tang. For a period of 1 year from now on, you don't need to call me young master, just call me Tianren directly." He had a serious personality, and since he had agreed to be someone's bodyguard, he had to give it his all. Looking at Lu Tianren's dedicated appearance, Tang Qingma didn't stop it. "Okay, Tianren. Then go back and get ready. Wait for me at the main gate of Longten District at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll take you to the Tang family." "Good." Tang Qingma also looked at Lu Rongxing. "President Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Before Lu Rongxing could say anything, Lu Zhaozhao next to him had already rushed over and shouted, "Tang Qingma, even though my brother has become your bodyguard, don't think about bullying him. If I find out you're squeezing my brother, I'll never let you go." After a few seconds of silence, Tang Qingma looked away. "I'm sorry. Someone told me that I can't talk to little fairy, or else I'll be pestered until the end of time." "Who are you calling a fairy?" Little fairy was originally a positive term, but in Tang Qingma's mouth it was extremely eerie, and when Lu Tianren saw that she was about to explode, he immediately stepped forward to pacify her. "Don't worry, Zhao Zhao. I'm just going to work, so I can accumulate experience." Lu Zhaozhao's attitude softened as soon as he faced his family. Since brother said so, then fine. It was only after Tang Qingma left that Lu Tianren turned his head and asked Lu Rongxing, "Father, when you asked me to be Tang Qingma's bodyguard, is it because you want me to keep reporting on his movements?" "This is one of the points," Lu Rongxing said. "With my years of intuition, this Tang Qingma is not simple. It's not at all like the cowardly, incompetent, bullied by the Tang family existence you guys are talking about. That's something I find strange as well." Lu Tianren nodded. From the quiz that he had just conducted with him, it was obvious that he was no match for him if he only used his fighting skills. It was too surprising that such a powerful person hadn't broken through to martial artist yet. Lu Zhaozhao on the side just said, "What the heck? Even if his strength is good, isn't he still an orphan after leaving the Tang family?" Looking at such a naive daughter, Lu Rongxing just shook his head helplessly and gripped the walking stick in his hand. "In short, I think that whether or not there is a chance to befriend him, we must never make an enemy of him." Chapter 51. Go to the fake young master's birth mother kidnapper and torture her severely. After Tang Qingmo received the $9 million check, he immediately went to the bank in question to cash the money. However, because the amount was too large, He simply set up an account and then raised and remitted the money into the system account in batches. Tang Qingma, who had scored another small fortune, was in a good mood, so he decided to do something that would make him happier. Tell me where the babysitter lives, Tomoko. He had worn in for several days, and it was time to meet the culprit who had ruined the original owner's life. Located in the center of the Magic City, a residential community AI Huanjing. Due to the beautiful environment, convenient transportation, as well as the novelty of the buildings in the district, the 2-bedroom and 1-bathroom houses also cost at least $5 million. Wang Mei was originally a nanny for the Tang family, and although she switched her newborn son with the newborn young master of the Tang family 18 years ago, due to her own selfish desires, and had her brother dump the child in a garbage dump somewhere, she has been living in remorse all these years, until the Tang family's true young master was retrieved. She had heard that the other party had picked up bad habits from the outside world and had learned to be bad, so he was not liked by the Tang family. On the contrary, his own son is still the most favored child of the Tang family. So Master Tang and the ladies forcefully gave her an $8 million, 3-bedroom house in order to thank her for giving birth to such a wonderful son for them. Wang Mei is flattered. She has been living in fear for the past 18 years, living with the guilt of switching children. How can she be favored by the Tang family again? So at first she refused, but there was no way that the 4th and 5th young ladies could force themselves to accept it, and said that they would often buy expensive gifts to visit her. So she had to tearfully accept it, then pick up her brother in the countryside and live a rich guilt-ridden life of monthly incomings, gift collecting and affluence. And today, when Wang Mei had just returned from a set of noblewoman SPA at a nearby high-class beauty parlor, she found that the door to her home seemed to have been tampered with, but she hesitated for just a second before going inside. This is the AI Huanjing neighborhood. It's more expensive than the average building, and the security is good. So she opened the door to the house without worry, and as soon as she turned on the light, she was startled by the figure sitting in the chair inside. Oh! She dropped the LV bag that Tang Feifei had given her last week to the floor, and her whole body almost fell towards the back. The figure inside then leisurely stood up and took a slow step forward. I didn't realize that you were living a good life after being a kidnapper. You're... The figure came out slowly from the dark side of the house, surfacing Tang Qingma's face. You should know who I am. Tang Qingma's eyes darkened, but her smile was incomparably bright. If you forget, I'll be very sad. You? Wang Mei indeed couldn't recognize who the other party was. She had left the Tang family immediately after replacing Tang Qingma, and hadn't seen him until the other party was retrieved, so she didn't really know who the person in front of her was. Of course, Wang Mei's reaction had long been expected by Tang Qingma. His eyes widened as he said word for word, "Have you even forgotten the child you kidnapped?" Wang Mei really fell to the ground this time and looked at him with a horrified expression. Are you, a Tang?
Tang.
That's right. I'm the young master of the Tang clan, Tang Qingma, who was switched by you 18 years ago. Now you remember. Looking at Tang Qingma's smirking expression, Wang Mei was so terrified that her whole body trembled. She remembered that 4th Miss and 5th Miss had once said that none of their family liked the young master in front of them, so they would not tell him where they lived so that she could live without fear. Then why did young Master Tang know her address? Only Tang Qingma turned her head to look around the house and mockingly sighed. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room? Or the expensive AI Huanjing in the city center? This criminal of yours has led a better life than this true young master of the Tang family of mine. Tang Qingma was smiling, but he exuded an invisible sense of oppression, causing Wang Mei to kneel on the ground with a bit of difficulty breathing. Young master. It's not like that. I'm here because the Lord and the ladies. I know. Tang Qingma walked up to Wang Mei. The sound of each step on the floor provoked Wang Mei's taut nerves. Finally, Tang Qingma squatted down next to her, his voice spitting out flatly. They forced you to take this house. They forced you to take $500,000 a month to live on. They forced you to take expensive gifts. And then you ignored me to live recklessly under my nose, didn't you?
No.
Not really. Pa. When Wang Mei tried to tilt her head up, she was immediately slapped in the face, and the next second of force made her press down. Freeze. What isn't? Your son is now disgusting my eyes every day, and you were just getting a facial, right?
Tang Qingma snot.
Wang Mei was emboldened.
Why did Tang Qingma know about her trip? But before she could think about it, Her entire body was in pain and on the verge of losing consciousness.
Yang, Yang.
Ah, ah. Tang Qingma once again ripped her up, this time not only her forehead, but her entire face slammed into the ground, distorting the nose she had done 2 months before, and a large amount of blood oozed out of her forehead. It was clear that he was doing a murderous act in his hands, but his tone remained calm. I don't understand why anyone would be so thick-skinned, ruining someone's life to pieces and still having the nerve to keep living. If I were you, I would have found a tree to hang myself from. Knock knock. Wang Mei felt a great pain in her face and stuttered in her speech. No, young master. Please. Wang Mei is just an ordinary woman. She simply didn't have the strength to resist Tang Qingma's attacks and could only open her mouth to beg for mercy. You're begging me? Tang Qingma, however, sneered. Haha. Then why did you switch me with your son 18 years ago? I regret it too. She was slurring her words a bit now due to her knocked-out incisors. Ping. Regret? Just got back from the beauty parlor and enjoying the big house regret. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Mei felt like she was going to pass out from the pain, but Tang Qingma's pressure made her not dare to pass out, and tears of remorse continued to fall from the corners of her eyes. It's okay, I certainly accept if you want to apologize, but… Tang Qingma's words suddenly peaked into a deeply meaningful smile. If you want me to forgive you, shouldn't you taste the pain I've endured these past 18 years? Ugh. In the next second, Wang Mei's body felt intense pain. Tang Qingmo released the power of qi and blood without any mercy. It was as if he possessed an iron heart, and he had no mercy for Wang Mei at all. Oh. Wang Mei, on the other hand, opened her eyes wide with fear. On the contrary, Tang Qingma was very pleasant. Don't worry, it's still early. You don't have to worry about being wasted. I'll heal you from all the injuries you've received, and then we'll continue to take our time and of course your family associates, and should have to be with you in your suffering. No. Chapter 52. It was her plan to make her sisters fall in love with the fake young master. Ever since the Tang family's true young master was recognized back, Wang Mei had regularly taken the hush money given by the Tang family and lived a wealthy life. Wang Dafu, as Wang Mei's younger brother, was the accomplice responsible for throwing the child to the dump 18 years ago after Wang Mei took out Tang Qingma, who was still a baby. After Wang Mei got the money from Tang's family, he also bought a house in the next neighborhood, settled and married with children in Magic City, and lived a very good life. When he was usually free, Wang Dafu would go to his sister's house to see if he could dabble in lunch before leaving. But today, he felt that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. It was obviously his sister's house, but it just felt weird somewhere. And when he called Wang Mei's cell phone but there was no answer, he felt even more strange in his heart. But in the end, he shook his head. This is one of the best neighborhoods in downtown. Ryan Security does what outsider could break in. So suppressing the strange feeling inside, he took the previously configured key and unlocked the door. Aha! As soon as he opened the door of the house, however, a sudden violent force appeared from within, pulling him forcefully inside, and then the door was closed. Wang Dafu was thrown inside the house by a certain force, and with the sound of the door being shut, his heart was startled. But before he had time to think, he saw his sister fall beside him with her limbs twisted and her face crooked. Oh! Cease! Wang Mei was already unable to move. After having her arms and legs broken just now, I don't know what method Tang Qingma used to heal her before continuing to break them repeatedly. Now that she was mentally exhausted, she could only weakly spit out words to Wang Dafu. Escape! Cease! Run away! This time Wang Dafu heard clearly. Of course he wanted to escape, but Tang Qingma was already situated in front of him, kicking him to the ground before being stomped hard on his abdomen. Aha! A strong feeling of vomiting surged out from Wang Dafu's throat. It hurts and it's hard. Wang Dafu, Wang Mei's younger brother, 18 years ago after Wang Mei carried out the Tang family's newborn young master, he was responsible for throwing him to the garbage dump outside the neighborhood. After that he went back to the countryside together with Wang Mei, and after 18 years the Tang family's young master was recognized, because his sister got the Tang family's bounty, and once again came to settle in the Magic City, married now with a son and a daughter, not working because he gets paid regularly, so he loafs around all day. Wang Dafu was stunned. Who is it? Who on earth knows so much about his life story? When he thought that the other party was well aware that he had participated in the kidnapping of the young master of the Tang family 18 years ago, his face immediately turned pale. You can't remember me. The victim. It really makes me sad. Tang Qingma purposely lengthened her tail when she said the last word. Then her foot once again stomped down hard on Wang Dafu's abdomen. Ah! This time it was so strong it made him spit out the yellow water in his stomach. But more than the pain, Wang Dafu was more surprised by what the other party said. So, this person was the baby at that time, the young Master Tang who was recognized. How can it be? Didn't his sister say that the Tang family's true young master was loathed by the Tang family even if he was recognized? Even though the matter of the Tang family's real and fake young masters had caused a lot of trouble in the past 2 days, his sister had repeatedly confirmed to Tang Chuanxi that she knew that the Tang family still treated him as if he were their own. Then how did Tang Qingma appear here? But the other man apparently didn't listen to what he had to say and kicked him in the left leg. Ah! Wang Dafu immediately covered his left leg, unable to stand up in pain. But Tang Qingma just stepped forward slowly, wanting to waste his other foot as well. Tang, young Master Tang. Aren't you afraid we'll tell Master Tang if you do this to my sister and I? Because Tang Qingxi had told his sister that Tang Qingma had a weak character and was very nervous about what the Tang family thought. Wang Dafu concluded that as long as the Tang family was mentioned, Tang Qingma would stop. However, Tang Qingma ignored it and immediately launched a kick at Wang Dafu's right foot, snapping the bone underneath with a vicious kick. Aha! Who did you say you were going to tell? Tang Qingma then looked at Wang Dafu in amusement. Tell my family? No, we should just call the police and arrest all of you kidnappers. These words surprised Wang Dafu and even Wang Mei, who had fallen to the ground. Tang Qingma continued. Speaking of which, I have seen those good sisters of mine who were quite close when they were with Tang Qingxi. Why on earth?
Wang Mei.
Obviously, before I came back, they were getting along as close siblings, but they don't treat each other like normal siblings, which is strange. Tang Qingma walked slowly to Wang Mei's body and crouched down, grabbing her hair again and pulling it up with force. Do you know something? I. Wang Mei had been bruised all over by Tang Qingma at this point, and she couldn't even speak clearly at all. Sorry. I forgot that I had to fix your wound. Tang Qingma smiled cheekily, applying the power of qi and blood in the palm of her other hand to unleash the repair skill she had learned earlier.
No.
When the qi and blood ran into Wang Mei's body, she immediately opened her eyes wide in pain as the damaged cells in her body continued to forcefully recover, and what she felt immediately afterward was a sharp pain. Young master. I'm sorry. Spare me. Wang Mei, who had her wounds restored once again, kneeled down and kowtowed to Tang Qingma in pain. She was constantly being beaten half to death by Tang Qingma from just now, then healed by him using the repair skill, then beaten half to death once more. This repeated torture back and forth made Wang Mei feel worse than death. It would be better to just kill her. Tang Qingma just felt amused and immediately slapped Wang Mei's face. Wang Mei's face, which had just been repaired, was again knocked askew by Tang Qingma, and blood flowed out of the corners of her mouth. Ha! Didn't you teach your son from the old days to be close to my wonderful sisters, trying to get them to be able to fall in love with him? You did succeed with 2, so instead of begging me for mercy, why don't I go call Tang Fei and Tang Shuirong and see if they can come over to save you? What's going on? How did he know? Chapter 53. Tang Yinxi had known he was a fake brother. At first, when he heard the system say that Tang Qingxi had been acting in an intimate manner unlike a sibling with the Tang sisters since they were young, Tang Qingma was skeptical. Normally, the existence of multiple sisters in a family to love their brother is either blood suppression or female sacrifice. Even if you don't know any better as a child, as you grow older and are instilled with education at home and at school, siblings will begin to keep a desirable distance from each other. But for someone like Tang Qingxi, who dared to make an intimate contact that disregarded his bloodline, Tang Qingma could think of only one reason. He'd known he was a fake brother. Speculating on this conclusion, the Tang family didn't know that Tang Yinxi was not of the Tang family bloodline until the return of the original owner. So the only person who could let Tang Yinxi know that she was a fake was Wang Mei. Wang Mei has been in contact with Tang Stringy since he was a child. She was too weak to speak, further confirming the speculation in Tang Qingma's heart. You've been paving the way for your own son since before, and you thought that if Tang Qin she grew up being intimate with the 7 ladies, You could make them fall in love with your son if you were lucky. Even if it's finally discovered that he's a fake, they'll still plead for him if it's not discovered. Your son will be able to become the son-in-law of the Gu family and become a man of honor. E. Wang Mei's head dropped even lower as she listened to Tang Qingma's every word, because he was right in his analysis. When Tang Xianqi was still in elementary school, she secretly found him and advised him. It's true that at first Tang Yinqi didn't believe Wang Mei's words, but after all, having been planted the seed of doubt, Tang Yinqi secretly took the hair of the Tang family couple to test their genes. After learning that she really wasn't a member of the Tang family, Tang Qin she listened to Wang Mei for everything, and it went very well for so many years, even after it was discovered that they weren't the true young master. The Tang family couple and the 7 young ladies still turned towards Tang Qingxi, excluding Tang Qingma. Just now, Tang Qingma laughed and said, "You say, if I publicize the fact that Tang Qingxi knew he was a fake since he was a child, do you think he'll still be able to continue to stay in the Tang family and in the rich and powerful circle? What's going on?" "No, don't. Young master." Wang Mei's face immediately turned white, and despite the pain in her body, she wanted to kneel down to Tang Qingma. But Tang Qingma laughed and said, "You're the one who gave birth to such an excellent son for the Tang family, and such an excellent younger brother for me. How can I not cure you? To produce excellent sons for the Tang family and excellent brothers for their..." These 2 phrases were what the Tang family couple and the 7,000 girls had often said to themselves ever since Tang Chuanxi was discovered to be the fake young master. She was honored at the time. But now, Tang Qingma said the same speech, but his feelings were worlds apart. Young Master Tang, if you do this, the master and the ladies will definitely not let you go." Wang Dafu saw his sister being destroyed like this by Tang Qingma, and for a moment he uttered angry words. This caused Tang Qingma to turn his head. "You're right." He let go of Wang Mei's hair and swung his backhand at Wang Dafu's face. "Since you said that the Tang family won't let me go, I'll give it a try and see what they'll do to me." Ping, ping.
No.
Wang Dafu was unable to resist and his consciousness began to blur. "No, young Master Tang. Please stop fighting. He'll die." Seeing his brother about to be killed, Wang Mei begged for mercy in grief. But Tang Qingmo really stopped. He looked at her with wide eyes and a deep smile. Wang Mei was immediately shocked by his expression. "Don't worry, you guys will be my in-laws in the future, so how could I kill you at this time?" Saying that, Tang Qingma stretched out her palm and used the repair skill. Snap! Tang Qingma felt annoyed just listening to his voice. "Help, sis." Wang Dafu was so frightened that he lived like a child in his 40s, rushing behind Wang Mei to beg for protection. But Wang Mei had already been shocked by what Tang Qingma had just said and paid no attention to Wang Dafu. "Young master, you just said, in-laws. What in-laws?" Tang Qingma pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands and said with a smile, "Your son is very lucky. A few days ago, my dear 4th sister went to climb the wall and accidentally fell from the 3rd floor and was paralyzed. So your son took over." It was clearly about the safety of his own sister, but Tang Qingma was as jovial as if he was telling a joke. "What?" And Wang Mei's entire body was stunned. He said the 4th young lady was paralyzed and left it to her son. It's all paralyzed. How can her son take over? What? As a kidnapper, your son can marry the Tang family's daughter, and you're still aggrieved? Tang Qingma sneered and slapped Wang Mei's face, mockingly asking, "Do you think your imposter can still be the Gu family's son-in-law?"
No.
"No," said Wang Mei in tears of horror. Tang Qingma continued to pat her cheeks with a loud sound, his smile still very bright. "You guys will soon be my family. So, you guys won't tell my parents and sister as well as Tang Yinxi about me coming over to visit today, right?" I. Wang Mei was alarmed and kept rolling her eyes. She felt her breathing become difficult, unable to take in fresh air. Tang Qingma's tone was flat. "Of course it doesn't matter if you guys talk about it. It's just that I have no way of guaranteeing what your son will do in the Tang family in the future. You don't want your precious son to come out in a wheelchair with Tang Fei on the day of the wedding." Now Tang Qingma was a horrible demon in Wang Mei's heart. She ignored the pain in her body and said excitedly, "No, young Master Tang. You can do whatever you want to me. Please let Chinky go. It is true that I love my son deeply. Wang Mei, this woman has done all kinds of bad things, but the only thing she is really good to her son. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. I've said we'll soon be a family. As long as you and Wang Dafu behave, before the wedding, I promise I won't make a move against Tang Yinxi. A voice like that of an evil spirit gave Wang Mei the creeps. Chapter 54, torturing the culprit who kidnapped the original owner. In the time that followed, Tang Qingma kept using her recovery skills. If the qi and blood in his body was depleted, Tang Qingma took qi and blood pills to replenish it. He raffles off a lot of them anyway. Happy times go by exceptionally fast, and it's time to say goodbye again. Tang Qingma looked at her cell phone, intending to eat something before meeting up with Lu Tianren, so she once again forcefully treated the wounds on them. No, don't hit me. Don't. Aya, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
But Wang Dafu was already filled with shadows, and the mere sight of Tang Qingma's face made him roll in his urine. Tang Qingma ignored their emotions and just patted Wang Mei's head. I'll be back in 2 days to visit you guys. Oh, if I find out that you guys moved out, or told anyone about today, your baby boy. Wang Mei immediately returned to her senses and kept kowtowing to Tang Qingma. No, please don't hurt my son. Please don't hurt him. At this moment, the only person who could continue to support Wang Mei's mental state was Tang Yinxi. Tang Qingma's smile was deep. That depends on your performance. If you ignored his behavior in the house just now, that handsome and wonderful smile could make many girls' hearts swoon with fascination. But only Wang Mei knows the nastiness, awesomeness behind that smile. She was really sorry this time. She shouldn't have done what she did 18 years ago, causing that demon to come after her for revenge. Not to mention Wang Dafu. Listening to my sister's self 18 years ago is Wang Mei's remorse value plus 1,000. Wang Dafu's remorse value plus 1,000. The system's voice suddenly sounded, causing Tang Qingma to feel a hint of surprise. You can collect Wang Mei's and their remorse value now. Obviously he had just tossed around for so long without a remorse value. But now it was actually okay? The system also exhaled. Host, I just want to make adjustments. In the original plot, Wang Mei and her family don't make many appearances, and there's only a slight mention of them ending up in prison, so they're treated as people who aren't very relevant to the original main character. But just now, when the host taught them a lesson, there was just too much remorse value gushing out. Plus, I think Wang Mei and the others are the culprits for destroying the original host anyhow, so how can they be classified as unrelated people? So I'll try to adjust the data to see if I can collect their remorse values. Finally gave it success. That's 2,000 points, even though it was collected at a late stage. Tang Qingma smiled. So that's how it is? Worthy of you? Then I'll stay longer in the future and communicate with them properly. Good host. Please give them love and hope, because the collected remorse value could be used for lottery and increase the power of the heavenly Tao. Tang Qingma had no reason to stop the system. It was just that whether or not he could collect the remorse value, he would make Wang Mei's family pay a heavy price. He had promised the original owner. The original owner had suffered for 18 years because of them, so how could they be spared so simply? At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lu Tianren was already waiting at the main gate of Longtan District. Located on a hill next to the center of Magic City, Longtan District was the neighborhood where the Tang family villa was located and where many wealthy families lived. Being born in the same upper class, Lu Tianren was familiar with this place. Tenren, you're here? After Tang Qingma finished eating, he came from below as if taking a stroll. The AI Huanjing where Wang Mei lived wasn't far from Longtan District, and Tang Qingma only had to walk continuously for about 20 minutes to get there. I just didn't expect Lu Tianren to come over half an hour early. Was there a long wait? Lu Tianren's expression was serious. No, Xiao Tang. I'm ready. When she looked at the other party, who was again wearing a black suit and black super glasses, Tang Qingma was a bit numb. Let's go then. After reporting with the security guards outside the gates, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren walked into the neighborhood and headed in the direction of the Tang family villa. During this time, Tang Qingma then explained to Lu Tianren the matters that needed attention at work. Tenren, I need you to pick me up and drop me off to school every day, and you're free to do as you please during my school hours. I assume you're still in college. I don't need to be close by 24 hours a day. If you want to go home or practice, just tell me. But you have to be back with me by 11 at night. Roger that. Lu Tianren immediately pulled out a notebook from his body and recorded Tang Qingma's words. Young Tang, I have a license plate. Do you need me to drive you around? Tang Qingma. Driving? The Lu family's car. Yes. Just now my father told me that he is willing to lend me the family car for safety. Lu Tianren nodded his head. This is a very sweet suggestion. This way Tang Qingma wouldn't have to call a cab or endure the nausea and danger of riding in the Tang family's car. Okay. Please thank President Lu for me. Yes. Tang Qingma continued. Also, don't ask more questions about anything I tell you to do when you're outside. Just do it. And if you don't understand anything, wait until it's just the two of us and then ask. Okay. Lu Tianren looked up at him and continued recording. You'll see a lot of and stupidity when we get back to the Tang family, and you'll just stand behind me then. Of course, if you get pestered by those while I'm gone, don't pay any attention to them, just fight back if they want to, and then just wait for me to come back and deal with it. Although there shouldn't be anyone who dared to touch Chairman Lu's son, Tang Qingma still reminded him. Okay, Xiao Tang. Lu Tianren wrote down all the notes. They came to the Tang family villa without realizing it. Ever since the front door was kicked away by Tang Qingma, Tang Jianren didn't dare to unlock the door from the inside anymore, so he opened it easily. It was Sunday, almost 5 in the afternoon. Tang Jianren and the rest of the Tang family were resting in the hall, and they were all stunned at the sight of Tang Qingma and the man in black behind him. Chapter 55. He was using himself to blackmail Tang Jianren for money. When Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren appeared in the hall, the Tang family was shocked, especially Tang Jianren and Tang Meixin. As the head of the Tang family as well as martial arts instructors, how could they not recognize the young master of the Lu family, Lu Tianren? Although Lu Tianren was an adopted son, the outside world had seen over the years that Lu Rongxing had raised him as his own son. He himself has worked very hard and has not failed to live up to the effort Lu Rongxing has put in. At the age of 21, he had already reached the 3rd rank of the realm and would soon break through to the 4th rank. He also assisted in the affairs of the society on weekdays and was a talented person who could write and fight. Therefore, regardless of whether it was in the mansion world or the martial arts world, everyone was respectful and courteous to Lu Tianren, and they also hoped that they could ride on the Lu family's coattails by flattering him. But I didn't expect this young Master Lu to actually appear in the Tang family villa now, or to come with Tang Qingma. Although he didn't understand why the other party was wearing a pair of black inked glasses, due to Lu Tianren's heavy and serious expression, he didn't say a word even after entering and following behind Tang Qingma. The Tang family crowd unconsciously thought to themselves, was it possible that Tang Qingma had offended Lu Tianren when she went out just now, and someone else had come over to the Tang family to ask for punishment? With that thought, Tang Jianren's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly stood up. Oops, isn't this young Master Lu? I didn't know you'd be here today. I'm sorry to have missed you. He ignored Tang Qingma as he trotted to Lu Tianren's front, his expression completely different from his usual seriousness. A pleasing look. After Tang Jianren finished glaring at Tang Qingma, he then said to Tang Ruoling, Ruoling, why don't you hurry up and pour young Master Lu some tea? Coming. Tang Ruoling, as the president of the Tang group, naturally wanted to strike a good relationship with the young master of the Lu family. Big sister, I'll come and help too. Tang Meixin, on the other hand, greatly admired this young martial talent and had always wanted to get acquainted with him. Good. Seeing his 2 daughters being so gracious, Tang Jianren was satisfied. If he had one of his daughters on good terms with the young master of the Lu family. However, in the next second, Lu Tianren refused. I'm sorry, family master Tang, Miss Tang, I'm not here to drink tea. Because Tang Qingma had asked Lu Tianren not to disclose his identity of coming to be a bodyguard yet, when he was outside, Lu Tianren had only refused the good intentions of Tang's family. But by the sound of his tone, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. This made Tang Jianren even more convinced that Tang Qingma must have done something outside that offended young Master Lu. He immediately arched his hands and his tone was full of apologies. Young Master Lu, I wonder if my canine son did something to you. I as a father am here to make amends to you. Lu Tianren? Tang Qingma, what are you doing out there again? Why don't you quickly apologize to young Master Lu? Tang Ruoling, who came out with water, immediately rebuked with a cold face as soon as she heard Tang Jianren's words. As for Tang Meixin, who followed behind, Tang Ali, who stood in the hall, also revealed a look of blame for Tang Qingma. This made Lu Tianren even more mesmerized. What? It's not. Is this Tang family sick? He hadn't said anything since he came in, so how did he come to the conclusion that Tang Qingma had offended him? At this time, Tang Yinchi also came over with a worried face. Brother, why are you getting into trouble outside again? You'll break mom and dad's heart and sour our relationship with the Lu family. By Hualien, on the other hand, had red eyes and a sad expression. Qingmo, you should apologize to young Master Lu first. Lu Tianren. He slowly turned his head to look at Tang Qingma, who also turned her head to look at him. For a moment, it was as if they had mind-reading powers over each other, reading the eyes of the other as they spoke. Tang Qingma, you see, I have said that there are many and stupid people inside the Tang family. Lu Tianren, you're right. I'm the one who's out of the loop. And when he saw that the other party was silent and his face was still getting ugly, Tang Jianren hurriedly said, Young Master Lu, At this moment, Tang Qingma coldly interrupted. Stop embarrassing yourselves and shut up. You!
Tang ruling Frau Wen.
She wanted to open her mouth to curse, but the next moment she heard the other woman say, Tenren, you can tell these idiots about you. Ugh, Tenny? Tang Qingma actually called the Lu family's young master so intimately. Lu Tianren nodded. Yes, young Tang. Hello everyone from the Tang family. This morning our Lu family received help from young Master Tang. So in order to show my appreciation, I volunteered to come over after learning about young Master Tang's need for bodyguards. Lu Tianren's words caused the Tang clan to be dumbfounded. So instead of offending Lu Tianren, Tang Qingma had helped them. But the other party is the young master of the Lu family and the adopted son of Chairman Lu. How could he be a bodyguard for Tang Qingma? Young Master Lu can really joke around. After all, Tang Jianren had seen the world and quickly regained his composure, awkwardly pulling out a smile. It's an honor for our Tang family to help you. How can we accept your repayment? And President Lu Tianren interrupted. Tang family master, I would like to clarify. I came over here because of young Master Tang Qingma. I don't have a single thing to do with the rest of your Tang family. So please get it straight and stop wrongly accusing and slandering young Master Tang at will. The Tang family crowd. Lu Tianren's words were undoubtedly like a slap in the face to them. They had just accused Tang Qingma without asking anything for no reason. And it was all seen in their eyes. We know that. Tang Jianren continued to pull a far-fetched smile. Qingma was fortunate enough to be taken care of by young Master Lu. Our Tang family must repay you properly before we can do so. It's like how both Mr. Lu and I have the word Ren in our names. Seeing how much our two families are related. Lu Tianren. His entire body was embarrassed due to Tang Jianren's thick skin. Tang Qingma, on the other hand, mockingly asked, Since Master Tang wants to repay Tianren, how much of Tianren's salary do you intend to give? Ugh! It was Tang Jianren's turn to freeze. Didn't I say yesterday, I'm responsible for finding people, you're responsible for paying? Tang Qingma patted Lu Tianren's shoulder. Now that I've brought the man, what monthly salary are you going to pay? I'm this. Tang Jianren froze. This is Lu Tianren, the young master of the Lu family, who knew how much he should have to pay to hire the young master of the Lu family. But it wasn't actually just the Tang clan crowd. Even Lu Tianren was a bit surprised. After all, Lu Rongxing had mentioned to Tang Qingma in the morning that this year, as he was here to accumulate experience, he didn't need to be paid. But now, he's using himself to blackmail Tang Jianren for money. Seeing that Tang Jianren didn't dare to speak, Tang Qingma asked Lu Tianren, how much does the president of your family usually earn per month? About, 800,000? The Lu family was a nationally recognized martial arts family, so to be able to achieve the position of president within it required at least a 6th grade or higher martial artist. Tang Qingma instantly smiled brightly. Since that's the case, then take a whole number, just 1 million. Chapter 56. 2 days and you've fallen like this. 1 million? Is this retrograde son robbing? Tang Jianren had never been kind to Tang Qingma, his own son, and the other party's rebellion in the past few days had caused him to lose $20 million and 2 bottles of expensive red wine. Now you need $1 million a month to hire a bodyguard. He's kidding. However, looking at Tang Jianren's stunned expression, Tang Qingma laughed coldly and sighed. Why Tang family master? Could it be that in your heart, the young master of the Lu family isn't worth $1 million a month?
Tang Jianren.
He turned his head stiffly and looked at Lu Tianren awkwardly. Only Lu Tianren's face was expressionless, looking like it didn't matter if he had this $1 million monthly salary or not. Didn't you just say that you're both bonded with the word Ren in your names? Now when it comes to money, your feelings disappear. With a snap, Tang Qingma made the gesture of clapping her hands, then spreading them out. It's like saying that this person Tang Jianren has no sincerity. Lu Tianren. It's a fate he doesn't want at all, okay. Tang Jianren immediately said to Lu Tianren, Young Lu, there's no such thing. He was forced into a dilemma by Tang Qingma. If he didn't agree to pay the money, he would be saying in Lu Tianren's face that he wasn't worth $1 million. But if he agreed, brother, please stop pushing daddy. Looking at Tang Jianren's distressed appearance, Tang Yinchi also came up to beg Tang Qingma. Dad, he did it for us, every day. But before the words were finished, Tang Qingma looked at him and said, then you'll be the one to pay for it. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. You have $500,000 of pocket money a month, and on weekdays those dear sisters of yours have given away a lot of valuable things, so you should have a lot of savings on you. Brother, it's not like that. At least it's better than if I only had $500 a month. Tang Xingshi had to shut up, because Lu Tianren also revealed a surprised look. Young Tang, you only have $500 a month? And your fake brother has $500,000. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Tang Jianren immediately rushed up and loudly explained. Lu Xiao, Qing Mo is the child we've been looking for 18 years. How can we possibly give him only $500 a month? We are giving him $1 million a month, which is twice as much as Qing Shi's. This was also the second condition that Tang Qingma had proposed before, and also received $20 million. Tang Qingma followed his meaning and said, so, the Tang family lord has decided to give $1 million monthly salaries?
Tang Jianren.
Of course. There's no way to say yes to this now. Tang Qingma hooked her lips and continued, by the way, Tanrun will be disturbing every night from now on, so you guys should pack up your rooms today. Huh? Bai Hualien was very surprised. Qing Mo, there are no more extra rooms in the house. There is. Tang Qingma snorted. Isn't there a sole person in the house who owns 2 rooms? Just tell him to give up another one. Tang Stringy. Tang Qingma this. He's already taken his favorite room, and now he's going to take a second one. Tang Qingma naturally sensed the other party's unwillingness and said with a smile, what? You don't think Lu Xiao is qualified to stay in your room? No, of course. Tang Yinchi lowered her head, looking a little sad. If Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong were present at this time, they would definitely come out to stop it. But one of them was lying in the hospital, and the other was locked up in a room by Tang Jianren, so they couldn't come over at all. And when White Flower Lotus saw Tang Yinchi in mourning, her heart softened for a moment. Qingma, why don't you go clean Fifi's room? She's in the hospital now anyway. Tang Qingma shrugged his shoulders. Of course. Then I'll go ahead and give Tenren a tour of the room I used to live in. Tang Jianren woke up with a start. The room Tang Qingma used to live in? It's not just the utility room. Was he deliberately threatening to show Lu Xiao the dark, damp space if Tang Jinxi didn't let him out of the room? Hua Lian. Fifi isn't home. How can we mess with her things? You go and clean up Stringy's room. Master? Don't be a lord. Don't hurry up and go clean up. You guys go help too. Tang Jianren immediately pointed at Tang Ruoling and the girls. Today, Wang Ma is on vacation, so it's just White Flower Lotus and the 3 sisters to do it. At this moment, the Tang family was in a mess, because they didn't dare to provoke Tang Jianren's anger again. All the Tang family members didn't dare to have any objections. Tang Jinxi could only obediently give up the room as well. Tianren, come back to your room with me first. Okay. Seeing that the preparations were almost ready, Tang Qingma also brought Lu Tianren to his room. Returning to his room, Lu Tianren immediately let out a deep breath. Young Tang, this family of yours. Lu Tianren felt that he had refreshed many of his 3 views today. In his 21 years of living, this was the first time he had seen such an odd family. It turns out that all the rumors on the internet were true. I told you earlier, right? There are a lot of them inside the Tang family. Tang Qingma poured Lu Tianren a cup of water. You'll get used to it later. Lu Tianren took the cup of water and said that he didn't want to get used to it. Tang Qingma smiled triumphantly. That's all it takes to be intimidated? There's something even more exciting to show you at night. Late at night, Tang Shuilong's room. Tang Shuirong had been trapped in her room for 2 days. In protest of Tang Chunxi's marriage, she was on a hunger strike for the past 2 days, causing her entire body to lose its blood color and her hair to be disheveled while resembling a female ghost. Tang Shuilong was currently holding the fruit knife that Tang Qingma had placed inside the day before in her palm. Sitting on the floor with a dull expression, Just as quickly, the door to the room was opened from the outside. Tang Qingma stood outside the door and scoffed. Tisk tsk. I didn't expect to be reduced to this in just 2 days. Tang Qingma, what are you doing? Seeing the figure she loathed, Tang Shuilong revealed a look of abhorrence. Tang Qingma ignored it and just said in amusement, Of course I'm here to help you. Help me? The Tang family head has already decided to organize a wedding for Tang Stringy and Tang Fei Fei in a month. It was a lie, but Tang Shuilong believed it. She immediately stood up in agitation. What did you say? Are you trying to attract the whole family by being so loud? Tang Shuilong immediately covered her mouth. That's it. It's up to you if you can grasp the happiness you want. Tang Qingma turned to leave after saying that. And this time, he didn't lock the door behind him. Tang Shuilong also lowered her head and looked at the fruit knife held in her hand. The blade reflected her hateful eyes. Dan Xiao. After Tang Qingma left Tang Shuilong's room, Lu Tianren also came out from the corner. Tang Qingma drove him back to his dorm room. Let's wait a bit. We'll soon be able to see a good show. Good show? After 10 minutes or so, they saw that Tang Shuilong had changed into a wide coat jacket. Also came out of the room wearing a hat and black glasses and left furtively. Chapter 57. Tang Shuilong left in the middle of the night, wanting to kill Tang Fei Fei. Tang Shuilong puts on a hat and sunglasses and sneaks out of Tang's house. The streets were eerily cool at night, and the cold wind blew through the leaves of the trees with a creepy scraping sound. Although her cell phone was taken away by Tang Jianren, Tang Shuilong wasn't going to call a car and walked out of the neighborhood alone. And she didn't realize that Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren were also following her. Young Tang, where does your sister want to go? Lu Tianren asked in a very low voice. It was the first time he had acted like a stalker, and it was hard not to feel a little ashamed inside. Tang Qingma laughed and said, Hospital. She went to see someone. Going at this hour? It's 11 o'clock at night. That's the time to go so you don't get caught. Lu Tianren? He thought the Tang family was really too strange. Before the revelation of the real and fake young masters, the Tang family, though not a martial arts family, had been envied by other powerful families for having 7 outstandingly beautiful young ladies who shone in their respective fields. But I didn't expect that such a Tang family would actually commit heinous acts against their long-lost own son brother, and instead love a fake. Although he himself was also a foster son, he had been valued by the Lu family since he was adopted, and his relationship with Lu Zhaozhao was also very good. So he couldn't understand it. Tenren, it's here. Just as he was thinking 100 times, Tang Qingma's voice rang out from the front. He saw Tang Shuilong walk into the first private hospital of Magic City. This private hospital is expensive, but it is visited by many wealthy families and does a good job of keeping its patients private and secure. Lu Tianren was puzzled. I wonder who Ms. Tang is going to see. Tang Qingma said flatly, My 4th sister, Tang Fei Fei. Your 4th sister is sick? No, it's just that a few days ago I took Tang Chuanxi's room, and she climbed the wall in the middle of the night to try to attack me in order to avenge her beloved brother, who knew that she fell down from the 3rd floor and became paralyzed. What? Lu Tianren froze. Why is it that I understand every word you say, but the combination is so weird? Then I didn't expect your 5th sister to visit your 4th sister so late. They are very close? Sure. Good enough to like fake brothers together and want each other dead. Lu Tianren. What is going on with this Dan family? As a private hospital, internal security will be tighter due to the high cost of medical care. However, Tang Shuilong, as Tang Fei Fei's family member, could enter inside the hospitalization department as long as she registered in the front desk beforehand. At 1 in the morning, Tang Shuilong pushed her way into Tang Fei Fei's separate hospital room. Tang Fei Fei's emotions have been sad and lost since she was paralyzed, and she is still so young that she can't take care of herself, and she can't fall asleep until after midnight every night. So when Tang Shuilong pushed open the door to her room, she moved her eyes in a bit of surprise. She couldn't speak, couldn't move her arms and legs, and could only watch as Tang Shuilong approached with slow steps. 4th sister, I came to see you. Tang Shuilong turned on the light and saw that Tang Fei Fei wasn't asleep. She couldn't help but snicker. You're still awake? That's right. How can you still sleep when you've become crippled? With Tang Fei Fei's current physical state, whether she was awake or not, it wouldn't affect her. Are you wondering why I would come to you at this point in time? Tang Shuilong took off her black glasses and coat and pulled out a sharp fruit knife from inside her clothes. Tang Fei Fei's eyes widened and she opened her mouth to say something, but she could only twitch up. Look, you've become like this and you still think you're qualified to marry Hoshi? Huh? Tang Fei Fei's eyes widened. She had harbored special thoughts about Tang Inchi since before, but because the other party had a marriage contract with Lu Ruyan, she had kept them hidden. After being paralyzed, she marries Tang Qin she as she wished, even though she feels that the world has become gray and cold. But now, Tang Shuilong actually came in the middle of the night and said that she was not qualified. Now because Xiaoxi's identity has been exposed, the Lu family no longer recognizes him as their future son-in-law. In order not to be kicked out of the family, Xiaoxi is willing to marry you. But it shouldn't be like this. Tang Shuilong suddenly became emotional, holding a fruit knife and pointing at Tang Fei Fei. I should be the one Hoshi marries. Tang Shuilong's confession surprises and enlightens Tang Fei Fei. Did she like Hoshi as much as she did? Is that why she was so against his marriage to herself before? Fourth sister, you're not even qualified to marry Xiaoxi in your current state. And Xiaoxi shouldn't have chosen you. Tang Shuilong looked at Tang Fei Fei's face which, despite being paralyzed, looked soft and compassionate because of its pallor. Wouldn't he have married you if your face was ruined? What's going on? Tang Fei Fei didn't have time to react at all, nor could she, and the next second she felt a blazing pain coming from her face. A warm liquid flowed from it as well. Tang Fei Fei's eyes widened as her face. It hurts. No, it's not the face. It was clear that she had personally scratched Tang Fei Fei, but Tang Shuilong's emotions were already in a strange state. She didn't feel any guilt. Instead she remembered what Tang Qingma had told herself 2 days ago. What if Fei Tong is gone by this time? Yeah, how could I forget? The reason why Tang Chuanxi married Tang Fei Fei was because Tang Fei Fei lost her value as the Tang family's daughter. Because of this, that's why Tang Jianren forced Xiaoxi to marry her. So only when Tang Fei Fei is gone, Xiaoxi will be her own. Fourth sister, for the sake of your sister's happiness, you'd better go to hell. Hoshi can only marry me if you're dead. Tang Shuilong unconsciously hooked up the corners of her mouth and pulled out a smug smile. She'd been patient. In the past, after knowing his love for Tang Inchi, he had been patient. If the final bride was Lu Ruyan, then she could still treat it as a dream and give up on Tang Inchi. But the person who finally got her way was actually the crippled Fei Tang. Then no, it's all already a paralyzed body. So what else can it do but burden Hoshi? Hoshi couldn't be happy at all with her. She's the only one in the Dan family now. She was the only one who loved Hoshi the most. Since they were both in the Tang family, it was up to her to give Hoshi happiness. Fourth sister, I'll remember you. Tang Shuilong raised the fruit knife in her hand, her expression showing exuberance. Hoshi and I will be happy. So make sure you wish us well while you're down there. She raised her arm. The tip of the knife aimed at Tang Fei Fei's abdomen and stabbed down with vigor. Chapter 58, deliberately confessing everything to Tang Fei Fei. She's broken in body and mind. The sharp tip of the knife was inserted straight into Tang Fei Fei's abdomen before pulling it straight out. The intense pain caused Tang Fei Fei to stare at the pupils of her eyes and her mouth to open wide. She tried to cry out and call for help, but still nothing came out of her throat, and she could only let the blood spurt out of her wounds. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I really did it. The warm blood spilled onto Tang Shuilong's palms and face, also bringing her back to her senses. She really did it. The other party is still his own sister, but somehow, she didn't regret it, because she really likes Tang Inchi. Since she was a child, Tang Fei Fei had often monopolized Xiaoxi by using the excuse that she was her older sister. There's also the fact that she's obviously just a clothing designer, but her face doesn't need any special care to display a beauty that already rivals her own as a celebrity. It was clear that he was the one who deserved Hoshi the most. Obviously you are the best looking. Tang Shuilong pulled out a fruit knife. This time she wanted to stab Tang Fei Fei's heart. Aha! Murder! Just then, however, there was a sudden scream from the nurse on duty outside the door. It was time for her to be in charge of patrolling, and since she was used to going to the VIP wards on the highest floor before going down to the lower floors, she came to Tang Fei Fei's room. Who knew Mom Eek? She came across a murder scene. Help! Kill someone! This was a private hospital that would recruit security guards to be on duty in the area outside the wards, and the little nurse's voice immediately called him over, instantly detaining Tang Shuilong backhandedly. The blood-stained fruit knife also slid to the ground. Blood! To stop the bleeding! Although the young nurse was frightened by the bloody scene in front of her, based on her professional ethics, she immediately took out the hemostatic bandage and potion from the room after the security guards escorted Tang Shuilong to help Tang Fei to stop the bleeding treatment. Let go of me. She's not dead yet. You can't save her. Let go of me. Tang Shuilong was completely frantic at the sight, trying desperately to stop that nurse from saving her life. I want her dead. I want her dead. But after all, she was just an ordinary young lady. Her strength was no match for the security guards, and she was ripped out of the ward. Great. Luckily the stab didn't hit anything vital. Stop the bleeding and you'll be fine. The little nurse exhaled after helping Tang Fei bandage her wound. I didn't expect to see such an exciting and scary scene in my lifetime, and I feel like I've lost a few years off my life expectancy. She pressed the button to call the doctor and was reassured when she was sure the blood wasn't flowing again. What a big grudge. People are paralyzed and still want to take her life. Can't it be that this person has done something heinous? But it's not right. Isn't this the VIP ward? Aren't the only people who can go in there and find someone a family member? Little nurse. I don't want to. Better go wait for the doctor and the head nurse to come over. Tang Fei was also looking at the ceiling in a daze at this moment. It stopped the bleeding, but that cut was just too painful. Why did it come to this? Although they weren't exactly close sisters, they never wanted to kill Tang Shuilong themselves. Why would she be? That, please, what happened? But at that moment, a familiar voice caused Tang Fei to be instantly startled, her eyes moving hard to the side. It's Tang Qingma. Tang Shuilong had just been escorted away, and Tang Qingma was here. He seemed to be followed by someone, but she couldn't see who it was because he was lying down. The nurse stepped forward quizzically. And you are? I'm her brother. I just finished my shift now. I just had time to come over and see my sister. To show his identity, Tang Qingma even pulled out his ID card to show her. Sister nurse, I think I just saw a woman being dragged out by security. May I ask what happened? The little nurse looked at Tang Fei's name tag and saw that they were both surnamed Tang, so she believed Tang Qingma's identity and told him about the stabbing incident just now. Tang Qingma revealed a panicked look. How could this happen? Is my sister all right? Don't worry, we've already stopped her bleeding. Now if only the doctor would come over. Although she was saying this, Tang Qingma still looked uneasy. Nurse sister, but it's been so long and the doctor hasn't come over. Can you help go over and call him? Please. Seeing Tang Qingma's handsome face, the little nurse blushed for a moment. That's fine, but you mustn't touch your sister while I'm going to the doctor. If the wound bleeds again, it'll be a problem. Yes, but after the nurse left the ward, Tang Qingma instantly changed her eyes to mockery. I really didn't expect Tang Shuilong to be so useless that she couldn't even kill an invalid. These words made Tang Fei's eyes widen in disbelief. Tang Qingma slowly stepped forward and looked at her from a downward position. Are you wondering why I'm here? Because I'm the one who made Tang Shuilong come here to kill you. I found out that you and Tang Shuilong have different emotions towards Tang Chuanxi, so after you were paralyzed, I purposely asked Tang Jianren to marry you to Tang Chuanxi, so that in addition to being able to discuss Tang Chuanxi, I could inspire Tang Shuilong's love for him in her heart. Tang Fei. All this time, you've all endured your love for Tang Yinxi because of Lu Rian's existence, and you've been enduring and enduring. But then one day, Tang Shuilong hears that the Lu family won't recognize Tang Yinxi's identity, and so the idea that she has a chance arises in her heart. Afterward, Tang Qingma pointed to herself lying on the bed, revealing a triumphant smile. And you're her last obstacle. It's obvious that she can finally realize her dream of being with Tang Chuanxi. But your existence is getting in the way again. Plus you're paralyzed. Do you think Tang Shuilong, who has become paranoid, will turn on you if I keep hinting at it in her mind these 2 days? The answer is predictable. Tang Fei closed her eyes in pain. In reality, as long as Tang Shuilong's heart was a little firmer, or if her relationship with Tang Fei was better, Tang Qingma's hints wouldn't have worked at all. But it was clear that in Tang Shuilong's heart, a blood thicker than water blood sister was simply no match for a fake brother. That's right. Didn't she also do a lot of excessive things to Tang Qingma for Xiaoxi, together with Tang Shuilong? Now it's just your turn. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 500. Tang Fei's remorse value plus 500. Tears continued to fall from the corners of Tang Fei's eyes, and a large amount of remorse value continued to emanate from within. That cut really hurt too much, and looking at Tang Fei, who was welling up with a great deal of remorse, Tang Qingma just hooked up the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, dear fourth sister. On your wedding day, I, as your brother, will even give you a big congratulatory gift. Almost 5 minutes later, that nurse came over with the doctor. Tang Qingma also changed into a worried look about his family, but was kicked out of the hospital room by the doctor to wait. Lu Tianren, who had left together, stood next to him, his body shivering. Tang Qingmo raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with you? Feeling cold. It's fine. It's just that my perception of you has deepened again. Lu Tianren looked away, his heart filled with panic and timidity. This Tang Qingma is too scary. Although he wasn't clear on the details yet, these two sisters, one paralyzed and the other insane, were definitely both Tang Qingma's handiwork. No wonder my father said he couldn't make an enemy of him no matter what. Tang Qingma didn't pay any attention to him either, just grunted and said, all right, let's wait a bit first. This time Tang Shuilong made a murderous move. The hospital has to notify Tang's family to come over anyways. There's a new good show on the horizon. Chapter 59. Will the three sisters who are close to Tang Inchi be stabbed to death in the future as well? Pa! A violent slap rang out in the security room. After Tang Shuilong was found to have tried to kill Tang Fei, the security guard tied her up with a rope for safety and took her to the security room to wait for orders. The two protagonists of this incident were both the daughter of the Tang family, and the head nurse and the doctor simply had no authority and did not dare to call the police, so they had to notify the hospital director. The dean was in a beautiful dream at the time, and immediately jumped out of bed in shock upon receiving the news, quickly returning to the hospital and of course notifying the Tang family. It was still after 1 in the morning, and the Tang family members were equally deep in sleep. With the arrival of the phone call, everyone wakes up with a start and heads to the hospital together. You rebellious daughter! Tang Jianren led the crowd to the security room, and after seeing Tang Shuilong, who was tied up and half kneeling on the floor, he stepped forward without saying a word and slapped him hard. Ah! This time, the slap was hit on by Tang Jianren with all his strength, and Tang Shuilong's entire body fell to the ground. Red and swollen 5-finger marks etched on her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth bleeding from the beating. Rebel girl! Rebel girl! I thought you would reflect well in your room for the past 2 days. Who knew you would sneak out and kill your sister? How could I have such a wicked daughter like you? Tang Jianren was so furious that his chest felt suffocated due to gasping for air, and his mind was so dizzy from the lack of oxygen that his entire body took several steps backward. Dad! Master! Bai Hualien and Tang Ruoling immediately came forward to support him and made him sit on a chair to calm down. Shuirong, why are you doing this? Fifi is pitiful enough now. Why do you still want to take her life? Tang Meixin felt incredulous. Tang Shuilong, what the hell is wrong with you? Tang Ali also asked through gritted teeth. She'd just been called in for a lecture by the dean. She had originally been suspended from the hospital because of the real and fake young masters, and now her fifth sister was actually openly killing people in the premises where she worked. Is this wanting her to be dismissed from her job and never be able to get a foothold in the medical profession? Shuirong, say something. Bai Hualien also reddened her eyes. She can't imagine a family that used to live together in harmony now turning against each other. Why on earth? And Tang Shuilong, who had been knocked to the ground, felt the blazing heat and pain on her face and surfaced with a mocking smile. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! What are you laughing at? Tang Jianren questioned under his breath. What's wrong with me? Didn't I say that before? Tang Shuilong at this time, her face was hideous. Her hair was scattered, like a woman who had gone mad. And where else could she look like a 1,000-year-old lady? I love Hoshi, but fourth sister robbed him. Tang Meixin felt stunned, but couldn't say anything. Although they weren't exactly close to each other, all of them were very loving towards Tang Stringy. So Tang Meixin had always felt that the 7 sisters were similar and understood each other. But it turns out, all of this was just wishful thinking. Shuirong actually hated Fei to the point of killing her. Tang Shuilong naturally ignored those 3 sisters' expressions like constipation and proudly said, fourth sister can't match Xiaoxi anymore. Since they're all going to join the Tang family, then let Xiaoxi directly marry me no more. But you still don't care about Hoshi's future happiness and force him to marry his fourth sister. Fourth sister knew that she was not worthy either, but still didn't care about Xiaoxi's future to forcefully marry him. Then I had to do it. Ask me if I did anything wrong? Finally, Tang Shuilong's eyes were directed at Tang Jianren. The look of disgust and condescension challenged Tang Jianren's pride as a father, so he covered his chest and went forward to slap her again. "You crazy bastard!" Snap. "I forced him." Tang Jianren glared at Tang Chuanxi in amusement. "Chuanxi, tell that lunatic whether I forced you or not." "I." Tang Inchi, who had been named, was immediately startled. "Aren't you pushing Hoshi now?" Tang Shuilong angrily interrupted Tang Jianren, but in the next second, she looked at Tang Xianxi with a spring in her step. "Shao Shi, you don't have to be afraid, you tell fifth sister. It must be dad who forced you to marry fourth sister. You just have to say it. Fifth sister can help you with all of it." Tang Stringy. "It's not. That's a heavy hobby you have." Ever since he realized that he was the fake young master, he had been following Wang Mei's instructions to keep a close distance from his 7 sisters, and in the end, he had managed to capture the hearts of Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong. But he did not expect that he could actually be so successful, directly raising Tang Shuilong into a sickly girl. Even his own sister can be killed to the extent of Hoshi, come on. You don't want to marry fourth sister at all, right? Tang Shuilong's eyes flickered, as if she could make an enemy of the entire world if Tang Xianxi said, yes. But how did that make Tang Inchi dare to respond to her? When he thought about it carefully in the past few days, it occurred to him that although Tang Feifei was paralyzed, because of this it would be fine to hire a nanny to take care of her after the wedding. One can continue to own the Tang family's property and have no one interfering with what one does. It's a beautiful life to think about. But Tang Shuilong was different. She was suffocating herself with this crazy love. If she gets closer to any female in the future, will she do the kill him and then kill herself act? So with his mind spinning quickly for a few seconds, he bowed his head and said, "Fifth sister, Dad didn't force me."
No.
Tang Shuilong immediately interrupted him, looking panicked. "Shaoxi, you're telling the truth. You must have been forced. I know all about it." Her tone instantly became agitated, and her eyes looked like she wanted to swallow Tang Inchi up. "No, fifth sister. I really wasn't forced." Tang Jinshi was stared at in a creepy manner, and hurriedly said again, "It's only being forced to say yes to you now, right?" "No. No way." Faced with another denial from Tang Xianxi, Tang Shuilong still doesn't want to recognize reality. She's assassinating her own sister for the man she loves. But now Hoshi is saying that no one forced him and that he married fourth sister of his own free will? No way. Tang Feifei was paralyzed. There's no way anyone would want to marry her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've had enough. Seeing that Tang Shuilong was still persistent, Tang Jianren didn't want to whip her this time. What other young master of a family would dare to marry her in her current state of insanity? And while the crowd was feeling bitter towards Tang Shuilong, a familiar voice came out from outside the door. "Since fifth sister is having mental problems, for everyone's safety, why don't we find a psychiatrist to take a look at her? What's going on?" Chapter 60. Tang Shuilong was sent to a mental hospital. The Tang family looked at the door in unison. Tang Qingma was leaning against the door, looking unconcerned. "Qing Mo, how did you?" Bai Hualien was a bit surprised. Tang Qingma appeared as if out of nowhere, and no one knew where he had just gone. "When the hospital called, all of you left me behind, so I came over on my own." Tang Qingma wrapped her hands around her chest and lied without blushing. "We." But White Flower Lotus immediately believed his words, even as she lowered her head guiltily. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200, because when they left just now, none of them really bothered to call Tang Qingma, as if the other party wasn't part of the family. But that's been the usual maneuver, thanks to the Tang family treating him as transparent. His own early stalking of Tang Shuilong had not been discovered. "Tang Qingma, it's all because of you. It's all because of you." And when Tang Shuilong saw Tang Qingma's mocking expression, all the resentment in her heart surged to her head. Since he had failed to assassinate Tang Feifei, he should at least drag Tang Qingma down with him. "Mom and Dad, the knife in my hand is from Tang Qingma. It was him who opened the door and let me out. That's how I got the chance to come and assassinate fourth sister." Tang Shuilong's excited words caused the Tang family to look at Tang Qingma. Bai Hualien opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Qingma's cold smile. "So in the absence of any evidence, I'm going to have to eat your black ass again?" This had happened too many times, and if it had been before, the Tang family might indeed have forced Tang Qingma to admit it immediately. But none of them dare now. Not because of anything else, but mainly because Tang Qingma would fight back. And Lu Tianren was watching right behind him. What black pot? I'm telling the truth. Tang Shuilong braced her body with all her might, wanting to charge hard at Tang Qingma. But Lu Tianren immediately stepped forward and pushed Tang Shuilong away. Ms. Tang, please behave yourself. Seeing Lu Tianren's defense, Tang Jianren once again jumped out and slapped her in the face. Aren't you ashamed enough, you rebellious daughter, to be so rude in front of the young master of the Lu family? Tang Shuilong was once again knocked to the ground. But by now she didn't care about the bruises from the fall and her red, swollen and bruised face. She couldn't recognize Lu Tianren for a moment, and only felt that the man was protecting Tang Qingma, the equal of the villains. Who are you? Are you with Tang Qingma? It's you guys. It's all because of you. Seeing Lu Tianren's face becoming more and more ugly, Tang Ruoling also frowned and shouted, Shuirong, you shut up. Stop talking. I won't say anything. It's clearly all Tang Qingma's fault. Why don't you guys hurry up and arrest him? Tang Shuilong's emotions grew more and more agitated, her face grimacing like a madman, and Tang Qingma was still leaning against the door, laughing softly. See, she's already delirious. Obviously, she was the one who adored Tang Hongxi and was jealous of the fourth sister who was able to marry Tang Stringxi. She killed the man, she carried the knife, and she walked the path to the hospital. And now she's saying it's all my fault. Teske, it's really a habit, isn't it? Even when something goes wrong in my head, I don't forget to put the fault on me. But what about after that? If we let her go, in the future, will the big sister, the second and third sisters who are close to Tang Yinxi, be stabbed to death as well? Ruoling Tang Eli Tang Mei Xian Tang. It had to be said that Tang Qingma's words did make the three sisters feel alarmed. They had already seen Tang Shuilong's mental state in trouble today. If they left her alone, Tang Qingma shook his head and smiled like he was helpless. Even if she didn't, with this crazy look she has now, if someone from another clan saw her, haha. Huh? Tang Jianren, who valued face, instantly grimaced. Tang Qingma's words were not unreasonable. He originally only let Tang Yinxi take over because his fourth daughter had lost her value, who knew that even his fifth daughter loved him so much that she even made the move of parricide. Moreover, she's crazy now. If she's not dealt with early, which family will she provoke in the future? By then their Tang family will be finished again. Ellie. Quickly, Tang Jianren made a decision. You contact the psychiatrist and go find a hospital for Shueyong. Huh? Not only Tang Shuilong, the Tang family members and Bai Hualien were also shocked. Bai Hualien immediately asked, Master, are you thinking of sending Shuirong to a mental hospital? Tang Ruoling also frowned. Dad, what kind of place is a mental hospital? Shuirong will be ruined if she goes in. Isn't she self-destructive now? Tang Jianren said angrily. Look at her. Don't you dare take her home. Tang Ruoling. Naturally, I wouldn't dare. Tang Shuirong has stabbed Tang Fei and is now in a paranoid berserk mental state. If we bring her home and she sneaks into the kitchen in the middle of the night and pulls out a kitchen knife, don't even think about it. But even so, Tang Ruoling also wondered if sending Tang Shuilong to a mental hospital was too serious. But at this point, Tang Yinxi came out at the right time to persuade. Big sister. Dad naturally has his reasons for doing this. Let's just listen to him. Now that Tang Chuanxi had seen this horrible side of Tang Shuilong, of course she didn't dare to live under the same roof as her Hoshi, what did you say? But Tang Shuilong's eyes also widened in surprise after hearing Tang Yinxi's words. She's the one who went to kill Tang Fei for him. But now Hoshi is actually in favor of Tang Jianren, sending herself to a mental hospital. Tang Yinxi was creeped out by her stare, and hurriedly said in a cold sweat, Don't worry, fifth sister, you go over there first and receive proper treatment, and I'll visit you after I'm done with my marriage to fourth sister. Marriage. Tang Xianxi's words once again stirred the pain in Tang Shuilong's heart, and she instantly stood up in agitation. No way. I won't allow you to marry fourth sister. Fifth sister. Tang Xianxi was frightened by her reaction and hurriedly ran behind Bai Hualien. I've done so much for you. How could you marry fourth sister? Tang Shuilong's eyes were filled with red silk, glaring at Tang Yanxi and not letting go. Who wouldn't be scared to look at her like that? It seems useless to say more. Tang Qingma watched as this good show was coming to an end and there was no need to watch it anymore. so she glanced down at Lu Tianren. Tenren, calm her down. Yes. Lu Tianren quickly came behind Tang Shuilong and slashed her unconscious with one hand. Thank you, Lu Xiao, for your help. Ellie, go contact the hospital. Tang Jianren also didn't want Tang Shuilong to continue to be humiliated, and immediately instructed Tang Ali to ask someone to send her away. Bai Hualian said mournfully, Master, think about it again. Stop it. It's already the greatest mercy that I don't call the police to catch her. Send her away. Lu Tianren's strength wasn't very great, and almost 40 minutes later Tang Shuilong woke up. Meanwhile, personnel from the mental hospital contacted by Ellie Tang arrived on the scene. Get off me. Who are you guys? With the speed of a thunderbolt, they put on Tang Shuilong's bondage clothes and forcefully tied her up. Dad, Mom, Hoshi, big sister, second sister, third sister, help! Even when Tang Shuilong loudly begged for help, the Tang family members ignored her and just watched as she was sent into the white car. But the moment Tang Shuilong was racked into the car, she suddenly saw Tang Qingma open her mouth in triumph and create a mouth shape. Deserved. Tang Qingma, it was you. You did everything. Yet even though Tang Shuilong was screaming randomly, any action she took was already considered to be mentally out of control. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 61. Putting her in the hospital is only the first step. The next one is the main event. At that instant, Tang Shuilong looked like she was getting an awakening. It seems that from the time Tang Feifei was suddenly paralyzed, everything that happened after that was planned out in a premeditated manner. Whether it's getting Tang Jianren to marry Tang Feifei and Tang Chuanxi, calling the Lu family head to get him to disavow Tang Chuanxi's identity, and then revealing on the spot that he likes Tang Chuanxi, and the knife, the hint of the words, the hint that led him to go ahead and assassinate Tang Feifei, etc. Everything. Was it all planned by Tang Qingma? In this instant, Tang Shuilong wanted to break free from those officers and wanted to pull Tang Qingma down to hell with her. But how could she, an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist, get away from the power of several officers? And even if she yells randomly again, any action is already considered insanity. When the Tang family members saw her looking so crazy, they couldn't help but back away in fear that she would rush over and hurt herself. Only Tang Qingma, who still had a big smile on his face, looked on with mocking eyes. This made Tang Shuilong's emotions even more paranoid, and once again she tried to break free. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. The hospital staff eventually took out a tranquilizer and injected it into Tang Shuilong's neck. You give me death. The tranquilizer was so effective that Tang Shuilong passed out in less than 10 seconds, which was a smooth way to get her into the white car. It was just taken away. Ellie, the hospital you called is really okay, right? Bai Hualian was still a bit worried about Tang Shuilong's situation and couldn't help but ask. Tang Ali nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I know the doctor inside. I'll ask him to treat Shuirong properly. That's good. Ellie Dan is the highest achiever of all her children. Although he is now suspended, he still has a place in White Flowery Lotus's heart. Seeing the frantic Tang Shuilong being sent away, Tang Chuanxi was finally relieved inside, but on the surface, he still said worriedly, Fifth sister, I didn't expect her to actually treat me. I wonder if she's doing well in there. Xiaoxi, you don't have to worry too much. Tang Meixin stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Didn't second sister say that she would instruct the doctors to take care of Shuirong? She will definitely recover quickly. Tang Ruoling also said, That's right, Xiaoxi, you don't have to think too much. If you're worried, let's go visit her another day. Big sister, third sister, I know.
Tang Yinxi smiled.
However, this kind of warm picture, the Tang Jianren on the side produced dissatisfaction. In a short period of time, so many major events had actually occurred in the Tang family, which had been going smoothly. His heart grew heavy, and Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong are one crazy and one crippled, both because of Tang Stringxi. If it wasn't for the sake of avenging Tang Chuanxi, Tang Feifei wouldn't have climbed the wall and fallen from the 3rd floor. If it wasn't for her love for Tang Chuanxi, Tang Shuilong wouldn't have gone crazy and acted like she wanted to kill her own sister. But when he thought about it, Tang Jianren felt a slight headache and didn't want to think any further. After Tang Qingma watched Tang Shuilong being sent away, he had no interest in continuing to stay here to watch the Tang family perform a cozy family scene. System, give me the address of that hospital. Okay. Host, do you want to visit Tang Shuilong? The system asked. Tang Qingma sneered. Of course, sending her to the hospital is only the first step. The next is the main event. He turned his head and saw Lu Tianren with a dull expression. Tianren, are you alright? Ha! From the moment he watched Tang Shuilong being caught by the personnel of the hospital, Lu Tianren had been standing and staring in disbelief, looking as if he had been shocked by the impact of those images. After all, he and Lu Zhaozhao had been well protected by Lu Rongxing, so there shouldn't be much of a chance to see the scene of the madman and the catching of the madman. You seem tired, are you all right? Tang Qingma patted his shoulder. I'm fine, just a little surprised. Lu Tianren couldn't help but cover his mouth with the palm of his hand, his face ugly. He'd only been following Tang Qingma for less than 12 hours, and he'd seen so many things that refreshed his three views and sense of impact that his chest was a bit annoyed. When Tang Qingma heard this, she just showed a bright smile and said, Then go back and get some rest. You'll see more in the future. Oh, Lu Tianren. Huh? It was now almost 3:30 in the morning, and the Tang family members were very tired because of Tang Shuilong's mess. Even if it's only a few hours before dawn, you want to go back to sleep. Young Master Lu, if you don't mind, please come back with us. As Tang Jianren had forgotten Tang Qingma when he came over, he had forgotten Lu Tianren along with him. Very attentive to him now, Lu Tianren just asked flatly, Of course I wish to rub against the Tang family master's car, but the Tang family master won't forget that young Tang is going back with him, right? He meant to fight against the whole family for forgetting Tang Qingma just now. Of course I won't forget. Tang Jianren smiled awkwardly and immediately looked at Tang Qingma curtly. Qingma, you get in the car with Mr. Lu. I'll send you guys back. Tang Qingma, oh? I didn't expect the Tang family lord to send me back so rarely. Okay, I'll take it. After saying that, he didn't even look at Tang Jianren and the others, and walked with Lu Tianren into the car that the Tang family drove over. Next, except for Ellie Tang, who had to report to the dean's office, and White Flower Lotus, who stayed behind for fear of Fei Tang's injuries, the rest of them chose to go back to the Tang family. As soon as they returned to the villa, Tang Qingma told Lu Tianren to go back to the next room to rest. Lu Tianren didn't refuse either. The image of Tang Shuilong shouting and then being caught just now was still fresh in his mind, and he knew very well that the person who caused such a situation was Tang Qingma. Returning to the room that the Tang family had prepared for him, Lu Tianren immediately took out his cell phone and messaged Lu Rongxing about what had just happened. The next morning, today Wang Ma worked, so the Tang family could finally have a rich breakfast. Having only one servant, Wang Ma, was clearly not enough, which made Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling decide that they needed to recruit new servants and housekeepers as soon as possible. Of course, Tang Jianren also wanted Lu Tianren to join him at the table for dinner, but he was refused. I'm a bodyguard. I'm not allowed to eat with my employer. Seeing Lu Tianren's serious look, Tang Jianren couldn't insist any longer. Tang Qingma ignored them and just finished the vegetable and meat buns prepared by Wang Ma and went to school. Now he had Lu Tianren as his driver, and the car was prepared by the Lu family, so he didn't need to leave with the rest of the Tang family, and it saved him from sitting in the same space as the Tang family. After sending Tang Qingma back to school, Lu Tianren was free to move around. Young Tang, then I'll go back to the society first, so you can contact me if there's anything. All right? I'll go to the address here after school, so prepare yourself mentally. Tang Qingma handed Lu Tianren a note. It is. Lu Tianren took the note and was inwardly shocked when he saw that it was the address of a mental hospital. Chapter 62. Those who once bullied Tang Qingma were all injured for no reason. The moment Tang Qingma walked into the classroom, the somewhat noisy sounds in the room immediately quieted down. The students all looked at Tang Qingma in unison, their expressions mostly filled with horror and curiosity. Tang Qingma just looked around the classroom. The number of people was less compared to last Friday. He tickled the corners of his mouth and returned to his seat in full view of the crowd. As a result of the school bullying incident that was uncovered on Friday, the principal has issued a school-wide notice naming and criticizing students such as Zhang Ling. Tang Qingma's table and chairs were also replaced with a brand new set. But as he sat down, whispers slowly came out among his classmates. Have you guys heard? The Zhang Ling who bullied Tang Qingma, the young master before, seems to have died. What? The news said he died in a car accident, but my cousin worked in it, and I heard it was some abandoned car that had been abandoned for years that suddenly rushed out and killed him, and at the time all the roadside surveillance footage was masked, and to this day I don't know who the killer is. 2 days ago, Zhang Ling's father was also arrested by the public security, saying that it was related to a certain incident 5 years ago. No way. Then wouldn't the Zhang family be finished? It's long over. Now the Zhang family's house and company are blocked by the authorities. And the people involved have all been called in for tea. And. It's not just the Zhang family. I heard that the homeroom teacher was also dismissed by the principal. And then she was found collapsed inside the alley in the middle of the night with her arms and legs broken. Aren't there a few people in the class who had once bullied Tang, young master? They seem to have been seriously injured at home for no reason as well. Or it happened in the middle of the night on the same day, and now they're still lying in the hospital. This is too evil. Could it be that Tang, young master, did this? He's not a martial artist, so how is that possible? I heard them say that he was just injured for no reason, and I don't know what happened. Do you think there could be something trying to avenge young Master Tang? Stop it. I'm most afraid of these unnatural things. No wonder there seems to be fewer people in the classroom today, so that's why. A large amount of whispers traveled through the classroom. Tang Qingma's body's 5 senses had also become sensitive since she had cultivated, so she could naturally hear what her classmates were saying. After last Friday's incident, the crowd now didn't dare to casually mess with Tang Qingma, except of course for a certain undefeatable brother. Why did you come to school without me? Tang Qingxi walked into the classroom and immediately jogged over to Tang Qingma. I know you don't like me, but you can't leave me alone in a car by myself. I was almost late. His words were implying that Tang Qingma was being selfish, going to school and having a car all to himself straight away, causing him to have to think of other ways to get to school. It was the same trick he used to use against the original owner in school. Putting it before, Tang Yinchi only needed to say what the original owner was not in the classroom, and some students who were on good terms with him and had received favors would appear within the class to blame the original owner together. The goal is to isolate the original owner, as well as give them a reason to be able to bully each other. However, Tang Xianqi had just returned and didn't notice that there were less people in the classroom today, and it was clear that he had been beaten up only 2 days ago, and he had come over to get his hands dirty again when his injuries hadn't even healed. Tang Qingma quite admired his spirit. The system also said, maybe because you're in school and you feel like you're okay again. Without saying a word, Tang Qingma directly stood up and walked towards Tang Chuanxi, punching him in the abdomen. Ping! Woa! The students in the classroom were all startled by Tang Qingma's actions. Tang Chuanxi instantly covered his stomach, the impact of his fist making him want to vomit from the pain, his legs weakly retreating backward, almost falling to the ground. Brother, how could you? Oh! Ping! Another fist punched him in the face, sending him to the ground. You! Although these days Tang Qingma's personality has changed a lot, how did he dare to make a move in a classroom with so many people? Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 200. This is the price you pay for speaking out of turn. Tang Qingma pulled out a handkerchief from his body and wiped his hands. If you think I wouldn't dare to do anything to you in school, you're sadly mistaken. Also, if you want to make me 1,000 points like you usually do, you're hitting the wrong note. Don't you think there are less people in the classroom today? Mentioned by Tang Qingma, Tang Yinchi immediately looked around the classroom, and there were indeed several students missing, and those few classmates were the ones who would usually accuse bully Tang Qingma with themselves. It's almost class time now. Why aren't they back yet? Tang Qingma. Then again, the one who sent me to school this morning was obviously the young master of the Lu family, and the car was also the Lu family's, so why would you say I used the Tang family's car? The Lu family? Is it the Lu family of the martial arts family? Tang Qingma's words surprised the class. The Lu family was one of the top martial arts families in the Magic City, and the head of the Lu family was also the president of the Martial Arts Society. The status and position are not comparable to their ordinary gentry. Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Jinchi felt embarrassed after being exposed, but still said forcefully, so brother is riding in young Master Lu's car today. Then you should have said so earlier, I thought. No. Tang Qingma interrupted. Since I was in the Lu family's car, why did you say that I used the family's car alone? What are your intentions? Tang Zhenqi was so shocked that she took several steps back and hurriedly explained, it's not true. I'm sorry. Because there was a car missing from the house at the time, so I thought it was my brother. Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 200. So, Tang Qingma murmured coldly, this fake young master of yours, you don't even lie, do you? I. Tang Xianxi immediately turned her head to look at her classmates in the classroom. If it were usual, there might be some people who received favors to come up and speak for him, but nowadays the ones who appeared in the classroom were all passersby who loved to watch the fun and didn't favor any side. The eyes they looked at Tang Stringy also became skeptical and stony. Brother, ping. Before he could say anything, Tang Qingma punched him again on the other side of his face, creating a symmetrical redness. Tang Inchi's face was hit to the side again. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Please stop pretending to be familiar with me. I'm not interested in playing house with the fake who has replaced 18 years of my life. I wish I could stab him to death, but such a simple death can't really avenge the original owner. Too bad. Tang Jinxi also returned to her seat in pain, her usual technique of dealing with Tang Qingma clearly failing. Not only that, but once again there were whispers in the classroom, but this time they were directed at him. That said, Tang Inchi is obviously the fake young master. How did he manage to be so high profile in front of this honored one? Shameless. Doesn't he always say that Tang Xiao bullies him at home? But I clearly saw that he was the one who told Zhang Ling and the others to make a move on Tang Xiao. How shameless. This father has returned and is still hogging the other side's position. Let's get less close to him in the future. In case we get carried away and believe his lies, will be in trouble. After a few short minutes, Tang Qingxi was like the once Tang Qingma, being blamed by all the students. Chapter 63, Plotting Revenge Against the Red Sun Palace. Tang Qingma this, listening to the jeers and whispers coming from the classroom. Tang Inchi lowered her head as if she felt humiliated, revealing an expression of hatred and resentment at an unnoticed angle. His good image in school all these years was ruined by Tang Qingma. Of course, Tang Xianxi was also curious why his best friends, who were usually good friends with him, didn't come to class. He immediately contacted them secretly, but no one replied to him. Not only that, some of his friends even blackballed him. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? In fact, the Zhang family's incident was making a lot of noise in the school's forums. But due to the fact that the same thing had happened to the Tang family in the past 2 days, Tang Stringy simply didn't have the mood or time to log into the forums. It was only now that a friend, who had received a lot of favors from him in his day-to-day life, finally forwarded him the message circulating in the forums, and also told him about his sudden injury and his intention to transfer to another school. After saying that, he also blacked out Tang Chuanxi. Tang Chuanxi clicked on the message and was immediately shocked. What? Zhang Ling is dead? His father was caught? The Zhang family is gone too. How did this happen? And in addition to the Chang family, Wondertong was dismissed from school and then found collapsed inside a dark alley with a broken arm and leg, the rest of his life ruined. And those classmates who used to bully Tang Qingma with him were seriously injured at home for no reason. That's why they didn't come to school today. How is this possible? Tang Qingxi immediately turned her head to look at Tang Qingma like she had seen a ghost, only to see the other person at that moment, expressionless, organizing his books, then twirling his pencil as if bored. Did Tang Qingma do it? No way. The forum said that all the incidents happened in the middle of the night. So how could a loser like Tang Qingma sneak into someone's house in the middle of the night and not make a commotion? Not to mention that so many people were injured in the same night, and Tang Qingma wouldn't be able to split, so it couldn't be the murderer. But if that's the case, it's made of ghosts. Thinking about this gave Tang Inchi goosebumps herself. Class, we're about to start class. So get back to your seats and stop talking. Just as his brain was about to burn up, a female voice came from outside the classroom door. It's Zhao Yan, who usually teaches their math class. Fellow students, before class begins, I have some news to report to you. Instructor Wu Detong has resigned for personal reasons, so the position of class advisor will be filled by me from now on. Zhao Yan's words immediately caused the students below to whisper. After all, it was clear to everyone that Wondertong had been dismissed from the school because of last Friday's incident, and Zhao Yan ignored the whispers and smiled cheerfully. There are still a few months to go before the exams, so please don't let Ms. Wu's matter affect your mood, and I'll do my best to assist you. Zhao Yan has a bright personality and treats all students equally, so the students have no problem with her taking Wu Detong's place. Well, if there are no questions, we'll get started. I believe that all of you will soon be choosing your volunteers, and recently more students have chosen to enroll in the Budo Academy. So let me introduce them to you today. Budo Academy? Tang Qingma, who had originally planned to feel the fish until the end of class, immediately opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the blackboard. when she heard the familiar vocabulary. Due to the fact that more and more people want to become martial artists nowadays, the enrollment requirements for the Martial Arts Academy have become higher and higher. In the state of China, martial arts flourished and martial artists were honored. A martial arts academy is an institution of higher learning that specializes in training outstanding martial artists, and its status is higher than many universities. There are generally two ways to be able to get into the academy. One is to enroll by means of an examination like ordinary study students, and as long as one's grades are satisfactory at that time and the test values of one's qi and blood are up to standard, one will be able to be admitted to the corresponding academy. The other is that one was gifted as a child and was lucky enough to be discovered by a tutor in the academy, and as long as one passes the tutor's application, one can make an exception to enter and be nurtured from a young age as a trainee. The original owner was the one who was lucky enough to be discovered by the director of the Magic Martial Arts Academy when she was 6 years old in the orphanage and was brought to the academy. However, then the Fae invaded, and the dean was overwhelmed with needing to handle his work while fighting off the Fae. It just so happens that the tutor of the academy, Fairy Chiang, sees the original master's talent and takes the initiative to apply to the dean to take the original master as a student. Back then, Immortal Chiang was the best tutor in the entire Magic Martial Academy, and there were also 7 female disciples who were personally passed down. The dean thought that she was a good candidate, and that's why the original owner worshipped in the Chiang Hall. But then, there was no later. A month later, the Heavenly Tao was invaded, and the Red Sun Fairy recruited another junior apprentice brother back from somewhere, instantly becoming the group favorite of the Red Sun Palace. The original owner, on the other hand, was wrongly accused of all sorts of slander, abused by the master and the 7 senior sisters, and finally kicked out of the academy 3 months ago. There are 2 of the best martial arts academies in China right now. One was the Yenjing Martial Arts Academy located in the capital city of Yenjing. The other was the Magic City Martial Artist Academy, or Magic Wu for short, located in the Magic City, the place where the original owner had stayed since she was a child. Although it was said that the qualifications of other martial arts academies were also good, these 2 martial arts academies were the best in terms of both teachers and cultivation resources. That's why it's also an academy that many martial arts students dream of trying to get into. We're going to start volunteering next week, and this is your future pathway. So all of you need to think clearly about which school you want to apply for. Zhao Yan distributed the collected information on the key schools to the students. Then, as if she remembered something, she said with a bit of excitement, "By the way, I have a tidbit of information here. I've heard that the Magic Martial Academy has recently recruited a very powerful female tutor who fights with foreign beasts all year round, and her realm is still as high as the 8th rank. A lot of students want a Magic Martial Arts Academy for her this year. You can search online if you are interested." Zhao Yan's words got the classroom talking. If one could get into a martial arts academy and become a martial artist, one could certainly make a name for themselves to ordinary people. But for them, the rich second generation of non-martial arts families, they could just take any school and get ahead without worrying about their future. But rich kids also want to save face. If they can get into an excellent school, it can make them brag even more when they show off outside. And the system looked at the handwriting on the blackboard and said weakly, "Host, about your volunteering." Tang Qingma interrupted it flatly. "You don't have to worry. I'll enroll in the Magic Martial Academy." In addition to getting revenge and collecting remorse values for the original owner, the Magic Martial Academy was also one of the top martial arts academies in China. Plus it was in the city, so it was a natural choice for him. Really? Great. The system was very excited. But before that, I'm going to win the championship and become famous. Generally, trainees who entered the academy from a young age to be cultivated would be able to break through into a martial artist at the age of 15 and become a human existence. However, after the original owner worshipped the Red Sun Palace, due to the fact that he had been living a life where he was unable to cultivate and was bullied, causing him to not break through into a martial artist until now. Tang Qingma slightly hooked the corners of her mouth, and in her heart, she began to plot her plan to retaliate against the Red Sun Palace. At the end of a full day of classes, Tang Qingma also quickly left the classroom. Now that he only had a few months left in his life as a student, and the class was full of passers-by who hadn't implemented any help when the original master was being bullied, Tang Qingma didn't need to get on good terms with them at all. Just walking down the hallway, I saw 2 more familiar figures. Chapter 64 to me is hypocrisy and scorn. To you is unquestioning and cudgeling. Hey Jing-chun, which place are you planning to go? As soon as Tang Qingma left the classroom, she saw Song Junqian and Su Jingchun from the next class. In the face of Song Junqian's question, Su Jingchun just said flatly, I'll go wherever young master wants to go. Don't be, with your grades and realm, you must be able to easily get into Yenwu and Damonwu, right? Song Junqian said mockingly. Unlike me, I'm just a rich loser who will just go to a normal place in the future and spend the rest of my life as I please. Su Jingqian. And as Song Junqian raised his head, he just happened to meet Tang Qingma's line of sight. Yo, isn't this the young master of the Tang family? Going to get young Master Lu to serve you now. He immediately changed to a mocking tone. How nice to have the famous Lu Tianren as your bodyguard. Even I can't do that. In the face of his mocking tone, Tang Qingma simply asked, why would you know young Song? Because my Song family's intelligence network is awesome. Nothing in Magic City can be hidden from my Song family. As soon as he said this, Song Junqian was very proud. However, Tang Qingma silently looked at Su Jingqian behind him. It seems to be the intelligence he gathered back. Lu Tianren only became his bodyguard yesterday afternoon, but Song Junqian knew about it so quickly. Just like he said, really excellent intelligence skills. Hey, where are you looking? When Song Junqian saw Tang Qingma's eyes fall on Su Jingqian, he was a bit offended. No, I was just wondering which academy young Song was planning to go to. Tang Qingma changed the topic. According to the original unfolding, Song Junqian would have bailed out of the Magic Martial Arts Academy as a powerful and excellent martial artist and established a friendship with the original owner. But at this point, having accomplished nothing, he sneered. Which house to go to? Anywhere. Anyway, my family has money, so what if I don't go to school? My mom says I can do whatever I want. Song Junqian said it as a matter of course, and it fit his status as a playboy. If ordinary people heard him say that, they must be full of envy or jealousy, but Tang Qingma was amused. He doesn't even know when he's being clubbed like this, he's being sold and counting the money for himself. So that's how it is. Then it seems that young Master Song's parents dote on you very much. What? Tang Qingma's words caused Song Junqian to frown, while Su Jingqian behind him couldn't help but look at him. After all, this is about the child's future. Tang Qingma snickered. But even so, young Master Song's parents don't care. Speaking of which, young Master Song's mother seems to be a foster mother? What the hell are you trying to say? Song Qianjun heard the yin and yang in Tang Qingma's words, striding forward and grabbing his collar, his eyes becoming stern. Nothing, I just think that our parents, in essence, are quite similar. Sneered Tang Qingma as she slapped Song Qianjun's hand away before slowly straightening her creased collar. With me it's hypocrisy and scorn, with you, it's not asking and cupping. You! Song Qianjun instantly heard the sarcastic meaning in Tang Qingma's words and immediately clenched his fist and swung it in his direction. But Tang Qingma just slightly raised her head sideways, easily dodging the fist's attack, and in the next second lifted her leg and viciously kicked at Song Qianjun's abdomen. Aha! The feeling of pain and vomiting instantly welled up in his stomach. Song Qianjun covered his abdomen in pain, and his body took several steps backward due to the loss of balance, almost falling to the ground. You actually dare to do this to me? He gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Qingma. It was not at all expected that his attack would be dodged, nor was it even expected that the opponent would return the favor. Because young Master Song attacked me, how could I stand still and give you a beating? Tang Qingma snorted and waved her hand. But just as he wanted to go up and approach Song Qianjun, Su Jingqian, who had been silent, made a move. Let's stop here, young Master Tang. Su Jingqian held Song Qianjun against his back and said coldly, if you continue to be rude to young Master, I won't allow it. Jingqian. Song Qianjun was very moved as he looked at Su Jingqian's back. But the next second, he heard Tang Qingma say breathlessly, no, you should have come over and stopped me when I kicked him. Song Qianjun. Like right? Why didn't Tang Qingma come and stop him when he kicked him just now? Su Jingqian, don't look away. Haha. Looks like you're disappointed in Song Qianjun's foolish speech too. Tang Qingma looked at Song Qianjun like a little cutie, like a dork, helplessly shaking his head. TSK. That's right, you're a martial artist and your realm isn't low, yet you have to follow the foolish young master into a random, ordinary academy, so you must be having little emotions as well. What's going on? Song Qianjun said with instant agitation. What are you babbling about? If Jingqian can get into the martial arts academy, I naturally won't stop it. But your foster mom will stop it. Tang Qingma snorted and interrupted. Do you really not understand, or are you deceiving yourself? Su Jingchen is the one your birth mother left you with, not under the control of your adoptive mother. Since you don't even plan to take the martial arts academy, how can your bodyguard not be with you? Song Qianjun looked at Su Jingchen in surprise after hearing Tang Qingma's words. Is that it? Jingchen. Su Jingchen was the personal bodyguard that his birth mother had left to him, and the two had grown up together since they were young. So it could be said that in Song Qianjun's heart, Su Jingchen was an even more important existence than a brother or a friend. To have his future cut short because of himself. Su Jingchen silently glanced at Tang Qingma before turning his head to look at Song Qianjun, bowing his head politely. Don't worry, young master, wherever you go, I will voluntarily follow. In that instant, Song Qianjun's heart felt like it had been hit hard by something. Turns out that it's really the cutie that gets in the way of Su Zhongchun. Is that so? Song Qianjun's remorse value plus 500. Song Qianjun's remorse value plus 500. Song Qianjun's remorse value plus 500. A large amount of remorse value kept on generating, and then along with it there was a sharp pain in the brain. Song Qianjun held his head with both hands in pain, like something was trying to rip his head off. Chapter 65 Diametrically Different Breaths and Abnormalities. Young master, what's wrong with you? Seeing Song Qianjun suddenly holding his head in pain and screaming, Su Jingchen changed his cold attitude from earlier and rushed forward to observe the situation. Tang Qingma also felt strange, but he was more concerned about the remorse value that Song Qianjun had generated. Wow! I didn't think I'd regret it so much just by saying a few words about him. I should have come to grips with him early in the morning. Tang Qingma similarly regretted that he should have gone to find Song Qianjun a long time ago. System. That host, this shouldn't be the time to talk about this. Song Qianjun seems to be dying of pain. Oh, Young master, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel pain? At that moment, Song Qianjun's eyes were covered in red wires, and he was shouting because of the pain in his head. Yet strangely, his body suddenly emitted a strange aura. Tang Qingma froze as well. Song Qianjun's aura changed. He suddenly revealed stern eyes filled with killing intent, his body still trembling from the pain in his mind, yet releasing a powerful force of qi and blood. Yes, killing intent. If it was the second little cutie who was now having his life rewritten, it was impossible for Song Qianjun, who hadn't been exposed to any martial arts, to release his killing intent. Only Song Qianjun was seen pressing his head with one hand and clenching his fist with the other. His bloodshot eyes glared at Tang Qingma. Then he gently spat out a sentence. Who are you? Tang Qingma froze at his sudden words, and Su Qinjing, who was supporting him on the side, was similarly stunned, revealing an incredulous look. Young master, you? Oh, host. The system's surprised voice also came out of his head. I suddenly detected a powerful fluctuation in Song Qianjun's body. It's completely different from his usual self. Tang Qingma silently said, I noticed it too. He looked at Song Qianjun, whose red eyes and expression were livid from the pain, and suddenly arched his hands up and smiled politely. My name is Tang Qingma, and I'm the young master of the Tang family. Young master Song, please teach me more. Tang? Qingma? Song Qianjun slowly called out the name. Then his eyes went black and his entire body collapsed towards the ground. Young master! Su Jingchen immediately held him nervously and was relieved to see that the other party was only passing out. At this time, Tang Qingma also stepped forward and asked, Does your young master often sleep over like this? Su Jingchen. In that instant, Song Qianjun's aura was very different from usual, like the way he was meant to be. Is it possible that? Seeing Su Jingchen's silence, Tang Qingma didn't pursue the matter, but just took out the pen and convenience strip he carried from his pants pocket and wrote strings of numbers on it. Here's my contact number. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a time to talk later. Su Jingchen wordlessly took the note, and finally nodded to Tang Qingmo, carrying the fainted Song Qianjun to the health room. Tang Qingma didn't say much as he left the school building and headed for the Lu family limousine that was waiting at the school gate early. Sorry, Tianren. Something just happened at school. As soon as she entered the carriage, Tang Qingma said to Lu Tianren in the driver's seat. Lu Tianren, it's fine, Xiao Tang. Then I'll take you to your destination now. Yes, please. While the car was traveling, Tang Qingma, who had been watching the scenery, suddenly asked Lu Tianren, Tianren, what do you think of the Song family's young master? Young master Song? Lu Tianren, who was concentrating on driving, felt strange. Is Xiao Tang asking about the young master Song born to the original couple or the current young master Song born to Mrs. Song? Born to the original mate, he was in the class next to mine. Hearing Lu Tianren say that, it seems like the outside world knows what's going on within the Song family. If it's young master Song, I only feel pity, I guess. Lu Tianren said flatly. Pity? I heard my father mention that when young master Song was 6 years old, he had been told by a tutor from the martial arts academy that he possessed an extremely high level of talent. Unfortunately, after that, Mrs. Song passed away, and the Song family head suddenly married her righteous sister, and again ignored the Song family's affairs. Almost a year later, when father once again went to the Song family to talk about business, he found that all the servants inside had been replaced by Mrs. Song, and young Master Song had been raised wasted. So that's how it is. Tang Qingma nodded. He had already learned this information from the system, and there wasn't any new intelligence. However, at this time, Lu Tianren continued. But although the Song family master doesn't care about young Master Song, it seems that he isn't completely confused. Tang Qingmo raised an eyebrow. How so? I heard that when the Song family head was trying to marry the current Mrs. Song, he suddenly made a family circular and a will, saying that he would leave all of the Song group's discretionary affairs in the hands of young Master Song. Plenipotentiary matters? Yes, the one who manages the Song group now is an old courtier who used to fight with the Song family head couple, and after the notice was made, even if he marries the current Mrs. Song, the other party has no right to interfere with the Song group. Also because of this notice, even if Song Qianjun's adoptive mother replaced the servants with her own people and then raised Song Qianjun to be invalidated, she would not be able to completely hollow out Song Qianjun and the entire Song clan. That's why my father said back then that the Song family lord still loves children quite a bit. Lu Tianren said with a light smile. Tang Qingma, is that really true? If it was before, it was possible that Tang Qingma would believe these words. But after seeing Song Qianjun's appearance just now, he was a bit hesitant. Tang Qingma asked, System, is what Lu Tianren just said true? Yes, host. Is there a problem? Because the plot was developing in much the same way as Song Qianjun's being raised to be invalidated and the infiltration of the Song family's interior by that foster mother, the system didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Tang Qingma continued to ask, Then can you be sure that the Song family lord has been decadent for 12 years without any changes? Yes. Ever since Tendo was infringed upon, the Song family head has been locking himself up in his room and abandoning himself, usually not even going back to the office, except for setting a family circular and a will. His subordinates have advised him many times. After that, he probably found it annoying, and those subordinates didn't care about him, and went to sue Jingchen for any problems. The system doesn't understand these family struggles, so it finds these details irrelevant. But for Tang Qingma, there was a big problem in there. How could the ever-decadent Song family head suddenly make announcements and wills that affected the entire Song family? There was also the aura that Song Qianjun had released just now, which was very different from his usual aura. It seemed like he really needed to find some time to talk to Su Jingchen. At this time in the health room, after Song Qianjun fainted, Su Jingchen had been sitting next to the hospital bed, waiting for the other party to wake up. Soon, Song Qianjun's fingers and eyelids fluctuated, and his stern eyes slowly emerged, causing Su Jingchen to stand up nervously. Young master, are you okay? I'm fine. Song Qianjun's voice sounded like it was a bit weak, but his tone was icy. That person just now. His name is Tang Qingma? Yes. It's the Tang family's true young master who made a big fuss on the internet a few days ago. Su Jingchen replied. He just told me about the martial arts academy, didn't he? Song Qianjun felt his head hurting and the images in front of him gradually became blurry, so he clenched his teeth. Yes, the teacher said today that we'll be filling out college volunteer forms soon. As soon as Song Qianjun heard this, he immediately caught Su Jingchen's hand and said with difficulty, Jingchen, when it comes to my application form, no matter what the volunteers on it have filled in, when you turn it in, I'll change it to Magic Martial Arts Academy for me. Chapter 66, Visiting Tang Shuilong in the Mental Hospital. No matter what the volunteers on it, right? Song Qianjun's words droned Su Jingchen as if he had anticipated that his volunteer application form would be altered. Su Jingchen immediately nodded. Please don't worry, young master. I will. Jingchen. I'm sorry. I'm going to. Before he could finish, Song Qianjun's face turned pale. his eyes suddenly closing as he tried to pass out once again. Young master, I've made you suffer all these years. Young master. Su Jingchun nervously observed the other party's state, but before he could check, Song Qianjun opened his eyes again. Huh? Where is this place? His expression was dumbfounded, like he didn't know what was happening. However, he quickly recalled the confrontation with Tang Qingma in the corridor just now. Where's that bastard Tang Qingma? I remember he kicked me. I'm going to take revenge. I'm going to fall on him twice. Song Qianjun tried to get up from the bed, but was unable to move vigorously because of the pain in his abdomen. Seeing this, Su Jingchun also changed from the worry. He felt just now back to his usual coldness. Young master, you fainted after being kicked by young master Tang just now, and now he's already gone back. Damnable Tang Qingma. How dare you treat me like this? I'm going home to tell my mother. The mother mentioned here is his adoptive mother. Usually Song Qianjun would go back and tell her when he suffered any grievances, and then his foster mother would offer comfort and praise, leaving Song Qianjun completely in the warm waters of goodness. Seeing that Song Qianjun was fine, Su Jingchun also said, since young master has woken up, let's go back. Good. Song Qianjun felt as if he had forgotten something, but he didn't think much of it when he saw Su Jingchun's calm demeanor and endured the pain in his stomach and left. On the other hand, Tang Qingma also arrived at the place designated in the morning with Lu Tianren at the wheel. Pukong Psychiatric Hospital is a place that specializes in treating the mentally ill and can be accessed by anyone with money. Young Tang, are you trying to visit Miss Tang Fifth? Lu Tianren got out of the car and looked around. It was the first time he had been to a mental hospital, and his stereotypical image of such a place was from horror games or TV shows, with their grim and dirty images. A quick look now reveals that the place is brighter and cleaner than one would expect. Seeing Lu Tianren's inner thoughts, Tang Qingma smiled. After all, it's for rich people to live in, so the surface should be made pretty. The two of them walked into the lobby, and after Tang Qingma went up to communicate with the nurse lady at the front desk for a couple sentences, she immediately picked up the intercom. It's Mr. Tang who has already made an appointment, right? Dr. Chun has already told me. I'll take you over to the room now. Tang Qingma smiled lightly. Trouble you. Lu Tianren, who was on the side, felt puzzled and didn't understand what the other party had booked, but still followed. The three of them entered an elevator, and the nurse lady pressed a red button, but the elevator suddenly poked down to the ground. Once the door was opened, completely different from the bright environment just now, the elevator door was connected to a long and gloomy corridor with dark green lights on it, which was oozy to look at. Two young masters, this way please. The nurse lady wasn't frightened at all and calmly led Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren to the depths of the corridor. Located on both sides of the corridor were several room doors that had been sprinkled with unknown liquids. Lu Tianren couldn't help but swallow his throat and follow behind Tang Qingma. Young Tang, are we going now? Going to see Tang Shuilong, said Tang Qingma pleasantly. Huh? But here. How does this place look like a scene from a horror game? But didn't Ellie Tang say last night that she was acquainted with Dr. Chun here? Since they were acquaintances who knew each other, how could Tang Shuilong be in such a dark and scary place? Then he heard Tang Qingma say with a smile, because I gave money for Dr. Chun to arrange this place for Tang Shuilong. Huh? Just as Lu Tianren was thinking, the nurse lady had already come to the door of one of the rooms, entered the password and opened it. As soon as the door was opened, there was an immediate and familiar scream. There was also a glass wall separating the room, only to see Tang Shuilong dressed in white, located inside the wall. She was tied to a bed and letting out a torn scream. And standing next to him was a man in a doctor's uniform with a mask and hood, who was holding what looked like a syringe in his hand and injecting it into Tang Shuilong's arm. This is a muscle contraction agent. It can make Yukarong Sama's body muscles contract strongly. It'll hurt a little. In Tang Qingma's and Lu Tianren's position, the man's voice could be heard to be a bit excited and agitated, also carefully observing Tang Shuilong's reaction. A few seconds later, Tang Shuilong's eye pupils suddenly widened and her muscles were contracting. A large number of blood vessels came out at the same time. A sharp pain came from the nerves as the muscles contracted. At this moment, the nurse opened the microphone in front of her and said, Dr. Chan, young Master Tang and young Master Lu have arrived. Her voice reached inside the glass wall, and the man immediately dropped the syringe in his hand and trotted over to the door like an excited child. Is it young Master Tang? I finally met you in person today. Dr. Chun took off his headgear and mask, revealing a young and talented face that looked like an excellent doctor, and took the initiative to reach out and hand it to Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma politely shook his hand. Hello, Dr. Chun. We just got off the phone last night. Dr. Chun also looked at Lu Tianren next to him with a bright smile. You're young Master Lu, aren't you? I didn't think I'd actually have the honor of meeting you. The same hand was extended to him. Lu Tianren. What to do? When he thought that this hand had just struck an unknown liquid on Tang Shuilong, he didn't dare to touch it. Hello. But out of politeness, he reached out and shook his fingertips for a moment, then immediately let go. Tang Qingma watched Lu Tianren's reaction with a dark smile, then looked back at Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun, tell us the specifics. Chapter 67. Tang Shuilong becomes a psychiatrist's experimental research subject. Okay, young Master Tang. Chun Shitai excitedly spun around in a circle and began to indulge in his own world. Miss Shueyong was brought here in the wee hours of the morning, when she was still so agitated that I was afraid she'd hurt herself, so I tied her up and injected her with a tranquilizer. So, whispered Lu Tianren. At this glance, this Dr. Chun is quite normal. Then he heard the other man say, after all, if her body is injured, I won't be able to conduct a complete study. I'm preparing quite a few potions and instruments for her. Lu Tianren. I'm sorry, I was naive. Tang Qingma ignored Chan Shitai's excited look and simply wrapped her hands around her chest and asked, so how long have you been working on Tang Shuilong now? It's been almost 5 hours. I waited for Yukurong-sama to wake up before I started working. Pretty sweet. Huh. Once again, Chun discernment Tai spun around in excitement. These 5 hours have been a fulfilling time for me. I injected Miss Shueyong with a vasodilator pill, a muscle contractor, and a bone enhancer. These are the latest drugs I've developed and haven't collected data on yet. I've been agonizing over the past 2 days because I couldn't find a female experiment body. But I didn't expect young Master Tang to be such a good person, willing to give me such a perfect body. Chun Distinguished Tai remembers that he forgot to leave work in the early hours of the morning because he was obsessed with torturing some murderer, and then he received a call from Tang Ali, saying that he wished he could take care of her sister who was having mental problems. He was only bored. What's the point of taking care of Don Ellie when she's listening to her say that it's all that lovey-dovey drama again? But she's just trying to send her love-brain sister over to cool off for a few days. But just as Tang Shuilong is brought over and hospitalization is arranged, Chun Distinguished Tai receives another unfamiliar phone call. The caller was Tang Qingma. He said that he would give himself a good amount of payment and hoped that he could take good care of Tang Shuilong without being discovered. Exactly. This is the kind of work he was looking forward to. Chun Shitai has a good appearance, and at a young age, he has created a lot of achievements in the field of psychiatry and cured a lot of psychiatric patients. Although no one knows how he heals, his reputation is so strong that he has the title of Spirit Killer alongside Ellie Tang. So who would have thought that such a young, promising, famous doctor with a promising future would actually conduct such lifeless experiments and interrogations in private? As long as Dr. Chan is progressing well, I won't interfere with anything you want to do. Just, Tang Qingma averted her eyes and said with a cold smile, Tang Shuilong has only just been sent here, and there will definitely be people visiting her in the next 2 days, so don't worry, young Master Tang. Chun Distinguished Tai knew what Tang Qingmo wanted to say. He immediately let out a sharp vocal line. Ms. Ellie has made an appointment to come visit Ms. Shuirong 2 days later in the afternoon with your family. So all the products I use will only stimulate the inside of the body, and there will be no visible traces on the outside. And even if young Master Tang doesn't pay, as long as you say so, I'll still help you take care of Miss Shuirong. He raised his arms and his heels, excited as a 30-something-year-old. Only Tang Qingmo raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard his words and asked with a dark smile, oh, so you don't want money? Chun Distinguished Tai immediately changed his words. Of course not, young Master Tang. Without money it would be difficult for me to develop new medicines. So, Tang Qingma waved his hand to interrupt him. All right, you don't need to worry about money. Help me keep an eye on Tang Shuilong. The benefits won't be less for you. All right, don't worry, young Master Tang. This is my area of expertise. Ever since he was a child he had been interested in the mental and conscious aspects of human beings, as well as thinking about how much pain the human brain could take before it collapsed. So he hid his other side, and after completing his internship at the hospital that year, he took up a position as a psychiatrist in a major hospital in the open, secretly accepting commissioned work from the government for various tortures, and occasionally taking on another private job. So he lived each day to the fullest in a very beautiful and fulfilling way. After Chan Si-tai reported the situation, Tang Ching-mo smiled and asked, "By the way, Dr. Chun, are you ready for what I requested last night?" "It's ready for you." Dr. Chun reached out and gestured, and the nurse lady in the back immediately pushed a silver food cart over. "Then can I go in to see my fifth sister now?" Tang Ching-mo looked inside the glass wall. Chan Si-tai, "Of course, but now that Miss Xuerong is still conscious, she might be a little excited to see young Master Tang's arrival. Oh, I just want to see her excited." Tang Ching-mo sneered as she put on her medical gloves, glancing out of the corner of her eye at Lu Tianren, whose face was hard to see. "Tianren, just stay here and remember not to come in no matter what happens later." "Okay." Lu Tianren looked at Tang Ching-mo's bright smile and subconsciously felt a bad premonition in his heart. And with the help of the nurse lady, Tang Ching-mo put on a white coat and went inside the wall. Just one side away, the atmosphere inside the glass wall is completely different from the outside. Tang Ching-mo looked at the wall slightly and realized that it turned out to be a magic wall that could only be seen on one side. And there was no sound inside other than the sound of one's own footsteps and breathing, and the sweet smell of incense mixed with a large number of different potions, but interspersed with the fishy odor of blood, wafted through the air. At this moment, Tang Xuerong's eyes were a bit hollow as she looked at the somewhat moldy ceiling because of the terrible pain she had just experienced. But soon, a familiar and hateful voice reached her ears. "Dear Sister 5, how are you feeling?" Tang Xuelong first froze for a few seconds, then turned her head as if awakened, seeing Tang Chingma's hateful face smiling mockingly at herself. You. She clenched her fists hard, her beautiful features turning hideous in a flash. However, her face was weak and pale, so she made it look like there was no anger at all. "That's right, it's me. Isn't it a surprise to see me come over?" In contrast, Tang Chingma looked pleasant. As long as he saw Tang Xuelong showing hatred but unable to do anything about it, his mood felt great. "Tang Chingma, you wicked!" Although her body was deflated, Tang Xuelong still shouted with all her strength. "Yeah, I'm vicious." Tang Chingma spread her hands cheerfully. "If I wasn't vicious, right now you would be upstairs, fifth sister, inside a clean and spacious room, resting for a few days and waiting for the doctor's judgment, and then discharged. But alas, I spoke to Dr. Chun when you were brought in, and then you were sent here to become his experiment." Chapter 68. You're the reason I'm like this. How dare you? When she thought back to the fact that she had woken up and was suddenly sent here, forced by that so-called doctor to inject and take all sorts of medications, Tang Xuelong felt nauseous and panicked. "Of course I dare." Tang Chingma hummed and laughed. "Aren't I being as vicious as you say?" His eyes gradually became stern. "Since you've said that about me, how else can I show you if I'm not vicious? What, with a brother as well-behaved and obedient as me? Isn't fifth sister happy?" "Ugh." Tang Chingma's words made Tang Xuelong's face turn ugly into a pig's liver color, but she was still as angry as she had been in the past when she had treated Tang Chingma in the Tang household. Perhaps she still had the illusion in her heart that Tang Chingma would apologize and beg for forgiveness to her in a lost and penitent manner as he had done in the past, as long as he heard her angry scolding. But now it's all changed. Even when he saw his angry and hideous demeanor, Tang Chingma still looked joyful and didn't put her in his eyes at all. "You do something like this, do you think mom and dad and big sister and the others will let you off the hook? So what if they let me go or not?" Tang Chingma walked slowly to Tang Xuelong's bedside, looking down at her mockingly. "It makes me happy just to see you suffer, dear fifth sister. What's going on? Why?" Tang Xuelong's eyes trembled. Why did Tang Chingma become like this? It was clear that he had been trying his best to please them for the period from the time he was recognized back in order to get his approval. Even when he was humiliated and beaten by himself, he never complained. But in just a few days, it was as if Tang Chingma had turned into another stranger in such a short period of time. Abominable, hateful yet horrible. "I've become like this all because of you." Tang Chingma, who had sensed the other party's thoughts, sneered. "It should be clear exactly what you've done to me since I got back." Tang Chingma also bent down his body with a wide smile. Powerful humiliation instantly emanated from Tang Xuelong's body as well. Tang Xuelong's remorse value plus 200. Tang Xuelong's remorse value plus 200. "Asshole, what the hell do you want?" Tang Shuilong fought to shake her head and shake off the hand that insulted her. She clenched her fists hard and kept struggling upwards to break through the ropes as her arms regained some strength. Damn it! After being humiliated by Tang Qingma, Tang Shuilong's heart naturally regretted it. But her regret wasn't guilt over Tang Qingma. It was wondering why she hadn't killed him immediately when she recognized him back into the Tang family in the first place. If only he had killed him at that time, he would not have been treated in such a humiliating manner now.
Tang Kinh Mo.
You give me death. I'll kill you. Tang Shuilong excitedly pulled at her arms. But unfortunately they were all tied up with ropes and couldn't be broken free at all. Where else does she look like a traffic star now? Long hair flew off in the air from the struggle, and the ferocious look was like ripping the person in front of her to shreds. A living madwoman. However, Tang Qingma took the initiative to probe his body forward and slowly untied the ropes tying Tang Shuilong's hands. Fifth sister, you don't have to try so hard. If you want to untie the rope, of course my good brother here will do it for you. Although she wasn't sure what Tang Qingma was doing, Tang Shuilong didn't continue to struggle. The main thing now is to be free. Therefore, when the rope was untied, Tang Shuilong was immediately ferocious, wanting to pounce madly on Tang Qingma. Pa! Tang Shuilong's face was pale, and her throat felt very nauseous. Do you remember what you did to me to coax Tang Inchi? Tang Qingma snapped her fingers and the nurse lady pushed the silver conche over. Over the past 3 months, in order to coax her beloved fake brother, fifth sister has constantly tortured me, bullied me, and even treated me like an animal. So as a considerate younger brother, of course I want to let fifth sister experience this wonderful taste as well. Ah! With a ping, it could be heard that Tang Qingma hadn't retained any strength this time, directly slapping her into a concussion. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Although Tang Shuilong felt faint, her mind was still conscious. You! Didn't you hear me when I called? He changed his tone of fun and humor from earlier and replaced it with a stern and icy look. Are you deaf? Tang Shuilong was so hard to breathe. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Chapter 69. The reason why fourth sister became like that is all because of me. A large amount of remorse value was constantly being produced from Tang Shuilong's heart. She's the golden girl of the Tang family, a pampered princess from childhood. When have I ever been treated like this? The hand that came from was still her own brother whom she loathed. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Great, great, great. Fifth sister is so talented, Tang Qingma said briskly, her tone full of mockery. This made the remorse in Tang Shuilong's heart even stronger. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Come. Be a good boy. Eat it all for me. Tang Qingma gritted his teeth a bit on the last sentence, and didn't care about Tang Shuilong's struggles. Next, sounds continued to come from the space, and Tang Shuilong fell into regret. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Ah, no. Thunk. Knock knock. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Fifth sister, why don't you eat? Hurry up and eat. Tang Qingma's voice, like the one that came from hell, once again came from above. Once again he dumped the bag of food on her head and body. Tang Shuilong looked at the aroma on the ground in shock, feeling violently sick to her stomach. Those are dog food. She's human. She is human. Tang Qingma. You'll get what's coming to you. Tang Shuilong, who was proud inside, still tried to raise her head to insult Tang Qingma. But the next second she was kicked over to the ground by him. Don't worry. Whether I have retribution later or not, I will do your retribution first now. Tang Qingma walked over to her side with a light smile and went up with another kick. Oh! Tang Shuilong had already felt sick to her stomach just now from smelling the scent on the ground, and now she was vomiting even more. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. So dirty, said Tang Qingma, looking at her indifferently. Because of the stench, he asked the nurse lady who was pretending to be transparent to get himself a mask. Then without waiting for Tang Shuilong to have time to react, her injured face went down again. Here, be a good boy and handle it. Tang Shuilong was in pain. Yet the person who caused everything that happened to her now was Tang Qingma. It was her own brother. From this, Tang Shuilong's heart was filled with intense aggression. On what grounds? By what right does Tang Qingma, this person, dare to do this to himself? She made sure to tell her mom and dad and sisters about it. As long as she waited for her to tell the truth about this, dad and big sister and the girls would definitely teach Tang Qingma a good lesson for herself. Exactly. She just had to wait. Just had to wait. Hoshi is so kind and gentle. He will definitely bring his mom and dad and them over to visit today or tomorrow. Just wait until they come over and get yourself back. Therefore Tang Shuilong inwardly relented and began to change her face into one that endured humiliation, allowing the other party to rub and pinch her wantonly. But just as she was dreaming, Tang Qingma's mocking voice rang out again. Fifth sister, why are you suddenly not resisting? She has to endure. Must endure until Hoshi and the others. Can't it be that you're thinking of letting the Tang family master and the others know about it and getting you out? What's going on? Tang Qingma's words caused Tang Shuilong to be shocked inwardly. Why would he know what he was thinking? Haha. Tang Qingma just felt amused. Her mind was just too good to guess. The person who was obviously trying to resist so hard just a moment ago suddenly doesn't struggle for anything, as if he's compromised. However, Tang Qingma knew very well that the current Tang Shuilong was still in a state of high pride, and it was impossible for her to be so simply compromised and disheartened. So she must be thinking that if she waits until the Dons come over to visit, she'll be able to get away with it. But Tang Qingma didn't even give her that hope. He leaned down his body and pulled Tang Shuilong's head up, his lips close to her ear, uttering a voice like a demon's. Fifth sister, let me tell you a secret. I'm the reason why fourth sister became that way. In that instant, Tang Shuilong looked at Tang Qingma in horror. You said, what? When Tang Fei had been found abducted under Tang Qingma's dormitory window, they had also wondered if it could be Tang Qingma's doing. But because Tang Qingma had always ingratiated himself with the whole family in the past, there were also real shoe prints of Tang Fei on the walls, and the surveillance outside the door had captured Tang Fei sneaking towards the location of her dormitory in the middle of the night. That's why in the end they judged that Tang Fei had accidentally lost her footing. But now, Tang Qingma actually said to her, I remember that at that time, fourth sister's expression was similar to yours, both harboring a great deal of hatred towards me. Tang Qingma tilted her head slightly, as if recalling the scene at that time. But then a joyful smile appeared. She did manage to sneak inside the room at that time and tried to cripple me. But after that, I just backhanded her and threw her out of the window, and with a ping, she went limp. Tang Shuilong. Fei Tang was lucky to not fall to her death. But that's also why the later rounds of the string unfolded. Chapter 70. Have you had a chance to tell the truth? Fei Tang was lucky to not fall to her death. But that's also why the later rounds of the string unfolded. You. When Tang Shuilong saw Tang Qingma's smiling face, her heart unconsciously produced the emotion of fear. Tang Qingma laughed coldly and pulled her hair harder. You know what? Last night your second sister did tell Dr. Chun to take good care of you and release you in a few days. But how could I possibly do what she wanted? Now that you've fallen into my hands, then how could I still let you go? Dear fifth sister. So my good fifth sister, with your fourth sister now unable to move her arms, legs, body, or even speak, do you think you'll have a chance to tell the truth to your Hoshi and family? Tang Qingma sneered and whispered in Tang Shuilong's ear, and made a point of placing the palm of his hand on her shoulder, slightly exerting a small amount of qi and blood power. The lightning's current slipped through, and Tang Shuilong immediately stared wide-eyed. It was also in a flash that her mind cleared.
No.
Those devil-like whispers from Tang Qingma caused Tang Shuilong to feel fear for the first time. By now, even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that Tang Qingma no longer had any affection for her, and the fact that he didn't hide the truth about Tang Fei's loss of footing from himself made her feel unusually scared. If Tang Fei's paralysis and the design of being unable to tell the truth to her family were really deliberate on Tang Qingma's part, and what will become of himself? Now that he has fallen into his hands, she shuddered to think. Don't want to admit that fact. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. A large amount of remorse value kept producing from Tang Shuilong's heart, and the system's beeps didn't stop ringing inside Tang Qingma's head like chicken blood. Tang Qingma listened to these electronic sounds with satisfaction and continued to double down on Tang Shuilong, saying words to her that made her even more desperate. Don't worry, fifth sister. I'm an obedient and well-behaved brother. Everything you've done to me these past 3 months, I'll pay you back tenfold, 100-fold. What's going on? Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. In the time that followed, Tang Shuilong's heart was like falling into the valley. She was in agony, but there was nothing she could do to resist or stop, and on and on, and on, and on. Next, Tang Shuilong had no idea how much time had passed. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. No, don't. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Please, no. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Every move Tang Qingma made caused Tang Shuilong to feel immense grief and intense regret.
No.
Please, don't. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. What? Appearing to hear Tang Shuilong's plea for mercy, Tang Qingma expressed surprise. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You're begging me, huh?
Tang Shuilong, no.
Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Qingma knocked her heavily to the ground once again. Hey, could it be that you've been taken over? How could a temperament like yours beg for mercy from me? I must have misheard you. He purposely made a show of surprised pomposity. But at this point, Tang Shuilong was already too hard to bear. The hostile environment, and her proud, star-capable face. All of it was too much for her to bear. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. No. Tang Qingma. Ah, dogs don't talk. Tang Qingma revealed a bright smile. You want me to spare you, right? Tang Shuilong's eyes widened as she looked at the other party with a fearful expression. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. At this moment, endless regret lingered within Tang Shuilong's heart. She began to think to herself that if she hadn't treated Tang Qingma so excessively in the first place, wouldn't it be possible to not suffer these sins? But there are no ifs. Now she had to live with the evil she had created. Tang Shuilong dropped large teardrops and finally managed to stop herself from screaming out. Pa! Yet again, Tang Qingma waved his palm. What are you screaming about? No, no. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Pa! Can't hear you. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Pa! Both say they can't hear you. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Scream. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't. Brother. Please let me go, brother. I was wrong. Her face hurts. It's so bad. Don't want it anymore. TSK. How pathetic. Tang Qingma shook his head with a grunt of laughter. Where the hell did my high-spirited Tang Shuilong go? No, don't. All right, since you promised me, I'll grant your request as well. At that instant, extreme emotion surfaced within Tang Shuilong's heart. She was finally out of hell. She's going out. Go out to mom and dad. Find big sister and the others. She's going to. I don't need to do it myself anymore. There are better candidates than me waiting for you. Huh? Tang Qingma's words were like a basin of ice-cold water, directly extinguishing the expectations in her heart. Chapter 71. I am willing to sacrifice. Never compromise because of money. It's been playing with you for so long. I'm getting a little tired of it. Tang Qingma slowly took off his stain-filled gloves and casually threw them to the ground. It's better to leave the professional stuff back to the professionals. I think Dr. Chun is just fine. Tang Shuilong recalled in real time the 5 hours of darkness she had just experienced. No, please, Kiyomo. Brother. Don't touch me if you're this dirty. Tang Qingmo revealed a scornful look, his expression all disgust. Who is your brother? Just now you called me. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Tang Shuilong. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. No, it isn't. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Looking at Tang Qingma's ruthlessness, Tang Shuilong didn't care about the pain in her body. And once again, she headed to crawl underneath him. Brother. Kiyomo, please don't let that doctor come over. That's your second sister introducing you. I'm just asking him to take good care of you. What don't you like? Although Tang Qingma was wearing a mask, he could tell the look of joy from the eyes filled with laughter on the upper half of his face. But the contrast was Tang Shuilong's despair. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500.
No, no.
Please, Qingma. I will listen to you in everything from now on. I'll do whatever you ask. So please, don't let that doctor come over. Tang Shuilong, who had been tortured for a long time, no longer had the image of a haughty little princess and was crawling on the ground in a sorry state. Her heart was extremely fearful, and she didn't dare to imagine the hell that awaited her. At this moment, she only hoped that Tang Qingma would remember that she had a trace of blood relationship with him and take her away from this hellish place. But how could Tang Qingma do what she wanted? He turned his head, his eyes floating with a smile. Dear fifth sister, I'm sure soon your beloved Hoshi and your trusted family will be coming to visit you. Hopefully, when the time comes, you'll let them get you out. No, don't. Don't you go. Seeing Tang Qingma turn around and leave in the direction of the exit with slow steps, Tang Shuilong, who had fallen to the ground, stretched out her arms with difficulty, wanting to hold back loudly. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. No, please Kiyomo. I'm your sister. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Don't. You save me. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Then, the figures of Tang Qingma and the nurse lady disappeared, and the door slowly closed. The room became quiet once again, and Tang Shuilong fell into the depths of despair. Ah! Tang Qingma closed the door. As soon as he came out, he took off his mask. Dr. Chan, just watch what you do until the Tangs come over. Tang Qingma ignored Lu Tianren, who was fuming with an ugly expression, and turned his head to Chen Shitai. But Chen Distinguished Tai bitterly smiled and looked at Tang Shuilong, who was crying bitterly inside, a little helpless. Of course I can look after it, but young Master Tang, you were so rough on Miss Shuirong just now and made her face look like this. If your family asks, he generally doesn't leave marks on the surface of his skin, especially his face, when he conducts his experiments, just to avoid being noticed. But what Tang Qingma did just now was really ruthless. Knowing full well that Tang Shuilong was a 1,000-year-old girl and a traffic star, what she valued most was her face and self-esteem, and he focused on destroying the two places she valued most. Chen Distinguished Tai's words caused Tang Qingma to coldly spread her hands. Just put some powder directly on it and say that she went crazy and bumped into it on her own won't do. Chen Ni Tai? Anyway, she was defined as insane over at the Dons before she was sent here, so you just have to gag her to keep her from telling the truth, and you won't be found out. Chen Distinguished Tai shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Young Master Tang makes it sound so easy. There are still 2 days before your family comes to visit. It's going to be very difficult to gag Miss Shuirong. Fair enough, I'll give you something then. Tang Qingma also knew that it was a bit difficult, so he pulled out a mute pill from his pants pocket system space. Chen Shitai, may I ask what this is? A pill that can make a person lose their voice. Just take it and it will prevent her from making any sound for the next 3 months without hurting her throat. The effect he had already tested on Tang Fei Fei. Keep it cooked. 3 months? That means you'll still be able to vocalize after 3 months? How is that possible? Chen Distinguished Tai frowned. There are actually many ways to keep Tang Shuilong from speaking, but most of them would be devastating to her vocal cords or throat. There's no way she'll be back to normal in 3 months, except for the high chance that she'll be found out. Although Chen Shitai was a psychiatrist, he often developed various drugs because of his interest, so he didn't believe what Tang Qingma said. Though it's your freedom to believe it or not. Tang Qingma could see Chen Shitai's skepticism, but didn't want to bother convincing him. And it's the practice that speaks louder than a lot of theory. So Tang Qingma handed the pills to that nurse lady and asked, Nurse lady, are you willing to let me buy your voice for 3 months with $500,000? The nurse lady had been listening to the conversation between Tang Qingma and Chen Distinguished Tai since a while ago, and she was equally unconvinced that there could be such a miraculous pill in this world. So he said seriously, I'm sorry, young Master Tang. You should know that the voice is an important bridge for smooth communication between people. In case this pill of yours has any side effects. 1 million. Young Master Tang, although the voice allows for smooth communication, it's not the only channel, and since it's for the sake of Dr. Chen's work, I, as an assistant, am willing to make sacrifices and never compromise because of money. After saying that, the nurse lady picked up Tang Qingma's mute pills and took them with firm eyes. Chan, NT. That's a pretty quick turnaround for you. After the nurse lady took it, Chun Shitai carefully observed her body for any abnormalities. No problems after a minute. The nurse lady also felt strangely touched her throat and then began to make a noise. Nothing could be heard. What's going on? Chun Distinguished Tai was immediately stunned. It was hard to believe that this lost voice pill was really effective. The nurse lady also had an incredulous look on her face as she began to push and keep opening her mouth. But no matter what words she tried to say, or if she spent her best efforts to roar, she was just mouthing the words in the eyes of Tang Qingma and Chan Distinguished Tai, her voice completely unable to come out of her throat. She really has no voice. Chapter 72. Do you want me to let her go? It was clear that he felt no pain at all, and there were no signs of injury, but his throat just wouldn't make a sound. Is there actually such a magical pill in this world? Chun Xiai Tai immediately asked, How is it, Xiao Hong? Do you feel anything in your throat? Nurse Red shook her head and made the gesture that she didn't feel anything. Too unbelievable. Chun Distinguished Tai's expression became very excited after he performed a simple and quick body check for Little Red and realized that there really wasn't any abnormality. His eyes flickered as he looked at Tang Qingma, itching to see 2 holes in him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't fight, he would even want to search him and find all the extra mute pills. Don't give me that look. Just give it to you. Tang Qingma got a little goosebumps from the look in his eyes, so she pulled out the new mute pills from the system space and gave them to Chan Distinguished Tai. That's it. Chan Shi Tai lived like a 30-something-year-old child, excitedly holding it in his hand as he did when he saw the Ultraman hand puppet as a young child. Young Master Tang, may I ask if you have an extra one? I'd also like you to give me the formula for the pill if you can. We're in business together. Of course the patent is yours, and I'll give you a pro rata share of the money. There would also be a business opportunity for a drug like this one, which is completely harmless to the human body and vocal cords, but can cause a person to lose their voice. It is especially used in the struggle between martial arts clans. Although Chun Shitai is young and talented, and has the reputation of being a psycho killer, he does not consider himself to be a good person. In order to maintain his unique interest, he needed to learn various ways to make money. As long as he can make money, he usually sells a lot of torture poisons to people in need. And this loss of voice pill is so amazing and effective. It's bound to be a big seller. Even if he doesn't sell it, he can use it for torture collection data. Must be fun. Tang Qingma looked at the incomparably excited Chun Distinguished Tai for just a few seconds of silence, then asked in his head, System, can the pills I raffled off be analyzed for ingredients and production methods? System. No way, host. Those pills are from the system. There's no way for anyone else to analyze them. Line it up. Tang Qingma pretended to be regretful. I'm sorry, Dr. Chan. These pills were given to me by a certain friend of mine for evening out. He's not in the country right now, and he often comes and goes without a trace, so I don't know where he is right now. The one you're holding is the last one. How? Chun Distinguished Tai instantly felt a bolt from the blue, his pupils shocked as if he had been struck. He obviously found such a beautiful torture? Pills. How come there's only the last one left? And it was such a waste to use such a valuable thing on a bratty lady like Tang Shuilong. Chan Shitai took a deep breath, his expression suddenly serious. Young Master Tang, since you gave me this pill, do I have the right to use it? What do you mean? Tang Qingma didn't understand. I can make sure that Ms. Yukiru won't say anything unnecessary in front of your family. But in the meantime, give me this pill, please. Chan Distinguished Tai's meaning was clearly that he wanted to analyze the production method of this pill himself, and that he didn't want to take it to Tang Shuilong. Tang Qingma also went along with him. Fine, as long as you can make Tang Shuilong obedient, this pill will be given to you. Anyway, it belonged to the system's boutique, and he couldn't analyze it at all. Might as well say that if he does succeed, he'll want to work with him himself. Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Chun Shitai happily tried to open his arms to embrace Tang Qingma, but after seeing the other party raise his palm with a smile, he immediately turned around and hugged Lu Tianren, who was beside him for a long time in a daze. Lu Tianren came back to his senses? Since that's the case, then I can't let Xiao Tang's trust in me down. I'll go to work immediately now. Chun Shitai ground his hands. There were still 2 days before the Tang family came to visit. He had to tame Tang Shuilong into a good behavior during this period. Red, let's go. Xiao Hong just nodded respectfully as she was unable to make a sound, and then walked inside the glass wall once again with Chun, distinguished Tai. Ah! As soon as Tang Shuilong, who was inside the wall, saw the figure of Chun, distinguished Tai, she immediately let out a miserable scream in fear. This was followed by a massive outpouring of remorse. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Just enjoy yourself until the dons come over. Dear fifth sister. Tang Qingma smiled darkly. His purpose had been accomplished and he didn't need to remain here. Tenrin, let's go back. Huh? However, when he tried to call out to Lu Tianren, he saw that the other party's face was pale and unsightly, and a large amount of sweat flowed out from his forehead and back. It was clear he hadn't done anything, and there were still cold currents wafting through the space, but it was just oozing cold sweat. Tang Qingma asked with a smiling face, "Are you okay?" "Ugh?" Lu Tianren looked back, but as soon as he looked up again, he saw Tang Shui Rong in the glass wall being set up by the nurse lady, and Chan Shitai holding a syringe of unknown liquid, slowly approaching at her. "No, don't aha." Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Why? Tang Shuilong's remorse value and Lu Tianren's doubt rang out at the same time. What for? Tang Qingma asked flatly. Tang Shuilong, what exactly did she do? You want to do this to her? Lu Tianren's voice was trembling. Obviously, he was a third-grade martial artist and the young master of a martial arts family. But he felt timid and trembling at the Tang Qingma in front of him. He was just awful. Even in the face of his own family, there was no mercy or softness at all. Even to the point of destroying the other person's mind. It was horrible. In response to Lu Tianren's doubt, Tang Qingma asked back, "You want me to let her go?" "No, that's not what I meant." Lu Tianren immediately denied it. Although he came from a famous family, he also knew the principle of do not advise others to be good without their suffering. The internet was abuzz about the Tang family's real and fake young master, and it was also exposed that the Tang family treated Tang Qingma poorly, so it was normal for him to have a grudge in his heart. But now that he saw Tang Shuilong suffer such inhuman treatment, Lu Tianren couldn't help but wonder how on earth the Tang family had gotten their way in the past. A large number of questions filled his mind, and he couldn't help but want to know and understand more about Tang Qingma. And Tang Qingma just squinted his eyes and said slowly, "What I did may seem a bit radical, but for Tang Shuilong, there's no way I'll show mercy, because it's a promise I made to someone." Ugh. Chapter 73. I'm going to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy as a non-martial artist. I had promised him that I would take revenge on all those who had bullied him. Tang Shuilong is one of them. Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but the pupils of her eyes were somewhat dark. Lu Tianren was a bit surprised and asked almost reflexively, "Young Tang, is it because of the matter of the real and fake young master? Because your family is all over Tang Hongxi?" Tang Qingma laughed lightly. "Just one of the points, I guess. What's going on?" "One of the points?" After being responded to in this way, Lu Tianren's heart instead became more curious. Who was that person Tang Qingma was talking about? What the hell did the Don family do? And besides the Tang family, does Tang Qingma have any other targets for revenge? All these doubts were about to burn out Lu Tianren's CPU. Tang Qingma probably didn't expect Lu Tianren's curiosity to be so heavy, and sighed with a light smile. "You don't have to think so much. You'll know the answer in the year afterward." The year ahead, but he's only on his second day of work now, and he's seen so many gruesome and frightening scenes. It's hard to believe it's going to happen many more times in the coming year. Lu Tianren didn't dare to think, and Tang Qingma once again looked inside the glass wall and shrugged his shoulders. "Let's go. Dr. Chun and the others should take a long time to come out, so we'll go back first." "Yes." Lu Tianren immediately nodded his head. He doesn't want to stay here either. Whether it's the suffocating space, the smell of chemicals and sweet-smelling potions, the stench of vomit, or the screams of human beings screaming for help, Lu Tianren felt like he would get dizzy and have trouble breathing if he continued to stay here. As the two of them were heading to the floor elevator, Lu Tianren suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiao Tang, that pill you just gave to Dr. Chan that can lose your voice, may I ask if it was from your friend? Has the last one been given to Dr. Chan?" He would like to take one for his father to study if he could. A pill that loses its voice for 3 months in a state that does not harm the body holds high research value for the society. But Tang Qingma stopped and turned his head in confusion. I didn't expect you to hear it. I thought you were in a daze at the time. That time Dr. Chun and the others were still there, so I was too embarrassed to ask. Lu Tianren was a bit embarrassed. In fact, at that time, he was still skeptical because he saw Tang Shuilong's miserable condition and only vaguely heard their conversation. However, after Tang Qingma had asked Xiao Hong to do the test on the spot, it was hard for him to pretend he didn't know. Tang Qingma turned back and continued walking. The loss of voice pill you mentioned was indeed given by someone I know. It was the system. It sees that I'm not living well, so it regularly gives me things. But because of its casual nature, it stuffs them in randomly every time it gives them away, and even I don't know what's inside until I open it. After all, it's a raffle system. It all depends on the host's luck for the lottery. Lu Tianren nodded. So that's how it is. Tang Qingma walked to the door of the elevator and pressed the up button. If you see that President Lu is interested when you go back to report to him, I can see if there's a chance to get it next time, so I'll give you one to take back with you. Ah, okay, young Tang. Then I'll meet up with my father today. Huh. Lu Tianren was confused. Just now, Tang Qingma said he was reporting to Chairman Lu? What's wrong? While waiting for the elevator, Tang Qingma looked at him. No, Xiao Tang, you said that my father and I. Froze Lu Tianren. He knows. Tang Qingma raised her eyebrows and smiled. What's the matter? Does President Lu have something to tell me? No, it's not. I wasn't trying to report. Tang Qingma interrupted him. You don't need to deny it. Didn't we secretly reach an agreement when Chairman Lu sent you to be my bodyguard? Wasn't Lu Rongxing sending his precious son to spy on? No, to protect him so that he could know his travel movements at all times. Now that she saw Lu Tianren's dumbfounded look, Tang Qingma felt amused instead. Neither you nor Chairman Lu is a loudmouth, so as long as it's anything you see, it's fine to tell him whatever you want. And there was a ding from the elevator and the doors opened slowly. Tang Qingma walked in slowly and turned his body. And as Lu Tianren quickly followed, he saw Tang Qingma flash herself a bright smile. If it's something you don't want to be shown to you guys, there's no way you'll be shown it. Just like Tang Shuilong. She wouldn't have thought that she was being sent to an underground ward to be experimented on. Lu Tianren, who had just stepped into the elevator door on the soles of his feet, was dumbfounded. In that instant, he was once again creeped out and sweating from Tang Qingma's words. Tang Qingma brought himself here today to let himself see the image of him torturing his own sister. Could it be that he intentionally wanted to use himself to report this to Lu Rongxing? Let them, the Lu family, know the consequences if they offend him or backstab him. They will be like Tang Shuilong. Lu Tianren raised his head slightly and saw that Tang Qingma was still smiling, but his eyes looked like they had become sharp. Tenren, why are you gawking again? Come on in. He unconsciously swallowed his throat, although he didn't know if Tang Qingma had brought him here with this purpose in mind. But just generating these doubts was enough to feel panicked. It shouldn't be possible. They had only known each other for less than 2 days. The Lu family was a first-class martial arts family in the Magic City, and Lu Rongxing was the president of the Martial Arts Society. Tang Qingma was just an ordinary young master of a wealthy family. How dare he warn them? But the more he thought about it, the more cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lu Tianren took a deep breath to ease his emotions and walked into the elevator as calmly as possible. Obviously, the elevator was not rising slowly, but the short time it took made Lu Tianren feel incredibly heavy. It wasn't until he heard another ding sound. His heart finally relaxed. Arriving at the ground level, Tang Qingma watched his cell phone as he walked and once again asked absently, "By the way, Tianren, if I remember correctly, you're a student of the Magic Martial Academy, aren't you?" Lu Tianren, "Yes, I'm a junior this year." He had gotten into the magic martial arts with excellent grades in the first place. And during the last semester, he had already taken all 4 years of theory courses. Next year, he just needs to finish the practical classes and the internships given by the college on a regular basis to finish the rest of his credits. When he was a freshman, Lu Tianren received instruction from the 6th grade martial artist Huang Huani, and with him being the young master of the Lu family, he was upright and sincere, and was well liked amongst teachers and students. However, since he often had to go back to assist Lu Rongxing, he spent most of his time away from the academy except for classes, and rarely took on outgoing missions to annihilate alien beasts. Why would Tang Qingma suddenly ask about this? The other party revealed a deep smile. So you're already a junior? Then although it's only 1 year, I'll be your senior next year. So please teach me more. What's going on? Young Tang, what do you mean? The school side told me today that they'll be filling out the application forms for the volunteers soon. So of course I'm going to go to Mogwai. Both Devil's Martial Arts and Yen Martial Arts were two of the finest institutions of martial arts higher learning in the country, and any future student who wanted to become a martial artist would aim for them, even if Tang Qingma hadn't broken through into a martial artist yet. As long as he had enough qi and blood and good grades, he would still be able to get in. However, Lu Tianren felt a little strange. Tang Qingma's tone was as if she was deliberately trying to tell him. Is it because he knows he's a student of Mogwai and wants his opinion? Lu Tianren. If you, young Tang, want to successfully take the exam to enter the Demon Martial, you can break through to become a martial artist first. Most martial arts academies' entrance criteria would be based on the value of qi and blood, and whether you were high on drugs or practicing to the death during the exam, as long as your qi and blood values were up to par, you would be fine. One of the ways to do this is to break through into a martial artist. As long as one became a martial artist, both the qi and blood caps and the speed of absorbing skills would be much higher than those who were not martial artists. That's why every year when the qi and blood exams are approaching, there are many news stories of candidates bursting into crippled bodies because of too many drugs and forced breakthroughs. But in Lu Tianren's eyes, Tang Qingma was fully capable of becoming a martial artist. I just don't know why he hasn't broken through yet. Young Tang, if you need someone to assist you, no need. Tang Qingma shook her head and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need to break through as a martial artist just yet. Instead, I'm going to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy as a non-martial artist. Lu Tianren? Why? Chapter 74. Tang Qingma is Tutor Chiang's disciple. After the two of them left the hospital, Lu Tianren immediately pressed the gas pedal of the car to the fullest, wanting to drive away at top speed. He was really trying to get out of this damn mental hospital quickly. Even though how bright and clean the exterior of the building looked, Lu Tianren would be reminded of the underground laboratory just now, of the image of Tang Shuilong being tortured. He's tired, would love to go back and rest for a while. As soon as he returned to the Tang family villa, Lu Tianren haggardly said that he wanted to go back to the Lu family. Tang Qingma naturally agreed, causing Lu Tianren to go back to the Lu family again as fast as he could. Brother, you're back? Upon entering the front door of the Lu family, he saw Lu Zhaozhao, who wanted to go out to have fun with her friends. Tianren is back. Lu Rongxing happened to come out of the study and was a bit surprised when he saw Lu Tianren's figure. Father, sister. The moment he saw the Lu family's father and daughter, Lu Tianren suddenly felt his eyes blaze a little, and his mood appeared to rise and fall like a stone thrown into a lake. A great deal of joy fills the heart. What's wrong with you, brother? Lu Zhaozhao was a bit startled when she saw Lu Tianren, who had returned, suddenly showing an expression that wanted to cry out. It's all right, sister, sighed Lu Tianren in his heart as he gently rubbed her little head. With the experience of the past 2 days, he suddenly felt that it was really quite good for him to be able to stay by his family's side peacefully. It's inexplicable. Anyway, I'm going out. Lu Zhaozhao didn't know what was going on in Lu Tianren's mind and put on her shoes to say goodbye to them. Only after sending Lu Zhaozhao away did Lu Rongxing ask Lu Tianren, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" But I'm not hungry." Lu Tianren lowered his head. Not to mention dinner. After seeing Tang Shuilong forced to eat all that food and vomit, even her stomach wanted to throw up now. Come on in. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. I thought I'd have to wait until the weekend to see you. Seeing Lu Tianren's desire to speak, Lu Rongxing added, "Since you're not going to eat dinner, come with me to the study first." After arriving at the study, Lu Rongxing, who was sitting on the office chair, opened the door. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy with your bodyguard job?" Lu Tianren. "More than unhappy. It's almost like it's spiraling to the point of collapse. Is it hard to believe that Tang Qingma forced you to do something bad?" Lu Tianren immediately shook his head. "No, in the past 2 days, he just asked me to be the driver. He didn't ask me to do anything else." "Then why do you look so bad?" "Yeah." Lu Tianren unconsciously touched his cheeks and felt that the temperature was a little lower than usual. What happened? Having supported Lu Tianren for many years, Lu Rongxing could tell at a glance that his mood was unusually low. Actually, there were no outsiders, so Lu Tianren didn't hide the scene in the mental hospital just now. as well as the scene where Tang Qingma tortured Tang Shuilong in turn. Lu Rongxing listened carefully and was soon also shocked by what Tang Qingma had done. He really did those things to his own fifth sister? Yes. Lu Tianren nodded. He couldn't believe it at first. Tang Shuilong is his own sister. I thought I was already shocked to see Tang Qingma lending the Tang family's hand to send Tang Shuilong to the mental hospital last night, but he is not the least bit soft, and continues to beat his own sister to death. It's not family anymore. It's the point of enemies. Lu Rongxing looked like he had been thinking for a few seconds before suddenly saying in a deep tone, "However, it can't be blamed on him. Father, look at this." He handed Lu Tianren the two documents that were sitting on the table. Lu Tianren looked at the cover suspiciously and realized that it was all Tang Qingma's personal information. "It is? Lu Rongxing. I asked someone to investigate. You'll understand why he's like this after you read it." Although Tang Qingma had told them 2 days ago that they could investigate his biography at will, he hadn't expected that it would only take a day for his father to find out. Not bad for the president of the Budo Society. Lu Tianren began to carefully peruse the contents inside and slowly began to have his pupils widen. This. Although he had long known about the Tang family's real and fake young masters, Lu Tianren hadn't expected that the Tang family would actually be so outrageous and excessive towards Tang Qingma. The people Lu Rongxing dispatches also find the servant who used to work in Tang's house but was fired and suddenly seriously injured a few days ago. According to his response, Tang Qingma was abused and verbally abused by her own sisters every day for the 3 months she was recognized back. The head of the family, Tang Jianren, even used the family law from time to time, beating Tang Qingma beyond recognition. And although the main mother, White Flower Lotus, hadn't physically harmed Tang Qingma, she had made him apologize first without asking right and wrong every time. What was even more outrageous was that whenever the fake young master Tang Jinshi was unhappy about anything, everyone would be the first to hold Tang Qingma accountable. This is too much. Lu Tianren's hand was trembling as he held the information. No wonder he's so hard on Tang Shuilong, because at home, Tang Shuilong never let him go. Lu Rongxing added, "In addition to the Tang family's data, take a look at the other one." Puzzled, Lu Tianren flipped open another loose leaf binder and felt a bolt from the blue. What? Tang Qingma? He was actually Tutor Chiang's disciple. Chapter 75. What kind of physique is it? Why can you meet the best everywhere? The Budo Academy also serves as a training ground for Budo talents. If the instructors inside see a child with potential, they can apply to bring him back to the academy and cultivate him from a young age with the goal of becoming a martial artist. Typically, these children will be initiated into the guru's school at a young age, becoming a master-disciple relationship. As a female martial artist, Immortal Red Yang possessed the 8th rank realm. Although she was over 40 but still very well maintained, full of the charm of a mature woman. Plus, there were 7 other excellent and beautiful senior sisters under her Red Sun Temple's door with their own accomplishments. Therefore, before last year, Immortal Red Sun remained the most popular tutor that all new students wanted to choose. The choice of mentor here refers to one of the rules of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. In order to enable the new students to step into the world of martial artists as soon as possible, the Academy would allow martial artists of the 5th grade or above to become mentors every year, instructing the new students for a year in small classes. If that new student has high potential, then he or she can actually come under the tutor's tutelage later on. And Lu Tianren didn't expect that Tang Qingma had actually worshipped in the Red Sun Palace since she was 6 years old. That's impossible. If Tang Qingma is Tutor Chiang's disciple, how could I not recognize him? At present, there were 7 female disciples and 1 male disciple of the Red Sun Immortal, and no one knew about it as long as they were students of the academy. Her male disciples in particular grew up under the care and favor of the 7 senior sisters, which could be said to be very envied by all the boys. But Lu Tianren didn't say that she had a 9th disciple. Even Tang Qingma's name was only known from the true or false young master incident. How can? His reaction was expected by Lu Rongxing, and he calmly said, "Tianren, go ahead and read on." Looking at the information on it, Lu Tianren was once again shocked. This Red Sun Palace's people, why do they look the same as the Tang family? The person appointed by Lu Rongxing had asked staff members who had worked at the academy for many years, as well as tutors and disciples from other divisions, in order to be able to investigate Tang Qingma's matter more thoroughly. In the end, it turned out that they all felt immense sympathy for what happened to Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma was brought back by the dean when he was 6 years old, and was originally meant to be the dean's disciple. After that, it was Immortal Red Sun who saw Tang Qingma's talent and similarly wanted him to become her disciple, which the dean had refused at the time. Unfortunately, when the beasts attacked, the deans of the various academies needed to go out to defend themselves, so they had no choice but to let Tang Qingma join the Red Sun Temple. But he didn't expect that the Red Sun Palace didn't cherish this martial arts genius at all. In addition to giving all the cultivation resources to his junior apprentice senior brother, he even prevented Tang Qingma from doing any cultivation in order to prevent him from surpassing the other's strength. Sometimes other tutors couldn't see past it and wanted to take over Tang Qingma from the Red Sun Hall. But in order to prevent Tang Qingma's talent from being able to blossom, Immortal Red Sun would then again use the fact that the other party was her disciple as an excuse to not allow Tang Qingma to leave. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't ask the dean for help, however. The dean was already very busy in order to go out and fend off the beasts, and Tang Qingma had always said that she was doing fine in order to keep him from worrying. At the end of the day, it was finally discovered. 3 months ago, Tang Qingma was once again wronged by the people of the Red Sun Palace en masse, and was beaten half to death. It just so happened that the dean and the academy's holy maiden returned early to annihilate the foreign beasts, only to find out that Tang Qingma had been living an inhuman life for the past 12 years. And the Red Yang Palace had simply asked Tang Qingma to confess to their young apprentice senior brother without any evidence. The dean was so angry that he unleashed his skills and slapped the Red Sun immortals hard, and deducted the budget of the Red Sun Hall, demanding that they find the truth immediately. But the good times didn't last long, and in less than 3 days, the beasts invaded once again, and the dean and the saintly maiden had to leave again. Although he had asked the other tutors to keep an eye on Tang Qingma before he left, Immortal Qiang had pressed with her power and demanded that Tang Qingma be expelled. Fairy Qiang was, after all, an 8th grade martial artist. Most of the tutors couldn't beat her, and even if they could, they didn't want to lose both of them, so they could only look at the poor Tang Qingma and leave. It's outrageous. Tutor Qiang and those 7 senior sisters are outrageous. Reading the entire document, Lu Tianren was so angry that he almost dropped the paper in his hand. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Obviously, she was the one who wanted to take in Tang Qingma as her disciple in the first place. If it wasn't for the fact that the dean had to guard the country and its people, how could he have given Tang Qingma to her? But I didn't expect that the people of the Red Sun Palace wouldn't know how to cherish Tang Qingma after getting her. It even took everything to suppress and abuse him for the sake of their youngest disciple teacher. This is as a martial artist, no. As a person who can do this. Lu Tianren was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he inhaled loudly after putting the information back on the desktop. What exactly is Tang Qingma's physique? Why is it that you can run into the best of the best everywhere? First it was the Red Sun Palace and then the Tang clan. What 1,000 words in one sentence. I bought a Swiss watch last year. Lu Rongxing also felt helpless. Tang Qingma is indeed unlucky. Ming Ming possessed a powerful talent, and if he was properly cultivated from a young age, he thought that the future of China could have one more outstanding talent. But because of the selfishness and hypocrisy of some, alas, Lu Tianren was silent. He couldn't help but think of what Tang Qingma had told himself when he was in the hospital just now. At that time, Tang Qingma said that Tang Shuilong was only one of the targets to be avenged, and he didn't say that the Tang family was all of them. Does that mean that the Red Sun Palace is also his target? Is that why Tang Qingma had to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy as a non-martial artist? But no matter what, Immortal Red Sun and her 8 disciples had gone too far. Tang Qingma could understand even if he wanted to take revenge. Just another new doubt appeared in Lu Tianren's heart. At that time, Tang Qingma told him that he had taken revenge on Tang Shuilong to the death, because he promised someone. But in both documents, one couldn't see Tang Qingma getting particularly close to anyone after worshipping in the Red Sun Temple, in order to prevent Tang Qingma from intermingling with outsiders. But he was watched over by his 7 senior sisters in turn, which also allowed the others to isolate Tang Qingma. And back in the Tang family, not to mention contacting the circle of the rich second generation, even the recognition banquet was not arranged. Then what was the someone Tang Qingma was talking about? Tenrin. While Lu Tianren was thinking, he heard Lu Rongxing's call. Huh? Father. You've seen the cruel side of Tang Qingma today, but you'll probably see a lot more in the coming year. And there's a chance your life will be involved. If Tang Qingma really did lay hands on His Highness Qiang in the future, then there was a chance that Lu Tianren would have to fight against a martial artist more powerful than himself. Do you want to remain his bodyguard? Lu Tianren lowered his head. He recalled everything Tang Qingma had done in the past 2 days, as well as what he had just seen, the disgusting scenes of torture. Almost 10 seconds later, Chapter 76. Always regretting but never changing, and still not suffering from depression. Yes, father. Almost 10 seconds later, Lu Tianren regained his firm eyes. I think that in the year I spent protecting young Tang, I was able to learn a lot. Father also made me his bodyguard for this purpose. Lu Rongxing. That's right, but I have a second purpose. At that time, I saw ambition and scheming in Tang Qingma's eyes. So that's why I was thinking of letting you go over there to strike up a good relationship with him. Regardless of Tang Qingma's accomplishments in the future, if he makes a name for himself, our Lu family will be able to have an extra layer of relationship with him than others. Lu Tianren nodded. Yes, just as father thought. After witnessing Tang Qingma's cruel methods, Lu Tianren also thought to himself that he must not make an enemy of him. Either way, staying by his side for a year was a good opportunity to be able to learn all sorts of tricks on your own. Aha! Seeing Lu Tianren's persistent eyes, Lu Rongxing also felt comforted. Tianren, just stay by Tang Qingma's side, but you must remember, this will always be your home. Whenever you feel tired, you can always come back and rest. Father, yes. Lu Rongxing's loving smile made Lu Tianren's eyes feel hot. Although he had been abandoned by his parents when he was a child, being able to meet Lu Rongxing and Lu Zhaozhao was the greatest fortune in his life. Young Tang, I'm back. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Tianren returned to the Tang family villa after having dinner at the Lu family. Tang Qingma, who was reading the news online, was a bit surprised. Oh, you're here. Obviously, he still had a sky is falling look on his face before he went back. But now he's back to normal. It seemed that Lu Tianren's mentality was stronger than he thought. By the way, young Tang, this is what you asked me to buy. Lu Tianren took out a large bag of spicy fries and kebabs, which Tang Qingma had contacted him to bring over when he came over. Thanks. Tang Qingma took it and immediately pulled out a skewer, the aroma of meat and seasonings wafting out. He put it in his mouth and tore into it several times, wearing the most joyful expression he'd worn since he'd arrived. Aha! The deliciousness of the sauce as well as the freshness of the meat mixed perfectly together, and soon 2 more skewers were eaten. Although he lived a wealthy life before crossing over, he had no time to savor these authentic snacks due to the fact that he often had to travel to the battlefields of foreign beasts. Want one? He casually pulled out a string and offered it to Lu Tianren. He shook his head. No need. You eat it, Don Xiao. Tang Qingma has been in a life of suppression and abuse all these years, often not even having food to eat. Now that she saw him eating a kebab with such gusto, a wave of pity passed through her heart. Tang Qingma? What's going on? How come Lu Tianren's eyes were filled with pity when he came back? Tianren, if there's nothing else, you should go back to your room and rest tonight. We're going somewhere else tomorrow. Okay, young Tang. Before leaving, Lu Tianren once again showed a look of pity before leaving. The next morning, while eating breakfast in the hall, Tang Jianren suddenly looked at Tang Qingma. Qingma, yesterday the Lu family master called. The 4 people located inside, Tang Chuanxi, Tang Ruoling, Tang Ali and Tang Meixin, all looked at him in surprise, especially Tang Stringy. Oh! Tang Qingma didn't react much, and was enjoying the skin egg and thin meat porridge and omelette cooked by Wang Ma. He doesn't like skinny eggs though, so it's all picked out. Bai Hualian was a bit saddened to see the other party's indifference, but she also asked, Master, what's going on over at the Lu family master side? Didn't that child Ruyan come up to make trouble 2 days ago? In order for the Lu family master to release their former ice, he planned to hold a banquet for them to cultivate their feelings. By the way, he would also sign a business partnership with the Tang family, and I heard that Master Lu said that he would have a surprise to show at that time, but there's no need to talk about that. Banquet? Tang Qingmo raised an eyebrow. As the young master of the Tang family, I haven't even organized a marriage recognition banquet yet, and now I'm told to attend the Lu family's banquet. Are you sure that Lu Ruyan won't slander me along with those rich second generation of hers? Bai Hualian immediately lowered her head upon hearing this. Qing Mo. Tang Qingma had already recognized the Tang family for 3 months. But if it wasn't for the real and fake young master incident that was exposed online a few days ago, no one would have known that the Tang family turned out to have a real young master. Thinking about it, White Flower Lotus felt guilty once again. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Since the Lu family master is willing to let you attend, it's fine for you, a junior, to go over there. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Tang Ali, who was sitting in the front, spoke in a cold tone. Because of Tang Shuilong's assassination of Tang Feifei, she was once again scolded by the dean, and the time until she could resume her work was lengthened. Since Tang Shuilong was now sent inside the hospital, she took out her anger on Tang Qingma. Then you go. Tang Qingma didn't even look at her as he took a bite of meat porridge. Unlike you, a loafer, I'm very busy and don't have time to attend boring banquets. Snap. Tang Ali slapped the desktop angrily and said through gritted teeth, "Who are you calling an idler? Who the hell am I in this state because of? Of course, it's you yourself." Tang Qingma interrupted with a smile. "If you hadn't caused harm to your own brother in order to coax your fake brother, you wouldn't have been suspended." Donnelly's remorse plus 200. You're ahem. Although Tang Ali wanted to open her mouth to scold Tang Qingma, she was immediately winked at by Tang Jianren. Lu Tianren, who is pretending to be transparent, is watching you. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Jianren immediately revealed a smile. Qingma, you haven't attended any banquets for so long since you've been home. This is also a chance for you to get to know your peers. You can have Flower Lotus stay with you if you're worried when the time comes. She stayed with me? What a joke. Tang Qingma immediately looked at by Hualien in disgust. When the time comes, Tang Jinshi will call out and she'll immediately throw me, her own son, and run away, right? Qingma, how could I have done something so excessive? As soon as Bai Hualien heard her son's cold words, her eyes immediately reddened. Tang Qingma sneered. Mother dear knows very well how I've been living these past 3 months, right? Huh? White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. The system exclaimed. Worthy of being a hypocritical white lotus. Better than anyone else grips. Tang Qingma. Yeah, it's nice to keep regretting it but never change it. And not suffer from depression. Ahem. Okay. Tang Jianren said softly. Qingma, Family Master Lu has already said that Stringy will not be invited to attend this banquet. Tang Stringy. And I've already started coordinating his and Fifi's marriage to get them consummated as soon as possible. So just feel free to cultivate a relationship with Ruyan now. After speaking, Tang Yinshi's pupils widened. Chapter 77. Is it true that there is no harm without comparison? Tang Xianxi clenched her teeth, her palms unconsciously clenching hard. Although he had long been psychologically prepared, when he really heard that Tang Jianren was planning a wedding for himself and Tang Feifei, he still felt extremely unwilling and ashamed. Originally, he was supposed to inherit the Tang family as the heir and at the same time become the Jackie Chan's son-in-law of the Lu family, owning the properties of both families. But now, Tang Qingxi looked resentfully at Tang Qingma. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Qingma had intentionally called the Lu family head and threatened to withdraw from the marriage, he's the one who's still engaged to Ryu Ruyan now. What an abomination. Qingma, you'll be attending the banquet, right? Tang Jianren hadn't seen Tang Qingma's bracing resentment since he had been paying attention to her. And at this moment, the system said in his mind at the right time. Host, I have investigated here that the Lu family's head of the family intends to do a big thing on the night of the banquet. Uh-huh. Tang Qingma couldn't help but snort as she listened to the system talk about the big event of that night's banquet. Really? He's so dead? System. It's true. The system is guaranteed by the tongue. In that case, I must go over there before I can do that. Tang Jianren. Qingma. Tang Qingma picked up a paper towel to wipe her mouth after eating the kanji and asked flatly, I'd like to ask if the Lu family will invite the media that night? Tang Jianren wasn't sure why he asked, but he also answered, I only heard that he would be inviting some powerful families over that night, and didn't plan on inviting reporters. Tang Qingma. I see. So is Tang Qingma asking this because she doesn't want to go? Just as he was mentally preparing himself to confront Tang Qingma, the other party agreed. I'll be there that night. You promise? Tang Jianren couldn't believe it. Obviously, he was ready to go 300 rounds with him, but Tang Qingma actually agreed so simply? Tang Qingma said coldly, I can attend, but you have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Tang Jianren frowned. Sure enough, the promise was a lie. He was trying to make conditions that would be hard to fulfill to force himself. Give me 3 invitations. Tang Jianren? An invitation? Exactly. That's it. Based on what he knew about Tang Qingma these days, would he make such a simple request? Tang Qingma took a sip of soy milk. Or else, I don't care if you want to make it more difficult, so give me another million. I'll give it all to you, but you must be present that day. In order to avoid the other party from making a mistake, Tang Jianren was willing to promise him everything. I have a few invitations in my hand right now. Wang Ma, help me get them from the study. These were given to him in passing last night when the Ryu family head contacted him, so he could take them again if he needed them. But he was a little confused as to why Tang Qingma specifically needed an invitation. Why are you taking these? You could have just called your friends in if you wanted to. Invitations are usually given to families or partners who don't know each other well. Those who were on good terms with the Tang and Lu families could ask for permission from inside at that time, and the butler would let them in. However, Tang Qingma snorted, "It's nothing. It's just so that when the time comes, someone will say that the guests I invited aren't worthy of coming to the Lu family, and then kick them out without my knowledge." After saying that, he even deliberately looked at the three Tang sisters sitting across from him. "What do you mean?" Feeling sarcastic, Tang Ailey's face immediately grimaced. "Do you think I'm deliberately targeting you? But you haven't been to a social circle once since you returned to the Tang family. What other people do you know besides the foxes and pigs you met outside? Wouldn't you be disgracing yourself if you brought them to the banquet?" "Ellie!" Tang Ruoling hurriedly tried to stop her when she heard her words, but it was too late. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. "How strange. Doesn't the world say that a doctor's responsibility is to save lives and treat any life equally? I didn't expect Dr. Tang, who is known as the Sage of Surgery, to say something so biased. It seems that this beautiful name has a lot of water in it." Snap! Ellie Tang couldn't help but slap the desktop, her eyes grimacing. "Don't forget you grew up outside for the first 18 years of your life. Who knows if you've ever known a wild like you?" "Ellie!" White Flower Lotus immediately interrupted her in surprise. "Tang Qingma grew up outside because she was kidnapped by Tang Qingxi's mother." How could she, a sister, say such outrageous words to her brother who had been separated for 18 years? Seeing Tang Qingmo reveal a mocking look, Tang Ailey also realized that she had said too much, because of the suspension and the fact that it would be a while before he was reinstated. His moody self took it out on Tang Qingma. If it was put in the past, she didn't need to consider Tang Qingma's mood, but it was different now. Lu Tianren. Tang Qingma looked at her with the eyes of a clown smilingly, while Lu Tianren closed his eyes and pretended not to have heard their conversation. But either way, Ellie Tang said the wrong thing, causing the already heavy atmosphere in the hall to become even more awkward. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Jianren breathlessly held his forehead. Is it true that there is no harm without comparison? In the past, the ones who cursed Tang Qingma the most were those two idiots, Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong. It was because of them that Tang Ailey, the doctor, was set off as smart and calm. Who knew that when they were gone? Tang Ailey was prototypical, blowing up at the slightest provocation by Tang Qingma. Bai Hua Lian tried to say something to Tang Qingma, but he was completely ignored. It wasn't until Wang Ma finally brought over the 3 invitations that the awkward atmosphere was broken. Tang Jianren hurriedly said, "Qingma, here are 3 invitations. You can bring any friends you want to invite there, but prepare their clothes. After all, it is a banquet where famous families gather. Appropriate dresses and shoes need to be prepared. You can't just wear a casual dress and come in." Tang Qingma smiled lightly. "Don't worry, Tang family master. The people I invited are all decent people. It's just that my dear second sister doesn't even know about my dating circle before she points her finger. And it feels like it's really too bad to be her patient." "You! Come on, Ellie, stop bickering. Hurry up and eat your breakfast." Tang Jianren didn't want to hear the house noisy early in the morning. Now he was already annoyed enough by Tang Feifei, who was lying in the hospital, and Tang Shuirong, who was off sick. He didn't want to add another Tang Ailey. Speaking of which, Tang Jianren. Right? I'll be back early today with Ruoling. Then let's all go see Shuirong together. His words made everyone in the room look at each other. They didn't know about Tang Shuilong's situation at the moment, just thinking about the way she had gone crazy the day before. They lowered their heads contemplatively. Although Tang Inchi resisted inwardly, he also smiled and nodded in order to put on his younger brother persona. "Great! I can go see 5th sister. I really hope she recovers quickly and then attends my wedding with 4th sister." Biffed. Tang Qingma almost couldn't help but laugh after hearing his words. That's an awesome thing to say. He wanted Tang Shuilong to hear this immediately. Chapter 78 decided to go to Wang Mei's place after school to have fun. Tenrin, take me to school. After finishing the breakfast cooked by Wang Ma, Tang Qingma left without even looking at the Tang family. Yes. Lu Tianren also courteously followed behind. These days, Tang Qingma came down for dinner at the right time and left after eating, and if there wasn't something he needed to talk about, it could be said that he didn't even care about them for a second. Tang Genren by his own son, so throw face is more feel no face. But now he can do. Just have to endure it. Ellie, what's wrong with you today? Tang Ruoling also felt that her second sister was a bit strange today. Why are you suddenly rebuking Tang Qingma? If it was usual, Ellie Tang was sitting on the side keeping silent. But today it blew up so easily. Not like her at all. Don Ellie rubbed her hair in annoyance. Big sister, I don't know. Look at him. She's been in a worse mood the last few days since she was suspended from the hospital. Especially when he saw Tang Qingma's figure at home. He would be tempted to find the other party upset. In the past, because of Tang Feifei and the girls, even if she looked at Tang Qingma and was upset, she had a mouth to respond for herself. But now that both mouths were gone, he became unable to help himself when he looked at Tang Qingma. It's so annoying. Tianren, these 3 invitations are for you. After walking out of the Tang family villa and entering the carriage, Tang Qingma suddenly handed over all the invitation letters in her hand to Lu Tianren. Lu Tianren was puzzled. Young Tang, didn't you want to invite your friends to attend? Tang Qingma said silently, I don't have any friends. Lu Tianren. He's not lying. In fact, the original owner really didn't have any close friends. Back then, he had disassociated himself from the children of the orphanage after being adopted by the headmaster and entering the Budo Academy. While at the academy, since the dean often had to travel to the battlefield and the original owner was a teenage mutant ninja turtle, there was no way for him to interact with his peers and other students and faculty members, due to the isolation and oppression of the Akio Fairy and the 7 Immortals. 12 years alone. It wasn't until after she was kicked out of the academy and returned to the Tang family that the original owner wasn't taken to the social circles of those rich second-generation kids because of Tang Chuanxi. It can be said that the original owner has always been a lonely existence. Even Song Qianjun, who had the best relationship in the original plot, became at odds with him under the influence of the invasion of Heaven's Way. So Don Ellie didn't need to worry about the original owner knowing any piggyback friends at all, because there would have been no friends. So, young Tang, you're giving me these invitations? Tang Qingma smiled and said, 1 letter for you, 1 letter for your sister, and the last one please help me talk to President Lu and ask him to find a media person with a background to attend. Lu Tianren. This is clearly an attempt to screw up. Young Tang, I'm your bodyguard. There shouldn't be any need for me to use an invitation on the Lu family's side. Lu Tianren was puzzled. As the young master of the Lu family, as long as he said a word, not to mention whether or not he was a bodyguard, the Lu family master would directly invite him in. But Tang Qingma shook his head. No, I need you to attend the banquet in a formal capacity. If you come in with me as a bodyguard, then you'll have to protect me at all times. But coming in as a guest gives you a lot of flexibility, which is why I want you to bring your sister with you. Of course, it's okay to bring another female companion if you're not afraid of spreading gossip. Tang Qingma said jokingly. Right now, only the Tang family knew that Lu Tianren was working as a bodyguard for Tang Qingma, and as long as Lu Tianren and his female companion attended the Lu family banquet together at that time, no one would be able to associate their relationship with each other. After analyzing these words, Lu Tianren nodded his head in understanding. I understand. I'll bring Zhao Zhao over when the time comes. As the daughter of a martial arts family, Lu Zhaozhao's circle of peers were mostly exchanges between martial artists, and she couldn't look at the banquets of ordinary gentry like this one instead. But if he had brought it here, she would have followed along. As for the last invitation, Xiao Tang, besides Zhao Zhao and I, are you trying to get the media people to come over? That's right. The fact that the Lu family won't be inviting reporters this time means that no matter what happens inside, it'll be settled privately even. So, I want that person to carry a hidden camera that will expose whatever is captured to the outside world when the time comes. What's going on? Lu Tianren felt a bolt from the blue. Why did Tang Qingma say this, as if she expected something big would definitely happen in the banquet? Looking at the other party's shock, Tang Qingma lightly laughed. This banquet was organized by my nominal fiancé, her family, the Lu family. She and I are on bad terms. and there's no way I'm throwing a party simply to cultivate feelings for us. Young Tang, are you thinking that your fiancée she? Lu Tianren came to a sudden realization. Although he hadn't known much about the rich second generation of the luxury sector, after reading the information about Tang Qingma yesterday, he also knew that he was on bad terms with the fiancée named Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had also been either beating or scolding him for the past 3 months. At this point, she would meekly accept hosting a house party. There must be some kind of conspiracy going on. Even if not, a little vigilance is in order. Tenren, I'm going to this place after school today, so you know about it. After Lu Tianren sent Tang Qingma to school, he gave him another note with the address. Yes. Lu Tianren felt a little strange when he saw the address of the residential area in the city center written on it. Why did Tang Qingma go to the residential area? Back at school, Tang Qingma headed to her classroom unharmed. Since his true colors were revealed on the spot, Tang Stringy didn't dare to trouble him in school. The classroom teacher who was an enabler was changed, and Tang Yinxi's minions were too beaten up by themselves to go to school. Can be a pleasure to be quiet. So Tang Qingma pretended to read a book during class and secretly went to play with the system for the lottery. He had gleaned quite a bit of remorse value on Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong in the past 2 days, almost 47,000 points. Together with the number of lucky draws that were given away after practicing the skill, Tang Qingma was so close to having a 5x12 in a row. Ding! Obtained a very large amount of honey water x1. Ding! Obtained happiness sweetness doubling coffee x1. Ding! I've got a sweet milk tea x1.
Tang Kinh Mo.
What's wrong with you? How come the pumping is full of wastewater? Or the sweet death kind? System. All prizes depend on the host's luck. Wanted to drop something. I didn't realize that gambling was messing with my mind early in the morning. After that, Tang Qingma unwillingly came back with another 12 in a row. But other than drawing a few Debao pills and cold medicine, the rest were all hard and dry compressed cookies and finger cakes. Tang Qingma Buddha. He decided to go to Wang Mei's place after school to have fun. Chapter 79 Sudden Change of College Volunteer. After school, Tang Qingma, whose mind had collapsed from smoking a bunch of wastewater and cookies, left the classroom with a gloomy face. He really forgot to read the yellow calendar when he went out today. He shouldn't have played the raffle if he had known that, perhaps because of the shadowy aura emanating from his body. The students passing by were afraid to approach him. Ah, it's Tang Qingma. How dare you come back? Even when the familiar voice came loudly from behind, Tang Qingma didn't turn around. Tang Qingma, you kicked me then and ran away, causing me to faint. Song Qianjun quickly ran forward, wanting to take revenge for being kicked unconscious at that time. However, when he was about to get close to Tang Qingma, his entire body suddenly felt as if an electric current had slipped through it. Ah! Song Qianjun suddenly felt a pain in his head, and it was too late to call out to Tang Qingma, as his entire body clutched his head in agony. Young master? Su Jingchen, who was located at the back, was so shocked that he rushed over as soon as he saw Song Qianjun's abnormality. It hurts. Jing Chun, my head hurts. Because of the excessive pain, Song Qianjun couldn't help but shrink his body, causing the blood vessels and veins in his body to emerge and his skin to turn blood red. Young master, please breathe slowly. Seeing that the qi and blood in Song Qianjun's body was actually radiating out, Su Jingchen hurriedly put his palm on his back and released power into his body. The power of martial artists could ease each other's impact. And now Song Qianjun didn't know what was happening and suddenly his qi and blood were leaking out. But he wasn't a martial artist and didn't know how to self-regulate. If he didn't help buffer himself, Song Qianjun might burst into flames. A large amount of cold sweat continuously flowed out from Song Qianjun's forehead and body. The qi and blood in his body was relieved by Su Jingchen's power. However, he still felt a great deal of pain. At this point, it was like a flood was hitting his body. His blood was boiling and the internal organs inside were twisting into another twist. It wasn't until almost several minutes later that Su Jingchen felt the power of qi and blood in Song Qianjun's body slowly calm down. Without relaxing, he kept releasing power to soothe it. It was the first time he had seen Song Qianjun in such a situation. If he had before, it was a bit of a headache. But to almost explode his body like this, or the first time, just as Su Jingchen was rummaging through his body to find if there were any suitable pills, a tall and thin figure walked towards them and handed him a red box. Eat this, it's better for his health. Question mark. Su Jingchen tilted his head in confusion, and what he saw was actually Tang Qingma, who he thought had already left. Just now, Song Qianjun was trying to catch up with him and suddenly lost control. Seeing the doubt on the other party's face, Tang Qingma just smiled and said, I had already left, but with Xiao Song making such a big commotion, how could I just leave you guys behind? System? No. In fact, Tang Qingma had already noticed Song Qianjun, but being in a bad mood because of the raffle, he didn't pay any attention to the other party, even when he heard them shouting and collapsing. It's yourself. It was still the fact that it told Tang Qingma that Song Qianjun's body was experiencing serious abnormalities, as if it was receiving signals from the heavenly Tao, that made Tang Qingma curiously go over there. Of course, Tang Qingma calculated the time and approached only after Su Jingchen had almost pacified Song Qianjun's out-of-control qi and blood power already. This way he could get Su Jingchen's favor while offering only one Debao pill. A brat like Song Qianjun has no value whatsoever now that he's been wasted by his stepmother. But Su Jingchen was different. He was a martial genius handpicked by Song Qianjun's birth mother, originally a third-grade martial artist, and possessed an extremely strong supporting ability, possessing much more value than that Song Qianjun kid. So after a few seconds of consideration, Tang Qingma decided to get the maximum return for the minimum effort. Su Jingchen opened that red box and saw that it was a dark brown medicine too, and sniffed it close. The medicinal herbs inside were rich, and you could tell that the fire during the refining was excellent, making it an extremely high-quality Debao pill. An unloved young master like Tang Qingma could actually own something so precious? Su Jingchen asked skeptically, Young Master Tang, are you really willing to give me such a valuable pill? Of course, young Master Song's body is the most important. Tang Qingma revealed a simple and sincere smile. If it had been anyone else, they might have been fooled by the friendly smile. But Su Jingchen was different. He had grown up staying in the Song family, which was like an overlay of ice, guarding Song Qianjun's side, and had faced all manner of people. So it was clear to know that this big pill Tang Qingma had given himself, there was a high chance that he wanted something from him or Song Qianjun. Thanks a lot. But at this time, Song Qianjun's state was poor, and Su Jingchen didn't have time to hesitate. He stuffed this large treasure pill into Song Qianjun's mouth and continued to energize him. Song Qianjun had already fainted under the intense headache, but with the help of Debao pill and Su Jingchen, the qi and blood in his body gradually calmed down, and his painful face was eased. Su Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief and observed that Song Qianjun was really fine before carrying him on his back. Although his figure didn't look as tall as Song Qianjun's, his strength was massive and he carried him very easily. And this time, Su Jingchen didn't remain silent like before, but looked at Tang Qingma and said, Young Master Tang, may I ask if you're free next Saturday? Is this a sign that you want to ask out? For the time being, yes. Although he didn't know if it was Song Qianjun's body, but coincidentally both fainting spells had himself present. Then Su Jingchen naturally wanted to ask himself out to talk. Okay. I'll go back tonight and add your contact and I'll let you know when and where. Okay. Before Tang Qingma gave Su Jingchen contact information, although he didn't add friends for some reason, Tang Qingma wasn't interested in pursuing the matter. In the end, he watched Su Jingchen carry Song Qianjun to the health room again. Watching them leave, Tang Qingma also headed to Lu Tianren's RV parked at the school gate. I'm sorry, Tianren. I just ran into young Master Song again and I'm late again. It's okay, young Tang. Lu Tianren turned on the engine and set off to the address Tang Qingma had given him this morning. And as the car started, Lu Tianren suddenly remembered something. By the way, young Tang, speaking of young Master Song, I've heard about some quarrels in the Song family in the past 2 days. Quarrel? Well, I heard that young Master Song's academy volunteer this time was suddenly changed to the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. But since he doesn't have the strength of a martial artist, Mrs. Song tried to dissuade him. What's strange is that usually young Master Song is quite obedient to Mrs. Song, but this time he's dead set on applying for the exams while Mrs. Song obviously used to dote on young Master Song. But this time she also harshly refused, causing them to quarrel. In that case, sneered Tang Qingma upon hearing Lu Tianren's words. Of course that Mrs. Song refused. The Devil's Capital Martial Arts Academy was the most famous martial artist institution of higher learning in China, and if Song Junqian were to get in by a fluke and become a top martial artist, then Song Qianjun would once again threaten her son's position. Her years of operation in the Song family could be in vain. But the question was, how did Song Qianjun suddenly want to take the Budo Academy? Is it because you have satirized him? Or was it for Su Jingchen to have a better future? But in a sense his stepmother was right, the current Song Qianjun was nothing more than an ordinary person, unable to compete with the martial arts candidates. And if he wanted to get in he would have to rely on his talent that he didn't know if it could be inspired. Unless he can have a cultivation type system like himself, there's nothing he can do about it. But it's none of his business. The current Song Qianjun is not a close friend like in the original episode where he belongs to him. As long as they weren't enemies, it didn't matter what kind of relationship would become between them in the future. Tang Qingma. Otherwise, he would have treated the Song family as if they were the Tang family and the fairies of the Red Sun Hall. Chapter 80. Need to use material things to prove that the money you get is all real. Lu Tianren drove the car to the AI Huanjing neighborhood and parked at the gate of the second block. He knew that the apartments in this neighborhood were located in the heart of Magic City, and that property prices were not cheap for the average family. But why did Tang Qingma come here? And since it was a new condominium, Lu Jianren saw that there was a security guard at the gate, so he couldn't simply go in without the property. He then saw Tang Qingma walk over to the security office located next to the gate and flash a bright smile at the security uncle inside. Good afternoon, master. You're on duty today. Oh? You're here for your relatives again. The security uncle looked like he knew Tang Qingma and had a good attitude. Lu Tianren. Oh. So Tang Qingma has relatives living inside the apartment so he can enter at any time. The next second he saw Tang Qingma pulling out a red bill from her body and handing it to the security uncle. Master. It's such a hot day. Remember to keep hydrated. Take it and buy water. Now. It's winter. You're a sweet-talking kid. All right, go in. That security uncle very joyfully drew away that bill and opened the gate. Tang Qingma. Tianren. Let's go in. Lu Tianren. Young Tang, don't you have relatives inside? Why do you still have to shell out money? Ugh. No relatives, that's a toll. Smile. Is this turning out to be the human condition? Lu Tianren had been following Tang Qingma as he headed for the floor above. But as his footsteps progressed, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. That young Tang? Who are you looking for now? Looking for mommy. Huh. Who did he say he was looking for? Lu Tianren was confused. But before he could react, his entire body was pushed by Tang Qingma to the front door of some unit. Lai Tianren, stand over here. Tang Qingma rang the doorbell. Lu Tianren? Ping. Just as Lu Tianren was completely at a loss to understand what Tang Qingma was doing, the sound of something falling down also suddenly came out from inside the flat where the doorbell had been rung, startling him. Almost 10 seconds passed before the wooden door to the flat slowly opened from the inside. So, what's up with you? The door was opened by a middle-aged woman, who could be seen to be very pale and haggard, with very strong dark circles under her eyelids, although she was dressed in a magnificent dress and carrying ornaments of great value. It's like I don't know what hit me. Who are you? Seeing Lu Tianren's silence, the lady frowned. Ah no, I was. Lu Tianren didn't know what was going on either. He had merely followed Tang Qingma up here, and then he was suddenly used as a shield. But just when he didn't know what to say, Tang Qingma's snorting voice came from the back. What's wrong, Ms. Kidnapper? Why have you become so haggard after not seeing her for 2 days? Hearing the sound, Wang Mei immediately jumped up in fear and reflexively tried to close the door. However, with a ping, the moment she tried to close the door, the entire wooden door was kicked open by Tang Qingma. Aya! Wang Mei was simply unable to resist her opponent's strength, and as the door was kicked away she was also thrown to the ground as a whole. Why are you closing so soon? Tang Qingma walked into the door with a smile on her face, her toes gently stepping on Wang Mei's waist and abdomen. We haven't gotten together properly today. Ah, no, no. Even without seeing Tang Qingma's expression, just hearing the voice was enough to make Wang Mei feel devastated. Her entire body immediately scrunched up, her palms clutching her head hard. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. He hadn't done anything yet, and just by seeing his figure Wang Mei was already in a state of 10,000 regrets. This was the effect Tang Qingma wanted. What's the matter, Ms. Kidnapper? I told you 2 days ago that I would be coming over today. Why don't you even prepare a cup of tea for me? Tang Qingma rubbed Wang Mei's body with the sole of her shoe and snorted. And you've had a pretty good 2 days. Gorgeous dresses, expensive jewelry. What a wonderful life. No, it's not. Listening to Tang Qingma's sarcasm, Wang Mei shrunk her body even more in fear. I'm not having a good time. 2 days ago, Under Tang Qingma's torture, Wang Mei had nightmares for 2 days. Her dream self kept looping the scene where she switched her son with the Tang family's child 18 years ago due to a moment of selfishness. And then the scene shifted and she was killed by a dark shadow. Therefore, she was afraid that she might die suddenly, and that the money she had received in the meantime would disappear in a flash. So for the past 2 days, it was a constant process of putting on expensive clothes that had been purchased and returned earlier, and applying makeup with the best foundation and rouge. She needs to feel real. The need to use these substances to prove that all the money you get is real. Yet now, at the sight of Tang Qingma's figure that had once again come, the emotion of fear once again filled his own heart. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Tears continued to flow down from the corners of Wang Mei's eyes, her body trembling at this time, only feeling immense regret. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. And looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Tianren unconsciously took 2 steps back. What the hell is going on here? Who the hell is this woman? Why are you scared like this at the sight of Tang Qingma? Tenren. Tang Qingma turned his head, revealing a deep smile and said, "Close the door, and when I've done my job, I'll introduce her to you." Chapter 81. He actually went soft on human criminals. Closed the door. As a bodyguard, he's supposed to carry out his employer's orders. However, when Lu Tianren saw the woman lying on the ground desperately begging for help, he hesitated a little. That young Tang, this lady. Tianren, didn't I say so? Tang Qingma interrupted with a smile, his eyes becoming a bit sharper. Any questions? Only when it's just the 2 of us. Close the door and don't make me say it a 3rd time. Lu Tianren still closed the door. Obviously, Tang Qingma was still smiling, yet he could detect the other party radiating an invisible sense of oppression, as well as a sharp gaze. It was true that he had previously promised Tang Qingma's work instructions before agreeing to become the other party's bodyguard. But now, seeing the bloodless woman on the ground, her whole body trembling with fear, people are compassionate. Though he would not have refused his employer's request, the sight of the unarmed lady produced a softness in himself. But at that moment, Tang Qingma's cold tone came out. Could it be that you still haven't recognized reality? Obviously, when you came back last night back to normal, I thought you had accepted it. Surely when you see someone vulnerable, you want to let her go. I, said Lu Tianren, looking away from his head, embarrassed at being spoken to. Then I'll be straight with you about this woman. Tang Qingma looked at Wang Mei with a smile, just being gazed at by those icy eyes. Wang Mei would recall the image of herself and Wang Dafu being repeatedly tortured 2 days ago. No, don't. Young Tang, please. Tang Qingma ignored Wang Mei's pleas and said directly, "She's Tang Yinqi's biological mother. You understand when I say it like this, right? Ugh, Tang Yinqi's birth mother. Tang Chuanqi's birth mother. Wouldn't that be?" Tang Qingma smiled flatly and said, "That's right. It's the kidnapper who switched me with Tang Yinqi 18 years ago and ruined my life. Does it make you a little less soft if I say so?" Lu Tianren. In that instant, Lu Tianren felt his entire body's blood turn cold. His head was making a buzzing sound in addition to the shock. And because Tang Qingma's tone was too flat, as if he was telling someone else's business, it caused his own feet to take a few unsteady steps backward. Is what Tang Qingma said true? He just actually sympathized with the kidnapper. Lu Tianren immediately looked at Wang Mei, only to see that her originally fearful face had become even paler and more flustered. It's all true. The seemingly soft and innocent woman in front of her. To actually do something as unconscionable as this. Ironic, isn't it? When you look at the clothes she's wearing and the jewelry she's carrying, and this downtown apartment with brand-name furnishings, all of which aren't cheap. Tang Qingma looked at Lu Tianren's dumbfounded expression from shock and continued to output words. But in order to conceal the matter of the true and false young master, for having fallen in love with the false young master, my father, my sister, they all gave regular offerings of large sums of money, and this house to the culprits who had kidnapped their own son and brother, and then said that it was to repay her for giving birth to excellent sons and brothers for the Tang family. Lu Tianren's pupils were so wide and surprised that he didn't know what to say anymore. The Tang family. Did Tang Qingma's family really say something so disregarding of their own son-brother? I was wronged at home by a fake young master, abused and verbally abused by my own family. But this woman who caused the tragedy in my life, she actually gets money and a good life. Lu Tianren, are you still soft on her now? I. Under Tang Qingma's questioning, Lu Tianren's brain was now blank, unable to turn at all. At this moment, he certainly did not produce any more sympathy for Wang Mei. Instead, his heart was filled with a great deal of remorse. He had just judged her to be weak because he saw someone else's fragile appearance and hoped that Tang Qingma would spare her. Unbeknownst to me, the other person is the culprit for all of this. Many remorseful feelings arose from Lu Tianren's body, really craving the system. So many remorse values. I want to collect it. Since Lu Tianren's relationship with the original owner in the original plot only became family and brother after Lu Zhaozhao became a harem, there is no way to collect his remorse value now. Seeing so much power run out, the system wanted to hug its head and cry. Rarely does the host make Lu Tianren feel guilty. The system also had to admire Tang Qingma's methods. A short period of time allowed Lu Tianren's mindset to completely change. At this moment, he was careful with his words. I'm sorry, Tang Xiao. I didn't know. I really didn't know that this woman was yours. Lu Tianren didn't know what he should say to not hurt Tang Qingma, and he had just sympathized with such a kidnapper. His brain was really kicked by a donkey. It's fine, you didn't know at first. Tang Qingma deliberately said to Lu Tianren in a sighing tone, causing his heart to feel guilty again. But the next second, her tone suddenly became icy. You know, Tianren, this woman is the best at just pretending to be pitiful, and she even passed this skill on to her son. So there are a lot of people who will be fooled by their falsehoods. Tang Qingma crouched down and pulled up Wang Mei's hair with his hand, pulling her face upwards. I'm already happy that you're thinking independently. After saying that, Tang Qingma immediately threw a slap onto her face. Snap. I'm sorry, young master. Please spare me. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Spare you? That's a lot of cheek. Lu Tianren no longer watched Wang Mei being palms scraped with sympathy like he did just now. Instead, he felt that people like this deserved it even if they were slapped. She looked miserable and weak. But because of her, Tang Qingma had survived 18 years of misfortune. Snap. Tang Qingma swiped to the other side again, punching Wang Mei's face into symmetrical redness. Do you think I will spare you? You criminal who destroyed my life. Tang Qingma kicked Wang Mei's waist in displeasure, causing her to break out in a cold sweat in pain and a large number of tears welling up from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. She's really wrong. I shouldn't have gotten personal. I've also lived with guilt these past 18 years, wanting to be forgiven by young Master Tang. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 500. Wang Mei's desperate voice and the remorse value in her head rang out, making people think she was truly guilty. But Tang Qingma still snorted. If you really feel regret, then please go to the police right now and turn yourself in immediately, or I can still let you live for the sake of my police uncle. These words made Wang Mei hesitate at once. Chapter 82. This is your retribution. For Wang Mei, she was born in an unknown village in the provinces. Her family favored sons over daughters, and she was driven by her parents to work in the big city after finishing junior high school. After bouncing around several jobs, Wang Mei is hired by the Tang family as a nanny, just in time to meet a certain city man and soon engage in passionate love. The man told her that as long as she married him, she would be able to get her own account in Mordor, and that it would just require some small fees. So Wang Mei handed over her years of savings to the man and waited cheerfully for him to marry her. Unfortunately, a month later, the man ran off with all the money and got himself knocked up. In desperation, she also learns that the Don's wife is also pregnant, or with a boy like herself. She couldn't help but start complaining. Why is this woman, White Flower Lotus, so lucky? Born into a famous family, she was spoiled at home as a child, married and loved her husband, had 7 daughters, and is now adding one more boy to the family. Why can she be so lucky? Wang Mei's mind began to be distorted, and jealousy and resentment continued to emanate from within. So after having her son at the same time, she was momentarily haunted. To be honest, she did have regrets during those 18 years. Regretting whether the Tang family will someday realize that Tang Stringy is a fake. That's why she recognized her family with Tang Inchi ahead of time, and offered him advice to solidify his position in the Tang family. At the same time, Tang Chin, she regularly gives her a lot of money to gag herself for her own glorious life and noble status. Looking at the amount of money she had never seen before in her life, Wang Mei felt instantly grateful. I'm glad I had to swap my child with Don's. And the most unexpected surprise for her was that even though the real young master of the Tang family had been recognized back, she had also gained countless amounts of money, as well as living in a big house in the center of Magic City. She wears beautiful clothes and jewelry every day and is radiant every time she goes out. These are lives that you can't even imagine on your own. So, now that Tang Qingma told her to turn herself in, Wang Mei unconsciously clenched her fists, her eyes drifting a bit. If she goes to jail, everything she has now will turn to dust. What? Seeing the hesitation in Wang Mei's eyes, Tang Qingma felt amused. Haven't you been regretting this for the past 18 years? So is it hard for you to call the police now and ask them to come and get you? Wang Mei, I. Tang Qingma hooked his lips. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. A hypocrite like Wang Mei could be smoothly exposed by being hard on her. It's also true that you don't need to be a babysitter right now. You live in such a nice house, my family pays you every month, and it's only natural that you don't want to turn yourself in. Tang Qingma slapped Wang Mei's face. Tang Qingxi really deserves to be your son, inheriting such a selfish lineage from you. Oh. Wang Mei, who had been exposed as a fake, shrank in humiliation. At this point, she really wished someone would come and save her from this demon. But more than these fantasies, Tang Qingma's voice continued, by the way, I came over to find you today to talk to you about business. Ugh. Wang Mei, who had already been tortured physically and mentally, looked at Tang Qingma incredulously. He was looking for himself on a serious matter. You should be curious as to why Tang Shuilong, who usually comes over to look for you every week, didn't come over. Tang Qingma said with a smile. Ugh. Indeed, since both Tang Shuirong and Tang Feifei had a crush on Tang Chunxi, they would come over almost every week to deliver gifts in order to please her as their birth mother. And every time, they give her valuable and latest season's clothes and bags, and sometimes they take her to a beauty parlor. Now Tang Feifei was paralyzed, but Tang Shuirong was fine. But she didn't come over this week, and she herself forgot because of Tang Qingma's fear. It feels strange to be brought up now. Tang Qingma smiled brightly as she swung her hands out, her tone light. The Tang family has already begun preparations for Tang Feifei and your son to organize a wedding. But Tang Shuilong couldn't take it, and under the blow intended to kill Tang Feifei, and is now locked up in a mental hospital.
Wang Mei.
Although you're just a nanny, all these years thanks to your good teaching, both my sisters fell in love with your son. So when he was going to marry Tang Feifei, he also made Tang Shuirong's killing heart come up. The main thing I'm going to say today is this. Looking at Wang Mei's already stunned expression, Tang Qingma snickered. Although my fourth sister is paralyzed, but how can I say that she is also the daughter of the Tang family? I don't know how much higher in status than this criminal son of yours. So on the day of the wedding, you and Wang Dafu will attend, right?
Wang Mei. Ugh.
We attend? Tang Qingma actually wanted himself to attend Tang Yinxi's wedding. As his mother, it's only natural for you to come and witness your own son's life event. Tang Qingma slapped Wang Mei's shoulder hard, sending her shivering in fear. You see how kind I am. Obviously you destroyed my life, but I still let you witness your son's wedding. Wang Mei only felt fear as she listened to Tang Qingma's words. How can he be so kind when he's obviously tortured himself half to death? And the fact that Tang Jinxi was a fake young master was a stain on his life. Tang, young master Tang. I can't attend. He actually wanted a human abductor like himself to attend his son's wedding. If outsiders knew, wouldn't this be to make Tang Yanxi look bad? What? You don't want to come? Seeing Wang Mei's refusal, Tang Qingma immediately pulled up her hair and her eyes became dark. If you don't want to come, sure. Then wait until your son comes out in a wheelchair with my sister on his wedding day. Wang Mei was shocked. No, please don't. Young Master Tang, I'll attend, and I'll be there with Dafu when the time comes. Please, don't lay a hand on Chungi. As soon as she heard that her precious son was being threatened, Wang Mei agreed without even thinking about it. Very good. Tang Qingma smiled with satisfaction. I'll give you the post when the time comes. Remember to dress nicely and watch your son get married. She had no choice. As long as Tang Inchi was fine, she could only give in to this demon. You shouldn't feel aggrieved, right? Tang Qingma sneered. But even if you feel it, put up with it for me, because this is your retribution. Wang Mei lowered her head and closed her eyes in pain. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 1,000. Wang Mei's remorse value plus 1,000. Although she didn't meet Wang Dafu this time, Tang Qingma was in a pretty good mood and hummed as she left the house. Only when he opened his cell phone, he saw many messages from Wang Ma. Chapter 83. He's never wronged anyone. Wing Ma. Tang Qingma opened the message bar suspiciously, instantly revealing the expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. Young Tang, may I ask how? Lu Tianren recalled that the Wang Ma that the other party said seemed to be the only sane person in the Tang family, and the maid who treated Tang Qingma better than anyone else in the Tang family. My family came through Wang Ma's cell phone and sent me a message. Tang Qingma frowned. They didn't have my contact information, so they used her cell phone. From the time he bought his cell phone until now, the only people who had his contact number were Wang Ma, Lu Tianren, and Su Jingchen. Even though Don's family knew he had a new cell phone, it never occurred to them to ask him for his contact information. And of course, he wouldn't have given it even if they had asked. That's why, in a moment of desperation, they sought out Wang Ma to send a message to themselves. Lu Tianren saw Tang Qingma staring at his phone and thought he was lost. After all, even Wang Mei, a human abductor who does all the bad things for her own selfish desires, agrees to all the requests for the sake of Tang Chuanxi's well-being. But Tang's family members, faced with their own son-brother, are young Tang. Tang Qingmo retrieved her cell phone. It's fine. They said I wasn't home, so they told me to go over and see Tang Shuilong by myself. It's already quite an improvement. Before, when Tang Fei Fei's accident happened, she even forgot about me. Finished with a snorting smile. Lu Tianren was still in an extremely guilty mood towards Tang Qingma due to the fact that he had just seen Wang Mei's figure. At this point, seeing that the Tang family actually needed to use the servant's cell phone in order to contact Tang Qingma, their sympathy for him instantly swelled to its maximum. That young Tang, although it seems inappropriate for me to say it, said Lu Tianren, suddenly stopping in his tracks with a look of embarrassment as well as pity. Tang Qingma looked at him suspiciously. Huh. If you're in pain, I can ask my father to help, so that you can sever your relationship with the Tang family side. Lu Tianren said carefully. You don't have to worry about food or shelter. I've got a bit of savings. I can rent a house out there if you want and… Stop. You stop first. Tang Qingma interrupted him in time, revealing a disgusted expression. How do you say that? It's like bagging raising. Lu Tianren thought back on what he had said, and it was indeed quite misleading. But he really just wanted to help Tang Qingma. No, it's not that, young Tang. I just think that since the Tang family is treating you like this, it would be better to break off the relationship as soon as possible and live a new life. Tang Qingma was a bit speechless. I said, why are you sympathizing with me again? Ugh, he sighed. You, the young master of the Lu family, is not too soft-hearted. You just went soft on Wang Mei's falsehood, and now you want to somehow try to help me. At this rate, you don't have enough money to cover your expenses. After the past few days together, and the evaluation given by the system, Lu Tianren was different from the hypocritical white lotus like white flower lotus, and was truly an upright person who wanted to help others within his ability. But that's what makes it so easy to be exploited. To be honest, you have power and influence, and many people's futures can be changed because of one word from you. So before you decide to make a move, investigate everything thoroughly before doing so. Even when she saw Lu Tianren's lost look, Tang Qingma said firmly, for example, you told me to cut ties with the Tang family. You thought that would solve my pain. But in the back of my mind, I would just think, why cut them off? Why cheapen those people? Lu Tianren, even if I break it off with them now, who's to say those people won't find their way back to my head again in the future for family or personal gain? Blood is shameless and there is no way to change it. If you want to break something that is impossible to change, then you might as well utilize it the other way around. First, let yourself gain the most benefit, and then… I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Tang Qingma opened her hand, and a withered leaf slowly floated down on top of that palm. It was then shattered with a hard grip, making a crunching sound. And then bury it with your own hands. Tang Qingma opened her hand, and the withered leaf was already in pieces, drifting to the ground. Lu Tianren. Tang Qingma's words enlightened him. Yes, it was clear that Tang Qingma was the true young master of the Tang family. Only because of the crimes of the wicked. It was only because of the crimes of the wicked that he had lived a miserable life for the past 18 years. Now that they have been recognized back to the Tang family, the Tang family members have not fulfilled their responsibilities as relatives, and even so, they have to listen to the false young master's slanderous words, and in turn mistreat the real relatives. In all of this, Tang Qingma was not wrong. He never apologized to anyone. Why should he take on pain that has nothing to do with him because of someone else? Young Tang, it's my eyesight that's too narrow. Lu Tianren clenched his fists hard, once again blaming himself for his immaturity. I was once abandoned by my biological parents, so I lived a life of bad treatment until I was adopted by my father. I thought that if I took the initiative to help the weak, I would be able to reduce the number of people who suffered like me. But until now, I didn't realize that the weak can be disguised, and that there are also those who form because they have once bullied others and were retaliated against by the other party. I shouldn't have questioned the other side without getting to the bottom of the incident. Lu Tianren closed his eyes and his fists slowly unclenched again. I'm really too self-righteous. He said it with great sincerity, with a charm that could convince others and make them believe. Tang Qingma shrugged her shoulders with a light smile. It's nothing. Although you have your own opinions, you're not really hindering me from doing anything. The truly self-righteous person is the one who interferes with what others are doing in the name of who he is doing good for, in order to achieve the results he wants to see. You didn't get in the way of what I was doing, and if you had any questions you would wait until I was done, and for that alone you were better than a lot of people. Lu Tianren lowered his head. He didn't dare to say that this was because he had already seen the information about Tang Qingma from Lu Rongxing yesterday. If he hadn't known he'd been living such a miserable life all these years, he'd have been in danger of interfering and acting stupidly. I guess this also confirmed what Tang Qingma had said about the importance of needing to understand and investigate the whole thing well. Tang Qingma casually slid his cell phone. The Tang family sent him nothing but messages like, "Where are you?" and "Why don't you come back as soon as possible?" It's so uninspired. He retrieved his cell phone. It's almost time. Let's go straight to the hospital. Lu Tianren. Good. When Tang Jianren proposed to visit Tang Shuilong this morning, Tang Qingma had already tipped off Chan Shitai. He also made sure to place everything before the Dons came over. Tang Shuilong is placed in a luxurious ward on the ground floor, and everything is ready before the Tang family arrives. Chapter 84. Tang Shuilong couldn't recognize the Tang family. The Tang family quickly arrived at the hospital entrance. They didn't see Tang Qingma's figure, but they didn't plan to wait for him either. Ellie Tang went straight to the front desk, got her number and headed to the hospital room to visit. Since this was a private hospital, the VIP ward Tang Shuilong was in was huge. Sofas and a variety of daily appliances can be seen inside, and a nurse stays outside. However, with such a good environment for convalescence, when Tang's family entered the hospital room, they saw a wide and soft hospital bed placed against the wall, and Tang Shuilong was all scrunched up on the bed. Not to mention greetings. At this point her look of fear and trembling mouth, even with the sound of the door opening. She held her head as if she hadn't heard it. Also her face had visible bruises, like she had been hurt. Shueyong? What's wrong with you? Bai Hualien couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw her high-spirited daughter turn into this state, and wanted to touch her. But I didn't expect that with just a light touch. Tang Shuilong backhanded Bai Hualien's hand away as if in stress, and then hugged herself tightly with force, looking at her with wary eyes. Shueyong, what's wrong with you? I'm Mom. White Flowery Lotus is terrified. Her daughter was fine 2 days ago. How come she's like this now? Ellie, what's going on in this hospital of yours? Tang Jianren was also angry at seeing such a Tang Shuilong, and could only set his eyes on Tang Ali. This hospital was referred to her. How is it that people could talk 2 days ago, and now they're this stupid? I'll go call Dr. Chun over immediately. Ellie Tang didn't know why. Tang Shuilong was only doing the assassination of Tang Feifei because she was irritated. But if you just take some time off and calm down, you'll be fine. Might as well say she was trying to help Tang Shuilong with her discharge today. Hiding behind the Tang family members, Tang Chuanchi slowly walked out only after seeing Tang Shuilong's abnormality. He'd thought at first that if Tang Shuilong still exuded fierce love for him like she had 2 days ago, he'd just act transparent. But I didn't expect her to act like she didn't recognize them now. This put him at ease as he walked over to her bedside and said in a careful tone, "Fifth sister, it's me, Hoshi. Do you recognize me?" Are you not feeling well? Fifth sister. Tang Xingshi continued to call out several times. But Tang Shuilong still acted as if she didn't recognize him, her eyes still fixed on the bed. He was inwardly delighted. Although he didn't know what was going on, it would be a good thing if Tang Shuilong's suffocating and crazy love for him disappeared. Miss Shuilong's family is coming over? At that moment, a man in a large white lab coat with a young-looking, loving and kind appearance approached. You are? Tang Jianren asked with a frown. I'm Ms. Shuirong, and the attending doctor that Ms. Ellie introduced me to. My name is Chun Distinguished Tai. Chun Shitai took out a card from his body and handed it to Tang Jianren. Ellie Tang also said, Dr. Chun is the best doctor in Magic City for treating mental illnesses, and holds the title of mental killer. But Tang Jianren just casually put the card away, his tone unkind. I don't care what kind of assassin you are. I just want to know why my daughter has become like this? Yeah, doc. Bai Hualien was also very nervous. Obviously Shuirong was fine 2 days ago. What the hell happened? In the face of the anxiety of Tang's family, Chun Shitai just shook his head silently. Master Tang, Mrs. Tang, I'm so sorry. In fact, on the night you sent Miss Snowy Rong here, Miss Snowy Rong kept calling out for a female named Tang Fei Fei. As soon as they heard Tang Fei Fei, the people present were surprised. Ms. Yukiru kept saying that she was going to go back and kill her before she stormed our staff. But at that time, because it was so dark in the neighborhood, she ran up the hill behind the hospital and then accidentally fell down. What? Chun Shitai turned his head away, his handsome appearance revealing an expression of intolerance. I'm sorry to you all and Ms. Yukiru. If only I had come out to get her instead of working. So he means Tang Shuilong just came here because she didn't cooperate, went crazy on her own and then fell down the mountain. Chun Discernment Tai continued. Now Ms. Shuirong has not fully recovered her sanity because of the fear she still feels from the accident at that time. And after that day, she has been scared and wary of everyone. Dr. Chun, could it be that the message you sent me yesterday was? Thinking so, Tang Ailey also took out her cell phone tremblingly. She remembered that yesterday, Chun Discernment had told herself that Tang Shuirong was in a bad state and that something unpleasant had happened. But at that time, because Chun Discernment had helped to take care of Shuirong, she hadn't put herself at ease. But seeing her now, yes, Chun Distinguished Tai lowered his head in loss. Being told this, the Tang clan's crowd believed what Chun Distinguished Tai had said, because they never mentioned to each other that the person Tang Shuilong wanted to assassinate was Tang Fei Fei, and going crazy and yelling to kill the other person was also a move Tang Shuilong had made before she was sent here. Of course, everyone didn't think that Tang Fei Fei's matter was an excuse for Tang Qingma to give Chun Distinguished Tai to successfully muddle through. In the past 2 days, Chun Distinguished Tai had continuously tortured Tang Shuilong's body and mind, causing her to have a mental breakdown and begin to have confused memories of the people she saw. In other words, Tang Shuilong's brain simply couldn't tell that what appeared before her eyes was her family, and seeing his daughter become such an ugly appearance, Tang Jianren was very angry. How in the world do you do things in this hospital? I've paid a lot of money. How are you going to pay for what Shuirong got in to buy you guys? For Tang Jianren, he had already lost Tang Fei Fei, a daughter who could be married off for profit. Couldn't it be that he was now going to lose Tang Shuilong? Although Tang Shuilong was usually arrogant and cranky, she had a good face. She's still a traffic star and is able to raise a group of loyal fans to do her bidding and wipe her ass. Just wait 2 more years. When her business value is at its peak, that's the best time for her to marry. But now her proudest face is injured and become unhinged. How does this make him take it? What a hoot, did I come at the right time? And while Tang Jianren was planning to argue, a familiar voice came from outside. It was because Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren, who were not in the Tang family and had come over directly. I'm sorry, doctor, but my father is very cross and unreasonable, isn't he? As soon as Tang Qingma came in, he saw that Tang Jianren was grabbing Chun Distinguished Tai's collar with both hands, wanting to beat him up as a prelude. No, I do understand how the families feel. Lu Tianren in the back. They're so good at pretending they don't know each other. Bang. At that moment, however, the sound of something falling to the floor came from the room. Tang Shuilong, who clearly didn't react to anyone, looked at Tang Qingma with a horrified expression. Chapter 85, Only Fearful of Tang Qingma. The instant Tang Shuilong saw Tang Qingma, the fear within her was like a flood. Even if her brain's consciousness was full of clutter, even if she couldn't even recognize the Tang family, but only Tang Qingma, Only his terrifying figure is etched deep in the memory. No, don't. Her hands trembled intensely, and she pushed the saucer she had placed beside the bed to hold the fruit onto the floor with a loud clatter from her emotions. Tang Shuilong couldn't help but recall the scene where she was tortured 2 days ago, followed by, the man himself pushed himself into the dark abyss. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. These 2 days Tang Shuilong was like living in hell. She wants to die. Just die so you don't have to suffer so terribly. But no. No matter how much Chun disciplined Tai tossed her around, she couldn't die. It was as if some force prevented her from dying and forced herself to live. Tang Shuilong felt fed up. She's the daughter of the Tang family, an active star in front of the camera. She shouldn't be locked up. It should not. And the one who had gotten her into this situation was Tang Qingma, that horribly wicked devil. What's wrong, fifth sister? It's only been 2 days since we've seen each other. Why did you get like this?
Tang Qingmoនៃចាលី noted Tang Sulengse panic sai.
He stepped forward slowly and smiled brightly. You're a star in the public eye. How else are you going to face the audience when you've made yourself look this crazy?
No.
Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. In the moment Tang Qingma approached, the mental shadow left behind 2 days ago surfaced once again. Tang Shuilong was so scared that she hurriedly picked up the cup next to her and tried to throw it at Tang Qingma. Fifth sister, are you trying to bash me? Ming's face was still smiling cheerfully, but his tone was icy cold, and the pupils of his eyes gazing at her widened, as if warning her that if she made the next move, she would suffer consequences worse than death. Ping! Tang Shuilong's hand loosened and the cup fell to the ground again, pinging in pieces.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She covered her face in fear, her eyes terrified as she pleaded for mercy.
I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. At this moment, Tang Shuilong is no longer a proud young lady, nor is she a star in the limelight in the camera. Her self-esteem is all destroyed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't. Don't. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. A large amount of remorse values kept pouring in after seeing Tang Qingma, making the system happy. Fifth sister, what's wrong with you? On the side, Tang Yinchi and the Tang family members were all surprised by her sudden change. Obviously, she couldn't even recognize them just now, but as soon as Tang Qingma arrived in the room, she kept apologizing. Everyone in the Tang family unconsciously looked at Tang Qingma, wanting to know the motive for Tang Shuilong's change. Brother, I didn't expect fifth sister to turn out like this once you came in. Tang Yinchi grasped the opportunity to be overtly concerned and secretly engage in sarcasm. It was implied that Tang Qingma was not welcome in front of Tang Shuilong. When they entered the ward just now, Tang Shuilong was not as excited as she was now, even if she didn't recognize it. It's hard to believe that Tang Qingma. That's not, of course. However, in the face of the crowd's questioning gazes, Tang Qingma sneered even more. I'm not like you who is loved by your fifth sister every day. I've been either scolded or beaten every day since I came home. Now that her brain is stimulated, it's possible that she's exploding her guilt for me. Tang Qingma purposely accented the word love, reminding everyone present of Tang Shuilong's adoration for Tang Yinchi. Chen Distinguished Tai, who was standing next to him, nodded in agreement. This is possible. The human brain, when severely stimulated, will begin to repent of things it has done before. Tang Qingma waved up her hand. There's no way. I'm different from my fake brother who was loved. But I didn't expect that fifth sister who loved her fake brother so deeply would actually possess repentance towards me. Shouldn't I be happier? The Don family crowd. Tang Chuanxi lowered her head even more shamefully. Tang Qingma this constantly said in front of outsiders that Tang Shuilong likes himself, making everyone's face very ugly, and Dr. Chun's gaze toward him became even more strange. I wish I could sew up his mouth. Anyway, how is Shui Rong now? When can you recover? Tang Jianren didn't want to pay any attention to Tang Yinchi and the others right now. Instead, he frowned as he looked at Chen Shitai. I'll do a set of brain exams for Ms. Yukarong, and if we're lucky, we'll slowly recover with about 3 months of rest. But if the nerves go haywire again, chaos again, then there's a chance it could last longer. Chun Distinguished Tai lowered his head and looked very self-condemning. My poor Shui Rong ah. Your sister has already become like that. Why even you? As soon as Bai Hualien heard this bad news, she immediately tried to faint in pain, warm teardrops flowing down from the corners of her eyes. Tang Ruoling hurriedly helped her up, while Tang Jianren frowned. Don't. Please let me go. I was wrong. He looked at Tang Shuilong, still filled with fear and loudly begging for mercy to Tang Qingma, and his mood became irritated. Normally she bullied and insulted Tang Qingma the most fiercely. Why was she suddenly repentant now? It's simply inexplicable. Dr. Chan, I don't care what you use. Help me cure her. Although Tang Shuilong was snowed under as a star, she still had value as the Tang family's daughter. Tang Jianren didn't want to give her up yet if he could. I'll do my best. After a short exchange, Tang Jianren didn't want to remain here either. After casually saying a few words to Ellie Tang, she wanted to take the lost white flower lotus and them away. Tang Xianqi similarly pretended to be a good brother before leaving, approaching Tang Shuilong's side and saying, "Fifth sister, rest well. I'll come back to see you afterward." Although Tang Shuilong couldn't even recognize Tang Yanqi, but probably because she felt familiar, she looked at him with a timid face. But before she could look at it for long, Tang Ruoling told Tang Strinxie to leave. "Strinxie, let's go." "Yes, big sister." Tang Xianqi immediately turned around, her appearance disappearing from Tang Shuilong's line of sight. But as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head to look at Tang Qingma next to him. "Brother, do you want to go back with us?" Just now, Tang Qingma wasn't in the Tang household, so he came separately. Tang Qingma smiled. "Don't you guys often leave without me? Why are you asking about me?" Chapter 86. Because I want to get back at you. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean anything else." Tang Yinqi immediately swung her hands up with a lost look on her face. Tang Ali said sternly, "All right, Tang Qingma. Xiaoxi is just being kind. Don't be so excessive." Tang Qingma laughed and asked, "Then I'll be blunt. You guys should be coming in the same car, right? Is there a place for me in it?" The Tang family's cars were all 5-passenger cars, so Tang Jianren's seat was just about full if they sat in it. Tang Yinqi immediately said, "Brother, if you don't mind, I can make my seat. I'd mind breathing the air of the same place as you guys." Tang Qingmo reached out to interrupt. "And why did I leave the Lu family's limousine unoccupied and squeeze into the same car as the 5 of you?" Tang Yinqi couldn't help but clench her fists when she heard this, sneaking glances at Lu Tianren out of the corner of her eye. In the past 2 days, Tang Qingma was traveling alone in the Lu family's luxury car, and Lu Tianren came to be the chauffeur, so going out could be very imposing. Abominable. What makes Tang Qingma able to befriend the Lu family? Why is he so lucky? All right, since Qing Mo has a car, let's go first. Seeing Tang Ali trying to argue again, Tang Jianren, who was outside the hospital room, felt a headache. Too much had happened in the last few days for him to react. Nowadays, he didn't want to be involved in anything other than Tang Fei and Tang Stringxi's wedding. After the Tang clan crowd left, only Tang Qingma, Lu Tianren and Chen Ruotai remained in the room. Tang Shuilong remained on the bed shivering, her eyes fluttering, unable to recognize them at all. "Teske, young Master Tang, your family is really cold-blooded." Chun distinguished Tai immediately changed into a snobbish face after Tang Jianren left. "Once it was known that Miss Shuiyong had mental problems, your father didn't want to care about her, and your mother and sister just seemed to be nervous for a couple of moments. But when they said they were leaving, there wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation before they left. More definitely your fake brother." Chun Shitai recalled Tang Yinqi's green tea look just now and shook his head, seemingly worried about your sister, but in reality so happy that he can't even hide it. Tang Qingma sneered. After all, his marriage to Tang Fei has been finalized, and at this point, if Tang Shuilong comes to wreak havoc, his reputation will be severely damaged. Marrying the paralyzed Tang Fei could still be said to be forced in front of outsiders, so that others would take pity on her. But if Tang Shuilong comes up to make trouble, that would be tantamount to staging a sister in love with her brother, or 2 sisters stealing a brother scene, which would be devastating to his reputation. Tang Qingma also glanced at Tang Shuilong as he thought of this. At this point she was very frightened and kept her head down, not daring to look at anyone at all. "What did you do to her? Why can't she recognize anyone?" Tang Qingma asked. As soon as he said this, Chun Shitai was very excited. "It's the injection of my newly developed stupefying drug. The person who has taken this potion will have a brain that will not be able to distinguish between people and objects in front of them for 2 hours, thus falling into a deep fear. After all, people are fearful of the unknown. And after injecting this hallucinogen, the entire brain will be in a state where it is unable to think and recognize things. Simply put, in Tang Shuilong's eyes, the Tang family members just now were a bunch of black silhouettes. Her senses will also become very sharp and alert, especially if she is already very violent. And after the injection, she will become afraid to approach people and not let others touch her. But since it's newly developed, it will have the side effect of dealing a devastating blow to the brain, said Chun Shitai with a light sigh. But, said Lu Tianren, feeling puzzled. Just now, Miss Five seemed to recognize young Tang. Chun Shitai paused for a few seconds and said with an evil smile, maybe it's because young Master Tang's terrifying image has been perfectly etched into her heart. Not even drugs can stop it. Tang Qingma grunted coldly. Then I really didn't expect me to be so charismatic. Just torturing her for a while left her with such a deep impression. There's still about half an hour before Miss Shuirong's medicine takes effect. Young Master Tang, do you want to wait for her to recover? Tang Shuilong felt like she was having a dream. In the dream, a bunch of dark shadows seem to care about themselves, but they only feel their malice. And after that, she saw a black man who looked a lot like Tang Qingma. The fear of being tortured was immediately apparent, sending her quivering with shock and constantly screaming for help. And none of the shadows who supposedly cared about her came to her aid. One can only remain in the depths of fear until the dream wakes up and everything you just saw is gone. But when the eyes opened, it was to see the familiar and terrifying man again. Dear fifth sister, you're awake? Tang Qingma sat on the chair next to the bed, eating an apple alone. Tang Shuilong was immediately frightened and wanted to bounce up, but was unable to move due to weakness and her arms being bound by several belts.
Tang Qingma.
How did you? If it was usual, she would have reprimanded Tang Qingma long ago. But now, just talking to him was enough to create awe and a cold sweat all over his body. Strong remorse also continued to well up. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 200. Like Wang Mei, the current Tang Shuilong would feel regret inside whenever she saw Tang Qingma. Of course, this regret wasn't really repentance towards Tang Qingma. It was just the remorse of feeling that he had done too much in the first place, leading to the retaliation he was receiving now. Tang Qingma laughed and said, I naturally came over to share a good news with you. Well, news. Tang Shuilong trembled. She was afraid that Tang Qingma would suddenly fool around with her again and destroy her body and mind. But the next second, she saw the other woman smiling brightly. Yes. Today your dad said that Tang Chuanxi will officially marry Tang Feifei, isn't it a surprise? These words struck down in Tang Shuilong's heart like a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in disbelief. No, it's not true. It's not true. Qingma, this isn't true? Tang Shuilong endured the pain in her body and shouted excitedly, this isn't true. Hoshi. He can't marry fourth sister, he's obviously mine. He's mine. Tang Shuilong felt like her entire body was going to shatter. I have to say that her face was pretty, and although some of the bruises hadn't dissipated yet, you could still see how pathetic and heartbroken she looked. If it was an ordinary man, his heart would probably have been in his mouth already. But Tang Qingma had no sympathy at all, instead feeling that she deserved it. By the way, fifth sister, do you know why I purposely proposed to the Lu family lord to break off the engagement, causing the Lu family lord to disavow Tang Chuanxi and allowing him and Tang Feifei to speed up their marriage? Ugh! Tang Shuilong was confused. What is he saying? On purpose? Because I want to get back at you. What's going on? Chapter 87. I hope you'll recognize me the next time I come over. Because I want to get back at you. Huh? Tang Qingma's words caused Tang Shuilong's brain to go down. What's he talking about? To get back at her? I've known for a long time that you like Tang Yinxi. So in order to get back at you and Tang Feifei, I've planned all this. Tang Qingma slowly stood up from her chair and took a bite of the apple in her hand. Now that you're locked up here and have to watch your favorite Hoshi marry your fourth sister, aren't you helpless? I. But it's not just that, you know what? Father and the others had come over to see you just now. Huh? Tang Shuilong's eyes widened. Dad and the others came here? But at such an important moment, you, fifth sister, were dreaming and sadly missed out with them. I missed the opportunity to ask them for help? But I'm the one who caused all this too. What's going on? Tang Shuilong was stunned as she looked at Tang Qingma in disbelief. You think if you wait until they come over, you'll have a chance to call for help and get out of here? Tang Qingma slowly approached her body and said with an icy smile, How is that possible? Until my vengeance on you is satisfied, there is no way you can escape the hell I've created for you, and this fulfillment is forever. By the way, just now, your dad saw your delirious wakefulness and thought that you weren't getting better, and was quite disappointed in you. Tang Qingma continued to say triumphantly.
Tang Su Leng.
The Tang family head who has already disappointed you, do you think he will come over to see you again? Dear fifth sister. Tang Shuilong grew up as the noble Tang family's daughter, living a carefree life. So she never thought her parents would be disappointed in her. But now, after hearing Tang Qingma's words, an invisible fear suddenly arose. Once again, she couldn't control her emotions as she screamed in agitation, using all the strength in her body to try and lift her arms up to rush at Tang Qingma. What are you talking about? However, the arms were being restrained by the straps and there was no way to struggle up. I'm his daughter, the real daughter. You're divorcing me from my father. Ah, how can you be so vicious? Tang Qingma interrupted with a smile. Doesn't Tang Fei make him lose his expectations? Didn't I say it before? It's because Tang Fei lost her value as the Tang family's daughter. That's why she was able to marry Tang Jinshi. Value? Tang Shuilong's eyes widened. Yeah. That's why she wanted to assassinate Tang Fei before, in order to be able to smoothly marry Tang Strinxi after Tang Fei's death. Tang Qingma snorted. You've already lost the expectations of the Tang family head. You don't think that you don't need to pay the price for getting a rich life for so many years as the Tang family's golden girl? Do you? Tang Shuilong really didn't think so, and revealed a clear and stupid gaze. Tang Qingma, also right. Nothing is clear, the silly millennial is very controllable. And like Tang Shuilong's daughter who is the fifth in line, there's no use for her except to take out for marriage, so it's made to be such a cutie pie. Love brain. Tang Jianren probably deserves a lot of credit. However, in order to be able to plunge Tang Shuilong into deeper despair, Tang Qingma didn't mind explaining things to her at all. Just as I have a marriage contract with the Ryu family, which is used to strengthen the interests of both families. Do you think that your father raised you 7 sisters so that you could be free and pick who you like to live your lives casually?
Tang Su Leng.
She had grown up being indulged by White Flower Lotus and the 4 sisters above her, so subconsciously she thought so. You're so naive. He raised you all for the natural purpose of taking them out to marry and seek more benefits for the family. Tang Qingma said rightfully. Otherwise, why do you think father let you guys bully me when I first came back? Because I didn't show my worth. But now that he knows that if he really offends me, I'll hug the Tang family and die with them, and I've been recognized as the future son-in-law by the Lu family's master, so his attitude towards me has improved. This is a very real problem. Yet Tang Shuilong had never seen through it. The daughter who has already made Tang Jianren lose his expectations. Will he come over to visit again? Didn't Fei Tang never go over there again? No, it won't. Tang Shuilong was naturally unwilling to believe it. I'm daddy's own daughter. He wouldn't do this to me. I'm also his own son. Haven't you also seen how I've been treated these past 3 months? Tang Qingma interrupted her fantasies. No, no. Every word of his sentence pierced deeply into Tang Shuilong's heart. So now she's not only lost her chance to ask for help from the Don family, but she's also letting her dad down? It won't. Everything was a lie by Tang Qingma. It was all a lie to her. I won't believe you. Never. Tang Shuilong gritted her teeth. She wanted to tear Tang Qingma's mouth off, so that he wouldn't say anything else that would shake her heart. Tang Qingmo revealed a sharp smile. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I'm just stating reality. Why? Tang Shuilong flung her head hideously, tossing her hair around. Why are you doing this to me? I've only been bullying you for 3 months. It's not like I'm the only one who bullied you. Who are you to do this to me? The intense hissing made her throat hoarse. Because of the emotional excitement, tear after tear continued to fall from the corners of Tang Shuilong's eyes. However, in the face of such an agitated Tang Shuilong, Tang Qingma merely rang the room's call bell. A nurse walked in gravely. You are. Looking at the other party's figure, Tang Shuilong immediately felt shocked. This nurse is Xiao Hong, the accomplice who assisted Chan Shitai in the past 2 days. My fifth sister cried too much, so you can help clean it up, Tang Qingma said with a smile. Red nodded silently. She had taken the mute pill before, so she couldn't make a sound. He just took out a handkerchief from his body and tried to help Tang Shuilong wipe the tear tracks on her face. No, don't. Tang Shuilong naturally kept shaking her head, not wanting to be touched by the other party. Tang Qingma, what gives you the right? By what right do you treat me like this? Tang Qingma darkened her eyes and smiled coldly. Don't worry, I won't spare all of you. When you hurt me, did you not think that I would get back at you too? Tang Qingma smiled. Just as Tang Feifei's paralysis was my doing. Now her wedding to Tang Qingxi, and you being delivered to Dr. Chan, is also my doing. Besides you, there are 5 sisters and a pair of parents, and I won't spare any of them. Tang Shuilong froze. At this moment, she looked at Tang Qingma's evil-filled eyes and was unconsciously shocked by the killing intent he displayed. Was he really the Tang Qingma from 3 months ago? Obviously at that time, he was dirty, had a timid expression unlike the Tang family, and was very much disgusted with himself because of Hoshi's sadness. But now, the fear that comes out of the other side is terrifying. Tang Qingma also stopped talking nonsense to her and just asked Xiaohong to call Chen Shitai in.
No.
Tang Shuilong immediately shook her head in panic at the sound. No.
King Montak.
Please don't. If Chun Discernment Tai comes in, he will go back to hell himself. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. But it's too late. Young Master Tang, have you already talked to Ms. Shuirong? Chun Distinguished Tai had already appeared and arrived with several nurses to drag up Tang Shuilong's hospital bed. No, don't.
Bukyomo.
Please. The called Tang Qingma smiled and hooked her lips, waving her hand. Fifth sister, we'll see you next time. I hope you'll still recognize me the next time I come over. No, don't aha. Chapter 88. In order to collect evidence in the Lu family's territory. The moment Tang Shuilong was taken away, the system kept ringing out huge values of remorse. Until the last moment she left the room, she was still calling out to Tang Qingma with a pleading expression. However, Tang Qingma didn't have a soft heart at all, still smiling lightly as she watched the other party being pushed away along with the bed. Chun Distinguished Tai also approached Tang Qingma at this time, his expression looking expectant as he asked, Young Master Tang, you want to watch the images of Miss Shuirong being tortured? If you need it. I'm not interested. Tang Qingma quickly interrupted him and smiled evilly. It's better to do it yourself than to watch someone do it. Right? Right. You are so right. Chan Distinguished Tai spun around excitedly. Every time he saw Tang Qingma, it was like he had found a fellow traveler, making him very joyful. But if Tang Qingma knew, he would only be disgusted with him. Those images had no value, and one was merely cooperating with Chun Shutai's interest so that he could be more involved in torturing Tang Shuilong. He has no intention of sending anyone else to Chan Yetai for research in the future, except for those who have offended him. The Willow family dinner was decided to be held next Friday at 8 p.m. During this period, Lu Tianren returned to the Lu family and handed the invitations for 2 of them to Lu Rongxing and Lu Zhaozhao. That's how it happened. Will you be willing to accompany me that night, Zhaozhao? Lu Tianren explained everything in detail. Let out a light breath from Lu Zhaozhao. To be honest, I usually don't go to these ordinary mansion family banquets, but if it's my brother's request, then I'll go. After all, growing up, her brother would rarely bother her. There's nothing wrong with just being his date to a party. Really, it's obvious that my brother is already acting as his bodyguard. And this Tang Qingma guy actually wants us to go in as guests. What a pain in the ass. Lu Zhaozhao complained. Because Lu Rongxing didn't engage in the familialism bit. Neither she nor Lu Tianren were engaged as fiancés. And if Lu Tianren were to attend the banquet with any other female companions at that time, it would surely stir up unnecessary gossip. So it would be perfect for her sister, to go over there with her. Lu Tianren was very joyful to see that she agreed. Thank you, Zhao Zhao. I'll treat you to something next time. I want a big one. Lu Rongxing, who was on the sidelines, nodded beneficently as he saw the siblings getting along. It's not often that you guys go to parties at the mansion, so it's good to go over there and gain some experience. At the same time, he picked up the invitation and asked suspiciously, Tianren, Tang Qingma is asking me to invite a member of the media over, right? Lu Tianren nodded. Yes, father, he said he wished for a background identity, as well as secretly carrying a needle camera in. Once Lu Rongxing heard this, he couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. So that's how it is? It's really worthy of him. Father, what's going on? Lu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. But when she heard Tang Qingma's name, she unconsciously recalled the man who had been rude to her at the time, and her brows furrowed. Xiaoxiao, you may not know that the Tang and Lu families have a marriage contract. Lu Tianren explained to her. But because Tang Qingma's identity for the past 18 years has been replaced by Tang Yinxi, that's why the fiancé Lu Ruyan has always gravitated towards Tang Yinxi and has a bad relationship with Tang Qingma. Lu Rongxing agreed. This time, when the Lu family is hosting the so-called family banquet, there's a good chance that Lu Ruyan will make traps in order to humiliate Tang Qingma and wait for him to step on them. Tang Qingma understands this. So in order to gather evidence of being bullied in the Lu family's territory, he wanted to borrow someone from me. It's inexplicable. After Lu Xiaoxiao heard Lu Rongxing and Lu Tianren's words, she said arrogantly, how can people suddenly bully him for good reason? It's because he's too sensitive. Anyway, I'm going over there this time to help out because of my brother. I don't care what happens to him. Lu Tianren and Lu Rongxing looked at each other, and both shrugged their shoulders and shook their heads helplessly. Tang Qingma doesn't need your help. On the other hand, since Tang Yinxi wasn't invited to this Lu family banquet, he sent a message to Lu Ruyan. Tang Jinxi passes on the fact that he's getting married to Tang Fei, and that he can't attend the banquet to Lu Ruyan in a statement that has no choice but to compromise. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw these messages, she immediately freaked out and asked Tang Chuanxi out. Tang Chun 11 refused at first, but after Lu Ruanyan begged him again and again, he had no choice but to go to the appointment, and came to the coffee shop at the right time, intentionally letting Lu Ruanyan see the back of his back when he was obviously here but wanted to leave. Stringy. As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Tang Qingshi, she immediately went up to intercept him and asked a little excitedly, Qingshi, why are you here and leaving again? Tang Yinxi looked like she had been startled for a moment and hurriedly lowered her head. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Don't be sad. I don't mean to blame you. Seeing the other party showing a pitiful and about to cry expression, Lu Ruyan's heart softened to a mess. She took Tang Chuanxi's hand and walked back to her seat, asking in a gentle tone, Chuanxi, what's going on with what you said in the text message? Why couldn't you attend our family dinner? And why did you marry Fifi? Lu Ruyan was immediately scolded by the Lu family master after returning home last time, and was also grounded. After being released, the Lu family master said that he was going to organize a dinner party so that she and Tang Qingma could cultivate their relationship. Naturally, Lu Ruyan didn't want to attend, but once she thought of the Lu family head threatening to stop her allowance, she had to agree to attend, and she had a plan in mind. When the time came, she would be by Tang Qingxi's side and would give Tang Qingma a joyful and wonderful surprise. But now Tang Yinxi is saying he can't attend the banquet? What the hell is going on? Chapter 89. It's okay to lie to people, but don't lie to yourself. Ruyan, stop it. Tang Chuanxi revealed a pitiful look under Lu Ruyan's forced questioning and told the details of his affair with Tang Fei. How could Fifi she actually? Why didn't you tell me? Ryu was shocked. Thinking back to the last time she went to the Tang family and was humiliated by Tang Qingma, no one told her about Tang Fei's accident and paralysis. That's why she now realizes that Tang Chuanxi was forced to marry Tang Fei, and even the Tang family's side has already started to make arrangements. The Tang Lu families were trying to force them apart. Tang Yinxi lost her head and lowered it, her voice a little terse. I'm sorry, Ruyan. It's all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a fake, Lord Lu and my brother wouldn't have gotten angry and prevented me from attending this banquet. As long as I marry fourth sister, I'll also be repaying the Tang family for raising me for 18 years. Stringy. How can you think like that? You were just a baby. You had nothing to do with being switched. Seeing such a pathetic Tang Yinxi, Lu Ruyan felt like her heart was going to melt into a mess. This is simply Tang Qingma's fault. If it wasn't for this trickery calling my dad and deliberately pretending to break off the engagement with me, how could my dad have fallen for his trick? Lu Ruyan gnashed her teeth in anger. In her mind, everything Tang Qingma did was a lustful attempt to attract her attention. After being released by the Lu family lord, she was tempted to call and scold Tang Qingma for doing so many things that would only annoy her. However, he suddenly realized he didn't have Tang Qingma's contact information at all. During the period since Tang Qingma had been recognized by the Tang family, It had always been him who took the initiative to come to her, occasionally only coming to the Tang family when he himself went to look for Tang Stringy. And as long as he showed up, Tang Qingma would rub up against him like a dog, without having to bother himself at all. So it wasn't until now that she realized she couldn't find Tang Qingma at all. Irritation constantly fills the inner mind. Obviously it's just a but it makes her upset. Lu Ruyan thought to herself that she must not forgive the other party so easily. Stringy, you'll follow me to this banquet. She took Tang Yinchi's hand and said, don't worry. If you follow me then, the butlers and security guards won't give you a hard time. Tang Zhenqi pretended to shake off her hand. No, Ruyan. If the Lu family master finds out, you'll be scolded again. I don't want you to get scolded by the Lu family master because of me again. As long as I don't go, everyone can be happy. No, Stringy. I told you it's not your problem. For Tang Yinchi's green tea quotes, Lu Ruyan could be very flattered. She grasped Tang Yinchi's hand harder and said with a firm expression, don't worry. As long as you get inside, even if my dad doesn't like it, he won't say anything. And Tang Qingma that can't see you come over, it will only boost his prestige. And then he'll bully you even more recklessly. But, don't but it. Chungi, you remember. My Lu Ruyan's mate is only you, Tang Chungi, and that won't change. Although I can't change Uncle Tang's decision to have you marry Fifi for the time being, I still have the power to bring you in for this banquet. No matter what anyone says, Lu Ruyan decides to bring Tang Yanxi into this dinner party. She wanted everyone to know that her intended is Tang Qingxi, not Tang Qingma, the street rat. This time, Tang Qingma had made her lose so much face in front of her father and the Tang family. Even if he begged for forgiveness on his knees afterward, he would definitely not let him go. As for Tang Chunxi's marriage to Tang Fei Fei, I feel sorry for my best friend. But isn't Fifi paralyzed? Even if they're not related by blood, how can they force Chindoshi to marry his own sister, even one who's already paralyzed? Lu Ruyan decides to visit Tang Fei Fei later in the day and tell her to return Tang Stringy to herself. As a good friend, she knew very well that Tang Fei Fei loved Tang Chuanxi very much. So the other party must not want to hold Tang Chuanxi back either. She's going to do everything she can, getting both the Tang and Ryu families to recognize themselves and Chungi. Ruyan, thank you so much. Hearing Lu Ruyan's promise, Tang Yinchi immediately wanted to hug her gratefully. However, just as he wanted to go forward, suddenly froze for a moment, and then slowly backed up several steps, seemingly lost in emotion and afraid to embrace the appearance of up. I'm sorry, Ruyan. I was out of line. I've been decided by my father to marry fourth sister now, and you still have a marriage contract with your brother, so it's better if we don't get too close. Stringy. This made Lu Ruyan's heart feel even more pity for Tang Yinchi, and she took the initiative to hug him tightly. Stringy, you've been wronged about marrying Fifi. Lu Ruyan whispered painfully. Don't worry. It won't be long before I convince my father to break off my engagement with Tang Qingma and be with you openly and honestly. Well, I'll be waiting for you, Ruyan. Facing Lu Ruyan's deep love, Tang Yinchi also hugged her deeply. Thus the other party didn't realize that Tang Hongxi's face became serious at this moment. What waiting for you? What being together openly? These words are fine to fool people. Don't fool yourself. If she really loved him so much, then why hadn't she taken the initiative to propose breaking off the engagement with the Lu family lord when she wanted to deal with Tang Qingma before? Why don't you run away with him like Tang Qingma said? The Lu family master was merely saying that he would cut off his financial resources. But didn't this Lu Ruyan not even dare to fart? What a deep love. What a bright. When it comes to one's own interests, love and affection are false. Of course, Tang Yinchi wouldn't directly expose Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, I accept your kindness, but I'm no longer the young master of the Tang family. My allowance is much less, and I can't afford to buy the latest gowns. Lu Ruyan immediately said, don't worry, I still have a lot of savings on hand. I can buy you clothes, and let me give you $500,000 first. Ruyan, don't be like this. If you give me your savings, you won't have any money. Stringy, I can get that money from Dad afterward. You can have these for now. After saying that, he didn't care if Tang Yinchi refused or not, and directly called the money over. Thank you, Ruyan. Looking at another sum of money in her account, Tang Yinchi was overjoyed. In fact, even after he was discovered to be a fake young master, he was still loved by his parents and sisters, with no reduction in allowance or anything else. However, since Tang Qingma had made 5 requests to Tang Jianren, Tang Jianren had also deducted quite a bit of his allowance in order to not want to pay Tang Qingma a large sum of money, adding to the fact that Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong, who used to give him the most money, were both gone, and Tang Ali and Tang Meixin had been suspended. Now only Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling were left to secretly give him money. So seeing that Lu Ruyan was willing to give himself expenses, of course he had to take it. At this point in time, he is still a vulnerable being in her eyes, so he will still put in supplies and money for him without saying a word. Can't wait for her to give more. In contrast to Tang Qingxi's need to have Lu Ruyan purchase a dress, Tang Qingma was directly in the lobby of the Tang family villa at this time, calling for a specialist to come to her home to measure her size. There was also a whole row of samples of the latest season suits laid out in front of him to choose from. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. And at the same time, Tang Shuilong's remorse value kept ringing out. Chapter 90. Tang Shuilong's remorse value is like exploding gold coins. Ever since the last time he told Tang Shuilong the truth, Tang Qingma had never gone over to visit her. However, the system will ring regularly about her remorse value. Tang Qingma knew very well that this meant that the other party was accepting Chen Shitai's research time. Even if he did not go forward to the mental hospital again, he could still know that Chen Yetai had not neglected his work. It would be better to say that he was so passionate about Tang Shuilong's research that it caused a large amount of remorse value to ring out every short interval. Oh, awesome! The most joyful was none other than the system. All could hear its tone full of excitement. Host, the value of remorse is just like bursting gold coins. It keeps bursting out. And the most important thing was that Tang Qingma didn't even need to arrive at the scene where Tang Shuilong was. As long as Tang Shuilong was being tortured by Chen Distinguished Tai, she would automatically think of Tang Qingma, thus popping up remorse values all the time. Ah, that was awesome. Host, you're amazing. Seeing so much energy replenished, the system might have stormed off in place if it had an entity. Is it? In contrast, Tang Qingma was very calm. System. Host. I see that during this period of time neither Tang Qingxi nor Bai Hualian and the others went to see her. Only Tang Jianren visited once in order to find out about her condition, but after seeing that Tang Shuilong was still delirious, he seemed to have left in disappointment. To put it simply, she had completely lost all expectations of Tang Shuilong as her daughter. Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. Tang Jianren is really a heartless father. Even when dealing with children, they give up as soon as they have no more value. It's so cold-blooded and heartless. Well, if each of his 7 daughters is worthless, what's going to happen to him? Thinking of this, Tang Qingmo revealed a scornful smile. Host, what are you going to do next? I have to break my engagement with Lu Ruyan first. Tang Qingma took out her cell phone and typed text onto it. The so-called marriage contract was something that tied the Tang and Lu families together and hindered their actions. If Lu Ruyan is a smart woman, then she can still make good use of it. Yet no, it was a very stupid move on her part. As long as it was his fiancée for one day, Tang Qingma felt humiliated and disgusted. Then what are you going to do about it, host? The system asked. Tang Qingma snorted. Won't the Lu family be hosting a dinner party soon? Do you think Ruyan Lu will make a move on me by then? As far as memory knew, Lu Ruyan's self-esteem was no less than that of the 8th fairy of the Tang family's 7 sisters. At that time, he had humiliated her like this, so he must still be harboring a grudge and waiting for the right time to take revenge. The willow house where the banquet was held was her turf, so I'm sure she would have made a lot of preparations to get back at herself. In that case, why not utilize it yourself in turn? So that's how it is. The system came to a realization. It didn't question Tang Qingma's decision in any way. How about the fact that its host was as powerful as it could be for collecting such a huge amount of remorse values in such a short period of time? At most, it will question the host's moves, but it won't be able to restrict and question them like other systems. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 1,000. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 1,000. Suddenly, the system was surprised when it collected a large value of remorse from Tang Shuilong. Host, Tang Shuilong suddenly generates a large amount of regret. Tang Qingma shook his cell phone flatly and said, didn't you say that Tang Jianren went to see Tang Shuilong? I conveyed this to Chen Distinguished Tai and told him to speak properly to Tang Shuilong. Only letting Tang Shuilong know that she had once again missed Tang Jianren's arrival, and how she had really let him down this time would convert her excitement into intense remorse for herself. Abandoned by Tang Jianren, Neither the beloved Tang Stringy nor her honored mother and sisters ever came to visit her again. For Tang Shuilong, isn't this the same as being abandoned by her most important relative? Especially Tang Qinghai. She's done a lot for Tang Yinshi, but in the end, she gets nothing and is locked up in a mental institution to be used as an experiment. Tang Qingma hooked her lips and smiled coldly. So whether it's hatred or remorse for me, in the end, what brings Tang Shuilong is only deep despair. She would always be in this despair, unable to escape. Host, you're so scary. After hearing Tang Qingma's words, the system was already trembling. It's nothing. It's all because of the Tang family's selfishness and cold-bloodedness that it works so well. Just as they had treated the original owner with cruelty, it was now their turn to give it back to them. Good host, if you need any help, just tell me. The system was very excited about Tang Qingma's next move, and was even more looking forward to the day of the dinner. Young Master Tang, may I ask if you already have a favorite style? At that moment, a beautiful-looking woman wearing a red-fitted Western dress and black silk, with a wonderful body that one could not fault, walked towards Tang Qingma. She was Zhao Xian, the Tang family's royal costumer, and also Tang Fei Fei's master. It was better to say that he was a master than to say that he was forced by Tang Fei Fei, and most of Tang Fei Fei's designs could be found in Zhao Xian's shadow. If you're an insider, you'll know what's going on at a glance. However, if Zhao Xian refused to become her master, the Tang family would announce that they were canceling their cooperation with her. Although Zhao Xian was considered a famous clothing designer in the mansion world due to her good designs as well as her beautiful appearance, the Tang family was also a family with status in the mansion. If the cooperation was cancelled by the Tang family, unless she could find a better family than the Tang family, Zhao Xian would never want to be in the luxury circle again. So in order to make ends meet, Zhao Xian had to agree to teach her ideas and designs to Tang Fei Fei. Now that she knows that Tang Fei Fei is paralyzed, she expresses regret on the surface, but is actually happy in her heart. And today, Zhao Xian was serving Tang Qingma for the first time and needed to figure out the other party's preferences. However, Tang Qingma only glanced at the suit in front of him for a few seconds before pulling out a black card from his body that Tang Jianren had given him earlier. I'll take all of these, order me a set of all of them. Chapter 91. I have to make it for my main character first, so I don't have time to help you. Order me a set of all of them. Zhao Xian Lu Tianren. All. Zhao Xian was so excited that she lost her image management. Her face expression was out of control, and her long legs in black silk were constantly shaking, and Lu Tianren, who was located at the back, was also startled. The Lu family usually had a dedicated dressmaker come to their door to help him and Lu Zhao customize their dresses. But the samples laid out in front of them totaled more than 20 sets, all ordered in a set. How much is this going to cost? But looking at Zhao Xian's out-of-control expression management, Tang Qingma just frowned slightly. What's the problem? Nope, there's no problem. Geez, this is a huge business. How can one say there is a problem? How could you miss this opportunity to make a lot of money? Tang Qingma didn't press on, just said coldly, I'm going to a banquet on Friday night, so why don't you make me a set of the latest model first? Okay. It's true that you can't tell 100 times what's going on. When Zhao Xian came to teach Tang Fei Fei a month ago, she had constantly heard bad things from the other's mouth that disparaged Tang Qingma. And because of that today when she was called by the Tang family to measure her clothes, she was kinda nervous. However, she saw Tang Qingma's handsome appearance, a body that was stronger than expected, and a modeling air that allowed him to wear long legs even in civilian clothes alone, and a bravado that was very generous. It wasn't as bad as what Tang Fei Fei said at all. Tang Fei Fei's eyes are blind. But for Tang Qingma, since he had already heard from the system side that Zhao Xian was serious about her work, and that she made every set of costumes by hand, he didn't bother wasting his time picking out a gown just yet. He has a legitimate reason for the dons to pay anyway. Please rest assured, young Master Tang, I will definitely make the most notable costume in the room for you. At this moment, Zhao Xian had already lost her image of calm and collected in front of money. And when facing Tang Qingma, she was as excited as if she had seen the god of wealth. All right, then I'll wait for your news. Tang Qingma nodded casually, but he just happened to think of something. So he revealed an evil smile to Zhao Xian. By the way, Ms. Zhao, until you've done my order, in order to ensure quality, please don't take orders from other customers, including my family. Huh? Zhao Xian was surprised. Don't even pick up the rest of the Tang family? Tang Qingmo wrapped his legs around his head and smiled. As far as I know, when you take orders from my family, you have to complete them wholeheartedly and intently before you can do any other business. Right? So isn't it the same for me? Although that's the case, because this time, young Master Tang needs to order a relatively large number of dresses, said Zhao Xian, looking faintly at the dress samples she had brought over, which amounted to 20 sets. Her average production time for one piece takes a week, and in an emergency several days can still be done, but 20 sets is a bit. As long as you give me satisfactory quality, the hard-earned money after completion will naturally not be less for you. Tang Qingmo once again pulled out that black card. Please rest assured, young Master Tang. I, Zhao Xian, will concentrate on making gowns for you consistently. As soon as she heard that there was hard-earned money, Zhao Xian immediately straightened up and put her hand on her head like she was making a salute. Okay. Then you can go if there's nothing else. Yes, sir. Zhao Xian just packed up her things like the wind, still a bit frazzled from her overzealous emotions. Ugh, aren't you Zhao Xian? Just now, Tang Ailey, who had come down from her dorm room, heard the commotion in the hall and couldn't help but go up suspiciously. You're just in time. I just happened to be looking for your help in customizing my dress for Friday. If it was usual, Zhao Xian would naturally agree and then stay up all night continuously to rush the dress out. But not anymore. I'm sorry, second miss. I have a big order right now, so I won't be able to take orders from other customers for some time to come. What? Tang Ailey's expression immediately tensed up as soon as she heard the other party's words. You're our Tang family's royal costumer. Why aren't you excellent at customizing my clothes? If it was before, Ellie Tang rarely attended dinner parties because of her work. But now that the workers are suspended, she is in a bad mood, so she is pacified by Beck Ryan that she will go to some parties to relax. Who knew that Zhao Xian would actually not make her a new gown? Second miss. I'm here because, said Zhao Xian holding up the folder. Just as she wanted to explain, Tang Qingma's voice came from the side. Because she's going to make it a priority for me. Tang Ailey immediately turned her head to see Tang Qingma triumphantly leaning back on the sofa in a very comfortable position. She's going to do it for me, the lead, first, so she won't have time to help you. You! Tang Ailey's eyes widened in surprise and immediately turned her head to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, you don't have to pay attention to him. He's not qualified to buy clothes with our Tang family's money. Zhao Xian. So who's qualified? That imposter Tang Jinshi. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. Dear second sister, you're a doctor. Is it appropriate to engage in a 3-6-9 hierarchy against your own brother here? You shut up, Don Avery rebuked bitterly. She was about to say something humiliating, but was cut right off. Fine, I can skip the gown. But you should know that this Lu family dinner is for me. If I go over there in all my rags and tell everyone that it's second sister who won't let me buy it, what do you think will happen to the Tang family and your reputation? Tang Qingma's sharp eyes caused Tang Ailey to grit her teeth in anger. Although she wasn't like Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong who blew up at the drop of a hat. In her heart she couldn't look at Tang Qingmo and couldn't see him as good. What? Wasn't it you who said you didn't want me to buy it? I can talk to the Tang family head and see how his good daughter is trying to tarnish the reputation of the Tang family. Tang Qingma even pulled out his cell phone and pressed the communication button with his fingertips. You stop. Don Ellie was instantly bluffed. From the time she got her doctor's license and worked her way up to the title of surgical sage. She was the smartest in her parents' minds. That's why she always hated the fact that her own brother was a stupid loser. But recently Tang Qingma has changed. Because of his defiance, his own work is blocked. But he can't take it out on him like he used to. What an abomination. Unbelievable. Don Ellie clenched her teeth. Now Tang Jianren was going along with pretty much everything in order to thwart Tang Qingma from making moves that would harm the Tang family. And was even now demanding that none of the sisters offend him. But as the second daughter of the Tang family herself, she had been on a smooth career path since graduating from college, and had never tried to be so defeated. The other person is still his own brother, who he sees as the least of his problems. Tang Ailey wanted to turn around and leave. Since she couldn't count on Zhao Xian's side, she would just go out and buy it. As long as she said a few words, those sisters who wanted to flatter the Tang family would come out to accompany her. Zhao Xian, who watched the whole thing from the side, did not say anything. Rather, she did not dare to intervene in the dispute between the two siblings. Seeing that Tang Ailey was finally leaving, she was relieved to go find Tang Qingma. Then, young Master Tang, I'll try to complete the 20 suits you ordered within half a year. Tang Ali, who had just taken half a step out of the gate, immediately turned back in surprise. What? 20 sets? Chapter 92 using Lu Ruyan's hand to make Tang Qingma lose his reputation. What? 20 sets? Don Ellie was really shocked this time. She only ordered 2 sets of gowns a year at most since she didn't attend dinner parties often, and Tang Yinchi, as the family favorite, only bought 4 to 5 sets a year at most. This Tang Qingma actually wants to customize 20 sets? How dare he? However, Tang Qingmo remained calm and didn't change her mind because of Tang Ali's excitement. I know, you look after this half year. Just reimburse the expenses directly to the Tang family. Okay, I'll bill you now. Wait. Tang Ali wanted to go forward and take away the invoice sheet from Zhao Xian's hand. But at that moment Lu Tianrun stepped forward and directly held out his arm to stop her. Young Master Lu, please, it's a family matter for our Tang family. Tang Ali was disgruntled. This Lu Tianrun has been in his own way many times. But the other party was the young master of the Lu family and a martial artist, so he didn't dare to move him at all. I'm now young Tang's bodyguard, on the suspicion that you're trying to disadvantage him. Lu Tianrun said to Tang Ali without giving any face at all. You! I just want to take the ticket book in Zhao Xian's hand. Tang Ali clenched her fists hard. There was no way to step forward again. Lu Tianrun frowned. Then please ask Ms. Zhao to take it after she writes the ticket. The implication was that he was a personal bodyguard belonging to Tang Qingma, and if she did anything else, he wouldn't be polite to her. This is unbelievable. I'm going to tell Dad. Tang Ali was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet in place. Yet Tang Qingma just looked at her with the eyes of a clown. It doesn't matter. You can tell the Tang family master about today's events. It's just that. As the real young master of the Tang family, being recognized back into the Tang family until now, he doesn't even have a decent dress, and now that he's only ordered 20 sets, he's being obstructed by his own sister, while the fake young master can order 4 to 5 sets a year. If this news gets out, I don't know how many more hot searches the Tang family can make. Ellie Tang. Hot search. At the mention of this, her brow furrowed again. Only Lu Tianren was expressionless, but his heart was filled with contempt. Although ordering 20 sets of gowns in one go might seem a bit exaggerated, considering Tang Qingma's status as the poor young master who had only been recognized for 18 years, it wouldn't be too much to ask even if the Tang family were to give him the world's most precious gift. However, the Tang family did not treat him as a part of the family at all, and did not allow the other party to use the family's money, which was outrageous. Anyway, I'll talk to Dad. Just you wait. After saying what she thought were harsh words, Ellie Tang left without looking back. Zhao Xian was truly relieved this time when she saw the other party go far away. I'm sorry, Xiao Tang. It's because I was too hasty. She hadn't expected that Tang Ali would be so concerned about Tang Qingma's purchase of a gown. Although ordering 20 sets in one go wasn't cheap, Tang Qingma had never ordered a dress before, so it was acceptable for the luxurious Tang family, right? Like Mrs. Tang, the head of the Tang family, and their 7 sisters would order 1 or 2 sets every year, while Tang Strinxi even ordered 4 to 5 sets every year. Tang Qingma was merely making up for 18 years' worth of dresses. Don't mind her. She's under too much pressure at work, so she's just trying to find someone to take it out on. Tang Qingma didn't care in the slightest. You don't have to take her to heart. Just work hard on my dress and I'll pay you again when I'm satisfied. Good. I will. Zhao Xian was very moved inside. This Tang family's young master is so nice. Not like those demanding and prickly sisters of his. What's more, he's very hoity-toity. On the other hand, Ellie Tang really called Tang Jianren truthfully and told her what happened. However, she didn't get the imagined scene of Tang Jianren rebuking Tang Qingma. The other party scolded herself instead. Didn't I tell you not to mess with him? Why don't you listen? But Dad, he ordered so many suits in one go, I can't see. Shut up. Have you forgotten what I promised him?
Tang Di ăn rang rau.
Ugh. He said that he'll ask for twice as much back for anything that Qinghai has gotten. Since he wants it, give it to him. In Tang Jianren's mind, as long as money can be solved, it is not a problem. Since money can make Tang Qingma not do bad things, let him buy it. Anyway, the Tang family being a powerful family, just 20 suits counted for nothing. It would also be a good way to make up for the lost and found son. How could Ellie Tang, as a doctor, not understand such a simple truth? She really doesn't have a clue about the human condition in this brain. Dad, but... Tang Ali wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Tang Jianren. You don't have to but it anymore. I'm asking you to stop messing with Tang Qingma. You can't talk to him, you can't fight him, do you think it's funny to mess with him? Don't make trouble for me at this time. After saying that, Tang Jianren directly hung up the phone. Dad? Dad? Ellie Tang looked at her cell phone in shock, having been hung up on mercilessly. At this point, it was like her face was swollen by an invisible slap. Obviously, he had just sworn to Tang Qingma that he would let Tang Jianren out of his anger. But he didn't expect that Tang Jianren would actually turn around and berate himself. If this little Tang Qingma knew, no way, no can do. At the thought of being mercilessly humiliated, Ellie Tang immediately rolled back to her room as if nothing had happened. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. However, her remorse value kept pouring out, and she had already told Tang Qingma in disguise that she had been scolded by Tang Jianren. Subsequently, Zhao Xian similarly refused White Flower Lotus's order, and everyone in the Tang family knew about Tang Qingma's customization of 20 sets of gowns. Although Tang Ruoling and Tang Meixin both felt that Tang Qingma's behavior was overbearing, they didn't dare to reprimand based on Tang Jianren's warning. Bai Hualian, on the other hand, after hearing that Tang Qingmo had ordered a dress, suddenly felt guilty that she had not done her job as a mother during these 18 years, and that she had not actually helped the other party to order a dress in these 3 months. Then the remorse value rattled up, and this time, with Tang Jianren's advice, Tang Strinxie didn't dance to his face again. Tang Qingma was happy to be quiet. After just a few days of waiting, Zhao Xian customized a brand new set of gowns at a chicken-blooded speed, packaged them in a blue box, and delivered them to the Tang family. Tang Xianqi couldn't help but clench her fists at the sight, her heart filled with jealousy. If it had been before, this new gown would have belonged to her, all because of Tang Qingma, taking his place at the party and his dress away from him fair and square. Wait for it. This time he must use Lu Ruiyan's hand to make Tang Qingma lose his reputation. Chapter 93. You and he both inherit genes from your old man, just as shabby. Time passed and soon it was the day of the dinner. The Lu family was still busy with preparations in the afternoon, and in order to emphasize the family's grandeur, the mansion and gardens were magnificently decorated, and a number of famous families in the Magic City were also invited to attend. In order to prevent Tang Qingma from escaping from the battlefield, Tang Jianren personally asks Lu Tianren to send him to school safely. In the end, he even personally came over to pick up Tang Qingma at the end of the school day and immediately returned to the Tang family to get ready. Lu Tianren went back to Lu's house first as he also had to prepare to attend the dinner. And after Tang Qingma sat in the carriage, her tone was a bit flirtatious. I didn't expect you to be so nervous this time, even coming to pick me up in person. Obviously you usually forget about my existence. Tang Jianren, who was driving the car, felt embarrassed and said slowly, It was my fault before, but you have to realize that I'm busy every day as the chairman of the Tang Group. That's why I'm leaving everything at home to Hulian. Tang Qingma smiled. So that's it. Now you're trying to put all the blame on your wife? Ahem, that's not what I meant. Tang Qingma's mouth was truly barbed, causing Tang Jianren to be at a loss for how to respond. You don't even know where your own son lives when he returns home for 3 months and has only $500 to live on. Yet you can regularly give hundreds of thousands of dollars in pocket money to your fake son and 7 daughters. TSK. The double standard is set by you. The last thing Tang Jianren wanted was for Tang Qingma to bring up the old story, because no matter how he said it, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Therefore, he immediately changed the topic. Anyway, I'll pay more attention to the family's affairs in the future, and you're ready to cultivate a good relationship with Ruyan at today's dinner party.
Tang Qingmo lâu ghét Côn Ly, ha ha.
Lu Ruyan is like seeing an enemy when she sees me now. Do you think she'll cultivate any kind of relationship with me? I don't care about you youngsters. In short, a marriage with the Lu family will only benefit our Tang family, Tang Jianren said firmly. In order for the Tang family to gain more benefits, their engagement must go smoothly. Only benefits? Tang Qingma hooked his lips, his eyes coldly looking out the car window. I hope you'll still say that after this dinner party. After returning to the Tang family villa, Tang Jianren immediately called the stylist who had made an appointment to come over to design Tang Qingma's hair. The young lady and her assistant were originally still in the process of dressing up the 3 Tang sisters, but since the person who paid for her to come over was Tang Jianren, she of course prioritized listening to her employer and so she directly dropped the three sisters. This made the three Tang Ruoling, who were almost dressed up but were kicked out, very unhappy. But based on their father's anger, they had to wait in the hall first. Now Tang Qingma, that little must be very arrogant. Tang Ali sat on the sofa and sulked. Dad kicked all three of us out for him. Tang Meishin exhaled and said soothingly, "Don't be angry, second sister. We've been putting on makeup since morning and it's all pretty much done. There are three of us, of course we have to dress up longer. I haven't been to a party in a long time and was looking forward to it." For Ellie Tang, as she used to be busy with her work and often needed to go back to the hospital to work overtime, she would seldom attend dinners at the mansion's house. Nowadays, I have nothing to do at home, and I want to attend the... Who knew that the anticipation was all ruined by Tang Qingma? "Sister? Aren't you guys still dressing up?" At that moment, Tang Inchi came out of her room and was surprised to see all three sisters staying in the hall. "Don't mention it. It's not because of Tang Qingma," Tang Ali said in a bad mood. "Dad took our stylist away in order for him to go to makeup first. Originally we were very picky about our stylists. It's rare to find one we're so satisfied with. Who knows, we'll be called away before we're even done with our makeup." Tang Ruoling also said breathlessly. "So?" Tang Inchi nodded in understanding, but inwardly kept spitting. "If it wasn't for you guys being picky, would you have to find just one stylist?" That stylist had come over before he went to school, and was still working on things by mid-afternoon, so it was obvious how much work the three of them were doing combined. When Tang Jianren came back and saw that there was only one stylist, naturally he blew them out. But it's none of your business." Usually when he had to go to a party, he was helped with his makeup by White Flower Lotus exclusive stylist, who was very famous in the industry. But since he couldn't attend this dinner party, that stylist only styled by Hua Lin alone. And while the three Tang sisters were still complaining, Tang Meishin saw Tang Stringxi wearing light clothing that looked like she wanted to go out. "Hoshi, are you going out?" Tang Jinshi nodded. "Yeah. I wasn't able to go to the Lu family's banquet today, so I asked a friend to go play." Seeing his thoughtfulness lack of complaints, all three sisters felt a twinge of guilt inside. "You've been wronged, Hoshi."
Tang Ruling sai sốc ti.
If she could, she would naturally want to have Tang Inchi attend with her. But this time, the Lu family lord had already let it be known that he wouldn't be inviting Tang Qingshi. So in order to avoid embarrassment, it would be better for Tang Qingshi not to go. I think it was again that little Tang Qingma who said something to the Lu family master that caused Xiao Shi to not be able to go. Tang Ali gritted her teeth. Tang Inchi immediately persuaded. "Don't say that, second sister. Brother is just insecure. He's attending a banquet for the first time this time. It's inevitable that he'll be like this." Tang Ali coldly grunted. "Xiao Shi, you should stop speaking for him. You can't be too kind. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't know how you'd be bullied by Tang Qingma." Tang Stringy. Spoken as if you can do anything about him. Of course Tang Inchi didn't say what was on her mind. Still smiling brightly. "Don't worry, second sister. I'm fine. Then I'll go find my friend first. Bye bye, big sister. Second sister. Third sister. Bye." The three sisters looked at each other's backs as they left alone, their hearts reaching the peak of their dissatisfaction with Tang Qingma. It's really poor Xiao Shi. It's all Tang Qingma's fault. That day he ordered dresses as if he had never seen the world. He ordered 20 sets in one go without even looking at them. Tang Ali continued to gnash her teeth. Isn't it the same for him to wear anything with that shabby look? Even the most beautiful and expensive clothes are a waste on him. But I get this shabby look from the same parents as you. What's going on? Tang Ali's words were interrupted as the crowd watched Tang Qingma walk down from the top of the stairs. Tall and strong body, handsome appearance, in the Zhao Xian hand-designed gorgeous close-fitting, has a unique tailoring of the black dress set off more highlights the Tang Qingma evil temperament. Everyone was stunned. Especially Ellie Tang, who had just said that the other party was shabby. Who would have thought that Tang Qingma, who had been picked up 3 months ago and was skinny and bony, would have changed so much by now? Tang Jianren on the side was very satisfied looking at this handsome Tang Qingma. Not bad for your own son. The stylist lady who followed him out was even more excited. Young Master Tang has a good base. He doesn't need to wear heavy makeup to look good. Moreover, due to his cultivation, Tang Qingma's body was stronger than before, and had more yang than most male celebrities nowadays. But Tang Qingma snorted and shook her head. "It's a pity. I just heard my dear second sister say that I'm shabby like. I wonder what the Tang family head with the same genes has in mind?" Tang Ailey instantly turned white, her face looking at Tang Jianren in a bit of panic. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Jianren frowned. He had just heard what Tang Ailey said from above. She actually said her brother was shabby in everything he wore. What's the name of the old man who inherited himself? Ellie Tang. Since you think Qingma is shabby, you shouldn't go. Tang Jianren rebuked in a cold voice. Because you and he both inherited the old man's genes. Just as shabby. Chapter 94. Demanding $1 million in compensation just for saying a word. Dad. That's not what I meant. Tang Ailey immediately explained awkwardly that it was so rare for her to be able to attend a banquet. How could she miss this opportunity? Donnelly's remorse plus 200. I just didn't think Qingma would be suitable for this party because his clothes were a bit old in the past. But with Ray's help today, he's become very good-looking. Ray is the stylist's nickname. Tang Qingma sneered sarcastically. My clothes are old because no one buys clothes for me. Speaking of which, in all the time I've been back, you haven't given me anything again, second sister, except for a lighter on the first day. It's obvious that Tang Yinchi has a different gift every few days.
Ellie Tang.
She suddenly had a bad feeling, only to see Tang Qingmo reveal a bright smile. Second sister, you don't want to cause your own brother to be overly sad and then not go to the banquet because of what you just said, do you? You? To be honest, Tang Qingma not attending the Lu family's dinner party. Tang Ailey and the others could be said to have raised their hands in favor of it. After all, their Shao she couldn't even go, so how could they let Tang Qingma have his way? But Tang Jianren was not happy to hear it. This banquet of the Lu family was to better promote the relationship between the two Tang and Lu families, and when the time came, they would also talk about business cooperation. The Tang family had already lost Tang Fei and Tang Shuirong, two daughters who could marry for profit. Therefore, the marriage between Tang Qingma and the Lu family could never go wrong again. If Tang Qingma, his fiancée, didn't go, how else could he cultivate a relationship with Lu Ruyan? How to respond when asked by other guests? So Tang Jianren immediately looked at the three sisters seriously. Qingma is right. How are you guys being sisters? Why can't you even buy a gift after all this time? Three sisters. Without waiting for them to react, Tang Jianren said to Tang Qingma with a big smile. Qingma, don't blame your sister. They are also too busy with work. Just say what you want for a gift. Don't hurt your feelings for each other. The most important thing right now was to get Tang Qingma to travel to the Lu family. Anything else was just vanity. And he's right. If Tang Ruoling and the girls had done something in the past and pretended to be nice to their own brother, not so much would have happened by now. Tang Qingma smiled lightly and very nonchalantly took out her cell phone's QR code. Let's do it this way, talking about feelings hurts money. The three sisters will each give me $1 million, and I'll pretend that I didn't hear the hurtful words that second sister just said. The three Tang sisters. $1 million? But asking for $1 million in compensation just because of what Ellie Tang said. Not to mention Tang Ruoling and Tang Meishin, who were implicated without saying anything. They're too wronged. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. Tang Meishin's remorse value plus 200. And now, in addition to Tang Ruoling, Tang Ailey and Tang Meishin were both suspended, and as $1,000 ladies they were spending money lavishly, and didn't have much savings on them at all. It's only $1 million. Give it to him. However, Tang Jianren did not sympathize with the three sisters at all, and directly convicted them of the crime and demanded compensation from them, leaving the three of them with mixed feelings. But on second thought, wasn't this how Tang Qingma had often been treated before? As long as Tang Jinshi said a few words with a drop or two of tears, they would immediately condemn Tang Qingma, not even listening to the explanation. There is a wheel in the sky, and that's when the boomerang zaps itself before it feels the pain. Tang Qingma handed over the QR code with a sneer, her tone mocking. Three sisters, please hurry up and pay, so I won't be sad and can go over to the Lu family's place without any problems. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Meishin's remorse value plus 200. Tang Jianren also urged, don't I give you guys a lot of pocket money every month? Why don't you give it to him quickly? As the president, Tang Ruoling of course had no problem giving $1 million, and under Tang Jianren's disgruntled eyes, he paid the money over. But Ellie Tang and Mei Xian Tang remained hesitant, and finally looked at Ruoling Tang together. Tang Ruoling. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. Fine, after all, she's the big sister. She only needs a look to figure out what they want to say. Why don't you give me the QR code again, and I'll help them pay $2 million to you first. Tang Ruoling transferred another $2 million to Tang Qingma. I'll just receive $3 million. It's none of my business whether you guys borrow or give it away.
Tang King Mo smile.
His attitude is a real firecracker. Would love to open my mouth and scold him if I could, but they couldn't scold them, and Tang Jianren was beside them, so they could only hold their anger in. Tang Jianren saw that Tang Qingma had already put the money away and immediately revealed a pleasing smile. Qingma, are you satisfied now? Can you come with me to the Lu family? Of course, I have to thank second sister for giving me the chance to get $3 million. Tang Qingma deliberately gave Tang Ali a triumphant taunt and left with Tang Jianren. Tang Ali clenched her fists at this point, her entire face red warm. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. It was only after they left that Tang Ruoling shook her head helplessly. You? Look around when you talk. Don't get caught again. Obviously, the second sister was an excellent surgeon, so why did her brain get hot when she was confronted with Tang Qingma? Tang Ali lowered her head guiltily. I know. I'm sorry, big sister. Ugh. Alright, let's continue with our makeup and go to the Ryu family. After that, the three Tang sisters were no longer fussy about letting Ray dress up, but instead finished their makeup very quickly. It was already 7:30 p.m. when Tang Qingma arrived at the Lu family home. When the two arrived at the scene, the Lu family's butler immediately came over to greet them. However, when Tang Qingma wanted to enter the mansion, he heard a panicked voice coming from the system. Host, it's inside. I've sensed the scent of a foreign beast inside this mansion. Chapter 95, The Willow Family's Dinner Party. There really is? After hearing the system's words, Tang Qingma sighed. When Tang Jianren had asked Tang Qingma to attend the Lu family's dinner party earlier, the system had told him that the Lu family's master wanted to conduct a large-scale event. In the party that night, it's an ornamental display of exotics that have been traded back from who knows where. Speaking of beasts, in the present day, with the revival of aura and the prevalence of martial arts, a large amount of aura simultaneously causes space and the earth to distort, connecting to a mysterious place. The otherworld. Inside, there was an abundance of resources and countless auras that attracted countless martial artists to it. However, they soon realized that the otherworld is not a paradise, and that there are a large number of ferocious and powerful mutated monsters, otherworldly beasts in it. Fae are omnivores, mindless, yet hungry for human flesh and blood. Just as humans can enter the otherworld through the aura channel, so too can the other beasts make incursions into the human world. Therefore, in order to defend the country and its people from harm, the government and the Budo Academy regularly send powerful martial artists for suppression and defense. The dean who adopted the original owner then needed to travel frequently to the borders of China to fight for his country and its people. But now the system is saying that the mansion is showing the scent of a foreign beast? Tang Qingmo raised her head and looked at the Lu family mansion in front of her. Nowadays, for the safety of the public, trading between exotic animals needs to be allowed through the permission of the government and the Martial Arts Society before it can take place. However, in order to highlight their wealth or power to the outside world and to attract more business cooperation, some famous families turn the ferocious and dangerous beasts into their tools to show off and consolidate their power. Let's just say, what a death wish! Kiyomo! Kiyomo! Just as Tang Qingma was thinking, Tang Jianren called out to him loudly. What's wrong? I'll take you in now. Tonight you might see the Zhou family in addition to the Lu family master and Ruyan. So behave yourself and don't make a fool of yourself. The Zhou family was the family that the Lu family lord's sister had married out to, and it was also one of the powerful families in the Magic City. It was just that, in comparison to the Tang Lu two families, the Zhou family's power was slightly weaker. Tang Qingma snickered. That's what the Tang family master said. If people respected each other, naturally there wouldn't be any problems. Was he saying that as long as the Lu and Zhou families treated him with proper respect, he would behave properly as well? Obviously this was very basic, but Tang Jianren unexpectedly felt uneasy. The two were taken by the butler to some room, and before the party had begun, several people were seen inside the room talking and laughing. One of the men inside was Lu Ruyan's father, Lu Shuya. Next to him stood a middle-aged woman who appeared to be of a similar age, presumably his sister, Mrs. Zhou. While Lu Ruyan was sitting inside the room, chatting with two young men and women, as soon as she saw Tang Qingma, she instantly displayed a hateful killing intent. Brother Tang, you're here. Lu Shuye was very excited to see the arrival of the two Tang clan members and quickly walked over to Tang Jianren. He glanced at Tang Qingma beside him and also pretended to politely pat his shoulder. "Isn't this Qingma? Haven't seen you for a while. You've grown quite a bit." Yanagi academics are known to do looks. No matter how much he disliked Tang Qingma in his heart, he would make a polite face in front of people. Therefore Tang Qingma smiled and returned the salute. "Good evening, Lu family master. You are equally in your prime. Ah. Ha ha ha. That mouth of yours. It's really coated in honey. Academic, who's here?" The middle-aged woman who had just chatted with Lu Shuya asked suspiciously. "Ah, I'll introduce you guys." Lu Shuya immediately let Tang Jianren and Tang Qingma walk into the room. "This is my sister, Lu and I, and the Zhou family's main mother." "Sister, they are the Tang family. This is Tang Jianren, the head of the Tang family, and Ruyan's fiancé, Tang Qingma." "Hello, Mrs. Zhou." Tang Qingma reached out with a smile, taking the initiative to shake Mrs. Zhou's hand. "You're Qingmo, how handsome you look." Mrs. Zhou patted him gently after holding his hand before looking at Tang Jianren beside her. "Tang family master, thank you for attending our family's dinner today." "Don't be polite, Mrs. Zhou," said the nearby Tang Jianren with a smile. Seeing that Tang Qingma was doing well, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After introducing themselves pretty much, Lu Shuya also said to Tang Qingma, "Qingma, I'll say a few words to your father. You go over and play with Ruyan." Tang Qingma turned his head away and saw that Lu Ruyan, who was sitting inside, was still looking at him with a displeased expression, while the two young men and women beside her were also revealing impish smiles. Although their expressions seemed friendly, they were all obviously drugged by Ruyan Lu, and the atmosphere between the three was a bit off limits for them to step into. "Kiyomo, go now." Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Tang Jianren barked at his side. Anyway, apart from taking the relationship between the two Tang and Lu families to the next level, tonight's banquet was also mainly for Tang Qingma and Lu Ruyan to cultivate their relationship. "Well, good." Tang Qingma glanced at Tang Jianren with a smile, then went up to Lu Ruyan's side. "First time meeting. I'm Tang Qingma." Tang Qingma didn't even look at Lu Ruyan, looking at the two who were still meeting for the first time based on politeness. Of course, Tang Qingma had also long known what they were. Zhou Ting and Zhou Shang, a pair of dragon and phoenix children of Mrs. Zhou, were also cousins of Lu Ruyan. In the original owner's memory, the three of them had often given the original owner different care together with Lu Ruyan. As expected, as soon as he heard Tang Qingma's self-introduction, Zhou Shang immediately scoffed with a look of contempt. In a voice that only they could hear, he said, "So you're Tang Qingma? I heard that you're fond of robbing people?" Zhou Ting also chimed in. "So it's you, looking quite handsome, but I didn't expect to like robbing people so much. It's true that you're a wild child who grew up outside, like a beggar." Seeing Tang Qingma's expressionless face, Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows in triumph, feeling pained inside. Tang Qingma had ruthlessly humiliated her before. That's why he wouldn't let him off the hook so easily with the dinner party he was hosting today. She wanted to make Tang Qingma lose his reputation. There would be no more place for him in the mansion world. Ha. However, after being mocked by Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, Tang Qingma suddenly laughed, still not holding back the laughter at all, leaving Ryu Ruyan and the others puzzled. Zhou Shang frowned. "What are you laughing at?" "It's nothing," said Tang Qingma, stifling her laughter and looking at him and Zhou Ting with an amiable expression. "You should be Lu Ruyan's cousins. Since you guys said that I like to rob people, it should be from her mouth that I robbed Tang Chuanxi of her identity. Well then, having met for the first time, I'll give you my blessing here, and later on, a pair of twins will pop up at your door and say you're fakes, so that you can return everything to its rightful owner." "Pa, what are you babbling about?" Zhou Shang immediately slapped the desktop with a red warmth as soon as he heard Tang Inxi's blessing. This shot also attracted the attention of Tang Jianren and Lu Shuya. Tang Qingma was still smiling brightly. "I'm just being honest, after all. This real young master of mine was said by you guys to like robbing the fake young master. In that case, I hope that in the future a pair of twins will come to your door and snatch what you have. You asshole." When Zhou Shang heard Tang Qingma's sarcastic and vicious blessings, he finally couldn't help but clench his fists and tried to swing them at Tang Qingma's face. Ping! Tang Qingma sidestepped and dodged, then brought his foot forward. "Oh!" Zhou Shang just tripped over Tang Qingma and his entire body fell to the ground. The impact with the ground made a loud noise, attracting Tang Jianren's trio in real time. "What's wrong with you, Cozy Eye?" Mrs. Zhou saw her son fall and came forward in shock. Chapter 96. What kind of blessing is this? It's basically a curse. What the hell is going on here? Seeing his sledge suddenly fall to the ground, Lu Shuia's face turned ugly. "How did you fall for good reason?" And it still fell in front of Tang Qingma. Zhou Ting was also very angry after hearing Tang Qingma's words just now, and was about to complain to her mother and uncle. However, when she stood up, Tang Qingma had already acknowledged it before her. "I tripped." "What?" Lu Shuia and Mrs. Zhou were both surprised. "What's wrong with you, kid?" And Tang Jianren clenched his teeth, not expecting to get himself into trouble again after not looking at him for only a moment. But Tang Qingma didn't blame herself in the slightest, looking down at Zhou Shang and mocking. "Because it was this young master who wanted to hit me. I tripped him, or else I'd have been knocked down by now. So, I'm counting self-defense." These words caused both Lu Shuia and Mrs. Zhou to blush with embarrassment, while Tang Jianren's otherwise flustered eyes shone. If it was self-defense, that would make sense. Not at all. Of course, Zhou Ting wasn't convinced by Tang Qingma's argument and immediately rushed to the other party's face and loudly defended. "That was because you spoke out against us, so my brother couldn't help but strike." Tang Qingma smiled. "Oh, then please tell me why I spoke out of turn, Miss Zhou." "It's not because we..." Xiao Ting, Zhou Shang, who had fallen to the ground, immediately stopped and interrupted. Zhou Ting had accidentally gotten into Tang Qingma's way because of her emotions and almost slipped up. She covered her mouth in a hurry, but no one in front of her was a cutie. It was clear to see that the people who provoked the provocation in the beginning were the Zhou siblings. And Lu Ruyan, who was sitting inside in silence, clenched her fists in anger. "That Qing Mo, why don't you?" When Lu Shuia saw that the atmosphere was stiff, he quickly stepped in to be a peacemaker. But Tang Qingma completely ignored him and looked directly at Mrs. Zhou. "Mrs. Zhou, may I ask if they are your sons and daughters?" Mrs. Zhou, who was supporting Zhou Shang, was startled for a moment and slowly nodded her head. Tang Qingma said coldly, "Then I'll trouble you to discipline them properly. I don't know them at all, but as soon as they came up, they said that I like to rob other people's things, and that I'm a beggar who grew up outside." Tang Jianren and Lu Shuia were both shocked, and Mrs. Zhou also looked at Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting incredulously, causing them all to look away sheepishly. Tang Jianren frowned even more, although he also felt that the Tang Qingma who had just returned 3 months ago was dirty and disheveled like a beggar, but it was an internal matter of the Tang family anyhow. Now that the Zhou family siblings were talking about his son like this, wasn't it tantamount to trampling his dignity underfoot? And Tang Qingma continued to ask suspiciously, "It's so strange. Obviously I don't know them. Why did they humiliate me as soon as they came up?" Raiwology. Lu Shuia had already heard the meaning in Tang Qingma's words, and secretly glanced at the embarrassed Lu Ruyan. Wasn't his implication that he didn't know the Zhou siblings but was suddenly humiliated because Lu Ruyan, who was close to them, abetted them? "That's why I blessed them with the hope that they would return what they possessed to its rightful owner in the future when they had the same encounter with me. But it seems that my blessing was too strong, causing young Master Zhou to have to beat me up." Tang Qingma smiled brightly. But these words of his had already made Mrs. Zhou and Lu Shuia's faces very ugly. What kind of blessing is that? It's a curse. But Hao said it was the Zhou siblings who provoked the others in the first place, and as elders they didn't know what to say. King Mua. Tang Jianren, who was on the side, saw that the atmosphere was very awkward and reflexively tried to go up to relieve himself. But he was interrupted just by calling out his name. "Tang family master. If you want me to just let it go, then please keep quiet," said a prejudged Tang Jianren, shutting up. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. "You have to know that I'm not the only one being insulted right now. There's also the entire Tang family, including you. If I don't talk back, won't I be fueling the flames of others? Of course, if you want to let people humiliate us as much as they want, then I won't say anything." "How can this be?" Tang Jianren immediately blurted out. "You know what he cares most about has always been family face. This Zhou family was even weaker than the Tang family in the Devil's capital, and its heir actually dared to humiliate his son like this. Isn't this a disguised slap in his face?" Tang Jianren immediately frowned at Lu Shuia, his tone cold. "Brother Lu, Mrs. Zhou, I need an explanation from you." Seeing that Tang Jianren was also angry, Lu Shuia hurriedly said, "Brother Tang, these are just children playing tricks on each other. Please don't pay attention to it." So family master Lu thought it was a joke. Tang Qingma looked as if he had long anticipated that Lu Shuya would make peace with the situation, and smiled in a flat tone. Then I'll be blunt, Lu Ruyan came over to the Tang family the last time full-on like a madwoman. Getting all human and ghostly in defense of a fake is a crazy fairy. What are you talking about? As expected, after hearing Tang Qingma's insult, Lu Ruyan, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but heavily slap the desktop, glaring at Tang Qingma in a fiery manner. It's just a child's playfulness. You don't have to pay attention to it. You! Lu Ruyan immediately looked at Lu Shuya, who also felt extremely embarrassed and speechless. Originally, they were called over to properly cultivate their relationship, but now, let alone cultivate it, they are on the verge of a big fight. Anyway, Zhou Sheng, Zhou Ting quickly apologized to Qing Mo. In order to calm Tang Jianren and their anger, Lu Shuya immediately rebuked the Zhou siblings. Uncle? The two of them looked at Lu Shuya in surprise, not expecting that their uncle, who had always loved them, would actually want them to apologize to Tang Qingma. Hurry up! But this time, Lu Shuya didn't budge at all. Even if Mrs. Zhou intolerantly wanted to say something, she was made to not dare to speak by a look from Lu Shuya. There was no choice but to lower their heads. Yeah, sorry. Chapter 97. Don't play with fire except to watch over your daughters. I'm sorry. Although the Zhou family's status in the mansion world wasn't very high, due to the fact that their mother's external family was the Lu family, Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting grew up surrounded by praise and favor, and even when they became Lu Ruyan's followers, they had never been subjected to such an aggravation. But now the uncle who had a hand in the world actually wanted them to apologize to Tang Qingma. Zhou Sheng clenched his fists and held back with red eyes, while Zhou Ting couldn't help but try to shed teardrops. In the past, following Lu Ruyan's side was only them talking about other people. It was the first time they were humiliated back like this. Tang Qingma, you remember that for us. Noticing the anger of the two, the system couldn't help but alert Tang Qingma. Host, this pair of siblings might be up to something. Isn't it obvious? Tang Qingma had long since noticed the unwillingness in their eyes and grunted and laughed. Originally, this banquet was attended by Lu Ruyan in order to get back at me, so how could cousins who are on good terms with her not participate? Qing Mo, are you satisfied with this? Can you spare them this time for my sake? After Lu Shuya let the Zhou siblings finish apologizing, he smiled at Tang Qingma and said, if the marriage between the Lu Tang and Tang families was affected by the matter of these two siblings, it could be said that the loss would outweigh the gain. Mrs. Zhou also bowed her head obediently. Yes, young Master Tang. This time it's my fault for not teaching my children well. I'll definitely go back and discipline them properly. Since both family Lord Lu and Mrs. Zhou are so sincere, I, as a junior, naturally have to give you face. Tang Qingma withdrew his cold aura from earlier, a smile returning to his face. But in the next second, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Shuya. It's just that Lu family master. He took a step forward and whispered into Ryugakuai's ear in a voice that only two people could hear. I hope you don't do anything stupid tonight, except watch over your daughter, but don't play with fire. Raiwology. What does he mean? In a flash, Lu Shuya felt creeped out. Tang Qingma's eyes looked like they could see through him, and cold sweat couldn't help but emerge from his back. Did he know what he was trying to do at the party? No way. He was hiding it from everyone. Tang Qingma couldn't possibly know. Looking at Lu Shuya's panicked appearance, Tang Qingma just hooked her lips in a cold smile. Although he had just said something similar to advice, he knew very well how Ryu Gakkai could have ended the event he wanted to organize just because of his words. So, it's gonna be a busy night. The Lu family had also decorated the hall in gold for this dinner. Celebrities from all walks of life were invited to attend, highlighting the influence of the Lu family. As it was nearing the time to start the banquet, Tang Qingma walked towards the hall. Handsome appearance, tall and strong body, an elegant and unique temperament all made Tang Qingma receive a lot of eyes and attention. Since the original owner had never attended any banquets after being recognized back into the Tang family, none of the guests present knew Tang Qingma's identity and speculated about which family's young master this man was. But there were still people on the scene who knew Tang Qingma. Young Tang, we're here. Lu Tianren waved at Tang Qingma upon seeing him, while beside him stood Lu Zhaozhao and an unfamiliar young man. Tianren, you're here? Tang Qingma smiled and stepped forward. Although Lu Tianren today was wearing a suit as usual, he could feel that he was not as serious as he was at work, and his entire body was in a relaxed state. I'm there too. Do you only see my brother? Lu Xiaoxiao was a little sulky when she saw that Tang Qingma didn't have herself in her eyes. Tang Qingma glanced at her and smiled with his eyes closed. Ms. Lu, hello? Humph. Although she was the one who asked Tang Qingma to greet her, she gamely looked away again after actually doing so. Zhao Zhao, be a little polite. This level of capriciousness made Lu Tianren breathlessly apologize to Tang Qingma. I'm sorry, Xiao Tang. It's okay. Lu Tianren changed the topic and introduced the man beside Tang Qingma. By the way, young Tang, let me introduce to you. This is the son of my father's old friend, called Li Wei. Hello, young Tang. It's an honor to meet you. Li Wei pulled out a business card from his body and handed it over. Hello, Mr. Li. Tang Qingma, who had taken the business card, glanced at it a little and saw the words, journalist, written on it, and immediately realized that the other party was the person Lu Rongxing had sent. He then snapped up the hidden black object on Levi's clothing and burst into a smile. Tang Qingma, is it Mr. Li's first time in the Lu family today? Yes. Then I recommend you to go to the pool outside, and the garden that the Ryu family takes care of. It's perfect to go there alone, and it'll be very comfortable to take a walk. Levi smiled and said, I'll think about it. Lu Tianren. They were all human beings and naturally understood what Tang Qingma meant. Only Lu Xiaoxiao remained confused, her tone impatient. The banquet is about to start. What's the point of telling people to go over to those places for a good reason? Inexplicable. Tang Qingma slowly said, Nothing, just a recommendation. Lu Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but Li Wei immediately interrupted. It seems that young Master Tang is quite familiar with the Lu family. Sort of. I used to come over to see my fiancé, Tang Qingma said with a smile. Strictly speaking, the original owner only came over to the Lu family every time just to meet Rian Lu. But after being disliked, she quickly went back and didn't get to know the structure of the Lu family at all. Right now, Tang Qingma was able to familiarly name those places only because the system had given the Lu family a floor plan. And as the three continued to chat, the lights in the venue suddenly went out. The crowd looked in the direction of the stage in surprise as Ryu learned to hold the microphone, and those lights quickly gathered on him. Everyone, thank you for attending the dinner party hosted by my Willow family. When Tang Qingma saw the banquet begin, she greeted Lu Tianren and the others and left. Lu Shuiya's speech was pretty much the same as what the other banquets had said, and Tang Qingma was only bored. Quickly, however, he said, Our Ryu family is very honored to receive one's research item, and in an hour's time we'll make it public to everyone. Research products? What a death-defying adjective. Also, I've invited the Tang family, who is on very good terms with the Lu family, to attend the banquet together today as well. After saying that, Lu Shuya invited Tang Jianren to join him on stage for his speech. They tease each other about their children's engagements, business partnerships, and so on. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuya didn't call himself and Lu Rian on stage to open up to the public that they were an unmarried couple. Maybe it's because there's a Ryu marriage in it, but all of this had nothing to do with Tang Qingma, as he noticed that the venue was filled with unfriendly eyes towards him. Normally today was his first time attending a mansion banquet. There shouldn't be anyone who knew him other than the people from the three Tang Lu families. So those unfriendly sights, I believe, are what Ruyan has prepared for herself. Tang Qingma looked at the stage where Lu Shuya and Tang Jianren were still conversing excitedly, and Bai Hualian and Tang Ruoling went to their own socializing, simply forgetting about her existence. Therefore Tang Qingma slightly hooked her lips and turned around to walk out of the banquet hall. He came to the pool outside the Willow Mansion. That pool wasn't very deep, but it was deep enough to have come up to a grown man's waist. Tang Qingma looked at the surface of the pool as if sightseeing, revealing a handsome smile. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. If it isn't brother, why aren't you in there? Tang Qingma turned his head and saw Tang Qingshi's figure. Chapter 98. Lu Rian hired martial artists to teach Tang Qingma a lesson. Tang Qingma turned his head and saw Tang Stringxi, who wasn't supposed to be here. He wore an expensive and flattering gown that set him off nobly, and smiled to himself and said, What are you doing in this place, brother? Why weren't you at the meeting? Is it because you know you're not welcome? So you've come out in the dust. Tang Qingma looked at Tang Yinshi for several seconds and snorted. Did that nominal fiancé of mine bring you in? Tang Jinshi had been personally named by the Lu family master as not being able to attend, so the only way he could appear here tonight was if Lu Ruyan brought him in. Brother, you know it very well too, knowing how much Ruyan likes me. Tang Qingshi lifted her leg, wanting to approach Tang Qingma in slow steps, but he reached out to stop him. Stop. Please stay 10 meters away from me. Recently there have been a lot of news about young people touching the porcelain on the internet. You see, you are so soft and weak. I could have knocked you down with a slap before, so it's better for us to keep our distance. Is this a disguised yin-yang? He's a loser? And by Tang Qingma mentioning it like this, Tang Yinchi also recalled the memories of being tossed around by the other party in turns with a punch and a slap in the past when she was in the hospital. The moment is about to bite the dust-red warmth. Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 100. Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction when she saw him stop walking. So you've come to find me now, just to show off that Rian Lu disobeyed the Lu family master and brought you in even after breaking the rules? Without waiting for Tang Yinchi to respond, Lu Ruyan's voice had already come out from the back. This is the Ryu family. I don't need to ask questions about what I want to do or who I want to bring here. Not only Lu Ruyan but also Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, all three of them glared at Tang Qingma with glaring eyes. And Lu Ruyan walked over to Tang Yinchi's side, her eyes looking at him with affection. I'll have you know that no matter what you do, you'll never marry me. Everything I have belongs to Cordy. As in marriage. Tang Qingmo raised her hand. Oh, you guys lock up, thanks. Then he turned away. Do you think you can walk away? Seeing Tang Qingma's cold attitude, Lu Ruyan was as powerless as hitting a cotton ball. Snap, snap. She clapped her hands hard. 7 or 8 males dressed in black came from different directions and surrounded Tang Qingma. In order not to repeat the same mistake again, this time Lu Ruyan also used his own savings to have Lu Shuya hire a group of martial artists at a large price under the pretext of security, all of whom were above the 2nd grade of the realm. So what if Tang Qingma knew a little bit of martial arts? In front of so many martial artists, Lu Ruyan didn't believe that he could escape this time. Tang Qingma turned his head to look at these black-clothed martial artists, and his eyes glanced in another direction. He then looked at Lu Ruyan, his expression showing loss, and said, Ruyan, no matter what, I'm your real fiancé, and the person that the Lu family lord recognizes. Do you really want to do this to me for your fake brother? Shut up, you dog. Lu Ruyan angrily pointed at Tang Qingma. Ever since she was humiliated at the Tang family's home last time, she had decided to return the favor 100-fold to Tang Qingma. Now he was actually hogging his fiancé's identity to beg for forgiveness. It was so hateful. I already said last time that you're just dirt on the ground. So what if Dad doesn't let Hoshi come over? I can make him come over. Zhou Ting chimed in triumphantly from the side. That's right. Uncle is just not recognizing Stringy because of his face for now. Zhou Shang also shouted loudly. And there's no way Ruyan will ever marry you. A loser who has grown up outside during the past 18 years. Being with you will only humiliate Ruyan's identity. Tang Qingmo revealed an incredulous look and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. But, anymore. I'm the one who inherited the Tang family's bloodline. I'm the one who strayed outside because of the switch made by Tang Jinqi's mother, such as an in-law. Don't you shut up yet. Lu Ruyan shouted to stop. Now that she saw Tang Qingma's show of weakness, she thought to herself that she had been right to call so many martial artists over. The resentment of being humiliated before was much lessened, and produced more of the prestige of having gotten away with it. She must ruthlessly step on Tang Qingma this time. Lu Ruyan said mercilessly. It's your fate that you've been switched by Stringy's mother. You can't blame anyone else. And it's all thanks to Stringy's mother that I got such an excellent fiancé. Unlike you who belongs to the trash even though you inherited the Tang family's bloodline. A dog like you isn't even qualified to lift my and Cordy's shoes. Lu Ruyan's voice caused echoes in the air, and Tang Qingma was so shocked by her words that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, revealing a horrified expression. The scene excites Tang Stringy. Sure enough, Tang Qingma still had feelings for Lu Ruyan. After a long time, finally seeing Tang Qingma suffer defeat again made him feel very relieved. But on the surface, she still had to pretend to persuade. Ruyan, don't talk about your brother like that. Brother, he's already miserable, it's my fault. If it wasn't for my mother. Lu Ruyan immediately said with deep emotion. Stringy, don't blame yourself. You're just too kind. This time I'm definitely going to teach Tang Qingma a good lesson, so that he won't dare to bully you again. After saying that, Lu Ruyan waved his arm at those black-clothed martial artists. Those 7 or 8 tall martial artists immediately broke their wrists and approached Tang Qingma with evil smiles on their faces. Zhou Shang laughed nastily at the sight and said, You guys teach him a good lesson. Just don't beat him to death. Zhou Ting, tear his mouth off. Ruyan, Do you really want to do something so desperate? Tang Qingma once again pleaded with Lu Ruyan. Yet his pleas for mercy only caused Lu Ruyan to feel pain. Humph. Since you're not willing to give up your fiancé's identity, don't blame me for being impolite. She mercilessly waved her hand up, and those black-clothed martial artists instantly jumped in Tang Qingma's direction. Following which, yeah, that's what I thought. Tang Qingma, who had originally acted cowardly, suddenly widened his eyes and his expression turned ice cold in a flash. Right? Ugh. With a rumble, his body emitted flickering yellow lightning. Chapter 99. Counter kill. Break Zhou Shang's arms and legs. Just as Lu Ruyan's four got their way and watched those martial artists pounce on Tang Qingma, a flickering thunderbolt emanated from his body. Ah! Several black-clothed martial artists were immediately convulsed by those yellow flashing thunderbolts before being kicked into the distance by Tang Qingma. What's going on? Aya! Tang Qingma didn't pay the slightest attention to the shouts of those martial artists, focusing the qi and blood in his body on his limbs. His flash thunder was able to produce a paralyzing effect on those martial artists who were hit, and with the time those people were unable to move, it was a good opportunity for him to counterattack. He clenched his fist and punched into the body of the black man located in front of him, breaking the bridge of his opponent's nose directly, followed by a kick to the abdomen of another black man, pinging him to the ground before stomping on his opponent's ribs. Ah! This was followed by another concentrated chakra punch to the face of the black man next to him, knocking his face askew before another punch hit him in the chest, making him want to vomit from the pain. Two of the black-clothed martial artists were not affected by Tang Qingma's lightning flashes due to their slowness in striking out, and when they saw their companions being knocked down one after another, they also angrily ran over to return fire. Ping! Tang Qingma used the back of his hand to fend off the other party's swinging down fist before sliding onto his arm, catching his arm limb with his backhand and striking his knee upwards with force. With a snap, the sound of a broken arm and bones pulverizing apart could be heard. Tang Qingma backhanded him to the ground, his heavy leather shoes stepping on the broken bones, adding to the somewhat shattered bones inside. Tang Qingma had already knocked down 5 to 6 of them, and there were still the last 2 black-clothed martial artists who had forgotten to make a move out of surprise who hadn't been knocked down. Monster! Are you kidding me? I didn't hear he was this strong when I took this job. Just how much did you give me to have me fight this monster? As they watched Tang Qingma, a non-martial artist, beat down his companions so easily, invisible fear filled their hearts. To escape, if they're caught, they'll either have a broken arm or a disfigured face. You can't escape. However, just as the two were trying to turn around and escape, Tang Qingma had already focused his qi and blood on his legs and quickly galloped in front of them. He cupped his hands around the head of one of the men before jumping upward, yawning and letting his knee kick hard into the face. Aha! The man's mouth and nose were immediately hit, spilling nosebleeds and breaking several teeth. The other black-clothed martial artist standing next to him had long since looked dumbfounded, unable to react in time. Tang Qingma didn't give him any chance to resist either, and his lightning-filled palm pressed over, instantly electrocuting him into black charcoal. Ah! His hair all stood up under the flash of lightning, and his skin was still purple and black from the electricity. Pang and fall to the ground again. After consecutively knocking down these black-clothed martial artists, Tang Qingma only got a bit of dust on his body. Since there was a chance that his physical strength wouldn't be able to keep up if he fought for a long time, considering that this body hadn't yet broken through to become a martial artist, Tang Qingma was all about attacking the most painful parts of the body and attacking with techniques that would quickly knock the enemy down. He now gently patted his palms and collar before turning his head to look at the 4 people who had long been dumbfounded by Lu Ruyan. That's it. Tang Qingma mockingly laughed and asked, "You spent so much money trying to teach me a lesson, just to find these useless things to come over?" Lu Ruyan timidly retreated a few steps backward, and her originally arrogant voice became stuttering. I'm not. How is that possible? These martial artists were hired back at her expense. How did they all get knocked out so easily? But in the next second, Tang Qingma had already disappeared. Ryu suddenly felt a strong wind lashing at her face and body, following which, pang, ping, ah. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, who were located behind her, had already been knocked to the ground by Tang Qingma with a fist and a slap. What's going on? Lu Ruyan immediately turned his head and saw that Tang Qingma had already stepped on Zhou Shang's calf with his leather shoes, his soles exuding a reddish airstream, followed by a snapping and cracking sound, as Zhou Shang's leg bone was viciously stepped on and broken. Ah! The intense pain caused Zhou Shang to cry out in pain. His face was still red and swollen from the beating, and a large amount of tears and snot were constantly flowing out, very dirty. But he couldn't care about that anymore. Zhou Shang didn't have the arrogance he had just had at this point. He was just lying on the ground reaching out to Tang Qingma begging for mercy. No! Don't! It hurts! It hurts so much!
Tang Qingma.
You let go of my brother! Zhou Ting, who had been slapped, excitedly stood up and tried to rush to Tang Qingma to free Zhou Shang. Pa! Ah! However, when she stood up, Tang Qingma backhanded her and smacked the other side of her face again, making her slap marks symmetrical. Don't hurt Xiao Ting. When Zhou Shang saw his sister being knocked over the other side, he hurriedly tried to catch Tang Qingma's ankle, but the back of his hand was trampled hard. Ah! What? You're just begging for mercy now. Looking at the Zhou family siblings' mess, Tang Qingma snorted. Weren't you guys really good just now? Didn't you tell those people that you were going to break my arms and legs? But you're the one who's broken his arms and legs now. With that, he stomped hard on the reddish swelling of Zhou Shang's fractured calf with another foot, making the sound of bone and brevet tearing. Ah! No! Tang Qingma didn't stay his foot in the slightest due to his shouting, as he continued to apply qi and blood power to his leg before stomping on the backbone of his hand. Ah! Men don't shed tears, yet 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and Tang Qingma crushed 5 fingers in one breath, causing Zhou Shang's pain to be too much to bear as tears continued to fall. Pull yourself together, young Master Zhou. Tang Qingma kicked his dirty face with her toes. You were trying to teach me a lesson. How can you fail so quickly when it's your turn?
No.
No. Now that his legs and hands were in such a state by Tang Qingma, Zhou Shang was in pain and regret. If he had known this, he wouldn't have messed with Lu Ruyan and the others. And Zhou Ting was knocked over on the floor. She tried to secretly get up to escape and look for someone. But Tang Qingma grabbed her hair and slapped her face again. Snap. Oh! Snap. Ah! Several slaps slapped Zhou Ting's face, slapping her face even more red and swollen. No! No! Zhou Ting also realized that she couldn't get out of Tang Qingma's clutches after being slapped several times in a row. So she set her eyes on Lu Ruyan and Tang Yinchi. Ruyan. Stringy. Help me. Lu Ruyan Tang Yinchi. It's okay if she doesn't say anything. As soon as he said both of their names, Tang Qingma threw her to the ground and slowly turned his head. Scarlet pupils and a stiff smile like staring at prey. Tang Qingma smiled as he took a step forward in their direction. You guys are really righteous. I can't believe I didn't take advantage of the opportunity to escape, although I wouldn't have let you guys run away. It wasn't because they didn't want to run, but they were so scared that their legs went weak under Tang Qingma's ferocious actions. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 200. However, Lu Ruyan clenched her teeth and held back her inner panic as she said, Tang Qingma, if you want to do anything to me, I'll just tell Dad. He'll never let you go. Tang Qingma revealed a look of surprise after hearing this, then quickly ran and appeared in front of Lu Ruyan. What did you say? Lord Lu won't let me go. Oh! Lu Ruyan was startled by the other party's sudden figure and almost fell backwards. However, in the next second, Tang Qingma had already swung down his palm. Pa! The strong slap jerked Ryu to the ground, causing her to drop her entire body to the ground. Oh! Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Since you've said so, let me give it a try. Why doesn't he leave me alone? Chapter 100 Holding Lu Ruyan down in the pool. Ah! Watching Tang Qingma ruthlessly palm scrape Lu Ruyan, Tang Yanxi on the side screamed in terror. Brother, what are you doing? He wanted to rush over and help Lu Ruyan up, but he didn't dare approach Tang Qingma, so he could only stand stiffly in place. If you do this, the Lu family master will. Tang Qingma smacked up again and asked with a smile, what will happen? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Pa! After a long time, it was no longer possible to see what Ruyan Lu originally looked like. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. No! Tang Qing. Shut up with that noise. Pa! Tang Qingma flung another palm over, making a crisp slapping sound. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I'll get someone over here. Tang Qingxi looked at such a strong Tang Qingma. It was impossible to beat the other party and could only escape first. But how could Tang Qingma let him succeed in escaping? He released the power of his qi and blood and pressed Tang Yinxi's entire body to the ground. Oh! Tang Jinxi felt her entire body become very heavy. It was like being hit by a giant rock. The internal organs inside were being crushed. Don't run, Tang Qingma smiled as he grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair and pulled her body while walking slowly to Tang Yinxi's body. They were made to look like this to take the heat off of you. Shouldn't you, the beneficiary, have to take a good look at what happened to them? Tang Stringy. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. What beneficiaries? If I had known that Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings were so useless, I would have run away a long time ago. However, in order not to be misunderstood by them, Tang Yinxi could only pretend that she was forced by Tang Qingma, revealing a mournful expression. Being looked at like this by Tang Qingxi, Lu Ruyan's heart was about to break as she gritted her teeth and looked at Tang Qingma. You let Stringy go. It's all my.
Buh.
Tang Qingma directly slapped up. Told you to shut up. He laughed with cold eyes and said, Don't worry. How could I let you off so easily? After saying that, he pulled hard on Lu Ruyan's hair and pulled her to the side of the pool. Huh? Lu Ruyan was stunned. What did Tang Qingma want to do to himself? No, you're going to. He caught the back of his head and pressed down hard into the water. Aha! The cold water rushed into her nasal passages, causing her to struggle desperately. However, she simply didn't have the strength to fight back, and the sound of plopping water came from the pool, her whole body in a state of disarray. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. However, just when Lu Ruyan thought she could relax, Tang Qingma once again pressed on the back of her head and pressed her into the water with renewed force. Ah no! She tried to escape from her opponent's grasp, yet there was no way to break free. Almost 5 seconds or so later, Tang Qingma pulled her up once again. Ah! Cough! Cough! Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Less than 2 seconds to press it again. No. The violent sound of water rose from the pool, and Tang Qingma pulled her head up once again. Ahem. Don't. Another press into the water. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. In a split second, Lu Ruyan, whose nose and mouth were choking on water, felt a terrible sense of suffocation. It's like something huge and terrible is tormenting one's sanity. The cold water continued to invade her brain and her upper body, terrorizing her. She was once again pulled up by Tang Qingma, her entire head and body soaked. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. No, don't. Tang Qingma. Don't. This time, Lu Ruyan no longer had her previous condescension and arrogance. Please. Don't. Qingmo. Please don't. She didn't want to die. As she was continually pressed into the water, Ryu felt like she was going to be done for, but every time when she was about to suffocate, Tang Qingma would pull her up and give her hope to live, and then to break the tiny hope with her own hands and press her back into hell once more. It was horrible. Ha, ha. Tang Qingma was amused to see Lu Ruyan begging for mercy. What? Weren't you arrogant just now? Pa. He smacked it up again and a large amount of water splashed onto the ground as well. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Didn't you want to help Tang Yinxi out? Didn't you say I took his position? Why are you coming to beg me now? Pa. Another backhanded slap across the face. Yeah. Sorry. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Chapter 101, The Lu Family's Exotic Beast Exhibition Activities. What? Aren't you strong? Why are you apologizing now? Tang Qingma pulled up Lu Ruyan's front hair, causing her to feel pain, like her scalp was about to be ripped off. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Even though strong remorse arose from her heart, now she could only keep apologizing, hoping that Tang Qingma would let her go. But having already fallen into the other party's hands, how could this demon let her off the hook so easily? Tang Qingma pressed her into the pool once again, and a large amount of cold water rushed into her airway, causing pain. Aha! Ahem! When she was pulled out of the water once more, there were already tears.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 200. Please. Don't. I'm sorry. The wolfish appearance was no longer as high as it had been before, but there was no time or mind to think about his image at this point, thinking only of surviving Tang Qingma's hands. Thunk. Knock knock. Or maybe it was because the heavens heard her prayers and the Willow Mansion rang the bell. What is the sound? Tang Qingma stopped and turned his head in the direction of the mansion. System. Host. This is the time forecast for 9 o'clock. The Willow family will ring the bell every hour. 9 o'clock. That means Lu Shuye is going to organize that event? Tang Qingmo remembered that when the other party gave his speech just now, he said that there would be some kind of surprise in an hour. System. Yes, host, and I feel the aura of the Fae getting stronger and stronger. Yes? Tang Qingma threw down Lu Ruyan, then looked to the location of the grass for a few seconds, as if he had winked. Of course, he couldn't just leave her and the Zhou siblings in this place. Smilingly, he concentrated his chakra power in the palm of his hand, and then cast the restoration skill towards Lu Ruyan. Ah! The wounds on Lu Ruyan's face were forcibly healed, and a sharp tearing pain came from the wounds. Tang Qingma didn't care about her screams and forcefully helped her repair her wounds. Very quickly, the redness and bruises on Ruyan Lu's face disappeared. But after all, it was forcing the cells to undergo repair, and Lu Ruyan also had to endure the pain, causing her face to be pale and lifeless. Tang Qingma didn't say anything, just fixing Lu Ruyan before walking over to the Zhou family siblings. The same restoration skills were used. Miserable screams rang out from outside the Lu family mansion. However, at this time, the banquet in the mansion was in full swing, and no one would even notice what was happening outside, except, of course, for a certain two. Already shot? After Tang Qingma took care of Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, he slowly walked to the location of the grass and joined Lu Tianren and Li Wei, who had come over long ago. Well, it's already taken, and the angle is still perfect. Li Wei gripped the hidden camera clasped in his collar and nodded his head with some trepidation. In actuality, at the very beginning, when he saw the scene where Tang Qingma was being bullied by Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, he hated himself for wanting to go up and help, but he was quickly stopped by Lu Tianren, because in the next second, Tang Qingma was like a different person. In an instant, he knocked over all 7 to 8 martial artists of the second grade of the realm, then viciously tortured the Zhou family siblings and Lu Ruyan, scaring him to the point of being frozen in fear. That's horrible too. The little young master, who obviously looked like a weakling the last second, turned out to be faking it all. And everything was his plan. Luckily, Lu Tianren had stopped himself from going up in time, or else he would have lost his face. Li Wei cringed at the thought. Hastily and firmly, he said, "Don't worry, Xiao Tang. I'll cut the movie quickly and put it online. For a media professional like him, the footage is automatically uploaded to his cell phone after the camera has captured it. As long as he has a cell phone, he can quickly edit the film down. And to increase the authenticity, as long as you cut away the part where Tang Qingma kills people in the back, netizens will naturally believe that it's Lu Ruyan and the Zhou brothers who are the ones who are bullying people. Perfect." But Tang Qingma suddenly said, "Mr. Li, please don't put the film online yet." "Why?" "Because there will be something more exciting for you to take pictures of later. When you put them up together, the effect and traffic will be even more outstanding." Li Wei. A bad feeling arose, a feeling that someone else was going to be unlucky. Lu Tianren gently patted his shoulder, signaling that he should just get used to it. Tang Qingma and the others arrived at the banquet hall once again. By now, Ryu Gakui is on stage and very excited to give his speech. "Brother, finally found you." Lu Zhaozhao couldn't see Lu Tianren at the banquet just now and looked for him in a bit of a panic. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" "Sorry, Zhaozhao, we have some things to go out." Lu Tianren picked up his cell phone and saw that Lu Zhaozhao had sent over a dozen messages. "Out." Lu Zhaozhao immediately looked at Tang Qingma beside her as soon as she heard this and said wistfully, "It must be you who took my brother and Mr. Li out, right?" Because besides them, Tang Qingma was nowhere to be seen just now, and there was a high chance that this was the case. Tang Qingma didn't deny it either. "Yeah, it's my first time attending a banquet, I was a bit uncomfortable with too many people just now. Tianren and the others were kind enough to accompany me out. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows. You're not feeling well? Then you should take care of your health. She pulled out a Debao pill from her body and handed it over. You are now my brother's employer. If anything happens to your health, my brother will have to take care of you. Oh, thank you. Probably not expecting Lu Xiaoxiao to give himself Debao pills. Tang Qingma took them in confusion. It's a bit different from what the system produces, but it's not cheap when you put it on the market. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao urged him to eat it quickly, Lu Shui's excited voice came again. Gentlemen, our Lu family has recently had the honor of obtaining a lion-tiger hybrid exotic beast from over the border, and it just so happens to be able to give you all a good viewing today. Several crew members rolled out a fabric-covered, massive, four-sided steel cage out from the back of the stage in time with his voice. The system said in panic, "Host, it's this cage. I feel it. Since tonight's display is my Lu family's secret for everyone to publicize, please refrain from taking pictures." Lu Shuiye saw a guest take out his cell phone and hurriedly ordered the staff to take it away. For the sake of privacy, please hand over your cell phones to our staff first, and we will return them to you at the end of the party. Please don't worry. People in waiters' uniforms on the floor began collecting cell phones from guests. The persons present were all big shots with big names. They naturally didn't want their stuff to be taken away. Yet if they didn't hand over their cell phones, they would be asked to go outside the hall. And it's not good for them to get angry in front of so many posh people, so they have to hand over their cell phones silently. Good. Then let's disclose its true colors now. Seeing that the cell phones were almost collected, Lu Shuiye instructed the staff to push the cage to the center of the stage, and one of them flipped the cloth block straight up. A monster that was bound by several chains, huge and ferocious, with the appearance of a lion and a bit like a tiger, could be seen in front of the crowd. Roar! As soon as it saw the large number of humans, it roared violently, its oppressive aura spreading over the bodies of the crowd. Ah! Yes, it's huge. Since it was a dinner party hosted by the Lu family, the invited guests were mostly ordinary and powerful families in addition to most of them, and they were all scared to the point of weak legs and stuttering by the ferocity of this foreign beast. Gentlemen, this is the lion and tiger hybrid exotic beast that my Lu family has spent a lot of effort to obtain from over the border. Let all of you enjoy it to your heart's content at the dinner hosted by my Lu family today. In contrast, Lu Shuiye, who was still excited, didn't even notice that under the beast's tearing shouts just now, some small cracks had already appeared in the chains on its body. Chapter 102. It's only when no one can predict it that it's called a surprise. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw this huge and ferocious beast, she couldn't help but be shocked by the wild aura that emanated from it. Though she was a martial artist, she rarely traveled to the borderlands as a well-protected millennial by her father, and had at best seen the Fae in books or movies. So when the real Fae appeared in front of him, the Weeg was more frightening than expected. Only Tang Qingma asked flatly, "Tianren, are you okay?" "Ah, I'm fine." Lu Tianren also shook a bit. I was just a bit surprised to see such a powerful Fae beast for the first time. As a student of the demon martial arts, Lu Tianren had seen foreign beasts before, but such a powerful and ferocious beast in front of him looked like it had the power of a third grade or more. So he couldn't help but wonder where the Lu family had gotten it from. And is it safe? "Are you okay, young Tang?" Tang Qingma was puzzled. "Me? Nothing. Really? You're amazing," said Lu Tianren, who had just experienced the tearing roar of the Fey beast and hadn't fully calmed his shocked emotions by now. I didn't expect Tang Qingma, who wasn't yet a martial artist, to be affected at all, only to see Tang Qingma turn his head to look back at the beast, calmly explaining, "That's a lion-spreading tiger, mutated from a tiger that had absorbed a large amount of spiritual qi. It's called the lion-spreading tiger due to its lion-like appearance as well, and it's not some hybrid lion and tiger monster." The Lu siblings both looked at him with a bit of surprise. "Lu Xiaoxiao, I didn't realize you were so familiar with these monsters. After all, only martial arts clans or students enrolled in martial arts academies would specialize in learning about foreign beasts." Although she had previously heard Lu Tianren say that Tang Qingma had come out of the martial arts academy, she hadn't believed it at the time, didn't realize. Tang Qingma just glanced at her. Not bad. Before he crossed over, he needed to go to the battlefield a lot to physically interact with the Fae, and the lion-spreading tiger was considered a common Fae. But to be able to take it from the border area to the center of town and show it so blatantly for so many posh guests to see, the Ryu family is so dead. Tang Qingma squinted at Li Wei. Mr. Li, did you film it? Don't worry, it's been shooting. Li Wei gave him a thumbs up. It turned out that the surprise Tang Qingma had just said to himself outside was this. And I have to say it was really wonderful. No wonder the Lu family didn't invite reporters over. Once this news got out, it wouldn't even be enough to make a few headlines. If this exhibition of exotic beasts was successful, the reputation of the Lu family in Magic City would rise by a large margin. But accidents, it's the fact that no one could have predicted it that makes it a surprise. Roar! Just as Lu Shuye continued his narration, the lion exhibit tiger in the iron cage suddenly roared again. Fey beasts were extremely eager for human flesh and blood, and now it was like there was a big pile of delicious fat meat standing in front of them, putting the lion Zhan Hu in a state of excitement, releasing the power in his body to try to break the chains on his body. Hey, what's happening? The guests located in the front saw that the lion Zhanhua had become out of place and hastily exclaimed. Who? The lion exhibit tiger fought to unleash his breath, breaking the chains on his body with a ping, then slamming his head against the bars of the cage. Ping! Ping! Ah! The guests in the venue were stunned. It was like the monster saw them as a tasty treat and wanted to rush out and chew them up. Gentlemen, please don't worry. Just as the crowd wanted to escape, Lu Shui's voice rang out in time. Please don't worry. This cage was specially ordered by me from a martial artist. No matter how advanced the foreign beast is, there is no way to smash it. Then, with two pings, two of the cage's iron pillars were broken under the lion exhibit tiger's swinging claws. Willow Academic House guests. Tang Qingma. It's true that it wasn't smashed, it was broken. Lion exhibit tiger. Roar. Aya. Aya aha. The crowd was so alarmed that they tried to run and escape. Why? Lu Shuye also watched in dismay as the lion Zhanhua rushed out of the iron cage, his sharp eyes staring at him as if he were looking at his prey. His brain kept telling him to run away, but a person in a state of extreme fear simply forgets to move his arms and legs in terror. The feet were also unconsciously on their knees. Don't look at the excitement he just talked about. That was based on the premise that the Fae were tied up. How could an ordinary man like him cope with this ferocious beast? Hoo-hoo. Ah! But just when he thought he was going to be a meal in the bag for the beast, the lion-spreading tiger suddenly jumped to the bottom of the stage and hissed loudly at the crowd. The fierce aura pressed the crowd in the meeting hall that wanted to escape to the ground without being able to move, and their bodies were pressed to the ground by the terrifying power of qi and blood. Ah! Help! The lion-spreading tiger stuck out its barb-filled tongue, as well as opening its sharp teeth. The reason why he ignored Ryu Gakuin was to keep the food in front of him from fleeing the scene in the first place. So many people, enough to fill its stomach. And Lu Tianren hurriedly said, Zhao Zhao, Li Wei, I'll go attract its attention, you guys run. He was a martial artist and even the young master of the Lu family, and had to protect the common people and annihilate the alien beasts that hurt people. No way, brother. You run away too. Lu Zhaozhao was also scared, but she couldn't leave her older brother alone to run away. What a ing Ryu family. Where the hell did they get this monster from? This, coupled with the fact that his cell phone had just been taken away, resulted in the fact that he couldn't find his family's help even if he wanted to now. And at that moment, it was as if the lion Zhanhu had sensed the power of qi and blood. It could not help but turn its head to look at the Lu family siblings. Lu Tianren, Lu Zhaozhao. They were all martial artists, so naturally, the aura they gave off was completely different from that of ordinary people. And the qi and blood of a martial artist was also something that foreign beasts loved. Roar! So it growled and jumped hard in the direction of the Lu family siblings with lightning speed. With a ping, a large amount of bright red liquid flew onto the ground. Aha! Chapter 103. How can you not repay your savior properly when he is in trouble in the future? With a ping, the sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the hall, and the sweet smell of red wine wafted out. Lu Zhaozhao, who had thought that she would be attacked by the lion Zhanhua, saw Tang Qingma holding the knocked-out red wine bottle in her hand, and accurately sharp bottle dregs were inserted into one of its eyes. Roar! The most vulnerable part of every living thing is the eyeball. As the glass slag was inserted into the eye of the lion exhibit tiger, a violent roar erupted from the intense pain, and the body like that of a large giant cat continued to jump upwards. And Tang Qingma also took the gap of the beast going crazy to look at the Lu family siblings and asked suspiciously, "It jumped over? Why didn't you guys react at all? It means why are you standing still waiting to die?" Lu family siblings. Lu Tianren said a little awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Xiao Tang. If there were types of Fei, the lion-spreading tiger belonged to the feline family and moved very quickly. They couldn't react at all for a moment. Then observe its weakness as well." Tang Qingma turned back to look at the lion-Zhan tiger. By now, it had recovered emotionally from the injury to its eyes, and also recognized from the residual smell of blood that the one who had injured itself was the human in front of it who was emitting qi and blood. Ow! The lion-exhibiting tiger instantly released intense air pressure in a fury. The guests in the hall were all pressed hard. Some of them couldn't even withstand the force and fell to the ground. But none of them dared to move or make a sound for fear that they would be discovered by the foreign beasts. Only Tang Qingma was still explaining to the Lu family siblings. Generally speaking, for beasts of this size, although their attacks are powerful, there are many holes in their bodies at the same time, so it's important to look at the right time. Tang Qingma pulled the tablecloth of the table next to him the moment the lion Manhwa tried to pounce on him, and the dishes and wine glasses placed above were pulled to the ground with a shattering sound. The tablecloth was then quickly placed over the head of the lion exhibit tiger, adding insult to injury to his already ruined eye, which prevented him from seeing in front of him. Ow! Also at this time, Tang Qingma quickly picked up several table knives towards the ground. Although in the eyes of others the attack power of a table knife was not great, to Tang Qingma anything could be his weapon. Ow! Ow! He injected qi and blood power into the tip of the knives and quickly ran to the front of the lion Zhan Hu, and in the split second it wrenched the tablecloth off. He forcefully sent those dinner knives flying towards the lion Zhan Hu. Ow! The knife that was infused with qi and blood increased the speed of projection, so it was quickly inserted into the lower abdomen of the lion Zhan tiger. However, Tang Qingma could detect that the insertion depth of those knives was very shallow, and they simply couldn't cause a fatal attack on the lion Zhan tiger. As expected, the power of this body that has yet to become a martial artist is weak. Can only be done quickly. Lion Zhan Hu shook himself violently, trying to shake off all those knives stuck in his lower abdomen. One or two knives also splashed blood when they were pulled out, and some of them even spilled onto Tang Qingma's gown. But he didn't care in the slightest. Once again gathering the power of qi and blood in his body, he kicked a knee to its chest, then reversed and kicked it away. Woo-hoo! At this time, the lion Zhanhua was cut out of both the eyes and the lower abdomen, and under the tearing it was even more bloody. In the state of losing too much blood, even if its power was ferocious, its strength would gradually decline, allowing Tang Qingma to swing his fist over again. Lion Zhanho was punched so hard that he was unsteady on his feet with a concussion on his brain. In the end, Tang Qingma casually grabbed a new bottle of red wine and knocked it over hard to his head. Ping! The sound of cracking and the aroma of red wine hovered throughout the banquet hall, and this time, all the red wine in the bottle spilled onto Tang Qingma's body and his gown, as if dyeing him a fishy red color. But Tang Qingma just slightly hooked up her lips, and when the wine bottle landed on the lion Zhanhu's head, her palm also gathered the power of her qi and blood, directly displaying violent thunderbolts towards its head. A flashing yellow light illuminated the entire ballroom. The lion and tiger's body was stained with a large amount of red wine, and a part of the table knife still stuck in his lower abdomen. The water and metal components doubled the power of Tang Qingma's flash thunder. Under the multifaceted attack, the hair and flesh on the lion Zhan tiger's body were electrocuted into black char, and its pupils rolled white as it collapsed. Phew! Tang Qingma couldn't help but exhale when he saw lion Zhanhua fall. Is it dead? We're saved. The guests in the venue probed and instantly revealed their excitement and joy after seeing that the terrifying beast had actually been knocked down. I'm not dead. Someone saved us. Young man, thank you so much. Which young master is it? Anyway, I want to repay him. The crowd had excitedly surrounded Tang Qingma, expressing their gratitude to him, and Lu Tianren was the first to return to his senses, pushing through the crowd to run to him. Young Tang, are you all right? It's fine, it's just dirty. Tang Qingma looked at the gown on her body, all stained by lion Zhanhua's blood and red wine. Smelled like blood or wine. Forget the clothes for a moment. Have you got any scratches on you? Lu Tianren ignored Tang Qingma's filth and directly took off his jacket, wanting to see if there were any injuries inside. He was relieved to see that there were no wounds. Tang Qingma smiled and said, Tianrun. Compared to me, you should be going over to family Lord Lu's side right now. The matter was about the attempted wounding of a foreign beast, and it just so happened that it was most appropriate for the young master of the Lu family to question it. That's right. I'll go over first. Lu Tianren understood Tang Qingma's intentions. He nodded before leading a group of guests over to the still frozen Lu Shuya. Tang Qingma, is that monster dead? After the crowd dispersed, Lu Zhaozhao also walked slowly, staring warily at the already charred lion exhibit tiger. Tang Qingma said casually, "Die. After all, it's all electrified to carbon and the meat is cooked." "Really? Are you all right then?" Lu Zhaozhao squirmed a little. I didn't realize that I had been saved by Tang Qingma, and my heart was still beating fast from the thrill just now. "It's fine. It's just that I used a bit too much qi and blood." Tang Qingmo responded indifferently. In order to ensure that he could annihilate that lion-john tiger, this time he let his entire body radiate qi and blood power. It was no problem if it was a martial artist, but since this body had yet to make a breakthrough, the amount of qi and blood consumed was unusually high. Lu Zhaozhao was very nervous when she heard this. "Are you okay? I'll help you find a doctor." Tang Qingma had stepped in to save her and her brother. She'd have a bad conscience if it broke her body. "It's fine. Didn't you give me a Debao pill?" Tang Qingma had been putting it in his pocket all along. This was just the right time to take it out and take it. "It's fine if you take it." Although the quality was not comparable to the system's output, the medicinal effect of this Debao pill was still good, and it could restore to a lot of qi and blood. In less than 10 seconds, Tang Qingma's face regained its redness, and Lu Zhaozhao still pretended to be condescending on the surface while inwardly sighing with relief. "It's good that you're okay. Your brother's employer. Take care of your health." "Oh." Tang Qingma, who had recovered her qi and blood, didn't want to pay attention to Lu Zhaozhao, but instead walked over to Li Wei's side. "Mr. Li, did you shoot the video just now?" What Li Wei had secretly photographed was what he was most concerned about. "Don't worry, young Master Tang." Li Wei looked at the chaos around him and said in a volume of voice that only two people could hear. From the Lu family master pushing that beast out, to it breaking out and trying to attack the guests, to you saving everyone, it was all captured on film. And according to his professional media person's intuition, the video would immediately explode once it was put online. He's got 2 cell phones just for today. Even though one of his parts had just been taken away by the Lu family's people, there was still another one. Getting the desired answer, Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Then I'll trouble you." He pulled up Levi's collar and muttered several words into his ear. Li Wei was a bit surprised when he heard, "Young Master Tang, you're not going to fully announce it?" Everything needs to be done gradually, and the sense of surprise can be greatly diminished if you release everything at once. "Understood. Then I'll release the first one now." "Ah yes." Just as Li Wei wanted to tap on his hidden cell phone, Tang Qingma suddenly said, "Can you help me videotape all the guests in the venue? Just record their faces." Levi wondered, "Why?" "Because I saved them." Tang Qingma smiled. "As a wealthy and a powerful family with face, how can I not repay my savior properly when she's in trouble later?" Li Wei. Scary. Chapter 104, inviting Tang Qingma to the stage. "Lu family master, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this foreign beast riot?" On the other side, Lu Tianren and some of the guests came onto the stage and walked solemnly to Lu Shui's body. The guests attending the dinner this time were all dignitaries, and naturally, they were very unhappy with the surprise of this alien beast riot. "What a joke. I gave face to attend a party you threw, and then my life was almost lost." Lu Tianren asked sternly, "Family Master Lu, you need to apply to the Martial Arts Society to conduct an activity of viewing exotic beasts. And why are there no martial artists on site for security? Even for the part of the auction where the exotic beasts were to be exhibited, for the safety of the guests, there had to be at least 2 martial artists of the corresponding realm on site to carry out the security work so as to avoid any accidents. Just like this time, if it wasn't for Tang Qingma's timely annihilation, the guests here would have already been bloodied by that lion exhibiting tiger. Family Lord Willow, what's going on here? If you don't give us an explanation today, I won't let the Lu family go. Say, give us back our cell phones first." The guests in the room looked at Lu Shuya angrily. Willowology was also shocked. He also couldn't have imagined that an exhibition of exotic beasts, an event intended to be used to enhance the reputation of the Lu family, would have such a big accident. If Tang Qingma hadn't killed it in time, right? Tang Qingma. Gentlemen, this accident is indeed a problem with our Lu family. Under panic, Lu Shuya thought that he could find Tang Qingma to use as a shield. So he said excitedly, I'll give everyone a satisfactory explanation later. Why don't we start by letting the youth who saved everyone just now come on stage? In fact, the youth who saved you all just now, he's the young master of the Tang family, as well as my daughter Lu Ruyan's fiancé. When these words came out, the guests in the room were surprised and talking. What did he say? The handsome young man who had just saved the entire crowd was actually the young master of the Tang clan. Speaking of the Tang family, the most recent event that has been spreading throughout the city is the true or false young master. Tang Chuanxi was known to everyone, but it had been made public that it was the fake young master who had been switched. In that case, so this Tang Qingma is the real young master? At this point, Don's family members located at the scene did not know what was happening. Just now, Bai Hualien and Tang Ruoling's three sisters were also frightened by the appearance of the Lion Zhan who fled for their lives, simply forgetting about Tang Qingmo's existence, and naturally didn't realize that the Lion Zhan who was executed by him. Only Tang Jianren returned to his senses in time and hurriedly searched for Tang Qingma's figure. Kiomoa, so you're here. It just so happened that Tang Qingma was standing right next to the stage. From the moment Lu Shuye had publicized the other party's identity just now, Tang Jianren had wanted to bring him up to claim credit. He's saving all the guests in the venue. Doesn't rounding up mean he's a good father to teach? Although the previous real and fake young master had tarnished the reputation of the Tang family, now Tang Qingma's credit for saving everyone could be said to have added a lot of scenery to the Tang family again. Qingma, come up here and let everyone get to know each other. Lu Shuye, who was on the stage, also hurriedly called Tang Qingma up. At this point, the guests at the scene were very unhappy with the Lu family's surprise. So as long as Tang Qingma was called up and declared his status as the Lu family's future son-in-law, chances were that everyone would look at it as a life-saving favor and no longer take it personally. Tang Qingma pretended to be pushed onto the stage by Tang Jianren. Lu Shuye hadn't noticed Tang Qingma's cold demeanor due to his excitement, and even handed him the microphone.
Tang.
Lu Tianren was a bit surprised, but he received a look from the other party and didn't continue to make a sound. Lu Shuye curtly said to Tang Qingma, Qingma, how did you annihilate that foreign beast just now? Why don't you say a few words to everyone?
Tang Qingma.
Ryuology's mind was too obvious. It was nothing more than trying to push himself out of the way to cover up this riotous accident with the Fae. Although he himself saved the crowd like a savior, if you look at it from another angle, he was again Lu Ruyan's fiancé. Would the people present guess that they were in cahoots with the Lu family? Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. How could he let Lu Shuya do what he wanted? Lu family master, before asking me how I killed that foreign beast, I would like to ask you if the Lu family doesn't employ many martial artist bodyguards? Why did you lose sight of them just now? What's going on? Probably not expecting Tang Qingma to suddenly raise this question, Lu Shuya froze. In fact, he found it strange. Previously, he had hired 2 martial arts bodyguards, but they were fired by Ruyan Lu based on their outbursts at the Tang family home. Who knew that Lu Ruyan used his savings afterward and asked him to hire a new batch of martial arts bodyguards to attend this dinner party. At that time, he thought that she agreed for the sake of the family. But who knows that now, when they are needed the most, they are not even seen? Nope. Why is Tang Qingma suddenly talking about this? And why would he know that the Ryu family employs a lot of martial arts bodyguards? Lu Shuye suddenly sensed something and looked at Tang Qingma with startled eyes. Qingma, what do you mean by that? Facing Tang Qingma's question, Tang Jianren on the side didn't understand. Tang Qingma ignored him and looked at Lu Shuye with a cold smile. Let me tell you why, Lu family master. Because those bodyguards were taken away by your wonderful daughter and nephew to use against me. What's going on? Chapter 105. The matter of the Lu family was publicized online and was doomed. Tang Qingma still had the microphone in his hand. His voice carried throughout the hall, and within the ears of all the guests. Lu Shuya hurriedly interrupted in surprise as he listened. Qingma, what are you talking about? Tang Qingma sneered. Family Master Lu, why don't you return the cell phone to everyone first, so that everyone can take a look online? What's going on? Internet access. One of the guests didn't think it was a big enough deal and rushed over to the staff member who had just taken his cell phone away to get it back. As soon as he searched, he immediately let out an exclamation. Lu family master. Your Lu family and Zhou family are both on the hot search. What? Lu Shuye also immediately pulled out the cell phone on his person and searched in shock. As expected, a video that has just been released has already gained millions of likes and is quickly making its way up the Hot 100 list at an alarming rate. The background of the video is at night, and the location Ryu academics turn into ashes can recognize. It is the pool in the backyard of the Ryu family. What's going on here? Lu Shuye instantly felt a darkness in front of his eyes and was a bit unsteady on his feet. The date, clearly labeled at the bottom of the video, is about 8:30 p.m. this evening. That is, while he was still addressing the banquet, events occurred outside that he was unaware of. Moreover, the angle of the movie shows that it was a long-distance theft, and the back of a young man can be seen confronting the four men. And those four people were Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings, as well as Tang Inchi. Why did his daughter suddenly appear there? Why are the Chao siblings with her too? And to top it all off, Tang Stringy was there. Obviously, he had already said that he wouldn't let Tang Inchi attend this dinner. Why does he still show up? Only to see Tang Inchi provoking Tang Qingma as soon as he came up, and then Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings continued to engage in humiliating and venomous curses for his sake. And even in the end, multiple tall men in black suits appeared in the video, and it was clear at a glance that they were martial artists. Lu Shuye recognized that these guys weren't the bodyguards that Lu Ruyan had hired back even at the expense of his own savings. They're actually, Ruyan, no matter what, I'm your real fiancé, and the person that the Lu family head has decided to be your fiancé. Do you really want to do this to me for my fake brother? Tang Qingma's mournful voice could be heard coming out of the video, who knew that the next second Lu Ruyan immediately rebuked bitterly. Shut up, you son of a. I told you last time, you're just a piece of on the floor. So what if Dad doesn't let Hoshi come over? I can make him come over. Raiwology. He closed his eyes and looked away in pain. He had told Lu Ruyan long ago, telling her to stop looking for Tang Jinshi and to stop talking to Tang Qingma like this so that she wouldn't be caught in the act. Who knows? Now it wasn't just the Tang and Lu families. Everyone in the country knew how Ruyan Lu treated her fiancé. That's right. Uncle is just not recognizing Chinky for the moment because of his face. There's no way Ruyan will marry a loser like you who's been raised outside for 18 years. Even his pair of nephews were bullying Tang Qingma like this for Tang Qingshi. What else can he say? And the end of the video, it was that Lu Ruyan and the others no longer paid attention to Tang Qingma's prayers and allowed those martial artists to attack. The abuser's gloating face is out in the open and then the video breaks, broken in such an enthralling place. Although Tang Qingma was standing safely in front of him at the moment, it was a fact that Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings they employed martial artists to bully him. It was also true that Lu Ruyan had almost pushed her fiancé, the real young master of the Tang family, into hell for the sake of the fake young master. The truth is that his Lu family's daughter and nephew did this kind of heartless scandal. Yanagi academics looked up in pain. He had felt the eyes of all parties in the room stabbing him with pain, and kept thinking about what he should say to salvage the situation. But before he could speak, Tang Qingma had already raised the microphone again. I believe that family master Lu already knows that your daughter and I don't get along. King Montak. Lu Shuye opened her eyes and looked at him in pain. Anyone with an eye can see that Lu Ruyan in the video treats Tang Qingma not like a fiancé at all, but like an enemy who killed her whole family. Family Master Lu, I'm the young master of the Tang family. There's no reason for me to be bullied by your daughter in 100 ways, so. Tang Qingma turned her head and looked at the crowd of guests below the stage. I implore all of you to help bear witness that I am breaking off my engagement with Lu Ruyan today, as well as stating that the alien beast riot that occurred in the Lu family tonight has nothing to do with myself. Tang Qingma's words were like a bomb blowing up the room. Both Lu Shuye, Tang Jianren and other Tang family members, as well as the guests present, were shocked. Tang Qingma, what are you babbling about? Tang Jianren was the first to disagree. How much effort he'd put into working with the Ryu family. Now it's just a matter of being bullied by Lu Ruyan, and you're going to break off an important engagement. How can a long-standing commitment between two families be such child's play? However, Tang Qingma just looked at Tang Jianren with the eyes of a retard as he lowered the microphone and said in a volume of voice that only they could hear, Tang family master, you might as well pour some water out of your head. The Lu family will soon be finished, and if you want to involve the Tang family in this, then I'll keep the marriage contract and let you help the poor. Tang Jianren. He immediately sank his voice and asked sternly, what do you mean? You keep looking at the hot search. Tang Qingma was speechless. Tang Jianren grabbed Lu Shuiya's cell phone since it was still with the Lu family staff and carefully slid the screen. In addition to the incident of Lu Rian hiring martial artists to deal with Tang Qingma that he had just learned about, the incident of the alien beast riot at the Lu family dinner party had also quickly made its way onto the hot search. Tang Jianren. This is... He looked subtly at Rigaku for a moment, not knowing what to say. Obviously, no media was invited to host this dinner, and the guests received a full body check before entering the venue, and they were stopped by the staff when they tried to take their cell phones out, so I didn't realize that there were actually guests who secretly brought hidden cameras to pirate everything that happened in the dinner party and pull the Lu family into the abyss. It's hard to believe that a rival family of the Ryu family did this. But first, regardless of who the filmmaker was, the situation of the Lu family today also made Tang Jianren fall into deep thought. It was originally thought that the Tang family could rise in power and status as long as they formed a marriage with the Lu family. But who would have thought that the two Lu family fathers and daughters are There's only one path the Tang family can choose now. At this time, Tang Qingma's voice slowly sounded once again. It's to cut ties with the Lu family before this fire burns itself out. The Lu family, doomed. Tang Jianren looked at Tang Qingma in shock, only to see the other party show a deep smile, with eyes that looked like they had predicted everything. In this instant, a heavenly thought suddenly arose within Tang Jianren's heart. It's hard to believe that what happened to the Ryu family tonight, Tang Qingma planned this? Chapter 106. Tang Shuilong's sanity has collapsed? The guests in the venue were talking at this point. They felt wonderful about the gossip and feud between the Lu and Tang families. I didn't realize that Lu Rian, who was a well-known name in the Magic City's celebrity world, had actually secretly done something to connive at fakes, as well as hurt her rightful fiancé. And instead of stopping it, the Chows, who are her cousins, come together to help. Wonderful. It's brilliant. Tang Qingma saw that the atmosphere was almost set and it was time to wrap things up. In short, I only have one life. I don't dare to take such a horrible fiancé, and I didn't receive any notification beforehand for the activity of the Lu family wanting to exhibit the Fey beasts today. Yes, thanks to our Tang family treating your Lu family as in-laws, we used to cooperate with you first when we had any good business. But why didn't you notify us of such a major event like this Fey beasts exhibition, and your daughter even bullied my son like this? Tang Jianren's brain turned quickly and immediately stood on the moral high ground to accuse Lu Shuiya. Now that the Lu family's scandal had festered on the internet, the Lu family was doomed. Whether or not it was a premeditated plan designed by Tang Qingma. That's why the Tang family must cut away from it as soon as possible. And he wasn't lying. This time, Lu Shuiya only told him that there would be a surprise at this dinner party. Not that it was an exhibition of exotic beasts. Lu Tianren, who was on the side, also had the presence of mind to walk over to Tang Qingma's side and said to Lu Shuiya, Lu family master, this time, regarding the unauthorized display of foreign beasts by the Lu family, which almost led to casualties. I will represent the Martial Arts Society to have the governmental authorities issue an investigation order to you. The Martial Arts Society was close to the government departments, and the investigation order was a very high power in the Magic City. Once executed, the internal affairs of the Ryu family would be thoroughly investigated. If something bad is found out, it could do serious damage to both reputation and future business. But that's not surprising. This dinner party almost hurt the important heir of the Lu family, and the Lu family would naturally take countermeasures. You guys. With the multiple blows, Lu Shuiya could see it too. The release of the stolen video of Rian Lu and the Fey riot, the Tang family's flip-flopping and ruthlessness, and the appearance of Lu Tianren, a loop as carefully calculated as a means to an end. At that instant, Lu Shuiya felt his entire body go cold, and his chest ached as if it was blocked by something. It was also in this split second that Tang Qingma deliberately showed him a triumphantly evil smile. Willow academic. Could it be? This is all. Ryu learns to feel more and more congestion and pain in his chest under the multiple blows. Finally the eyes went black, and the whole body fell off balance as if it were frozen. Aya! His collapse caused the guests at the venue to be very surprised. But Tang Qingma just smiled coldly and said to the personnel at the scene, Please help call an ambulance. If anything were to happen to Family Master Lu, we would be the sins of the ages. Seeing this, Tang Jianren immediately jumped to the far side in disgust, keeping his distance from Lu Jia. That's right. Qing Mo, let's leave now. Now he looked at the Ryu family as if they were dirty and just wanted to leave the scene as soon as possible. This dinner party hosted by the Lu family ended with a riot of foreign beasts and the bullying of Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings. There's no doubt that Li Wei's stolen video has exploded all over the internet. Since the protagonist once again involved the true young master of the Tang family, it only took 2 hours to get a full 10 million hits. Levi said hello and quickly returned to his media company to make sure the traffic to the video continued to explode. As for Lu Tianren, he had brought Lu Zhaozhao over as a guest this time, and he intended to bring his sister back to the Lu family first, and to discuss follow-up matters with Lu Rongxing, who had also left for the time being. As for the internet, it is still in full swing and very lively. Netizens were relentless in attacking the Lu family, as well as calling on government departments and public relations agencies to investigate properly. And after the last fiasco with the real and fake young master, this fiancé bullying incident made them sympathize with Tang Qingma once again, and they all told him to break off the engagement as soon as possible and return his freedom. Of course, the Tang family was once again victimized because Tang Chuanxi's figure appeared in the video. Even though Tang Jianren was quick to cut ties with the Lu family, he was still affected because of Tang Chuanxi. 11 o'clock at night, the Tang family villa. Pa! When the Tang family returned, strong slapping sounds immediately came from the hall. Oh! Tang Chuanxi was defenseless and was whipped by Tang Jianren with all his might, and his whole body fell to the ground. You asshole! A bastard who corrupted the family! This time, the original Lu family was the most severely damaged. But because of Tang Chuanxi's cause, the Tang family was also innocently implicated. Tang Jianren, who was only slapped once, could not get over his anger and wanted to continue to go up and kick him, but he was blocked by Hualian and the 3 sisters of the Tang family. Dad! Xiao Shi is just standing by Lu Ruyan's side. Do you need to hit so hard? Tang Ruoling said in a hurry. She didn't expect Tang Jianren to hit so hard, and hurriedly protected Tang Chuanxi behind her. Tang Ali agreed very much. Yes, Dad. I'd say this time the whole thing was planned by Lu Ruyan and Zhou Sheng Zhou. It has nothing to do with Xiao Shi at all, right, Dad? Xiao Shi was also implicated by the Lu family. It's those netizens who caught wind of the situation. Tang Meixin was also pleading for mercy. Bai Hualian saw blood seeping out of the corner of Tang Jinxi's mouth, and also pleaded heartily. Yes, master. Xiao Shi is still young. It must have been Runyan who forced him to come, so please spare him for once. Tang Chuanxi was being beaten to the point of dizziness at this point, and a buzzing tinnitus was coming from his ears. But even then he showed a pitiful expression and looked at Tang Jianren with pained eyes. Dad, I'm sorry. I really didn't want to ruin the family's reputation. At that time, I was just curious as to why my brother was at the pool before I went over to see him. I didn't expect Ruyan and the others to be like this. No shame in him. Even when held accountable, you can bring the victim into it. The Tang family members couldn't help but look at Tang Qingma, who had been sitting on the sofa in the hall since his return, intently looking at his cell phone. Their antics. Tang Qingma wasn't paying attention at all because the system was suddenly very agitated when he contacted Li Wei. Host, Tang Shuilong seems to have had a nervous breakdown, and suddenly there's no way to collect her remorse value. Since Tang Qingma appeared to be in a daze, Tang Ali was very disgruntled and went up. Tang Qingma, why did you go to the poolside then? Are you sure Chan Yutai is experimenting now? Yeah, host. But even though he's experimenting, Tang Shuilong doesn't have any reaction. Tang Qingma was still conversing with the system, completely ignoring Tang Ali, causing her to yell even more angrily. Tang Qingma, are you listening to me or not? Noisy. Snap. Feeling annoyed, Tang Qingma stood up and slapped Tang Ali hard before kicking her in the stomach. Ah. Chapter 107. Elder sister giving her sister a clean slate. Ah. Tang Ali was so defenseless that she was jerked and kicked, and her whole body was kicked to the far side and rolled on the ground a few times in a row. Ellie's second sister? Bai Hualian and the girls didn't expect Tang Qingmo to lay down a hand that was heavier than Tang Jianren's, and unconsciously threw down Tang Chuanxi, who was still on the ground, and rushed to check if Tang Ali was injured. Mom. Big sister. I'm in pain. Because of Tang Qingma's slap, at this moment, Tang Ali's hair was jerked until it was scattered, and red palm prints surfaced on her snow-white face. Plus, her abdomen had also been kicked hard by Tang Qingma, and she was in pain and wanted to vomit. Tang Ruoling was furious when she saw her face swelling up. Tang Qingma, how could you? Tang Qingma directly interrupted. Would I have smoked her if she hadn't pushed around in front of me? How about the fact that the person affecting the Tang family this time is her precious fake brother? What does she mean by running over to question me instead of raising hell? Trying to get me to take the fall again? Like before? Tang Qingma's words instantly chilled the atmosphere in the hall. Wasn't that the intention of the approach? Don Ellis questioned. Obviously the one who made the mistake was Tang Qingxi. Obviously Tang Qingma was the victim, but he went to accuse him. Qing Mo, it's all a misunderstanding. Your sister didn't mean that. Bai Hualien couldn't help but mournfully shed tears when she saw their siblings having a major disagreement. Tang Qingma smiled. Then please tell me what Mrs. Tang means? As long as I'm stabbed with a needle by your good daughter, it's not a misunderstanding. No, not like this. As soon as she heard Tang Qingma tell her previous experience, Bai Hualien's guilty heart ached again. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. It doesn't matter either way. Tang Qingma walked slowly towards Tang Ali's body. Due to the strength of the slaps and flying kicks just now, Tang Ali shrunk her body a bit timidly while Tang Ruoling and Tang Meishin shielded her behind. Seeing the two of them acting like protective chicks, Tang Qingma felt amused. What? Were you guys this vigilant when you abused me before? You! Even if you want to keep her safe, it's all the same to me. After speaking, Tang Qingma then quickly stepped forward on his feet. Ugh! Tang Ruoling's eyes simply couldn't keep up with her opponent's speed, and she was quickly pushed away, followed by, Pa! Oh! Bai Hualien didn't expect Tang Qingma to hit his sister again and screamed in fear.
Tang Kinh Mo.
Tang Meishin on the side didn't expect the other party to be so bold. She hastily unleashed her qi and blood power, gathering her strength into her fist with the intention of punching at Tang Qingma's body. But Tang Qingma looked like he had known about his attack, directly radiating fierce yellow currents throughout his body. Ah! Tang Meishin was instantly slipped by the electric current. Her whole body was bounced off and her head felt dizzy. Mei Xian. Tang Ruoling felt heartbroken. Mei Xian was the only martial artist in the family, and she was still in the third grade realm. How could he be defeated by Tang Qingma? Speaking of which, I was surrounded and bullied by so many martial artists inside the video, and none of you even asked about my well-being? Tang Qingma sneered, sarcastically cracked her knuckles and threw another slap over. Snap. Oh! Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Have you ever thought that if I had gotten the better of them, I would still be standing before you now? No, you have not. Snap. Ah, no, no. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. No matter what, it's a fact that Tang Qin she was standing by Lu Rian's side at the time. Joining her in her bullying behavior, it's a fact that he was secretly filmed, affecting the reputation of the Tang family, so. What do you have in mind to come here and question me? Pa. Ah. No. Don't. Please don't. Hit again. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. The intense pain caused her to feel fear and regret for Tang Qingma. However, Tang Qingma caught her front hair with one hand and pulled her head hard, while the other hand patted her face that was so red and swollen that she couldn't see the outline clearly. What's wrong, second sister? Where did your dominance just now go? Pa! Another slap was thrown. Ah! Her body scrunched up and her eyes looked painfully toward Tang Jianren and Tang Yinshi, hoping to be rescued by them. However, Tang Jianren just silently looked away in the face of Tang Qingma's beating behavior. In his heart, Tang Ali had used a syringe to stab Tang Qingma before, and this time she went up there on her own as well, simply asking for trouble. And Tang Qinghai, how could Tang Jinshi save her when she was on the ground waiting to be rescued? So Don Ellie was desperate. If she had known this, she shouldn't have questioned Tang Qingma.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. She cried out in pain under Tang Qingma's tossing and turning, a large number of teardrops flowing down from the corners of her eyes, and her hair falling apart in the pulling and tugging, somewhat like a grieving female ghost. When Tang Ruoling saw that the ever-proud surgical saint was begging Tang Qingma at this moment, she was still a bit intolerant inwardly. She slowly stepped forward and bowed her head to Tang Qingma. Qingma, please give me face and spare your second sister. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. Although she said it sincerely, she felt regret as soon as she made the motion of bowing her head. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Good big sister who loves her younger sister and fake brother. May I ask what face you have that's worth me closing? Tang Ruoling. loving her sister and her fake brother. A statement that was especially ironic for her as the eldest sister. Ching Mo, Ellie already knows she's wrong. I'll make it up to you. I hope you can spare her. Compensation. Tang Chingma's eyes widened as he laughed in the state of his hand, still pulling Tang Ali's hair, and asked, "What will you compensate? What do you want?" "Money." Tang Chingmo raised an eyebrow and smiled coldly. "What else can your Tang family hold besides money?" Tang Ruoling ignored the mocking remark and asked straight out, "Is $1 million okay?" "2 million. Good." Tang Ruoling had no objections, as any more of this might cause a mental breakdown for Tang Ali. Never mind. As the eldest sister, she would consider it a good afterthought for her sister. Ding. $2 million was just transmitted to Tang Chingma's cell phone and arrived quickly. Tang Chingma, who received the money, felt in a great mood. "All right, it looks like for the sake of $2 million, I'll spare her this time." Since the money was in hand, Tang Chingma casually waved Tang Ali away. "Ah!" Don Ellie was thrown straight to the ground, crying in agony. "Nothing else. I'm just going out for a bit. If second sister's skin gets itchy next time, you can come over and smoke me again." "Oh."
Ellie Tang.
She tensed her body and immediately shrunk herself behind Tang Ruoling. Tang Chingma left the villa just like that, and as soon as he left, all the people in the Tang family were very embarrassed stiff. Tang Jianren was the first to come back to his senses, but he also sighed angrily and said to Bai Hualien, "I'll go back to the company to deal with the public relations." "Dad, I'll join you." Tang Ruoling also planned to return to the office tonight. It just so happens that she's paid $2 million for Ellie Tang, and she kind of doesn't want to see her for a while, and after both of the Tang family's main backbones had left. Bai Hualien and Tang Mei Xian had to continue comforting Tang String Shi and Tang Ellie. After Tang Chingma left the villa, she called a cab and contacted Lu Tianren. He felt refreshed, although a little regretful after hearing the system say that Tang Shuilong's mental state was in trouble. "Well, let's go check on dear fifth sister first." Chapter 108. After today, the Lu family and Lu Ruyan will become street rats. Evening, Lu's house. After Lu Tianren sent Lu Zhaozhao back home, he told Lu Rongxing all about what happened at the banquet tonight. Understanding the whole thing before and after, Lu Rongxing closed his eyes and sighed slightly. "So that's how it is. It seems that Tang Chingma has long been planning to bring down the reputation of the Lu family and break off the engagement with a legitimate reason. Originally, Tang Chingma and Lu Ruyan's relationship was extremely bad, but they had to be bound together because of an agreement between the two families a long time ago. So, in order to break off the engagement, as well as get revenge on Ryu Ru, tonight's plan was born. Although it was unknown whether the beast accident was an accident, Tang Chingma had saved Lu Tianren and Lu Zhaozhao anyway. So in order to repay this favor, the Lu family would work with the government department to execute an investigation order against the Lu family. During this period, which other family would dare to continue to involve themselves with the Lu family? Can't wait to cut with it. I believe that after today, both the Lu family and Lu Ruyan will become street rats in the Magic City, the point where anyone can step on them. Tang Chingma is so ruthless. Despite saying this, Lu Rongxing's expression was full of appreciation. Lu Tianren nodded approvingly. Luckily, he is not our enemy. And just as they continued to talk about tonight's events, Lu Tianren's cell phone suddenly received a message tone. It was sent to me by Tang Chingma. Lu Rongxing asked, "What did he say?" "He wants me to go to Pukong Psychiatric Hospital." Lu Tianren retrieved his cell phone and his expression became serious. "I believe it's related to his fifth sister." "Fifth sister? Is it the Tang Shuilong you said earlier was sent to the hospital by the Tang family?" "Yes." Although Tang Shuilong was originally a traffic star, the entertainment company she worked for had to snowball her due to the previous abuse of her own brother that went viral online. So she can't be found anywhere online anymore. The Tang family also kept the news of the incident of being sent to a mental hospital under lock and key. If it wasn't for Lu Tianren becoming Tang Chingma's bodyguard, Lu Rongxing wouldn't have known that so many big events were happening within the Tang family. Lu Tianren chimed in. "Tang Chingma told me that in order for us to continue working together in harmony in the future, he needs me to go over and witness something. That said, witnessed or not, he's going to be his bodyguard for the rest of the year." However, Lu Rongxing snickered. "Since it's so important to talk about it, then you should hurry over there." "Good." Lu Tianren sighed lightly. After a short period of time with Tang Chingma, he only felt that this time he was also filled with bad vibes. "I'll go over there then." And I'll be in touch afterward, father. Good. Lu Rongxing looked at Lu Tianren's departing back with a smile. He realized that Lu Tianren seemed to have become much more composed and reserved in such a short period of time after following Tang Qingma's side, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of grace in his heart. Sure enough, the decision to let him follow Tang Qingma was the right one. Lu Tianren quickly drove the car and traveled to Pukong Psychiatric Hospital as fast as he could. When he arrived at the main entrance, he had already seen Tang Qingma's figure playing with her cell phone. As soon as he got out of the car door, he walked up to the other party and said, "Xiao Tang. Sorry I'm late. It's fine. I'm the one who called you over at this hour." Tang Qingma withdrew his cell phone without expression and turned to enter the hospital. "Let's go in." "Okay." Lu Tianren followed behind Tang Qingma. Since he came to this hospital, he must have something to do with Tang Shuilong. So he asked curiously, "Young Tang, may I ask if there's something wrong with Miss Tang Fifth?" After being sent here, Tang Shuilong had been subjected to all sorts of painful experiments under Tang Qingma's arrangement. It's not surprising where problems arise in a situation like this. However, Tang Qingma was only silent for a few seconds and said softly, "It should be. Ugh. When I was at the Lu family banquet today, I suddenly remembered my fifth sister. So I curiously sent a message to ask Chun Distinguished Tai and found out that something had really happened to her." Huh? Lu Tianren listened in confusion. But Tang Qingma's tone was very flat, as if she was telling something about some stranger. The two arrived at the front desk, where Nurse Red was already ready to take them to the basement level of the hospital. They came to the room belonging to Tang Shuilong, and as soon as they opened the door, they saw that Chun Distinguished Tai's face was gloomy, and he didn't have the same kind of spiritual boy's appearance as before, and through the glass wall you could see Tang Shuilong sitting on the bed inside. But her eyes were empty and dull. Chan Distinguished Tai immediately stepped forward upon seeing the two figures. "Young Master Tang, young Master Lu, you're here." Tang Qingma asked straight to the point, "How is Tang Shuilong?" Chun Distinguished Tai sighed as he led the two into the inside of the glass wall. Only Tang Shuilong didn't react in the slightest even when someone came in. Her eyes kept looking blankly ahead, and she didn't know what she was looking at. When Lu Tianren saw Tang Shuilong in this state, he couldn't help but ask in a cold sweat, What's wrong with her? It's like a broken mannequin." Chun Distinguished Tai said with a loss. "It should be that the brain has received too many blows and stimuli, thus causing extreme damage to Ms. Shuirong's heart, and in order to escape from reality, she seals her heart. What a shame. It's amazing that the experimental body, which was obtained with such difficulty, broke down so quickly." Lu Tianren. It's not surprising that Tang Shuilong has become like this. Even before she was sent to the hospital, she was already devastated by the marriage of Tang Feifei and Tang Qingxi, and after that, she was subjected to various experiments and the torture of Tang Qingmo. It's only a matter of time before you have a nervous breakdown. Seeing this, Lu Tianren couldn't help but feel saddened and sympathetic towards Tang Shuilong. But the next second, he saw Tang Qingma walk slowly to Tang Shuilong's front and raise his hand. Snap. Chapter 109. If you don't get rid of useless things quickly, why do you still keep them? Snap. Tang Qingma slapped Tang Shuilong for no reason, startling Lu Tianren and Chan Shitai beside him. Tang Shuilong was just slapped off the bed and her entire body fell to the floor. Lu Tianren hurriedly asked, "Young Tang, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly make a move on Tang Shuilong in good time?" Tang Qingma just swung his hands up and said coldly, "I want to make sure she's really stupid or pretending. It's... Even so, can you not hit me so hard all of a sudden?" It almost made his heart stop. But Lu Tianren just covered his chest and didn't say what was on his mind because he knew that even if he did, Tang Qingma wouldn't listen. Just have to get myself used to it as quickly as possible. Even though Tang Shuilong was slapped so hard that her pale face was slapped red, her body only twitched for a while and remained unresponsive lying on her side on the ground. It's like not realizing you've been hit. Chun Distinguished Tai couldn't help but shake his head when he saw it inside. Alas, it seems that Ms. Shuirong is really brain dead. Even when she saw young Master Tang's appearance, there were no mood swings. She didn't react to being scratched by such a hard palm, and everything that happened outside couldn't affect her. So it looks like it's really not working. His tone was full of pity. After all, one has a lot of test agents and research waiting to test the results. Who knew Tang Shuilong would break so quickly? Is it the pampering? What a waste. Yes. Tang Qingma's face was expressionless, only to whip it over once again, fiercely. Pa! This time he punched the other side of Tang Shuilong's face red and fishy, creating symmetry between the two sides together. But as if he wasn't satisfied, he kicked her in the waist again, sending Tang Shuilong tumbling several meters away. Ping! Tang Shuilong's body continued to twitch and contracted reflexively. However, after a few seconds she was still expressionless, her eyes vacant and out of focus, her face and body scarred, but as if she hadn't felt the punches and kicks she had just experienced. Seeing the originally arrogant Tang Shuilong turn into today's situation, Lu Tianren just silently turned his head away. Tang Qingma, on the other hand, grabbed Tang Shuilong's front hair and pulled her face up. He asked to the system, "How is it? Can we still collect Tang Shuilong's remorse value?" The system also lost its head and said, It won't work. It has been detected that Tang Shuilong's consciousness has been severely traumatized, and she actively forgets everything in order to escape reality, as well as reflexively choosing not to recognize anyone anymore." Tang Qingma frowned. "You mean even if Tang Yinshi came, she wouldn't be able to recognize it?" "Yes. It might be a little stressful at first, but it doesn't help. And since the last collective Tang family visit, except for Tang Jianren and Bai Hualien who had come to visit once more, Tang Stringxi and the other sisters hadn't come over again. Now Tang Jianren is disappointed with Tang Shuilong and is thinking of giving up on this daughter. Therefore, in Tang Shuilong's heart, after being tormented by Tang Qingma and Chun Distinguished Tai, and being abandoned by her important family members and her favorite, Tang Yinshi, herself, after a long period of physical and mental despair and multiple blows, he finally broke down and chose self-destruction. After analyzing Tang Shuilong's entire mental journey, the system finally saddened. Boing boing. Too bad. This is one of the host's sources of remorse value. How could it be gone just like that? Obviously, she had been conditioned to be a gold coin popping tool that could automatically generate remorse values whenever Chun Shitai appeared. But this wool is gone before we can wool gather enough. Tang Shuilong is such a waste. Obviously, she's so vicious and ruthless when she tortures others. But when it's her turn, she's so quick to break down. So useless. Oh. In the face of the system's anger and endless stream of complaints, Tang Qingma merely responded with a cry. He turned his head to look at Chan Distinguished Tai and Lu Tianren, his voice cold. "All right, since she's no longer useful, let's kill her." Lu Tianren was shocked. Killed? Chun Distinguished Tai immediately showed excitement upon hearing this and said with an evil smile, "Oh, worthy of being young Master Tang. So decisive." And Lu Tianren felt incredulous as he hurriedly asked, "Young Tang, are you saying to kill Miss Tang Fifth? She's a real sister." Even if Tang Qingma had been treated unfairly after being recognized back into the Tang family, could the words "killed" really be said so lightly? Tang Qingma revealed a puzzled look. "Yeah, she's already useless. What's the point of keeping something that's already useless? You can't collect remorse values anymore if you don't get rid of it quickly. Originally, I would come over here at this time of the day just to make sure that she still has no use." At this instant, Tang Qingma's words caused Lu Tianren to feel a bolt from the blue, and his brain went blank as if it was down. Obviously the temperature in the room wasn't cold, but a large amount of cold sweat broke out one after another on his forehead and back, and he felt creepy all over. No need to keep what doesn't work. Even if it's your own sister? Lu Tianren clenched his teeth and tried to control his expression that was about to go out of control. So, Tang Qingma's message tonight called him here, saying that he wanted to let himself witness certain things, just to witness Tang Shuilong being mercilessly thrown away by him? Looking at Lu Tianren's reaction, Tang Qingma asked, "Is it because you think I'm cold-blooded?" Lu Tianren looked at Tang Qingma in shock, only to see the other party reveal a deeply meaningful smile, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, Chun Shitai trotted forward. His face was completely different from Lu Tianren's gloomy face, and with an excited tone, he asked, "Young Master Tang, then what are you going to do with Miss Shuirong?" For an experiment that had already lost its value, Chun Distinguished Tai naturally lost interest in Tang Shuilong as well. No matter how Tang Qingma handled it, he didn't even frown. Tang Qingma slightly hooked her lips. Killing just like that will definitely be discovered, so create a suitable accident. Anyway, Tang Jianren and Bai Hualien need to deal with the online comments and plan Tang Chuanxi's and Tang Feifei's weddings. Tang Chuanxi hates it when Tang Shuirong doesn't come out, and the other sisters in the Tang family only have eyes for Tang Chuanxi, so they had forgotten about Tang Shuilong and even if they did anything at this point in time, they wouldn't be discovered. And, last time, Tang Fei couldn't die even if she was paralyzed. This time he wanted to see if Tang Shuirong, who had already had a mental breakdown, would be even harder to kill than Tang Fei, but it would be too cheap for Tang Shuilong to die just like that. System, are there any pills that can restore her sanity? Just for a short period of time. Tang Shuilong felt like she was located in a dark, cold place for days, since being sent to a mental hospital by her family, tortured by Tang Qingma, and painfully subjected to Chen Shitai's inhumane experiments, as well as experiencing the disappointment of his father when his favorite Hoshi wants to marry his fourth sister. All of this turned out to be Tang Qingma's calculations. He was the one who designed all the scripts, instigated himself to hurt his fourth sister, made Hoshi afraid of himself, and made his father disappointed in him. So, under the multiple blows, Tang Shuilong decided to close her heart. If you can't hear or see anything, and you don't recognize anyone, is it possible to stop thinking about anything and not get hurt again? Tang Shuilong, who was thinking this way, was once again plunged into an even darker abyss, until a figure suddenly appeared in front of it, and it clamped down hard on its throat, ushering in the dreaded restraint suffocation. At that moment, it was like her consciousness came back to her.
Chapter 110 Killing Tang Su Lên.
Can this time the god pill really bring Tang Shuilong back to consciousness? The next morning, Tang Qingma came to the back of Pukong Hospital's hill and looked at the brown pill in his hand suspiciously. System. Yes, host. The rejuvenation pill allows a mentally deranged person to be forcibly restored to normal within 3 minutes. Kind of like a good medicine to make a person come back to life. Normally, the rejuvenation pill is used on people who have significant testimony but are unconscious, and it is a very valuable pill for the police to use to solve crimes. Okay. Took me 40 draws to get this one, so I hope I'm not disappointed. Tang Qingma turned around and looked at Tang Shuilong, who had been brought over behind himself. Ever since Tang Shuilong made Tang Genren lose his expectations, the Tang family members have never come to visit, just to regularly call money to the hospital, so that the nursing staff inside can take good care of them. The hospital charged money and would naturally send someone to take care of her, so after Chen Shitai and Xiaohong made their own recommendations, the two of them were deployed by the director to be Tang Shuilong's attending doctor and specialized nurse, and no one would be particularly concerned about her condition. As it is, even if they took her out of the hospital, no one would notice. After all, Chen Shitai was well liked in the hospital, and just taking a patient out would not make anyone suspicious at all. And after bringing Tang Shuilong out, the person who dealt with it was Tang Qingma. Of course, Lu Tianren, who was the bodyguard, also followed him to the scene. He saw Tang Qingma stuff an unknown pill into Tang Shuilong's mouth, then forcefully pinched her neck and forcibly lifted her up. Dear Sister 5, can you hear me now? Tang Qingma shook Tang Shuilong's body several times, while Tang Shuilong remained calm, her expression unchanged. This made Lu Tianren incomprehensible. Obviously, she already knew last night that something was wrong with Tang Shuilong's brain. So how come Tang Qingma suddenly wanted to wake her up again today? Isn't this a waste of effort? Just as he was thinking this, the next second Tang Shuilong's 5 senses moved. Lu Tianren. What's going on? Why did the brain crash suddenly come to her reaction? Since the only person present was Lu Tianren, he only showed surprise on his face and didn't come forward to ask. If Chen Shitai had been there, he would have been excitedly asking until the end of time. Dear fifth sister, do you remember me? Tang Shuilong, whose original consciousness had sunk into darkness, came back to her senses, her empty pupils widening in surprise as she looked at the man in front of her with a fearful expression. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Hearing the sound of the remorse value ringing out, Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction. Surely it's too pointless to just deal with a bad doll. It really makes me happy that you're able to wake up now, dear fifth sister. No, don't. Even though Tang Shuilong had regained her sanity, she was still in a state of extreme fear of Tang Qingma. She doesn't understand. Obviously, she was able to spend this time in the dark, and no one, no matter what, could enter the dark space of her imagination. Why even let her see Tang Qingma, the devil? Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Faced with her panic, Tang Qingma triumphantly revealed an evil smile. Don't worry. You'll never feel scared again. Because you're dying. Before Tang Shuilong could react, she felt her neck being pinched tightly with force, and her entire body was lifted up, her feet dangling into the air. Ahem. No. Cough. She felt Tang Qingma's footsteps walking forward as she pinched herself. However, Tang Shuilong's brain was blank at this time, and her entire body was caught in an invisible panic. Don't. She wanted to get rid of the demon in front of her. I hope to get out of the hell I'm in. But just then, Tang Qingma suddenly laughed and said, You know what? Last night you used to break down. Ugh? It took me a lot of effort to get you back to normal. Mainly because it cost him more than 40,000 remorse values. What are you talking about? Tang Shuilong's voice trembled, not understanding what exactly Tang Qingma was talking about. But Tang Qingma just smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, because it's already the end. Just look down there. Tang Shuilong. The pupils of her eyes reflexively looked downward, and then she saw that her body had reached the cliffside of the hill under Tang Qingma's lifting. Tang Qingma continued to step forward, causing Tang Shuilong to be so shocked that her hands hastily grabbed his arm. No, don't. Even though she wanted to get out of the hell she was in, when she actually had to face death, her insides trembled with fear and desperately wanted to shake her head and beg for mercy. You want to be relieved anyway, so I should be the one to give you a ride when you're sober. This was also the reason why Tang Qingma had purposely drawn the reclamation pill even after 40 draws. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's panic also made Tang Qingma very satisfied. After a full 3 minutes of gripping the remorse value, the hand around her neck also finally loosened. Goodbye, my good fifth sister.
No.
The palms of her hands loosened, and Tang Shuilong's entire body fell vertically from the air. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Endless remorse arose at her heart, until the moment before her body hit the ground. Ping! With a ping, Tang Shuilong's entire body fell to the bottom of the cliff. Together, Tang Qingma jumped to the bottom of the mountain and found Tang Shuilong's fallen body. For some reason, Tang Shuilong was actually still alive, just like Tang Fei back then. Host, Tang Shuilong she. Zip. In the next second, sharp branches suddenly appeared. Chapter 111. Fear of her not dying. Just as Tang Shuilong was still hanging on to her breath, a slender, sharp branch plunged straight into her throat. Tang Qingma even turned the branch, completely penetrating and destroying her windpipe. It's not unusual to get a branch from a hillside stuck through your throat while accidentally falling off a cliff. Is it? He said with a smile. Well, it's normal. The system responds silently. Aha! Ahem! Tang Shuilong's eyes widened as she felt unimaginable pain being inflicted throughout her body. She was no longer able to move, and what she thought was a breathable state became very difficult, as a large amount of blood spewed out of her mouth uncontrollably. It hurts. So hard. What the hell happened? Tang Shuilong didn't understand. Was she being thrown down? By Tang Qingma? By him? I don't know. Just know that, as her consciousness faded into a blur, yes, it's like going back to the darkness that she had personally fallen into earlier. What? Dying like this? It's a lot easier compared to Tang Fei. At that moment, Tang Qingma's mocking voice entered her ears. It seems that as long as you thrust through the neck or split the head, the daughter of Qi will still die. Tang Shuilong didn't know what Tang Qingma was talking about. She just felt tired. Could she finally just sleep through it? Finally, no need to be tortured by these demons. That's right, my good fifth sister. But at that moment, Tang Qingma's figure slowly approached her and finally bent his face down to her. You'll be put to good use even if you die, oh. Tang Shuilong. Don't worry. I'll make good use of your death to bring your good brother and the Tang family to ruin. Before her consciousness turned pitch black, Tang Qingma's words caused Tang Shuilong to have a momentary shock. Even if you die, I won't let your tombstone rest in peace. Your reputation, everything about you, will be left in infamy for years to come. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Tang Shuilong's remorse value plus 500. Until the moment before her life stopped beating, Tang Shuilong once again sprouted a large wave of remorse value. Then the pupils of her eyes rolled white and her body went still after a few seconds of convulsions. The system also said softly, "Host, the death of Tang Shuilong has been detected." Well, I saw it. Tang Qingma stretched his arms and looked at Tang Shuilong's corpse. Young Tang, may I ask how Miss Tang Fifth? Lu Tianren, who rushed over, saw that Tang Shuilong had already broken. This is... Although he had already prepared himself mentally, the image in front of him still startled Lu Tianren. Tang Shuilong was wearing a light green hospital gown, with a large amount of red blood still staining it. Aha! Lu Tianren unconsciously covered his mouth, feeling as if his stomach acid had suddenly backed up. It was the first time he had actually seen a corpse with a gruesome death, and he always felt a tightness in his chest and a strong feeling of nausea that wanted to well up like vomit. He rushed to the bottom of some large tree. I want to throw up but can't. I feel stuffy and nauseous in my chest. Cheer up. Tang Qingma just exhaled helplessly. You're the young master of the Lu family. There's a chance you'll have to go to the alien beast battlefield in the future. Compared to the gruesomeness on the battlefield, this is nothing at all, right? Upon hearing about the Fey battlefield, Lu Tianren's eyes inadvertently widened. Although he had not gone up to the border area himself, the instructors at the academy had shown them a movie about it, and at the time, his own emotions were very heavy when he saw the suffering of the injured. Thinking about it this way, it didn't seem so scary to Tang Shuilong now. Ugh, it's not right. How can he compare it like that? Isn't this idea equivalent to being PUA'd by Tang Qingma? Lu Tianren hurriedly shook his head in an effort to correct his thoughts back. Dr. Chun, come and help. Tang Qingma ignored his troubles and just called and contacted Chun, Shitai, to help collect the corpse, while repairing the location of the wound on Tang Shuilong's throat. Even though she was dead, the cells in her body hadn't died immediately and were still active for a very short time. Chun's discernment came over in less than 10 minutes. He was even more excited and emotional when he saw Tang Shuilong's tragic situation. If it was possible, I really wanted Tang Qingma to be my assistant. Then, young Tang, what do you want to do with Miss Shuirong now? Tang Qingma smiled and said, Dr. Chun, you have some potions that can help me preserve Tang Shuilong's body intact, right? Although Tang Shuirong is gone, she's still useful. Although Chun Distinguished Tai hadn't known Tang Qingma for a long time, he understood the extent of the other party's ruthlessness, so he nodded with an evil smile. Don't worry, young Master Tang. As long as it's at your command, I'll do my best to oblige. Very well, then I'll trouble you first. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun Distinguished Tai, Tang Qingma turned her head to look at Lu Tianren, who was still doing his thought tangle. Tenren, go back and think about what you have. Young Tang. Before Lu Tianren could return to his senses, he saw that Tang Qingma had already handed himself a handy note. I've got an appointment and I'm going to this place now. Send me there. Here's... What? I can't believe it's just a regular cafe? At this time, the Magic City Royal How Hospital. Rebel girl. Snap. Lu Shuya, who was wearing a hospital gown, used all of his strength to whip his palm towards Lu Ruyan's face. Oh! Lu Ruyan couldn't resist, and her entire body was scraped to the ground. And you guys! After smacking Lu Ruyan, he continued to look at Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting, who came forward to beg for mercy. And Lu Shuya did not hesitate to raise his foot and kick at Zhou Shang. Ah! Uncle! Don't! Zhou Shang had already endured Tang Qingma's torment last night, and now facing Lu Shuya's anger was even more of a psychological shadow. Even though Lu Shuya was so angry that his chest ached, he endured the pain in his heart and had to vent all his anger first. Yi, please don't do this. Mrs. Zhou, who had come along, saw her son being kicked and couldn't help but step forward to stop her brother. Sister, you're still defending them. Lu Shuya roared in agitation, his fingertips trembling as he pointed at Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings. It's all because of them. Now the Lu family as well as the Zhou family have been destroyed. Last night, because of the alien beast riot that occurred at the banquet and the video of Lu Ruyan hiring martial artists to bully Tang Qingma being publicized online, it caused Lu Shuya to nearly go into sudden cardiac arrest and was sent to the hospital for resuscitation. After waking up with great difficulty, he didn't care about the doctors and other people's advice, and hurriedly summoned Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings to the inside of the hospital room. At first, the Zhou siblings did not want to come over. However, unable to withstand Mrs. Zhou's crying, as well as the scolding of the Zhou family head. They had no choice before heading to Lu Shui's hospital room. As expected, they were immediately thrashed by Lu Shuya as soon as they entered. Lu Ruyan, I told you a long time ago to stop getting so close to that Tang Jinxi. Now it's okay. The Lu family is now killed by you. You're happy. Snap. Snap. Lu Shuya alternated between scraping Lu Ruyan a few more times left and right, slapping her already pale face until it was red and swollen. Chapter 112, as if it was just a dream that happened. Master, please don't hit. Ruyan knows she's wrong. On the side, Mrs. Lu saw that her daughter's face was drawn with blood, and her heart ached as she went up to hug her. No, you're wrong? No. If she knew she was wrong, she wouldn't have been with Tang Jinxi after the last time she was in the Tang family. Lu Shuya pointed at Lu Ruyan and cursed, thinking that the other party still disobeyed her instructions and preferred to bring Tang Jinxi to the dinner party. Lu Shuya was so angry that she wanted to go up and slap her again. Master, please don't hit. Mrs. Lu hurriedly held Lu Ruyan in her arms to keep her husband from hitting. Mom! A teardrop fell from the aggrieved Lu Ruyan, who was being shielded. She really didn't expect that she would have her photo stolen from her home, and that it would be put online for public consumption. Now she had become a joke in the celebrity world, and whenever she went out it seemed as if she could hear outsiders laughing at her. If it weren't for the fact that she was coming to the hospital, she wouldn't dare go out. Obviously last night she was tortured by Tang Qingma in 100 ways, almost how now on the contrary he became the victim and she was accused of 1,000 things. Thinking so, hatred appeared in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Lu Shuya naturally took her demeanor in, sensing that the other party was still unaware of the mistake she had made. She was furious, covering her chest and panting hard. I'm organizing this banquet to promote the relationship between the two Lu Tang families, but you guys are so good. You actually dare to bully Tang Qingma at home. You guys really dare. Not like that, uncle. As soon as he heard that they were bullying Tang Qingma, Zhou Sheng immediately retorted excitedly. We were trying to teach Tang Qingma a lesson, but we didn't bully him at all. On the contrary, it was him. He alone knocked out all the martial artists and viciously tortured me and Xiao Ting Ruyan. Zhou Ting also shed tears and cried bitterly. Really, uncle? Brother is right. My face was ruined by him too. At that time, Tang Qingma suddenly unleashed his martial arts skills and quickly defeated all those martial artists before breaking my brother and I's arms and legs. And after that, he even pressed Ruyan into the water. Zhou Shang kept nodding. Yes, those martial artists can all testify. Ryanu. Because of the Zhou siblings' words, Lu Ruyan also recalled the memory of being tortured by Tang Qingma by the pool last night. At the time, she was constantly being held down in the water so hard that she couldn't breathe, no matter how much he begged. Tang Qingma kept bringing himself to the edge of hell like an evil spirit from hell. At the thought of him showing a handsome smile but inflicting torture on himself, Lu Ruyan contracted her body in shock and her whole body was in a state of fear. And when Mrs. Lu saw the other's scared look, she hugged her tighter. Ruyan, my poor daughter. Master, you shouldn't be blaming them now. You should be going to the Tang family to apprehend the murderer who hurt our daughter, as well as Xiao Shang and Xiao Ting. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting nodded in agreement. Willow studies. Seeing his lady so naive, he took a heavy breath and looked at the Zhou siblings once again. Okay, you guys said Tang Qingma beat you up, right? Where's the wound? Zhou Shang hurriedly turned over his own sleeve, yet his arm was not marked in the slightest, which instantly silenced him. Where are the injuries? Where are the injuries you guys are talking about? We are. Zhou Sheng Zhou Ting broke out in a cold sweat. They had clearly endured Tang Qingma's terrifying attack last night, but when they woke up in the backyard, they realized that all of the wounds on their bodies were gone, except for Lu Ruyan's body, which was still wet. If it weren't for the fact that they and those martial artists could share the same memories, it would seem as if this was all just a dream that happened. Uncle, it must be Tang Qingma who did something to us, Zhou Sheng said excitedly. We were really beaten by him last night until we broke our arms and legs. It's just that when we woke up, I don't know why the injuries were gone. Zhou Ting also fought to nod her head. Yes, uncle. Everything brother said is true. Dad. We really didn't lie to you. While Lu Ruyan lowered his head painfully, trembling in awe at the memory of yesterday's experience. However, as Lu Shuya watched the three of them constantly flinging pots at Tang Qingma while failing to show any signs of injury at all, he just sneered breathlessly. Seeing that the other party's eyes didn't have the slightest sense of credit, the Zhou siblings wanted to explain again, but were directly interrupted by Lu Shuya. All right, now do you guys think it's still useful to say so much? I'll take what you guys are saying as true, but so what? Lu Shuya tilted her head, her eyes furious. No matter what the process was, the video that's circulating now is of you and Tang Qingxi hiring martial artists to try and bully Tang Qingma. Unless there's a second video of the so-called Tang Qingma torturing and violently beating you guys, it's useless to say anything. Lu Ruyan Zhou family siblings. Willow Academic was right. Even if they wanted to testify against themselves, so what? Now that Tang Qingma had taken the moral high ground, no matter what they tried to say, no one would believe them. Everyone only believed that Tang Qingma was bullied by their Lu and Zhou families and was the weakling, pathetic person from start to finish. But who on earth is filming this? Uncle, can we find the person who stole the footage? Zhou Shang immediately said, if we find him, won't we have a chance to get the video of Tang Qingma violently beating us? Zhou Ting, right uncle, we just need to find that camera thief. Won't we be able to solve the misunderstanding to the public? Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, but her eyes were also shining with anticipation. But just when they thought they had thought of a remedy, they heard Lu Shuya coldly snort. Humph, the three idiots. You guys think I haven't thought about it? As the head of the family, Lu Shuya naturally looked for someone to inquire about the provenance of that video after he woke up in the hospital. He soon found out that it was filmed by a media man named Levi. But when he then had people continue to investigate further, he found out that this Li Wei had a close relationship with the Lu family. Li Wei's father was a subordinate of Lu Rongxing, so he has the support of the Lu family behind him as a media personality, and does not need to see the eye of any powerful family. And now it was very unfortunate that the lion exhibit tiger that the Lu family had exhibited to the public last night had almost injured the Lu family siblings, and the person who had saved the Lu family siblings was again Tang Qingma. Linking together, leaving aside the Tang family's attitude, just the fact that these two videos were still spreading on the internet even now, he wouldn't believe it without the Lu family's hand behind it. Chapter 113. If it wasn't for you hiring martial artists to try and teach Tang Qingma a lesson, would you have been counterattacked? It's imperative that we get the Lu family's forgiveness now. Lu Shuya made a snap decision and immediately thought about the factors that were now the biggest threat to the Lu family. Lu Ruyan and you guys, come with me to the Tang family immediately. Uncle, aren't you going to the Lu family first? Zhou Shang was confused. Didn't he just say he wanted to be forgiven by the Lu family? What's with the trip to Don's place? Ping. You stupid bastard. Seeing his nephew's stupidity, he was so angry that he swung a fist at his face. Ah! Zhou Shang was once again severely beaten, but he didn't dare say anything to his furious uncle. Last night, Tang Qingma was the one who announced in front of everyone that he broke off his engagement with your cousin and cleared the air with us. And Tang Qingma was the benefactor of the Lu family siblings last night. Do you think the Lu family master and young Master Lu will listen to us or Tang Qingma? Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting looked at each other, not daring to speak. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, clenched her fists hard, her expression revealing infinite hatred in a split second. Tang Qingma the asshole. He'd already hurt himself like that last night, and he'd actually broken off the engagement with her in front of all these people, simply wanting her to be unable to hold her head up in the circle of fame. But just as Lu Ruyan was getting angry, she also heard Lu Shuya angrily pointing at her and saying, after we arrive at the Tang family home, the three of you give me a sincere apology to Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan, no matter what method you use, give me the chance to make Tang Qingma withdraw the idea of breaking off the engagement. Lu Ruyan immediately raised her head and looked at her father in surprise. Dad, Tang Qingma hurt me like this last night. I can't be with him anymore. Thinking back to the horrible memories of last night, Lu Ruyan creates an invisible fear. She didn't dare go to Don's house, not daring to face Tang Qingma again. The Zhou siblings had also seen Tang Qingma's ferocity and did not wish to see their cousin fall into that demon's hands again. Zhou Shang couldn't help but plead, Uncle, Tang Qingma that has no humanity. You will only push Ruyan into hell if you do this. Shut the hell up. Lu Shuya was so angry and fired up at the sight of them now that he couldn't help but kick him again. Now the Lu family is almost finished, and you're still saying these naive things. If you hadn't hired martial artists to try and teach Tang Qingma a lesson, would he have fought back? Ah Yi. Seeing her son being scolded, Mrs. Zhou couldn't bear to say anything, but she was interrupted by Lu Shuya sternly. Sister, don't you ever say that to me again. If the Lu family is finished, I can guarantee that the Zhou family will be finished together. Mrs. Zhou was scared by Lu Shuya's words and took several steps backward. Due to the marriage between the two families, the interests of the Zhou family have been tied up with the Lu family for many years. And because the Zhou family's financial power and rights in the Magic City are not as good as the Lu family, they often rely on each other for business cooperation. But what if the Ryu family is finished? Then the Zhou family, which is tied to it, will surely suffer serious damage as well. Not to mention that the Zhou siblings were also caught on camera hurting Tang Qingma with Lu Ruyan. If the Lu family is gone, the next one to finish is bound to be the Zhou family. Because of this, that's why today, the Zhou family master had Zhou Sheng Zhou Ting come to the ward to make amends with Lu Shuya. Thinking of this, Mrs. Zhou breathed hard to calm her emotions and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was still hiding in Mrs. Lu's arms, with displeased eyes. Speaking of which, it's all because of Ryu. Growing up, her sons and daughters would play with Ryu Ruyan because they were relatives and close in age. But since the Zhou family was not as strong as the Lu family, in order to get more benefits, the couple would have Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting listen to Lu Ruyan more. But I didn't realize they really had behaved themselves. Who knew that they were following along to bully the young master of the Tang family? If it wasn't for Lu Ruyan, how could her Zhou family be followed in the joke? Now the Zhou family can't hold their heads up in the prestigious world, and there are people in the noble women's group, where she usually stays, who laugh at her. It's sad to think about it. All right, you guys stop talking nonsense to me now. Lu Shuya pointed straight at Lu Ruyan. You're coming over to the Tang family's side with me right now. If I don't get Tang Qingma's forgiveness and get him to resume his engagement, I won't have you as a daughter. Ryu was shocked. Dad, give it to me. In the face of Lu Shuya's anger, the Zhou family siblings didn't dare to say anything, so they were also going to follow Rian Lu to the Tang family. While Lu Shuya was fuming in the hospital room, on the other side, Lu Tianren had already sent Tang Qingma outside a cafe. Lu Tianren parked his car to the side of the road and curiously watched the appearance of the cafe. Inside, it doesn't look like much space, but the decor is quite sophisticated. His first thought was that Tang Qingma would actually come to such an ordinary place. After seeing Tang Qingma get out of the car, he reflexively followed suit, but was stopped. Ah, Tenrin, you don't have to come in with me. Feel free to walk around the neighborhood. Young Tang, don't you need me to go in with you? Lu Tianren was shocked. Tang Qingma, who would usually ask himself to enjoy with him no matter what, actually wanted him to wait outside this time. Why? Tang Qingma nodded flatly. Yeah, I have an appointment. You don't need to follow me here. What? About someone. Who the hell is the date and why can't we even see him? Is it a lack of trust in yourself? You can expect me to talk for an hour or so, and you're free to move around during that time. Ah, Tang Xiao? Tang Qingma ignored Lu Tianren's shock and walked slowly into the cafe. The cafe is a small space with only 2 4-square tables inside as well as a long window table. Inside, the decor is dominated by brown wood colors, so it's very classic and cozy. However, when Tang Qingma opened the door and entered the interior, he detected a hidden power of qi and blood. Young Master Tang. Su Jingchun was currently located in the innermost seat of the cafe, waiting for Tang Qingma's arrival. Sorry, I had to take care of family business earlier and I'm late. Tang Qingma smiled as she pulled out her chair. It's fine, young Master Tang is a busy man. I am aware of that. Su Jingchun's voice was cold and handed over the menu on the table. Young Master Tang can order a cup of coffee if he's not anxious. Yeah. As Tang Qingma perused the menu, a man in uniform came forward amiably. What would you like to drink, please? Give me a hot latte. Tang Qingma glanced at him and realized that the other party was quite strong, and it seems that the chakra wafting through this cafe is what he's emanating, right? Su Jingchun. I'll just do the same as usual. Please wait a moment, both of you. After the clerk left, Tang Qingma took the initiative to speak. Student Su, I'll ask straight out. Did young Master Song show any abnormalities when he met me? Chapter 114, Breaking Through the Control of Consciousness in a Short Time. Tang Qingma had always thought according to what the system meant when it said, as long as one acquires more repentance values, the more the power of the heavenly Tao can be enhanced. If that's the case, for someone like Song Junqian who had his fate forcibly changed, Wouldn't it be possible to put him right? And when Su Jingchen heard Tang Qingma's inquiry, he just asked icily, "What do you want to ask, young Master Tang? If you want to ask the young master if there was anything physically abnormal when he touched you, then I'll answer, yes. Young master's head has become sore the last 2 times he's seen you," the system said at this point in time. Host, Song Junqian has more than just a headache. His personality and temperament have changed a lot. Yeah, I felt it too. Tang Qingmo recalled those 2 encounters. It's all about Song Junqian himself getting a sudden headache. Then he'll have a short change and eventually pass out. And before, the system told himself once that Song Junqian's most original character was rather cold, completely different from the stupid flinty man he was now. So Tang Qingma made a projection. The Song Junqian whose temperament had become stern, as he had seen twice before. Could it be the real him? It was only because the heavenly Tao was invaded that Song Junqian was controlled by another consciousness. And what about the fact that there was such a short period of time when approaching his own self who had collected a large amount of repentance value and allowed the heavenly Tao to be strengthened that he was able to break through the control of the consciousness? Young Master Tang? Su Jingchen couldn't help but call out in confusion when he saw Tang Qingma suddenly go silent. Just then, the cafe clerk then put the lattes as well as a cup of sugar-free black coffee in front of Tang Qingma and Su Jingchen before nodding and leaving.
Unity son.
Don't worry, host. It's not spiked. Su, you and young Master Song grew up together, right? Tang Qingma picked up the hot latte and took a sip. The rich coffee mixed with silky milk, fragrant and delicious. I didn't realize that the coffee brewed by this clerk was quite good. Yes, I was adopted at the age of 2 by the lady. That is, the young master's birth mother. Listening to the information given by the system, Su Jingchen's parents passed away due to an accident when he was 2 years old, so he had been living in an orphanage. Then Song Junqian's mother adopted Su Jingchen in order to find a childhood companion for her son. The 2 have lived and grown up together and are arguably closer than brothers. Then you should be able to tell that young Master Song has changed, for example. Tang Qingma paused her words for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Changed at the age of 6. Su Jingchen. Why?" Su Jingchen's expression looked like he was stunned, but he opened the pupils of his eyes wide, and his entire body radiated an intense power of qi and blood. In a flash, it shattered the porcelain cups of black coffee and lattes that had been placed in front of him. "Why do you know about the young master being 6 years old?" A large amount of coffee splashed and spilled in different directions under the boiling, while Tang Qingma just silently released her qi and blood without being stained by the coffee on her clothes. "Please calm down."
Brick Tang Qingmo Lai Ti.
He had long been psychologically prepared for the fact that Su Jingchen would storm out at the mention of Song Junqian's matter. He cast a sidelong glance at the pavilion's clerk, only to see that the other had long since ducked under the counter, his movements seemingly very skillful. And it was only after releasing the power of qi and blood for several minutes that Su Jingchen lowered his head as if deflated. "I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I lost a bit of control just now. I'll compensate you for the coffee. It's okay. It's none of his business what's damaged anyway." Tang Qingma continued to laugh and said, "You just said how I knew about young Master Song being 6 years old, right?" "That's right." Su Jingchen nodded. "Because I recently had the opportunity to establish a relationship with the Lu family." Tang Qingma smiled as she watched the clerk bring over another latte with an expression that looked like she was taking a sip with pleasure. Of course he wouldn't tell about the system, but rather drag the Lu family down with him. Anyway, as long as Lu Tianren continued to follow him, more and more people would know that he had become his bodyguard. So that's how it is. The moment he heard about the Lu family, Su Jingchen immediately understood. "Tang Qingma, you're not surprised? Did you know this already?" "Well, I've been keeping an eye on the movements of the martial arts clans in the Magic City, so I also know that recently young Master Lu Tianren has suddenly become the bodyguard of a certain young master of a powerful family, which seems to be you, young Master Tang." Su Jingchen regained his composure and his tone slowed down. If it's the Lu family head, he is well aware of young Master's birth. Getting to the point, Tang Qingmo rode the wave and inquired, "That is to say, young Master Song really did experience a change when he was 6 years old?" After a few seconds of silence, Su Jingchen still nodded. "Yeah, that was pretty sudden. When the young master was 6 years old, the madam passed away, and after the madam's funeral passed, the young master's character suddenly underwent a huge change, and the Song family head suddenly became entangled with the madam's righteous sister, and the entire Song family was in chaos. These changes came especially suddenly, so quickly that the old Song family members and I didn't know how to react. And what surprised us even more was that the Song family head suddenly had a relationship with the lady's righteous sister and got pregnant. So for the sake of the Song family's reputation, the Song family head had to marry her, and after that, that woman immediately sought to benefit her own son and raised the young master to be invalidated. Su Jingchun flatly said the information Tang Qingma already knew from the mouth of the system. But more than that, Tang Qingma wanted to know other information. So you didn't run a paternity test on young Master Song's brother? Normally, shouldn't an amnio be done before the birth? Who knew that Su Jingchun nodded. Of course there is. Immediately after the birth of the second young master, we conducted a paternity test on him and the Song family head, and found that they were not father and son at all. Then why? Tang Qingma frowned. It's clear that they all know that it's not the Song family bloodline, so why are they still? Because the Song family lord has no desire to kick the mother and son out. Speaking of this, Su Jingchun suddenly looked away. Although his face was still expressionless, you could tell that his tone was very unpleasant. And the young master has said to the public that he loves this foster mother. So, understood. Tang Qingma smiled. Because neither father nor son of the Song family opened their mouths, that mother and son stayed in the Song family with a deadbeat, and Mrs. Song tried to nibble away at the Song family's property. But regarding this, Tang Qingma then asked the question he had always wanted to know. But I had heard that the Song family lord had given all the ownership of the Song group to young Master Song. Was this really the Song family lord's intention? Honestly, if it was the Song family head who had already been controlled by the consciousness of another world, would he really make a move that would benefit the Song family's development? But seconds later, he saw Su Jingchun shaking his head. Of course not. That was the young master. He forced Master Song to do it. Chapter 115. Because of the power of the remorse value? Young Master Song forced the Song family head? Tang Qingma was a bit stunned. Will Song Junqian, who is already under control of his consciousness, make a move to force his father and hand over the group to him? But Su Jingchun nodded. Yes, or else with the young master's current silly appearance, he would have been kicked out by that woman long ago. Indeed, how could that righteous sister still allow Song Junqian to exist after getting the Song family's property? Tang Qingma. But, let me ask rudely first, from what I know of young Master Song, he shouldn't have committed the act of bullying his own father, right? Might as well not have the ability to do so. Su Jingchun was silent for a few seconds and said, Didn't you just ask what abnormality appeared when young master was 6 years old? I did ask that. It was when he was 6 years old that the young master's personality suddenly changed from calm and collected to the current two little cuties. And I kept wondering at the time why there was a sudden and drastic change in him, until one night when the former young master appeared. Tang Qingma showed up? Su Jingchun said flatly. It's like he's lost part of his memory and can't recall what he did when he was a little cutie, what he had done when he was a cutie. And when I told him everything that had happened, the young master was surprised. Tang Qingma asked the system at the right time. It's like a dual personality, do you know about this? The system said weakly. I'm sorry, host. I would have been able to find out if there was usually an investigation, but I didn't even pay special attention to the Song family before. To be honest, Song Junqian had become irrelevant after the invasion of the Heavenly Tao, a dude who had lost his interactions with Tang Qingma, so the system hadn't thought to pay attention to him. Okay. Then you'll help keep an eye out from now on. System. Okay. Tang Qingma didn't dwell on this. It was the same to ask Su Jingchun now anyway. Su. Did that calm and collected young Master Song not kick out his adoptive mother and fake brother? I have thought about it, but there is a resistance that is hindering the young master. Whenever he thinks about kicking that mother and son out, he will experience a severe headache. Su Jingchun's tone was very regretful. So it is. Understanding. And back then, Song Junqian was only 6 years old, so being able to withstand a headache would be strong. So at the end of the day, the young master used the family head's emotions towards the madam to force him to transition the management of the Song group and the shares within it to himself, and just let the family head lock himself up in his room to fend for himself. Su Jingchun averted his eyes and was very cold to the Song family head. But as time passes, the young master's appearances have gotten shorter and shorter, and now, except for when he's close to you, young Tang, he doesn't appear much. Tang Qingma. In other words, for almost 12 years, that adoptive mother was unable to completely encroach on the Song group, and a large chance of that was dependent on Song Junqian's resourcefulness at the age of 6. because of the judgment at the time, and knowing how to use the talent Su Jingchen, so to this day did not give that adoptive mother to get her way. It has to be said that a child of only 6 years old can make such precise decisions. Not bad for a genius. Su Jingchen looked at the thinking Tang Qingma and unconsciously asked, "Young Master Tang, you asked me out this time. Do you know why young master has experienced these changes?" And he deduced that Tang Qingma had also asked him out because she wanted to understand this. Tang Qingma didn't hide it either. "That's right. I realized that I've only seen young Master Song 4 times, but the 2 times after that, he would have a severe headache, and both his breath and impression were as if he had become another person. That's why I wanted to ask young Master Song if he's ever been in the same situation before." Su Jingchen exhaled. With the passage of time, the former young master has appeared less and less in the past few years. Indeed, he had the opportunity to show up after running into young Master Tang, though only for a short time. So that was why Su Jingchen agreed to come and meet with Tang Qingma. He had been searching for a way to bring Song Junqian back all these years, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find it so far. Now, Song Junqian had only seen Tang Qingma 4 times, and there were already 2 signs of recovery. That's why Su Jingchen also wanted to observe Tang Qingmo, trying to understand if he knew the reason or not. Of course, Tang Qingma, who knew the intelligence about the heavenly Tao, had already projected it. "System. Do you think Song Junqian recovered because of being near me?" After hearing what Su Jingchen said, he guessed it. Could this be due to the power of the remorse value? "Before each time Song Junqian meets me, I will collect a large amount of remorse values, and you will transform those remorse values into the power of the heavenly Tao." So, the system also understood and sounded a bit excited. "Yes, host, you are right. Because the power of the heavenly Tao grew stronger, Song Junqian was able to recover his originally altered mind whenever he was near the host. And that's why he suffered from a severe headache. This headache is proof that heaven is fighting the invading world consciousness." Tang Qingma nodded. "That's it." After the system knew the situation, it hurriedly said excitedly, "In that case, then host, you can keep approaching Song Junqian and harvest his remorse value while at the same time recovering him at the same time. Isn't this super easy?" Tang Qingma said coldly. "Do you think the other 2 world consciousnesses will let Song Junqian recover so simply? They were a hindrance to Song Junqian for a full 12 years. In a sense, the Song family was still safe and sound all these years thanks to the help of loyal subordinates. How about I ask, after Song Junqian recovers, will he still be able to provide remorse values?" Tang Qingma would always think about the pros and cons of anything he did first. If he makes Song Junqian from the second little cutie look-alike back to normal, but couldn't gain the remorse value again, might as well keep him being the second little cutie then. Continue to have wool to harvest. System. Don't worry, host. You don't have to worry about that at all. The people I collect remorse values from are those who have a close relationship with the original host, so no matter what Song Junqian becomes, the host will be able to collect it. How about, I don't think that if you, the host, help Song Junqian return to normal after he needs to offer the Song family's help in order to thank you. Hehehehe. Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. "You're also playing quite loudly with this abacus. Young Master Tang. So do you know why the young master has become like this?" After Su Jingchen confessed Song Junqian's situation, his eyes looked at Tang Qingma with a bit of anticipation. Tang Qingma, on the other hand, hooked up the corner of his mouth. "I do know the reason why he became like this." Chapter 116 Tianren. Greet the Lu family master properly. "I do know the reason why he turned out this way, but all I can tell you is that there's a possibility that it's an evil spirit."
Su Jingchen frowned. Evil.
Tang Qingma took a sip of her latte and laughed. "Yeah. Isn't the world we're in full of auras? Sometimes these auras turn evil and invade gifted children. Correctly speaking, it was the heavenly Tao being invaded by the other 2 world consciousnesses that caused Song Junqian's original character to change. But Tang Qingma couldn't possibly say these things out loud, so he changed to another word. Of course, Su Jingchen didn't quite believe these words, but still asked, "Since that's the case, does young Master Tang have a way to be able to make young Master recover?" Tang Qingma suddenly revealed a bright smile and asked, "Student Su, have you ever regretted serving such a Song Junqian?" Su Jingchen's eyes widened. "I don't know what you're trying to say, but since the young master has become like this, it's even more impossible for me to give up on him." Tang Qingma asked bluntly, "Because you're afraid he'll recover at any time and you'll regret it?" Su Jingchen averted his eyes. "Maybe, but no matter what, From the moment I was adopted by the lady, I decided to guard the young master forever. Even if Song Junqian becomes this too little cutie forever. Look! Tang Qingma's smile got the better of him. Very well. Then I know what I need to do to make young Master Song recover. Su Jingqian system. What? Why are even you surprised? Tang Qingma was speechless. The system said weakly. Because I don't know how to make Song Junqian change back either. Then what do I need you for? System. Forget it. Do you know when people are most regretful and helpless? It's when you lose the most precious thing. I can try to help you restore young Master Song, but I can't guarantee success 100%, of course. Tang Qingma laughed darkly and raised her fingertip to point at Su Jingqian. If I succeed, I have to be paid what I want. Yes. Su Jingqian agreed without the slightest hesitation. As long as it was for his young master, whatever he had to do for himself was fine. Well, I'm relieved to have you say that. Tang Qingma laughed lightly, then pulled out her cell phone from her body and laid it out on the desktop. The screen still intentionally for Su Jingqian to watch.
Su Jingqian.
As you can see, at the top of the screen is the recording. That's it then, this topic can be closed. After asking all the questions about Song Junqian, Tang Qingma finished the rest of her latte. He wanted to open the QR code on his cell phone to make the payment, but was stopped by Su Jingqian. No need, young Master Tang. It's just coffee. My treat is fine. Yes. Tang Qingma glanced at the clerk, and the other person just smiled and nodded. He smiled faintly. You have a good service attitude in this store, and the coffee tastes good. I will come back to patronize it next time. The clerk flashed a businesslike smile. Thank you for the compliment from this customer. It's just that it would be perfect if it hid your chakra a little better. Clerk? Ugh. Judging from the fact that Su Jingqian had just broken the cups and surrounding items, but the clerk seemed to have gotten used to the situation. Tang Qingma guessed that this cafe was most likely run by him or the Song family, and there's a high chance that it's where Su Jingqian searched for sources of information. Then, classmate Su, let's proceed to the next topic. Tang Qingma didn't say anything more, just abruptly changed the topic and pulled out the black card from his body. I'd like to hire some people from you first. In response, Su Jingqian's expression remained cold as he asked, hire someone? What do you want to do? Help me see and catch people. I'll let you know when it's time then. I'll see you next time. After talking everything over, Tang Qingma silently stood up and turned to leave. Su Jingqian. Only after he left the cafe did the clerk come back to her senses and look at Su Jingqian in a bit of a panic. Boss, what is he? All right, you don't have to worry about him. Su Jingqian sighed softly. And how many times have I told you to hide your qi and blood? Are you taking my word for it? Su Jingqian glanced at him indifferently, and the tall shopkeeper immediately shrank his body in shock. Yeah, sorry boss. I'll pay attention in the future. After Tang Qingma left the cafe, she saw that the Lu family's car was still parked outside, and Lu Tianren was waiting in the driver's seat. Knock knock. He knocked on the window and opened the trunk door. Tenren, you stayed in the car the whole time? No, Xiao Tang. I have had a couple turns back outside. Lu Tianren started the car. In actuality, he had stayed in the car, thinking about who Tang Qingma was actually meeting with. But since I couldn't guess it anyhow, it ended up being a secret reading in the carriage. Oh, let's go home then. Tang Qingma didn't continue to care, just looked at the cell phone screen. Yes. Not long after the car had been driven, the system's voice suddenly came out of his head. Host, I perceive that the Lu family master has brought Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family's siblings to the Tang family. Thought of that earlier. Tang Qingma looked at the time on his cell phone. Lu Shuya was sent to the hospital last night, and if he was lucky enough to wake up from the morning, he would definitely bring Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings over to apologize to himself without saying a word. After all, he was the only one who could convince the Lu family to settle the online video and the investigation order. In response, Tang Qingma smiled very brightly. Tianren, there'll be another good show to watch later. Lu Tianren. When the two of them returned to the Tang family's villa, they immediately heard a commotion coming from within the hall. Is Qing Mo back? Lu Shuya's panicked voice came from inside, and as Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren arrived at the hall, they immediately saw Lu Shuya grabbing Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings and forcefully pressing them to the ground. With a thud, Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings also knelt down towards Tang Qingma in surprise. It startled everyone inside except Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. Family Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Shuya immediately pressed up Lu Ruyan's head, his tone pleading, Qingma, it was Uncle Lu's fault for what happened this time. I shouldn't have spoiled my daughter and nephew like this. Please be generous. Help Uncle plead with the Lu family for mercy. At this time, both Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling went back to the company to handle the public relations for Tang Chuanxi's appearance. So the only Tang family members in the villa were by Hua Lian, Tang Ali, Tang Meixin, and Tang Chuanxi. It was the first time Tang Yinxi and the two sisters had seen Lu Shuya groveling so much, and the target was still Tang Qingma, whom they despised the most. Tang Jinxi wanted to say something but didn't dare to speak now because Lu Shuya had just snapped at him. There was only Tang Qingma, who snorted, Lu family master. Rather than talk about this, I have an acquaintance I want to introduce to you. Oh, Yine geology. Ugh, a bad feeling came over him. Tian Run. Say hello to the Ryu family master properly. What's going on? Chapter 117. It was all arranged by me on purpose. Tian Run. Say hello to the Ryu family master properly. Yes. Alas, Tian. A familiar voice entered Lu Shuya's ears, and he unconsciously raised his head to look at the man behind Tang Qingma. The man was seen wearing a black suit and sunglasses, while his appearance, it's Lu Tianren. Wasn't he the young master of the Lu family who had told himself last night at the Lu family's banquet that an investigation order would be imposed on him? Why? Why did he come with Tang Qingma today? And why is he dressed like a bouncer? Only Lu Tianren wore his black super glasses without expression, causing him to look even more serious. In a cold tone as well, he said, Lu family master, I'm Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard. Please teach me more. Bail bodyguard? Not only Lu Shuya, but Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings, who were forced to kneel on the ground, were all stunned. The famous young master of the Lu family is actually Tang Qingma's bodyguard? Liar! Zhou Shang couldn't help but blurt out, looking at Tang Qingma and shouting excitedly, how could young Master Lu possibly protect you? A waste like you who has just been recognized and looked down upon and coldly rejected by your entire family. Zhou Shang. Lu Shuya heard Zhou Shang's outburst and wanted to stop it, but unfortunately it was too late. Lu Tianren had quickly galloped to his body and punched him hard in the face. Ah! The intensity of a third-grade martial artist could be very great. Despite Lu Tianren's mercy, Zhou Shang's entire body was still sent flying 5 meters away, crashing straight into the wall. Ping-pong. Zhou Shang fell to the ground after being punched into the wall, losing a tooth from the impact of the punch and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Lu Tianren withdrew his fist and said indifferently, this punch is just a small lesson. If you dare to be rude to Xiao Tang again, just wait for death. Ah! It was the first time Bai Hua Lian and Tang Ali had seen the power of a martial artist, so they were inevitably scared and screamed out. And Tang Meixin, the only martial artist present besides Lu Tianren, was also dripping cold sweat. Although she was also in the third rank of the realm, she herself didn't have Lu Tianren's talent or the support from famous teachers and martial arts families, so the power she could use wasn't as fast and vicious as Lu Tianren's. Lu, young Master Lu. Zhou Shang is still young. Please be generous. Spare him. Lu Shuya immediately stepped forward and bowed his head to Lu Tianren in apology. Regardless of whether Lu Tianren was Tang Qingma's bodyguard or not, his actions of protecting the other party had said it all. Now only by obtaining the forgiveness of Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren could the Lu family be saved. Ah! Kiyomo! Kiyomo! Seeing that Lu Tianren was completely unmoved, Lu Shuya looked at Tang Qingma in real time, her tone full of currying favor. We'll be family from now on. Please beg young Master Lu for mercy. As long as Tang Qingma was willing to open this mouth, their Lu family would be able to extricate themselves from this fiasco. However, Tang Qingma smiled and said, that's a really funny comment from Family Master Lu. Chosen is younger? Obviously he's older than me, but he's bullying me who's even younger with his sister and cousin. Also, I already broke off my engagement with the Ryu family last night, so you might as well become a family with Tang Yinxi. Tang Yinxi, who was involved, was shocked for a moment. Misunderstandings. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Shuya immediately said excitedly, there's absolutely no way I would let Ruyan and Tang Yinxi get together. And this time, it's really Ruyan's and their fault. I'll have them apologize to you. After saying that, he didn't care about Zhou Shang, who was punched flying, but pressed hard on the back of Lu Ruyan's and Zhou Ting's heads, forcing their foreheads towards the ground. Like marriage. Zhou Ting, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Qing Mo? Aha! Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting had already been forced to kneel, and now they had to force themselves to worship Tang Qingma, naturally feeling full of humiliation inside. However, at this time, they were all under Lu Shuia's coercion and were unable to resist. Hurry up! Because of his excessive anger, Lu Shuia also reflexively slapped the back of Zhou Ting's head, causing her to bow her head in fear. Yeah, sorry? Lu Tianren frowned. I can't hear you. Lu Shuia immediately shouted. Zhou Ting, speak up. I'm sorry. Tear after tear continued to fall from Zhou Ting's eyes. Ever since last night, she had been kneeling to Tang Qingma, apologizing as well as being tossed around. It was the first time she had suffered so much, also in deep regret. Why was she so stupid back then, actually following Lu Ruyan to bully Tang Qingma? Otherwise she wouldn't be a street rat or so miserable right now. Ruyan, hurry up and apologize too. Lu Shuia was so angry that he pushed her. Aha! Lu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, just in time to meet Tang Qingma's eyes filled with laughter. The memories of last night's humiliation and torture immediately came to mind, and she couldn't help but clasp her arms tightly around the part of her body and look down timidly. I'm sorry. Please spare me. It was the first time the Tang family members had seen such a humble Lu Ruyan, and they unconsciously wondered what Tang Qingma had done to her. And when Tang Xingshi saw the scene, he stepped forward quite opportunistically. Brother, I was over there last night too. I'm really sorry. Hoshi? Tang Yinshi's apology also surprised the three white flower lotus, but the next second, they heard Tang Yinshi say, but after that, Ruyan and the others didn't hurt brother. Instead, brother was the one who injured them, right? And he began to turn his eyes toward Lu Tianren. Young Master Lu's current status is that of his brother's bodyguard, so he's not considered a guest at the dinner party. You shouldn't have let young Master Lu use the Lu family's power to investigate the Lu family. Raiwology. Tang Yinshi's words made him look at Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren. Indeed it is as he said. If Lu Tianren had entered the dinner venue as Tang Qingma's bodyguard, then he was nominally just a security officer, and he himself could use this to get Lu Tianren to cancel his pressure on the Lu family. If the Lu family refused, then they would always confront the Lu family. Although the damage caused was not great, the Lu family head would have something to think about because of the damage to his reputation and other aspects, right? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. But before he could think for long, Lu Shuia's thoughts were interrupted by Tang Qingma's laughter. Brother, what are you laughing at? Tang Yinshi felt Tang Qingma's laughter was a bit oozing, and hastily took several steps back. Tang Qingma snickered. I'm laughing at your stupidity. Do you think I haven't thought of that? What's going on? Who doesn't know that Tianren's status is special? So I specifically put Tianren on vacation yesterday, and we came in separately. Tang Qingmo wrapped her hands around her chest and sneered. But you weren't able to formally attend the banquet last night, so you don't know, do you? And even though you have a redhead to take you in, it doesn't seem to be much use.
Tang Xingshi.
He couldn't help but clench his teeth at being poked and prodded in the sore spot. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Xianxi lowered her head and her eyes turned red, causing Tang Ali to feel heartache. She couldn't help but step forward and shield Tang Yanxi behind her, whispering to Tang Qingma. But young Master Lu doesn't have an invitation, so it's impossible for him to. Who says there isn't? Tang Qingma interrupted with a cold smile. Have you guys forgotten? I had taken 3 invitations from the Tang family master. The Tang family crowd remembered at this time. When Tang Jianren had asked Tang Qingma to attend the Lu family dinner, Tang Qingma had asked him for 3 invitations. Does that mean? After Lu Shuia heard Tang Qingma take the invitation, his brain suddenly looked at him as if he had woken up. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, but his eyes were full of sharpness. Let me put it bluntly. This time when Tianren and his sister attended the Ryu family's dinner party as guests, it was all arranged by me on purpose. Chapter 118. Double Standards When It's Your Turn. You said. What? Lu Shuia took 2 steps back in shock, giving Tang Qingma an incredulous look. Still smiling brightly, Tang Qingma said, Family Master Lu, you should have already investigated. Who was the publisher of those 2 videos, and what is his relationship with the Lu family? That's why you came to the Tang family to find me, hoping that I could plead with the Lu family. Tang Qingma laughed coldly and evilly. But since you've seen the relationship between me and Tenrin, you should be able to guess the cause and effect. You actually. Lu Shuya listened to Tang Qingma's words word by word, as if they were pounding heavily on his heart as well as his brain. He did investigate in the morning that the person who stole the video was a media person closely related to the Lu family, and now Tang Qingma was saying that he had taken 3 invitations, 2 of which were given to the 2 Lu siblings. And that last letter. Could it be that the person he gave it to was? Lu Shuya immediately felt a lack of oxygen in his brain. Like a large amount of coldness was constantly invading his body, making him feel cold and piercing. So this time the Lu family was pushed into the wind. All by Tang Qingma's design. Why did you? Lu Shuya looked like she couldn't believe what was happening, her fingertips trembling as she pointed at Tang Qingma. Aha! My chest felt painful and uncomfortable as if it was blocked by something, and the scenery in front of me became blurred. Dad! Seeing her father trying to pass out again, Lu Ruyan hurriedly stood up to help him. And Tang Qingma's tone was light. Lu family master, you don't want to pass out here. Oh, I don't want to be touched by your daughter and the Zhou family. What exactly did you say to Dad? Lu Ruyan felt angry when she looked at Tang Qingma's triumphant appearance, but she didn't dare to vent her anger now. Can't Ms. Lu understand? It seems your father raised you too well to even guess such a simple truth. Tang Qingma snorted and looked at Lu Ruyan with eyes as if she was looking at a retard. Lu Ruyan was so angry and abashed that she didn't dare to face Tang Qingma directly and could only grit her teeth. Tang Qingma ignored her as well, his eyes sharply looking towards Lu Shuya and spreading his hands with a smile. So, Lu family master, you are now begging me for mercy, wanting me to plead with the Lu family? Do you think it's possible? Mo. Why did you do this to my Lu family? Lu Shuya had guessed at this point that this was all Tang Qingma's plan, but he couldn't figure it out. Couldn't understand why the other party wanted to plunge the Lu family into a dead end. However, when asked by him like this, Tang Qingma's originally smiling expression instantly turned ice cold. You have the nerve to ask. Last time when Rian Lu came over to the Tang family to humiliate me, I made it very clear that I was going to break my engagement with your Lu family. As a result, because of your vigorous efforts to stop it, the marriage contract has only continued until now. But I didn't expect that Lu Ruyan still didn't know what was good for him, and this time, he even joined forces with the Zhou family to hire a number of martial artists to teach this fiancé of mine a lesson. Tang Qingma took a big step forward and slapped Zhou Ting, who was still kneeling on the ground, in the face when everyone didn't react. Pa! Ah! The people present were stunned by Tang Qingma's sudden move. Zhou Ting was even knocked to the ground, her hair scattering up. Tang Qingma slowly squatted down, grabbing Zhou Ting's hair with one hand and forcibly pulling it up. If I hadn't been able to fight back, if I hadn't been strong enough to deal with it, what do you think would happen to me now? Pa! He backhanded Zhou Ting again on the other cheek. Ah! This woman is the one who talked to her brother about breaking my arms and legs. Snap. Yes, I'm sorry. Zhou Ting's entire face was swollen by the whip, and warm tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes as she pleaded desperately. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Noisy. Pa! You didn't say that last night when you tried to lecture me. Snap, snap. What? You know how to apologize and beg me when it's your turn? Such a double standard. Snap, snap. Tang Qingma kept bringing the slaps down on Zhou Ting's face, and after that, he even threw her to the ground. Then he approached Lu Ruyan, who was holding up Lu Shuya with slow steps. Ah, no. Ah. Seeing the demon from last night approaching her once again, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but want to run away immediately. Yet her legs were shaking and vibrating with fear, and at the same time she couldn't move away because she was holding on to Willow Studies. Don't. Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang. I'm sorry. When she thought of the mental image of herself being slapped and held down in the water last night, Rian Lu trembled with fear. Ryuology wanted to help her, but now he was suffocating in his own chest and wasn't capable of doing so. Standing by the side, Tang Inchi and the Tang sisters had long been stunned. None of them dared to say anything to help Lu Ruyan. Only White Flower Lotus saw such a brutal Tang Qingma and reddened her eyes. Qingma. Don't be like this. Don't hurt anyone else. Tang Qingma stopped in his tracks with a frown upon hearing Bai Hualian's voice and took a breath. Kiyomo? Just when everyone present thought that he was willing to listen to White Flower Lotus and call it quits, Tang Qingma's figure suddenly and swiftly disappeared. Before anyone could react, like a flash, He came to Lu Ruyan's body, kicked her in the abdomen, and knocked her several meters away. Ah! Lu Ruyan just rolled on the ground several times. The intense pain made her pale face twist a little and she wanted to vomit. Tang Qingma meanwhile looked at by Hua Lian with a smile. Worthy of being my good mother. I'm being bullied without a word of questioning. I want to fight back, but I'm told to stop. I'm blessed to have you. Qingma, that's not what I meant. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Seeing Tang Qingma's smile full of sarcasm, Bai Hualian's heart was in great pain, and together with Lu Ruyan, she output a remorse value, Chapter 119, being used as a gun from start to finish, then being mercilessly abandoned. White flower lotus and Lu Ruyan's remorseful values continued to be transmitted into Tang Qingma's brain from under the system's voice. It was one of his favorite sounds in the world. Tang Qingma smiled brightly and said to Bai Hualian, "It doesn't matter anymore. I never expected to be able to get love and fairness from you. You'll always regret it." White flower lotus. As if she had been hit hard by Tang Qingma's words, her eyes unconsciously reddened and her body tilted out of balance. "Mom!" Tang Meixin immediately stepped forward to support her before she fell. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Lu Shuye, who was on the side, was in no mood to watch by Hualian's hypocritical one-man show and just looked at Tang Qingma pleadingly. "Qingma, since you don't want to marry Ruyan, I won't force myself." His tone was never before experienced humility. "So, please let the Lu family go." Normal people might feel sorry for their hearts when they looked at the way Lu Shuixiao as well as Lu Ruyan were seriously injured. That's what the Tang family thought. But Tang Qingma just walked slowly back to Lu Ruyan's body, grabbing the hair on her forehead with one hand and pulling it up forcefully. "Spare. Ahi!"
柳如茵感到吃痛，像是要把她的头皮扯下来一样。
After I was recognized back into the Tang clan, Family Master Lu should be well aware of how I was treated under your daughter, right? Tang Qingma hooked her lips in a cold smile. But before I had to break off the engagement, you didn't even move your lips, completely unconcerned about how your daughter mistreated me. Of course, you'll at least do a little face-saving, unlike some people who can't even be bothered to make a superficial effort. Tang Qingma's eyes shifted and landed on Tang Ali and Tang Meixin and the girls. What's going on? Both of them unconsciously looked away, feeling vindicated. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Now that Lu Shuye was looking at what happened to Lu Ruyan, there was no way to care. He could only apologize to his daughter, hoping that Tang Qingma would spare the entire Lu family after he had vented all his anger. "All right, Lu family master, don't cry in front of me when you're a handful of years old. It's disgusting." Tang Qingma coldly shook off his hand and threw Lu Ruyan to the ground. "Aha!" Lu Ruyan instantly crawled fearfully on the ground when she got free, trying to crawl in front of Tang Inchi. Cordy. She felt pain all over her body. At this moment, she wishes to be comforted by her beloved. "Stringy, I'm in so much pain." Her trembling hand reached under Tang Inchi's leg, hoping that the other would immediately crouch down and take her hand. However, in the next second, Lu Ruyan heard Tang Inchi turn his head away in a cold sweat and say in an awkward tone, "I'm sorry, Ruyan. You can't come any closer to me." "Oh, what did he say? Can't get any closer?" Only to see Tang Inchi take 2 big steps backward, no longer looking at her, and said, "Now because of our matter, it has caused the relationship between the Lu family and the Tang family to become bad. If you get any closer to me, both brother and the Lu family master will be angry." Tang Inchi's words made Lu Ruyan feel like a bolt from the blue. "Stringy, what are you talking about?" She was the one who caused herself to be tortured by Tang Qingma for the sake of Tang Qingxi, and only then did she become a street rat in the world of famous families. From being a high and mighty young lady to an existence that can be ridiculed by anyone. But now, Tang Chuanxi actually told herself to stay away from him, and Tang Inchi looked at Lu Ruyan like she was looking at a hot potato. If the other party was still the daughter of the Lu family in the past, she could still play a role of financial support to herself. But now the Ryu family is being tossed under the bus because of those 2 videos and the investigation order issued. How could one still be involved with her? "Ruyan. No, Ms. Lu, let's keep our distance in the future. I'll be marrying 4th sister soon, now that she's become the laughing stock of the prestigious world, and she's almost out of money to offer. Tang Inchi can't wait to get away from her. What's going on? What did you say?" But Lu Ruyan looked stunned. looking at Tang Inchi incredulously. Stringy, what are you talking about? Obviously I hired the martial artist for your sake. It's obviously because of you. Stop, Ms. Lu. Tang Inchi immediately stopped her from continuing. I've never asked you to do anything for me, and I've always told you not to go blaming your brother. But you keep acting like you're hurting your brother under the guise of being there for me, and I don't want to keep spending time with someone like you. Sh. Cordy. You. Ryu stayed frozen. She was so surprised by Tang Stringy's comment that she couldn't speak. Indeed, Tang Inchi had always just complained about his difficulties at home and had never asked for anything to be done. It's all about deciding for yourself. Snap, snap. Hearing this, Tang Qingma finally couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Wonderful, wonderful. He snorted and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was already dumbfounded, and looked down at her and said, what a stupid lack of being used as a gun from the beginning to the end, and then being mercilessly abandoned. Deserved it. The intense anger caused Lu Ruyan to generate the power to break through, and she immediately braced herself to get up in a situation where everyone was unable to react, wanting to violently attack Tang Qingma. But she forgot that she was just an ordinary person. In terms of reaction as a martial artist, Lu Tianren was much faster than her. Lu Tianren quickly fended off her arm before striking her shoulder with a palm strike. Lu Ruyan was just struck into the distance by the palm wind, and his entire body rolled several times on the ground. There was a cracking sound coming from the shoulder, and it felt like the bones inside were a little powdery and cracked. But even so, Lu Ruyan endured the pain and raised to look at Tang Inchi. There was a bit of anticipation in her heart after all. Expect Don Stringy to not be so desperate. In the end, however, she was disappointed. Once again, Tang Jinchi took several steps back, his eyes looking at her with uneasiness and dislike. Lu Ruyan was stupefied, unable to return to her senses for a long time, until Tang Qingma smiled and stepped forward, his tone full of mockery and sarcasm. Haha, how pathetic. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Ryu couldn't help it. A mournful howl of pain came from her throat, and a large amount of remorse value was generated in an unending stream. Turns out I was stupid all along. It's a stupid person who has been used completely. You asshole. And listening to the conversation between Tang Inchi and Lu Ruyan, Lu Shuye also understood. His daughter had always been picked on by Tang Chuanxi and had always been used. That's why, in the end, he stepped into the trap designed by Tang Qingma. Lu Shuye yanked up Tang Inchi's collar with all his might, wanting to punch and beat up the scummy man who was using his daughter, or a fake one. But now that the Lu family was on the verge of collapsing, Tang Chuanxi, who had the shelter of her sisters, didn't need to give him face, so she pushed him away with force. Family Master Lu, don't move your hands. Tang Jinchi didn't have the same look of pleasing Lu Shuye as before, and just straightened his collar as if he felt bad luck. I'm going to marry my fourth sister soon, so please control your own daughter and don't let her near me again. Liu Ruyin, Liu Xueye. On the side, Tang Ali also walked quickly to Tang Chuanxi's body, shielding him behind herself. With the same serious look, she warned, yes, family Lord Lu. Do you know how much talk Hoshi suffered this time when your daughter's bullying video was posted online? Especially since she had been beaten up by Tang Qingma. Tang Meishin also said, now that the Lu family is no longer related to our Tang family, please leave this place and don't come over to harass us again. You guys. Lu Ruyan and Lu Shuye were both shocked. Are all Tang family members so shameless? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Chapter 120. If you want to blame your daughter for being fooled by that fake. Tianren, I don't want to see them again. Tang Qingma said coldly. This farce has come to an end. The remorse value has been collected, and it's time to come to a close. Yes. Although Lu Tianren also despised the hypocritical and shameless appearance of the Tang family, he likewise didn't want to see this group of people from the Lu family and the Zhou family, especially Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings. So he grabbed Lu Ruyan and Lu Shuye with one hand and first drove their father and daughter away from the Tang family, and then through the Zhou family siblings, who could no longer move, out the front door with them. Kiyomo, Qingma, Ruyan was all cheated by that fake Tang Inchi. Please spare the Lu family. Ping ping ping. Lu Shuya naturally didn't die and kept tapping on the Tang family's door. Then Tang Qingmo really opened the door, still smiling brightly. Ki Omo. Willow studies were pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, Tang Qingmo, like before, wouldn't really be so heartless to them. In the next second, he saw Tang Qingmo pull out her wallet from her body. After all, you're almost out of money, and since the Lu family lord is a senior, I, as a junior, naturally can't be too heartless. Then, he took out 300 dragon coins from his wallet and threw them in front of Lu Shuya. Here's for your ride home. Call a cab to get back to Ryu's house from here. There's $300 left over. Ching mo. Lu Shuya's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the 300 pieces floating down to the ground. It was true that the Lu family had been severely damaged by this incident, but it wasn't so bad that they couldn't even come up with $300. Tang Qingmo's approach was undoubtedly humiliating them. Then please, Lu family master, go back and be careful. Don't let anything happen in front of the Tang family, lest you come over to touch the porcelain again. Ryuology saw that the door was once again about to close and quickly ran up to it. Qingmo, please beg young Master Lu for mercy. If you want to blame your daughter for being fooled by that fake. Ping. After saying that, Tang Qingmo really closed the door this time.
Tang Jinxi.
Facing the gates of the Tang family, Lu Shuya knew that he could no longer persuade Tang Qingmo. So he began to think about why he had become so heartless. It was clear how much the former Tang Qingmo loved his daughter. No matter what she did, the other would forgive. Would be like licking a dog without leaving. At what point did the problem occur? Everything. It all started the day Tang Qingmo called. At that time, Tang Qingmo wanted to break off the engagement with Lu Ruyan because Lu Ruyan said that he couldn't compare to Tang Inchi and that he was a piece of on the ground. So isn't this all the fault of that fake Tang Stringy? Damn imposter! Lu Shuya gritted his teeth in anger at the thought. If it wasn't for him, how could his own daughter have been deceived? How could it provoke Tang Qingmo's retaliation? How did the Lu family end up in such a state again? Tang Stringy, Tang Inchi you. We've become like this all because of you. In this instant, Lu Shuya transformed all his emotions into anger towards Tang Inchi. Ryanu. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. And while Lu Ruyan stopped talking, it was only clear from the remorse that kept welling up that she was regretting it so much because of Tang Inchi. You think you can get away with it yourself by dragging my Lu family down? I'm telling you, I will never let you off the hook. Tang Chuanchi, you punk who only uses people as guns. Lu Shuya kept yelling in front of the door, not stopping even though he had already shouted until his voice was almost hoarse. This was, after all, the neighborhood where most of the powerful families resided, and the Tang and Lu families were on the hot seat because of last night's events, and their existence was being talked about in the world of prestigious families. If they continued to let Lu Shuya call it like that, I'm sure the Tang family would be on another hot search. Naturally, the door to the Tang family villa opened again, and this time it was Tang Chuanchi who opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately pushed Lu Shuya to the floor, and his expression was not as well behaved and docile as usual. You old thing. Oh! Dad, uncle. Lu Shuya was just pushed to the ground, but Lu Ruyan and Zhou Shang were both beaten by Tang Qingmo and Lu Tianren just now to the point where their bones were a bit shattered, so only Zhou Ting, who was relatively mildly injured, was able to go up and help him up. Tang Jinshi, on the other hand, revealed a snorting look. What's there to roar about? You think the Lu family is still something? It's almost over and you still dare to threaten me. Cordy. It was the first time Lu Ruyan had seen Tang Inchi's face like this, and she was unconsciously stunned. I haven't even settled the score with you guys yet, because your daughter and nephew were too useless. Even if they were crippled by Tang Qingmo, they were actually secretly photographed, and even I was involved. Just thinking about being slapped by Tang Jianren last night because of that bullying video, and subsequently having to plead with Tang Qingmo and Lu Tianren, Tang Inchi felt disgusted with Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings. I'm the future son-in-law of the Tang family. I have nothing to say to your already dying Lu family members. Get lost. Lu Ruyan was like feeling a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Stringy you, I told you to stop calling me so intimately. Tang Jinshi interrupted mercilessly. Before, your Lu family still had value, and I guessed that I would play with you. But now the Lu family is almost finished. Rather than wasting time here, Why don't you think about how you're going to face the Lu family and the government's investigation order afterward? Tang Xianqi was going to turn around and go back inside after he finished speaking, and the moment before he closed the door, he said in disgust, "This is the last warning. Don't blame me for turning my back on you if you bother me again." Ping! The door was slammed shut, and at the same time it shattered Rian Lu's heart hard. Ah, 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 ah. Chapter 121 Zhou Shang meets a nobleman? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Returning to his room, Tang Qingma sat on a chair, the system tone of Lu Ruyan's remorse value constantly coming from his mind. After the Lu family's father and daughter and the Zhou family's siblings were driven outside the villa, a large amount of remorse also output from Lu Ruyan's heart. Tang Qingma's dorm room was on the 3rd floor, but he could also hear Lu Shuye cursing very badly outside the doorway. Lu Tianren, who was also in the dormitory, asked, "Young Tang, do you need me to go out and drive them away?" After all, Ryuology's continued yelling outside would attract the attention of the neighbors to the right and left. While the Don family has been on the hot seat for the 2nd time, Tang Qingma casually shook his head. "Don't worry about it. The person Lu Shuye is cursing right now will only be Tang Yinxi. Just let him scream. Someone will soon take care of it." As expected, a few minutes later, Tang Qianqi told by Hua Lian and the others that for the sake of the Tang family's reputation, he would go out and make it clear to them, causing a heartache for those Tang family women. Very quickly, Lu Ruyan's remorse value received another large wave of ground harvesting. It seems that Tang Chuanxi showed her true colors to Lu Ruyan, causing her to strongly regret it. That's a good cut of wool. Of course, the system is not happy that only Ruyan can pop gold coins. Ah! Why is Lu Ruyan the only one with a remorse value? Obviously Lu Academics and Zhou Xing Zhouting are all very good gathers. Tang Qingma played with his cell phone. There's no way around it, who told the other 3 not to have a deep relationship with the original owner. Ah! Too bad. Yes. Tang Qingma pressed the screen of the call at this time, smiled lightly and said, "Now that the Lu family is finished is only the first step. What happens after that is the main event." System. Ugh. Almost 2 days later, the government authorities formally executed an investigation order on the Lu family. The Lu family also shook the entire martial arts and prestigious sect world in a flash. Very quickly, the personnel of the Magic City Martial Arts Society and the employees of the government agencies walked into the Lu family and the Lu clan to conduct an all-around search. In an instant, all the powerful families in the famous sect realm declared that they had completely cut themselves off from the Lu family, fearing that they would incur the wrath that they shouldn't. Only the Chao family, since Mrs. Zhou was the sister of Lu Shuye, the Zhou family couldn't hide even if they wanted to. As a famous family in the Magic City, the 2 powerful families of Lu and Zhou were searched in a short period of time for various crimes such as illegal trade in exotic beasts, tax evasion, collecting and selling public officials for profit, and so on. Leaving aside the fact that those latter were crimes that were often committed by powerful families, the illegal trade in foreign beasts alone had already attracted the attention of all walks of life. Especially at the previous banquet, the Lion Zhanhu almost hurt the guests inside and the Lu family siblings, all of which put the Lu family on the road to death. The heads of the Lu and Zhou families were brought back to the relevant organizations for investigation, and the mansions of the 2 families were sealed off, and Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings went from being the high and mighty young masters to being street rats that everyone disliked. Moreover, because of the investigation order, no other family dared to take them in at all now, and hated to have them far away from them. So the 3 have no choice but to live on the streets. Both the Lu and Zhou families' belongings have been frozen, and they don't have much cash on them, so they have to save and look around for jobs. But how could they possibly do the hard work that they were already doing as a 1,000 gold and young master? Plus, they still had serious injuries on their bodies from being beaten by Tang Qingma earlier, making it even more inconvenient in terms of mobility. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan had been popping out remorse values like a gold coin popping machine without stopping for the past few days, exciting the system to no end. Host. Now Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings are living on the streets and have to stay at the bottom of the flyover. The more the system speaks, the more excited it gets. After all, both the Lu and Zhou family couples were caught by the government, their homes and companies were sealed off, and the other families didn't dare to take them in, so it was really self-inflicted.
柳如茵的回忆值还源源不断地涌出来， 真是太爽了。
However, Tang Qingma just slightly shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is a phenomenon that occurs because Lu Ruyan hasn't accepted this reality yet, and when you slow down in a couple of days, the remorse value will become less and less. And they also have the role of finally enraging the Lu and Zhou family couples, so..." Only to see Tang Qingma make a call and say with a big smile, "Student Su, it's already ready. The people I hired earlier are ready to get to work." Lu Tianrun on the sidelines. "Mr. Su? Who is he? What kind of people do you hire?" Although he didn't know what Tang Qingma wanted to do, based on his understanding of Tang Qingma, he felt that the future of Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings wouldn't be good anymore. These past few days, Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting had stayed underneath the bottom of a flyover somewhere in the Magic City, agonizing through it. His body and hair were sticky from not having bathed for days, and his body smelled foul. They were high and mighty ladies some days ago, but now they have become 1,000 accusations and dirty existences. And it was all Tang Qingma and Tang Yinxi's fault. If it weren't for them. Zhou Ting gritted her teeth as her hatred for them peaked in her heart. But at the same time she hated Ryu. If it weren't for Ryanu, her parents wouldn't have been captured, and she would still have a warm room and plenty of food. It would never be like today when you can't even afford to think about lodging and you lose the opportunity to even think about taking a shower. It was all because Lu Ruyan had brought their siblings together to bully Tang Qingma, which had caused their Zhou family to be implicated. "Xiao Ting, there's good news." And just then, Chao Sang, wearing a dirty undershirt, suddenly came over with a sheet of propaganda. His body hadn't fully recovered from Lu Tianren's attack, so he wasn't moving as nimbly as before, but the publicity leaflet in his hand caught the attention of Lu Ruyan and Zhou Ting. "Brother, what's the good news?" Zhou Ting asked. "This is it." Zhou Sheng handed over the piece of paper. It reads, "Let young people embark on a journey to make money, with an ocean and ships in the background. Is this about sending young people abroad to make money? Brother, is this propaganda sheet reliable? How did you get it?" Doubt existed in Zhou Ting's mind. Making money abroad? This one sounds fake. However, Zhou Sheng said, "Don't worry, Xiao Ting. You probably can't imagine that I just saved a certain big shot. Big man."
Zhou Ting frowned.
Yes, Zhou Sheng excitedly told what he had just experienced. He had just wandered down the street in self-loathing, just in time to run into some limousine and the young master coming out of it. It was very unfortunate that the young master was stabbed as soon as he got out of the carriage. A man who appeared out of nowhere with a knife tried to stab him. At this very moment, Zhou Sheng reflexively rushed over and pushed the attacker away, and he really managed to save that young master. That young master, in order to repay Zhou Sheng's favor and knowing that their Zhou family was suppressed by the Lu family, wanted to recommend the siblings to go to another country to make big money before coming back to take revenge. Zhou Sheng was so excited to hear this that he immediately came back to tell Zhou Ting about it. "Brother, what you said about this, could it be a lie?" Zhou Ting was still half convinced. Chapter 122. Karma, the waste on your body, and you can ascend to heaven and become a human being. Zhou Ting remained half convinced by what Zhou Sheng said. Their Zhou family had just fallen on hard times, and they were so lucky to meet a nobleman. This kind of thing that only happens in novels really happened to them. But Chao Sang said, "We're already in this situation. What else can we be cheated out of?" And that young master also said that he didn't dare offend the Lu family, so he had to send a sum of money to get us out of the Magic City. Also for now, although it was said that the Lu family and the Zhou family were still under investigation, everyone knew that 9 times out of 10, they would be finished. In such a situation, the siblings have nothing to lose, so to speak, and have to travel to another place to develop. Zhou Sheng. "That nobleman told us to go to the pier this afternoon, where someone will pick us up." Zhou Ting pondered for several seconds before finally nodding. "I know. Let's go over together." She was originally the Zhou family's golden girl, and she simply couldn't afford to live like this street rat. Even if you take a fortune and leave, it's at least better than living on the streets and being blamed by millions right now. But at that moment, she slowly turned her head to look at Lu Ruyan, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. "Brother, what about her?" Ever since their parents had been captured, Ryu Ruyan had been sitting underneath the overpass in silence, only eating a little when she was hungry. Whether it was the dirty body or the dull look, Lu Ruyan no longer had the arrogance he used to have, and his entire body was in a melancholic state. In response, Zhou Sheng just gritted his teeth and frowned. "Leave her alone. Might as well say that this time our Zhou family was killed by her and uncle." If it wasn't for the fact that she dragged them along in the beginning and went along to bully Tang Qingma, they wouldn't have been stolen from the camera. If it wasn't for Lu Shuye suddenly engaging in some kind of exotic beast exhibition, their Zhou family wouldn't have been investigated along with them. Although it was said to be Tang Qingma's retaliation, if it wasn't for her being used as a gun by Tang Chuanxi to drag them down, how would their Zhou family have turned into the miserable situation they were in today? Everything is the fault of the Ryu family. Zhou Ting also held a hatred for Lu Ruyan and agreed very much. Yes, brother, then we'll go by ourselves and leave her alone. What she became after that was none of their business anyway. Both Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting glared at the still dazed Lu Ruyan in disgust, before heading to the pier without even saying a word. Just leave her alone. Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting quickly headed towards the pier. Although the wounds on Zhou Shang's body had not yet healed, when he thought of the bright future ahead of him, he was like chicken blood, and he exerted all his strength to go there. And when they walked to the location of the harbor, they found more than a dozen black-clothed bodyguards, while the man standing in the middle of them looked elegant and noble, very much the model of a young master. That's him. Zhou Shang recognized the noble young master at a glance and immediately ran over with Zhou Ting. Young master, my sister and I are here. That young master turned his head to look at them and suddenly raised his arm, following which, the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards then heavily surrounded Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting and bound them. What's going on? Zhou Shang was shocked. Who are you guys? Let go of me. Zhou Ting was also surprised, only to see that young master step forward slowly, looking at them with an expressionless face. It is indeed quite stupid to fall for such a simple trick. Chow siblings. In the next second, an incomparably familiar voice came into their ears from the side. After all, they've fallen on hard times to the point where they have to live at the bottom of the flyover. And only when they meet a nobleman and leave the magic city will they have a chance to turn it around. Upon hearing the voice, both Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting turned their heads in surprise and watched as a dark shadow slowly walked from the distance. It's Tang Qingma. You? Tang Qingma? The Zhou family siblings both looked at them in shock, not expecting the other party to appear here at all. Tang Qingma mockingly laughed and said, after a few days of not seeing each other, the originally arrogant and cocky Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting have actually turned into beggars. You! Zhou Shang was so excited that he wanted to rush up to him, but he was held up by those black-clothed bodyguards and couldn't move at all. He immediately turned his head to look at the honored one. Young master, I'm your benefactor. Didn't you promise I would take us out of here? Why is Tang Qingma, the who harmed us, here? He. After hearing Zhou Shang's words, Tang Qingma couldn't help but laugh. Ha, young master. Classmate Su, he actually called you young master Ugh. Su Jingchen looked at Zhou Shang expressionlessly. Of course, I will keep my promise and take you siblings out of here to somewhere else. After saying that, Su Jingchen moved his finger. Multiple black-clothed bodyguards immediately bound the Zhou siblings more tightly. You? Where are you taking us? Zhou Ting felt something was very wrong from the moment she saw Tang Qingma appear, and hurriedly asked aggressively. Tang Qingma revealed a bright smile, spreading his hands and said, of course it's to take you guys to a place where you can make a lot of money. You know what? Now the north of Burma is publicizing that they can make money, and gathering a large number of young people to work there. As long as you get the waste karma on yourself, you'll be able to rise up and become a human being in the same place. Zhou siblings. Southeast Asia. Isn't that a place where telecom fraud and kidnapping are rampant? Tang Qingma. He's gonna let them go to a place like that. No, don't. Young master. Tang Qingma is the one who harmed us. You can't listen to him. Intense fear spread through Zhou Sheng's heart, and he immediately became agitated and tried to break free. I'm your benefactor. How could you do this to me? Who knew that he would then hear Tang Qingma snicker? Benefactor, you really believe in this Ugh, that's all a lie, Tang Qingma said with a smiling face. You've suffered so much in the past few days. As the young master you must be very unable to bear it and want to turn over a new leaf. That's why we plotted an assassination scene so that you'd fall for it, think you'd saved your nobleman, and then be coaxed to come to this dock. How else could you, a non-martial artist loser, have saved someone? Tang Qingma snapped his fingers, and a man in black clothes also walked forward slowly. What? Zhou Shang's entire body froze. It was the assailant who was pushed out of the way by himself at the time. Chapter 123. Zhou Sheng Zhouting was sold to the north of Burma. It was the assailant who had pushed himself away at the time, but he appeared behind Tang Qingma. What else could be said? You guys. In this instant, Zhou Sheng woke up. Turns out he was screwed from start to finish, being fooled by Tang Qingma, by this loser that he had always looked down on.
Tang Qingma.
Tang Qingma, you bastard. Zhou Sheng wanted to rush up and break Tang Qingma into pieces. However, he was being held up by those black-clothed men, so he couldn't even run, and Zhou Ting was in the same state of despair. Why? She became grim-faced at the moment, her hair falling apart from the struggle, and her hateful eyes turning her into something like a harsh ghost. We've only bullied you a little. Why are you doing this to us? The excitement caused a large number of teardrops to fall from the corners of her eyes, and her voice became hoarse from hissing. It's all because Lu Ruyan instructed us. The Zhou family is not as powerful as the Lu family, and since she asked us to join her, there's no way we can disobey her. We're guilty too. Didn't want to bully you at all. However, Tang Qingma snickered and interrupted. Is that really so? Zhou Ting. His eyes suddenly became like sharp needles, like they were stabbing her hard inside.
你真的确定欺负我是因为柳如茵所逼吗？
You have become Lu Ruyan's followers for long years because of your family, and when you see someone who is weaker than you, or someone you can bully openly, do you really feel guilty? Zhou Ting was injected by Tang Qingma's sight, and the more she felt weak inside. I really. No, it's better to say that you guys are happy. Tang Qingmo revealed a sharp smile. Because, finally, you guys can see people worse off than yourselves. Zhou Ting, who was poked in the heart, hurriedly denied it. It's not like that. It doesn't matter either way. People have to be responsible for the things they've done. Tang Qingma looked at the Zhou siblings with a smile. Don't worry, I won't go through with Lu Ruyan either. Anyway, your Zhou and Lu families can no longer continue to develop in the Magic City. So, you guys work well over there, and if you're lucky, you'll have a chance to become leaders, provided it comes back alive. Tang Qingma's smiley expression made the Zhou siblings feel nothing to the point of being at a loss for words. I'll stay here, and I hope that when you get there you'll be successful in your endeavors and come back to me to repay. I'll stay here. After saying that, Tang Qingma put away her smile and looked coldly at Su Jingchen beside her. Classmate Su, please send Zhou Sheng and Zhou Ting over there and make sure they arrive safely. Su Jingchen exhaled softly. Don't worry. If their bodies are missing anything, they won't want it over there. Chao siblings. Don't. They tried to beg for mercy and cry out for help, but the black-clad men behind them had already covered their mouths and forcibly dragged them to the cargo ship moored offshore. Aha! No. Only after the Zhou family siblings were all pulled into the boat did Su Jingchen silently say. The ship won't get to northern Maine until 3 days from now in the afternoon, and then someone will meet them in the dock, so don't worry about them getting away. Tang Qingma smiled. It's okay to run away. Just think of it as letting them experience more of the flavor of Southeast Asia. Those are 2 precious young men and women. It's worth a lot of money both inside and outside the body. Su Jingchun pretended not to hear his words and continued. If needed, I can ask someone to find the boss of the group and ask him to send the films of that brother and sister over at regular intervals. Simply put, it's an after-sales service that is ready to satisfy the vengeful hearts of our guests. Fine, just send it if you can. Tang Qingma certainly wouldn't refuse. Although he has no interest in these images, he can put them to good use. After taking care of the Zhou family siblings, Tang Qingma continued to ask with a smile. By the way, Su, besides this pair of siblings, you remember that I have another one to trouble you with, right? Su Jingchen closed his eyes. Of course. I just didn't expect young Master Tang to be so cruel to his ex-fiancée. You also said it was my ex-fiancée, so what I'm doing now is just a little revenge. At the time she wanted to make the decision to hire a martial artist to waste me, she should have had to anticipate the consequences she would need to bear in the future. Tang Qingma hooked her lips in a sneer and pulled out her cell phone to send a message to Lu Tianren. At this point, under the overpass, Lu Ruyan remained crouched at the bottom of the bridge, stagnant without a word. At this point, she no longer cared where the Zhou siblings went. They'd both been constantly giving themselves the cold shoulder for the past few days, blaming her for all their faults. Lu Ruyan didn't have the slightest retort, because no matter what, it was an unchanging fact that she had been cheated by Tang Stringy, seen in her ugliness by the nation's netizens, and ridiculed by the celebrity community. So, Ryu Ruyan just kept listening to the sound of vehicles moving on the upper side of the overpass, as well as smelling the foul odor of gasoline and the floor drains. Now she had become what she used to call a street rat to Tang Qingma. Just in time, a large, wide, long truck traveled over the bridge with a loud mechanical noise. The rumbling sound line entered Lu Ruyan's ears, so piercing that she couldn't help but cover her ears. A dark shadow then appeared in front of her. I didn't realize that the famous Lu Ruyan had also turned into today's miserable state. The voice was. Lu Ruyan tilted her head at once, her entire body retreating backward in fear. You. It's Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma appeared in front of her. Lu Ruyan. You've become like this after not seeing her for a few days? Tang Qingma's eyes looked down at her and said with a bright smile. It really deserves it. Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan immediately remembered the shadow that the other party had cast on her during this period and hurriedly tried to escape. However, when she turned around, her entire body fell to the ground because of the excessive movement. Aya! Tiske. The Lu family's daughter who was in front of me a while ago, clamoring for the fake young master, has now become such a mess. Tang Qingma shook her head and grunted, How boring!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
However, Lu Ruyan no longer had the chi to retort. She already knew exactly what would happen if she offended Tang Qingma. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I'm sorry. Please spare me. A large amount of remorse value kept surging out of Lu Ruyan's body as she fell to the ground, still holding her head hard, hoping that Tang Qingma would spare her. Spare you? Tang Qingma's eyes instantly became sharp as he stepped forward and kicked over. You've done so many excessive things since I returned to the Tang family, and now you want me to spare you?
柳如茵就这么又一次被踢到地上，痛苦地道歉。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have listened to Tang Yinshi. I shouldn't have done this to you. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Listening to the sound of remorse value coming from the system, as well as Lu Ruyan's gesture of desperately begging for mercy, Tang Qingma hooked her lips. Don't worry, you're my ex's fiancé. Tang Qingma revealed a bright smile. I've already prepared a hell that suits you. Chapter 124 Lu Ruyan being tortured by countless black worms. Lu Ruyan was brought by Tang Qingma to some abandoned empty warehouse, and Su Jingchen was also inside. No. Please don't. The sound of bones cracking resounded in the warehouse. Lu Ruyan's legs were viciously broken by Tang Qingma, and his entire body could only lie upside down on the ground. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. It hurts. Why? Obviously she had been taken away from the Ryu family's daughter. Obviously she had nothing left. Why did Tang Qingma still refuse to let her go? Why are you still torturing her like this? Don't. Anyone is good. Can someone please come and save her? Unfortunately, no one can save you. However, Tang Qingma walked to her side, and the words that came out of his throat were like evil spirits that made Lu Ruyan despair. No. Lu Ruyan's legs had been broken, and the intense pain could only cause her to keep shaking her head. And Tang Qingma just smiled lightly and took out a cup of sweet death milk tea from the system space. What originally looked useless came in handy at this point. The system thought that Tang Qingma wickedly wanted to torture Lu Ruyan while drinking milk tea, so he asked suspiciously, Host, I thought you didn't like milk tea with high sweetness. I remember that there are still a lot of very sweet wastewater in the system space, all of which were drawn out by Tang Qingma's non-common possession before. Tang Qingma frowned. Who said I was going to drink it? What? I thought you wanted to torture Ryu Ruyan while drinking milk tea. Sometimes I think you're kind of perverted too. Tang Qingma's palm went down slightly, and the cup of richly sweetened milk tea poured onto Lu Ruyan's body and hair. Aha! The sweet smell of tea and blood mixed together and wafted together throughout the space. But Ryu was uncomfortable. The sticky touch and the oddly sweet smell of her body felt like it was going to stick to her clothes, her hair and her body. And Tang Qingma laughed coldly, her eyes looking towards Su Jingchun to signal. Su Jingchen exhaled again and wiggled his fingertips. A man in black came from the shadows, holding a dark blue cardboard box in his hand. Just from the man's ugly face, the box shouldn't contain anything good. Tang Qingma looked at the man and said with a smile, "You can let go of the box in your hand." Oh. The man was a little startled by his pleasant demeanor and hastily threw the box to the floor. The moment the cardboard box hit the ground, a large number of black and tiny, ant-like bugs quickly came out, and they were immediately attracted by the strong, sweet smell in the air, and kept crawling towards Lu Ruyan's body. What? Oh, no. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Her body was quickly crawling by a large number of small black insects, which were tiny but had sharp teeth and were biting down on Lu Ruyan's skin. Oh! The intense soreness felt like it was trying to split her wounds. Redness and rashes kept appearing on her torso. Don't. It tickles. It hurts. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan was unable to move due to the broken legs and feet, so she could only keep slapping her body with her hands. But there was no way to stop these tiny insects from tearing at her skin. This milk tea has the degree of sweetness to death, given by the system, and any bugs will be attracted by the sweetness. Oh!
很快，柳如茵就感到头昏脑胀，大量虫子爬到她的脖颈及脸蛋上，也因撕碎及过敏而出现浮肿和疹子，十分恶心。
All she could do at this point was bob her head and dial her palms to keep the bugs from crawling up her face. Yet these little black ant-like insects simply refused to leave her alone. They had been deeply attracted by the sweet-smelling Lu Ruyan and kept crawling to all parts of her body. Save. No. Tang Qingma. Please. Her whole body itched and ached. It also felt like it became difficult to breathe and felt very nauseous. Don't. Tang Qingma. I'm sorry. Please let me go. Tang Qingma hooked up a smile and easily laughed under the sight of Su Jingchen and the man in black's ugly face and said, "Don't worry, Lu Ruyan. I had these bugs carefully found, so a day or two of bites won't kill you. It's just..." He held up his index finger and thumb in the gesture most hated by men in the West 8. "It might make you itch and hurt that little bit." "No way. It tickles so much." Her face was too itchy and sore. "Bear with yourself. I'm sure my dear ex-fiancé can take it. But be careful too. Don't swallow them in your stomach." "No." Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Countless rashes had sprung up from Ruyan's face and skin, making her otherwise beautiful face look horrible and ugly. But more than that, she felt so itchy where the bugs had crawled. In the end, her hand couldn't help but scratch hard towards her face, instantly scratching the bloody pustule above her, and a large amount of blood mixed with Lu Ruyan's tears flowed down together. Ah! It hurts so much. It tickles so much. Don't aha! She could no longer bear to scratch the red bags on her face and arms. The itchy, uncomfortable pain was like a stab to the nerves in her body. It would have been better to kill her. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Endless remorse kept producing from inside Lu Ruyan's heart, making the system feel happy and scared at the same time. Although it kind of wanted to check the host's mental state, the most important thing was to collect the remorse value. Almost half an hour later, Ruo Liu was lying on the floor. She had scratched her face completely, tear marks and blood staining her entire face. Consciousness and touch also became numb, and there was no strength to stop the bugs from crawling. Finally, Lu Ruyan gurgled softly, "Guhm. Kill me." Chapter 125. The Beginning of Being in Hell. 125. Being in the beginning of hell. Ugly as hell. Don't play Gu Kill on me with that face. As soon as he saw Lu Ruyan uttering the representative words of Gu Kill with that rash-filled and scratched-out face, Tang Qingma was so disgusted that he kicked over. Ah! Her body was kicked over, unable to move due to her insectoid affliction and exhaustion. Those little black bugs still kept crawling, and the itching pain made it extremely difficult for Lu Ruyan to breathe. But she had no strength left and could only straighten her arms in Tang Qingma's direction, still begging him for mercy.
No.
Don't. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Please. Young Master Tang. Spare me. At this time, Lu Ruyan did not have the previous high and mighty 1,000 gold lady appearance at all. Even if she was said to be a dirty beggar, no one had a discussion. Tang Qingma once again approached her side and looked down. Teske. Look at how miserable you are now. Like a beggar, it's pathetic. Right? Beggars. This description. It seemed like she had once said this to Tang Qingma when she first saw him. At that time, he himself was very unhappy with the family's arrangement because he was suddenly told to change his fiancée, adding to the fact that Tang Qingshi was very sad at that time. So in order to take a breath out of him, he himself had directly spoken out of turn at the first sight of Tang Qingma. Are you my real fiancé? You've grown up on the outside, and you're dressed so dirty. You've never been a beggar, have you? What kind of expression did Tang Qingma show at that time? Rianu doesn't remember. Only now, she felt the words zing back at her like a boomerang. Tang Qingma saw Lu Ruyan close her eyes, and in order to avoid her fainting, he directly stepped on the back of her hand. Ah! The intense pain caused Ryu to snap back to her senses and widen her eyes. She heard Tang Qingma sneer. That said, it's clear that you were used as a gun by that fake young master. But after your Lu family fell on hard times, he easily dumped you and turned his head to marry my fourth sister.
Ryu.
Lu Ruyan, who was already feeling desperate, was surprised when she heard something related to Tang Yinshi. Tang Chuanxi. He's really married to Tang Fei? Tang Qingma continued to laugh and said, why do you have this expression? You know what? Tang Chuanxi agreed to marry fourth sister immediately after being rejected by your father in the first place. So by all rights he, the future son-in-law of the Tang family, shouldn't have come back to you, but he still continued to use your feelings against me. He stirred up your hatred for me, turned you into a sharp knife against me, and took his revenge on me. Since Lu Ruyan's body was covered in black chongzi at this point, Tang Qingma didn't use his hands but lifted his legs and stomped on it. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes in pain, not wanting to face what Tang Qingma had said again. Ever since that day when she heard Tang Yinshi's words of turning the other cheek, Lu Ruyan was disillusioned with him. She didn't realize that the Tang Yinshi, who had always been gentle and obedient to her, was all an illusion. In the past few days when the Lu family was blockaded and living on the streets with the Zhou siblings, she thought a lot. She suddenly felt that even if she didn't like Tang Qingma as her real fiancé, it wouldn't be better to just ignore him. Why? Why had she been so malicious to a stranger she didn't know well at the time, or even for the first time? Now that she thought about it, she was just mesmerized by Tang Yinshi's tears, because Tang Jinshi said he was worried that Tang Qingma would take his position, because he said he didn't want to be separated from himself. So from the 3 months that she had known Tang Qingma, she had treated him as if he were a dog at her beck and call. No, even for a dog she would give compliments and rewards, but she was either hitting or scolding Tang Qingma. There is only pure evil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thinking about it that way, she realized that she had done so many things wrong. I'm sorry, young Master Tang. I shouldn't have done this to you. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. You don't have to apologize to me again. However, Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. Anyone has the chance to do something wrong, and when they do it, they have to go and take the consequences. And now you're lying here, abandoned, turned into a beggar, bitten by bugs. That's what you're taking the consequences for. No, no, said Rian Lu, enduring the pain in her body as she continued to try to raise her hand. I was wrong. She's really struggling. Those bugs kept crawling and crawling, giving Lu Rian goosebumps. So disgusting, so hard.
So eager to die.
Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. You forgive me. Ah. However, Tang Qingma kicked her again. Do you think you can get my forgiveness after you lecture me about that fake? Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have listened to Tang Yinshi. I was all deceived by him. I'm sorry. It's already too late. Ping. Tang Qingma stomped on the back of Lu Ruyan's other hand again. Hey!
I'm sorry.
Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Don't worry. I'll get someone to keep an eye on you during this period, so that you can have more wonderful experiences. Oh, no! Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. A large amount of remorse value continued to pour out of Lu Ruyan's heart, and when she heard that she would have to go through more hell in the future, she wanted to reach out and grab Tang Qingma's pants. Her whole body felt agonizingly painful, but in order to stay alive, Lu Ruyan still submerged her power. Tang Qingma naturally ignored it as he pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time on it, revealing a brilliant yet wicked smile. I'm going to leave at the time, so please have a good experience.
You.
No, young Master Tang. Please. Himself saw the other trying to leave, trying to keep her in this abandoned space. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. But Tang Qingma turned her head and looked at Su Jingchen. Classmate Su, let's go. Well. Su Jingchen assigned the man in black to stand inside and watch over Lu Ruyan's condition. Then he left with Tang Qingma. No, don't. Please. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Ah! With a ping, Lu Ruyan's scream was closed along with the warehouse door. At the same time, this is the beginning of the hell that Ru is in. Chapter 126. A phenomenon like mine should be called awakening. 126. This phenomenon is called awakening. Su, then I'll leave my ex-fiancé in your care. After walking out of the warehouse, Tang Qingma looked at Su Jingchen. You remember to find someone you trust to watch her for me. He smiled brightly, and if he didn't say anything, no one would suspect in the slightest that he was the one who had just released the black bugs to torment Lu Ruyan. Su Jingchen closed his eyes. Don't worry about that. My people do things properly. Although his expression was calm, his heart still rippled at Tang Qingma's cruel actions just now. Despite the fact that he had been following Song Qianjun since he was a child, doing a lot of dirty work to remove all kinds of dangers for him. But it wasn't like Tang Qingma, who was clearly doing something horribly ruthless. But his attitude didn't change at all, and even showed an inhumane smile. So it seems that he really has no attachment to this ex-fiancée at all, and even hates her so much that he wants to kill her. That's weird. Su, what's wrong with you? Seeing Su Jingchen's sudden scrutinizing gaze, Tang Qingma asked suspiciously. Su Jingchen was silent for a few seconds, and after he looked around without a third party, he turned back to look at Tang Qingma. Young Master Tang? Are you really young Master Tang? Huh? In a flash, Tang Qingma's eyes widened reflexively, yet he immediately calmed down and asked with a smile, Why do you ask? Su Jingchen looked away and said calmly, Because you were once a disciple of Immortal Red Sunday. You know? Yes. Su Jingchen didn't deny it. Young Master has wanted to enter the Magic City Martial Arts Academy since before. So for his sake, I investigate the tutors in there in detail every year. Based on college regulations, freshmen will follow one of the mentors for a year of education and development. In order to enable Song Junqian to have a better development, Su Jingchen would naturally investigate everything about the Magic Martial Academy in detail. To be honest, before I saw you in school, I knew that you had been that unfavored disciple of Immortal Red Sunday. But Su Jingchen slowly darkened his eyes, his tone a bit icy. After seeing you in person, I realized that you are completely different from the profile I saw, especially now. Su Jingchen turned around and silently looked at the warehouse that had closed its doors. If it's the information I've seen, the Tang Qingma in there couldn't have done cruel and horrible things to Lu Ruyan, his own sister, so. His body unconsciously radiated intense air pressure, his eyes gazing at Tang Qingma. Who are you? This instant, Tang Qingma also understood. Su Jingchen is worthy of being the Song family's right-hand man in the original plot. In just a few days, he was able to analyze and compare the information he had been given in his hands with what he saw in front of him. And based on the words he revealed, I believe he also investigated what he did to Tang Feifei and Tang Shuirong and the girls. Whether it's true or not, he's really good at what he does. I really want it. However, in contrast to Tang Qingma, the system in his head was more nervous. Host, are you being suspected by Su Jingchen? Tang Qingma said casually. Maybe. The system felt flustered upon hearing this. Then how? Just respond casually. Tang Qingmo revealed a look of, What's the point of having you? Young Master Tang, what exactly are you? Seeing Tang Qingma fall silent, Su Jingchen couldn't help but ask again sternly. Tang Qingmo revealed a deep smile, his eyes darkening. You can think of me as an awakening, right? Awakening. Tang Qingma spread his hands out and laughed. Just like your young master. I suddenly figured out a lot of things when I woke up one morning. I'm wondering why I'm trying to please my master and sister, and my family members who were born but not raised. Obviously, I shouldn't be so Afterward, Tang Qingma continued to tilt her head and said, I'm an independent individual. I shouldn't live to please those people. Shouldn't I? So a phenomenon like mine should be called awakening, right?
Su Jingchen.
He's lying. If it was really just the awakening that Tang Qingma had described, even if he no longer behaved well enough to please the Tang family, the aura that emanated from his body as well as the power of his qi and blood couldn't have been so greatly improved. So besides the so-called awakening, he should be hiding something else from himself. But even if one continues to press the issue, the other party will find new excuses to pond. Is there anything else student Su would like to ask? Tang Qingma looked at the other party's still skeptical gaze, still showing an indifferent look. Even if his identity was guessed by Su Jingchen, so what? They are now in a semi-cooperative relationship. Su Jingchen was a smart man, so Tang Qingma knew very well that he wouldn't pursue anything that he shouldn't be curious about. As expected, Su Jingchen said coldly, "No more, if young Master Tang you say it's an awakening, then take it as such. It's just that you told me before that you would help the young master recover. That's the truth, isn't it?" No matter what, he only had his own young master in his eyes and was not particularly concerned about anyone else. Of course. Tang Qingma smiled lightly, but he suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "It's just that that method could potentially hurt your young master, and there's a chance that your relationship could break down in the future. Would you be willing to do that as well?" Su Jingchen was silent for several seconds and finally said firmly, "Yes, a long pain is better than a short pain. As long as young master can recover, any harm in the future will just be borne by me." His words left Tang Qingma a bit speechless. What a wonderful self-sacrifice. It's simply inexplicable. After instructing Su Jingchen to send someone to watch over Lu Ruyan, Tang Qingma notified Lu Tianren to head out to the pier to fetch him back. Lu Tianren's speed was fast, and it didn't take him half an hour to reach the location of the exit. Tang Qingma entered the carriage and said a little apologetically, "I'm sorry to have you come over to pick me up. It's fine, Xiao Tang, it's just that," said Lu Tianren, looking at the pier through the car window. There was a strange sense of defiance when it was clear that there was no human figure to be found inside. "Why did you suddenly come here, young Tang?" Tang Qingma took out her cell phone and slid the screen, saying, "Someone I know is leaving, so I came over to give them a ride. But it's a cargo terminal. It's full of ships carrying containers." And he said, "Give them a ride? Why do you say that like you're never going to see each other again?" Once again, Lu Tianren couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Based on his understanding of Tang Qingma, it was impossible for him to come over here without a problem. He must have done something unspeakable. But thinking this way, Lu Tianren suddenly felt very unwilling. Obviously Tang Qingma would have told herself anything before, but now it's actually hiding everything from him. Is it that you don't trust him anymore? Tianren, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingma saw that the car hadn't started yet and couldn't help but ask in confusion. "It's okay. I'm leaving now." Tang Qingma was confused. What's with the sudden change in tone? Chapter 127. As a son, I naturally have to share my father's hard work. The car quickly returned to Don's house. When Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren arrived at the hall, they happened to see the Tang family members gathered together. And it was rare to see Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling, as they had to deal with the video of Rian Lu and the Zhou siblings bullying Tang Qingma at the dinner party in the past few days. Both of them stayed in the Tang group to do public relations work. Tang Jianren and the others are also ruthless. After the Lu family's accident, the Tang family could be said to be the first family to publicly break off their engagement with the Lu family, as well as sever their relationship. All previous friendships were cut right through as if they had never happened. But this was also within Tang Qingma's expectations, and at the time it allowed him to glean quite a bit of Lu Ruyan's remorse value. Only now, since that video was captured with Tang Yinshi following by Lu Ruyan's side, and could not be deleted from the internet under the Lu family's manipulation. As a result, the Tang family has not been able to completely shake off the effects of this incident until now. Young Master Lu. So when Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling saw Tang Qingma, behind them Lu Tianren returning, they immediately ran to each other. "Young Master Lu, this incident, the Lu family and the Zhou family have already been investigated by the relevant authorities. So can you ask Master Lu to delete that video?" Facing Lu Tianren, a junior, Tang Jianren groveled and his tone was full of currying favor. Tang Ruoling, who originally had a high character, also bowed her head and said, "Young Master Lu, I beg you to, please let our Tang family go." At this time, the system's voice also rang out at the right time. Host, just now, Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling were having a meeting in the Tang clan group, and were being scolded by the people from the big house and the third house. The first and third houses? Tang Qingma knew that the Tang family was a big family. But Tang Jianren was actually the second male system. Yes, since Tang Jianren married White Flower Lotus and has a talent for doing business, the family has unanimously decided to make Tang Jianren the current head of the family. But previously, because of the real and fake young master incident being exposed, voices of dissatisfaction with the second house began to appear within the Tang family. Plus this time, the Tang family's interests were damaged because of Tang Chuanxi. So they all demanded that Tang Jianren deal with the online video as soon as possible. They have proposed that if they don't deal with this video incident, they will initiate an all-volunteer vote to exploit the identity of Tang Jianren's family head. Tang Qingma was instantly happy. Is there such a good thing? System. Yes. So now Tang Jianren is also having a headache and doesn't know what to do. Tang Qingma smiled darkly. I see. Then in that case, as a son, I naturally have to share my father's hard work properly. Right, little Tong? System. You're right. On the other hand, in the face of Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling's currying favor and pleading, Lu Tianren just averted his eyes. May I ask what you guys are talking about? He looked like he was pretending not to understand the father and daughter. Our Lu family is a martial arts family, and we don't pay much attention to what happens online. Young Master Lu. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Tianren was playing dumb. So Tang Jianren immediately pulled out his cell phone and turned that bullying video on. This is it, young Master Lu. This video has been on the internet and has affected our Tang family. Tang Ruoling also clenched her teeth. Young Master Lu. We're now facing public accountability, and the entire Tang group's share price has dropped. Although it was said that the masterminds of the video were Lu Ruyan and the Zhou siblings, the bad thing was that Tang Yinxi was also in it. It hasn't been long since the last incident of the real and fake young masters. And now there's another incident of the fake young master and his fiancée hiring martial artists to bully the real young master. The old and the new added up, and all of the Tang family's past black history was rehashed and spread all over the internet. Although Tang Jianren and the others had quickly bought water armies to control the screen and put all the fault on the Lu and Zhou families, as long as the video was still circulating on the internet, their Tang family would not be able to rest in peace for a day. If he didn't take care of it as soon as possible, both the possibility of the rival family striking out and his position as the head of the family would be in danger. And Lu Tianren only felt very amused as he watched their father and daughter's words and actions. He turned his head to look at Tang Qingma. Xiao Tang. I'm really not very clear on what the Tang family master and the others are talking about. Obviously, there are no other members of the Tang family inside the video except you, the victim, so why would they say that video affects the Tang family? Lu Tianren was simply asking a question knowingly. His question instantly made Tang Jianren and the others' faces crumble in embarrassment, and Tang Qingma snickered and deliberately replied, There's no way, Tianren. After all, everyone knows that that fake is still staying in Tang's house. And this time, he even came with my ex's fiancée to bully me. All of Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren's conversations caused the Tang family's crowd to bow their heads, not knowing how to respond at all. Brother, young Master Lu. Tang Yinxi, who had been acting transparent in the hall, also reddened her eyes after hearing their sarcasm, looking very pitiful. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been forced to have my way by Ruyan, none of this would have happened. Young Master Lu. Seeing that Tang Zhenxi was being aggravated, Tang Ali also forgot about her previous lesson and quickly ran to Lu Tianren's body. Xiao Shi, he is innocent. He was forcibly dragged to the dinner party that day by Ruyan Lu. Bai Hualian also stepped forward and said mournfully, Young Master Lu. Xiao Shi didn't want all of this to happen either. Now he's also very sad and feels that it's because of his own fault that he's dragged the Tang family into this. Please forgive him. Although Lu Tianren had gotten used to the Tang family's tawdry maneuvers, he was still disgusted by their cheekiness and their strange favoring of Tang Yinxi. He looked at Bai Hualian and asked, Speaking of which, Mrs. Tang, I was present at the dinner that day as a guest with my sister, and I remember that the Tang family master had asked you to follow young Tang properly that night, right? May I ask why young Tang was there at the pool at that time and was still being bullied by Lu Ruyan and the others? White Flower Lotus. Being questioned like this, White Flower Lotus instantly lowered her head sheepishly, the pupils of her eyes constantly turning from side to side. Remembering that night, she was trying to follow Tang Qingma. But before the banquet even started, she was called by several noblewomen and wives, and once she thought of her status as Mrs. Tang, she forgot about Tang Qingma's existence and walked off to entertain those noblewomen. And then Tang Qingma didn't know when he left the venue, and didn't think of him until after there was a riot of foreign beasts. Chapter 128, Making Tang Inchi Sever Ties with the Tang Family. Seeing White Flower Lotus's flustered appearance, what else was there not to understand? Lu Tianren felt speechless. It seems that Mrs. Tang didn't do her duty as a mother that night and threw her son, who was attending the banquet for the first time, aside. Tang Qingma smiled. It's nothing. Didn't I tell you earlier? Dear mother will definitely throw me away. White Flower Lotus. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. Young Master Lu. At that time, Flower Lotus was called by the other family's madam. So that's why I thought of letting Qingma walk around. Tang Jianren immediately stepped forward and said with a smile. When he finished speaking, he gave White Flower Lotus a hard stare. It was clear that he had repeatedly explained that he wanted her to keep a good eye on Tang Qingma, but he hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to stop her even in Tang Qingshi's absence. Since you've been saying you care about Tang Qingma, take action. It's such a no-brainer. But what could he do? Her own wife will just have to help her clean up her mess.
I'm sorry, King Montag.
It's all my fault. Bai Hualien couldn't help but shed tears when she saw Tang Qingmo misunderstanding herself again. I didn't mean to leave you behind. I really didn't mean to. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. After pulling the wool over White Flower Lotus, Tang Qingma said coldly, as the main mother, please don't cry in front of Tianren. Right? Tang Jianren agreed very much and immediately said to Bai Hualien, Hualien, don't be rude in front of young Master Lu. White Flower Lotus was just sorely rebuked by the two, and stopped her tears in shock. Seeing this, Tang Inchi, who was on the side, hurriedly ran to Tang Qingma's body and said pleadingly, Brother, don't blame Mom. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, none of this would have happened at home. Hit me if you're angry. Ah! Ping! Lu Tianren then took the initiative to step forward and punch Tang Chuanxi in the face before kicking him in the chest. The three Tang sisters, Xiao Shi! Ahem! Tang Zhenxi was just kicked into the distance, her clothes still imprinted with the soles of Lu Tianren's shoes, coughing hard. Tang Qingma spread her hands and revealed a bright smile. Since you want to find a fight so badly, I'll naturally satisfy you. Tang Inchi covered her chest with difficulty, feeling like she was going to spit out the yellow water in her stomach. Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren the pair. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. All right. Lu Tianren coldly swept a glance at the Tang family members and said, your Tang family members clearly don't exist inside this video, so how do you need to worry about your reputation being harmed? Unless you still want to harbor this imposter. The Tang family members all looked at each other, and none of them dared to speak. Tang Chuanxi, who had fallen to the ground, clenched her fists in secret, gritting her teeth in anger at the other party's words. Lu, young Master Lu. Tang Jianren wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Tianren. Tang family master, compared to pleasing me, an outsider, shouldn't you have someone who needs more attention? Tang Ruoling immediately guessed the person Lu Tianren was talking about, and hurriedly looked at Tang Qingma. Qingmo, this time there is Xiaoxi's fault. We will make it up to you later. So, oh, then let's talk about what compensation there is first. Tang Qingma smiled as she opened her palm and handed it to Tang Ruoling. Since you're giving me compensation, then give me the shares of the Tang group. And for Tang Stringy to publicly apologize and then break off the relationship. Don's family crowd. Severance. I won't allow it. As soon as Tang Ali heard Tang Qingma's request, she quickly retorted. Qingmo, do you really have to be so desperate? Bai Hualien similarly fell to her knees, her tears not stopping falling. Tang Qingxi's face also brushed white at Tang Qingma's request, looking pleadingly at Tang Qingma. Brother, how could you? Ellie Tang rebuked bitterly. You're simply premeditated. You are trying to drive Hoshi away. Isn't this nonsense? Tang Qingma didn't look at Tang Ali, playing with her fingertips, and said, it's fine if you don't want this condition. Then I'll hire 7 or 8 martial artists to come back as well. As long as you, Tang Inchi, can last 2 hours in their hands, then there's no need to break any relationship. being beaten by a martial artist for 2 hours. Qingma no. Xiao she will die. Tang Meixin immediately stepped forward to stop it. Being beaten by a martial artist for 2 hours. Not to mention the termination of the relationship. Isn't this going to kill Tang Chuanxi? Tang Qingma snorted. That's what he and Lu Ruyan wanted to do to me in the beginning. So you guys are thinking I'm not going to die and fight any way you want? No, it isn't. We didn't mean that. White Flower Lotus lowered her head in pain. What will? How did her 2 sons become like this? If it weren't for her, if I had stayed close to Tang Qingma during the dinner party, wouldn't it be like this now? White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 200. And Tang Yinxi, who was still on the ground acting pitiful, clenched her teeth. He could never have imagined that things would turn out this way. Originally thought that as long as the Lu family was gone, when time passed that video would be deleted by Tang Jianren and the others. But he didn't expect Lu Tianren, Tang Qingma's dog, to use the power of the Lu family to help him. Now the condition for deleting this video away was actually for him to sever his relationship with the Tang family. How dare Tang Qingma this? Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingxi and Bai Hualien kept surging with remorse values, but Tang Qingma ignored them and instead shifted his sight to the ugly-faced Tang Jianren. Tang family master, do you think that I'm only letting Tang Chuanxi sever ties with the Tang family out of my own personal selfishness? Tang Jianren was surprised. What do you mean? Right now the public's impression of Tang Yinxi is still stuck on the fake young master, the imposter who refuses to leave the Tang family, and the shameless Tang Yinxi. Damn it, to actually satirize him like this. Tang Qingma walked slowly towards Tang Jianren and gently patted his shoulder, smiling darkly. But he's going to marry fourth sister afterward. Tang Jianren. Let's forget about it before this happened. But now that the internet is saying that Tang Chuanxi is a fake young master lowly person, if the news of him marrying the Tang family's 4th daughter comes out at this time, what will the people outside think of our Tang family? Tang Qingma's words were like a devil's whisper, constantly tempting Tang Jianren. So, wouldn't it be nice to have Tang Yinxi publicly apologize and sever ties with the Tang family, and then marry 4th sister then? This. Tang Jianren suddenly felt that his words made sense. Now that Tang Xingxi's reputation was also stigmatized, it was a need to cut ties with the Tang family as soon as possible, but it was because these women in the family would object that Tang Jianren didn't make a sound. But now that an emergency meeting had taken place within the Tang family, if he didn't handle this one well, his position in the Tang group would be severely damaged. Dad! And seeing the change in Tang Jianren's face, Tang Yinxi felt a hint of fear. Could it be that he really wanted to kick him out of the Tang family as Tang Qingma had said? Chapter 129. Still want to throw the whole family away for the sake of a fake brother? Dad, you must not listen to Tang Qingma's sophistry. Seeing the change in Tang Jianren's face, Tang Ali immediately retorted to stop it. Tang Qingma is only doing this to drive Xiaoxi out. But what I said is the truth. Tang Qingma interrupted her with a sneer. Right now, Tang Qingxi is extremely poorly regarded. Is dear second sister going to throw the whole family away for the sake of her false brother? I didn't mean that. Don't you accuse me wrongly. Tang Ali hurriedly became agitated when she heard Tang Qingma compare herself to someone who disregarded her family in life and death. But that's what you're doing now. Tang Qingma snorted and looked at Tang Jianren. Tang family master. Your good daughter doesn't understand this, but you should know it very well. Tang Jianren stared at the pupils of his eyes. Now that the Tang family has suffered losses and criticism twice because of Tang Chuanxi, it would be fine if he was a real young master, but he's a fake. If you don't make a relationship cut with him soon, what do you think the other shareholders and other people in power in the Tang group will think of you? Tang Qingma's voice was as reasonable and clear as if he was tempting his own demons, and it also pointed out his current predicament. Tang Jianren felt his mind confused for a moment. To be honest, he felt that what Tang Qingma said made sense. Just like what happened to the Lu family. Didn't he, the Tang family, immediately announce that the relationship had been severed, to say that the friendship between the Tang family and the Lu family was even longer than the 18 years of Tang Yanxi. Just get rid of Tang Yinxi. But why did he want to keep thinking about it? The system was surprised. Host, strange fluctuations have appeared on Tang Jianren's body. I know he's hesitating.
Tang Qingmo lâu ghét đa cừ.
With a selfish and self-serving character like Tang Jianren, Once his interests in the Tang family were involved, it was long overdue for action. However, it was because of the intervention of another world's consciousness that caused him to want to drive away but not be able to drive away Tang Chuanxi. The system was a bit surprised and asked, "Then we'll go and persuade Tang Genren again?" If the host really kicked Tang Yinxi out of the Tang family, the resulting plot effect and remorse value could greatly enhance the power of the heavenly Tao. No need. Someone will soon help arch the fire. Before the system could comprehend what he was saying, they saw Tang Ali and White Flower Lotus excitedly coming forward. "Master, Xiaoxi is still young. Even if he did something wrong this time, but if we let him cut ties with us, he won't be able to live on his own." Bai Hua Lian cried bitterly again, pleadingly. "Dad, we can't do this to Hoshi." Don Ellie also tried her best to stop it. "Dad." The Tang Meishin on the side also wanted to stop it, but she instinctively was still a bit afraid of Tang Genren, so she didn't say anything. "Dad." As the female president, Tang Ruoling normally had to put the interests of the Tang family first, but when faced with Tang Stringxi, she still hesitated. Snap, snap. Tang Qingma saw that the women of the Tang family had pretty much cajoled the atmosphere and came to wrap things up at the right time. Very well, since no one in the family is looking out for the Tang family, there's no need for Tang Yinxi to break off the relationship, and there's no need for the wedding to go ahead. "Tianren, let's go." After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave.
No.
The moment he saw Tang Qingma and Lu Tianran trying to leave, Tang Genren's brain turned quickly. "Young Master Lu, please don't go." He suddenly remembered the miserable way he was forced by the people from the first and third houses during the meeting in the Tang clan just now. If he didn't take care of the online video, then his position as the head of the family would be in jeopardy. But the women at home don't understand at all. She also wants to accommodate Tang Yinxi herself. What a bunch of idiots. Tang Genren said to Tang Ruoling, "Ruoling, you immediately go and notify the media from all walks of life that we'll be holding a press conference first thing tomorrow morning." "Dad, what are you?" Tang Ruoling sensed Tang Genren's intentions and opened her eyes wide in surprise. Tang Genren ignored her and turned his head to look at Tang Qingshi. His tone cold. "Qingshi, you'll move out tonight, apologize at the press conference tomorrow, and announce that you've severed ties with my Tang family." Don Stringhill, "Dad? White Flower Lotus and the Tang sisters. Dad, I won't allow you to kick Xiaoxi out." As soon as Tang Ali heard Tang Genren take Tang Qingma's suggestion, she rushed forward to stop it. "How can we kick Xiaoxi out just for a video?" Bai Hualian also shed tears. "Yes, master. How is Xiaoxi going to live on his own?" "Dad." Tang Meishin also looked at Tang Genren with difficulty, but she still didn't dare to say anything. Tang Genren directly ignored them and continued to look at Tang Qingshi. "Qingshi, whether you were forced by Lu Ruyan or not, the video did capture you standing by her side. That's a fact, right?" "Yes," nodded Tang Yinxi painfully. "Now, only if you break off with the Tang family can the Tang family come out of this fiasco. Do you understand?" "I understand." His eyes reddened as if in compromise. He said, "If that's what Dad wants, I'll abide by it." To say that Tang Stringy was really 100% innocent, Tang Genren wouldn't believe it. He hadn't been invited by the Lu family in the first place, so how did he enter the Lu family venue? "I'm still going to ask Ruyan for help. It's just that now that there's the Lu family and the Zhou family standing in the position of the wind, it makes it seem like Tang Yinxi isn't that important. But if that video wasn't dealt with, when the Lu family and Zhou family's headwinds passed, it would be the Tang family's turn to be affected. Anyway, Tang Jinxi's reputation had already been stigmatized, so the best thing to do would be to have this fake young master officially cut ties with the Tang family. When this fiasco is over, Tang Chuanxi will come back with another identity and marry Tang Fei Fei. He's still a member of the Tang family. Still, at this point, Don Ellie asked excitedly, "Dad, can't we really think of another way?" "Yes, master. We can't. So what else do you guys say there is to do?" Tang Genren couldn't help but roar loudly, shocking Bai Hualian and the girls into shutting up. "You guys stay at home all day. Do you know how Ruoling and I were scolded by our big and little brothers at the company?" Originally, Tang Genren's wishful thinking had been very deep, and all the blueprints of the plan had surfaced in his mind. Yet the women of the family did not understand him and continued to go against his wishes. "No thought for myself at all. There's still time to get the Lu and Zhou families to help us block the knife. But what about after that?" Tang Genren gritted his teeth and stared at them. "When the heat from the two families is gone, the Tang family will be pushed into the wind once again. Do you guys think that at that time, my big brother and little brother and the others will continue to be this family head for me? Of course they don't think about that. Chapter 130. Be a good girl and find a man to marry. While the atmosphere in the hall was frozen, Tang Qingma sneered and walked over to Tang Jianren's side. From the beginning to the end, they would only think about their fake sons and fake brothers, not even thinking about how difficult it is to feed their Tang family head. Bai Hualian immediately reddened her eyes and said sadly, "Qingmo, how could you say that?" Tang Qingma looked at her coldly. Now that the Tang family is once again facing a crisis, you guys still only care about Tang Chuanxi. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Aye. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. Tang Ali gritted her teeth. That's because of you. As long as you persuade young Master Lu to delete the video with Qing Shi, won't nothing happen. Lu Tianren frowned. Shut up, rebel girl. Pa. Tang Ali's words were so strong that Tang Jianren couldn't help but slap her. Ah! Tang Ali felt a blazing pain coming from her face, her eyes surprised as she looked at the furious Tang Jianren. Dad, how could you? If you talk to me again, I'll stop your card, Tang Jianren said excitedly. Don Avery really did shut up. Since she was suspended from the hospital, she had to depend on the Tang family every day, and all of her living expenses came from the Tang family. If Tang Jianren really stopped her card, then she would have no money. Tang Qingma laughed sarcastically and said, I didn't expect that second sister, who once possessed a surgical saint, would become the family's bloodsucker after she was suspended again, and have to refute the opinions of the Tang family head who feeds the family. You, shut up. Tang Ali clenched her teeth. You're the one who needs to shut up. Tang Jianren frowned. Ever since Ellie Tang was suspended, it was like his otherwise smart and calm second daughter had turned into a fool. How about the fact that she originally only knew the medical side of things and didn't have the slightest understanding of the mansion world? It used to be a mistake to think she was smart only because she stayed in the hospital a lot and didn't have much access to it. Thinking of this, Tang Jianren's gaze towards Tang Ali became stern. Ali, you're unable to work now anyway. Since you're so free to stay at home, why don't you go on a blind date? From tomorrow onwards, I will arrange some young masters for you to get to know. Marry the man you fancy. Tang Jianren's words struck Tang Ali's mind like heavenly thunder, and the whole person was bombarded as if she had been sensationalized. Find a man to marry? Could it be that, in Tang Jianren's mind, the only way for himself was to marry? Tang Ali instantly paled, while Tang Chuanxi also ran to Tang Jianren's body and said pleadingly, Don't be angry, Dad. Second sister is also looking out for me. Tang Jianren was so upset by them that he directly announced, Then you'll move out tonight. Go to the press conference first thing tomorrow morning and apologize. Tang Stringy. I'll go anywhere as long as you're not mad. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Abominable. As expected, this Tang Jianren will only look at benefits. He'll be the first to abandon him as soon as something happens. Master Hoshi, Bai Hualian wanted to say something else, but was immediately coldly rebuked by Tang Jianren. Say it again and you'll move out with him. Seeing that Tang Ali and Bai Hualian were finally quiet, Tang Jianren looked at Tang Ruoling with a frown. Ruoling, I'm going to trouble you with all this. Although Tang Ruoling also couldn't bear to see Tang Strinxi move out, she also didn't want him to announce that he was severing his ties with the Tang family. Yet she also knew deep down that if she didn't care about that video any longer, the Tang family's interests would be seriously jeopardized. When that time came, her own position as president would be threatened as Tang Inchi's sister. Okay, I know, Dad. There was no choice but to delegate Hoshi first. After talking about these things, Tang Jianren turned his head, and his originally angry face looked at Lu Tianren with a compensatory smile like a Sichuan opera master converting. Young Master Lu, look at this. Stringy is already related to our Tang family, so that video, Lu Tianren said coldly. Wait until after the press conference is released tomorrow. Don't worry, Tang family master. If that video really doesn't have any characters related to the Tang family, then it will automatically disappear. So it all depends on whether or not Tang Chuanxi is sincere about cutting ties with the Tang family at tomorrow's press conference. Okay. After receiving the other party's verbal promise, Tang Jianren nodded happily. This is young Master Lu's promise. There are so many people listening. He needed to go back to the company immediately to tell this good news, to his relatives and shareholders, so that big brother and little brother would no longer pose any threat to his position as the head of the family. And after Tang Jianren left, Tang Yinshi finally couldn't help but kneel to the ground. White flower lotus Tang sisters. Hoshi. Big sister, mom. I don't want to leave home. I don't want to leave you guys. The corners of his eyes were red, and the wandering of his tears looked very pitiful, causing heartache for the women of the Tang family. Tang Ruoling also said with great reluctance, "Don't worry, Xiao Shi. I'll arrange for you to live in a house in the center of the city first. And when you and Fei Fei are finished with the marriage, you'll still be part of our Tang family, and you'll still be able to move back." Tang Yinshi bowed her head. That's true. But in that case, everything he had in the Tang family would be swept away by Tang Qingma before he returned. There was also the fact that he was now hanging on to the identity of the Tang family's young master. If he had only entered the Tang family by marrying Tang Fei Fei, he would have gone from being a young master to a flunky. Tang Ali was also extremely distressed. Obviously, Xiao Shi, you are also a victim. Why did Dad drive you away? Second sister, I really don't want to leave you guys. But if I continue to stay, my brother and father will be angry. Choked Tang Yinshi as she shed a trail of tears and cried. Tang Ali also turned her eyes to Tang Qingma, who was leaning against the wall watching the show. Seeing her opponent so casual, she said angrily, "You drove Hoshi away. Now you're satisfied." "Of course." Tang Qingma snickered. "How about the fact that he rolled out of the Tang family so smoothly, all thanks to his own death?"
Tang Jingyi.
Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 500. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 500. Brother, you just... Tang Qingma interrupted with a smile. Stop. You'd better go and pack your bags. Lest the Tang family master come back and still see you, and get angry again. Oh. Tang Qingma. Tang Ali was so angry that she raised her arm, wanting to palm scrape the other party. However, Lu Tianren had long since stepped forward and backhanded Tang Ali's snow-white face. Pa! Ah! Donnelly's remorse plus 200. White flower lotus was startled. Ellie! TSK. Tang Qingma looked down at Tang Ali and snorted. Dear second sister, rather than wasting time here, why don't you see if any other hospitals want your surgical saint who likes to stab people with syringes? But assholes like you who have no value whatsoever now, it's better to be good and find a man to marry. After saying that, Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren also left with smiling faces. Don Ellie gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Tang Qingma's words were like denying her years of effort in studying medicine, saying that she was only worth marrying. No way. She needed to get old 6 and 7 back as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Tang Jianren will give you up without hesitation. 131. Tang Jianren won't hesitate to give you up. As dusk approached, Wang Ma had already packed Tang Yinshi's bags clean and swept his dorm room empty. She agonizingly dragged duffel bag after duffel bag and carried them to the doorway. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Worthy of being Wang Ma, she packed out all of Tang Yinshi's things in such a short time. Wang Ma huffed and glanced at Tang Qingma, who was completely unhelpful, and continued to carry the heavy duffel bags with a numb expression. Tang Yinshi's remorse value plus 200. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. And during that time, the remorseful values of Tang Stringy, the Tang sisters, and White flower lotus constantly resounded in Tang Qingma's mind. They were probably all regretting why they hadn't just gone to stop Tang Jianren and allowed him to kick Tang Yinshi out. But Tang Qingma enjoyed listening to the system. Due to the number and variety of Tang Yinshi's personal belongings, in the end, Wang Ma could be seen packing 5 34-inch suitcases and putting 10 other small and large bags on top of them. Tang Qingma couldn't help but smile and grimace at the sight. TSK, that's awesome. This is to empty the entire Tang family. What sarcasm are you talking about? Tang Ali gritted her teeth and stared at Tang Qingma. If it weren't for you, how would Xiaoxi? If it wasn't for him wanting to enter the dinner venue and trying to get rid of me through Lu Ruyan's hands, he wouldn't have been photographed and wouldn't have been publicized online. Tang Qingma interrupted with a cold smile. Tang Yinshi, who had been poked and prodded, was inwardly shocked. But naturally, Tang Ali wouldn't believe what Tang Qingma said. And even more so, she gritted her teeth and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Shi is the victim. He was all victimized by Lu Ruyan. Why do you suppose he was able to get inside the venue? Tang Qingma smiled. The Lu family master had given orders not to allow Tang Yinshi to attend this dinner. If he really didn't want to enter, he could have asked the butler for help when Lu Ruyan brought him into the venue. If your fake brother was really that innocent, that video would have featured clips of him getting in the way of Ruyan Lu's pull with the Zhou siblings, and people online wouldn't be crusading against him. Tang Qingma walked slowly towards Tang Ali, reaching out to slap her face, making a slapping sound like humiliation. Dear second sister, even if you are some kind of surgical sage, please be smart when it comes to people's lives and don't let people look down on you. But it's okay, you can't find a hospital to hire now anyway. You'll just have to marry someone in the future. Tang Qingma knew very well what Tang Ali's pride as a strong woman was. She's just trying to shine in the medical profession because she doesn't want to marry someone for doing nothing. Even if she really wants to marry later on, she wants to find a quality man who can match her and have the same status as her in his field of expertise. However, now that her reputation in the medical community has been stigmatized, coupled with the increasingly negative news coming out of the Tang family, how can any hospital dare to want Tang Ali? Then after STH and not until then. As expected, Tang Ali was trembling with anger at Tang Qingma's sarcastic words, and her hands clenched into fists in anger. Don Ellie's remorse plus 500. Seeing Tang Xianqi's face redden with anger, she rushed forward. Brother, don't do this to second sister. Ah! Tang Qingma backhanded a punch to the face. Straight away, Tang Chuanxi's entire body was knocked to the ground. Hoshi! Tang Ali and White Flower Lotus immediately stepped forward in shock. Tang Qingma drew out her handkerchief, wiped her hands and said coldly, If you want to leave, hurry up and don't come over to disgust me. Tang Qingma, what did you do to Xiaoxi? Seeing the redness and swelling on the other's face, Tang Ali became emotional for a moment and tried to confront Tang Qingma. However, when she ran to Tang Qingma's body, she was kicked into the distance by the other party before she could even raise her hand. Ah! Tang Ali was suddenly kicked down and her whole body crouched on the ground in pain. Ellie! Bai Hualian observed her in surprise, then looked at Tang Qingma with red eyes. Qingma you! Tianren. Tang Qingma directly ignored them and gestured to Lu Tianren. Help Wang Ma throw everything out. Yes. Lu Tianren, who had been pretending to be transparent, immediately stepped forward to take the large bag in Wang Ma's hand and walked directly to the door to throw it out. Brother. Tang Xianqi's face went white, incredulously looking at her things being thrown out the door just like that. A great deal of humiliation filled the heart. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Yinxi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingma, how dare this do this to me? Yet even though his heart was filled with hatred, Tang Qingma had already walked up to him, her tone light and provocative. If you don't leave again, do you want to wait for the Tang family master to return? Tang Xianqi clenched her fists, but her eyes were red as she looked at him. Brother, are you that cruel? Of course, because you're a fake, and I'm only offering advice. The one who really kicked you out was the Tang family head, your good father, Tang Stringy. Tang Qingma looked pleasant as he snorted. Haha, as you can see. Although this time it's your own death, as long as everything can be resolved when you're kicked out of the Tang family. Tang Jianren won't hesitate to give up on you as well. Yes. Compared to Tang Qingma's cruelty, Tang Jianren's indifference was what chilled his heart. Whether biological or not, Tang Jianren will mercilessly abandon Tang Fei, Tang Shuirong, and even herself. Of course, right now, besides publicly apologizing and severing ties with the Tang family, you have one last value, and that's marrying Fei Tang. Tang Qingma continued to sneer in his ear. Although you'll once again become a member of the Tang family when you get married, but by then you'll be entering the Tang family as a member of the family. So what do you think Tang Jianren will think of you? Tang Qingxi's brain was hit hard by Tang Qingma's words. By then, he wouldn't be the Tang family's young master, but a son-in-law in the family. Go to your family. Son-in-law. At that moment, Tang Ruoling, who had finished greeting Bai Hualian, approached Tang Xianqi. Seeing his somewhat broken look, he couldn't bear to say, Hoshi, let's go. She was going to arrange for Tang Yinshi to live in a 2-bedroom apartment downtown first. That's one of her properties. The neighborhood has a beautiful environment, good security, and a nanny is hired to clean regularly. So Tang Yinshi can feel at ease when she lives there. Elder sister. Naturally, Tang Yinshi didn't want to leave, didn't want to abandon his existing young master status. But the current situation no longer allowed him to stay, and he could only walk out of the Tang family villa in a state of disorientation. Tang Chuanxi just got into Tang Ruoling's RV. Due to its large body, it was able to force a large amount of his luggage. And as Tang Ruoling drove the car away, the outside of the villa was immediately filled with the pained cries of Bai Hualien, as well as the unwanted shouts of Tang Ali and Tang Meixin. Hoshi! Hoshi! Tang Qingma Lu Tianren. Tang Qingma. It's just moving out. Why are you screaming like you're in mourning? Those who don't know will think Tang Inshi is dead. When Tang Ali heard Tang Qingma's cold words, she once again gritted her teeth and glared at him. You! How can you be so vicious? Xiao Shi is all because of you. Pa! Tang Qingma didn't give her another chance to speak this time, quickly coming to Tang Ali's body and slapping her across the face. You really don't get the lesson. Dancing in front of me again and again. Tang Qingma pulled up her hair with such force that it looked like he was trying to rip her scalp off. Aha! The intense pain caused Don Avery's eyes to go black and her head to feel dizzy. Don Ellie's remorse plus 500. Ellie, second sister. Seeing this, Bai Hualien and Tang Meixin both wanted to stop Tang Qingma. The only one on the scene who could fight against him was Tang Meixin, a third-grade martial artist. However, the moment she tried to go over, Lu Tianren, who was on the side, immediately stepped forward, and fierce palm winds were directed towards her figure. Ah! Tang Meixin sensed her opponent's attack and hurriedly dodged it. However, Lu Tianren's attack had a wider range, and Tang Meixin's arm was grazed with blood from the palm wind. Mihin. Bai Hualien looked at Tang Meixin in surprise, but she couldn't care less about the others, because Tang Qingma had already arrived in front of her when she didn't react and pinched her neck with one hand. Chapter 132. You've always looked down on me as your own son. 132. You've always looked down on my own son. Bai Hualien's neck was instantly tightened by Tang Qingma's forceful choke. Qing mo. The pupils of her eyes widened in surprise, her expression incredulous. Even though Tang Qingma's attitude towards himself during this period was very cold, this was the first time he had pinched her this hard. Oh my dear mother, how long are you going to keep popping up in front of me? Tang Qingma was still smiling, but the eyes that looked at White Flower Lotus were as cold as silk. Qing mo. What the hell are you talking about? I mean, it's fine that you favor people other than me, but it's annoying to watch you jump all over me so often for so little hypocrisy. Saying that, Tang Qingma pinched her palms tighter. No, Qingma, cough. During this period, Bai Hualien also saw Tang Qingmo excessively treating Tang Qingxi and her daughters. But now it was still the first time Tang Qingma had done something to himself. White Lotus Remorse plus 500. White Flower Lotus Remorse plus 500. In a flash, her remorse value came out like a flood. Qingmo. A large number of teardrops continued to fall from the corners of her eyes as well. It was her heart that was hurting more than the pain she was suffering physically. Why would her own son act so outrageously towards her? Why did they come to this? Why did God do this to her? Mom! Tang Ali, who had fallen to the ground, also looked at Tang Qingma in surprise. All along Tang Qingma had spoken coldly to Bai Hualien, but today was the first time he had taken a shot at her. She and Tang Meixin want to go and rescue Bai Hualien, but Lu Tianren directly stops Tang Meixin's figure, and Ellie Tang, she, an ordinary person, was merely close to Tang Qingma before she was bounced far away by the power of qi and blood emanating from the other party. Tang Qingma didn't even look at her, just kept sneering at Bai Hualien. Mrs. Tang, every time something happens, you always tell me to stop. But have you ever thought that it was your good son, your good daughter who provoked me first? White Flower Lotus. You haven't thought about it because as long as I let them bully like I used to, you can see the so-called peaceful scenery, right? No, it's not like that. For some reason, Bai Hualien was unusually vain after hearing Tang Qingma's words. It was obvious that he should care about Tang Qingma, but why does one feel alarmed by those words? No? Then why do you make me compromise every time something happens? The pupils of White Flower Lotus eyes kept shifting from side to side. Tang Qingma's pinched hand grew tighter and tighter, and his tone was a bit frantic as he asked, Why? Mrs. Tang. She couldn't answer, and a thick regret welled up inside her. White Lotus remorse plus 500. White Lotus remorse plus 500. Tang Qingma shook off the white flowery lotus body and continued to scold with a cold smile. Speak, aren't you my mother? Why do you want me to apologize first every time? Why do you think it's my fault every time I'm bullied? It's not. Massive tear tracks continued to fall from the corners of her good eye, and she felt like her heart was going to break open in pain. She doesn't know. I don't know what to say to that. It was as if just by answering, Tang Qingma would tear open the side of her heart she was most reluctant to admit. But even if she didn't want to face it, her false true side would be forcibly torn apart by Tang Qingma. I'll tell you what, Tang Qingma sneered. Because you've always looked down on me as your own son. The scales in your heart have been off for a long time. But for the sake of your own good image, you want me, your own son, to settle for you. It's the only way you can keep pretending to be generous. And as long as I don't fight back, you can keep getting caught up on the false peace. No, it's not. Bai Hualian listened to Tang Qingmo reveal the true side of her heart, her hands painfully grasping his arms, trying to struggle to escape. She'd always been reluctant to admit it, acknowledging the fact that when he first saw Tang Qingma, he was disappointed in the fact that his own son, who looked like a beggar and snatched food from a dog. She's the daughter of the Bai family, but she's the wife of the Tang family. She has 7 wonderful daughters and has raised her son to be so well-behaved and kind even if he is not her own. But why? Why was her own son? Her own son that she had carried down in October, so filthy and vulgar. She didn't want to admit it. But now, the true side of her heart was torn open by Tang Qingma's own hands, causing Bai Hualian's brain to suffer a severe shock. White Lotus remorse plus 500. White Lotus remorse plus 500. White Lotus remorse plus 500. No, Kiyomo, that's not what I think. I've been so distressed by what happened to you. White Lotus remorse plus 500. I really want to care about you just White Lotus remorse plus 500. Tang Qingma sneered. Then you call the police to arrest Tang Inchi's birth mother and teach this person who plunged me into 18 years of hell a lesson? Can you do it? Chapter 133. All of heaven has to thank her. Tang Jinchi's birth mother was the culprit who switched Tang Qingma, who was still a baby, causing him to fall into 18 years of hell. Wouldn't it be natural to call the police on a criminal who kidnapped a baby like that? But White Flower Lotus hesitated. Her brain went down in an instant, not quite daring to look at Tang Qingma, because what she was thinking about was how Tang Inchi felt. If she catches Tang Inchi's birth mother in jail, won't that make Tang Inchi sad? She actually entertained such thoughts. But quickly, the choking and pain in her neck brought her back to her senses. Tang Qingma's voice also came into his ears. Well, my dear mother, if you really love me and care about me, shouldn't you immediately take my kidnapper to jail and make her life worse than death? Bai Hualian's face was red from the difficulty in breathing. Her mouth opened slightly, but she couldn't say anything. What? Why are you still thinking about it? Don't you care about me? Tang Qingma's hand that was pinching White Flower Lotus shook it twice as hard as she could, and she felt her brain being shaken painfully. Kiyomo? Tang Qingma suddenly let go of her hand, causing her entire body to fall to the ground. Ahem. Cough. Because of the suffocation just now, White Flower Lotus coughed painfully. But what hurts more is your own heart. White Lotus remorse plus 500. Tang Qingma hooked her lips in a cold smile, her eyes staring. Come, my good mother. Now take out your cell phone and call the police. The White Flower Lotus that stopped on the ground looked shocked. Its whole body shivered and did not dare to move. White Lotus remorse plus 500. White Lotus remorse plus 500. A large amount of remorse value surged from her inner place, and it was like she was now in the extreme state of choosing between the two. Choosing between her own son, whom she carried to term in October, and the fake son she raised for 18 years. It seems like what you said about caring about me was all a lie. Seeing the other party's hesitant expression, Tang Qingma instead revealed a bright smile. However, his eyes were so cold that they pierced Bai Hualian's heart like fine needles. It's not like that, Kiyomo. She wanted to retort and deny, but Tang Qingma took out his cell phone and tried to shove it into her hand. Then hurry up and call the police. Hurry up and get Tang Stringy's mother. And get the criminal who destroyed my life. Hurry up.
No.
It won't work, Kiyomo? And as Bai Hualien watched Tang Qingma catch her finger and press her fingertip to the number, she then flung her arm away in horror. Ping! Bai Hualien threw Tang Qingma's hands to the side with great force, and a loud noise could still be heard because of the sheer force. Ha! It was then that Bai Hualien came back to her senses and looked at Tang Qingma in shock. But what surprised her even more was that Tang Qingma looked like he had already anticipated his reaction. His shallow smile was as if he was being sarcastic. The cell phone in his hand was also held firmly tight, or it would have been flung into the distance. Qingma. Seeing Tang Qingma's bland reaction, Bai Hualien couldn't help but feel a trace of fear within her heart. She seems to make the worst choices of her life. Tang Qingma didn't say anything else, but silently put the phone back into his pants pocket and stood up to straighten his clothes as well. Qingmo, say something. Seeing Tang Qingmo, who no longer paid any attention to himself, Bai Hualien hurriedly climbed up from the ground and reached out, wanting to catch Tang Qingmo's pant leg. However, Tang Qingma took a step back, as if he didn't want to be touched by her. White flower lotus remorse plus 500. White flower lotus remorse plus 500. Qingmo, please don't do this. White flower lotus regretted it. She shouldn't have rejected Tang Qingma so heartlessly just now. Even if that woman was Tang Qingxi's biological mother, she was still a criminal who had kidnapped Tang Qingma anyways. She shouldn't just think of Tang Yinxi and ignore Tang Qingma's feelings. Qingmo, please say something. A large amount of tear tracks continued to flow down from the corners of Bai Hualien's eyes, looking very pitiful. And Tang Qingma just hooked a smile and asked sarcastically, "What do you want me to say? A good mother who chooses a fake son. White flower lotus. No, that's not it. White lotus remorse plus 500. So what do you want? Want me to get along with the son of a criminal, or the criminal who destroyed my life? That's my good mother. The one who looks out for everyone but her own son's feelings. No,
King Montauk.
it's not." Bai Hualien was still shedding tears and crying out in pain. But Tang Qingma was speechless. "Stop crying. Your tears are really worthless. What's going on?" White flower lotus stopped crying when she was choked like that, and her whole body froze. But the tears that were already hanging at the corners of his eyes still flowed out, creating a funny look on his face. Tang Qingma sneered as he walked up to her, smiling with a downward gaze, and said, "All right, since you've already chosen Tang Chuanxi, then please don't even talk to me in the future. It's annoying to look at." No way, Kiyomo. Baekwa Ryan sees her own son completely reject her this time, and her heart aches to redeem herself. But she just reached out, and Tang Qingma all but dodged backward, then turned away. "Tenrin, let's go." "Yes." "No." White lotus remorse plus 500. White lotus remorse plus 500. Watching the endless stream of remorse values pouring out, the system went crazy with joy. Host, White flower lotus's remorse value is so well gleaned. If it was any other member of the Tang family, Tang Qingma might have to spend a little more effort and tactics, but in the face of white flower lotus, a hypocritical white lotus, he could pop gold coins for it with just a few words.
Tang Qingmo, A.
If there was one thing he was most disgusted with out of all the Tang family members, it was this white flower lotus. But disgusting as it was, she also had the most consistent harvest of remorse values. Tendo has her to thank for that. Tang Qingma. System. After that, tell me about any new developments in the Tang clan group. All right. This time, if Tang Chuanxi could successfully be expelled from the Tang family and sever ties with the Tang family, I wonder if it would allow the Heavenly Tao to enhance its power. Now we just have to wait for tomorrow's press conference to see the final results. On the other side, Tang Ruoling was driving the caravan. Located in the trunk of the car, Tang Yinxi did not say a word from the car until now, always bowing his head like a lost soul. "Hoshi, you don't have to be so pessimistic." Tang Ruoling, who was looking at Tang Stringxi in the reverse mirror, said heartbrokenly, "Now that the company is experiencing losses, if we don't fix it, both Dad and I will be impeached by the shareholders in them. So, I know." Tang Yinxi whispered sadly, "This time it's all because of me. If I hadn't accidentally had a video taken, nothing would have happened at home. I deserve to be kicked out by my dad this time." Tang Ruoling looked at the emotionally lost Tang Yinxi and felt pain inside. She said quietly, "Hoshi, you don't have to feel like you're really being driven away, either. Even though your figure was photographed and you haven't had a good reputation lately. Dad did it for the benefit of the Tang family and for the sake of you being able to marry Fifi smoothly afterward. As long as you and Fifi are married, you'll still be able to come home to your family then. Tang Stringy. But do you realize that by that time his status will have dropped in value? Chapter 134. When you marry Tang Fei Fei later, you can still come back as a younger brother. 134. When you marry Tang Fei Fei later, you can still come back as a younger brother. Hoshi, you're staying at my house out there for now. Tang Ruoling drove the car to a simple apartment residential complex and tapped the access to the parking lot with her resident card. You can stay inside for a while, and then come back after this online fiasco is over and you have your wedding with Fifi. Good.
Tang Shengxi nốt đét.
He was still a well-behaved child in Tang Ruoling's eyes, so he couldn't have any objections. It was only after Tang Ruoling stopped the car that Tang Strinxi began to shiver and her eyes filled with sadness. Big sister, do I really have to live here alone? I was really wrong this time. Tang Xianqi lowered his head, and although he couldn't see the expression he was currently displaying, he could detect his sadness from the trembling of his body and under his voice. Xiaoxi, you don't have to worry too much. Tang Ruoling didn't know how to comfort, and could only go up and pat his shoulder. I found a nanny aunt who will cook and clean regularly, so just talk to her directly if you need anything. But I don't want to be separated from you guys. And I don't want to go and publicly apologize tomorrow. Tang Xianqi still wanted to save the day. He didn't want everything he had run in the Tang family for years to go to waste, and really regret it nowadays. If he had known that Lu Ruyan was so without and stupid, he should not have counted on her a long time ago. And now you have to drag yourself into being kicked out of the Tang family and having to publicly apologize tomorrow. Tang Xianqi clenched her teeth. In the eyes of the other Tang family members, that press conference looked like it was just a formality. But if he announced to the public tomorrow that he had severed his ties with the Tang family, then there was a chance that he himself would lose the Tang family as a protective shield until he married Fei Fei Tang. Eldest sister, if I cut ties with the Tang family to the public tomorrow, I'll no longer be a child of the Tang family, and everyone will bully me. Reddened Tang Qingxi's eyes, hoping to convince Tang Ruoling again. However, to Tang Ruoling, she only felt that Tang Jinxi was an overgrown child, and only thought that the other party was unwilling to perform because they would feel lonely after being separated from their family. Although she also felt heartbroken for Tang Yinxi, this time it was about her and her father's position in the Tang group, so she still needed Tang Yinxi to cooperate. Xiao Shi, you don't have to think so pessimistically. Tang Ruoling patted his shoulder again. You will always be our son and brother in the hearts of your mom, dad, and our sisters, and even if you're not related by blood, it doesn't change your place in our hearts. And you'll marry Fifi afterward, so won't you be even more rightfully our brother then? Why do you think someone is bullying you? Watching Tang Ruoling make it sound so easy, Tang Yinxi was speechless for a moment. His current identity is still the young master of the Tang family. It's completely different from becoming a son-in-law after marrying Tang Fei Fei. Okay? But since in Tang Ruoling's heart, as long as Tang Strinxi could stay inside the Tang family all the time, so no matter what status was given it wouldn't affect the feelings between their siblings, it didn't feel like it mattered. Big sister, Alright, Xiao Shi. Tang Jinxi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Tang Ruoling. Actually, I don't want you to step in either, but for the sake of our second house's position in the group, I can only sacrifice you for a bit for now. Don't worry. I'll ask Dad to speed up the process for you and Fifi to get married. We'll also keep your room at home and wait for you to come back anytime. If there's nothing else, I'm going to head back to the office first. Tang Ruoling looked at the time. She needed to go back and work with Tang Jinren to deal with the eldest and third houses. Hoshi, I'll come and pick you up in the morning. So get some rest today and get ready to attend the press conference. That said, the more haggard the person naturally looks at a public apology press conference, the better. But what does it mean to tell the person to rest and get well? Big sis. Okay. But even as Tang Chuanxi tried to make a final struggle, Tang Ruoling simply couldn't figure out what he meant. If she continued, her image as a good girl would be shattered. So Tang Jinxi didn't dare to continue, and could only silently watch Tang Ruoling leave. That night, Tang Yinxi really did not sleep very well. When he thought about how everything he had in Tang's house was thrown out by Tang Qingma in the morning, he was very angry. But on the other side, Tang Qingma was very joyful. He was in the warehouse at the docks, watching Ryu Ruyan being tortured, writhing and crawling on the ground. "Oh, help! Help me!" Lu Ruyan, who was lying on the ground, had her entire face scratched up at this point, and her body was covered in an oversensitive red rash. She no longer knew where she had crawled to, except that she saw some man's shoes and tried to reach for them. But she didn't expect that the place she was reaching for was Tang Qingma's figure. Ping! Tang Qingma lifted his foot and stomped hard on the back of her hand. Ah! Already full of pain, Lu Ruyan still had to feel the bones in the back of her hands being stepped on, and the dried tear tracks were once again imprinted with new tears. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Don't. Tang, young Master Tang. Please spare me. The originally high and mighty Lu Ruyan had now turned into something like rotten mud on the ground, begging for mercy continuously to Tang Qingma, whom she despised the most. Tang Qingma shook her head slightly and asked with a cold smile, "Tisk, TSK. Lu Ruyan, do you know what you're like now?" "No. Young Master Tang. Rotten mess. You look like dirt on the ground now, ugh." Ryu froze. She remembers it well. Earlier, when she went to the Tang family, intending to take it out on Tang Yinshi. He himself was the one who used the term rotten to describe Tang Qingma, but I didn't expect that within such a short period of time, the positions of myself and Tang Qingma would be reversed. Nowadays, my own self has really become a filthy mess under the vicious revenge of the other side. No, no! Intense fear made Lu Ruyan try to escape, but with her legs already broken she had no way to move. Tang Qingma's voice came out once again. "By the way, the Tang Chuanxi you care about, he'll be severing his ties with the Tang family tomorrow. What's going on?" Chapter 135. Do you think I'm too much for you or them? The Tang Chuanxi you're concerned about, he'll cut ties with the Tang family tomorrow. Tang Chuanxi will break ties with the Tang family tomorrow. Lu Ruyan looked stunned. Forgetting the pain on her body for a moment, Tang Qingma snickered. "Do you know why he wants to break ties with the Tang family?" "Of course it's so that I can smoothly get married to Tang Fei Fei." Even though she already knew about Tang Stringy and Tang Fei Fei's marriage, Lu Ruyan still felt heartbroken. The man she loved with all her heart, for whom she gave all her heart. But in the end, she was tricked and reduced to the present miserable state. Tang Qingma still smiled triumphantly and said, "It's really pitiful, Lu Ruyan. It's because Tang Yinshi is the fake young master. Even if he breaks off his relationship with the Tang family, he can marry Tang Fei Fei by changing his identity, and then he can become a member of the Tang family again. And you?" Tang Qingma kicked the back of Lu Ruyan's head with his toes, and his loose hair hooked a bit onto the back of his shoe. "You were used by Tang Chuanxi and mercilessly discarded after squeezing the last of your value. Instead, Tang Yinshi married the Tang family's daughter, and so-called severed the relationship can still use the Tang family's property and live a good and happy life." "Oh," said Ruyan Lu as she continued to shed warm tears. Tang Qingma's words were simply murderous and heartbreaking, plunging her into even more intense despair. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan could be said to have spawned a hatred for Tang Stringcloth in addition to his remorse value. It's all him. It was all because Tang Stringy had gotten her into this mess. But before Lu Ruyan could think anything more, Tang Qingma's triumphant voice came from the top again. "By the way, you've been here for so long. Don't you care about Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting?" "Huh?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. But when she thought that the Zhou siblings had already thrown themselves away in the morning, she darkened her eyes. They've abandoned themselves. However, she heard Tang Qingma say something amazing again. "You know what? They did want to leave you behind and run off to another place, so I'll fulfill them." Lu Ruyan looked up in surprise. To fulfill them? Only to see Tang Qingma reveal an evil smile and let out a voice like that of an evil spirit. "Although I don't know if you've heard about it, but Zhou Shang happened to save a young master of a powerful family in the morning." She knows. Though she was dazed under the overpass at the time, she had heard it. It's also because of guilt over them that they didn't stop the two from leaving. Who knew that? Tang Qingma laughed evilly. "But what Zhou Shang doesn't know is that that so-called young master is someone I found to pretend to be." "Oh, what?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in genuine surprise this time. Instantly forgetting the pain on her body, the young master Zhou Shang saved was the one Tang Qingma had someone pretend to be. I also gave him hope that he thought he had saved a nobleman and could leave China to make a lot of money. And he actually believed it. Ha. Tang Qingma laughed out loud as if thinking of Zhou Shang's stupidity at that time. When he brought Zhou Ting to the pier, do you know what awaited them? Tang Qingma lifted Lu Ruyan's chin with the tip of her shoe, forcing her rotten and tear-stained face to look at herself. Waiting for them is a cargo ship bound for northern Burma. Lu Ruyan was instantly stunned, his brain caught in a blank state by his words. Tang Qingma, what is he talking about? North of Maine? He caught the Chow siblings in northern Burma. It's a base for telecom fraud, and it's hell for young people. Tang Qingma actually sent them to a place like that, and seeing Lu Ruyan's already dumbfounded and ugly appearance, Tang Qingma was even in a happier mood. It's a shame you didn't come with them at that time. You are the one who didn't see that they were showing a look of excitement of traveling to heaven. But when they saw my arrival, their faces instantly dropped to hell. Haha, it's really hilarious. Snap. He even clapped his hands together for a moment before making a spreading motion. That little cutie, Zhou Shang, really thinks he has the power to save your people and get rid of the sludge life? SK. How can that be? Tang Qingma hummed and laughed. They realize in the end that everything was planned out by me, and they're just walking from one hell to another. But for Zhou Shang and Zhou Ting now, living a life of sludge here is probably better than going to the north of Myanmar. Ha. Tang Qingma's mocking voice stung Lu Ruyan's ears. Her mind went blank at this point, unable to think about anything. Once she heard that the Zhou family siblings had been captured in the northern part of Myanmar under the other party's design, her already uncomfortable body felt even more cold in her hands and feet and difficulty in breathing. A patch in front of his eyes appeared faint, and a buzzing ringing sound came from his ears. After half a long time, Lu Ruyan finally stammered, "For why?" Tang Qingma looked at her with a smile. "Why do this to them?"
柳如茵感觉很难受，胸口处像是有什么想要吐出来。
But even then, she couldn't help but ask, "Why were you so cruel to the Zhou siblings? Even though they have bullied you? But did they have to go so far?" Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. In Lu Ruyan's heart, the Zhou family siblings had been her followers since childhood, and even though they had treated her badly in the past few days, she had feelings for them. Therefore, she couldn't accept Tang Qingma acting so excessively towards them, and wondering if it was my own fault that I felt guilty for subjecting them to such cruelty. However, Tang Qingma scoffed and asked back rhetorically, "Then do you think I'm going overboard with you or with them?"
You.
It's a cruel hell on both sides. How does that make her choose? But Tang Qingma looked at Lu Ruyan's stunned face and cheerfully continued to laugh. Right? To me, you're all the same. My principle is to return an eye for an eye 100 times over. So not only you, but all those who have bullied me in the past will not be spared. As for the way to retaliate, Tang Qingma smiled brightly. It depends on my mood. Depends on his mood. So he dealt with the Chow siblings by sending them to northern Burma, and with himself by... Tang Qingma smiled. Are you satisfied with this answer of mine?
No.
Tang Qing, young master. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan shook her head in agony as she raised her hand, which had been stomped into redness and a rash, and tried to beg for mercy again. However, it was kicked away from him. Well, we've had a long talk too, and it's time to move on. No! Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Tang Qingma secretly smiled as she walked over to Xiao Chun, the black-clothed little brother who had been staying at the corner and had been instructed by Su Jingchen to come and watch over Lu Ruyan. That little brother had been holding the black box in his hand since Tang Qingma came to the warehouse, standing in a corner position pretending to be transparent, and then shivering in fear by the other party's words and cruel actions. "Are you okay?" Tang Qingma couldn't help but ask when she saw that his hands were shaking as he held the box. "No, I'm fine," said Xiao Chun, wearing sunglasses and not daring to look at him. Tang Qingma smiled. "Give me the box then. I'm afraid you'll lose it if you shake it." "Oh, good." He hurriedly handed over the black box in his hand and continued to cower in the corner and act transparent. Chapter 136. I've got a good deal. Interested in hearing about it? Tang Qingma pulled out the sweetness strong coffee from the system space, which was drawn from the boring lottery before, and poured it straight onto Lu Ruyan's body.
Ah.
No, Don't. It was obviously just sweet coffee, but it made Ryu Rian feel unusually scared, because after pouring these sweetened drinks on her body, Tang Qingma would turn her into food for the bugs. This time, however, Tang Qingma had asked Su Jingchen's men to find a small scorpion. He put on his thick-bodied cloth gloves and pulled a small brown scorpion out of his face, its limbs still moving, and the two pincers located above his head were in rhythm when he smelled the scent wafting through the air. Kiri.
柳如茵看到这可怕的生物，内心顿时恐惧得无法说话。
Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Don't worry. These little scorpions are all non-poisonous. Oh, how could I let you die so quickly? Tang Qingma smiled brightly, saying words that made Lu Ruyan as if she was in hell. But, if you get bitten, it's going to hurt that little bit, so just bear with it. No, don't. Tang Qingma turned the box upside down, and a large number of small brown scorpions kept falling to the ground. It was as if they were searching for the source of the aroma and kept crawling rapidly. Finally, they climbed onto Lu Ruyan's body and tore and pinched at the skin above, which was full of blood marks and red spots. Ah! Scorpions are completely different from the little black bugs that came before them. Even though they were small in size, their sharp pincers were able to cut a lot of blood into the tender and fragile skin of Lu Ruyan. At this moment, not an inch of her skin was intact. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Aha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Tang Qingma's laughter as well as Lu Ruyan's screams filled the entire warehouse, and Xiao Chun remained hiding inside the corner. Facing the scene in front of him, cold sweat had broken out on his forehead and back, and shivering, he took out his cell phone and secretly recorded the images of Tang Qingma torturing Lu Ruyan, then sent them to Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen. It wasn't until Xiao Chun wanted to commit nausea and turn his cell phone off that he saw Tang Qingma suddenly appear in front of him. The sudden appearance of the figure scared him so much that his entire body jumped up, but the next second he looked at his phone awkwardly, his voice stuttering a little. No, young Master Tang. I was just reporting to Boss Su. Tang Qingma smiled brightly and gently patted his shoulder. It's fine. As long as you haven't leaked it out, it doesn't matter if you like to take your time viewing it alone. No. Xiao Chan shook his head frantically. I'll delete it after I send it to Boss Su. He also immediately displayed all the deleted records of his cell phone for Tang Qingma to see. What a joke. How could he give this movie away? He's a man who's afraid for his life. And he's not a sadist, he's not going to sneak a peek alone. Tang Qingma smiled, didn't say anything, and after a few seconds of silence, he turned away and continued to walk in the direction of Lu Ruyan. That's what relieved him. Aha! Aha! Meanwhile, a large number of scorpions still used their sharp pincers to pinch out bloody marks on Lu Ruyan's skin. Originally she was suffering from insect allergies and rashes yesterday, and today she was also so tormented by these little scorpions. The intense pain caused Lu Ruyan to black out before glancing at her head. Her head became faint. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. No, please. Don't. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. Aha. Those things hurt so much on her body. I'm sorry. Young Master Tang. I'm sorry. Tears slid down her face once again. At this point, he was no different from the mud on the ground. Even if Tang Qingma was willing to let her go now, her face and entire body were rotten. She couldn't go out and meet people. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Aha! It hurts. Don't. Because of the sweet coffee scent still lingering on her. Those scorpions would not let her go so easily. Tang Qingma nodded in satisfaction as well. It seemed that the wastewater that had been thrown in space before Lu Ruyan's mental breakdown had their purpose. System. No, I didn't think the host would use the wastewater for those either. It wasn't until Lu Ruyan passed out from almost pain and despair that the remorse value beeps that appeared in his head stopped. Tang Qingma also stretched his backbone. Let's call it a day. Chun, still hiding in the corner. Huh? Are you still coming tomorrow? Only Tang Qingma stretched out the palm of his hand, and several yellow rays of light emerged. Beep! Countless lightning bolts burned all the small scorpions on Lu Ruyan's body into black carbon. At the same time, The flashing thunder also made the fainted Lu Ruyan leap up to her upper body like a fish, and then fainted again. Chan's eyes widened and he propped up his black super sunglasses. Good. Awesome. Thunderbolt's skill, though powerful in attack, is actually very difficult to manipulate and control. If you're not careful, it's easy to spread out to the people around you. However, Tang Qingma was only using the most basic lightning, but he accurately scorched all of those uncountable numbers of small scorpions, and hadn't completely harmed Lu Ruyan. It's only fair to report this to Boss Su as well. Tang Qingma didn't pay any attention to what kind of expression Xiao Chun revealed, just smiled and said, "I'm going to go back then. I'll trouble you with tonight's custody. Don't give her a run for her money." Chun, oh, no, you've broken her legs, how can she run? But he was afraid to say it. By the way, do you have a good brother? Suddenly, Tang Qingma asked Xiao Chun. Xiao Tran? I've got a great deal. Interested in hearing about it? After communicating with Xiao Chun, Tang Qingma didn't pay any more attention to him and Lu Ruyan and just left the warehouse. He's going to sleep well today and watch the press conference of Tang Chuanxi tomorrow. Chapter 137 Press Conference Release. Ryu has been having nightmares since she passed out. She dreamed that she was trapped in an infinite darkness, being chased by a mass of grayish-white flying insects. She kept running and running. Finally, he fell to the ground after losing his strength and accidentally tripping over his feet. No, don't. Lu Ruyan turned her head in horror, looking at a large, densely packed swath of flying bugs, a terrifying sense of fear filling her heart. It was like those bugs were treating themselves like food and tearing at their skin. His own body was gradually bitten out with a bloody hole, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. Finally, she dreamed of Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma smiled wickedly as he commanded those bugs to torment her. Don't. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. Lu Ruyan's remorse value plus 500. At this time, Tang Qingma, who had already left the warehouse and returned to the Tang family's villa, was a bit stunned as he kept receiving Lu Ruyan's remorseful value voice. What? Lu Ruyan has woken up? Was his army of scorpions so mundane that it woke up Ruyan Lu so quickly? System. No host. She had a nightmare. A nightmare? You're generating remorse even in your dreams? Probably having very scary nightmares related to the host. Tang Qingma was very joyful upon hearing this, grinding her palm. I didn't think that even when I fell asleep I could collect remorse values. This isn't even easier. System. No, it's you, the host, who is so horrible that you make people dream about you in a negative direction when they sleep. Early the next morning, Tang Qingma woke up in high spirits, his whole body moisturized and glowing, while Tang Qianxi was unable to sleep well because of this press conference. And in addition to having dark circles under his eyes, his whole body looked haggard. When Tang Ruoling comes to pick him up, his heart breaks. But there was no way around it. Now only if Tang Hongxi personally and publicly cut ties with the Tang family would be able to resolve this video fiasco, and the Lu family would remove it from the internet. Anyway, he would become the son-in-law of the Tang family in the future. So Tang Ruoling thought about it, and then decided that severing the relationship wasn't a big deal. And Tang Yinxi couldn't say it straight for the sake of her well-behaved image. Now that Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling, the highest sayers of the Tang family, had decided that they wanted him to break off their relationship, then they themselves were doomed to not be able to escape. Soon enough, Tang Ruoling brought Tang Jinxi to a conference hall in a certain high-class hotel. Reporters worked overnight after receiving the news from the Tang family yesterday, and came to the hotel venue almost early in the morning to grab the frontmost position. Ever since the last incident involving the real and fake young masters of the Tang family had become the focus of the media. Both regular reporters and paparazzi want to get the latest intel. However, the Tang family's villa was located in an affluent neighborhood with deep security. So even if they had the money, they couldn't get in, and the Tang family had kept their news tightly sealed. The media feeds on the latest breaking news, and they quickly gave up after several days of not getting any news from the Don family. However, Tang Jinxi, the fake young master, still had a lot of attention heat online. It had been less than a few months since the earlier incident of the real young master being bullied and cold-shouldered by his entire family, and now it was revealed that the fake young master had joined his fiancée in hiring martial artists to teach the real young master a lesson. Coupled with the fact that the Lu family had held an unauthorized and secret exhibition of exotic beasts, which had led to major accidents such as the venue's guests nearly being killed or injured, the Lu family and the Zhou family had now been investigated by the governmental departments, and would soon be gone. So the media then returned their attention to the fake young master of the Tang family. Just yesterday, the Tang announced that it would hold a press conference the next day to give the public an explanation. So how could they pass up this popular pop-up? Located at the far end of the council chamber, a long table has been set up with several microphones on it. Reporters had set up their long guns, and some channels were on live at their disposal. After all, it belongs to the privacy of the gentry, and it's not often that ordinary people get to see it. And Tang Chuanxi entered with Tang Ruoling at the back door of the conference hall. As soon as he arrived at the back door lounge location, he saw White Lotus and the Tang sisters inside, looking at him with worried faces. Mom, second sister, third sister. Immediately Tang Inchi's eyes were red and glistening with tears. My Xiao, why are you so haggard? Bai Hualien couldn't bear to see such an aggrieved expression on Tang Stringxi's face, so she hurriedly went forward to hug him. Mom, I really don't want to break off my relationship with you guys. Even though I'll be marrying my fourth sister afterward, I'll have to separate from you guys for a while and I don't want to. He had been a regimental favorite of the Tang family since he was a child and hadn't lived apart from his family at all. That's why Tang Ali and Tang Meishin also reluctantly hugged Bai Hualien and Tang Stringxi together. But while this clearly looked like a cozy scene, Tang Jianren on the side was unusually dissatisfied. The reporters are waiting outside now. We haven't seen each other for one night. Why do we have to make it look like we're leaving each other? So he asked impatiently, Okay, Stringy, are you ready? Dad, said Tang Stringy, glancing out of the corner of his eye down the hall. You can see more than 100 journalists standing throughout the venue, almost filling 2/3 of the hall. God! So many people. His face instantly went white and his brain felt faint. Xiao Shi, Bai Hualien and the three Tang sisters immediately supported him. Tang Jinshi said painfully, Mom, sister, there are so many people outside. Seeing this, Bai Hualien also didn't want to see Tang Yinchi show a pitiful appearance, so she looked at Tang Jianren pleadingly. Master, why don't you not let Xiaoxi go? Tang Ali nodded her head as well. Yes, Xiaoxi is so timid. How can we let him face so many reporters? Dad. Tang Meishin also looked at Tang Jianren, but didn't say anything. If it was usual, Tang Jianren might have been persuaded by them. But now the reporters were invited, and that video was still hanging on the internet. How can you say no? You guys don't joke around. How do you want me to explain to the reporters and the public if he doesn't go on? Tang Jianren yelled angrily, pointing at Bai Hualien and the girls. These women, forget about not being able to help on a regular basis, and now you have to come and add to the chaos in an emergency. But master! Yet Bai Hualien's heart still softened as she looked at the pale Tang Yinchi. Just then, though, a triumphant laugh came from the chamber. I didn't think that even at this point in time, Mrs. Tang was still thinking about her fake son's mood instead of considering the overall interests of the Tang family. Tang Qingma leaned against the wall and snickered as he watched them, while Lu Tianren closed his eyes in silence.
Tang Qingma.
As soon as Tang Chuanxi saw his figure, she gritted her teeth in anger, her heart filled with hatred for him. If it wasn't for Tang Qingma, how would she have fallen into this state? Qing Mo. As Bai Hualien looked at Tang Qing Mo's cold eyes, she couldn't help but remember her own wrong choice yesterday. The hand that was originally hugging Tang Yinchi unconsciously lowered, his heart filled with guilt. White Lotus remorse plus 500. White Lotus remorse plus 500. But before Tang Jinshi could get angry for long, he heard Tang Qingma continue to laugh and say, Since Tang Jinshi doesn't want to go out, then I'll reluctantly step in for him. Chapter 138 Tang Yinchi's Public Apology. When Tang Qingma said this, everyone in the Tang family was stunned, especially Tang Yinchi. What? Aren't you afraid to go out? Tang Qingma snorted and looked at him. I've come to help you. Doesn't the persuasive power get enhanced by me being the victim? Tang Yinchi instantly clenched her teeth. Of course not. By Tang Qingma, doesn't that give him a chance to add to the conversation? No, I can't trouble brother. Tang Jinshi immediately came out of Bai Hualien's arms, pulling up an awkward smile and said, It's all my fault this time, so naturally, I'll be the one to take responsibility. Tang Qingma smiled triumphantly and said, Oh, then hurry up and go. I'll keep an eye on it. Tang Yinchi's remorse value plus 500. Abominable. Tang Ali was also very dissatisfied with Tang Qingma's attitude, so she told Tang Chuanxi, Don't worry Xiao Shi. This is just a formal severance of ties. We were never meant to be related, and even if you went public with the press today, our relationship would never change. Yeah, you'll always be our brother. Tang Meishin also said. That's right, Hoshi. You'll always be a mommy's son, said White Flower Lotus while wiping her tears.
Tang Stingy.
However, in the face of the promises made by the three of them, Tang Inchi wasn't touched at all. What they said was similar to what Tang Ruoling said yesterday. It's all the same, missing the point. It wasn't the changed feelings with the Tang sisters that he feared, but the demotion in status. After all, he was the fake young master who had previously used the Tang family to show off to different people. If he didn't have the identity of the Tang family to protect him in the future, his future would be very bad. But Tang Qingxi no longer had time to continue delaying, and Tang Qingma, who was on the side, smiled and said, "What? If you don't go up, the reporters will wait until the yellow flowers get cold. If you don't want to go up there, it's still up to me." "Nah, I'll go up." Tang Inchi immediately interrupted Tang Qingma. He straightened his collar and showed a pitiful and nervous expression. "I'll take care of it. Don't bother, brother." Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 500. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 500. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the little door at the very front of the conference hall was opened. As soon as the reporters saw Tang Inchi's figure, their fingertips pressed the shutterbugs as fast as they could. Snapping and snapping, the conference room was filled with flashes of light and the sound of keystrokes. Tang Chuanxi was out with Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling. He was wearing a white shirt. His whole face was pale and ugly, and his reddened eyes could tell that he had cried a lot earlier. The three of them came in front of the long table, and first Tang Ruoling picked up the microphone on the tabletop. "Reporters, thank you for coming to our press conference held by Tang Group today." Tang Ruoling read her opening remarks as reporters poured flashbulbs into her face. She's the president and has seen different big shows, so she didn't get nervous about giving her speech. But for Tang Chuanxi, his face was very pale, and after seeing the not-so-friendly gazes of a group of reporters, he even displayed a demeanor of wanting to pass out. But that's what the media wants. The more pathetic the other side shows, the more miserable they can show when it comes to the point. Tang Ruoling, on the other hand, concentrated on the reporter and didn't notice Tang Chuanxi's condition as she continued. "We, the Tang clan group, apologize to the public for hogging public resources for many days in a row due to private reasons." Although she didn't want all this heat, however, as the party at fault, Tang Ruoling still has to apologize to the public first. "I believe that all of you have a lot of curiosity about the matter of our Tang family's true and false young masters, and I'm here to confess to all of you that we did do a lot of indifferent things to the real Tang family's true young master, my brother, before." As soon as Tang Ruoling's words came out, the reporters present were even more surprised and murmured, and they also quickly pressed the shutter to capture this scene. Surely the previous live broadcast was not wrong. Did the Tang family do a lot of excessive things after recognizing the true young master back? Some live streaming platforms also swiped tons of shocked pop-ups. But in the next second, Tang Ruoling continued, "But please don't worry. We have since learned from everyone's opinions and have reconciled with my brother, Tang Qingma, the young master of the Tang family, and relations between our families have now become good." Although Tang Ruoling said this, her trust in this statement was low. After all, there are still videos circulating of the real young master being bullied by the fake young master and his fiancée. And if they're really close, how come they didn't let young Master Jin come out at today's press conference? In response, Tang Ruoling continued, "I know that people won't believe what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is the truth. And we at the Tang clan know that people are upset with my other brother. So, the main purpose of our press conference today is to make an announcement to you." After saying that, Tang Ruoling then turned her head to look at the pale-faced Tang Chuanxi, and inwardly exhaled softly as she said, "Chuanxi, it's your turn to speak." In an instant, the gazes of all the reporters as well as the live cameras all moved to Tang Inchi's body. Tang Chuanxi was being watched by so many people, so scared that her hand holding the microphone was unsteady, and her face turned from white to blue, looking as if she was going to faint at any moment. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. He really regrets it. If he hadn't made an appearance at the dinner party in order to impress Tang Qingma, he wouldn't have been secretly photographed. And there's no press conference today. Tang Ruoling's remorse value plus 200. At the same time, Tang Ruoling naturally felt a great deal of heartache when she saw such a Tang Yinshi. But there's no way around it. For Tang's group, for their second house, for her position in the company, the only way to make it public is for Tang Stringy to come forward. At this moment, the entire conference hall was very quiet. The reporters were politely silent, all staring at Tang Chuanxi, wanting to see what explanation the other party would say. However, Tang Yinshi clenched her teeth, tempted to just pass out to stall for time. But he immediately saw Lu Tianren's figure. The other man blended inside the reporters and looked at him with a smirk. It was as if he was warning that if he didn't make the announcement at that moment, Tang Qingma, who was located at the back, would go to war himself. As such, Tang Yinshi could only close her eyes and open her mouth in agony. Everyone, regarding this video, I would like to solemnly apologize to my brother. Chapter 139. Tang Jinshi formally severed ties with the Tang family. I want to solemnly apologize to my brother regarding this video. After a round of mental struggles, Tang Yinshi still bowed his head and apologized to the reporters present. His tone was full of pleading and sadness, and his face was very haggard and ugly. One could tell that he hadn't had a good rest in the past few days, and his weak. Although this incident was directed by my former fiancé Lu Ruyan, I have a great deal of responsibility for the incident because I was unable to stop it. I'm really sorry. Tang Chuanxi shed tears and bowed her head to the crowd of reporters and the public once again. He sounded very sincere and looked very vulnerable. People are compassionate. Coupled with the fact that the masterminds of this incident were Lu Ruyan and the Zhou family siblings, Tang Chuanxi's skinny frame looked like it had little fighting power. So there were already viewers in the live broadcast room who believed Tang Chuanxi's words. Certain viewers have even begun to show sympathy. Tang Yinshi took out the handkerchief she had been carrying on her person and wiped her tears. I know that everyone is prejudiced against my identity, and I didn't make a point of caring for my brother after he was recognized. But before I knew I was a fake, I realized I loved my family and was afraid of losing my home filled with warmth. The more he spoke, the more he got teary-eyed, and both his voice and the speed at which he spoke, as well as his tearful state, flooded the women in the audience with sadness. Tang Ruoling, who was on the side, couldn't help herself and drew out the face on the table to wipe her tears. At the same time, there were many viewers in the live broadcast who didn't know the detailed appearance of the real and fake young master last time, and since they had only heard about this incident briefly and hadn't learned about it in detail, they all felt that Tang Chuanxi was justified. Even though he's a fake, he didn't know about it for the previous 18 years. And the pop-ups about how he can just say go when he's been living a rich life and bonding with his family, etc. are starting to appear as well. Host. People on the internet have shifted their opinion of Tang Yinshi's popularity. The system had been watching the internet and had seen many uninformed netizens start looking for reasons to whitewash the other guy when they saw him crying. In response, Tang Qingma was very calm. That's normal. The information on the internet is ever-changing. Even if it's a momentary explosion of hot searches, not everyone is going to investigate the whole thing. What's more, this time Tang Yinshi really wasn't the mastermind. He just told Lu Ruyan that he was having a miserable time at home. Lu Ruyan, that little cutie, just took the liberty of avenging him, saying that. Tang Qingma then suddenly thought of something and said to the system like a mockery. How about it's also because the heavenly Tao is too weak, that's why the direction of the speech was changed so easily by Tang Qingxi. System. It dared not say anything. Neither the powerful host nor the heavenly Tao, which struggles to fight against the world's consciousness, dare it say anything. Tang Qingma sneered. All right, selling misery on the internet and thus gaining the support of netizens is a very common PR tactic, and there's no way that Tang Qingxi, the green tea, won't use it properly. And outside, Tang Yinshi was still shedding tears, her vocal lines stilted as she said, because of my identity, a lot of things have happened during this period of time that have affected the family. So, in order for the Tang family to no longer be affected because of me, my goal is to make Tang Chunhei break off her relationship with the Tang family completely. I've decided to sever all ties with the Tang family. I'm really sorry. Tang Qingma snorted. As long as Tang Chuanxi loses the Tang family as a protective shield, how do you think those women in the Tang family will help him if someone comes after him in the future? The moment Tang Chuanxi lowered his head again, a large number of flashes, as well as the presses of shutter buttons, were constantly projected on his body. Some reporters even mimicked the press conferences in the land of small days by pulling the camera away from close-ups of expressions to full bodies. And pretty much the entire internet blew up after he announced the matter. The fake young master of the Tang family, who has been turtled up, finally decides to officially sever his relationship with the Tang family after 2 storms. Has the false young master finally left the house and returned the position to the true young master? Serves him right. He should have left a long time ago. But after all, people have been living in the Tang family for 18 years. What about leaving their lives? The Tangs will pay. We commoners are just responsible for working. We don't need to care about the rich. He looks pretty pathetic. Instead of pitying the real young master who is living on the street, you pity the fake young master who is taking over the house? Are you a human being? What? You have to have some empathy. Just like that, this press conference of Tang Yinshi was divided into 2 factions on the internet. There are those who feel he deserved it and those who feel sorry for him. But either way, Tang Chuanxi must leave the Tang family and live outside until she marries Tang Fei Fei. Tang Jianren also took the microphone to the reporters at the scene to explain the details to everyone after Tang Stringxi announced the severance of the relationship. All he wanted to do now was to resolve the Tang family's online fiasco as soon as possible. This time, Tang Jianren did not arrange any QA session for this press conference in order to avoid any mistakes in Tang Yinxi's answers. After finishing her speech, Tang Chuanxi left the stage accompanied by Tang Jianren, while Tang Ruoling began to order the security guards to evict the people. Young Master Tang, can you provide more details? May I ask what is the situation of young Master Xin now? Did you sever your ties with the Tang family at the behest of the true young master? May I ask that later you will? Although those reporters wanted more information, Tang Stringy did not continue to respond. He was already feeling very humiliated. He was like a monkey in a zoo, being watched by everyone. So he wanted to leave quickly, and after entering the lounge at the back, Tang Stringy saw the worried looks of Bai Hualien, Tang Ali, and Tang Meixin, and tears instantly flowed down from the corners of his eyes again. Mom, second, and third sisters. Hoshi. Bai Hualien and the others had been trying to hug the crying Tang Yinshi since the press conference started a while ago, but they were holding back hard to avoid disrupting the press conference. Now that she saw Tang Yinshi return, she finally couldn't help but hug him tightly. Xiao Shi, my child, you have suffered. Bai Hualien was similarly in tears. Mom, said Tang Yinshi, hugging her just as hard. I really don't want to leave the Tang family. I don't want to leave you and my sister. Xiao Shi. Naturally, Tang Meixin did not want to give up. However, when she saw Tang Jianren, whose face was becoming increasingly ugly, she didn't dare to say anything and lowered her head. Hoshi, you don't have to worry even if you're out there alone. I'll come over to see you every day. Tang Ali, on the other hand, was so nervous about Tang Stringxi that she didn't notice Tang Jianren's face. And just as she was talking up a storm, Tang Qingma on the side laughed coldly and sarcastically. It's quite good. Dear second sister can move out together and learn about housewifery over there. Chapter 140. For the sake of your future, you must think of something. You! As soon as she heard Tang Qingma's sarcasm, Tang Ali gritted her teeth and glared at him. I didn't say anything wrong. Since second sister is so reluctant to part with this fake, you can move in together, you can't find a job anymore anyway, waiting to get married. Don Ellie's remorse plus 500. What Tang Qingma said about marrying was the last thing Tang Ali wanted to hear. She had gone into medicine so that she wouldn't just be a young lady and be treated like a vase. But now it's just because of a bit of bad press that major hospitals are afraid to hire her. How can it be? And as Tang Jianren looks at Ellie Tang's still unforgiving attitude towards Tang Chuanxi, he can't help but think of Tang Shuilong. His proud daughter is the one who became crazy because she fell in love with Tang Jinxi. Although the second daughter is not so exaggerated now, but in order to not let her also follow in the footsteps of the oldest 5, Tang Jianren still decided to help her arrange a blind date as early as possible. Ellie, Qing Yamo is right. I will arrange a blind date for you starting tomorrow, so get ready. Dad, I don't want it. As soon as they heard Tang Jianren's decision, both Tang Ali and Tang Meixin's eyes widened in surprise. Tang Jianren ignored her dissatisfaction and coldly rebuked. What right do you have to say no? You've stayed at home with nothing to do from the time you were suspended until now. Wasn't it me who supported you with money? A few years ago when you had a successful career, I thought that if you could get better authority in the medical field, I could also let you just choose who you wanted to marry later, but now? Snap, snap. Tang Jianren slapped the palm of his other hand with the back of his hand and made a sound. You've been suspended, you're being pursued by the netizens, and all the major hospitals don't dare to want you. You say, If you're no longer the daughter of the Tang family, what use are you? Since you eat me and use my Tang family so much, isn't it time to repay me and the Tang family?
Eo ly tang.
In this instant, Tang Ailey was shocked by Tang Jinren's words as a bolt from the blue. So one's only value in one's father's heart was to marry? Dad, it's too much for you to talk about second sister like this. Tang Xianxi saw the emotionally lost Tang Ailey and wanted to help speak, but was immediately met with cold eyes by Tang Jinren. You're no longer a member of the Tang family. Since the press conference is over, just rush away back to where you were yesterday. Tang Stringy. Being rejected like this by her previously respected father, Tang Stringy was first shocked, but quickly regained her composure and clenched her fists. It was followed by the fury of hatred that filled his body. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn Tang Jinren, because of his own role as the fake young master. So let's just coolly squeeze the last of his value and then discard it before recycling him wastefully to marry the unwanted Tang Fei Fei. What a selfish hypocrisy. Was leaning against the wall. Tang Qingma naturally noticed Tang Yinxi, who revealed a strong resentment for a split second and couldn't help but hook his lips. Hoshi, let me take you back first. At this point, Tang Ruoling, who had been silent all this time, took the initiative to send Tang Yinxi back to her residence in order to make the atmosphere less awkward. Okay, big sister. It was inevitable that Tang Yinxi was in a very depressed mood because of the press conference and being treated in such a cold manner by Tang Jinren. He also wanted to leave this suffocating place quickly, so he said goodbye to Bai Hualien and the girls and left with Tang Ruoling. When the two of them came to the location of the back door, Tang Ruoling said to Tang Chuanxi, Xiaoxi, I'll go down and get the car out first, so you can wait for me over at the back door. Okay, big sister. Tang Xingshi nodded her head in a lost manner. Tang Ruoling exhaled softly and patted his shoulder. And don't pay attention to what Dad said. He's been in a bad mood lately because of the company. I'll go down then, and you be careful not to run into any reporters. When the elevator opened, Tang Ruoling headed to the underground parking lot to drive, while Tang Strinxy sighed, intending to head to the back door of the place. Didn't I say so already? Tang Chuanxi. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from the back. Ha! Tang Jinxi instantly turned her head and saw that it was Tang Qingma, who had a triumphant face, and Lu Tianren, who was acting transparent behind her. He was immediately on fire. Tang Qingma, what the hell do you want? If it wasn't for Tang Qingma, this person, how would he or she have fallen to this point? However, Tang Qingma just laughed coldly and said, I'm just trying to make you see reality clearly. What? Tang Yinxi froze. You see, Tang Jinren's eyes only have interests and values. Now as the fake young master you, and also the one whose reputation is screwed up, apart from waste recycling and using you to marry the paralyzed girl Tang Fei Fei, there's no value left. What do you think will become of you like this? Even if you marry Tang Fei Fei and return to the Tang family, what will become of your position within it? Tang Qingma's words caused Tang Yanxi's eyes to widen and her heart to become complicated. Yeah. As much as he hated Tang Qingma, he was right. Haven't you already experienced it yourself? How Tang Jinren abandoned you. Even if he himself was still loved by the White Flower Lotus and Tang Ailey girls, the highest authority in the Tang family was still Tang Jinren. So even though he would rejoin the Tang family afterward, his position within it would not be as solidified as before. Tang Xianxi couldn't help but clench her fists hard when she thought of this. No way. For the sake of your future, something must be done. If he needed to, even if it was Tang Jinren, he would have to. Tang Xianxi left in a rage. And Lu Tianren and System, who had watched the entire process, were dumbstruck. Did Tang Qingma only need to use a handful of words to completely stir up the conflict between Tang Qingxi and Tang Jinren? It's too strong. But the person in question, Tang Qingma, looked like she wasn't satisfied yet. So she turned around and returned to the backstage lounge. At this time, Tang Jinren had already left, leaving only Bai Hualien, Tang Ailey, and Tang Meixin. Qingma. As soon as Bai Hualien saw Tang Qingma, she wanted to go forward to greet him. But Tang Qingma completely ignored it, walking directly to the long table leaning against the wall, picking up the bottled water given by the hotel, twisting it open and taking a sip. White Flower Lotus saw even lost and lowered her head. White Lotus remorse plus 500. Felt like the distance between her and Tang Qingma had reached the sky. Tang Qingma, didn't you hear Mom talking to you? And seeing that Tang Qingma didn't give them the slightest bit of attention, Tang Ali said angrily. Tang Qingma picked up another bottle and handed it to Lu Tianren before she smiled and asked, "Oh, isn't this the second sister who's getting ready to marry? What's your business?" "You." Don Ellie's remorse plus 500. "I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'm busy unlike you. A loafer who isn't employed by a major hospital." "No way." Ellie Tang gritted her teeth. She can't marry so easily and casually. She couldn't let Tang Qingma look away, since the big hospital wouldn't take her. She went to the small hospital. She believed that with her talent, she could have a place wherever she was. Chapter 141, The Return of the Tang Family's Oldest Six and Oldest Seven. The Land family operates at a fast pace. After Tang Jinshi announced in the morning that he had severed his relationship with the Tang family, the video of him bullying Tang Qingma with Lu Ruyan in the afternoon literally disappeared. The Tang clan immediately bought several 18-line stars from the paparazzi media side of the black material, instantly covering up all the hot searches related to the Tang clan. The internet's information alternates and changes quickly, and contemporary young people are also very passionate about gossip, even if it's an 18-line star, but exposing several at once is enough to distract them from the Tang family's attention. After just a few days, the Tang family stock market began to gradually turn back to a stable state. Obviously, this incident was made by the Lu family in order to take the heat off of Tang Qingma. But in the end, in order to repay the Lu family for their move to revoke the video, Tang Jianren and Tang Ruoling had to personally give their thanks to Lu Tianren and present him with a gift. Lu Tianren was stunned when he saw their actions. Although he had been the young master of the Lu family for many years, it was the first time he had seen what it meant to have the other party thank him after he had slapped him. Ever since he had followed Tang Qingma, almost every day had opened his eyes and Tang Qingma had had a very fulfilling few days. During the day he returned to his office building in the center of Magic City and began to start his business of martial arts-related goods. Lu Tianren was also brought inside and needed to do his secretary job now. At this, Lu Tianren was once again astonished beyond measure. "Young Tang, so you started a company?" Lu Tianren watched as Tang Qingma was already recruiting medicine and Dan masters and martial artists of different realms, wanting to conduct martial arts business. But although he knew that Tang Qingma wasn't simple, this was business alas. Where are the contacts and resources? And for the average family, the medicinal pills and courses in martial arts are very expensive, and their finances simply can't pay for them. If Tang Qingma wanted to carry out the business of martial arts business, he could only do so through the support of a powerful family or a martial arts family with heritage like their Lu family. But Tang Qingma hadn't mentioned this to their Lu family, and it was unlikely that an ordinary young master, or an unloved young master who had just been recognized not long ago, would have a family willing to support him in starting his own business. But in the next second, he saw Tang Qingma pull out dozens of business cards from her body. There's absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of money and investment, so Lu Tianren curiously turned it over and realized that it was printed with all the business cards of the heads of luxurious families. The powerful families didn't have a martial arts background, but they had a lot of money. As long as there is money, most problems are not problems. But Tang Qingma, an 18-year-old young master, where did he get so many powerful connections? Tang Qingma smiled and asked, "Tianren, take a look at the families above. Do you find any commonalities?" Lu Tianren perused these business cards suspiciously before realizing that the names of the people on them were all from the families that had attended the Lu family's banquet earlier. "Young Tang, are they all?" Tang Qingma sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Otherwise, why do you think I rioted that day?" When he said he made a move, did he mean the move that took care of the lion exhibit tiger under its rampage and rescued all the guests? Tang Qingma took back all the business cards and put them into the desk drawer, sneering, "I saved them from the mouths of horrible alien beasts. So isn't it reasonable that they have to buy my company's products and spend money to invest in me in return in the future?" Lu Tianren. And at the time, Mr. Li had been turning on the hidden camera, which captured their likenesses. "If they don't repay me properly, and I'm in a mood to lose heart and think they're white wolves, it's not going to be kind to any of the feelings between us." Tang Qingma looked at Lu Tianren with a sigh. "Tianren, do you think I'm right?" Lu Tianren was already sweating cold sweat, and his voice was still stuttering a bit. Yes, you're right." He had thought that Tang Qingma had told their family to send a media person over just to collect evidence of the evil deeds of the Lu family and Lu Ruyan. Who knew? Turns out I was naive. It was as if Tang Qingma had predicted that something would happen to the beasts, which was why he had stepped in to help the guests at the venue, and then pushed the boat out to ask them to return the favor. I have to say, that's a lot of mind games. The new company will be officially operational soon. So let's call it Jianren Group then. Lu Tianren System. What the hell kind of name is that? In the days that followed, in contrast to Tang Qingma, who was in a bad mood because she was kicked out of the Tang family, and Tang Ailey, who was looking for a job all over the place because she didn't want to get married, Tang Qingma had a very fulfilling time and slept well. But there was a new message from the system. Host. The Tang family's old 6 and old 7 are back. 6 and 7? According to the original owner's memories, the oldest 6 and 7 of the Tang family were twins, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing. Both are college students since childhood grades are very good, together admitted into the University of Yenching and studying in the Department of Mathematics because of the similar age with the Tang string of Shi, and he has a very good relationship. Since they were all in good terms with the fake young master, it meant that they had a bad relationship with the original owner. When the original owner was first recognized, they all adopted an attitude of ignorance towards this unemotional blood brother. However, it didn't take long before different pranks started to be played on the original owner. For example, shredding the original owner's textbooks, cutting up clothes, locking the original owner in a storage room, etc. After that, his behavior got worse and worse, pushing the original owner down the stairs, pouring water on him in the middle of the night, causing a high fever, and finally sneaking into the original owner's room in the middle of the night to beat him up. There was only one reason for them to play pranks on the original owner, and that was because Tang Yinshi was sad. As soon as that fake cried in front of them once, the two would indiscriminately lecture the original owner. So in the original owner's memory, those twins were like demons. Afterwards, after they finish their vacations and have to go back to their university dormitories, this makes the bruised and battered original owner a little less hurt, and while Tang Qingma was shuttling over, the twins were still living at the university. It's not even a vacation yet, and they're actually back? Tang Qingma couldn't help but ask the system. How did they come back? Host. I found out that it was Ellie Tang who called them back. Don Ellie? Yes. Didn't Tang Jinshi hold a press conference a few days ago to sever ties with the Tang family? It was then that Tang Ailey quickly contacted Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing, trying to get them to come back and stop Tang Xingxi. But it just so happened that they were having a team competition at the university, and in order to concentrate on their participation, the teacher leading the team confiscated their cell phones. Tang Qingma. That's quite a coincidence. But even if they came back early, it wouldn't change anything. Because the person who decided to make Tang Chuanxi step down from the Tang family was Tang Jianren. What made Don Avery think that calling the twins back would fix what she couldn't even stop? What purpose does it serve other than delaying time to keep the Tang family in trouble and making Tang Jianren more annoyed with Tang Chuanxi? The system continued. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing finally finished the competition yesterday and got their cell phones back. So they packed their bags and came back as soon as they saw the message. Is it? It's not quite good to be back. Tang Qingma slightly hooked her lips. Originally, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were located in Yendu, and to find them to avenge the original master's death would be inconvenient with him being in the Magic City right now. Originally, I had planned to wait for the vacation before going to Yendu to treat the twin sisters properly, but since they've come back to this warm home early, don't go away from now on. Chapter 142 will do superficial work. If one took an airplane, the distance between Yendu and Mordor would take almost 2 hours. At dusk, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing had returned to the Tang family, and as soon as they came back, they made a big fuss in the hall. Dad, Mom, what the hell is going on with Xiao Shi being kicked out of the Tang family? The oldest 6, Tang Qingqing, hadn't even put her luggage away yet, and as soon as she returned, she yelled at Tang Jianren and Bai Hualian. Yeah, Qing and I didn't pay attention for just a few days, and Xiao Shi broke off his relationship with us and was kicked out again. His room was even taken by that loser. How do you expect us to take it? Tang Ziqing of the old 7th also frowned and shouted. They had specifically notified Tang Ailey when they returned from Yendu so that she could come over to pick them up. The two of them were usually on good terms with Tang Chuanxi, and then after being fueled by Tang Ailey's account of what had happened to the Tang family during this period, both Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were surprised. I didn't realize that one of the 4th and 5th sisters was actually paralyzed and the other one was crazy, and for the sake of the 4th sister's marriage, he actually asked Hoshi to marry her. Hoshi is their younger brother, the one who has been gentle and kind and smart and witty since he was a child. How can you sacrifice Hoshi's marriage just because the 4th sister became crippled? None of this is the point though. The point was that Tang Qingma, a waste of space who couldn't rise to the occasion, actually dared to steal Xiaoxi's identity and status, and poor Xiaoxi was forced to cut ties with them. So as soon as they got home, the two of them immediately rushed off to find Tang Jianren and the others to vent their frustrations and deepen their hatred for Tang Qingma. Qingqing, Ziqing, what are you? Bai Hualian was also very surprised that her two daughters had suddenly returned. Obviously, it's not a college vacation. And Tang Jianren was very dissatisfied when he saw the two blaming themselves for Tang Chuanxi as soon as they came back. Why did you guys come back all of a sudden? Not going to school. After seeing Tang Jianren's somewhat somber tone, Tang Meixin also immediately stepped forward and tugged on their sleeves a bit, saying, Yes, Qingqing and Ziqing, why did you come back without a word for a good reason? Thanks to being pulled by Tang Aishin, the originally furious Tang Qingqing calmed down, but also frowned and said, We just finished the school competition, so our teacher gave us a vacation. Tang Ziqing also said, And with so many things happening at home, how do you want us to go to school in peace? What about Tang Qingma that? Then how dare take Hoshi's identity and room while we're at school? And messed up the house. They had just heard from Tang Ali's mouth that Tang Qingma had been having a very pleasant time recently. Why should that be able to take Xiao Xi's room and live comfortably, while their beloved Xiao Xi is kicked out of the Tang family? The more Tang Qingqing thought about it, the more agitated she became, and in the end, she couldn't help but curse, Dad, Mom, how could you abandon Xiao Xi to indulge that loser? That's right. Tang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Qingqing, Ziqing, and seeing her sixth and seventh daughters so resistant to Tang Qingma, Bai Hualian was frozen for a moment. Based on the fact that she still felt guilty about Tang Qingma these days, she couldn't help but say with heartache, You guys, you can't talk about your brother like that? Who knew that when she said that? Tang Ziqing became even angrier. He's not our brother. My brother is Hoshi, not that loser. Since my good sister likes that fake so much, let's cut ties with the family together and live with that fake. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the second floor located in the villa. The Tang family crowd looked up in surprise to see Tang Qingma propping his elbow on the second floor platform, looking at them like a clown, and of course he had his cell phone in his hand, which he purposely waved at them. And Lu Tianren was behind Tang Qingma, staring coldly. Tang Jianren was instantly startled. He was now full of shadows towards cell phones, especially Tang Qingma's cell phone, so by reflex he rushed forward and smacked Tang Ziqing. Pa! Ah! Tang Ziqing was just so suddenly and viciously slapped that she didn't react at all. In his own memories, his father would seldom make a move against the seven sisters in normal times, except for that trash who would often use the family law. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingqing was also startled. But Tang Jianren immediately pointed at them in exasperation and scolded, You two rebellious daughters, shut up. Do you guys even know what Chungi did to get kicked out? Or do you know nothing but to make a fuss over it? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell silent. They had been stuck at school preparing for the competition earlier, and when they got their cell phones they rushed back because of Don Ellie's text message. After coming back and only listening to Tang Ellie's additions, how could she really know the real reason why Tang Yinxi was kicked out? But since Tang Ziemo was slapped, she took it all out on Tang Qingemo. Anyway, it's all that Tang Qingemo that caused it anyway. Seeing this, Tang Meixin hurriedly stopped it. Ziqing, you stop saying that. Because it's all what second sister said. She said it was all his fault that Hoshi was kicked out. In the heat of the moment, Tang Ziqing sold Ellie Tang. Ellie Tang. So it was my good second sister, who was expelled from the medical world and would only stay at home as a vampire, who said this again. Tang Qingma immediately mocked with a sneer. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Qingqing immediately retorted. Shut up. What vampire? Second sister is a surgical sage. You're the reason she was kicked out of the hospital. That's right instead. Tang Qingma smiled brightly and walked down the stairs with slow steps. That's why I can now happily watch how my sister, who used to bully and humiliate me, was suspended and stayed at home as a loser. You! Tang Ziqing couldn't help but clench her teeth when she saw Tang Qingma getting his way. I didn't expect that after not seeing Tang Qingma for a while, he had really turned into a different person. It must have been so long since they taught him a lesson that he thought he could do it. Wait and see. She and Tang Qingqing would do superficial things and wouldn't lecture Tang Qingma in front of her parents. But when it came to the night, definitely won't let him off the hook. But Tang Qingma wasn't interested in them at all. instead focusing on the state of affairs on the Song family's side. Chapter 143. Lu Tianren was called a thief. Tang Ali, probably stimulated by Tang Qingma's words, left after gushing out multiple remorse values and went to look for another job. Recruitment for public hospitals takes a long process and has a lot of rules, so these days she applies for private hospitals. But due to her previous scandal of stabbing her own brother with a syringe, most hospital directors are now concerned about Don Ellie's mental state. After all, most of the people who were able to see a doctor in a private hospital were either rich or noble, and Tang Ali was the Tang family's daughter. So if one day she was suddenly in a bad mood and stabbed a patient as if he were her own brother, the patients might let it go because she's the Don's daughter. But their own hospital would be in deep, so no private hospital dared to hire her. But in a good turn of events, Tang Jianren gives Tang Ali another list of blind dates. Having no choice, the moody and bored Don Ellie decided, after a night of contemplation in her room, to see if any small clinics or neighborhood medical centers were hiring. Late night, after everyone had fallen asleep, Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng secretly headed to Tang Qingma's room. Before they lived at the school, they had often secretly sneaked into the storage room where Tang Qingma was still living at the time at night in order to take it out on Tang Qingxi. Pouring water into it and releasing harmful creatures such as snakes and insects often prevented Tang Qingma from sleeping peacefully. And now, after learning that Tang Qingma had taken possession of Tang Qingxi's original dorm room, he was even more furious that he got several dead rats from a familiar store and wanted to throw them onto Tang Qingma's bed to give him a big scare. What qualifies a man like him who grew up in the wild to get what Hoshi has? How dare you speak out against them this morning? Make sure you teach him a good lesson and let him know what his position is in the Tang family. Although they had been living at the school for some time, they were very familiar with the location of Tang Yinxi's room and very quickly walked to the doorway. It was so late they thought Tang Qingma should be sleeping. The two men, gingerly and still wearing gloves, intended to throw the bag of dead mice straight through. However, when they had dead rats in their hands and tried to open the door to the room, a cold voice suddenly came from the back. "Miss Tang 6, Miss Tang 7, may I ask what you want?" Aha! Tang Qingqing was already doing her heart out, and the sudden sound made her scream in fear. The dead rat in her hand was accidentally thrown into the air before falling onto Tang Zicheng's face. Ah! So dirty! Tang Zicheng immediately danced around in fear, her hands constantly dialing her face trying to erase the marks. The rat had worn a belly and spit out its tongue when they bought it back, and the body was still warm from the short time it had been dead. And all in all, it was just very disgusting. And with it actually falling onto his face, Tang Zicheng felt like throwing up his overnight meal. "Who are you?" Tang Qingqing snapped back. Since the villa didn't turn on the lights, she only saw a tall figure. "I'm young Tang's bodyguard. May I ask what the two ladies are doing at the door of young Tang's room in the middle of the night?" Lu Tianren's eyes glanced at it. As a martial artist, he was superior to ordinary people in terms of his eyesight and sense of smell. So he saw the rat's corpse and the stench emanating from it. Adding to the fact that he had known Tang Qingma's situation in the Tang family before, these two 6th and 7th sisters who had come back from the provinces weren't any good either. Thus his attitude became very cold. "That punk actually has bodyguards now?" Tang Qingqing immediately frowned and said, "What dirty tricks did he use to get something that even Xiaoxi doesn't have?" Tang Qingqing only felt that the Lu Tianren in front of her was really just a bodyguard. And now that the lights were out in the villa, she couldn't see Lu Tianren at all. Even if she did see it, she was just an ordinary rich family's daughter, who usually didn't have the chance to come into contact with Lu Tianren of the martial arts family, so she couldn't recognize the other party. "Miss Tang 6th, please be careful with your words." Lu Tianren's tone was cold. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she has no manners at all. "I really don't know what kind of education this Tang family has." "Shut up, you." Tang Zicheng, who was on the side, immediately raised her hand in anger, wanting to whip it over with force. She was already very angry because of the dead rat's body, and now she was also treated indifferently by Tang Qingma, the bodyguard, and she was so angry that she wanted to slap her face. But Lu Tianren wouldn't spoil them. Snap! Lu Tianren backhanded a slap, straight at Tang Zicheng's face. "Ah!" Tang Zicheng covered her face in surprise and spoke incredulously. You dare to hit me?" She's the daughter of the Tang family. A little bodyguard dared to do this to her. "You asshole." Tang Zicheng was furious and wanted to run up and whip Lu Tianren again. However, this time Lu Tianren continued to whip the other side of her face. Under the snap, Tang Zicheng's red and swollen face became symmetrical on both sides. Ah, what the hell are you? I'll tell my father to fire you. This was the first time Tang Zicheng had been humiliated like this. I'm subordinate to Tang Xiao. The Tang family head can't decide where I'm going. Facing the Tang family, Lu Tianren didn't even give face to Tang Jianren. You this. It was also the first time Tang Qingqing had seen a servant with such an arrogant attitude, and she wanted to go up and hit someone like her sister. But she just screamed at the top of her lungs when she saw that the seventh sister had failed to hit the man and was slapped back twice. Ah! Help! Lu Tianren. This old 6 and old 7 of the Tang family are just as sick in the head. For Tang Qingqing, it was because she couldn't beat her opponent, but she didn't want to just walk away. That's why it was screaming so loud that it woke up everyone in the house. What's going on? As expected, Tang Jianren and Bai Hualien, who were located on the second floor, as well as the 3 sisters of the Tang family, were all awakened by her screams. They came out of the room in their pajamas and turned on the lights. But as soon as he turned on the light, he saw the dead rats appearing on the floor, causing Lu Tianren to frown. Qing, Ziqing, why are you at Qing Mo's door? As soon as Bai Hualien came up to the 3rd floor, she saw her 2 daughters and Lu Tianren staying up in the middle of the night, standing in front of her son's room. Lu Tianren, as Tang Qingma's bodyguard, guarding in front of the door in the middle of the night could be explained, so Tang Qingqing and the girls were? Whoa, what is this thing? Tang Jianren immediately saw the dead rats appear in his house, and his whole body was startled. At this moment, Lu Tianren said coldly, Tang family master, I just saw Miss 6 and Miss 7 sneak up to the door of young Tang's room, and when I went over to ask them what's the matter, they were startled by me. As soon as his words came out, Tang Jianren immediately looked at Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng suspiciously. The 2 were stared at with a little bit of weakness, so Tang Zicheng angrily pointed back at Lu Tianren. No, Dad. It's that we couldn't sleep and came out in the middle of the night. Then we saw this man appear at Qingma's door. We thought he was trying to steal something before we went over there. Who knew that he even punched me in the face in return? Both sides of Tang Zicheng's face were still swollen. Tang Qingqing also helped out and said, Yeah, Mom and Dad, where on earth did you recruit such a person to come back? I can't believe his hands and feet are so dirty. What if something goes missing from our house? Tang Jianren by Hualien Tang family sisters. Awesome. I didn't realize my good 6th and 7th sisters were so good at turning things upside down. At that moment, the door to Tang Qingma's room opened. Chapter 144. People will really laugh out loud in a state of extreme breathlessness. Tang Qingma. What do you mean? Seeing Tang Qingqing trolling them as soon as Tang Qingma appeared, she hurriedly shouted in exasperation. This bodyguard of yours looks like he has unclean hands. Qingqing and I were kindly reminding you. You actually satirized us. Due to the fact that Tang Zicheng had just been slapped twice by Lu Tianren, her anger was still fresh at this moment, so she thought of constantly slandering Lu Tianren. But because she was so emotional, she didn't see Tang Jianren's face getting uglier and uglier, while Bai Hualien and all 3 of her sisters were trying to show expressions that would stop her from speaking. Lu Tianren. Haha, Tianren. They said your hands and feet aren't clean. Ugh. Tang Qingma looked at Lu Tianren with a sarcastic smile after hearing their words. What do you say? Phew, said Lu Tianren as he calmly spelled out the truth. What really happened was that Miss 6 and Miss 7 tried to take a dead rat and throw it into young Tang's room, and then I saw them and bit me back. The first time he was insulted and wronged in this way, instead of being shocked, he wanted to laugh. Turns out people really do laugh when they're in a state of extreme speechlessness. A dead rat? Ah. Bai Hualien unconsciously looked at the ground after hearing Lu Tianren's words, and indeed saw a disgusting corpse. The strong shock made her head feel dizzy, and she was about to fall down before the black. Mom! Tang Ruoling and Tang Meishin were so frightened that they rushed to help her up. You're bolting. And Tang Qingqing immediately retorted, You're lying. Obviously you did all of this. Tang Zicheng also looked at Tang Jianren and shouted, Dad, you hurry up and kick him out. Shut up, you guys. Tang Jianren, who had been at a loss for what to say, was ashamed and embarrassed at this moment, and hurriedly looked at Lu Tianren. Young Master Lu is sorry. I'm here to apologize for the rudeness of my 2 daughters. He immediately bowed his head, and this action surprised Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang Qingqing was stunned when she saw her normally arrogant father actually bowing down to Lu Tianren. Why is their father helping Lu Tianren? Shut up. Don't disgrace me again. When Tang Jianren saw his two daughters suddenly dragging Lu Tianren down, there was nothing he didn't understand. Young Master Lu would never do what you're talking about. Apologize quickly if you know that. Tao apologized. Both sisters were very surprised. Although Tang Jianren couldn't say that he ached for the sisters, Tang would help them when they needed anything. But this time, they actually spoke for that bodyguard and called him by the title of Young Master, asking them to apologize to him. What in the world? Tang Qingqing and the two of them wanted to retort, but they were stopped by Tang Ruoling, and Lu Tianren said coldly, apologize later. Tang Family Master, if I say that Miss Tang Qingqing and Miss Tang Ziqing just tried to throw a rat's corpse into young Tang's room, may I ask if you believe me? Tang Jianren probably didn't expect Lu Tianren to speak so bluntly, but he also hurriedly said, don't worry, young Master Lu. There's no need for you to make a scene with your reputation. What the hell is wrong with you two? He then immediately turned his head to berate the two sisters. Why are you here? And throwing dead rats into Qing Mo's room. Tang Qingma snickered. Why else? Of course it's to avenge their fake brother. From the old days my good 6th and 7th sisters were like that, and whenever that fake cried a little, I was sure to suffer. Throwing dead rats was light, pouring water on me while I was asleep, throwing all my stuff, pushing me down the stairs, and having a sack put over me and beat me up. I had quite a few bruises on my body from them at the time. Tang Qingqing, Tang Ziqing. What are you babbling about? Tang Ziqing immediately panicked. Although they all knew that Tang Qingma's personality had changed drastically, they didn't expect the other party to really tell them all the things they had done in the past. As expected, both Tang Jianren and Bai Hualian looked at them in shock. White Flower Lotus, who was originally close to fainting, then opened her pupils wide and looked on in disbelief. You guys? You actually did this to Qing Mo? How could she have imagined that her proud daughter would actually do something so outrageous to the son she got back? White Lotus Remorse plus 500. Qing, Ziqing. Is what Qing Mo said true? Tang Jianren also immediately turned his head to question. Based on the fact that Lu Tianren was present, it wasn't easy to fool himself. Dad! Lu Tianren did not show any mercy at all and said, even a dead rat dares to throw on her own brother. It seems that the upbringing of the two noble millennia is really amazing, but the other Tang family millennia, they are pretty much just the same. After all, the rumor that the Tang family's daughter had abused her own brother had gone deep into the people's minds, and Tang Jianren felt very ashamed for a moment as he listened to the other party's mocking words. He even stepped forward to slap Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing twice in the face. Oh, Dad? Both of them looked at Tang Jianren in surprise. As a golden girl of the Tang family, it was the first time she had been humiliated on the spot in front of outsiders. You all apologize to young Master Lu and Qing Mo immediately. Hurry! Young Master Lu. So why on earth would you address a bodyguard as a young master? Tang Ruoling naturally saw the unwillingness in the eyes of the two, so she whispered in their ears. Qingqing, Ziqing, he's the young master of the martial arts family Lu family. Lu Tianren. You're messing with the wrong person. What? A martial arts family? Although Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing hadn't heard much about the Lu family, they both knew what a martial arts family was. In today's era of abundant aura, martial arts families are the peak of power in society. So the Lu Tianren they had offended was the young master of a martial arts family. No, speaking of which, why would such a young master become the family's bodyguard and be responsible for protecting Tang Qingma? Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 200. By Tang Ruoling's words, both of them realized their mistake. They were a little smarter than the other sisters and their brains turned quickly, and they immediately lowered their heads. Yes, I'm sorry young Master Lu. It's our fault. Who would have thought that a young master of a martial arts family would work as an ordinary bodyguard in a mansion? The two of them raised their heads in shock, and then they saw Tang Qingmo revealing a triumphant and mocking smile. What's going on? Tang Qingma knew that they would come over to retaliate, so he specifically told them to offend the Lu family's young master. Chapter 145. As a younger brother, naturally, I have to give my sister a big gift. This little drama ended with Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing apologizing. But Tang Jianren had lost his patience in the face of his daughter's repeated rudeness and took them inside the study to scold them. Donnelly's remorse plus 200. Tang Meixin's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Qingma was located in the dormitory room, her brain constantly listening to the four people taking turns alternating the value of their remorse, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud a little. Young Tang, do you need me to seek justice from your two sisters? Lu Tianren, who was also in the room, felt injustice towards Tang Qingma. Where in the world would a real sister do something like throw a dead rat at her brother? These Tang family daughters are so outrageous and different one from the other. Tang Qingma just shook her head. Thanks, Tianren, but it's not necessary right now. On the contrary, after tonight those two sisters will definitely try to get revenge on me again, and chances are they'll try to do something to you then, so just pretend to fall for it. Lu Tianren frowned. They've already planted tonight. Will they still come over? And you know these fairies won't stop until they get what they want. Tang Qingma waved her hand with a light laugh. And they're just eating their words without getting their way. They won't give up until they see me being taught a lesson. It's really hard for young Tang to deal with these people every day. Lu Tianren couldn't help but feel sympathy for Tang Qingma, though it was said that he didn't need to worry about it. But what to say? It feels annoying to have to deal with those guys every day and put it on yourself. It's nothing anyway. The enrollment exam will be soon. Tang Qingma pulled out her cell phone and casually looked at the schedule. Before the written exam test, there would be the Martial Arts Academy's enrollment Qi blood test, and then after that, Tang Qingxi and Tang Feifei would hold their wedding. Almost there, the next morning, when Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing saw Tang Qingma appearing in the hall for breakfast, they both couldn't help but think of the rebuke they received last night in front of Lu Tianren and Tang Jianren. The inner unwillingness spread even further throughout his body. They had disgraced themselves last night, but Tang Qingma was actually sitting inside so casually eating breakfast. On what grounds? Their sights were about to pierce Tang Qingma, but he didn't pay the slightest attention. In the past 2 days, Tang Ruoling finally recruited a new nanny aunt to relieve Wang Ma's pressure. Even though the Dons have gotten a bad rap lately, the paycheck is better than what's out there anyways. As long as the money is good, there's no shortage of people to enlist. Today's breakfast was made by the aunt called Mrs. Zhao, and consisted of very simple dishes such as fried eggs and bacon, lean congee and noodles, and lasagna. Tang Qingma casually ate the skinny congee and donuts, feeling that the flavor was not bad. I'm full. And at that moment, Tang Ailey, who had only eaten several mouthfuls of porridge water, suddenly stopped. Ellie, aren't you eating? White Flower Lotus was a bit puzzled. I have a job interview today, so I won't eat that much. Ellie Tang put the dishes away. She's been sending out applications for a few days now, and just yesterday she received a notice that she'd like to go in for an interview today. In fact, none of the big hospitals dared to hire her now, and Ellie Tang had no choice but to start looking for smaller clinics and medical centers. After all, if she continued to cling to the big hospitals, at this rate, she would be forced to marry under Tang Qingma's ridicule. White Flower Lotus said worriedly, Ellie, you don't have to get a job so soon. Since she is a surgeon, Ellie Tang used to go out early and stay out late, and sometimes she didn't come home for a few days because she was having an operation. White Flower Lotus often worries about Ellie Tang's health. In response, Don Avery just smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom. I'll plan it out myself. She's a surgical sage. Even if you get married, you have to choose it yourself, not a marriage partner picked by your dad. Tang Jianren, who was on the side, didn't make any statement at all even when he heard that Tang Ailey was going out for an interview. He knew very well that there were no big hospitals in Magic City that dared to hire Ellie Tang now, so she must have applied to clinics or small centers that paid low wages and worked hard. Tang Jianren had subconsciously assumed that Tang Ailey simply couldn't stand that small clinic environment and would soon quit and come back. No, I should say it's unknown if those clinics and small centers can afford the salary she's asking for. And Tang Qingma, who was eating congee and water, was listening to the system's report. System. I've investigated that there's a medical center that's willing to let Tang Ailey go for an interview. Wait a minute. That medical center. I think you asked me for information on it once. Host? Yeah. Once Tang Qingma heard where Tang Ailey was interviewing, he hooked his lips even more triumphantly. He took out his cell phone and typed a message into the screen. Since she's working so hard to find a job, it's only natural for me, as a younger brother, to give my sister a big gift. And compared to Tang Ailey going to look for a job, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing on the side were only angry at Tang Qingma. After they were scolded by Tang Jianren last night, They finally figured out Lu Tianren's identity, although they didn't know why the young master of the Lu family would voluntarily come to protect this waste of a man. Tang Qingma. They knew that because of Lu Tianren's presence, Tang Qingma had been treated much better in the Tang family during this period, and there are martial artists to protect them. That's why they couldn't teach this person a good lesson last night. Lu Tianren's identity was here. They didn't dare to deal with it. That's why they must find a way to draw each other away from each other. Fittingly, the next night, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing bought a bottle of red wine from outside, and after everyone finished dinner, they suddenly knocked on Tang Qingma's room. Who is it? The one who came out to open the door was Lu Tianren. To this, the two looked like they had guessed it. They ignored Tang Qingma in the room and were full of currying favor and apologies to Lu Tianren. That young Master Lu, it was our fault for what happened last night. Tang Qingqing took out the red wine and wine glasses and smiled. This is the wine we specifically bought back, wanting to apologize to you. Tang Ziqing also changed her irascible temper and said in a gentle tone, Yes, last night it was us who were too rude. Dad has scolded us. I hope we can get young Master Lu's forgiveness. Lu Tianren. He's not a cutie. This red wine looks suspicious anyhow. The system also said silently, Host, the red wine has added sleeping pills that can make you fall asleep upside down. This was a sleeping pill that Tang Qingqing and the girls had specially gone out to buy, and as long as they had the money, they could get the pharmacy people to prescribe it. Then they go to a winery and buy an expensive bottle of red wine and put the drugs in it. As long as they removed Lu Tianren, the guy who was in the way, they would be able to go and teach Tang Qingma a lesson without any problems. But at this point, Lu Tianren just shook his head slightly and said with a bit of disgust, Sorry, as a bodyguard, I can't just drink drinks given by others. It really was just like what Tang Qingma said. These two sisters would definitely find a way to separate themselves from Tang Maching in order to take revenge. As for Tang Qingqing, as soon as they heard Lu Tianren refused to drink, they immediately revealed a pleading look. Young Master Lu, you don't want to drink. Is it because you don't want to forgive us? Chapter 146 Sleeping Pills. Young Master Lu, you don't want to drink. Is it because you don't want to forgive us? Tang Qingqing looked at Lu Tianren with great nervousness and a bit of excitement, as if his unwillingness to drink was some kind of mortal sin. Lu Tianren frowned. One size does not fit all. I don't drink because of my work principle. And even if I don't forgive, what do Miss 6 and Miss 7 want to do to me? Inexplicably treated as thieves with unclean hands, what kind of lesbian Buddha would forgive them? That's not what we meant. Tang Ziqing looked sad, but still took her wine glass and went forward, saying curtly, Young Master Lu, please. Last night our father said that if you wouldn't forgive us, we'd be kicked out. Even Tang Jianren moved out. Lu Tianren's tone was cold. All right, then I'll go over with you now to find the Tang family master and tell him directly that I forgive you. No! Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing shouted in unison. Lu Tianren's eyes became cold, and the atmosphere around him gradually radiated a sense of oppression. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were both non-martial artists, and even a small amount of suppression of qi and blood could be felt as intimidation. What do you want, ladies? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were both a bit unable to withstand the power of qi and blood, their legs painfully kneeling down. Yes, I'm sorry. Young Master Lu. We really just want to apologize. Tang Qingqing covered her chest, feeling so uncomfortable that she could hardly breathe. Yes, young Master Lu. We really want to make amends just to apologize. Tang Ziqing, on the other hand, was in a cold sweat, her body unable to move. Lu Tianren squinted at the bottle of red wine, naturally not believing what they said. However, when he wanted to just release the air pressure and break the bottle of red wine, Tang Qingma, who had been silent in the room, suddenly laughed and said, Tianren, since these two sisters of mine want to make amends, let them come in and pour a cup. Lu Tianren looked at him suspiciously. Based on his understanding of Tang Qingma, it wasn't a good thing to call them into the room. But Tang Qingqing and the girls still couldn't tell the difference and thought this was a great opportunity. Young Master Lu, see that Qingmo has agreed, so let us in. Tang Qingqing immediately said cheerfully. Tang Ziqing, who was on the side, kept nodding her head. Lu Tianren. He couldn't help but look at Tang Qingma, his insides shaking and vibrating when he saw the other party's bright smile. You guys, do you really want to come in? Lu Tianren asked Tang Qingqing and the girls one last time. But the answer received remains unchanged. Yeah, We wanted to come in and pour drinks and apologize. Okay. Lu Tianren stopped stopping and opened the door of the room to let them in. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both glanced at each other triumphantly, then excitedly entered the room. The room that originally belonged to Tang Qingxi had now become Tang Qingma's, and the decor inside had completely changed. Looking like this, Tang Qingqing and the girls became very angry and wanted to drive away Tang Qingma, who was sitting on the chair. Tang Qingma ignored the hateful looks they breakily revealed, instead smiling. All right, two sisters. If you want to make amends to Tianren, please hurry up. Ah yes, Ziqing. Quickly prepare the cups. Tang Qingqing felt a great sense of pain when she saw Tang Qingma actively jumping into the trap. They only needed to take care of this obstructive Lu Tianren first so they could teach Tang Qingma a lesson without having to be polite. Tang Ziqing stick up the wine glass and let Tang Qingqing pour the red wine in, then respectfully handed it to Lu Tianren. Young Master Lu, last night it was Qingqing and I who were blind to the fact that we had eyes to see. So I beg you to drink this glass of wine and forgive us. Lu Tianren exhaled lightly, his eyes glancing at Tang Qingma for a moment. Only seeing the other party give a wink, Lu Tianren breathlessly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of that glass of wine into his mouth. He then suddenly became unsteady on his feet, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a ping in his unsteady hold. The wine glass shattered all over the place and the red wine spilled out, while Lu Tianren's body leaned back. What did you guys put down in there? Lu Tianren's voice became weak as he saw Tang Qingqing and the two of them showing a winning smile. Of course Tang Qingqing wouldn't blow herself up. She just smiled and said, "No, young Master Lu. It should be because you have to be Qing Mo's bodyguard all day, so you feel tired." Tang Ziqing. "Yeah, it's because you're too tired, isn't it? You guys." Lu Tianren didn't speak anymore. He took several steps backward with both of his feet feebly, and finally tripped accidentally, and his whole body fell down. At this time, Tang Qingma, who had been sitting, stood up, his arms supporting Lu Tianren, who was about to fall to the ground, and threw him onto the bed to let him sleep. Only then did Tang Qingma look at Tang Qingqing and the girls with a sneer. "What did you put in the wine?" Tang Qingqing said triumphantly, "Sleeping pills. Sleeping pills that can make even martial artists fall asleep quickly. Don't worry, even if we don't see young Master Lu in a good light, we wouldn't dare to do anything to the young master of the Lu family. He'll wake up tomorrow." Tang Qingmo wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at them coldly. Tang Ziqing couldn't help but frown. "You're not surprised? Because I guessed it long ago." Tang Qingma sneered. "If it wasn't for Tianren stopping you guys last night, you'd have wanted to help that fake take revenge, right? Don't you tell Xiao Shi to be a fake." Tang Qingqing immediately said angrily, "In our hearts, Xiao Shi is our brother. You're the one pretending to be Xiao Shi." Tang Ziqing also said loudly, "That's right. This room originally belonged to Xiao Shi as well. You snatched it and drove Xiao Shi away. We will never let you go. Haha. But no matter how much you guys deny it, it doesn't change the fact that Tang Yinxi is the son of an abductor. And it was his mom who switched me and him 18 years ago. Tang Qingma snorted. "Also, this room just belongs to me. So if you guys have the ability, protest to the Tang family head and ask him to take it back." "You!" Tang Qingqing became angry when she saw Tang Qingma getting his way like this. Obviously before they lived at the school, Tang Qingma was a timid, dirty street rat. Now but experiencing a very short period of time, it was like he was transformed, as if he was a completely different person. And it's protected by the young master of the Lu family. What gives him access to something so good? Tang Qingqing immediately stepped forward, wanting to raise her hand to slap Tang Qingma. However, Tang Qingma didn't spend any time with them, directly backing up his body to dodge this slap before backhanding Tang Qingqing's face. Snap. Ah! Tang Qingqing was just hit to the ground with force. Tang Qingma instantly stepped forward and kicked down. Ping. Ah! Chapter 147. Even you can be a young lady, why can't I be a young master? Ping. Tang Qingqing's calf made a sound under the force. Tang Qingqing wanted to scream at this, but Tang Qingma covered her mouth so hard that she couldn't even let out a sound. "You guys think you can successfully teach me a lesson by putting Tianren to sleep?" Tang Qingma asked with a smile. Tang Qingqing felt that she couldn't move her left calf, and the intense pain was unbelievable. She was being knocked over on the ground by Tang Qingma, and her feet were Kai Dan. By that Tang Qingma who's been living a life of commiseration since he picked up his family. Although he knew that the other's personality had changed a lot, he was still startled. You! Tang Ziqing on the side also came back to her senses. As the bully who had been bullying Tang Qingma, she naturally wouldn't believe that the other party's character had really changed so completely, so she couldn't help but step forward when she saw Tang Qingmo resisting. Ah! Almost forgot about you. But Tang Qingma just turned her head with a smile. Another slap was thrown over before Tang Ziqing could react. Snap! Oh! Tang Ziqing looked at Tang Qingma in horror. She hadn't done anything yet and she was smoked. Since the person I've been trying to teach a lesson to is approaching me, how can I not properly defend myself? Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Tang Qingma! Tang Ziqing shouted hysterically. She looked as if she wanted to draw people over. Yet Tang Qingma just said mockingly, "Dear seventh sister, are you trying to draw others over by being so loud? But is it really good? You guys have used red wine to put young Master Lu to sleep. So what will you do if the Tang family master comes over and sees an unconscious young Master Lu?" Tang Qingqing Tang Ziqing. Yeah. They remembered the stupid thing they had just done. In order to teach Tang Qingma a lesson, they had difficulty getting Lu Tianren to sleep. If Tang Jianren and the others found out, Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 200. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 200. Seeing the stupid look on the Tang sisters' faces, Tang Qingma felt disgusted. Are you all this brainless as college students? You're the one. Tang Ziqing listened to the taunting words that kept coming from the other side, and once again, she excitedly tried to raise her arms. But this time, Tang Qingma directly counter-gripped Tang Ziqing's arm, only pulling it back with force, followed by a pinging sound. Oh! The intense pain also made Tang Ziqing break out in cold sweat. Tang Qingma then threw herself backwards, her entire body losing its balance and accidentally tripping over Tang Qingqing on the ground, her entire body falling onto her as well. Oh! The two just fell to the ground in a heap like a stack of wolves. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 200. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 200. Looks like my two good sisters are trying to perform acrobatics for me. Tang Qingma pulled up a chair and looked at them like they were clowns. A great deal of shame infuriated Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing, but Tang Qingma was still humiliating them. So what else do you guys have to perform? Show it quickly for my pleasure. Tang Qingma, you don't be complacent. But just by putting on pretty clothes do you really think you're a young master? Tang Ziqing covered her arm and got up with difficulty. Even though he only had one hand, he was able to help Tang Qingqing up. Or else, Tang Qingma snorted. Although I don't really want to have it, but I have the same kind of blood as you guys. Even you can be $1,000 lady. Why can't I be a young master? The only thing the big families look for is blood. Only you idiots will treat a fake as a treasure. If you have the ability, cut ties with the Tang family like him and move out together. Being told this, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell silent. What? Can't do it. Tang Qingma snickered. It seems that between the Tang family's daughter and her fake brother, you guys can't give up your affluent lives. Shut up. You shut up. As if she had been poked and prodded, Tang Ziqing yelled in agitation. Ziqing, lower your voice. Tang Qingqing heard that Tang Ziqing couldn't control the volume of her voice and hurriedly reminded her, just in case she calls the rest of the Don's family over. However, in the next second, Tang Qingma suddenly laughed and said, if you guys are afraid of Tianren waking up, then there's no need to worry. What do you mean? Tang Qingqing frowned as she suddenly developed a bad feeling, only to see Lu Tianren, who was originally lying on the bed asleep, suddenly open his eyes and get up amidst their astonishment. Because Tenren didn't sleep through it at all, he's just putting on a show to fool you guys. Oh. Lu Tianren. For martial artists, if it's for a drink you don't want to drink in, you can use your breath to hold the moisture in your mouth to gather it before finding the time to spit it out. At that time, when Tang Qingqing and the girls came over with such a bottle of red wine, it was very suspicious in any case. I just didn't realize they were really so bold as to put sleeping pills in themselves. We. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing cowered inwardly in shock when they saw that Lu Tianren wasn't asleep at all, and that they were the only ones who were clowns from start to finish. Their plan had originally been to let Lu Tianren sleep through the night, and when they were done teaching Tang Qingma a lesson, they would make him lie and hide it from Lu Tianren, as long as Tang Qingma was dead set on denying it. Even Lu Tianren couldn't bite the bullet and say that they were the ones who bullied Tang Qingma. However, it was not expected that the originally timid as a mouse Tang Qingmo resisted, and still possessed the power to knock them down. And even more unexpected was that Lu Tianren didn't get his way at all. They're the only ones who've ever been caught in the trap. Now Lu Tianren didn't say anything, only slightly darkening his eyes. Invisible auras emanated from their bodies, and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's bodies at the same time. No. The two of them were just ordinary young ladies. It was impossible for them to resist the power of a martial artist's breath, and both of their legs fell to the ground in pain. Young Master Lu, it was our mistake. Young Master Lu, please forgive us. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were sweating coldly under the pressure. The blood in their bodies was slowly heating up, and their internal organs kind of looked like they were twisting up, and Lu Tianren coldly looked down at the two. It's true that everyone in the Tang family is so strange. He didn't want to talk to the Tang family and turned his head directly to Tang Qingmo. Young Tang, what do you want to do about it? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both froze. Lu Tianren actually gave the decision to Tang Qingmo, only to see Tang Qingmo reveal a smiling face, her fingertips hooked on her chin as she tilted her head slightly in thought. Speaking of which, seeing these two good sisters of mine reminds me of the time I was once pushed down the stairs by them in the past. Tang Qingqing, Tang Ziqing. So if you want us to forget what just happened, roll down the stairs for us. Chapter 148. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing pushed downstairs. Roll down the stairs? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both widened their eyes. The harmless-looking Tang Qingmo would actually say such cruel words. Lu Tianren, who was on the side, had already gotten used to it and just looked at the two Tang Qingqing in silence. No, please wait, young Master Lu. And looking at the other party's eyes, Tang Qingqing couldn't help but feel that it was for real. Young Master Lu, we are girls. How can you as a man do this to us? Tang Ziqing also didn't have the arrogance she had just faced Tang Qingmo with, her expression filled with pleading. But in response, Tang Qingmo just sneered and said, rolling down the stairs isn't a good cover for you guys? What? Tang Qingmo said flatly. Now that one of your legs is broken and one of your hands is broken, how are you going to explain it when they see you, Tang family master? You can't say that in order to teach your own brother a lesson, you put drugs in the red wine given to the young master of the Lu family, and then you also had your own brother break your arms and legs. If you guys would like me to tell you this fact, I am fine with it. In fact, Tang Qingmo could utilize the repair skill to forcefully heal Tang Qingqing's hands and feet for them, but he just doesn't use it. He wanted to give back what the original owner had been in the midst of their hurt before. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 300. And it had to be said that Tang Qingmo's words did make Tang Qingqing and the girls ponder. Now they were each injured and had offended the young master of the Lu family. If Tang Jianren knew about it, if he knew that they had once again done something unfavorable to Lu Tianren, both men winced. Tang Qingmo didn't show any mercy either. How about my two good sisters? How's the consideration? Are you going to roll down the stairwell? Or should I explain to the Tang family head for you? Qingmo, we're your sisters. How can you be so cruel to us? Seeing that the hard way didn't work, Tang Qingqing started to play the affection card, hoping that they would be spared for the sake of them being siblings. But how could Tang Qingmo be merciful to them? His tone flicked. No, your brother is Tang Qingxi. I'm the one who stole your brother's identity. Isn't that what you said yourselves? In this instant, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing wanted to travel back and slap themselves for saying those words at the time. Yet it was too late for any words. Tang Qingmo rested the back of her hand slightly on her cheeks and smiled brightly. All right, I'm thinking of such a good idea for you guys now. Do you want the Tang family head to know that you intentionally gave sleeping pills to Tianren for the sake of Tang Chuanxi? It was obvious that they didn't want Tang Jianren to know about this, and Tang Qingmo was well aware of that. Isn't that right? So in the next second, his eyes and his tone were filled with ice. Tianren, take them out of the room and throw them down the stairs. Lu Tianren let out a light breath inwardly and nodded as well. Understood. Lu, young Master Lu? No, don't. When Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing saw the expressionless Lu Tianren approaching them, both of their inner panics continued to well up, and they were tempted to run away immediately. However, their hands and feet were broken, so even if they were fine, there was no way they could escape Lu Tianren, who was a martial artist. Therefore, Lu Tianren didn't have to use much effort at all to grab their arms with one hand and forcefully pull them towards the outside of the room. No! Young Master Lu, please let us go. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 300. Both of them panicked at Lu Tianren's actions and wanted to beg loudly for mercy. You guys go ahead and scream as loud as you can to attract everyone over. Then, said Tang Qingma with a slight smile, I'll tell you about the sleeping pills you put in. As expected, the two were not daring to scream, and the remorse value kept coming out. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Ziqing's remorse value plus 300. Quickly, Lu Tianren had brought them to the stairwell. Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing had messy hair and tears in their eyes at this point, and they were still saying please for mercy between their words. Yeah, sorry. Don't. Please. In that instant, Lu Tianren's hands trembled as well. It was the first time he'd had to do something as horrible as push someone down a flight of stairs. It was like there was a force inside himself that wanted to stop him. If he did do it, it felt like he'd never get it back. You can't get down? But at that moment, a frivolous voice came from behind. Young Tang. Lu Tianren turned his head in a bit of surprise, his hands still grasping Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's rear collars with force. I'm sorry, I'm now. Tang Qingma interrupted. I'll do it if you can't do it, only to see the other man let himself loose in the palm of his hand. Followed by, Tang Qingma stretched his arms forward. So Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing fell down the stairs in shock. Don't ah. The miserable screams of the two men filled the entire Tang family villa, sending the Tang family members who were in their rooms rushing out in fear. In fact, not only them, even Lu Tianren, who was located on the third floor, was startled. Tang Qingma pushed them down without any hesitation at all. Although Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng had only rolled down the stairs from the third floor to the second floor, their heads and skin had formed massive bruises from the collision of the rungs. A large number of teardrops flowed from the corners of their eyes. Unable to speak because of too much pain instead, the already injured girls were hurt even worse. Tang Qingqing's remorse value plus 300. Tang Zicheng's remorse value plus 300. Qing, Zicheng, what's wrong with you guys? Seeing her two daughters rolling down the stairwell, White Flower Lotus worriedly went over with Ellie Tang to observe. Your hands and feet. Mom, you can't move them now. Ellie Tang, as a surgeon, could see that their hands' feet were broken. But whether or not the fall down the stairs was related has to be examined and determined. Tang Ruoling also immediately asked, I'm going to call an ambulance. How did you guys fall down from above? Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng both clenched their teeth at this moment. Neither of them dared to say why, and could only faintly glance upwards out of the corner of their eyes. And in the direction they were gazing, there stood Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren. You guys! Tang Ruoling's eyes widened. No way, let's not talk about Lu Tianren. Qingqing and Zicheng wouldn't have been pushed down by Tang Qingma. Tang Qingma naturally noticed the skeptical gazes of the crowd, but he wasn't flustered in the slightest. Instead, she looked at Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng and said with a light smile, Sixth sister, seventh sister, why are you all looking at me? Huh? How did you guys fall down? Just tell us all about it. Chapter 149. Does she want to help them or harm them? Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng were both shocked. How did they fall? If they told the truth, then wouldn't Tang Qingma also tell the truth about their move to drug Lu Tianren? But they're really hurting right now. The fall when they were pushed off was horrible. At the time, they really thought they were going to die. And now, my good sixth and seventh sisters, you have to say it properly. At this moment, Tang Qingma was located on the third floor, and his demonic-like voice came into Tang Qingqing and Tang Zicheng's ears. Obviously, the voice was very flirty, but it was like a warning. Warn them if they say anything wrong. We were just careless. Tang Qingqing immediately lowered her head, not daring to talk nonsense. Yeah, it's just carelessness. Tang Zicheng was inwardly angry, yet she didn't dare to say anything more after seeing Tang Qingqing hide the matter. However, when Tang Ali saw her two sisters sweating coldly, as if they were too weak to speak, she didn't believe what they said inwardly. What are you guys talking about? How could you all fall together at the same time? How can it look like you were all pushed down? Tang Ali's words caused Tang Qingqing and the girls to shiver at the same time.
King, Ziking.
You guys don't need to worry. Feel free to speak up if you have any grievances. Tang Ali's eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Tang Qingma, who was watching the drama on the third floor. Quickly tell us, who the hell pushed you? Tang Qingqing was a bit intimidated by Tang Ali's aura. Obviously he had said that he had fallen down accidentally. Why was second sister still so entangled? Once again, she couldn't help but look at Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren, who were located on the third floor. Tang Qingma's expression didn't change like just now, and he still had a mocking look on his face. And Lu Tianren opened his eyes and looked at them with a cold expression. Although nothing was said, his expression was full of coldness and his eyes were not at all emotional. It's like saying that if the truth about them falling down the stairs came out, invisible fear filled Tang Qingqing's heart, causing her to hastily yell, "No! I said no! Second sister, we really did accidentally tripped over our feet and then fell down the stairs with Ziqing." Tang Ziqing was also trembling and kept nodding. "It's true, second sister. It's just like Qing said. No one pushed us. You guys." Donnelly was rather more suspicious when she saw both of them hysterically saying that they had fallen off. Her gaze once again looked at Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren, then at Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's ugly faces. Is it hard to be threatened? That's not surprising. With Tang Qingma's despicability, it was normal for Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing to be threatened and not dare to tell the truth. Okay, since you guys aren't talking, I'll go look at the surveillance myself. Tang Ali only wanted to catch Tang Qingma in the act at this time, and also thought that this time was a good opportunity. So regardless of Tang Qingqing's two unsightly faces, she stood up. "Second sister, what are you doing?" Tang Qingqing was shocked. How come second sister just won't listen to them and wants to pursue this to the end? "Ellie, what the hell is going on?" Tang Meixin and Bai Hualien on the side also felt strange. Why does Ellie Tang favor an investigation when it's clear that the injured person has already said that they fell? Ellie Tang just said flatly, "I just think there's something fishy going on, and it's better to find out." "No!" Tang Qingqing didn't care about the wounds on her body, dragging her fractured leg hard to pull on Tang Ali's sleeve. "Second sister, we're really fine. Just call an ambulance for us and don't worry about anything else." "Yes, second sister, we beg you." Tang Ziqing also felt that Tang Ali was being nosy. Is she trying to help them or hurt them by being so insistent? And Tang Jianren, he was equally surprised. The Tang family's staircase was designed with handrails, so even if they were not careful, it would be impossible for both of them to fall down from it at the same time. And any way you look at it now, you can see that Tang Qingqing and the girls are hiding something, like they don't want people to know why they fell down. Just then, Tang Qingma's voice came once again. "It's great-o, second sister has a great spirit of exploring the truth." He looked like he was watching the show. His smile was still very bright. "I don't care. You guys want to know the truth of the matter, then go ahead and find out. It's just that I don't care if anything extra comes to light afterward." "No, no way." Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing immediately went to stop Tang Ali again. When Tang Jianren heard Tang Qingma's words and the panic of his two daughters, he also finally guessed what was going on. Any way you look at it, it was the two of them who got into trouble first. Then Tang Qingmo retaliated and pushed them down the stairs. Although he didn't know what these two had done, if it was just related to Tang Qingma, he wouldn't be so flustered, which meant Tang Jianren raised his head slightly and looked at the expressionless Lu Tianren in a cold sweat. In other words, they had done some kind of asshole thing to Lu Tianren, right? "Qingqing, Ziqing, you don't have to be afraid." Even though Tang Ali saw that her two sisters were unwilling to tell the truth, she still didn't want to just give up on something that could convict Tang Qingma. However, at this time, Tang Jianren's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, Ellie, don't pursue this any further." "Ugh." Don Ellie was confused. Tang Jianren exhaled softly and said slowly, "Qingqing and Ziqing fell down the stairs by themselves accidentally, just like they said. That's the conclusion. Go see when the ambulance is coming." Seeing Tang Jianren, the family head, say so, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both sighed in relief. No matter what, as long as their father didn't find out about the scandalous things he wanted to do to Lu Tianren, that would be fine. "Dad, how can you jump to conclusions so simply?" However, Don Ellie didn't want to leave it at that. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was Tang Qingma who had done it. How can you just give up such a good chance of being able to convict him? Are you not hearing what I'm saying? Tang Jianren gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Ali with cold eyes. Since I've said that they fell down on their own, that's the truth. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don Ellie was resigned to silence. She had suffered defeat in front of Tang Qingma so many times before, so naturally she wanted to find something to retaliate back. This is something Tang Jianren also knows very well. If it was just about the inside of their Tang family, or if Ellie Tang had a way to chip away at Tang Qingma's anger, he certainly wouldn't stop it. But now it's more than just the Dons anyhow. If it was because Tang Eli had investigated the surveillance and caused the Tang family to incur losses, he would never allow it. Dad. Don Ellie unconsciously lowered her head when she saw her father just trying to put things to rest. Chapter 150. Don Ellie was accepted? Alright, since Qingqing and Ziqing both said they were careless, we'll just wait for the ambulance to come and take them to the hospital. Tang Jianren carries out the instructions and does not allow Ellie Tang to pursue the matter further. Although Tang Eli was upset, she couldn't say any more in today's situation. It would be a problem if he angered Tang Jianren. It was only Tang Qingma, who was located upstairs, who snorted and said, "Worthy of being the head of the Tang family, very accurate judgment. Sometimes after investigating the truth, it's possible that another secret that can't be told will be exposed." After saying that, he even deliberately glanced at Lu Tianren before turning around and going back to his room. Tang Jianren is well aware of it. His two daughters really did something to Lu Tianren. So after seeing both Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren back in the dormitory, they couldn't help but look at them with stern eyes. Qingqing, Ziqing, tell me honestly, did you guys go and mess with Tang Qingma again? Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing immediately lowered their heads. This look of weakness on their faces already said everything. You guys! Tang Jianren was suddenly so angry that his chest was stuffy. I'd like to give each of them 2 slaps in the face. Tang Eli was also a bit agitated and asked, Dad, Qingqing and Ziqing only wanted to teach Tang Qingma a lesson for the sake of Shaoxi. Why did you stop me just now? Can't you see how stupid your 2 sisters look? Tang Jianren couldn't help but point at them. If it's just related to Tang Qingma, I can still pretend I don't know anything. But how do they look like they've made a move on the young master of the Lu family? Lu, the Lu family? Tang Eli was also startled when she heard it. Originally, she thought that her 2 sisters had only made a move against Tang Qingma before falling down the stairs. Who knew that they were so bold that even Lu Tianren, we, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing both looked away sheepishly as a large amount of remorse value surged out. Seeing that the atmosphere was very wrong, Tang Ruoling promptly persuaded, all right, let's wait for the ambulance to come first. On the side, Tang Meixin and Bai Hualien also nodded worriedly as they planned to accompany Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing as they waited for the ambulance to arrive. "TSK," said Don Ellie, just tooting lightly at the sight. How can her 2 sisters be so stupid? If you want to mess with it, just mess with Tang Qingma. If Tang Qingma fought back, she could still use these 2 sisters to strike him. But how could they make a move on the young master of the Lu family? Now it's really a steal. Just thinking about it. Don Ellie felt a twinge of heart fatigue, but at that moment, Tang Jianren's unfriendly voice rang out again. By the way, Ellie, I've already made an appointment for you with the Chun family's 2nd youngest master, so see if you're free to go out for a meal with him one day. Huh? Tang Eli was immediately stunned. Dad, I don't want to go out with the Chun family's young master. I didn't realize her father had acted so quickly. Tang Jianren just said with cold eyes. You have nothing to do anyway? You're at home all day, aren't you? I did go to the interview. But no hospital wants you. Tang Jianren silently shook his head, his tone very cold. Ellie, even if you don't want to admit it, you should still be clear about what kind of situation you're in.
Ellie Tang.
She clenched her teeth and clenched her fists hard. Of course she knows. She has been suspended since it was revealed that she would stab her own brother with a syringe. And with the successive scandals of the Tang family, there will simply be no more hospitals that would dare to recruit her now. But Don Ellie was not happy about it. It was obvious that she had worked so hard for so many years to earn the reputation of surgical sage. Patients from all over the world approached themselves for surgery because of this title. But it was because he had stabbed Tang Qingma that he was suspended and even removed from the medical profession. How does this make her happy? Ding. Just then, however, a letter tone from her cell phone caught Tang Eli's attention. Puzzled, she opened the message, her eyes momentarily becoming twinkly. Dad, I got the notice. I've been accepted. What? Tang Jianren's brows furrowed. Which hospital is willing to take you? He doesn't actually frown at the fact that Ellie Tang can use her job as an excuse not to go on a blind date, but rather how could any hospital dare to take her given her popularity? Aren't you afraid of negative rumors that she zaps patients when she's in a bad mood? Ellie Tang looked at the message and saw that it was a certain medical center in Magic City. What is said to be a medical center is actually a clinic that is not even a hospital. It's just a small hospital, said Donnelly with a little bit of heartburn, but more of an inner ache. She had no choice now. During this period, one has sent many response letters to different major hospitals, but not a single call could be received. Now only this clinic, which isn't even a hospital, is willing to admit her. And seeing her expression like this, what could Tang Jianren not understand? So in a stern tone, she said, Ellie, you don't want to just find a small hospital to deal with me because you don't want to go on a blind date. Even if you work in a place like that, not only is it hard work, but you have no reputation. Why has Ellie Tang earned the nickname Surgical Sage? Apart from her outstanding achievements in surgery, it is because she is a talented person working in a big private hospital. Unlike public hospitals, private hospitals mainly serve the rich. So in order to attract more affluent patients to visit it, the hospital would naturally help with publicity and spread the word about the beauty of Ellie Tang. But small hospitals don't have that kind of capital investment. And in order to save costs, they may not even be able to hire enough staff, and doctors sometimes have to do the work of nurses. How can Tang Ailey be said to have come out of a major private hospital? Plus, she was the daughter of the Tang family, so her workload must not be as onerous as that of other doctors. But now, she's actually volunteering to work in a small place. Can it be afforded or not? Tang Ailey gripped her cell phone tightly, her eyes firm. Dad, I didn't just choose it to deal with you. In fact, it was the only clinic that would take her. Don't worry. I'll prove to you that your daughter can hit the ground running no matter what work environment she's inside. Tang Jianren. He wanted to say something else, but seeing how convinced Tang Ailey was, he didn't say anything. Just hope she doesn't regret it. At this time, located in Tang Qingma's dorm room, he happily listened to the system's report. Host, there's a medical center willing to hire Ellie Tang. Well, that's great. Dear Ni-san finally got the job she wanted. And she's working hard not to go on a blind date. Tang Qingma smiled as he opened his phone. It was his chat with Su Jingchen. Ugh. Host, the owner of that medical center is... Chapter 151 Tang Inchi being beaten by a stranger. The system found out. The medical center that was willing to admit Don Ellie, that was about to go bankrupt. The owner of the medical center started out with the intention of caring for the health of the people. So he built this medical center to make it easier for the residents to be able to go for medical visits and checkups. However, with prices rising over the years and most people preferring to go to the hospital, the business of the medical center has declined, and the owner has decided to close down the business next month and retire overseas. So Tang Qingma made good use of that. At that time, I will pay for Su Jingchen to instruct the Song family's ministry to go forward for medical checkups and visits. Can a reputable doctor like Tang Ailey, who is used to doing private hospitals, really cope with the flow of people in the center of the district? Tang Qingma hooked her lips and said silently, no matter what, in order not to go on a blind date in a daze, Ellie Tang will stick to it even if it's hard, right? He knew Don Ellie's character very well and had very high self-esteem, whatever she was asked to do in order not to get married. It's just that without the security of a large private hospital and the identity of the Tang family's daughter, can Tang Ailey help people see a doctor without any problems? Tang Qingmo revealed a smilable expression as a series of plans floated in his mind. System. This host is horrible. But at that moment, Tang Qingma suddenly said, I'm more concerned about Tang Qingshi's movements right now than Tang Ailey's girls. What about Tang Inchi? Now that he's out of the Tang family, he's no longer the young master of the Tang family. The system agrees. That's right. Tang Qingma smiled more profoundly and waved his hands up and said, So, since Tang Qingshi has already lost the protection card of the Tang family, if he accidentally messes with someone, getting hurt is unavoidable, right? The system was a bit at a loss for how to respond. Seems like it. Then give me the address where Tang Chuanxi is living now. All right. The next morning, Tang Inchi woke up from her bed. At this point, he had already severed ties with the Tang family through a press conference. And again, he didn't answer calls and messages from the Tang family because he had to pretend to be sad. Thus, he didn't yet know that Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing had broken their arms and legs for his sake. and that he had been thrown down the stairs by Tang Qingma. But even if he knew, he could only offer words of comfort. Although Tang Jinshi is now living alone in Tang Ruoling's residence, he has a clockwork aunt to take care of his cleaning and meals. So in a sense he is having an easier time than he did in the Tang family. After all, when he was in the Tang family, he had to regularly provide emotional value to White Flower Lotus and the Tang sisters. Now that he had moved out, but Tang Ruoling had already arranged everything. All he had to do was to relax and wait until the wedding day to organize it. Thinking this way, Tang Jinshi was excited to go out, planning to use the bank card Tang Ruoling gave her yesterday to go shopping and sightseeing. As he walked down the block, however, a man in a tank top and unusually strong build suddenly slammed into his shoulder. Ah! Tang Jinshi's shoulder hurt a little when she was hit by the defense. But more than himself, the man who had seemingly intentionally bumped into him pressed his shoulder hard and exclaimed in a pompous voice, "Ah, that hurts! Who hit me just now?" The man turned his head, his eyes glaring harshly at Tang Jinshi.
Tang SNRHI, yêu.
"Is that you? You mongrel fish!" He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Tang Jinshi's collar with one hand and yanking it up. Tang Jinshi was shocked. No, it wasn't me. It was obvious that the man had deliberately crashed into him, so how did it now turn out to be his fault? It's hard to be a bumper sticker party. There's only me and you here. If you didn't hit me, who am I? The man just wouldn't let go of Tang Jinshi, looking hideous as he shouted. Think you don't have to be responsible for hitting someone? You're... Tang Jinshi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reflexively looked above him. There were no security cameras, and the man clenched his rough fists, intent on raising them. You... Don't get so excited. Don't you just want money? Seeing that the other party wanted to make a move, Tang Jinshi immediately had to take out her cell phone, thinking that as long as she gave the big man in front of her enough money, she wouldn't have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Tell me how much you want for medical bills and I'll transfer it to you. However, in the next second, the man's raging voice came out again. What are you talking about money? Am I that vulgar? Are you looking down on me? Unexpectedly, the man became more irritable. So what do you want to do then? Tang Jinshi had no choice. If he wasn't asking for money, simple. You hurt my shoulder. I knock you back. And it's even. Tang Xingyi. Huh? In this instant, Tang Chuanxi didn't have time to give any reaction at all, only to see a huge fist quickly arrive in front of his eyes, followed by a ping. He was punched so hard in the face that his entire body was knocked to the ground and rolled several times. Ah! Tang Xianxi just lay on the ground in shock. More than the pain coming from his face, he was surprised as to why he had been hit. Don't bumper stickers usually do it for the money? Why the sudden? But before Tang Jinshi could return to his senses, his collar was once again pulled up by the man, and one side of his red, swollen face looked very comical. You? Why are you? Tang Jinshi watched in surprise as the man raised his fist once again. Old man looks at you with displeasure. So I want to beat you up. Ping. The man punched Tang Chuanxi in the other side of his face again, punching both sides of his face until they were symmetrical. Aya! Tang Chungi had no idea what was going on, and he was punched in the face again. How dare you use money to buy me off? What an asshole. I look like such a person. Ping. The burly man punched Tang Chuanxi in the face again. One look at your clothes. You should be a young master of a rich family. How dare you look down on me? Ping pong. Punch after punch. Asshole. Ping. Ping. No. Don't. Tang Chuanxi had been hit with a number of punches at this point, and her entire face had become red and swollen, like a pig's head. Why was he himself treated like this? Don't. I'm the Tang family's young master, said Tang Jinshi with great difficulty as she felt her cheeks swell and hurt. Young master? Of the Tang family? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. But the man laughed even more wildly. Speaking of which, I think I've seen your face before. It seems like 2 days ago, the Tang family held a press conference, saying that the fake young master in there was going to cut ties with the Tang family, and that person was you, wasn't it? The man revealed an evil smile. Just ask you, as the fake young master, who do you think you are still after occupying the position of a rich family's son for 18 years? And now that you've severed your ties with the Tang family? Ping. Another punch down. Oh! Tang Xingshi shed tears in pain, a great deal of unwillingness filling her heart. If he was still the young master of the Tang family, he wouldn't have been subjected to the current state of affairs. It was all because of myself. Being schemed by this bastard Tang Qingma, that's why he lost his status as the young master of the Tang family. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Tang Inchi's remorse value plus 200. Please, don't hit again. Chapter 152. It's been 2 times in a row. The fists kept landing on Tang Chuanxi's face, already causing him a lot of pain. Please, don't hit again. Tang Inchi held out her hand, hoping to stop the man's move. But how could his little bit of strength stop this intense man? Only to see the man directly throw Tang Inchi to the ground, and then kick Tang Inchi's abdomen with a hard kick. Aha! Tang Inchi, who had only had facial pain, scrunched up her stomach in agony, feeling so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. You're just a fake young master who has been hogging people for 18 years. Do you really think you can become real by giving some money? I poo. The burly man kept punching and kicking Tang Chuanxi like he had found a point to vent. No, don't hit. Tang Inchi couldn't resist at all, and could only protect her head with her palms, taking all the pain. What gives a fake like you the right to live so well? The man kept kicking Tang Chuanxi's abdomen and stomping on his legs, but Tang Chuanxi couldn't do anything but keep waiting for the other party to stop. He didn't stop his violent assault until the other man had been venting for over 10 minutes. Humph, bastard. The man looked like he had accomplished his emotional value and finally turned to leave under Tang Inchi's prayers. Tang Xingshi was just lying on the ground, bruised and battered. He wanted to call the police, but he had just been in a press conference 2 days before and could no longer afford to lose face. Fortunately for him, the attack hadn't injured his bones, and he was able to brace his legs and go back to heal. Back in the house, Tang Inchi endured the pain and grabbed the gauze and bandages from the medicine chest to bandage herself. What the hell is going on here? Why did he cut ties with the Tang family on only the first day, but immediately receive attacks from strangers? Is this a coincidence? Or is it intentional? Although Tang Chuanxi was able to ask Tang Ruoling to help with the investigation, he had only moved out for the first day and would only be considered pretentious if he immediately approached her to contact her. In order to better make Tang's family sympathize with him, Tang Stringy decided to hide this incident for a few days first, waiting until the right point in time to let them know. Tang Inchi's inner thoughts were perfect. As long as he waited for a few days to pass, and then let Tang Ruoling and the others see the scars on his body, he would definitely be able to gain their sympathy and compassion. However, a few days later, Tang Inchi realized that she had thought too naively. Ping. Ping pong. No, don't. Once again, Tang Chuanxi was hit by some strange man, and his entire body was sent flying by a fist. This was something he had done after several days, planning to return to the Tang family villa by pretending that he couldn't leave the Tang family behind, and then purposely letting them see his injuries to make them sympathize with him. But when he had just come out of the house not long ago, he was once again inexplicably picked on by some man he didn't know, and then the other man didn't want money as much as he did before, and just beat himself to the ground. Once could be considered a coincidence, but not twice. Who are you? Sent here? Tang Xingshi was struck in the abdomen, and his entire body scrunched up in pain. But the man who attacked Tang Chuanxi said with a cocky look on his face, "What sent people here? I don't like you. Can't I beat you up if I want to?" With that, he stomped another foot at his shoulder. Aha! Tang Inchi felt pain in her limbs. His face had lost quite a bit of the swelling, but there were still quite a few bruises visible. Originally, he had planned to go directly to the Tang family villa, but how else could he go now? Not going to the hospital already means he's resilient. Thinking about it this way, it proves that there is a good chance that these two strangers looking for a fight have sought revenge on him. Tang Qingma. It's Tang Qingma, right? Tang Xinxi's first thought was Tang Qingma, although he didn't have any evidence. Based on the poor relationship between them and his inner intuition, he just judged that it was Tang Qingma's doing. But it's not right. If it was really done by Tang Qingma, then how did he know he was here? Did Tang Ruoling tell you? No. Tang Ruoling was also on bad terms with him. It couldn't have been her who said it. But if that's the case, then who the hell knows? Or is it just another coincidence? 2 consecutive coincidences had left Tang Inchi feeling very puzzled. But right now he had to deal with the man in front of him who was deliberately looking for trouble first. Tang Chuanxi was once again knocked to the ground and said in a difficult tone, "How much did you, the other party, offer?" I can give you double? Ah! The man kicked over even more angrily after hearing Tang Chuanxi's words. What? You assholes have money, so take it out quickly. Waste my time. The man was very excited when Tang Jinxi swept 20,000 over. Remember, this is what you're going to give me. He stopped his fist and foot attacks and just rubbed his toes against Tang Chuanxi. If you dare to call the police, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Tang Jinxi alone. Tang Hongxi, this time with new wounds on old ones, looked flustered as he pulled out his cell phone. Big sister. Save me? No way. Although his original plan was to walk to the Tang family villa by himself to come and do a chance encounter with Bai Hualien or the other sisters. However, in his current condition, he might die first if he didn't ask Tang Ruoling for help. Tang Ruoling was originally in a meeting with her subordinates. But when she heard the call from Tang Chuanxi, she immediately dropped everyone and rushed from the company to the house without even opening the meeting. Hoshi! As soon as she opened the door, she saw Tang Jinxi sitting wounded and tired on the sofa, alone and miserable, bandaging the wound on her arm. Big sister. Due to her injuries, Tang Jinxi's face was pale at this moment, and her entire body acted weak, as if she would collapse at any moment. Seeing such a Tang Jinxi, Tang Ruoling's heart ached. Hoshi, what the hell happened? She immediately stepped forward to check the other's injuries. Why? Why are you hurt like this? She slightly touched Tang Jinxi's hand, who knew that the other party's body contracted as if stimulated. It hurts. Big sister. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Tang Ruoling was also a bit shocked and asked worriedly, Hoshi, what happened? Why are you so injured? Normally, she had specifically arranged for Tang Jinxi to live in this neighborhood because of the decent security. There's no way Tang Xingshi could have been hurt that badly. However, Tang Jinxi just lowered her head, looking a bit panicked, and said, I'm sorry, big sister, I was beaten up. What's going on? Chapter 153. Tang Ruoling hired martial artists to arrest people. Hoshi was beaten up. When was this? Tang Ruoling immediately tensed up and tried to observe Tang Jinxi's physical condition. However, due to the fear that touching would lead to secondary injuries, she didn't dare to make too many movements towards Tang Jinxi. Tang Jinxi lowered her head, looking very lost. Just now, and a few days ago, I wanted to go back home to see my mom and sister and you guys. But who knows that as soon as I left the neighborhood, someone suddenly came and hit me and said that I hit him, and then Tang Xianqi suddenly paused when she reached the most crucial point, then silently turned her head, revealing a mournful expression. This expression was placed in Tang Ruoling's heart. What else was not understood? Hoshi, why didn't you tell us? Tang Jinxi didn't look away. I'm sorry, big sister. I've already severed my relationship with my family. I can't trouble you guys anymore normally. Tang Ruoling was stunned, and also lowered her head with difficulty. Indeed, strictly speaking, Tang Chuanxi was no longer considered a member of the Tang family, and with such a kind character, if it wasn't for the fact that he was about to be beaten to death this time, he wouldn't have told himself, would he? Tang Jinxi said with an apologetic expression, Big sister, please don't tell mom and second sister and the others about my injury this time. They'll be worried and upset. I've already caused them a lot of trouble because of this video thing. I can't upset them anymore. Hoshi. What a great kid this is. Obviously he was threatened by Ruyan before he accidentally had his picture stolen. But now he had to take responsibility for the trouble Lu Ruyan had caused. And now it's been hurt so badly. Speaking of which, why is Hoshi suddenly getting beat up? Just as Tang Ruoling was thinking about it, she heard Tang Jinxi say, Elder sister, I think it's strange. He rubbed the wound on his arm in loss. Obviously I broke it off with my family only the day before, but when I went out the next day I was immediately approached. And a few days later, the same thing happened again. Indeed, this is a civilized society. Even bumper sticker parties aim for money, with little chance of getting their hands dirty. And to hear Hoshi tell it, he was violently attacked on his first day out after the press conference, and violently attacked again when he went out again after staying home for several days. Could it be that Shi was being targeted by certain families that were enemies of the Tang family? Thinking so, Tang Ruoling said excitedly, Shi, let's call the police. I think it must be the work of our enemy family. After all, Tang Jinxi used to be the identity of the Tang family's young master. Only now he was informed that he was the fake young master because of his blood relationship. Now that this fake young master had to cut himself off from the Tang family because of the video fiasco, wouldn't those clans that had a grudge against the Tang family take this opportunity to go after Tang Chuanxi? Hoshi, let's go to the police first. Don't worry. I will find the family that bullied you and make them pay. Although Tang Ruoling wanted to use both hands to hold onto Tang Chuanxi's shoulders, however, she didn't know if the other party was injured, so her raised hands were lowered again. How dare those people do that to Hoshi? One should never let them off the hook. But who knew that as soon as Tang Hongxi heard that she wanted to call the police, she immediately stopped her. No way, big sister. I've already announced a press conference a few days ago to cut ties with my family, so you can't take me to the police station. If the police had announced it to the public, then the media would have gotten the message. By then, the fact that he was still spending time with the Tang family would be known to the public, and his apology would amount to nothing. And you can't afford to lose face yourself. But at this rate, Hoshi, you're going to be in a lot of pain. Tang Ruoling also said with difficulty. Tang Yinchi smiled bitterly and said in a thoughtful manner, "It's fine, as long as I don't cause any trouble for you guys. What's wrong with me getting a little hurt?" Hoshi. Seeing Tang Ruoling in such a self-sacrificing manner, Tang Ruoling's heart ached. No way. She absolutely had to find out who was bullying her Hoshi. She wanted those people to know that even if Hoshi broke off her relationship with the Tang family, it was just a superficial gesture. Tang Xianxi was still the most beloved brother in their hearts. Tang Ruoling ended up calling for a private doctor to heal Tang Xianxi's injuries and had the other party sign a confidentiality agreement before leaving. As soon as she left the neighborhood, she sternly instructed her subordinates to investigate if there were any suspicious people wandering around the neighborhood lately, and to call up all the surveillance cameras inside and outside of the neighborhood to see who was actually bullying Tang Yinchi. The subordinates were reasonably efficient. In no time at all, the surveillance had been mobilized, and it had also been investigated that there were indeed suspicious non-residents walking in the area in the last few days. Even though Tang Yinchi said she didn't want to call the police, it didn't mean Tang Ruoling couldn't find the person, so she hired several martial artists, wanting to wait for the right time to catch all those suspicious characters for interrogation. 2 days later, she took a special day off from the company, and together with those martial artists, she buried herself outside of the neighborhood at 8 o'clock in the morning, watching for any suspicious characters walking around. And while waiting until about 10 o'clock, 3 men in undershirts and burly builds were indeed seen walking. Their behavior and demeanor may seem rude, and sometimes they spit out a lot of words. Hey, do you guys think that young master will come out today? Haha. We beat the crap out of him both times. How could he still dare to show up? Tang Ruoling, who was eavesdropping on the side. What beat the out of him? How do you think anyone could be so shameless as to have the audacity to stay inside the victim's home when he's not even a bastard? There are different people in this world. That's why we're going to do God's work for him and teach him a good lesson. Why don't we send razor blades to his house next time, when that young master opens the box full of razor blades? Haha. I wonder what kind of expression he'll show. Ha ha ha. Tang Ruoling was shocked. Aren't they talking about Hoshi when people talk about the young master who isn't even a bastard? Hoshi had also said before that the person who beat him up was the man in the undershirt and the burly body type. So it's them. It's these people who are bullying Hoshi. Tang Ruoling couldn't bear it and immediately instructed the martial artists behind her, pointing at the burly men in front of her and yelling, "That's them! Quick, get them for me!" Those martial artists immediately obeyed Tang Ruoling's command and immediately ran out from their hiding places. Hey, who are you guys? What's going on? What are you doing? Help! Hit someone! The 3 burly men were easily caught up by the martial artists Tang Ruoling had hired, with a very fierce look on their faces. And it was then that Tang Ruoling slowly stepped out from the back. Who are you? Why did you arrest us for a good reason? Tang Ruoling didn't answer him, but once she came up with a bad tone, she said, "It's you guys, isn't it? The trash that bullied Xiaoxi. 3 strong men." Huh? Chapter 154. Those 3 are Su Jingxin's men. What are you talking about, you woman? One of the burly men looked like he couldn't understand what Tang Ruoling was saying, his expression full of puzzlement. Shut the up. Snap. Tang Ruoling slapped her opponent without saying a word. You obviously poisoned a boy and you're pretending you don't know? I really didn't know. The man had been slapped inexplicably, and now that he was being taken to task, he felt nothing but injustice inside. You asshole woman, if you know what's good for you, you'll let go of us quickly. or I'll call our boss over. And the other man looked at her with a scowl in his eyes. Call you boss? Yeah. Snap. Tang Ruoling slapped him twice more. Go ahead and call it. I'd like to see who your boss really is. How dare you send someone to bully my brother? Tang Ruoling also took out her cell phone and pressed it to the man's face like a humiliation, rubbing it hard. In her mind, since the men in front of her were strong men with no limbs and no brains, they were generally unimpressive gangsters. Even if he was leading the gangster bosses, he was just a bigger gangster in front of the powerful Tang family. She wanted to impress upon these people that there was a heavy price to pay for bullying her brother. And the burly man whose face was rubbed by the cell phone unwillingly threw his head away and shouted at Tang Ruoling, "Fine, then call our big brother over." Tang Ruoling tilted her head triumphantly. "Fine, you give me your phone number. This young lady, you have to think clearly." At this time, the third man who hadn't been slapped yet said in a low voice, "It's not too late for you to release us now, really when our big brother comes over." Snap! Then Tang Ruoling took turns giving him 3 slaps. "Cut the crap. I'm just going to teach that big brother of yours a lesson, so that he dares to bully my brother." The man with the swollen face slapped was speechless. "I told you we weren't bullying anyone. We're here for security. Pa, how dare you talk nonsense? Give me a beating." Tang Ruoling no longer wanted to listen to these men's sophistry at this point. As long as she thought of the image of Tang Jinshi covered in wounds but not daring to tell by Hua Lian and the others, she desperately wanted to avenge him. And those martial artists followed Tang Ruoling's orders and immediately punched and kicked the man. "Oh, no!" The man was sent sprawling to the floor, cowering in pain. He couldn't escape because his limbs were tied up, and his 2 companions, both stunned at the sight, hurriedly shouted, Don't fight! Help! It's going to kill someone." Tang Ruoling just felt a great pain in her heart when she saw the burly man battered and bruised. She once again handed her cell phone to the flustered man next to her. "Come on, give me your boss's phone number. You woman don't regret it." The man gritted his teeth and uttered a string of numbers, and Tang Ruoling dialed the number before handing the phone to the man's ear. "Boss, help! Come over here and save us." Another man also immediately yelled in the direction of the microphone. "Boss, a woman suddenly came over with a bunch of martial artists and tied us up, and beat Lao San half to death." Tang Ruoling let them talk almost as much as they wanted, before she moved the phone to her ear and said in a triumphant tone, "You heard that, didn't you? Who are you?" The voice on the microphone sounded like a boy, unexpectedly young. "I'm the young lady of the Tang family, and during this period you sent people to bully my brother, so I'm returning the favor." "Bullying? What are you talking about? Anyway, my brother was injured because of your people. I won't let them off so easily." Tang Ruoling felt furious as she listened to the flat voice on the microphone. So she pointed to 2 other burly men and said angrily, "Beat them up too." Yes, those martial artists did as they were told and also punched and kicked the 2 burly men. "Oh, no. Help! Help us, boss." Seeing the miserable state of those 3 people, Tang Ruoling was then satisfied and said back to the call, "As you can hear, your men are just outside the Pinkwater neighborhood. Come alone if you don't want them to die." Before the other party could respond, Tang Ruoling directly hung up the call. "Teach them a hard lesson before their boss comes over." "Yes." Tang Ruoling revealed an evil smile. "Just you wait. I'll teach even your boss a lesson, no matter who it was." She wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to bully Hoshi. However, half an hour later, Tang Ruoling was beyond regretting why she had done these things. "So, can anyone tell me what happened?" Half an hour later, Su Jingchen appeared outside of the Pingshui neighborhood and saw that his 3 subordinates who were of the 3rd rank of the realm were being knocked down to the ground by martial artists of the 1st to 2nd rank of the district's realm. There's also the fact that he's pretending to be soft when he's obviously got a long, burly body. "You're their boss." Tang Ruoling frowned. She had thought that the bosses of the gangsters were all as thick-skinned and thick-looking as those strong men, but she hadn't realized that they were actually so young. It looked as if he was only 17 or 8 years old, about the same age as Tang Inchi. Is it a case of mistaken identity? But in the next second, the 3 bruised and burly men begged Su Jingchen for help like they were begging. "Boss, that woman is going to kill us. I'm in so much pain. Come and help us."
Su Jingchen, TSK.
His originally expressionless face revealed a look of extreme dislike, and his tone was harsh. Do you want to die? The three immediately shut up, and Tang Ruoling couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She herself didn't know why, but even though the boy in front of her was very young, there was an indescribable sense of oppression, like the unclimbable, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "You're the boss of the three of them, right? Do you know that they've been bullying my brother these days?" Su Jingchen's eyes moved to Tang Ruoling's. "Your brother? You're Miss Tang Ruoling, right? As far as I know, isn't your brother Tang Qingma? We didn't bully him. Might as well say that no one dares to bully him without getting killed." Tang Ruoling. "No, I'm not talking about Kiyomo, but my other brother." For some reason, Tang Ruoling was a little weak when she said this. "Another brother? Who is it?" Su Jingchen asked knowingly. "Tang Stringy. My other brother. That imposter. Su Jingchen let out a light breath, then looked at the three people who had fallen to the ground. "Did you guys bully him? How about why are they here?" And the three burly men immediately said, "No, boss. Of course we didn't. We were introduced by someone to do security work here." Question mark. It was Su Jingchen's turn to be a bit confused. Security? Chapter 155 Money and Life. Of course they chose life. Security? Su Jingchen was a bit confused. Although he had always managed his subordinates not exactly rigorously, it didn't matter if they went extra part-time as long as they completed their work and didn't make moves that would trouble the Song family and Song Junqian. But now, as third-grade martial artists, they were actually working as security in this neighborhood. Hiring a third-grade martial artist can be quite a lot of money, which cell owner was so rich and powerful that he recruited 3 third-grade martial artists at the same time. And the martial artists who were now holding them up were only of the first to second grade. One of them would be more than enough to deal with it. What was the point of having all 3 on the ground at the same time? Su Jingchen felt a slight headache and pressed his temples with his fingertips, looking at the 3 in an unfriendly tone and asking, "What the hell is going on? Don't you ignore me." Tang Ruoling felt humiliated for a moment when she saw that the other party wasn't looking at her squarely. She immediately ordered the martial artists she had hired to go and catch Su Jingchen. When one of the martial artists ran to Su Jingchen's face, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked the martial artist who was taller than himself into the distance with a ping. "Ah!" The martial artist could be seen suddenly rolling on the ground several times in pain before fainting. You can see that the other side is very strong. "What?" Tang Ruoling felt incredulous. Obviously the martial artists she hired back were taller than the boy in front of her, so why did the other party knock him out with a single kick? Several other martial artists were a bit hesitant and afraid to step forward when they saw their companions being easily kicked unconscious. At this time, Su Jingchen looked at his 3 subordinates breathlessly, with a cold expression. "When else are you going to put on a show? Why don't you hurry up and clean these people up?" Tang Ruoling. What's he talking about? One could only see that the 3 people who were originally supposed to have their hands and feet tied and were bruised and battered on the ground suddenly untied the binding ropes, and then their entire bodies emitted intense qi and blood power, repairing all the wounds on their bodies. "What are you guys?" Tang Ruoling was not from a martial arts family and had never seen the repair skill before, so she couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the scene. Ping! Then she herself saw the 3 burly men she had thought vulnerable send the martial artist she had hired over flying with just 1 punch. It's as if the wind and water flowed. The 3 of them very easily beat all the martial artists to the ground, leaving Tang Ruoling alone. "Oh!" Tang Ruoling was so stunned that her legs couldn't help but weaken and she fell to her knees. You guys." Her voice was shaking. Obviously those 3 were weaklings who had been caught, so why had they suddenly become so powerful? Only one of the burly men said with an evil smile, I'm really dedicated. In order to act more realistically, I really got beaten up. After all, this part-time job pays quite a lot, so it's good to act real." The other man said cheerfully, "Just being lightly beaten for a while will be so much money, blood money." The third burly man's eyes twinkled even more. Only Su Jingchen, his face grim, stood straight behind the 3 of them and asked, "You 3, make it clearer for me." All 3 were startled. "Boss!" Looking at Su Jingchen's face that wanted to hit someone at any time, one of the burly men immediately said, "It was a few days ago that Xiao Chan contacted us, saying that there was a well-paid job, which was for us to patrol outside of this neighborhood at this point in time today. If we find someone trying to teach us a lesson, we'll just pretend to be caught and look for a chance to call you over." "Boss!" Su Jingchen frowned. Call me over? All three of them nodded and said weakly, yeah, according to Xiao Chen's message conveying that client, it says that once you come, everything is understood. Little Chun. Wasn't he the one he had arranged for Tang Qingma to use to watch over Lu Ruyan? So today's so-called big show and the move to call himself over were all planned by Tang Qingma? The purpose is to use your power to suppress Tang Ruoling? What a trick to kill with a borrowed knife. Humph. Haha. As Su Jingchen thought of this, he couldn't help but sneer several times. The exasperation of knowing that he was being used caused his body to emanate the power of qi and blood, and an invisible sense of oppression was immediately transmitted to Tang Ruoling and his three subordinates. Aya, boss, calm down for a second. Boss, we were wrong. The three subordinates kept trying to calm Su Jingchen down, while Tang Ruoling, who had already fallen to her knees, was already too scared to move. So, what kind of people did she mess with? It was thought that these people were just punks and could easily be dealt with in front of the power of the mansion. However, now all kinds of images are saying that these people are not at all so simple as punks are. I, said Tang Ruoling, no longer able to say anything. She only felt that under the pressure of the other party's blood qi, her body was as heavy as if she was being pressed by a stone. Su Jingchen calmed down after 10 seconds or so. He withdrew the qi and blood power he had emitted, but his expression was like ice as he stared at the three burly men. I'll give you two choices. One is to forfeit all the payment you receive today. 3. Don't. Money is their life. They've got to go with the second option. 2 is to take turns fighting me for 30 minutes, and if you're maimed or dead, I'll pay your families a settlement. 3. Oh, that's all right. It's just money. You take it. Heaven knew that although Su Jingchen was at the third rank of the realm just like them, he had actually been suppressing his true strength in order to be able to protect Song Junxian in a low-profile manner. Not to mention that Su Jingchen was much higher and stronger than them in terms of combat experience and fighting skills. So, money or life, of course they choose life. And after Su Jingchen took care of those three subordinates, he squinted at Tang Ruoling, who was still on the ground, motionless. Let's talk, Miss Tang Ruoling. He stepped forward slowly, his footsteps slowly coming from the ground. At this time, Tang Ruoling was already trembling with fear. Her intuition was telling her that she had messed with an absolutely unoffendable character. You're. Sorry, after all this time, I don't think I've introduced myself. Su Jingchen walked to a position a few meters away from Tang Ruoling and bent over slightly. My name is Su Jingchen. Su Jingchen? The other party's words and behavior were filled with elegance and etiquette. Could it be that he was the young master of the Su family? But is the Su family in Magic City a martial arts family? But in the next second, she heard Su Jingchen continue, I'm the bodyguard of the young master of the Song family in Magic City, as well as the acting executive. So please ask Miss Tang Ruoling for more guidance. Song family. Is it the martial arts family that can rival the Lu family, the Song family? Chapter 156. We're decent people, we'd better use money to solve the problem. In this instant, Tang Ruoling knew she had stirred up a fire. Why are those three vulgar guys who look like gangsters? They're actually from the Song family. In the present era of aura revival, martial arts are prevalent. It's just that the Tang family as an ordinary powerful family couldn't even compare to the Song family as a martial arts family. Although she had previously heard that the Song family had once had a management crisis years ago due to the death of Mrs. Song. But now the family was well run and their position in the Magic City stood. Why on earth did I get into trouble with this giant? Su Jingchen ignored Tang Ruoling's already stunned expression and just asked silently. Speaking of which, Miss Tang said that you sent people to bully her imposter brother? Is there such a thing? The three immediately shook their heads. No. I don't even know what brother. It's just that while on patrol, suddenly this woman led a hit on us. Right? Obviously, we were walking along fine. And these guys suddenly came charging at us. How about I don't even know what brother she has? We all just started this job yesterday. Have no idea what this woman is talking about? Tang Ruoling. No, it isn't. Obviously, I heard you guys say that you taught the imposter's young master a lesson. Isn't that you guys bullying my brother? Tang Ruoling clenched her teeth, and despite the fear inside, she still gritted her teeth and said, who knew that after she finished her sentence, one of the burly men just gave her an expression of looking at a retard. This Ms. Tang? We're talking about last night's episode of the TV show. Another burly man also breathlessly pulled out his cell phone and played the cover and preview of the TV show. You can see the phone playing the poor heroine is being wronged by the female counterpart of Miss Chenjin, who knows that they were originally maliciously switched when they were children. The heroine is the real Miss Chenjin, and so on the drama. That's the drama that's being shown on the 8 o'clock gold file. We're discussing the next episode here. So that's why you sent someone over to beat us? Tang Ruoling immediately felt a thunderbolt from the sky, and her entire brain felt like it had been exploded into a blank. She was too busy working every day since she became the president to have the time and interest to watch any dramas. So this is a case of mistaken identity on her part. She mistook Song's subordinates for the punks who bullied Hoshi. Su Jingchen couldn't help but sneer when he saw the other party's frightened and confused appearance. So, what does Miss Tang have to explain now? You suddenly tied up and beat up my men. Can I assume that you are provoking the Song family? As the acting head of the Song family, Su Jingchen naturally had to maintain the reputation of the Song family, although this point of being used by Tang Qingma made him very upset. But at this time, let's take care of Tang Ruoling first. Seeing that the situation was not in her favor, Tang Ruoling hurriedly said, "No, it's not, although I was the one who gave the first instructions in the beginning. But your subordinates are all self-healing and knocking down the martial artists I hired." Su Jingchen said coldly, "So you admit that you moved first?" Tang Ruoling. "So the whole thing is that you, Miss Tang, went out on a limb for your imposter brother who is not related by blood, who accidentally recognized the wrong person, took the liberty of striking with an attacking martial artist, and tried to seriously injure the person." Su Jingchen's every word caused Tang Ruoling's face to turn pale, not knowing how to respond at all. If the person you struck this time wasn't a martial artist from my Song family, but an ordinary person without any power, and only realized that they had mistaken the wrong person after being beaten to death in a half-dead condition, then wouldn't they be miserable?
Su Jingken's bland complaint put Tang Ruoling to shame.
If she did it to someone with no background, forget it. The most important thing right now is to talk about what's going on between the families. Su Jingchen tilted his head, his eyes coldly looking down at her. Trouble Ms. Tang to give my men reasonable compensation, or else. The Tang family has just recently resolved the video of the imposter teaming up with his fiancée to bully the real young master. And you don't want the now heavily damaged Tang family to have to deal with the Song family's attacks again, do you? No, please don't. Tang Ruoling's body jumped in shock. That's what she's most afraid of right now. Now that the Tang family had fallen into a state of exhaustion due to the two real and fake young master fiascos, the people of both the eldest and the third house were constantly rebuking her and her father. Now it's hard to get that video to disappear from the internet, giving the Tang family a chance to breathe. But if they were to suffer an attack from the Song family at this time, then the people in their second house could just pack up and leave from Tang's group. Young Master Song, please. This time, it was me who was too impulsive that caused this oolong to appear. I won't dare to do so in the future. At this moment, Tang Ruoling completely lowered her stature and begged for forgiveness with her head bowed down to Su Jingchen in a state of half-kneeling on the ground. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault this time. Please don't make a big deal out of this." She didn't lose her position in the Tang clan because of this oops incident. And seeing the other party groveling, the three burly men all revealed impish smiles. "Miss Tang, didn't we say so earlier? If you let the boss come over, you'll be in deep."
Tang Ruling y nhan pridefully.
While the other burly man revealed a somewhat lewd expression. "What does Miss Tang have that is compensable to us? Look at your figure. And your face? Ah, pain. Snap." Su Jingchen mercilessly slapped the back of his head. "Be serious.
I'm decent.
You're the one who said she should compensate me. Injustice." Su Jingchen said coldly. "Ms. Tang, we're decent people. It's better to settle this with money." "Money," said Tang Ruoling a little stunned. $10 million, and as long as you pay it, I'll pretend nothing happened today." $10 million? Young Master Su, so much. $10 million was what he could give to his own self as the daughter of a powerful family and president. Just that she did not expect to just beat someone up, the other party actually demanded so much compensation. Su Jingchen saw through the thoughts in Tang Ruoling's mind and said with a cold smile, "Miss Tang, but for your imposter brother, people are not investigating before making a move, and now it's only asking for $10 million, you should be able to afford to give it." Tang Ruoling clenched her teeth. At this point she had no choice. Only by giving this $10 million would the fact that she had accidentally punched someone from the Song family for the sake of Tang Chuanxi not come to light. It was only then that her place in the Don family would be as it had always been. Okay, I'll give it to you now. Su Jingchen snapped his fingers, and the three subordinates behind him immediately prepared checkbooks and pens from different banks.
Tang ruling.
How to get ready so quickly. Chapter 157. In the future, this kind of money-giving activity is always welcome. Even though 10 million was money Tang Ruoling could afford, her heart was still very complicated when she saw the other party take out her checkbook so quickly. After all, it always felt like an ingrate to be without $10 million because of his own oops. But compared to being retaliated by the Song family and threatening his position, this $10 million could not be spent without it. There was no other way. Tang Ruoling had to pick up the pen that was handed to her, and tremblingly wrote the numbers on the checkbook. Su Jingchen very dryly tore off the paper and took it to one of his subordinates. Xiao Lin, take it to the Bank Huan for exchange. Yes. The subordinate named Kobayashi immediately ran away, and Su Jingchen also looked at Tang Ruoling with cold eyes and said softly, "Then please continue to wait here for a while, until my men change the money out, then I will let you go." Su Jingchen's words made Tang Ruoling feel humiliated, and she somewhat couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I'll lie to you?" Even if she wasn't from a martial arts family, she was still the president of the Tang clan and the daughter of the powerful Tang family. The other side also holds the lifeblood of your career. How dare you lie to him yourself? If it was Ms. Tang in the workplace, I reckon I could still trust you. But today I saw with my own eyes that you let your own brother go, but did so many unthinkable actions for your fake brother. Then I'd better be cautious. Su Jingchen's words irritated Tang Ruoling's heart even more, and she hurriedly said, "This has nothing to do with my own brother." And Xiao, she was really beaten up. He was badly injured but didn't dare to tell us so as not to cause us any trouble, and this severance is also. Tang Ruoling didn't dare to say any more. Saying any more would make Su Jingchen realize that Tang Chuanxi's break with the Tang family was only a temporary thing. However, what she didn't know was that Su Jingchen had already guessed it. It's all been broken off. Isn't it only natural not to tell you? Possibly feeling upset because he was being used by Tang Qingma, Su Jingchen kinda wanted to take his anger out on Tang Ruoling. Also, I just find it a bit funny to see Miss Tang sacrificing so much for someone who has no blood with the Tang family, as well as someone who has caused the Tang family's reputation to be severely tarnished twice. Tang Ruoling bowed her head and said, "Xiao Shi is my brother no matter what. I can't give up on him just because he did something wrong." Su Jingchen silently interrupted, "But your own brother didn't do anything wrong, and didn't you give up on him? What's going on?" The pupils of Tang Ruoling's eyes widened as she looked at Su Jingchen incredulously. "How did I give up on my own brother? These two incidents of real and fake young masters, the victims were your own brother, right? But you're still running around for your fake brother, and even beat up my men for him without even investigating, so it's indeed quite impressive. This brain, it really doesn't look like a president at all." She had also already shown favoritism towards Tang Inchi in her words, and it had caused her to become like a brat who had no judgment and could only act impulsively. Is it really okay for the Tang family to be led by such a person? Well, it's none of my business. While Tang Ruoling couldn't help but freeze up because Su Jingchen's words revealed a somewhat stunned expression. "Boss, I've changed the money." Not long after that, Kobayashi's subordinate finally came back, and he was still excited to bring the credentials to Su Jingchen. "Looks like the check is real. Miss Tang, you can leave now." Su Jingchen took the voucher back into his pants pocket. He no longer had a use for continuing to stay here, so he wanted to turn around and leave. However, before he left, he still said to Tang Ruoling, "By the way, Ms. Tang, if there are any more of these money-giving events in the future, feel free to do so." "Haha, that's right, Ms. Tang. We'll be patrolling here for the next few days. So if you want to come over here and touch the porcelain again, bring enough money to us. We can give you a 20% discount then." Ha ha ha. Not only Su Jingchen, but Tang Ruoling saw that she was also being satirized, ridiculed by these three asshole subordinates, and her heart was filled out with resentment. But what could she do? Now you can't even fight back and return the favor yourself. Can't beat that either. At this time, located in the Tang family villa, Tang Qingma leaned his back against the seat, elegantly sipping Tang Jianren's expensive red wine while listening to the system's report. Host, Su Jingchen left after blackmailing Tang Ruoling for $10 million. Tang Qingma put down his wine glass and hummed and laughed. He should have guessed that I used him to pressure Tang Ruoling, That's why he wanted such a small compensation, compared to the option of using the power of the Song family to get yourself killed. Giving $10 million was just too cheap. And at that moment, Tang Qingma heard the sound of a message coming from her cell phone. It was sent by Su Jingchen. It looks like he sent a message over to him to reconcile his account immediately after leaving that neighborhood. Your sister said her fake brother got beat up. Did you do it? Tang Qingma hooked his lips in a cold smile and typed the contents into his cell phone. Indeed, all of them were designed by him. A few days ago, he had approached Xiao Chun, who was looking after Lu Ruyan, for a conversation, saying that he wanted him to find a few companions to do an errand, and that they would be paid handsomely once it was completed. So Xiao Chun immediately got several of his fellow officers with whom he had a good relationship and divided them into two groups. The first batch was to observe Tang Chuanxi's movements, and once they found out that he wanted to go out, they would deliberately go up and bump into him, and then find a random excuse to beat him up. Tang Qingma was well aware of Tang Yinxi's character. At first, Tang Yinxi wouldn't tell the truth about her injury in order to gain the sympathy of the Tang family. At least she would have to wait a few days. So during this period, Tang Qingma continued to send people to observe the other party's movements. And as soon as Tang Qingxi went out, he had people beat him up. It was believed that almost after going through several severe beatings, Tang Chuanxi would be the first to resist contacting the Tang family. But he just didn't expect him to be able to resist the second time around. After Tang Ruoling heard that her baby brother had been beaten, she would definitely step in. It was impossible for her to go out alone as an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts, so she must have hired several martial artists. So right at this moment, Tang Qingma had Xiao Chen's second group of people go out and had them pretend to be patrolling in front of the neighborhood, saying words that hinted at Tang Qingxi before tempting the other party to make the first move. Finally, he told them that as long as he could get Su Jingchen out, he would secretly give them another payment. So the three of them acted very hard, and at the same time managed to call Su Jingchen out. What happened after that was not what Tang Qingma expected. If Su Jingchen was in a bad mood and wanted to claim Tang Ruoling's life, or cut off her hands and feet, she could only blame herself for her bad luck. But Tang Qingma didn't expect Su Jingchen to just walk away with a mere $10 million. It's a real bargain for her. Then, Su Jingchen sent another message. Just give me all the pay you gave to the ministry. Tang Qingma? Su Jingchen is even taking money from the ministry? Is he that short of money? Chapter 158 Hiring a martial artist for Tang Chuanxi. Tang Ruoling remained half kneeling in place after Su Jingchen and the others left. Her body was still too frightened to move under the power of Su Jingchen's qi and blood just now. And at the same time, she was also thinking about what Su Jingchen had just said to herself, falling into deep thought. Miss Tang finds it a bit funny to make such a sacrifice for someone who has no blood with the Tang family, as well as someone who has severely tarnished the reputation of the Tang family twice. In the two incidents of the real and fake young masters, the victims were both your own brothers. The victim of the two exposed incidents of real and fake young masters has always been Qingma. Why didn't she worry about Qingma every time? Didn't check if he was hurt, but instead prioritized favoring Tang Yinxi every time? When did she become so incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong? Obviously the one who gets hurt and bullied every time is Kiyomo. And obviously those character traits that Tang Yinxi said, they were all the same as those three strong men. But why the Song family? It's hard to believe. He lied to me? Ah! Suddenly, a sharp pain arose from the inside of her skull, and Tang Ruoling covered her forehead in distress. Quickly, her mind went blank. Tang Ruoling stood up in consternation. She had to go back first to ask Tang Chuanxi for more detailed information about the people who had bullied him. However, when she got up and saw those martial artists who had just been knocked down by Su Jingchen and his men, she couldn't help but get fired up. All of them are losers. Can't even deal with someone so small. What's the point of me paying you guys to come back? Tang Ruoling pointed sternly at the martial artists still sprawled on the ground and cursed. Martial artists. There's nothing they can do about it. Their realm is only first to second grade, and their wages are only so-so, so how can they possibly sell their lives to you? All of you. Tang Ruoling cursed them one more time and left alone in anger. When Tang Ruoling returned to the house, she once again saw in the hall Tang Qingxi changing the bandage on her wound. Her heart still ached inside as she looked at his arms and upper body filled with bruises of varying degrees. In fact, it wasn't that she hadn't wondered if Tang Yinxi had lied to her when she came back just now, but the injuries on his body were all real as well. A person can't make his whole body look this miserable even if he's directing himself. So someone must have poisoned Tang Chuanxi and just had the bad luck to mess with the wrong person. Big sister, why did you come over? Tang Yinchi asked suspiciously. Don't you have to go to work? Just now, he had been sitting by the window playing with his cell phone to kill time. Only when he saw Tang Ruoling's figure coming, he immediately took out his medicine box and specially sat down to change the bandage where he could see it as soon as he opened the door. As expected, it caused Tang Ruoling another heartache. I've taken the day off from work, and I plan to go find those people who bullied you. Tang Ruoling took the initiative to sit beside Tang Yinchi and help him change his bandages. However, as soon as she heard what she said, Tang Yinchi immediately said in surprise, "No, big sister. Those people are scary, you can't go to them for me. It hurts." Because she was a bit emotional, Tang Yinchi accidentally pulled her wound and let out a wail of pain. "Hoshi, are you okay?" Tang Ruoling was so scared that she rushed to check if he was hurt. It was only Tang Jinchi who continued, "I'll be fine. Big sister promised me not to go looking for them. Okay? If big sister gets hurt because of me, what would you have me do?" Seeing the other party's heart for herself, Tang Ruoling was touched. "Don't worry, Hoshi. I have hired martial artists to go along." Though just now she recognized the wrong person and got all beaten up. "Even if you broke off your relationship with us, in my heart you will always be my brother. As a sister, of course I have to protect you." Tang Ruoling didn't say that she had just been blackmailed by Su Jingchun for $10 million and didn't want Xiaoxi to worry about herself. But when it came to hiring martial artists, Tang Ruoling suddenly had a bright idea. She immediately said excitedly, "That's right, Hoshi. Why don't I just pay to hire martial artists to protect you?" Tang Jinchi was shocked. "Big sister, you're saying you're hiring martial artists for me?" "Yeah. Just as Tang Qingma also has a third-grade martial artist like Lu Tianren as a bodyguard. Why can't Xiaoxi have something better? Why hadn't she ever thought of that? As long as there was someone to protect Hoshi, wouldn't he not have to be afraid of not being able to go out? That way the people who hurt Hoshi won't dare to come back to us, and Hoshi won't have to stay home all the time. But hiring martial artists is expensive. Big sister, you're already working hard to earn money, so..." Once again, Tang Yinchi showed a kind look of looking out for your sake. "Xiaoxi, you can't say that." Tang Ruoling immediately interrupted him. "As long as it's for your sake, what's wrong with spending some money? It was very expensive to hire martial artists on a long-term basis, but it was worth it for Hoshi's safety." Seeing Tang Ruoling so resolute, Tang Yinchi's eyes immediately reddened and she was moved to say, "Big sister, you're so kind. That way, I don't have to be afraid all the time." Seeing the figure of Tang Qingxi, who had been enduring during this period, Tang Ruoling's heart ached. She hurriedly said, "Hoshi, although it will bring back bad memories, those two people who bullied you before, can you say more about the detailed characteristics for me?" Tang Ruoling was already psyched about mistaken identity at this point, and while she could spend a lot of money to set things right this time, she might not be so lucky next time. Tang Yinchi nodded. "Okay. Those two people who beat me up were..." When Tang Chuanxi was speaking out those character traits, it made Tang Ruoling frown. It was because those characteristics he mentioned were similar to those subordinates of the Song family just now. Normally the security in this neighborhood was good, so the roughly dressed punks wouldn't be here. But both the people Tang Yinchi encountered and the subordinates of the Song family he encountered were dressed like that. That's so weird. Never mind. She'd look into it again when the time came. Tang Ruoling did what she said she would do, and within a few days, she hired 2 new martial artists for Tang Chuanxi. After the experience of having the last number of first to second grade martial artists beaten down this time, in order to protect Tang Chuanxi, Tang Ruoling even threw down a lot of money and hired third-grade martial artists. The combined monthly salary of 2 third-grade martial artists was almost nearly $1 million. However, it had to be said that the effect of a third-grade martial artist was still very overwhelming. Since there were 2 people to act as security, no one dared to intentionally come up to Tang Yinchi even when she went out, for they were quickly driven away before the man could lean on them. Chapter 159. Have you considered that you will let them go in the future? Host? Host! Tang Ruoling has recruited 2 third-grade martial artists for Tang Yinchi. Immediately after the system discovered Tang Ruoling's move, it hurriedly reported it to Tang Qingma. Is that so? Contrasting the system's excitement, Tang Qingma was as cold as usual. Third-grade martial artists, or 2? That's going to cost a lot of money. It seemed that Tang Ruoling was seeing that she had Lu Tianren's protection, and Tang Chuanxi just happened to be seriously injured, so she took the opportunity to arrange a bodyguard for him. Host, In that case, you won't be able to arrange for someone to teach Tang Chuanxi a lesson. The system felt a bit regretful. In the past few days, Tang Qingma has sent people to monitor Tang Yinxi's current residence, and as long as they see him going out, they will let people intentionally go up to touch the porcelain, and then beat Tang Yinxi like a dog in the water. Just looking at it is satisfying enough. But now that Tang Yinxi had the protection of 2 third-grade martial artists, she couldn't intentionally touch the porcelain like before, then stop for a while. Tang Qingma was indifferent. Anyway, the purpose was served. The first time could be considered a coincidence, but if it happens a second time, there's a chance that it's malicious, and Tang Qin, she will always be unable to resist telling the Tang family that they know he's been severely beaten. And now the only person who was capable and willing to help him was Tang Ruoling, so Tang Ruoling would definitely do it. Although Tang Qingma didn't expect the president to be so impulsive, stepping directly into the trap without investigating clearly. Is it because of the influence of the world's consciousness that causes those sisters to not even want their brains as long as it's about Tang Chuanxi? Pretty good if that's the case. My dear big sister may have forgotten that Tang Jianren promised me 5 conditions in the beginning. Putting aside the fact that Tang Yinxi's mother and uncle hadn't been caught by the police yet, one of the points was that if Tang Yinxi acquired anything, then as the true young master himself would have to acquire double. Although Tang Ruoling is hiding this now, how long can the money that has already been spent be hidden? Where did a fake young master who hadn't yet achieved wealth freedom get so much money to hire a third-grade martial artist as a bodyguard? Tang Qingma sneered. Let's just let those 2 martial artists stay with Tang Qingxi for now. When more and more people see it over time, someone will naturally help expose him without me having to make a move. How can Tang Xianxi be considered half a public figure now? Before his hotness even dropped, there would be some paparazzi to sneak a peek at his life after he severed ties with the Tang family. That's why when Tang Qingma sent people to touch him, they would first deal with the paparazzi squatting in the shadows to keep his bullying from being publicized. But now, with the protection of 2 third-grade martial artists, according to Tang Yinxi's character, he would definitely take them out in a high profile. What excuse will Tang Ruoling have to cover up then? System. Speaking of the host, I've actually always had a question for you. Suddenly, Tang Qingma heard the tone of the system in his head sound a bit puzzled. Ask whatever you want. Tang Qingma said indifferently. It's like this, and you should also know that the current Tang family members who defend Tang Chuanxi so much are influenced by the invasion of another world's consciousness. That means there is a possibility that the original Tang family members may involuntarily do a lot of things to harm you, the host. Have you ever considered that you will let them go in the future? Tang Qingma. He probably didn't expect the system to ask such a somewhat deep question and was stunned for a few seconds. In the end, 1,000 words came together in one sentence. Is it too late to ask this? He's all but killed Tang Shuilong, paralyzed Tang Feifei, and kicked Tang Stringxi out. Soon the rest of the Tang family will also be practiced all kinds of retaliation, and only now the system is asking about this. Wouldn't it be a little too late? The system sensed Tang Qingma's disbelief and hurriedly said, because you, the host, will soon be leaving the Tang family and heading over to the devil's martial side. So I just wanted to ask. Yes? Tang Qingma wasn't obsessed with any of this, and only replied flatly to the system's question. If you want to know my answer, it's that I didn't want to let them go at all. System. Even if their behavior was really influenced by those world consciousnesses, it's a fact that they hurt the original owner, right? Harm is harm. It's an established fact that can't be changed. Since I promised the original that I would avenge him, I won't let them go no matter what. This answer, do you accept it? System. More than an answer, it was Tang Qingma's tone that was so calm that it made the system panic a little. But if it was in the original plot, Tang Qingma interrupted coldly. Are you saying that in the original plot, after the original master was recognized back by the Tang family, everyone treated him well, and the original master lived a wealthy life with a happy and joyful future? The system shudders. Then let's sort it out. Tang Qingma snorted. Do you think I'm living a rich life now that I'm committing rebellion against the Tang family? If they try to bully me but all of them end up failing, and I collect remorse values and get to see their gnashing of teeth and agony on a regular basis, does that count me as living another kind of blissful pleasure? The system was confused. Ugh. This seems like the host was quite happy when he was getting back at the Tang family? Tang Qingma. Let me ask you again, whether it's me or the original owner in the original plot, what points do we have in common? System. This are all powerful martial artists? If it was in the original plot, The original owner was a rising star of martial arts who had become famous and gifted in the martial arts world. That's right. Tang Qingma laughed coldly. Both I and the original master in the original plot possessed powerful martial arts strength. Especially at that time, the original owner had already become famous in the martial arts world. While the Tang family is just a generalized powerful family, in addition to Tang Meixin, no one in the family is a martial artist. Try to ask such an environment. Even if the Tang family appeared in Ten Tang Chuanxi, the original owner will still be bullied. System. By Tang Qingma's words, the system seemed to understand something. Tang Qingma lightly exhaled. Maybe I'm more cold-blooded and snobbish. In fact, when I saw the original plot, I then realized that with the identity the original owner possessed, there was no need to be recognized by the Tang family. Instead, the Tang family wanted to urgently recognize the original owner. Martial artists were supposed to make a lot of money, and while no one would mind having less money, even if they weren't recognized back into the Tang family, the original owner wouldn't be short of money because of it. Instead, the Tang family had always wanted to become a more upper echelon prestigious family in the Magic City, and that would require the use of the original owner's identity and reputation to bring the family to the next level. With the original owner as a powerful money tree, even if there are people within the Tang family who don't like him, they don't dare to have any complaints. And in order to gain more benefits, they need to be nice to the original owner all the time. Just by paying the simplest amount of money, you can get what money can't buy. Don't you think this investment is very profitable? So in Tang Qingma's eyes, it was all just profit-driven. And after the system heard Tang Qingma's thoughts, it felt like it had been ruthlessly scrubbed of its 3 views, but it also insisted tremblingly, but, now that the original master isn't a martial arts prodigy, then why would the Tang clan want to recognize him back? Tang Qingma smiled. Didn't I say that at the beginning? The original owner's face is very much like a white flower lily. Do you think that if someone from another family sees and utilizes it, and takes the opportunity to say that the real young master of the Tang family has originally been out snatching food from dogs, do you think the Tang family stock price will explode? System. Of course, it's also possible that I'm thinking cold-bloodedly in this regard. So you don't have to care about it, little Tuko. System. No. How does that make it not care? Chapter 160. Whoever wins gives the other person their most important thing. Host. Since you don't intend to let the Tang family go, how do you intend to deal with the side of the Red Sun Palace? The system continued to ask. Based on the host's strength, I'm sure he'll be able to get revenge on the Tang family before he enrolls in school. Like, 100 times over. Since he had promised the original owner, he would not go back on his word. System. Although it was tempted to ask if it was possible for the Tang family to identify with the original owner for the sake of exploitation in the original plot, I don't think it was the case with the Red Sun Hall. Without the invasion of the world consciousness, the original owner had been favored by his master and 7 senior sisters, which had allowed him to become a rising star in the martial arts world. Then will the host also inflict cruelty on the masters and sisters of the Hall of the Sun? The people of the Red Sun Palace weren't like an ordinary gentry like the Tang family, which was filled with highly powerful martial artists. How will the hosts retaliate? Although the system was curious, it thought about it and ended up not asking. Wouldn't it be better to wait until then to know? That's how Tang Chuanxi had 2 more martial artist bodyguards by her side. In order to ensure Tang Yinxi's safety, it can be said that he follows her around when she goes out and goes to school. The effect is certainly there. Since hiring them, no one dared to come over to Tang Jinxi when he went out, although he had already severed his relationship with the Tang family. No student dared to mess with him at school because of the presence of the 2 bodyguards. Although there was no longer anyone who would flatter him because of the Tang family, at least the classmates he had offended in the past didn't dare to retaliate because of the martial arts bodyguards. So it could be said that the days were quiet. Tang Jinxi was considered smart compared to the rest of the Tang family, and after the last humiliation, even when he ran into Tang Qingma in the classroom, he didn't bother to mess with him. And today, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Yan, handed out notice papers to the students as soon as class started. Students, I believe you've already received the notice that on the following Friday is the annual Qi blood exam. Gas and blood exams. This is another exam in addition to the written exam for candidates who want to enter the Budo Academy. On the day of the examination, candidates were required to perform the corresponding Qi and blood tester to bring out the power of Qi and blood of the whole body, and the value derived from the instrument would tell whether the candidate could get into the voluntary Budo Academy. Those who wish to enroll in the Budo Academy, please prepare by staying healthy and resting during this time, and don't fall ill on the day of the exam. In this regard, Zhao Yan also urged. Also, I believe that some of the students will take pills with a fluke mentality in order to increase their qi and blood values. But everyone remember that taking pills is also highly dangerous, so be sure to stop in moderation. Tang Qingma saw that Zhao Yan didn't object to students taking pills. That's right, pretty much every candidate will be taking pills to enhance qi and blood at that time, right? But at that moment, Tang Qingma felt a familiar sight. His eyes quickly glanced in the direction of the sight and saw that it was Tang Stringy. Is peeking at him at this time, thinking of stumbling again? It was clear that it was impossible for him to get into the martial arts academy. So if he was in the mood, he might as well prepare for the written exam and marry Tang Fei at ease. Although that wedding was not destined to work. After class, Tang Qingma planned to visit Lu Rian there at the dock warehouse first. Now that she had been torturing her for almost a week, she was actively bursting with remorse values almost every moment, and her capacity was much higher than Tang Shuilong's. It's just that her mind and body have been so severely damaged that she may completely break down and not be able to rise again without noticing. But we'll see. Ah, it's you, Tang Qingma. That's when the familiar little cute sound came again from the rear. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was Song Junqian. Only when Tang Qingma turned her head to say hello, she saw the other party hiding behind Su Jingqian. Tang Qingma was puzzled. Young Master Song, why are you hiding behind Su? Haven't seen him in a while. Feels like he's even dumber. Song Junqian immediately said excitedly, there's no way. I get a headache when I'm near you, so I'll be fine as long as I don't get close. Tang Qingma Su Jingqian. In a sense, it seems right to say that. Then may I ask what you're looking for me for? Tang Qingma asked. Song Junqian realized that he really didn't have the same kind of intense headache he used to have when standing behind Su Jingqian. So he said a bit arrogantly, I see, you're trying to enroll in magic martial arts, right? Give up. You can't even beat Zhang Ling. There's no way you'll get in. Tang Qingma didn't respond to Song Junqian's provocation, only silently turning her head to look at Su Jingqian. Su Jingqian looked away. So which university is young Master Song planning to enter? Me? Of course, it's magic martial arts. Song Qinjuan's tone was lightly teasing, and at the same time, he also patted Su Jingqian's shoulder and said, Jingqian will also take the magic martial exam with me then. Tang Qingma's eyes subtly surveyed Song Junqian from the top and asked suspiciously, Young Master Song, have you reached your qi and blood? Then he saw Song Junqian acting like a too little cutie, as if asking rhetorically, qi and blood? Can't you just eat pills to fill it up when the time comes? Wow. Tang Qingma suddenly sympathized a bit with Su Jingqian. To serve such a cutie for a long time, it's really quite hard. Then, young Master Song, take your medicine with vigor. I have to go beforehand. Tang Qingma already didn't really want to pay attention to these two little cuties, and waved goodbye. But Song Junqian immediately shouted, Wait a minute, you kicked me last time. Do you want to run away just like that? Because at that time, young Master Song wanted to hit me. There's no way I'm going to stand and let you hit me. Smile. Shut up. I'll take this revenge no matter what. I will never let you go. I don't know why, but Song Junqian got angry just looking at Tang Qingma's face. Tang Qingma smiled as she looked at the fried Song Junqian, then glanced at the silent Su Jingqian, her smile deepening. It's about that time. So, young Master Song, shall we make a bet? Song Junqian was confused. A bet? What's the bet? Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Let's just bet on next Friday's qi and blood exam results. Whoever wins will give their most important thing to the other party. Chapter 161. Does Tang Qingmo really think he can win against me? My most important thing? Song Junqian frowned, sensing that something wasn't quite right. He quickly glanced at Su Jingqian in front of him before saying heartlessly, Isn't the most important thing to me the position of Song family's young master and money? But even if I were to give you this seat, would you dare to sit in it? Although the Tang family was a powerful family in the Magic City, in today's era where martial arts were prevalent, I don't know how much higher the status of the Song family, which was a martial arts family, was than it. Tang Qingma wants his Song family's position? Dream on. However, when Tang Qingma heard the other party's words, she didn't have the slightest bit of panic or nervousness. She just said in a gentle tone, Young Master Song, let's not talk about whether or not I'll be able to sit in your position, but the bet. Of course, it's more fun to gamble bigger and bigger. Song Junqian's frown didn't loosen, but after pondering Tang Qingma's words for a while, he nodded as well. You're quite right. So what's the most important thing to you? He's been raised wasted by his foster mom since he was a kid, and he just likes to have fun and excitement. Gambling, naturally, is more fun the bigger it is. Tang Qingma smiled. Naturally my family. But I've been living alone without my family for 18 years. So of course the most important thing in my heart is my family. Because he saw the other party's bright tone, Song Junqian felt skeptical instead. Yes. Is that so? Su Jingchun on the side. He's really good at talking. Ming Ming secretly paralyzed Tang Feifei, got Tang Xuerong to go to a mental hospital, kicked the fake young master out of the Tang family, screwed up her sister's jobs except for Tang Ruoling, and then made a mess of the Tang family. How dare you say your most important thing is your family after all this? But Song Junqian didn't care about that, and just said disgruntledly, say, even if family is the most important thing to you, it's not like I need it. It's hard to believe that you want me to marry your sister and then covet my Song family's property. You're so vicious. Tang Qingma, what kind of brain is it to think of that? Please don't worry. I don't think they'll be able to look at young Master Song. What do you mean? Tang Qingma exhaled lightly and corrected the topic back. Anyway, does young Master Song want to bet with me first? What's the most important thing won't be clear when the results come in. Song Junqian frowned. I don't understand, but I'm willing to play along. Su Jingchen turned his head. Young Master, what are you? Song Junqian looked very confident and whispered, don't worry Jingchen. Didn't you recently find a tutor for me? He said I have good talent, and when the exam is over I'll be able to pass if I take some medicine. Although he spoke in a low voice, Tang Qingma, who had 5 sensitive senses, had already heard what he was saying. That's true about the talent. Song Junqian was originally set up to be a martial arts genius, only that he was now raised wasted and didn't have much exposure to martial arts. It seems he gave him the impression that he was a loser who couldn't even beat Zhang Ling. Even if he passes the test, what makes him think he's sure to win? Thinking of this, Tang Qingma hooked up the corner of her mouth. Then let's see you next Friday. I hope we can both get into the magic martial arts. My words will definitely be fine, but it's you. Song Junqian laughed confidently. Don't lose to me when the time comes and still fail the exam. I'll look forward to it then. After saying that, Tang Qingma waved her hand away with a smile. Song Junqian looked at the other party's back and just wrapped his hands breathlessly. This brat Tang Qingma, does he really think he can win over me? Su Jingchun said flatly, young master, I think Tang Qingma is no longer the same person he used to be, and is probably doing covert training just like young master. Song Junqian nodded. That's right, after all, in order to aim for magical martial arts, I also secretly trained in spite of my mother, and naturally, Tang Qingma, the unpopular young master, did the same, because his adoptive mother didn't want him to change his volunteer to magic martial arts. She stopped his allowance, and he was now having Su Jingchen secretly find a tutor to come and help him train privately. Song Junqian also didn't understand why his normally gentle foster mother had become unusually grumpy after hearing that he wanted to take the magic martial arts exam. But in order for Su Jingchen to enroll in a better university, Song Junqian felt that he had to work harder. Just as Tang Qingma finished speaking with Song Junqian and planned to leave the school, he happened to run into Tang Yinxi, who was eavesdropping at the corner location. Ah, brother. Tang Qingma said disgustedly. I've already said don't call me by such a disgusting title, and also you've already severed your ties with my family. Tang Jinxi's face instantly turned pale, and her voice stuttered. I'm… Tang Qingma directly interrupted him and asked, say, what did you overhear while standing here? Brother. No, young Master Tang, I had no intention of eavesdropping. Oh, just stole it. Right? So what do you have to say to me? Tang Qingma asked with cold eyes. Young Master Tang, I didn't. Come on, you can't keep standing here if you don't have something to say. Just say it. Tang Qingma unflinchingly revealed Tang Yinxi's mind. He wasn't interested in playing guessing games with the other man right now either. Seeing how dry Tang Qingma was, Tang Jinxi also said directly, young Master Tang, I just heard you tell young Master Song that you're going to take the demon martial exam? Then what? Tang Qingma pulled out his cell phone and slid the screen in boredom. Seeing that Tang Qingma hadn't put herself in the slightest bit in her eyes, Tang Qingxi couldn't help but clench her teeth a bit angrily. But he was still full of concern as he said, no, it's just that I know that brother. Young Master Tang, you used to come out of the devil's martial arts, so to be able to use your strength to get in now, it just feels great. Oh, so? Tang Qingma's sliding fingertips paused for a second and continued to gesture. Based on his understanding of Tang Inchi, it was impossible for the other party to say this for no reason. I'm really envious. You have the chance to take the magic martial arts, said Tang Inchi, her eyes averted to the side. Want to take a test? Simple. Tang Qingmo retrieved her cell phone and smiled brightly. Just ask your third sister to help train and open up your second artery to help you become a martial artist. But I don't have the talent. Tang Inchi's fingertips gripped her shirt a little too hard, her eyes momentarily flashing with a hint of resentment. If you don't have talent, you can't do anything about it. In your next life, cast a good birth like Song Junqian. Tang Qingmo waved his hand. He then didn't have the heart to continue confronting Tang Inchi, so he simply crossed over to him and left. When Tang Qingmo left, Tang Inchi finally stopped pretending and turned her head to look at his back with a resentful face. Why is Tang Qingma's life so good? Even though he was transferred and abandoned, he was able to get into the Budo Academy and now he can go for the demon martial arts. Obviously, this should all be theirs. Tang Qingma's status, his family, and even his qualifications to go to the martial arts academy. It should be all on its own. Wait and see Tang Qingma. When you're done with your exams, everything you are, it will all belong to him as it did before. Chapter 162. If you have money, you can buy medicine and hire a tutor, then you can just take the medicine to death. Host. I sense Tang Inchi is trying to do something bad. As soon as Tang Qingma walked away, the system immediately said to him, I also perceive it. Coming over specifically to eavesdrop on his conversation with Song Junqian, and holding a grudge against himself for taking the Qi and blood exam, his jealous eyes were just short of bursting out. Tang Qingma lightly laughed and said, I'm familiar with this plot. In the past, my subordinates often told me that the supporting characters love to steal and hog the protagonist's things, and after hogging them, they also want to turn the protagonist back to take a bite. The system heard and understood, but at the same time, it was shocked. Ah? He doesn't want to wait for the host to give your place to him after you get into the magic martial arts. Right? So magical? Even if he is revealed to be a fake, he has been living a favored life, grabbing quite a few things belonging to the original owner, and as long as he cries twice in front of those women in the Tang family, those women will ask me to give up my spot for his sake, I guess. Tang Qingma was already telling the storyline of what was likely to happen in the future. The system was still baffled. But Tang Inchi doesn't have very strong qi and blood power at all. Even if she went in, she'd be recognized very quickly, wouldn't she? He's rich. But Tang Qingma scoffed and said, if you have money, you can buy medicine and hire a tutor, then just die and take the medicine, just like what Song Junqian said earlier. Then, host, will you have to deal with those women again? The system felt that White Flower Lotus would definitely be able to do something that would make the host give up his spot while crying. It's kind of annoying in a sense, even though it's true that the host's abilities wouldn't be gotten by them. Tang Qingma queried. What are you talking about? Tang Inchi doesn't even have the qualifications to want this spot at all. System? Didn't I say that before? I'm going to enter the magic martial arts at the top of the list for this exam. Then the district qi and blood exam, of course he had to pass with the first place too. As long as he passed, the media reporters would be the first to visit him, so how else could Tang Chuanxi fake it? After Song Junqian left the school, he returned to the Song family with Su Jingchen. As soon as he got back to the house, he was called by a gentle female voice. Qian, back from school? Mom! Song Junqian turned his head and saw that it was his mother's sister and also his stepmother, Jiang Shuyin. Did you have a hard day studying? Jiang Shuyin was wearing a red, embroidered cheongsam with dragon and phoenix designs, looking noble and elegant. She also pulled out a handkerchief and wiped Song Junqian's face, looking like a gentle and considerate mother. You don't have to study if you work hard, but your mother will support you in whatever college you get into anyway. As usual, Jiang Shuin's words were very flattering to Song Junqian. But now Song Junqian's goal was to get into the magic martial arts. And neither his qi blood score nor his written test could be bad. It's okay, Mom. I don't have a hard time studying. I'll get into a good college. Jiang Shuin's smile stiffened a bit. This asshole hasn't given up on magic martial arts yet. So she frowned and looked at Su Jingchen, who had been silent behind her. Jingchen as Xiao Qian's attendant. When you see young master studying so hard, you have to advise him to take more rest before you do so. Su Jingchen closed his eyes and directly ignored Jiang Shuin. Jingchen. Jiang Shuin immediately felt embarrassed beyond measure. but she couldn't get angry in front of Song Junqian, so she could only hold it in her heart. Song Junqian immediately fended Su Jingchen off behind him. "Mom, what are you talking about? It's me who wants to study. Don't you want me to get into a good school?" "Of course Mom wants to, but I'm also afraid that you're working too hard." Jiang Shuin huffed, but for the sake of her persona she still wore a smile on her face. Song Junqian could actually hear that Jiang Shuin didn't want him to take the magic martial arts exam, but in his heart he really thought that the other party just didn't want him to work too hard. So he smiled brightly and said, "I'll allocate the time. Then I'll go back to my room first." Yes. Song Junqian took Su Jingchen upstairs. While looking at their departing backs, Jiang Shuin's originally gentle expression instantly became stern. "It's all because of this kid Su Jingchen." Originally, Song Junqian was all but wasted by his own raising, but it was because Su Jingchen, the kid, was too good in terms of his grades, so in order for him to get into a good university, Song Junqian, the fool, also began to study hard. I really didn't think that Su Jingchen, whom her good sister had picked up during her lifetime, actually had such a big position in Song Junqian's heart. But that's okay. Song Junqian is still a silly boy. What about the fact that he had already withheld his allowance in the name of not wanting him to work hard to keep Song Junqian from finding a martial arts instructor? At this, Song Junqian was still foolishly touched, thinking that he was really looking out for him. And with that little cutie's appearance, it doesn't look like he has much martial arts talent. So there's no need to worry about him being able to take the magic martial arts. "Mom, I'm home." At that moment, a boy who looked like he was 12 years old walked in the door as well. He is Song Junqian's brother and Jiang Shuin's son, Song Mingming. "Xiao Tian, you're back." Song Tomorrow turned her head as if puzzled and asked, "Where's brother? Is he back?" As soon as Song Junqian was mentioned, Jiang Shuin rolled her eyes. He came back early and went up to his room to read." "Oh, that little cutie. Haven't given up yet." Hearing that Song Junqian was already in the dormitory, Song Mingtian stopped pretending. He looked and sounded as if he disliked Song Junqian, without any respect for his older brother. "It's not because of that damnable Su Jingchen. For the sake of that little cutie of his. Must go for the magic martial arts exam." When she thought of herself as the Song family's main mother, but Su Jingchen never showed respect to her and mostly ignored her, she felt exasperated. She had certainly thought about kicking Su Jingchen out of the Song family. Yet Song Junqian trusted him so much that the Song family head even entrusted him with the order to take charge of the Song group. It resulted in a mere personal bodyguard having more power than her in the Song group, and while she had married into the Song family for many years, the servants in the house had all been replaced with her beloved ones. But there was no way to really put her hands into the Song group. What an abomination. "Don't worry, Mom. That little cutie. Usually his grades are at the bottom. What's the use even if he tries hard now? He's destined to fail the exam." Song Tianming also scoffed. "As for that Su Jingchen, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs after I inherit Song." He had been indoctrinated from a young age by Jiang Shuin with the words that he would inherit the Song family, and he had also watched Song Junqian's actions as he was raised to be invalidated by his mother. Only in order to anesthetize Song Junqian, he would still put on the pretense of respecting his elder brother in front of the other party. So in his heart, Song had long belonged to him. And when that happens, Song Junqian will have no choice but to off. "Jing Chun, I can't understand anything the math class said today. Come teach me." Back in his room, Song Junqian immediately opened his book bag and pulled out different textbooks. For this exam, he also put up a fight. However, Su Jingchen just looked at him silently. Chapter 163, What Would You Do If I Betrayed You? Su Jingchen just looked at Song Junqian without making a sound. When Song Junqian saw that he didn't respond, he couldn't help but say suspiciously, "What's wrong, Jingchen? Teach me to read quickly." He usually falls asleep in math class and can't understand what the teacher is saying. But with Su Jingchen's teaching these days, he found that learning wasn't very difficult. Su Jingchen would also give him many knowledge textbooks, and he himself would just die reading in his room and then go out to secretly train in martial arts. "Jingchen." It was only after Su Jingchen was called again that he finally responded somewhat. "Young master, I have a question for you." "What kind of question?" It was rare to see Su Jingchen ask himself a question, so Song Junqian was suddenly a bit expectant. The next second, however, he heard the other man ask straight out, "What would you do if I betrayed you?" "Huh." Silence. Song Junqian was silent for more than 10 seconds, and Su Jingchen looked at him for more than 10 seconds. Finally, Song Junqian was obviously a bit flustered. What does betrayal mean? Jing Chun, do you want to jump ship? Could it be that the Song family pays too low a salary? Don't. I'll ask mother to add more to your paycheck. Su Jingchen. Even when he said that himself, Song Junqian didn't seem to understand what he meant. Also right, they have lived together since they were 2 years old and have never been separated. At this point in time, even if he said something about betrayal or leaving, Song Junqian wouldn't believe it. Moreover, his salary had always been credited to Song Group, and that woman Jiang Shuin regarded herself as a thorn in her side. So it was unlikely that she would send him any money. Song Junqian continued, Jing Chun, have you been too busy lately? Help me cope until the exams again. Then let's go on a trip together and relax. Su Jingchen. Of course you can. Young Master has made a bet with Young Master Tang this time, so please make an effort. As soon as Tang Qingma was mentioned, Song Junqian shook his head. I am trying to figure out why he is also aiming for demonic martial arts. I'll see what his most important thing is when the time comes. Where is Young Master? Su Jingchen suddenly asked. What is the most important thing to you, Young Master? Song Junqian smiled brightly. If I really have to say, of course it's everything my mother left me. The mother here is not Jiang Shuin, but his birth mother. Although Song Junqian turned out to be a second little cutie, but he has always cherished everything his birth mother left him. After Su Jingchun looked at the other party and said this, the pupils of his eyes couldn't help but tremble a little, and it was like hesitation and forbearance appeared within his heart. Jing Chun felt like he didn't look so good, but before Song Junqian could take a closer look, Su Jingchen suddenly crouched down and got up on one knee, startling him. Ah, what happened to you all of a sudden, Jing Chun? Young Master, please listen to me. Su Jingchun raised his head, his normally cold eyes filled with seriousness and determination at this moment. Question mark. Even if there is a possibility that I may be separated from you in the future, I will always be your subordinate. So please make sure you remember that. Looking at Su Jingchen's incomparably serious eyes, Song Junqian instead panicked a bit. Oh, I know. Of course you're my subordinate. I'm the young master of the Song family, and for the time being I can't find a better paying job than my family. Su Jingchen. Young master, sometimes I think it would be nice for you to stay like this. What do you mean by that? Why does it seem like you're calling me stupid? On the other hand, the Tang family. Tang Qingma also returned to the Tang family after school with Lu Tianren's transportation. Just as soon as he entered the hall, he saw the worried Bai Hualien and the ugly-faced Tang Ali, with Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing sitting beside them. It's like a critique session. However, probably due to the fact that they had broken Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing's arms and legs earlier and pushed them down the stairs, their hands and feet were still bandaged at this time, and they revealed a panicked look as soon as they saw their figures. They don't look away from him. Qing Mo, we heard that you want to go to the Qi blood exam next Friday. The white flower lotus revealed a worried expression. Will you work too hard? I heard that it's easy to exhaust the power in your body after the Qi and blood exam, and you won't be able to recover for a year and a half. Mom, do you have to worry about him? He can go and disgrace himself if he wants to. Dad will naturally clean him up when the time comes. Tang Ali still looked angry. Might as well say that she hadn't shown a good face since flipping off Tang Qingma. While Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing were smarter, the two of them just looked at each other, neither of them saying anything. Tang Qingma looked at them breathlessly, not quite wanting to respond. Qing Mo, if you feel hard done by, why don't you? Bai Hualien wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Tang Qing Mo. How come my mother, who usually never cares about my studies, is suddenly so concerned about where I went for my exams? White flower lotus remorse plus 200. I just. Tang Ali frowned and said, Mom is just worried that you'll be sad if you fail the exam. You don't know what's good for you. Tang Qingma just said coldly, I never said I'd take the demon martial arts exam, and today only Tang Qingxi knows. Did he tell you guys that? The Tang family crowd. One look at them and I knew it, but naturally, Tang Ali didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and said with a straight face, Hoshi is worried about your health because she's kind. Tang Qingma snorted, Haha, that fake has severed ties with you all for less than a few days. Rushing to contact you so soon, does he know what severing ties means? Tang Ali shouted angrily, You! Xiao, she has been driven away by you, and you still won't let us get in touch. Not by me, but by his own death. Tang Qingma coldly waved her hand. All right, Where I'm going to take the exam is none of your business. If you have this time to care about me, why don't you think about the patients in your little hospital? To hell with you. Don Ellie clenched her fists in excitement. In the first few days, she submitted many application letters to different hospitals, and in the end, only small medical centers were willing to hire her. This small medical center is naturally not as comfortable to work in as a large private hospital, and is dirty and very busy with patients of all ages every day. Don Ellie just worked for days on end, so to speak, and didn't have time to take a sip of water. It's not like the old days when I was in the big hospitals where people would suck up to me and try to give easy work to accomplish. But in order not to be asked by Tang Jianren to go on a blind date, Ellie Tang can only stick to her job. I heard that my good second sister is the only one the medical center is willing to take right now, so... Tang Qingma suddenly smiled and said, "You have to be careful. The center of the civil district is not like a big hospital. Be careful not to get hurt." Oh. Chapter 164 Examination of Qi and Blood. What do you mean? Is it a curse on me? As soon as she heard Tang Qingma's unkind words, Tang Ailey yelled even more grumpily. "It's nothing. It's just that compared to my exams, which are only for one day, Nisan, who needs to work hard for a long time, should work harder than me." Tang Qingma waved her hand up pleasantly, her eyes looking towards Bai Hualien. "If Mrs. Tang wants to care for someone, second sister is the best choice. She needs your care more than I do. Anyway, don't bother me if there's nothing going on." Qing Mo. The white flower lotus was shocked for a moment, then lowered her head in distress. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. White flower lotus remorse plus 200. And it was only after Tang Qingmo returned to the room that Tang Qingqing retrieved the panic she had just felt and said in an impatient tone, "What's the test? What is the standard of magic martial arts?" Even if he had studied in it before, wasn't it because he was too much of a loser that caused him to be kicked out? Tang Ziqing also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you've already been kicked out before, and now you want to return to the academy. How cheeky. Does he think he has a place in there?" Bai Hualien couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable inside as she listened to her daughters all belittling Tang Qingma's. "You guys, you can't talk about Qingma like that." "Mom, we're not wrong," Don Ellie said immediately. "Yes, that's right." Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing also chimed in real time. This made White Flower Lotus even sadder. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. White Flower Lotus remorse plus 200. At this time, Tang Qingma, who was located in the dormitory room, took out the test notification handed out in class and casually flipped through it. Lu Tianren, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask, "Young Tang, regarding next Friday's Qi and Blood exam, do you need pills to increase your Qi and Blood?" Inside his Lu family, there were many medicinal pills that could increase Qi and Blood in a short period of time with few side effects. Although they were expensive, he didn't mind sending them over in order for Tang Qingma to pass the exam. But Tang Qingma simply asked, "Tianren, do you know how much Qi and Blood the first place can usually measure?" The average ordinary person's Qi blood was around 80 to 90, while the entry standard for the Magic City Martial Arts Academy was a Qi blood of 120. Although it looks like there is only a difference of 30 to 40 points in value, the Qi and Blood are actually connected to the bones and meridians. Wanting to raise Qi and Blood also meant that one needed to train their physical abilities and muscles, or else when the body couldn't withstand a large amount of Qi and Blood, it would easily explode. But it's only 120 points, so I guess many candidates who become martial artists can reach that value. He remembered that back then, before he crossed over and became a martial artist, his Qi and Blood test had already reached around 150. Then it was known as the once in an undetermined number of years martial arts genius who actually rescued him from that ragtag family. Of course, he's just going from hell to the tiger's den. Lu Tianren pondered for a while, then replied, "I remember that the highest record for the freshman's Qi and Blood test was around 146, when it was still tested by a certain candidate who had already broken through to martial artist." Tang Qingma, "Huh? No, are the standards for new students in this world so low?" Tang Qingma couldn't help but ask the system. The system immediately retorted, "It's because you're a genius. Host, please don't use yourself as a standard for the host. By the way, if it was Song Junqian from the original plot, his Qi and Blood score for enrollment would be 155. Ugh. Worthy of being the second male, that's awesome." Tang Qingma's attitude was a bit casual. The system's tone was filled with pity. But he's only doing temporary training right now, so he should only be able to barely pass this Qi and Blood exam. It's already a protagonist's aura for him to pass. After being raised wasted for so many years, just relying on a few months of intense training to get into the Budo Academy that students dream of. It only makes people jealous when you say it, right? Young Tang, if you need my help. Tang Qingma shook her head. No need, Tianren. You don't have to care about anything. If it's discovered, both me and you as the young master of the Lu family will become troublesome, right? First of all, if the qi and blood pills, he had already drawn better ones from the system. Secondly, Lu Tianren was quite famous within the martial arts world and the demonic martial arts. Tang Qingma didn't want to be described as backdoor, just because of a single medicinal elixir, especially since he still had to slap the faces of those little fairies from the Hall of Red Sun. Lu Tianren nodded. I see. So how much certainty does Xiao Tang have? A little bit, after all. I made a bet with the Song family's young master, and when the time comes, we'll compete to see who has more qi and blood. Tang Qingma said casually. The qi and blood exams are tested on the spot as the test is done with an instrument. This will also let candidates know if they are qualified to enter the Budo Academy. Alas, young Master Song is really planning to take the magic martial arts exam. Speaking of Song Junqian, Lu Tianren was a bit surprised. After all, in his eyes, Song Junqian didn't have any martial arts power at all, and his adoptive mother shouldn't approve either. He has loyal bodyguards, so the volunteers won't be changed. Tang Qingma laughed and said, and I've heard that he's been working quite hard on his special training lately. Lu Tianren, can you get into the second largest martial arts academy in China for magical martial arts for effort alone? When the time comes, Tianren, you can send me directly to the examination center. I know. The time is fast approaching the following Friday. This is the day when candidates who want to enter the Budo Academy get nervous. The venue for the exams was set up in the Magic City Public Athletic Complex. As the Qi and Blood examination is also part of the examination of the school, the Education Bureau has implemented traffic and noise control, as well as moved a large number of Qi and Blood testers for the examination from different organizations in the past few days. Then, young Tang, I'll come back to pick you up after your exams are over. Tang Qingma was transported here by Lu Tianren, and because Tang Qingma had a pass on her, she could use the priority channel to arrive at the sports hall. Okay, I'll let you know when I get there. Go for the test. The exam hadn't started yet, so Tang Qingma needed to go to the registration desk outside to get a numbered card first. The digital sign will have printed on it that he is the first batch of candidates to enter and which machine he is using. Before the exam day came, he also went to the system's cultivation space to cultivate a lot of skills, among which were the skills of demolition and foot kick, a skill that allows you to rupture an object, as well as focus your blood and energy in your legs for a kicking attack. Because of the smooth cultivation, Tang Qingma's qi and blood had grown quite a bit during this time. It's just that the system still looks a bit dissatisfied. Wouldn't it be better if the host breaks through into a martial artist, by the way? Tang Qingma grunted and laughed. What are you talking about? If I become a martial artist so soon, then how else can I make my good master lose face? And only when he got to the door did he turn the digital sign on. Candidates of the third batch and the machine of the 15th. Isn't this Mr. Tang? Arrived at the examination center so soon. Chapter 165 broke the highest record. Isn't this young Tang? Arrived at the examination center so soon. Song Junqian and Su Jingqian also came outside the sports hall early and waited for the exam to begin. Young Master Song, good morning. Tang Qingma greeted as usual, but afterward her eyes slightly glanced at Su Jingqian. Su Jingqian stood beside Song Junqian just like before, but today his eyes drifted a bit, obviously thinking about something else. Song Junqian looked at Tang Qingma, still pointing at the other side. Young Tang, have you already figured out what your most important thing is? For the record, I don't want those family members of yours. For some reason, it was clear that the women of the Tang family were praised by the outside world, but Song Junqian had looked at them poorly from before. Now that the scandal of the Tang family had been exposed, he felt even more that his vision was excellent. Don't worry, they won't be able to look at you, young Master Song, for now. Tang Qingma smiled. You? Ahem. Although the other party's tone infuriated him, Song Junqian decided to be generous when he thought that the other party would soon lose to him. All right, when are you scheduled for the exam? Jing Chun and I are going in first round. Tang Qingma, I'm the third round. So Song Junqian and the others went in first? Then you have to adjust your mental state. Don't be too discouraged when you see my results then. He's really confident no matter what. Dang. Just then, security inside the sports hall opened the entrance door. It was also announced that the Qi and Blood exams had officially begun. Then we'll go in first, so take your time, young Master Tang. Song Junqian saw that candidates from different schools were entering the examination room and waved confidently at Tang Qingma as well. Okay, young Master Song, you go for it. Only after seeing the two enter the examination room did Tang Qingma let out a light breath. I really don't understand why he's so confident as a non-martial artist. Tang Qingma looked around at the stern environment. Most of the candidates waiting for the exam were praying or worshipping the heavens and the earth, and some were even taking out the bottles of medicine that they had carried over with them, gripping them hard with a stern look. In contrast, Song Junqian was quite confident. It doesn't even seem to come out of the same picture. Seems like it's because when he did his final Qi and blood training yesterday, his mentor complimented him on how well he was manipulating his Qi and blood, so when the time comes, if he just takes a hit of the medicine before the exam, he'll get a good grade. It's just words to make people happy. But according to Song Junqian's character, he'll believe it all right. After all, he's a 2-bit cutie now. Tang Qingma had been waiting for almost half an hour, and while playing with his cell phone, he saw the door to the first round of exams open. Candidates can be seen coming out with a small book in their hands, which is supposed to be the results that came out. The Qi and blood exams didn't last long per round, but even so, most of the students who had finished their exams wouldn't leave so quickly. After all, they will want to look at the results of other candidates so they can observe how the year is going overall. Song Junqian soon came out. His expression was still different from the other candidates. It was with a confident smile that he came out with Su Jingchun. Looks like the exam went well. As soon as he saw Tang Qingma, he was even more a bit arrogant and said, "Young Master Tang, we've finished the exam successfully." Seeing young Master Song's expression, enrolling in a magic martial arts program shouldn't be a problem. Tang Qingma smiled. Song Junqian laughed without looking at his head and said, "Sort of, enrollment is no problem," the system said silently. Host, Song Junqian forgot to swallow the medicine when he took it just now, and he almost didn't manage to activate his Qi and blood. Tang Qingma? What's this funny picture? But fortunately for Song Junqian, the pills he took quickly took effect, so the Qi and blood activated smoothly. Numerical values are up to the target. Tang Qingma. In a sense, his male lead aura is the strongest, right? But Song Junqian didn't notice Tang Qingma's speechless look at himself and said complacently, "I got into the magic wu with Jingchun this time very smoothly." Tang Qingma silently asked, "But young Master Song, if you want to enroll in the magic martial arts, there is also a written cultural test in addition to the Qi and blood test. Did you do well on the mock exam?" Immediate silence from Song Junqian. Being raised wasted, he hadn't studied much on a regular basis, and although he had made an effort to do so for this written exam, the sleep factor in his body nagged at his brain as soon as class was over. And then, I couldn't help but fall asleep. Now, although he was still mending the knowledge points, Song Junqian always felt like his brain was not his own, and he could not read anything into it. But when he faced Tang Qingma, he still said with a bit of a stiff upper lip, "Of course there's no problem with my words. It's just a mere written test. As long as I work hard, 500 and 600 points are easy to come by." Tang Qingmo raised his thumb. "Well, you're awesome. You should be more worried about yourself than me." Song Junqian said triumphantly, "Soon it will be your turn. Young Master Song doesn't have to worry about me." "Humph. I'll see what happens then." Dang. Not long after, the second round of Qi and blood exams ended. Candidates are walking out of the exam room a little weak from overusing their Qi and blood. "Young Tang, it's your turn to go." Song Junqian wrapped his hands around his chest, his tone lightly teasing. He seemed to have always thought that Tang Qingma's strength had no way of getting into the magic martial arts. Tang Qingma, on the other hand, just shrugged his shoulders and waved to Song Junqian and the others before walking into the examination room. As a public sports complex in Magic City, its playground is huge. Hundreds of Qi and blood testers can be seen on the site. All of them are the most advanced and professional nowadays, shaped like incubators, and there are at least 2 staff members for each instrument. They are responsible for operating the instruments and registering the results. Tang Qingma walked over to the Qi and blood meter that corresponded to the examination card, and the staff first opened the entrance, allowing Tang Qingma to walk inside. In a sense, otherwise emotionally stable candidates are in a tense mood when standing inside, but it was nothing at all to Tang Qingma. He hadn't even taken any pills to increase his Qi and blood. Earlier, Tianren said that the highest record for a Magic City candidate right now is over 150. Right? System. It's 146 points. Then I'll. The staff outside looked at the time, so they said to Tang Qingma in the barn, "Classmate, let's get started then." After saying that, he turned on the chakra machine. Tang Qingma closed his eyes, and huge amounts of qi and blood immediately emanated from his body. The qi and blood tester immediately collected an intense and incomparable qi and blood power, instantly lighting up with a violent glow. Staff. They watched as the tested qi blood values continued to soar, quickly reaching 100, 110, 120. Finally, the values stopped. 165. The staff exclaimed in surprise. 165 qi blood. Chapter 166. The most important thing you have, of course. 165 prana. For martial artists who had just broken through, it was a value that could be reached if they practiced hard. However, for a non-martial artist, or an 18-year-old freshman, this was simply unbeatable. Genius. Sweat dripped from Tang Qingma's forehead after releasing all the qi and blood in his body. Phew! He exhaled softly, pulling a large tonic pill out of his system space as soon as he got out of the apparatus and putting it in his mouth. Most candidates took pills to increase their qi and blood during the test, but Tang Qingma took pills to replenish her body. Tong, classmate, you. The staff member's voice trembled a little when he saw the value displayed on the qi and blood tester. He wondered if he had misread it. Tang Qingmo regulated the meridians in her body after taking the great tonic pill and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Your qi blood is 165 points." And another staff member immediately escalated this to the school board. "I remember that the maximum number of qi and blood exams in the previous candidates was only 146 points. Still the first time I've had a 165 point. A new record has been broken." However, Tang Qingma just smiled and said, "Really? Great. Because it's so much fun. Can I go out and call my family first?" Before entering the examination room, candidates are required to hand over their cell phones and accompanying objects to the drop-off center at the entrance for safekeeping. As for Tang Qingma, due to her best score of all time, the staff all nodded reflexively. "Oh, okay. I'll go first, then." LOL? Not a classmate? However, after Tang Qingma left, they realized that the other party hadn't taken the grade report paper yet. Song Junqian was still waiting outside at this time, only for his right eyelid to suddenly feel throbbing. Su Jingchen on the side asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" "It's fine. It's just that my right eye is constantly throbbing, and I always feel like I have a bad premonition," pursed Song Junqian's lips. Could it be that Tang Qingma he got a good value on the test? No way. Song Junqian immediately shook his head, shaking the thought out of his head. Superstition. What a lefty and a righty. Your feudal superstition. At this moment, the agitated Song Junqian saw Tang Qingma coming out of the examination room. "Young Master Tang." He immediately jogged over. "Well, how much did you get on your qi and blood test?" Tang Qingma looked at him with a smile. 165 points. Ahem. Song Junqian pretended not to hear him. "Young Master Tang, you didn't do well on the exam because you were too nervous, right? It's okay. People just miss sometimes, so you don't have to feel ashamed. Just name your score." Tang Qingma smiled once again. "So, 165 points. This time Song Junqian frowned. "Young Master Tang, do you know what the highest score has been over the years? 146 points. How can you have 165 points when you're a non-martial artist, or someone who can't even beat Zhang Ling? You're lying. Also give me." "Ah, over here." At this moment, the excited voice of the exam room staff interrupted Song Junqian's words and ran to Tang Qingma. He handed over the pamphlet in his hand. "This student, you just forgot your grade report. 165 points. You've broken our record for the qi and blood exam." The staff spoke quite a bit, and now not only Song Junqian, but even the candidates present who hadn't yet taken the test or left the room were stunned. "What? 165 points? Who? Which Budo family's young master has taken the test? Who is he?" "Thanks." There was a shock outside the scene, but only the person in question, Tang Qingma, was emotionally calm and replied with a smile. "Thank you for bringing it over for me." "It's okay. Congratulations." The staff member smiled brightly and patted Tang Qingma's shoulder. Seeing the figure of a genius also made him very excited, and then went back to the examination room with a satisfied face. And it was then that Tang Qingma turned around and looked at the stunned Song Junqian with a smile on her face. Young Master Song, now you believe I have 165 points. You. The entire Song Junqian body froze. How could you possibly have such high qi blood? How could he not expect this waste in front of him who couldn't even beat Zhang Ling? I can't believe I can test such a high value of qi and blood. Impossible. Song Junqian took several steps back in disbelief, his entire face displaying surprise. There must be a machine error. There's no way you could have gotten such a high score. But the staff has already confirmed it for me. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. Tang Qingma smiled. That's why he didn't take the report out just now. Because he wants the staff to tell Song Junqian personally. But now it's more than that. Tang Qingma hooked up the corner of her mouth and snorted. So young Master Song, I won our bet, right? Song Junqian. It didn't matter how many values he got anymore because Tang Qingma also broke the highest value. The most important thing you have needs to be given to me. Song Junqian looked at Tang Qingma's triumphant expression and inwardly wanted to beat him up. However willing to gamble, he didn't want to be looked down upon by Tang Qingma. Only he frowned and said, as I said before, the most important thing I have is the position of the Song family's young master. How do you want to take it? Of course you want my family's property, and I can do my best to fulfill you. He could go back and talk to Jiang Shuyin and give part of the Song family's money to Tang Qingma. Ha. However, what responded to him was Tang Qingma's smile. Song Junqian gritted his teeth in anger. What are you laughing at? That's not right, young Master Song, said Tang Qingma, her eyes suddenly becoming stern and her smile cold. The most important thing to you isn't the Song family's position or the Song family's money, is it? You? What are you talking about? Song Junqian was uncomfortable by his stare and unconsciously stepped back to Su Jingqian's side. Aside from the Song family's young master position and money, what else is important to me? Tang Qingma slightly hooked her lips. Then, her eyes moved to Su Jingqian's body. Su, come over. Song Junqian's eyes widened instantly. What are you talking about? Your most important thing, of course, is Su-san. Just in a flash, Tang Qingma's words felt like they hit Song Junqian deep inside. He keeps talking about being in the position of the Song family's young master, and he keeps talking about the Song family's money. But these things were not at all what mattered most to Song Junqian. The most precious thing he had was Su Jingqian, who had been following him around since he was 2 years old and was loyal to him. Chapter 167. Sorry, young master. For Song Junqian, there was no thing more important to him than Su Jingqian, who had grown up with him since childhood. No matter what kind of situation he was in the Song family, no matter how many people called him a wasteful young master or a playboy who only relies on his family, Su Jingqian never even gave up on him. Song Junqian also knew that the other party had suffered a lot for himself, so in order to be able to enroll Su Jingqian in a better university, he went out of his way to rebel against his adoptive mother, as well as study martial arts, which he had never practiced, and long hours of reading. He knew that what he had done was simply not enough to repay Su Jingqian for his kindness. But even then, he never wanted to give the other man to another. No kidding. Song Junqian didn't have his usual dangling face at this moment. He had an excited and angry expression. Tang Qingma, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't let you go. His voice was so huge that it spread to the outside of the examination room for a while, attracting the attention of the other candidates. At the same time, he clenched his fists hard, trembling a bit from being overly angry, but still glaring at Tang Qingma with a fierce face. However, Tang Qingma just let out a light laugh and waved her hands up and said, Young Master Song, do you want to break the contract? Obviously, we agreed that the one who loses has to offer the most important thing, so... Song Junqian interrupted in another agitated manner. I've already said it. The most important thing to me is the position of young master of the Song family. Jing Chun is not a thing. You have no right to decide where he goes. Tang Qingma smiled even more brightly after hearing the other party's words. I see. I understand what young Master Song means. You. Song Junqian still felt angry. But in the next second, he heard Tang Qingma say with a smiling face. Since that's the case, let's take a look at student Su's decision. Song Junqian. Classmate Su, what do you think? Tang Qingma snickered. Su Jingqian. He had remained silent since a moment ago, listening to the conversation between the two. But now, Tang Qingma demanded that he make a choice. But before he could respond, Song Junqian had already taken the initiative to step forward and fend off his figure at the back. Are you kidding me? Jing Chun is my man. What are you deciding? In a state of extreme exasperation, an intense qi and blood unconsciously emanated from Song Junqian's body, pressing out into the entire spatial area. Su Jingchen was also surprised by the oppressive feeling he felt. Young master? What an amazing power! Was that him unconsciously radiating the power of qi and blood due to excessive anger? However, Song Junqian was always a non-martial artist, and even if he exuded qi and blood power, Tang Qingma could still know how to resist. But he didn't look at Song Junqian. Instead, he looked at Su Jingchen. You've seen it too, classmate Su. Su Jingchen's eyes widened. Jing Chun, don't listen to his bull. Song Junqian gritted his teeth. Right now, he just wanted to beat the bastard Tang Qingma up. Su Jingchen was a playmate that his birth mother had entrusted to him when he was 2 years old, and he had grown up and lived together since he was a child. He was a closer presence than his own brother. However, no one can take him away from himself. But, I'm sorry, young master. In that instant, Su Jingchun but suddenly spat out in a low voice, words that Song Junqian could not believe. Ha! Under the powerful qi and blood power emanating from Song Junqian, Su Jingchen simply closed his eyes and walked his legs in Tang Qingma's direction. Jing Chun, what are you doing? In a flash, an extremely bad feeling of foreboding entered Song Junqian's heart. He suddenly felt that Su Jingchen would make a move that was unacceptable to him. Get back here. Su Jingchen's leg steps were slow, but didn't stop. Just once again, he whispered, I'm sorry, young master. Since you lost to young master Tang this time, then, Song Junqian's eyes widened in shock. I'll get to his side first. I'm sorry, young master. Jing Chun? Song Junqian looked at Su Jingchen's back in shock, unable to react at all for a moment. He was incredulous. Su Jingchen, however, had been by his side since he was a child, never betraying himself. Young master, if I betray you. In that instant, Song Junqian remembered. Before, Su Jingchen had once said something to himself about betrayal, but at that time he only thought that the other party was joking, so he didn't take it to heart at all. But nowadays, Su Jingchen will leave himself. Such thoughts filled Song Junqian's brain and were the most unacceptable thing to him. No, don't. Unconsciously, Song Junqian stretched out his hand, wanting to stop Su Jingchen from leaving. Must not. Jingchun, you can't go with him. His feet also began to run forward, trying to make Su Jingchen turn back. However, in the next second, he was struck in the shoulder by Tang Qingma's sudden strike, and his entire body bounced away to the back. Song Junqian just rolled on the ground several times and raised his head with gritted teeth, only to see Su Jingchun, who would usually defend himself, standing behind Tang Qingma, closing his eyes as if he was ignoring them. Jing Chun, froze Song Junqian. If it was the old him, he would never have let himself go. Was he really giving up on himself? At this moment, Tang Qingma took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Young Master Song, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Ugh? You've already lost. Oh, that's why Su-san left you. Song Junqian, do you think you can still have Su's classmates when you look as stupid as you do? Haha, you wake up. Tang Qingma is now acting like a villain, cutting and snatching away Song Junqian's important things. I didn't even say anything before because I was concerned about your face, but you don't think you're really good, do you? A little cutie like you, young master, can't play the role of Su-san either, right? Song Junqian stared dumbfounded at Tang Qingma's triumphant appearance, then turned his head to look at the silent Su Jingchen. Invisible heat slowly began to appear within. It's like there's an angry flame that's trying to hold back and burst out. Anyway, I hope that young Master Song can recognize his own strength properly this time. Su, I'll take over for you, the system suddenly said excitedly. Host, I know. You're being a minotaur, aren't you? Tang Qingma. You should watch fewer little daytime movies. After saying that, Tang Qingma turned around with the intention of leaving, and following behind him this time was Su Jingchen. Don't. Jing Chun. Song Invasion Ken was still lying on the ground, stretching out his hand with difficulty. But Su Jingchen just silently turned around and followed Tang Qingma while leaving. Jingchen! Song Junqian was just frozen on the ground. Only after both Tang Qingma and Su Jingchen left did he slowly stand up. He casually wiped his somewhat dirty face with the back of his hand, and his whole person exuded an unapproachable aura, and the mouth kept cooing softly, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." An angry look then emerged from Ling's expression. Chapter 168. Helping young Master Song cure his illness. He worked for me for a year. After coming out of the examination room, Tang Qingma brought Su Jingchen to formally get acquainted with Lu Tianren. Tianren, from today onwards you have one more work partner. Oh, Tang Qingma said pleasantly. Come, introduce yourself, Su student. Su Jingchen said expressionlessly. Hello young Master Lu. I'm Su Jingchen. Lu Tianren? No, of course I know you. The acting head of the Song family. Young Master Song's personal bodyguard. How could he not recognize him? Might as well say that anyone in the martial arts world should know that the Song family's young master was a playboy, but his bodyguards were exceptionally powerful. But why would Tang Qingma say that Su Jingchen was his workmate? Lu Tianren looked at Tang Qingma in puzzlement, only to see him say with a smile. From today, Su will work for me for a year just like you. You have to love each other. Oh, what? Lu Tianren's eye pupils widened in surprise. Su Jingchen works with him? Isn't this working for Tang Qingma? That's impossible. It would be fine if it was someone else. But it was Su Jingchen. He has been following Song Junqian's side since he was a child. And I heard that even though Mrs. Song passed away many years ago and Song Junqian turned into a second little cutie like he is now, but he all still decided to stay by Song Junqian's side. I heard that someone had seen his talent before and purposely tried to recruit him with a high salary and high position. But Su Jingchen firmly refused. His loyalty is very well known in the martial arts world. Thus Lu Tianren felt incredulous. Student Su, how did you leave young Master Song and the Song family? Su Jingchen just looked away, not really wanting to answer. Tang Qingmo responded on his behalf. Because he made a deal with me. Deal? To help cure young Master Song. He worked for me for a year. Lu Tianren asked suspiciously. Is young Master Song sick? Nothing. When he had just sent Tang Qingmo off, it seemed like he had only just seen the other party enter the exam room from the car. The other party seems to be in pretty good spirits. Sort of sick, but I believe I'll recover soon. Tang Qingma sneered. Su Jingchen. You guys, in the next 2 days, pay close attention to the Song family's movements. If he was Song Junqian, the first thing he would do once he returned to his former form. When Song Junqian left the examination center, he was calling the Song family's limousine to pick him up. However, he didn't immediately return to the Song family, but traveled to the Song group. The driver was an older uncle who had been working for the Song family for many years. And when he saw that there was only Song Junqian's figure, he asked suspiciously, Ugh? Young master, may I ask where Mr. Su went? Who knew that at the mention of Su Jingchen, Song Junqian's eyes instantly became sharp. Ugh. The invisible oppression also startled the driver. Song Junqian said coldly, Jingchen, he won't be back for a while. Let's talk about it later. Oh yes, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the usually silly young master has suddenly changed. When Song Junqian arrived at the Song group, the lady at the front desk was surprised. Young master? Song Junqian spoke coldly. I'll go to the office. You tell Supervisor Qian to come see me immediately. Yes. What? Is the young master like this? The receptionist sister hadn't seen Song Junqian for a while, and it was usually Su Jingchen who came over to do his business, so she didn't have a deep impression of Song Junqian. However, she remembered that Song Junqian's personality used to be quite cheerful. Speaking of which, why is the young master alone today, and why is Supervisor Su nowhere to be seen? Song Junqian ignored his receptionist sister's flustered expression and just familiarly headed for the elevator and walked to the president's room that belonged to him. Nowadays, his father was still the head of the Song family, so he himself was carrying the name of president in the Song group. But by the time he was 6 years old, he had forced the Song family head to entrust all the management of the Songs to himself. Young master, may I ask if you're looking for me? Qian Bo immediately put down the work at hand and rushed to the president's room after receiving the message from the receptionist lady. And as soon as he opened the door, he was quickly surprised by the scent emanating from inside. It's been a long time, Chambers. he saw Song Junqian standing in front of his desk with cold eyes. It's like, 6 years old. Young master, it's you. Qian Bo immediately knelt on one foot in excitement and bowed his head respectfully. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen my former young master. Uncle Qian, as one of the Song family's old subjects, he was aware that ever since Mrs. Song's passing, young Master Song Junqian's entire person had changed. After that, after the young master got the power from the hands of the Song family head, he even never showed up again. Now, I didn't think I'd ever see him again. Just, Uncle Qian looked around in a bit of surprise and couldn't help but ask in confusion, Young master? Where did Jing Chen go? If Jing Chen were to see the young master's return, he would be very happy, wouldn't he? However, when he heard Su Jingchen's name, Song Junqian only frowned a little. You mean him? He grimaced, his tone unusually cold. He jumped ship. Huh. Chambers was confused. No, who are you saying jumped ship? Song Junqian exhaled lightly and said coldly, Let's not talk about that for now. How many men can you gather now? As an old courtier, Qian Bo was one of Mrs. Song's subordinates during her lifetime, so his status in Song was almost equal to Su Jingchen's, and what he says can be obeyed by those underneath. Young master, may I ask what you want? Song Junqian's eyes flashed red and fishy as he hooked his lips slightly and said, Isn't it supposed to be a big cleanup, now that my home has been invaded by dirty rats? Qian Bo was first startled, then revealed a winning smile. Yes. 6 p.m., Song's house. Jiang Shuin was sitting in the hall at the moment, still thinking about Song Junqian going to take the qi and blood exam this morning. Although normally she wouldn't even have to worry about that loser getting the target grade on the test. For some reason, a bad feeling had appeared inside her since lunch. She did call Song Junqian, but he didn't answer, so the premonition hasn't gone away until now. Butler. Jiang Shuin sat on the sofa and called the housekeeper who was pouring tea for herself. Madam, may I ask what's the matter? The housekeeper was someone Jiang Shuin had recruited back, so he treated her with great respect. That little cutie. Did you say when you'd be back? When the other party wasn't at home, Jiang Shuin used contemptuous epithets to describe Song Junqian. To this, the servants of the house were accustomed. No, he didn't inform me when he was coming back. Humph, just don't ever come back if you can. Jiang Shuin rested her cheeks impatiently. If that's the case, then you're going to be disappointed. And at that moment, the main door of the Song family was suddenly opened with force. Song Junqian led Qian Bo and more than a dozen martial artists and walked in indifferently. Chapter 169, The Song Family's Cleansing. Qian, how did you? Jiang Shuin was shocked and puzzled when she saw Song Junqian come in aggressively with so many people. And she couldn't help but turn the pupils of her eyes to see that Song Junqian had even brought back Qian Bo. The annoying guy. Uncle Qian was her sister's old courtier before she was born, and like Su Jingchen never put her in his eyes. It was so hard for her to coax Song Junqian and drive him away from coming over to Song's group. How come he's with this little cutie today? Home with this little cutie. And when Song Junqian returned to the Song family, he just turned his head to look around the house and saw many servants who were whispering. Only then did he turn his head to look at Jiang Shuin and said in a cold voice, If there are pests in the house, they need to be cleaned up in time. That's why I sent someone over. Pests? What are you talking about? For some reason, Jiang Shuin felt that this little cutie Song Junqian seemed to have changed quite a bit. Both the breath and the mannerisms were completely different from the usual. Song Junqian looked at her for a few seconds and suddenly revealed a light smile before raising his hand. I mean, you guys. With a forceful wave of the palm of his hand, the dozen or so martial artists behind him all moved out and quickly advanced towards Song's house. Ah! What are you doing, Qian? Jiang Shuin and the servants inside were greatly shocked. They wanted to escape. However, as ordinary people, they were no match for the power of a martial artist. Song Junqian entered the hall with slow steps and walked to the sofa to sit down. He coldly watched as both Jiang Shuin and the butler were pressed hard into the ground, and the servants inside let out screams and cries for help. Xiao Qian, you? Why are you doing this? Jiang Shuin, who was pressed to the ground in a bit of a mess, looked at Song Junqian in surprise and shouted loudly. Song Junqian didn't even give her a look, just wrapped his legs around and said, Because you're the pest that's overrunning this house. Ugh. Jiang Shuin was confused. Song Junqian. What does it feel like to be Mrs. Song's wife for 12 years? To snatch put sister's husband, and to nullify her own son. In a flash, Jiang Shuin unconsciously felt a trace of weakness as if he had been poked through his mind. You, what are you talking about? She didn't understand why Song Junqian had changed so much. When did I ever invalidate you? Didn't I give you everything you wanted? Jiang Shuin's heart was filled with hatred, and she felt immense resentment just by looking at Song Junqian's face, which had the shadow of her sister. But she still made a good face. Xiao Qian, I don't know if it's someone close to you who said something to you, but anyways, I've been your mother for 12 years, you can't do this to me. With that, she glared fiercely at Uncle Qian behind Song Junqian. It must be him and Su Jingqian that said something to Song Junqian. Sure enough, it's not honest. If she had known, she should have killed them in secret a long time ago. That's right, the 12 years of you. You only thought of taking away the Song family's property and raising your stepson to be wasted despite knowing that he possessed martial arts talent. Song Junqian finally smiled at Jiang Shuin this time. Giving your own son the best martial arts teacher to train and cultivate, and to your stepson just throwing him off to useless rich kids' hangouts, and not letting him apply for the martial arts academy exams, I get all that. Only he showed little expression and spoke in a flat tone. But the words that came out instead made Jiang Shuin feel even more flustered. You? What the hell are you talking about? When did I? Song Junqian interrupted her. Nothing. It doesn't even matter anymore. Quickly, the dozen or so martial artists he had sent had caught most of the Song family's servants in the hall. These servants were all trembling with fear at this point, half kneeling on the floor. They were all recruited back after Jiang Shuin married into the Song family, and they were all Jiang Shuin's people. Although Jiang Shuin appeared to be full of compassion for Song Junqian, however, they both knew that the other party was trying to raise a wasted Song Junqian, and thus they both adopted a contemptuous attitude. Some of the servants even tampered with Song Junqian's food and supplies in order to gain Jiang Shuin's favor. However, due to Song Junqian being affected by the world's consciousness and having Su Jingqian by his side to take care of and guard against it, he didn't even notice the attitude of those servants, and it didn't matter at all. But the current Song Junqian wasn't the two little cuties he used to be. Anyone and anything related to Jiang Shuin must be eradicated. Young master, what should we do with these people? Qian Bo, who was at the side, asked respectfully. Song Junqian tapped his knee with his fingertips and said, investigate if they did any moves to harm the family. All those who did were handed over to the police station, and all those who didn't were fired. It's going to be a total bloodbath. No one was more agitated than Jiang Shuin, who immediately said, Xiao Qian, how could you do this to them? Song Junqian closed his eyes and said coldly, what use do I have for people who can't even serve their master well? Eyes flickered to look at the butler who was being pinned to the ground with a panicked expression. As Jiang Shuin's confidant, he's coveted a lot from the Song family over the years. He was also the one who took the initiative to lead the way and made all the servants in the house despise him. Song Junqian hooked his finger, signaling Qian Bo to reach over his head. He whispered into the other man's ear, those that are corrupt, take them out in secret on the way to the police station, and those that aren't, just break an arm or two in a random accident after firing them. Yes, young master. Qian Bo nodded respectfully, having no objections to Song Junqian's decision. These servants were all Jiang Shuin's people. They had taken a lot of benefits through the Song family over the years, and they had also done a lot of disrespectful behaviors to the young master, which Su Jingqian had always recorded with himself. It's just that the previous young master had lost his mind a bit, so he couldn't do anything at all by himself. After resolving the handling of the servants, Song Junqian shifted his gaze to Jiang Shuin. As for you, either way, you raised me for 12 years, so... He hooked his lips slightly and said in a flat tone, let's put her and that brother of mine in the basement. When these words came out, the servants present were very surprised. Because the Song family is a martial arts family, they often face all kinds of bloodshed, and at this time, the basement is the place used to lock up traitors and assassins. But now, Song Junqian is actually locking up his stepmother. Qian, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Shuin immediately tried to get up in agitation, yet she was still pinned to the ground and was unable to break free at all. She fought and screamed, how dare you do this to your mother? You will be retributed. The Jiang family and your uncles won't let you go. Once he heard about the Jiang family and his uncle, Song Junqian instead revealed a smile. Yeah, I almost forgot about them. Ugh, I heard that since the Jiang family adopted you, those people have been disrespectful to my mother, obviously taking benefits from my Song family, but forcing my mother to give up my father to you, whether it's my maternal grandparents or those 3 uncles of mine. Song Junqian understood that it was possible that the Jiang family's situation was the same as his own. But none of that matters because hurt is hurt. I will eradicate your Jiang family once and for all. Don't worry. Chapter 170. I'm sick of calling you mom for the past 12 years. Jiang Shuin was just locked up in the basement by Song Junqian. Inside, there were no windows or ventilation, and only a small electric bulb maintained the light. So as long as one is locked inside, there is no way to know how much time has passed. Jiang Shuin's original noble appearance was in a very sorry state at this time, and her hair was also scattered because of the struggle. She was sitting on the crouched ground at this point, her insides filled with disbelief. Why on earth? Why did Song Junqian suddenly act as if he had been taken over and his whole person appeared to change? Obviously, she had worked hard for more than 10 years to get her sister's man, as well as the Song family's property. Now it's just one step away from getting everything you want. But Song Junqian appears to have changed so dramatically. What in the world for? Right now she was most worried about her son, Song Tianming, being locked in the basement. She wasn't at all sure how the other side was doing. Just then, however, she vaguely heard what sounded like excited voices from outside. I'm the young master of the Song family. What are you going to do to me? The door to the basement was opened, and Song Tianming was just thrown in by some martial artist before closing the door. Tianming. Jiang Shuin saw her son and ran over worriedly. Mom, what the hell happened? Song Tianming asked excitedly. As soon as I came back, I saw that little cutie Song Junqian, bringing a group of people over and catching me here. Tianming, I don't know. Jiang Shuin lowered her head. That little cutie. It's like she suddenly turned into another person. As soon as she came back, she kicked out all the servants in the house and locked us up here. What's going on? Song Tianming felt very humiliated. He was the young master of the Song family. From the past he had only been respected by others, and it was the first time he had been humiliated like this. Just then, though, the basement door was suddenly opened. Song Junqian as well as Qian Bo walked in. Song Junqian, you actually… As soon as he saw the other party's figure, Song Tianming was furious. Anyway, he had thrown himself here, so he didn't have to be polite to him anymore. Song Tianming immediately stood up and clenched his fists, wanting to swing at Song Junqian. However, Song Junqian only took a step backward to avoid Song Tianming's fist, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Aha! Song Tianming just got kicked in the back and his whole body flew to the back. Tianming. Jiang Shuin was immediately surprised to watch Song Tianming's body, and then looked sadly at Song Junqian. Qian, if you have any grievances, just come at me. Don't hurt your brother. Song Junqian said coldly. Unfortunately, I don't have a brother. Jiang Shuin Song Tianming. Behind him, Uncle Qian said disdainfully. We have long since tested Song Tianming and the Song family head, and Song Tianming is not the family head's son at all. It was only because Song Junqian had lost his mind in the past that he had been tolerating their mother and son to stay in the Song family. Although you've always wanted to get the Song family's property and want your son to sit as the head of the family. Song Junqian shook his head. But unfortunately, you don't have that chance anymore. Jiang Shuin. In this instant, Jiang Shuin only felt that the plan she had been working on all along had been uncovered alive. Too weak to speak. However, Song Tianming, due to the fact that he had always had the love of his mother and the Jiang family, had even less regard for Song Junqian since he was a child, and thus had a hideous expression as he shouted at Song Junqian. Song Junqian, you piece of… Do you think you can forget about doing this to us? Uncle and the others will come over soon. They will never let you go. Song Junqian looked at Song Tianming's triumphant appearance and just faintly ordered Qian Bo. Chambers, waste his hand. Yes. Qian Bo nodded slightly. Then he quickly ran to Song Tianming's face and twisted off Song Tianming's hand under Jiang Shuin's shock. Ah! The intense pain caused Song Tianming to lie on the ground and roll around. Tianming! Jiang Shuin trembled in shock. How could she not expect Song Junqian to be so cruel? But before she could say anything at all, she heard Song Junqian whisper again. Chop that woman's legs off. Little Qian. What are you talking about? Jiang Shuin looked at Song Junqian in shock, only to see that the other party didn't have much of an expression at all when he said those words. rather than being very calm. Yes, young master. Upon hearing the other party's order, Qian Bo then pulled out a medium-length sword from his body, which was incredibly sharp. Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming were stunned. Song Junqian, this affectionate little cutie, would really do this to them. However, only seeing Qian Bo approaching step by step, Jiang Shuyin could only fall to the ground and keep backing up. Xiao Qian. You're kidding us. She forcefully pulled up the corners of her mouth and looked at him with pleading. You wouldn't do that to me as a mom. The space in the basement was very small. Jiang Shuyin quickly reached the wall, and there was simply no room to continue her escape. If it was the Song Junqian of the past, when he saw Jiang Shuyin pleading like this, he should have already softened his heart and let her go. However, the current Song Junqian was still expressionless and his tone was cold. You're really disgusting, and I'm also disgusted by calling you mom for these 12 years. Afterward, the pupils of his eyes moved in Qian Bo's direction. Qian Bo, do it. Yes, a knife slash. In order to prevent Jiang Shuyin from reacting, Qian Bo's hand rose and fell. Aha! The speed of Qian Bo's hand was very fast. Jiang Shuyin could not react at all, and she saw her left leg split from herself, and the intense pain also made her come back to her senses, and she pressed the cross-section in horror. But the blood simply won't stop. Uncle Qian, take that leg away. Song Junqian looked at Jiang Shuin's screams and Song Tianming's panic, and still turned around without expression. Just leave the basement as if you have no feelings at all. Yes, young master. Chambers also immediately took that left leg away when he saw it. Young master, may I ask if you want it? Uncle Qian, keep it safe for now, and then spread the news that I locked up Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming today to the Jiang family's side, and those grandparents of mine, as well as my 3 uncles will definitely come over soon. Okay. Chambers already knew what that foot did, and Song Junqian returned to the hall and looked at the upstairs of the mansion. Now, to meet the good father I haven't seen in a long time. Chapter 171. Father and son, who haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Almost 20 years ago, under the leadership of Song Feiwen, the head of the Song family, and his wife, back then, the Song family could be said to be the pinnacle of martial arts families in the Magic City. However, the good times didn't last long, and when Mrs. Song passed away 6 years after giving birth to Song Junqian, Song Feiwen was plunged into endless grief. Also at this time, Mrs. Song's righteous sister, the Jiang family adopted back to the foster daughter. Jiang Shuyin used trickery and Song Qisan rolled into a bed. Song Feiwen, who thought he had betrayed his late wife, was so devastated that he trapped himself in his bedchamber after marrying Jiang Shuyin and stayed out all day. As a result, the Song family had fallen into a period of depression. Just when everyone thought that everything in the Song family would be taken away by Jiang Shuyin and dissipate, Song Feiwen suddenly set up a notice that he was willing to hand over all the rights of the Song group to his eldest son, Song Junqian. Song Junqian was still a 6-year-old kid back then, and he had no idea how to manage a big conglomerate, so he dispersed those powers to his former parents' loyal subordinates. That's how the Song family survived the downturn, and Jiang Shuyin was unable to access the Song family's money. Until now, Song Feiwen still locks himself up in his house, unable to leave his house. Neither the family nor the company cares anymore. It's really becoming what it's called a waste of time. At this time, it was located in Song Feiwen's dormitory. The interior was dark as there were no lights on. The floor was covered with many bottles of various liquors that had been drunk out of, making the whole room smell like sour alcohol. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open with force. The light from outside shot inside, and at the same time shone onto Song Feiwen's body. Song Feiwen, who hadn't been exposed to a great deal of light for a long time, closed his eyes tightly for a moment and looked toward the door suspiciously. His entire body could be seen to be gaunt and thin, his skin yellow and full of scruff, and he looked very dirty from not having bathed for who knows how long. However, if one looks closely, one can see what appears to be large and small scars on his body. It's been a long time. Do you remember who I am? Song Junqian asked indifferently outside the door after kicking it open. Looking at his father, now degraded to an invalid, he didn't feel much. Just kind of feel sorry for the mother. You're. Originally, Song Feiwen, who had the door to his room opened, wanted to rebuke angrily. However, the familiar figure when he saw Song Junqian also made him startled. Even though I say we haven't seen each other in over a decade, it makes me quite sad as a son that you don't remember me. Song Junqian spoke in a flat tone, not at all like he was sad. Son, you're Junqian? Now, Song Feiwen finally got a good look at the other party. He hadn't even seen his son a few times since locking himself in his room. It must have been 6 or 7 years since we last saw each other. Now that it's grown so big, Song Junqian looked at his father, who was now self-absorbed, and just silently asked, "So Song family head, how long do you plan to be a waste? Although I'm not really qualified to say this about you, but as the head of the Song family, even if you don't care about me as your son, the Song group is still the blood of you and your mother. Are you willing to be taken away by the Jiang family?" Song Feiwen opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but couldn't seem to get it out. He just lowered his head in loss. "I have." The next second, Song Junqian said, "I locked Jiang Shuyin and her son in the basement." Song Feiwen looked up in shock, as if in disbelief. But Song Junqian just turned around and said softly, "I don't know what you're struggling with, but I'll soon dispose of the mother and son, as well as the Jiang family. After that, I'll come back to you once more." Song Junqian's eyes flashed with a red light, and his body radiated an invisible murderous aura. "When the time comes, you'll want to restore the former Song clan master, or continue to fall forever. Think it over." After saying that, Song Junqian left. Qian Bo on the side was listening to the conversation between their father and son, and his face was all bad. "Family master, you?" "I'm sorry," said Song Feiwen, shrinking in pain, his hands suddenly clamping down hard on his neck. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I simply couldn't control it. Whether it's marrying Jiang Shuyin or accepting Song Tianming, who isn't even his son, cold-shouldering Song Junqian and not taking responsibility for Song's group and ministries, everything." A voice appeared in his head. The voice was suggesting itself to destroy the Song family and everything about Song Junqian. So, in order not to make choices he would regret for the rest of his life, he preferred to lock himself in his room. Once he wants to go out, he bruises himself to the point of injury and uses the pain to wake up his brain. And so it went for 12 years. But Song Feiwen knew very well that he had tried very hard during those 12 years to hold on and not let himself lose control of his consciousness. But soon he won't be able to hold out, will he? So, he had long ago instructed Qian Bo and Su Jingqin, to the point where they really can't control themselves, they end their lives. This matter was naturally not told to Song Junqian, because at that time, Song Junqian had already turned into a second little cutie, so they were not allowed to tell each other. Thus Qian Bo looked at Song Feiwen, who was in such pain, and just shook his head before leaving as well. "Young master." He hurriedly followed Song Junqian's pace. In fact, Qian Bo wants Song Junqian to understand Song Feiwen, but he himself promised Song Feiwen that he can't tell anything about him. "It's fine, Uncle Qian." But at that moment, Song Junqian just said coldly, "I know all about it. Let's just put father's matter aside for now. What we need to do now is to take care of the Jiang family." "Oh, okay." In order to deal with the Jiang family in the next 2 days, he had to make all kinds of preparations first. 8 o'clock in the evening, Magic City Martial Arts Academy. At this time, in the conference room located in the Magic Martial Office building, more than a dozen powerful tutors were sitting in front of a long table at a glance. A wild-looking man with a thick body picked up the data in front of him and said with a bit of excitement in his tone, "I heard that a genius came out of today's Qi and Blood exam." Sitting beside him, the beautiful-looking female nodded. "Yes, the Qi and Blood reached 165. 165. When these words came out, the people in the conference room were all in an uproar. 165 Qi blood was just a value that a low-realm martial artist would possess. Yet it was a very exorbitant value when it happened to a candidate who had just recently reached adulthood. And one of the men with a thin figure and glasses looked at the data and also said, "Other than that, he's a non-martial artist." Non-martial artist? For an 18-year-old non-martial artist candidate to have 165 points of Qi and blood was simply a genius. As expected, one of the elderly-looking old men stroked his trimmed beard and immediately said, "If this student comes to the Devil's Martial, I, Mr. Hu, will take him. What's going on?" Chapter 172. He has been expelled from my sect and is not my disciple anymore. "Hey, old man Hu, you haven't even decided what you're going to accept." The burly man was not happy and said quickly, "If you want to collect it, it's me who will collect it." Old man Hu, "Get lost, you yellow-haired brat. How do you know how to teach students like this?" Stout man. You actually said that about me. Let's fight one-on-one if you can. Who's afraid of who? You guys calm down. Don't fight. You can't die fighting here. It seems everyone is fascinated by geniuses at this time. Huang Huani, who was sitting on the side, said with a smiling face. Tutor Huang, don't you want him to be your student? The woman sitting beside him asked suspiciously. Heh, how could you not want to? That's a genius, Huang Huani said with a smile. If that student is willing to become Instructor Huang's student, then he or she can train with Lu. Yeah. Huang Huani, a 6th grade martial artist and also Lu Tianren's mentor during his freshman year. Now that Lu Tianren had worshipped under him, he belonged to the disciples. Thus Huang Huani had already learned of Tang Qingma's matter from Lu Tianren's message as early as today. The other party was the young disciple under Immortal Red Sun's door back then, Tang Qingma. He then moved his eyes to look on the female figure sitting not far away. Speaking of which, does Fairy Qiang have any plans to instruct new students this year? Fairy Qiang was wearing an elegant aqua blue dress today, sitting at the long table not caring about anything. Her entire being exuded an air of uncontested rest, as if the quarrel in the room had nothing to do with her. And being named so by Huang Huani, she turned her head without expression and said, Unfortunately, I already have 8 unproductive disciples and don't really have the time to teach newcomers. Don't you have 9 disciples? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly landed to the freezing point when these words came out. Both the strong man and old man who were still arguing stopped arguing. However, Huang Huani still continued as if he had made a death wish. Speaking of which, that candidate's name kind of resembles Immortal Red Sun's previous. Immortal Red Sun interrupted with an icy tone. Don't mention that rebellious disciple in front of me. He has been expelled from my sect and is not my disciple anymore. Yeah? That's a shame. Although Immortal Red Sun was a martial artist of the 8th rank realm, while Huang Huani was only of the 6th rank realm, he wasn't afraid at all that the other party would fight with him in the conference room, and her response had been within her own expectations. However, I think that candidate will definitely come to the Devil's Marshal and you, Immortal Qiang, will definitely be interested in him. Fairy of the Red Sun. Her eyes took in the information on the desktop. It is the information of the students who excelled in today's chiropractic exam, and among them, Tang Qingma's name and photo were printed in the first place. Tang Qingma, Immortal Red Sun unconsciously frowned. This candidate's name. It was the same name as her rebel who had been thrown out. Is it possible that it's that rebel of hers? It's not possible. 165 points of chi blood was a genius among geniuses. That punk didn't have a bit of chi and blood because he wasn't allowed to cultivate, and his physique was even worse than an ordinary person's. So he should have starved to death by the side of the road long ago after being kicked out. And the teenager in the photo looks rosy-cheeked and looks like he's eating and drinking well. The last time she saw Tang Qingma's appearance, the other party could be said to be skinny and bony. The entire person was a state of skin and bones, and she couldn't even see her appearance. Even if it's been 6 months, there's no way it's going to go back to looking like a photo. But he deserved this purely because he got what he got. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted something that wasn't his, he wouldn't have been kicked out. Never mind. Now he has nothing to do with himself. It doesn't matter either way. On the second day, in order to allow students who had taken the chi and blood exams to get enough rest, they were allowed to take a day off after the exams to use as a way to replenish their energy. But on this very day, Tang Qingma got the top spot in the chi and blood exam and also broke the record of all the years. The school's principal, Mr. Lin, was also very excited to learn about this. They were a place where rich kids gathered, and there simply weren't many students in there who had practiced martial arts. But he didn't expect that the student who broke the previous year's chi and blood results would actually come from his school. He is certainly very proud as a principal. So after another day, upon Tang Qingma's return to school, he was immediately summoned to the principal's office by Principal Lin. Hello, Principal Lin. Before class began, Tang Qingma walked to the door of the principal's office and knocked politely. And as soon as Principal Lin heard the other party's voice, he immediately rushed over. Young Master Tang, come in and sit down. He immediately ordered his secretary to pour a cup of tea for the other party before inviting Tang Qingma to the sofa. Principal Lin, long time no see. Tang Qingma also sat up nonchalantly. Yes, the distance between the last time the two of them met was still because of the school bullying incident between Zhang Ling and Tang Yinxi. And today, seeing the way Principal Lin was so excited to call him over, available to ask must be that his results from the Qi and Blood exam 2 days ago had been exposed. Young Master Tang, I already know that you got very good grades in the Qi Blood exam. Principal Lin was all smiles after seeing Tang Qingma, in a really good mood. A lot of people are contacting me now, saying that they hope to recruit young Master Tang. It is also quite commonplace that even before the official release of the results of the written examinations, the major institutions have already begun to conduct recruitment campaigns for outstanding students to get a head start. As for the Qi and Blood test, it is natural for different martial arts academies to send people to inquire about it. So Principal Lin also asked, "May I ask where you plan to go for your first choice?" Tang Qingma didn't hide it. "Principal Lin, I want to go to Magic Martial." Magic martial arts? Magic Wu is good. Tang Qingma's willingness to go to the Devil's Warrior, he was all tainted. Ahem, because this time, young Master Tang, you got good grades and 1 honor for our school. If you have any needs, I can satisfy you. To encourage students to keep up the good work, Principal Lin has always been generous to the best students. After pondering for a few seconds, Tang Qingma smiled and said, "I do have 2 things I'd like to ask Principal Lin to help me with." "Yes. First thing, I want Su Jingchen's class to be transferred." "Ugh." Principal Lin was puzzled. "Su Jingchen? Isn't that a student from the next class? I heard it's also the young master of the Song family's entourage." Speaking of the Song family's young master and Su Jingchen, the 2 of them also received good grades in this Qi and Blood exam. He had also planned to summon these 2 over for a meeting once he had finished meeting Tang Qingma. But now, why did Tang Qingma suddenly make a request for Su Jingchen to switch classes? Principal Lin didn't know that Su Jingchen had made a deal with Tang Qingma and only felt very puzzled. Chapter 173. As long as it involves Song Juanxian's affairs, Su Jingchen will become troublesome. Young Master Tang, but student Su he. Principal Lin felt strange. After all, Su Jingchen was Song Juanxian's bodyguard. And Tang Qingma suddenly let the other party switch classes? Tang Qingma smiled. "Of course, if Su refuses to turn anyhow, I won't force it. It's just that Su Jingchen is now in the state of betraying Song Juanxian. And if Song Juanxian can't help but make a move on Su Jingchen during class, he can expect that Su Jingchen will definitely not fight back, and will only endure the beating, in order to not let his newly acquired assistant get hurt." Tang Qingma was the one who thoughtfully allowed Su Jingchen to switch classes. "All right, I'll talk to Su about it." Although Principal Lin didn't know what the 3 of them were up to, Su Jingchen's grades had always been good, and he wouldn't be affected no matter which class he transferred to. Since he had said that he would do his best to fulfill Tang Qingma's request, he would talk about it when he called Su Jingchen. "Thank you, Principal." Tang Qingma nodded politely. "If there's nothing else, I'll return to my classroom first." "Okay." Principal Lin looked at Tang Qingma's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a record breaker for the gas and blood test. Because of the record breaker this time, he's been receiving calls from the Budo Academy. Although my hands and mouth were a little sore, I have to say it felt really good. I really didn't expect Tang Qingma, the unloved true young master, to realize it. If there is another top-written test during his tenure, that would be perfect. Though a rich kid place like his where all you need is money to get in is out of the question. After Tang Qingma left the principal's office, she happened to run into Su Jingchen in the corridor. He was usually inseparable from Song Juanxian at school, and it felt quite marvelous to see him alone now. But I heard that he's moved out of the Song family, so it's normal that they're not together. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Tang Qingma went up to greet him. "Hello, young Master Tang." Su Jingchen's tone was flat, and his eyes looked like they were distracted by something. However, Tang Qingma didn't press the issue and just said, "I just met with the principal and asked him to help you transfer classes. After all, it wouldn't be good for you to stay in the same place as young Master Song right now." Su Jingchen. "Not really anymore." Tang Qingma. "Huh. I received yesterday from Chen Bo. That is, the Song family's courtier said that young master he won't be returning to school for a while." Su Jingchen darkened his eyes. "Did it say why?" Tang Qingma asked suspiciously. "It's a critical time for the pen test, and Song Juanxian can't take a vacation if he's still a cutie pie. Kind of then there's no way he can take a vacation at all." Su Jingchen didn't hide it and said silently, "He said that young master has to deal with the Jiang family." "The Chang family?" "It's the lady's maiden family. Before the lady was married to the head of the family, she was not well received in her maiden family, and the whole family loved that adopted daughter very much, the woman who raised the wasted young master. So if young master were to make a move against that mother and son, the Jiang family's side would definitely come out to protest, right? Tang Qingma. How come what Su Jingchan said was so much like the plot of the true or false Chen Jin appearance? But although he could ask the system, he wasn't interested in the matters of the Song and Jiang families. And since Song Junqian is going to deal with the Jiang family, doesn't that prove Song Junqian is back to normal? Thinking this way, Tang Qingma smiled brightly. Then it seems that my method worked, and young Master Song has recovered. Yes. However, Su Jingchen still looked away from his head, not looking as joyful as he had imagined. What? You're not happy? Of course I'm happy, Su Jingchen said softly. It's just that the original young master who recovered was able to do a lot of things without me at all. It just feels a little redundant. Tang Qingma, speechless, your native language. Obviously, he was the one who found all the ways to want Song Junqian to recover in the first place, and now that he was the one who had recovered, he had instead started to think nonsense. He didn't know it before, but now he realized that as long as it involved Song Junqian's affairs, Su Jingqian would become troublesome. But it's someone else's master-servant relationship, and one doesn't really want to know about their emotional development. Anyway, your deal with me is only temporary, so you can't just explain it to him when the time comes. Yeah. Su Jingqian lowered his head. Not sure if there's a chance for that, though. 2 more days passed after that, and the Song family's movements were similar to what Tang Qingma had guessed. Ever since Song Junqian returned to normal, the first thing he had to do was to take back the power from his stepmother. But in reality, the head of the Song family had long ago handed over the management of the Song clan to Song Junqian, so it would be easy to make a move against his stepmother and his righteous brother. It's just that on the Jiang family's side, they definitely won't let Song Junqian do whatever he wants. But it's just a Jiang family. I'm sure Song Junqian will be able to solve it soon. At this time, located in the Song family basement. Ah! Mournful cries rang out from within, but Song Junqian just sat in a chair by the wall, slowly sipping the tea that Uncle Qian had made for him. In front of him, besides Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming, there were 2 middle-aged men and women and 3 men. Song Junqian, we are your grandparents. How could you do this to us? The middle-aged woman was having her legs and feet twisted off by the Song family's men, glaring at him with a fierce face. She wasn't the only one. The rest of the group looked at Song Junqian with the same hatred. When they realized that Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming were both locked up in the basement, the 5 of them immediately rushed to Song's house to try to find Song Junqian to have a theory. But Song Junqian didn't say anything. He just threw Jiang Shuin's chopped-off leg in front of them. Startling them, a large number of Song family martial artists then appeared, and together they also detained them in the basement and continuously tortured them. Now, Song Junqian just handed the teacup in his hand to Uncle Qian behind him and asked as if he was puzzled, Uncle Qian, it turns out that I have grandparents? No, young master. Uncle Qian respectfully said, even before Madame was born, the Jiang family had already asserted that they would sever their relationship with Madame and had passed on their adopted daughter, who was not related by blood, to the Jiang family. In fact, from the time the young master was born until now, the Jiang family has never come over to visit the young master. This was something that everyone knew in their hearts, but now that it had been unveiled by Uncle Qian without any reservation, the Jiang family members all had their hearts and faces reddened with shame. I see. Since there's no relationship anymore, why would our Song group still support the Jiang family's industry? Song Junqian wrapped his legs around his legs, placing his palms on his knees and looking at Qian Bo with cold eyes. It's, said Chambers, a little embarrassed. After seeing Song Junqian return to normal, he knew the other party would ask this question. They're the ones who continue to get the Song group to pay for assistance in the name of Mrs. Song. As soon as he heard this, the man who fell to the ground immediately said excitedly, I am Jiang Huaxin's brother, and Shu Yin is even your mother. What's wrong with the Song family aiding us? The person who spoke was Song Junqian's great-uncle and the president of the Jiang family. TSK. That's noisy, said Song Junqian, revealing a somewhat disgusted expression as he raised his hand and waved it. The man located in the front nodded and punched that great-uncle in the face. Ping! Song Junqian took back the teacup in Uncle Qian's hand and took another slow sip of tea. Uncle Qian, I don't want to see them again. Take them out and withdraw all assistance from the Song group to the Jiang family from now on, and then make a public announcement to prevent other families from cooperating with it. Chapter 174 Blood relationship is always the most troublesome thing. Taking back all the aid and not letting the other clansmen work with the Chang family. Isn't this going to bankrupt the Chang family? Not only the Jiang family, even Uncle Qian was startled by Song Junqian's actions. Young master, what are you? I'm not kidding. Song Junqian took another sip of tea and said in a cold voice, they have been subjecting my mother to varying degrees of verbal humiliation and cold violence for the sake of her adopted daughter before she married over. And after she married over to the Song family, they also blackmailed my mother into aiding the Jiang family, and even in the end, and letting the adopted daughter seduce leech my father and give birth to a son who I don't know whose son it is. Jiang Shuyin Song Tianming. In fact, before Jiang Shuyin married over, the Song family had already performed an amniocentesis on her and discovered that it was not of the Song family's lineage. But at that time, due to Song Feiwen was in the guilt of his late wife, Song Junqian, and a too little cute, so Jiang Shuyin still married into the Song family very smoothly and gave birth to Song Tianming. They didn't expect that now Song Junqian was going to turn over old scores. You, what are you babbling about? And the Jiang family head shouted in agitation, you unfilial son, aren't you afraid of being sent by heaven for treating us like this? You even managed to commit all kinds of violence against your own daughter and sister. And you haven't officially visited me once in the 18 years since I was born. People as brazen as you dare to ask the Song family for assistance. What do I have to fear? Song Junqian finished drinking from his teacup and handed it to Qian Bo. Uncle Qian, leave Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming behind and throw the rest out. Yes. Jiang Shuyin was shocked. Song Junqian must have left her and Tianming behind in order to torture them better. Ah, Komodo, don't Xiao Qian. Song Junqian, you bastard, as shameless and hateful as your mother. Song Junqian, I won't let you go. Bastard, you bastard. The three Jiang brothers couldn't help but shout loudly even as they were taken away by the Song family's men. As Qian Bo listened to them humiliate his own wife and young master, he immediately ordered his men to do it. Bold! Slap me! Snap ping! The Song family's subordinates punched the three Chang brothers in the face without mercy, causing them to immediately pass out. Xiao Qian. Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming were both looking at Song Junqian with trepidation at this point. He's not a little cutie now that he's at his mercy anymore. As expected, he whispered to Uncle Qian after watching the Jiang family being taken out. Blood relations are the most troublesome at all times. Himself is, and so is the Dan family. Yes, young master. Qian Bo responded suspiciously. Afterwards, Song Junqian's eyes darkened and his voice line said indifferently, create an accident a month later, trap all the Jiang family members in Jiang's house and set it on fire. Not only Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming, even Qian Bo was shocked by Song Junqian's decision. This is going to kill the Chang family. Blood ties are always the most troublesome thing. Even if I bankrupt them, I'll still borrow this thin bloodline to cause trouble for me in the future. Song Junqian rested his cheek with the back of his hand. It would be better, then, to get rid of them quickly, to cut off this layer of trouble. Xiao Qian, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuyin was very surprised. How could one possibly think that the righteous little cutie before now would become so cruel? Even Song Tianming said excitedly, you're not Song Junqian. Who the hell are you? Song Junqian looked at them coldly. Of course I'm Song Junqian. It's just that I haven't been able to come out for some reason. But now, there is nothing to trap me anymore. He extended his palm slightly and gripped it tighter. If I hadn't been restricted, 12 years ago you wouldn't have even had a chance to be born. Song Tianming. Song Junqian had stopped saying anything and just stood up from his chair, saying coldly, now, I don't need you guys anymore now. What? Originally, I only kept you guys to lure the Jiang family over. But now that the purpose has been accomplished, you're useless. Song Junqian's cold eyes were like pronouncing their death sentence, causing Jiang Shuyin and Song Tianming to feel panic as well as heartbreak. Jiang Shuyin hurriedly exclaimed in horror, no, Xiao Qian, you're joking. Yeah. I've been your brother for 12 years. You can't do this to us. Song Tianming also shook his head in fear. The arrogance he had just shown was completely gone, and his voice became pleading. But Song Junqian just turned around and left the basement without even looking at them again, and Qian Bo hurriedly followed. Song Junqian said coldly, if they die in the Song family, they will be suspected by others. tie them to the car, create a crash, then cause a gasoline explosion. Blowing up even the bodies would be a surprise. Yes, obey. Qian Bo's voice was a bit shaky, but he also said respectfully, this really is their young master, decisive and cold-blooded. It's truly frightening yet admirable. But as Song Junqian was planning to go back to his room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Young master, what's wrong? Song Junqian turned his head and asked, Uncle Qian, do you know the Tang family? The Tang family? Of course I know. The matter of the Tang family's real and fake young masters was something that had been spreading like wildfire during this period. Then you know that Jing Chan is now working under Tang Qingma? Huh? Chambers' eyes widened. He had been in contact with Su Jingchen for the past 2 days, so he was aware of it. But even so, he didn't doubt Su Jingchen's loyalty and didn't want Song Junqian to misunderstand him. Young master, Jing Chan he. I know what you want to say, Song Junqian said quietly. Ugh, I'm just saying that without any means. It's impossible for Jing Chan to work in Tang Qingma's hands. Song Junqian suddenly said. Yes, nodded Chambers. Indeed, Su Jingchen was a third-grade martial artist, and his loyalty to the Song family was very high. If he hadn't struck some deal, how could he have suddenly followed Tang Qingma? Song Junqian asked again, Uncle Qian, do you think it's easy for me to deal with the Jiang family? Chambers, yes. Don't say it's easy. Young master handles the Jiang family as easily as breathing. Since I can deal with the Jiang family so easily, why doesn't Tang Qingma follow my lead and eradicate the Tang family immediately? Chapter 175. He and Tang Qingma, for the time being, can't get along properly. Based on the information that came back from the previous investigation, the Tang family's current situation was actually very bad. The 7 sisters of the Tang family have all been resigned from their jobs except for the eldest sister, of which Tang Feifei is paralyzed, Tang Shuirong dies, Tang String she is kicked out of the Tang family, and now Tang Qingmo seems to be making preparations in order to deal with Tang Ai Li. Although Tang Jianren wanted to hide everything that was happening within the Tang family, in the eyes of the martial arts families, their investigative abilities were even better than those of the general gentry. It was just that they wouldn't normally get involved. So under investigation, Song Junqian had long since discovered what Tang Qingma had done to the Tang family. It's just that he can't figure it out. Given Tang Qingma's ruthlessness and ability, it wouldn't take much effort at all to deal with the regional Tang family. But why? I don't really think about it either. Qian Bo, who was on the side, also said. Obviously, Tang Qingma had already struck up a good relationship with the young master of the Lu family, so even with the power of the Lu family, he could easily take care of the Tang family, right? But Tang Qingma never, ever understood it at all. Never mind, probably because he has to prepare for the written exam now, his own considerations. In the days that followed, what happened to the Jiang family hit the hot search and major news, spreading throughout the entire Magic City. It was said that first of all, the Song family canceled all kinds of cooperation with the Jiang family, and also posted an announcement on the internet, claiming that if there were any families that cooperated with the Jiang family, the Song family would definitely pursue the matter to the end. The moment this announcement came out, various clans were shocked beyond belief, because both of the Jiang family's daughters took turns marrying the Song family's master. The Jiang family was able to gain a lot of benefits from the Song family in the long run, so in the Magic City all the clans knew that as long as they had a good relationship with the Jiang family, they could also use that relationship to get different benefits with the Song family. But now that the Song family was actually openly trying to cut ties with the Jiang family, this aroused everyone's curiosity. But before they could investigate the gossip, they had to cut themselves off from the Jiang family. Although the Song family's current strength is not as brilliant as before, a thin dead horse is bigger than a camel, not to mention that it is still operating well under a group of old courtiers. If they went against the Song family, they wouldn't have a good time. Under this, the clans of course decided to cut ties with the Jiang family. In just a few short days, the Jiang family fell from the original scenery to the downtrodden that no one cares about. In the past, the Jiang family borrowed the light of the 2 daughters to be arrogant and plucked their tongues. But now it's already good enough not to get caught in the crossfire. But that's when the accident happened. A fire suddenly appeared in the Chang family mansion. The fire is said to have been started by a family that the Jiang family had offended because they were watching the Jiang family cut themselves off from the Song family. So the Jiang family sneaked in to set the fire. And coincidentally, the Chang family has been having problems with their finances lately, with servants resigning to avoid losing their paychecks. So no one had even informed the Jiang family couple and the 3 young masters who were still in the mansion. Then the fire was so fierce that they couldn't escape and were all burned to death. Just like that, everything in Zhang's group was acquired by the Song family and incorporated as part of the Song family. Song's group also renamed Zhang's, and from then on there was no Zhang family in Magic City. At the same time, Song Junqian had his subordinates tie Jiang Shuin and Song Tianming into a car. The car was just traveling somewhere when the driver suddenly jumped out of the car. Then the car just exploded. Song Junqian stood on the high ground looking at the black smoke with a cold expression. This was the first time he had ordered his subordinates to kill someone, and he felt a little strange in his heart, but after thinking that the two people in front of him were the enemies who had ruined his life, the feeling of discomfort in his heart was slowly suppressed. He said to Chambers, "Chambers, let's go back." Yes. Watching Song Junqian kill Chambers of Jiang Shuin's mother and son, he was instead moved to tears. He'd been wanting to make a move on the mother and son for a long time. However, he had been forced to stay in the company and go to work like an ordinary office worker for the past 12 years. And now that he saw the young master handily kill them, he also lamented the young master's growth. If it wasn't for the Song family master becoming like this, the young master wouldn't have to face these bloody storms at the age of 18. Young master. This will allow our Song family to recover back. Song Junqian shook his head. Jing Chun is no longer around. Chen Bo had actually received a letter message from Su Jingchun. In order for the young master to recover, he had no choice but to work for Tang Qingma for a year. That young master, we only have to wait a year. No matter how this one-year time limit starts, it's a fact that Tang Qingma snatched Jing Chun from my hands. Song Junqian clenched his hand. He's too weak. It was because he couldn't even control his own consciousness that the bastard took advantage of it. He and Tang Qingma, for the time being, couldn't get along well. The Jiang family's matter was also quickly spread to the ears of Tang Qingma and the others. On the next morning, Su Jingchen also immediately explained the Song family's situation to Tang Qingma and Lu Tianren. Uncle Qian told me last night that young master had already decapitated Jiang Shuin and Song Tianming, and now he's starting to assign jobs to the Song family's men. That's fast efficiency. Killing his stepmother and fake brother on the same day that the Jiang family was just wiped out. Tang Qingma was a bit stunned. Not bad for a good brother of the original owner. As soon as I got back to normal, I took care of all the obstacles. Su Jingchen continued. I heard that the Song family head has also come out of his room, and that the young master has asked him to manage the company, so he can go to the academy in peace at that time. Seeing that the Song family is gradually getting back on track, Su Jingchen is also very happy, though he also felt a bit of regret for not being able to witness something so exciting. Oh, that's quite good. Tang Qingma also sighed a bit. He then said to the system, that's nice. If it wasn't for the sake of collecting some remorse value, I'd want to take care of the Tang clan quickly as well. The system said carefully, this is also force majeure, but I've already received feedback from the power of the heavenly Tao, saying that the Tang family's remorse value has been collected almost. What do you mean? Just collect a little more of the Tang family's remorse value, and the host won't have to. Anyway, the Tang family is just an ordinary powerful family, and since the host has already collected an excessive portion of remorse value since crossing over, continuing to collect it will just shift not too much power. Tang Qingma darkened her eyes and hooked her lips as she asked. That is to say, it doesn't matter if I settle the Tang family in one breath now? So to speak. The system trembled. Always felt that the previous host did not have much power at all. Tang Qingma smiled brightly. I'm also tired of the Tang family. Anyway, I'll be on the magic marshal soon. So let's take care of the Tang family before then. I can't lose to Song Junqian. The system doesn't dare to speak. Right after Su Jingchen reported on the developments regarding the Song family, Lu Tianren, who was at the side, was also surprised by Song Junqian's actions. It was clear that he came from a martial arts family and was also a martial artist of the third-grade realm. How is it that after he's seen Tang Qingma and Song Junqian's tactics, instead he's a stupid white sweetie himself? Chapter 176. Shouldn't I have picked up Qingma in the first place? Soon after the Jiang family was removed from the Magic City's luxury family, the big day of the year came. That time comes and all the people who take the written test are like protected animals. Every local government has made laws early on that all roads are blocked off. Vehicles are not allowed to ring their bells during this period. No construction work is allowed on the site, etc. And most parents are very nervous during this period. After all, success or failure depended on this one moment, and whether or not his son or daughter could enter the martial arts academy depended on this achievement. The same goes for the Don family. The women of the Tang family were very nervous during these days. Of course, the object of their nervousness wasn't Tang Qingma, but Tang Yinshi. Even when Tang Chuanxi was kicked out of the Tang family, they used their cell phones to make contact every day. White Flower Lotus and the Tang sisters even arranged all kinds of nutritional supplements, specialized teachings, and so on for Tang Yinshi. If they could, they would really like to take Tang Yinshi's place and have them on it. As for Tang Qingma, they didn't even know that the other party had gotten the top spot in the Qi and Blood exam, let alone would care about what the other party was doing. However, there were actually already many martial arts academies that wanted to recruit Tang Qingma, thus calling the Tang clan. It was just that most of the calls were intercepted by Wang Ma, who also followed Tang Qingma's orders and rejected all but the magic martial arts. And on today's written test day, early in the morning, Bai Hualien and the other Tang family women were very nervous about contacting Tang Stringxi, hoping that he would go well. Bai Hualien used her cell phone to make a video call with Tang Stringxi and clenched her fists. "Xiao Shi, you're the best. Go for it." Ellie Tang. "Yeah, Hoshi, you'll be fine." Tang Ruoling, Tang Qingqing and Tang Ziqing also said, "Go for it, Xiao Shi." In the screen, Tang Yinshi was very touched and said, "Thank you. Thank you, Mom and Sister. I will try my best." Even though he was no longer in the Tang family, the Tang family still cared about him so much. Only Tang Meixin, who was sitting at the long table in the hall, silently looked toward Tang Qingma, who was eating breakfast. She suddenly remembered that in addition to today being Tang Qingxi's big day, Tang Qingma's too. But why would she have no recollection of it at all? Seeing that only Tang Meixin didn't come over to bless Tang Qingxi, Tang Ali couldn't help but frown and ask, "Meixin, aren't you coming over to say anything to Xiaoxi?" "Ugh, I." Tang Meixin was surprised for a moment. Then her eyes sneaked over to Tang Qingma. "Hurry up and get over here. Hoshi is waiting," Tang Ali urged. Tang Meixin lowered her head. It was clear that Tang Qingma was similarly having his written exam today, but unlike Tang Qingxi, no one had appeased him, so she dwelled on it for a few seconds and shook her head at Ellie Tang. "Second sister, say it for me, I won't go over there." "TSK. Why are you suddenly inexplicable?" Tang Ali frowned tightly, but in order not to be grumpy and affect Tang Chuanxi's mood, she just turned her head and continued to cheer him on. And Tang Meixin exhaled softly, her eyes turning slightly toward Tang Qingma. That, Qingma. It was clear that they were the biological siblings, but Tang Meixin found it hard to speak. "You today. Go for it." Tang Qingma stopped eating the tearing slices of whole wheat bread and looked at Tang Meixin with an expressionless face. "May Hsin Tang." Again she bowed her head in silence. Obviously she said it, but for some reason it was very awkward afterward. Tang Qingma continued to bite down on the slices of bread, wiping her mouth after finishing before slowly saying, "Third sister, you know, sometimes I think I might have lived a little happier if you hadn't brought me back to the Don family back then." Tang Meixin. "I'm done eating, Tenrin, let's go." "Yes." Tang Qingma directly passed by Hualien and the girls and sneered, "All broken relationships are still so good. Those who don't know would think that Tang Zhenqi is your own son and brother." "You?" Tang Ali wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted. "Also, in addition to Tang Stringy, your own son and brother will also be taking the written test today." Oh. Bai Hualien was instantly surprised, and it was only then that she remembered that Tang Qingma was the same as Tang Yanxi. But during this period she only cared about Tang Stringy and didn't have any concern about his existence at all. "Kiyoshi, Kiyomo. It doesn't matter anymore." Tang Qingma also interrupted her. "It'll be over soon, oh." "Ugh?" None of them understood what Tang Qingma was saying about the end, and Tang Qingma didn't explain and left with Lu Tianren. "What the hell? What's there to be proud of?" Tang Qingqing dared to speak only after the other party left. Tang Ziqing also said, "Yeah, he's just been picked up. There's no way he can keep up with the progress, right? Just don't get the lowest score out of it and drag our reputation down with you." Tang Ali said even more impatiently, "Humph, I think we can still find an excuse to get rid of him when his grades are poor by then." White Flower Lotus immediately tried to stop her as soon as she heard that. "Ellie, you can't say that. I'm not wrong." At this time, Tang Ruoling saw that Tang Meixin had been sitting on the chair since a while ago and hadn't said anything. "Mahoshi, are you okay?" "Big sister." Tang Meixin still hadn't regained her senses from the shock of Tang Qingma's words. "Do you think I shouldn't have picked up Qingma and brought him back in the first place?" This was a question that Tang Ruoling couldn't answer either. This was followed by a large amount of Tang Meixin's remorse value. At this time, Tang Qingma, who was sitting in the car listening to Tang Meixin's remorse value, no longer had the heart to count. Previously, the system had said that the Tang family's values had already been collected enough and there was no need to pay attention to them. Young Tang, are you still having a good day? And Lu Tianren, who was driving, asked with concern. Even though he had been following Tang Qingma around, he hadn't seen Tang Qingma reviewing. Although his qi and blood scores were so excellent that he could be directly guaranteed a place in the magic martial arts, if he had scored a little better on the written test, the reputation would have been a little louder. Tang Qingma smiled. Not bad. He's really different from the others. By the time the car arrived at the venue, many students and parents could already be seen standing at the entrance. Their expressions were all very serious, as if they were going to fight to the death. Instead, Tang Qingma looked more relaxed. It was before he crossed over that he had entered the ideal Budo Academy with the top of the list. And he also realized that the knowledge points of this world were similar to his original world as well, not to mention that he was able to review them in the system space, so he quickly consolidated his knowledge points. Tianren, go back to magic martial first. I'll call you when I'm done. Okay, young Tang, good luck. The big day of the year begins. Chapter 177, directly reprimanding the Red Sun Palace to reporters. For Tang Qingma, it was still a bit of a struggle to face the knowledge points of the written exam at first. He had been 30 years old before he crossed over, and anything had been returned to his teacher long ago. Therefore, he made it a point to do his reading in the system space, and he also asked the system to bring him the question papers of the last 10 years to peruse. The system was shocked. I also didn't expect that the space used for the host to practice martial arts skills would be used to review knowledge. Tang Qingma had specially reviewed for a full 250 hours in there, and when he appeared he felt 250% whole. But it was also because of this space that he was able to review while he was going through other things. So Tang Qingma was actually quite grateful to the system. No, not detectable at all. Almost an hour and a half later, the gates of the written test venue were full of parents and journalists. The reporters all had their long guns trained on the gates, and even though this wasn't a college entrance exam, they were still hoping to interview the first student to come out. Then, after another 5 minutes, a figure came out of the doorway. May I ask if you're a student on the written exam? This student, did you find the content of the test questions difficult? Classmate, are you done with the questions already? Tang Qingma. He had merely come out to eat lunch after finishing his test papers, and then he saw the reporters all making use of speed that was no less than that of a martial artist, quickly coming to his front. A large number of cameras kept making the sound of shutter buttons, and there were also some flashbulbs in their faces. Perhaps because he saw Tang Qingma in a stunned state, a reporter couldn't help but call out, "Classmate, say something." It was only then that Tang Qingma rolled her eyes a bit before saying silently again, "It's all right. The contents are all ones I recognize." It's all the same content he reviewed back, just changed the format of the test questions. And since he was frantically reading like a cyborg in space, there were some topics that Tang Qingma could be said to have done by reflex. At this time, a male reporter also asked, "So this student, are you confident that you can enter the martial arts academy?" They all remembered the student a little, but just couldn't remember where they'd seen him before. Tang Qingma nodded. Sort of. So can you say where you volunteered? I volunteer. Tang Qingma looked at the large number of media and cameras that had appeared in front of her and unconsciously hooked a smile. It's the Mordor Martial Arts Academy. The reporters looked at him in surprise. So it's for becoming a martial artist in the future. At this point, a female reporter let out a surprised squeal. I remember. You're Tang Qingma, the young master of the Tang family. Reporters. Ugh, the young master of the Tang family. Is that the Tang family's real young master Tang Qingma, who has been making a lot of noise on the internet twice before? He is also here today for the written test. Tang Qingma looked at their surprised expressions and nodded with a smile. I'm Tang Qingma. Another female reporter saw the hotshot and immediately asked excitedly, Student Tang, you said you want to enter the magic martial arts. Does that mean that in addition to this written exam, you've already passed your qi and blood exam? Yeah, already passed. Tang Qingma smiled brightly, then looked at the camera in front of her and said, in order to be able to enter the Magic Martial Arts Academy, I've had a pretty hard time because... He gave a deeper, more meaningful smile and his eyes grew dark and dull. The system suddenly felt a bad premonition. Host, Could it be that you want to? Yes, now is the best time to strike while the iron is hot. Tang Qingma suddenly revealed a sighing expression and said, You may not believe me when I say this, but in fact, before I was recognized back by the Tang clan, I was a disciple of the devil's martial Red Sun Hall. But because I was collectively slandered by my senior brother and sister, my master is the Red Sun Immortal who kicked me out without even checking. Reporters. What? This? This. After Tang Qingma said something, all the reporters interviewing him were stunned. What a great thing to hear. Magic Martial Red Sun Hall. How could they, as reporters from Magic City, not know about the Red Sun Hall of Magic Martial Arts? That was the faction led by the most powerful and senior tutor in the Devil's Martial Arts, the realm 8th grade Immortal Qiang. Is the Tang family's true young master actually under her tutelage? And what did he just say about something powerful? Himself for being slandered by the junior brother and sister of the Red Sun Hall, and then the Red Sun Immortal expelled him without conducting any investigation? Is he slandering Immortal Red Sun without authorization? Of course, at this point, Tang Qingma was just a non-martial artist and young master in the eyes of outsiders, and none of the reporters would believe it. But what he said could be a big blowout at any time, so the reporters didn't want to just leave. And Tang Qingma winked with a smile and said in a calm tone, I know that you all don't believe me. After all, I said that my former master was a realm 7th grade Red Sun Immortal, so it's not surprising that you all think that I'm just talking nonsense. The reporters looked at each other. They all knew that slandering a martial artist was a great offense. Moreover, the Demon Marshal's Red Sun Fairy was a high-ranked martial artist, so normally they shouldn't even be exploring. But they wanted to know the truth so badly. What was the slander Tang Qingma was talking about? Was it true that he had once been a disciple of the Devil's Warrior? Even if they're not journalists, they still want to eat melon. So a male reporter plucked up his courage and asked cautiously, Student Tang, why are you suddenly here to publicly rebuke Fairy Qiang? Are you trying to get back the justice that belongs to you? This was a very tricky question to ask, but Tang Qingma just slightly hooked her lips. Yes, I was bullied by the 7 senior sisters of the Red Sun Hall for 12 whole years, and I was almost homeless because of them, so naturally I want to get justice on them. That's why I want to enter the Magic Martial Academy again, and in Magic Martial as long as the mentors and staff who are a bit more senior in years all know me. As you can see, I'm not a martial artist. That's because I was picked up by Dean 1 of the Devil's Martial Arts from the age of 6. But after that, the Dean left in order to resist the invading foreign beasts, and it just so happened that Immortal Qiang saw my talent again, and that's why I was allowed to worship under her. But in these 12 years that I have been her disciple, I have never received any martial arts training. On the contrary, she is very indulgent towards her junior apprentice brother, that is, my junior-senior apprentice brother. In order to prevent my power from surpassing his, Immortal Qiang and my senior sisters prevented me from touching any abilities related to martial arts, and allowed my junior apprentice brother to constantly slander and bully me. That's why my 7 senior sisters, in order to take it out on their little senior brother, often let me go hungry, as well as constantly scolding me, leaving all sorts of bullying and injuries on me physically and mentally. Chapter 178 18 Years of Life is Too Hard. The reporters froze as they listened to Tang Qingma speak out in one breath and with clarity the encounter that had happened to her at the Red Sun Palace. It's too powerful. Is this something they can hear? They were just there to interview the first person to walk out. But they didn't expect to hear such powerful information. But if it's really like what Tang Qingma said, it would be something that could light up the entire Magic City. No. It's big news for the entire Chinese martial arts world. The other male reporter, unable to resist his gossiping soul, hurriedly asked, So how did you get kicked out? Tang Qingma sighed lightly and said, Almost half a year ago, my senior brother once again wrongly accused me of stealing from him, and I was almost beaten to death by my senior sisters. But fortunately for me, Dean Wen came back, and the crimes of the Red Sun Palace's bullying and mistreatment of me were discovered by the Dean, who demanded that they investigate the truth of the matter. But the good times didn't last long, and the Dean who helped me was given another notice to head to the border, so I was simply kicked out of the magic martial arts by them. I was penniless and without any martial power, so I had to live on the streets. I believe you all know what happened after that. I was recognized back by the Tang family, and then Tang Qingma looked away and didn't say anything more about what happened next, because the crowd of reporters knew how he had been treated again in Don's house. It's so tragic, isn't it? If what Tang Qingma had said was true, then what had happened to him in these 18 years of his life, both in the Red Sun Palace and in the Tang family, had been too difficult. Seeing that the reporters were showing expressions of sympathy and pity, Tang Qingma couldn't help but look away from his head in a difficult manner as he continued. I know that you're all half convinced by what I'm saying, and I also know that you all want to go over to the demon warrior side right now to make inquiries, but I hope that you won't disturb the other instructors and staff. During the time I was bullied by the Red Sun Hall, they all tried desperately to help me. I can't disturb them because of me, and with the threat of the Red Sun Immortal of the 7th grade realm, you guys won't be able to ask for the answers you want at all. Reporters look at each other. Yeah. Even if they wanted to inquire about the truth, Immortal Qiang was at the 8th rank realm and was one of the most powerful tutors in the entire magic martial. They couldn't ask anything at all under her threat. Then they saw Tang Qingma suddenly reveal a bright smile. So, please head to the border and interview the Dean of the Magic Martial Arts directly. Journalists. Right again. They couldn't confirm if what Tang Qingma had said was true. But there was still the Dean. Even if they traveled to the Magic Martial Arts, the staff inside wouldn't say anything based on the Academy's reputation. But the Dean was different. The Dean of the Devil's Martial Arts was the 9th rank of the realm. Another hero who has guarded his country and its people for many years. How could it be false if it came from him? Although traveling to the border area would be a bit of hard work, in order to break some news? No, it was for the sake of getting justice for poor Tang Qingma. So what was wrong with them working a little harder? Seeing the reporter's eyes emanating fire, Tang Qingma smiled triumphantly. Immortal Red Sun and her 7 fairies, but they were very focused on their reputation. I wonder how they will react when this news breaks today and they see their former disciples' mentors telling them of their faults. I'm really looking forward to it. As expected, what Tang Qingma said in the interview immediately ignited the entire internet and TV news. The number of likes and retweets online arguably nearly paralyzed Twitter again. If it was an ordinary person, it might not have been able to attract the public's attention. But the other party's identity was the Tang family's true young master who had been on the hot search twice. Everyone hadn't expected an ordinary interview to involve the great melon of the Tang family's true young master. What's more, he didn't expect that the other party was actually once a disciple of the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy, before he was recognized back by the Tang family. Nowadays there are only 2 ways to be able to enter the martial arts academy to train and learn. One is to go in with excellent grades, and the other is to be gifted from a young age and be seen by the academy's tutors, specifically becoming a disciple to be cultivated. And Tang Qingma actually belonged to the latter 12 years ago. Netizens began to spontaneously investigate Tang Qingma's experiences, and also made a storyline of his encounters over these 12 years. He was heartily received from the orphanage to the academy, thinking that he would be able to start a wonderful life, who knew that he would face all kinds of bullying. And after 12 years of hell, he was expelled from the academy for being slandered. Fortunately, he was recognized by his biological family and became the young master of the family. But it never occurred to him that he was just walking from one hell to another. System. The above segment about the host is also starting to circulate from the internet. Tang Qingma. Well, it's well written. A few hours later, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Chunhua had just returned to the academy after completing his crusade against the foreign beasts, and was still unaware of the news that was now blazing across the internet. However, as the 4th senior sister of the Red Sun Hall, she had only been interested in cultivation since she was a child, and she would not actively search for information on the internet. However, when stepping into the Magic Martial Campus, Xiao Chunhua felt a large amount of eyes staring at him. She turned her head in confusion and looked around, realizing that numerous cadets were turning away from her and whispering with disgust or curiosity. What's going on? She had only been out for a week. Why did everyone look at her with strange eyes once she returned? And just as Xiao Chunhua was puzzled, he happened to see Lu Tianren's figure right in front of him, and he was also standing with his senior sister. That's the young master of the Lu family? Lu Tianren, as a disciple of his mentor Huang Huani, was very popular due to his upright character, respect for elders, and friendship with his peers and siblings, despite being the young master of the Lu family. The Red Sun Fairy had also said to herself that if she could strike a good relationship with Lu Tianren, then there was a chance that the Red Sun Palace would be able to obtain the help of the Martial Arts Society and spread its power even more in the Devil's Martial. However, Lu Tianren had rarely returned to the academy since he had moved up to his junior year because he had to assist his family's industry. I didn't expect to see him when I came back today. This is a good chance to get on his good side. So Xiao Chunhua stepped forward slowly, revealed a light smile and said, "You are Master Lu? Do you still remember me? Master Qiang's 4th disciple." I've often heard Master mention you. Xiao Chunhua, as the fourth disciple of Immortal Red Sun, was now 21 years old, the same age as Lu Tianren. She has a sweet look and her hair is usually tied up in a ponytail and she looks very energetic. Normally, most of her brothers and sisters would be heartily shy whenever she spoke to the opposite sex. So Xiao Chunhua looked expectantly at Lu Tianren as he turned his head and looked at his blushing face. Then he saw Lu Tianren's expression filled with disdain and his brows furrowed as he asked, "Do you have something to do?" "What?" Chapter 179. Why did he appear in the video? Are you okay? The dislike on Lu Tianren's face could be said to be completely unconcealed, causing Xiao Chunhua to freeze. No. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Lu Tianren was amiable to anyone? Even though they had met before in faraway places, they had never seen each other show the kind of stinky face they were showing nowadays. However, Lu Tianren still wore a disgusted face and his voice line was cold. "If it's all right, then I'll trouble senior sister Xiao to leave. I still have other matters to deal with and I have no way to take care of you." After saying that, Lu Tianren turned his back to her and continued to chat with his senior sister. "Xiao Chunhua. This. What the hell does this Lu Tianren mean?" Xiao Chunhua, as the fourth senior sister of the Red Sun Palace, with a sweet and lovely-looking appearance. It was the first time that she had been met with such indifference from someone else, and the other party was still a male. If it was an ordinary disciple who dared to speak to her like this when Xiao Chunhua would have already given the other party a lesson. However, Lu Tianren was the young master of the Lu family, the son of the Martial Arts Society's president, and a disciple of Huang Huani, an object that could not be easily offended. Therefore, even though Xiao Chunhua was dissatisfied inwardly, she could only stomp her toes and leave in a huff. Only after noticing the other party leaving did Lu Tianren turn his head expressionlessly, his eyes displaying disgust. Standing next to him, his senior sister Guangren, who was a year older than him, also glanced at him and asked, "Tianren, was that Xiao Chunhua from the Red Sun Palace just now?" "Yes." Lu Tianren nodded his head frowningly and said, "Senior sister, the people of the Red Sun Palace are selfish and hypocritical, and harbor violent tendencies as well. I don't like them." "Is that so?" Corin's body shrank a bit, feeling some surprise. The Red Sun Palace has always had little to do with their South Pole Palace, and the most the personnel on both sides of the exchange is to run into each other and say hello. Thus, when Guangren saw on the internet information about the violence and abuse perpetrated by the disciples of the Red Sun Palace on the true young master of the Tang clan, and that the Red Sun Immortal even condoned it, it also startled her. But of course, she knew that the information on the internet was true and false, and it was not good to immediately believe and judge it when she did not know about the Red Sun Temple. But nowadays, this senior brother of hers, who had usually been friendly and gentle, could be said to be the first time she had revealed such a distasteful attitude towards the Red Sun Palace. But what was certain was that the Lu family, unlike their own ordinary martial arts family, possessed a vast intelligence network in Magic City. Even someone as upright as Lu Tianren hated the Red Sun Palace like this, so it seems that the interior of this Red Sun Palace is really quite complicated. In the future, she would have to suggest to her master to keep their South Pole Hall away from the Red Sun Hall, right? At this time, Xiao Chunhua was still huffing and puffing as she walked back in the direction of the Red Sun Hall. Damn it! What's the big deal? She still didn't understand why Lu Tianren would show indifference to herself. Obviously, they weren't familiar with each other and she was good-looking, so what gave him the right to treat her with such an attitude? And just as Xiao Chunhua was walking angrily, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. "Senior sister Chunhua." Oh no! A dog-licking senior brother whose name she couldn't remember. But the other party would often come over to her and give herself different cultivation resources. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" When facing a suitor, Xiao Chunhua would reflexively display a gentle smile. Even if you don't remember the other person's name, it's easy to take. This senior also fell into the other's smile and let out a demented laugh, but quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly handed his cell phone over to her. "Senior sister Chunhua, take a look at this." "What's wrong?" Xiao Chunhua took the phone suspiciously and saw that it was a newly released news interview movie that had been released not long ago, and the subject of the interview was still the first non-martial artist to come out. "What's there to see here?" Xiao Chunhua thought the interviewer looked familiar, but couldn't recall where he had met him. That is, until she clicked on the video and was stunned to see the name of the interviewer appear in the shadowed upper panel. "My volunteer is the Mordor Budo Academy. I remember. You're Tang Qingma." the young master of the Tang family. I'm Tang Qingma. The name she had kept sealed in her mind was once again coming into its own. Tang Qingma, that red sun temple stain. Having spent 12 years with her as a senior sibling, Tang Qingma was not only jealous, but also often bullied her junior sibling in order to compete for favor. A repeated waste of time. Tang Qingma, why is he appearing inside the video? Xiao Chunhua forgot about expression management for a moment and shouted in great excitement. When he was first kicked out of the academy by his master, he was still so skinny and bony from starvation that he could fall down with the wind. Where is the handsome and strong-bodied, one-dimensional posture of the movie? And that senior disciple was a bit startled by Xiao Chunhua's reaction, but he also explained, he seems to be the true young master of the Tang family. The young master of the Tang family? Xiao Chunhua usually either stayed in the Red Sun Palace or went out to take on missions, so he didn't even pay much attention to the news on the internet. But as soon as she heard that Tang Qingma was some kind of real young master, she could think that the other party must be living a life of brocade. But in the next second, that junior said, I felt quite sorry for this true young master at first, obviously being recognized back in his own home but being abused by his own sister because there was a false young master inside. What? Xiao Chunhua immediately looked up and stared at him with a questioning gaze. Shidoshi. But before senior brother could say anything, Tang Qingma in the video added, actually, before I was recognized back by the Tang family, I was a disciple of the magic martial Red Sun Hall. But because I was collectively slandered by my senior brother and sister, my master is the Red Sun Immortal who kicked me out without even checking. What is he talking about? When did we slander him? Xiao Chunhua immediately gripped the cell phone hard, emotionally wanting to crush it. I know that everyone doesn't believe my words. After all, my former master is the realm 8th grade Red Sun Fairy. I've been bullied by their Red Sun Palace for 12 whole years, and almost became homeless because of them, so naturally I want to get justice on them. Ah, Tang Qingma the asshole. Xiao Chunhua simply didn't expect the former Tang Qingma, who couldn't even speak clearly when facing herself to actually tell the crimes of her junior brother, and them in front of the big media, my 7 senior sisters, in order to take the heat off of their little brother. Often let me go hungry, and also constantly beat and scold me, leaving all kinds of bullying and injuries in my body and mind. Who are you talking about bullying and hurting him? It's clearly you who are jealous of little senior brother, and you often steal from little senior brother. You're being wicked. Xiao Chunhua could no longer pretend to be her usual sweet self in front of that senior brother at this point. She now just wanted to wear into the movie and decapitate this bastard Tang Qingma, senior sister Chunhua. And that senior brother didn't pay much attention to the change in Xiao Chunhua's attitude as he watched his cell phone being pinched tightly by the other party, fearing that he would crush his cell phone if he didn't pay attention. Asshole. Waste. Finally, she heard Tang Qingma say with a bright smile, please head to the border and interview the dean of the magic martial arts directly. Bang. Xiao Chunhua finally couldn't help but drop his cell phone. Chapter 180. Are we still worried that we won't have a chance to settle the score with him? Ah, my cell phone. The junior who had lent his cell phone to Xiao Chunhua looked at the debris that had been broken into 4 or 5 splits and knelt on the ground in pain. But the culprit, Xiao Chunhua, didn't demoralize at all, and instead talked to himself excitedly. Tang Qingma, bastard. Obviously you're the one who's jealous, instead saying that we're the ones bullying you, and actually told the reporter to run to the dean. Xiao Chunhua still remembered that almost half a year ago, when their master and sisters had once again beaten Tang Qingma to death, it was the dean and the holy maiden who happened to return to the school and tried their best to stop it. At that time, their master and 7 sisters were all punched by that dean and holy maiden with several attacks, and they, who had experienced hundreds of battles with foreign beasts, showed no mercy at all, nearly nullifying their foundations. So that old guy dean was in league with Tang Qingma. One could even think of how the dean would disparage their Red Sun Hall. And now, Xiao Chunhua knew why he had been stared at with disdain and curiosity by the disciples inside as soon as he stepped into the devil's martial arts, and why Lu Tianren had treated himself so poorly. It turned out that it was all Tang Qingma. This person, who was turning black and white upside down. Damn Tang Qingma. Why didn't he starve to death when he was kicked out? Xiao Chunhua bit up her fingertips in resentment and gritted her teeth. If I had known, I should have beheaded him before. In that case, he won't have a chance to bull the media. When Xiao Chunhua thought of this, He turned around and walked back to the Red Sun Hall, leaving behind only the remnants of the cell phone, which was already in pieces, and the sad and tearful senior brother, sister, master. Xiao Chunhua quickly returned to the Red Sun Hall, the office where the Red Sun Immortal was located, and forcefully opened the door. But now she only saw Immortal Qiang indoors and did not see the rest of her sisters and teachers. Master! But right now Xiao Chunhua couldn't care less about that. She immediately said excitedly to Fairy Qiang, "Did you know, Master? Tang Qingma that constantly belittles us online. He actually said that you were condoning us hurting him, Master, when it was clearly him who stole first and we taught him a lesson." Chunghua, Immortal Red Yang, was sitting on a chair at this time, and her face was also very ugly. Shut the hell up. Of course she knew about the internet. How about the fact that even if she hadn't been paying attention to the internet, she was immediately ridiculed by the other instructors as soon as she showed up to the meeting in the morning. Especially Huang Huadeng. As soon as she came up, she sarcastically said that she had educated her well, and it was clear that she hadn't educated Tang Qingma for 12 years. Yet he managed to get the top spot in the Qi and Blood exams. In the next second, he deliberately said what Tang Qingma had said in the interview. During the 12 years of being Immortal Red Sun's disciple, he had not once had a martial arts education. Moreover, in order to prevent his strength from surpassing that of his junior brother, they had also prevented Tang Qingma from carrying out the process on his own, also cutting off the chances of it being able to help him. How she had been indifferent to Tang Qingma all these years, and how she had indulged her 7 female disciples was how she had chastised and lectured Tang Qingma, all of which were mockingly revealed by yellowing knees. Huang Huani, the Red Sun Immortal, gritted her teeth. A mere 6th grade martial artist actually dared to dictate to her, an 8th grade, who gave him the nerve. Seeing that Immortal Red Sun did not have any reaction, Xiao Chunhua still could not help but say, "Master, let's go find that now. Teach him a lesson." Thinking about the disdainful looks that those disciple trainees on campus and Lu Tianren had shown themselves just now, the more Xiao Chunhua thought about it, the more angry he became. It's obvious that he made the mistake first, and now he's tarnishing our reputation. I definitely won't let him off the hook. After saying that, she turned around and tried to find Tang Qingma. "Stop right there." But at that moment, Immortal Red Sun sternly stopped her. "You stupid ass. Doesn't you're going to lecture him equate to what he said in the interview being true?" By now those journalists should have run to the border area to find the dean of the magical martial arts. If her disciples went to teach Tang Qingma a lesson at this point, wouldn't it be a confirmation that their Red Sun Hall was really using violence against Tang Qingma? Xiao Chunhua clenched his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. "But Master, are we just going to let that bastard Tang Qingma off the hook? What's the rush?" Immortal Qiang slowly stood up and looked at Xiao Chunhua with cold eyes. "Hasn't Master often told you that you should remain calm in everything? Didn't that reverse migration say that he would enter the Magic Martial Academy? So he will soon show up of his own accord. As long as we wait for that reverse migration to enter the Devil's Martial, are we still worried that we won't have a chance to settle the score with him? Might as well say that the Devil's Martial is their Red Sun Hall's territory. As long as they waited for Tang Qingma to take the initiative to walk up to the door, even if something happened to him inside, it could be counted as an accident, right? Right." Xiao Chunhua also smiled triumphantly after hearing Immortal Qiang say this. Although it was a bit off-putting to be watched with oddly suspicious eyes right now, I had to take my time and wait. Just wait until that bastard Tang Qingma arrived. Then you could teach him a lesson yourself. Immortal Red Sun also continued, "By the way, Chunhua, little Yen will be back soon. You'll meet him at the entrance when you arrive, and you must not let him know about the bad reviews that the other trainees and disciples have about our Red Sun Palace." The little Yen she spoke of was Red Sun Hall's junior brother Fong Yen. Fong Yen was exceptionally gifted, and since he was a child, he had worshipped under the sect of the Red Sun Palace, gaining the attentive teaching of Immortal Red Sun and the 7 senior sisters, and he was the first to be given any good resources. Therefore, at only 18 years old, he had already reached the 4th rank of the acquired realm, and was a unique leader in the demon martial arts. "I know. Don't worry, Master." With Fong Yen at stake, Xiao Chunhua nodded seriously. Fong Yen was kind-hearted and had respected and loved their master and the 7 senior sisters since childhood. He would be devastated if he knew that his favorite master and sisters were being questioned and maligned by the outside world. Xiao Chunhua, absolutely could not let Fong Yen worry for them. As for Tang Qingma, there were still months to go before he would be in the devil's arms. so let him get comfortable for a little while longer now. One would never let him off the hook after that. 2 days later, Tang Qingma had completed the written exam without difficulty with the help of the system space. He stayed in Tang's house for the rest of the time after that, opening the system space for martial arts training. And as he finished cultivating one of the skills, he heard the system's voice ring out. Host, a reporter has arrived at the border and is interviewing the dean of the magic martial arts live.